Romance novelist Jiang Lu has been on a tight deadline for 7 days and, while out shopping, suddenly realizes apocalypse is here. Her teammate complains, "What good are you? You can't carry anything." Jiang Lu ponders seriously, special skill? Maybe. Writing romance? Her teammate grins fiercely. Perfect. Go seduce that name not to be mentioned big demon king. Jiang Lu's inner thoughts. Seduce him? I might as well just end it. Manual goodbye. JPG, this apocalypse script is too hardcore. Chapter 1, a little girl plants a sapling, looking up at the sky, blue and boundless. She puts down her small hoe, thinking, Mom, please be happy in heaven too. After finishing the last line on her keyboard, Jiang Lu wraps up a love story that has been tragic. From start to finish, she stretches, noticing that the curtains in her room are half drawn and it seems to have gotten light outside. She glances at the time on her laptop's bottom right corner. It's past 7 o'clock, and she can finally go to bed after submitting her manuscript. Today marks the 8th day she has been holed up at home working on her draft. Unfortunately, her procrastination is severe, and she always ends up rushing at the last minute during the final week before submission, but at least she managed to meet the deadline, huh? What's going on? The little penguin icon on the bottom right is stuck, unable to log into the communication software. If that's the case, she won't be able to contact her editor, making it impossible to submit on time. Next to the little penguin, her laptop plugged into the power source shows it has lost power. When did that happen? The battery level is down to 2 bars, it's about to die, and she didn't even notice. Jiang Lu throws off her blanket and gets out of bed, casually pulling the curtains open. The sunlight floods in, so bright that she can barely open her eyes. Not bothering to look outside, she squints and walks toward the switch by the door, pressing it a few times, but the light doesn't turn on. Sure enough, there's no power. Ruffling her messy hair, Jiang Lu randomly grabs a coat and returns to her bed to shut down the laptop. Yes, her mouse hovers over the penguin editor's avatar. It's grayed out, but the other party's signature has changed to something a bit scary. Even if I die, I must submit the manuscript. Jiang Lu shivers, feeling a chill run down her spine. She snaps the laptop shut and hugs it to her chest as she steps outside. Today, the community is unusually quiet. Jiang Lu lives near the suburbs where housing prices are cheap, but due to less convenient transportation, most residents are elderly retirees. Every morning, the place is bustling by 5 or 6 o'clock, and since she lives on the 2nd floor, she can hear all the conversations below. But today is different. As she descends the stairs, she finds the community eerily empty, not a single shadow in sight. This feels a bit off. Could it be that some supermarket is having an event giving away eggs, so everyone is lining up early? Jiang Lu doesn't think too much of it, yawns, tightens her knitted cardigan, and sleepily walks toward the community gate. Across the street from the community entrance is a breakfast shop. It has Wi-Fi, and at this time, there shouldn't be many people, so no need to queue. Jiang Lu plans to go there, where she can catch up on her submission and grab breakfast. Just then, a faint noise suddenly breaks the silence around her, seemingly coming from behind. She halts, turns her head, and feels a gust of wind by one ear, as if someone has passed her by. So she looks in that direction, only to feel another breeze from the opposite side. She turns back and forth a couple of times, finally deciding to take a step back and turn around. But perhaps due to staying up late, her feet feel unsteady, and she almost stumbles, falling straight towards the ground. Jiang Lu lets out a gasp, bracing herself with one hand on the ground while hugging her laptop with the other, managing to stabilize herself in a half-bent position. After struggling to stand, she runs a few steps forward, only to look back and see a disheveled man sprawled on the ground, trying hard to get up, his hands and face bearing an unusual hue. Jiang Lu scans her surroundings. There's not a single person around. If this guy is a bad person, she's in serious trouble. With safety in mind, Jiang Lu turns and runs, only stopping to lean against the wall at the community entrance, looking up at the street. It's empty and quiet, with a few cars parked along the road, looking as if they have been smashed, slightly dilapidated, some even with their doors ajar and traces of blood inside. Jiang Lu hesitantly approaches the street, glancing down both ends of the road. Not only are there no cars, but not even a single person in sight. What on earth happened? She hasn't stepped outside for just a week. Could it be that Jiang City has erupted in chaos? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Lu decides to cross the road, glancing back 3 times as she heads toward the breakfast shop, tightly clutching her laptop. Her life, as an author, depends on it. Suddenly, a shadow flashes in front of her. Instinctively, she steps back, dodging the shadow's attack, and when she focuses her gaze, "Suboya?" Jiang Lu exclaims in surprise, looking at the person. The person is wearing a long shirt and jeans, with a ponytail, a bit of blood on her face, and a frantic look in her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Lu, she first breathes a sigh of relief, then angrily kicks at her, complaining, "What are you doing sneaking around here?" Jiang Lu twitches her lips. "I just came out for breakfast." Suboya looks at her, as if she's ridiculous. "Breakfast? Are you out of your mind? It's not even safe to be out right now." Jiang Lu remains expressionless. Suboya is already used to her poker face, rolls her eyes at her, and turns to leave, holding a baseball bat. Just a few steps out, 3 people rush out from a nearby corner, each holding makeshift weapons that seem even more rudimentary than Suboya's shovels, mops, and Jiang Lu thinks. She even sees someone holding a jack, that it's Jiang Lu. She's fine. Suboya approaches them, looking back at Jiang Lu with disdain as she speaks. Jiang Lu touches her facio right. She didn't wash her face or comb her hair before leaving, so she does look a bit disheveled. She turns to leave, looking for another place to eat, but one of the 3, a leader-like man, steps forward and grabs her, saying, "Where do you think you're going? The situation is dangerous now. It's suicidal to be alone." Jiang Lu looks back and realizes she knows all 3 of them. "Wow, are you all gathering here?" She forces a smile, which looks awkward, and the man holding her wrist immediately lets go, smiling helplessly. "You haven't changed a bit, huh?" the man says. Suboya gives her a side eye. "Have you been watching too many cartoons? You think you're some sort of hero? How long has it been since you last stepped out?" Jiang Lu replies demurely, 7 days. Everyone's expression says it all, and the man who spoke first, named Qin Nong, explains, "That was 3 days ago. I texted you didn't come." Jiang Lu responds, "Oh, I was busy with my manuscript, so I didn't reply. Sorry about that." Suboya rolls her eyes again, and Jiang Lu adds appropriately, "Boya, if you roll your eyes any harder, they might fall out. Who did your eye surgery? You should go back and ask for a refund." Suboya's face turns red, and she turns her head away, refusing to engage further. "If you haven't been out for 7 days, it makes sense. You better stay with us now. It's not safe anywhere else," Qin Nong decides, sounding particularly authoritative. Before Jiang Lu can voice her opinion, another person steps forward, this one named Yao Yao, who never got along with Jiang Lu during school, but is particularly close with Suboya. "Qin Nong, are you kidding? Bringing her along? Why? She can't even fend for herself. Just stays home, writing novels all day. She probably doesn't even have the strength to find food." Yao Yao states sternly. Suboya echoed, Yeah, it's fine if we accept Jiang Lu, but what is she good at?" As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her, and Jiang Lu felt that it wouldn't be good not to answer now, as the situation was quite serious. After pondering for a moment, she replied earnestly, "What am I good at? Probably romance." As for BL Boy's love, while she had read a bit, writing it was still difficult because she wasn't really into it. After she answered, everyone showed different expressions, almost none of which were friendly, except for Qin Nong and another male classmate, Song Xiao Yuan. Suboya scoffed, "Romance? That's not bad. Then you should go seduce that person whose name we can't mention." Jiang Lu was a bit slow to catch on. "Are you talking about Voldemort?" "Suboya, that I meant the boss of Ghost." Qin Nong spoke in a softer tone. "Forget it. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere to hide and discuss." After saying that, she tried to pull Jiang Lu away, but Jiang Lu frowned and said, "So why exactly do you want to take me with you? I still have things to do. Nothing is more important than life right now." Song Xiao Yuan, who had been silent, spoke up earnestly, "Jiang Lu, it's really lucky that you haven't been raided by zombies after being cooped up for so long." Jiang Lu's expression was blank, but there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Zombies?" Song Xiao Yuan's expression went blank for a few seconds as he explained, "It's like this. 3 days ago, we were supposed to have a class reunion at the KTV not far from here, but when we went out at night, we found many suspicious people on the street. No, they can't be considered people anymore, they are zombies. Many people were bitten, and only the 4 of us managed to escape. IT was chaotic at that time. The television still had a signal and was broadcasting emergency news. Helicopters took away many survivors, but a large portion couldn't escape due to the increasing number of zombies, like us. Now, no one is coming to this area to rescue survivors. We can only rely on ourselves to head south to find the location of the survivor base." After listening, Jiang Lu clapped and said, "Xiao Yuan, If you ever want to write a novel, you can come to me. I have a bit of following online, and I can help promote your work. Your imagination is really huge. Yao Yao said helplessly. What imagination? This is real. It really happened. Su Boya glanced at Jiang Lu. It seems she won't cry until she sees the coffin. Let me handle this. She stepped forward and directly pulled Jiang Lu's arm towards the supermarket ahead. Qi Nong wanted to stop them, but Song Xiao Yuan said, it's fine to go take a look. Boya is a black belt in Taekwondo, so just a quick look around should be safe. Qi Nong was still a bit worried, but ultimately didn't stop them. Jiang Lu was taken by Su Boya to the entrance of the supermarket, and she whispered, take a look inside. Carefully, pay attention. After being prompted like this, Jiang Lu felt a bit uneasy and peered through the glass into the supermarket. A few slow-moving, blood-soaked people were moving inside, seemingly trying to get out but unable to find the main entrance. Jiang Lu immediately took a step back, and Su Boya, seeing that she had spotted them, quickly pulled her back and gasped, now do you believe it? Jiang Lu's face turned pale, and after a while, she said, how could this happen? Qi Nong frowned and said, I heard that experimental animals from the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company got loose and bit people that ate tea first. It didn't attract much attention. The hospital received quite a few patients with corresponding symptoms. Later, it spread, and now it is probably extended throughout Asia. This kind of pharmaceutical company doesn't sound like a good one, just by its name Ghost. She hasn't taken their medicine, has she? Jiang Lu touched her neck, feeling a bit scared. This time, when Qi Nong pulled her away, she didn't refuse. The five of them cautiously navigated through a few alleys, encountering several zombies gathered together, requiring them to act separately to fend them off. Jiang Lu had no weapons, just her notebook in her arms, but it contained her hard work from the past 7 days, making it hard to smash. Yes, she watched a female zombie wearing a t-shirt with a large F approach her. She finally closed her eyes and smashed her laptop at it. With a clang, the female zombie roared, and when Jiang Lu opened her eyes, she saw blood all over the zombie's head, and her notebook had fallen to the ground, already broken. She took a deep breath and kicked, realizing that this must be a newly mutated zombie, moving very slowly, making it not too difficult to deal with. After kicking her away, the zombie still didn't give up, grabbing her leg and groping her chest. Jiang Lu was completely stunned, and Qi Nong came over to help, smashing the female zombie's head with a stick, finally taking care of her. Let's go, Qi Nong shouted. Jiang Lu nodded, picked up her broken notebook from the ground, and ran. The five of them quickly escaped from that place. Not long after they left, an armored vehicle stopped in the middle of the road, and several people in black uniforms got out, with Ghost printed on the back of their uniforms. They searched the area with advanced equipment, kicking open the supermarket door, where Jiang Lu had spotted the zombies. That a few people wearing gas masks went inside and sprayed something, quickly carrying out several stiff zombies to throw onto the vehicle before driving away. Chapter 2. So, what do we do next? They settled in a dilapidated small supermarket, with the three girls stuffing food and water into their backpacks as much as possible, while Qi Nong and Song Xiao Yuan stood outside, keeping watch. After they finished packing, Jiang Lu asked the question above. Qi Nong, who had been the student council president during his studies and had strong organizational skills, naturally took on the role of the temporary escape team leader. He thought for a moment and said, if we use these food and water sparingly, it should last the five of us for about a week. Just like Xiao Yuan said, the last time we heard the news, they mentioned the location of a survivor base, which should be to the south. Let's head that way and see if we can find the base. Song Xiao Yuan agreed. Generally, survivor bases are built to be very sturdy and noticeable, making them easy to identify. We should set off quickly to find help. Hiding like this isn't a solution. What do you all think? Yao Yao and Su Boya nodded, and the four of them soon looked at Jiang Lu together. Jiang Lu, holding her belongings, met their gazes for a few seconds and said, that of course, I have no objections. Qi Nong smiled. Great, then let's figure out the route. He took out a map from his backpack and started studying which path to take. Jiang Lu thought his backpack was quite magical, like Doraemon's pocket, having everything. Eventually, the two boys who often participated in adventure activities determined the route, and the three girls naturally followed along on the way. Qi Nong took special care of Jiang Lu, making the other two girls a bit envious. This wasn't entirely Qi Nong's fault, as Jiang Lu was indeed good-looking. She had very fair skin, thin lips, and big, bright eyes. Her personality was somewhat aloof and slow, and she didn't smile much, but she loved telling dry jokes. Most notably, she had long, wavy, brown-gray hair which wasn't dyed, but was a genetic trait her mother had the same. The whole family was a bit mysterious, and she had been like this since birth. In others, it might seem aging, but with her youthful face and good features, this hair color actually made her look quite stylish. Looking at her, Suboya mumbled, maybe sending her to seduce that person whose name we can't mention might actually work. Yao Yao shot her a glance and said, "Come on, even if they don't get along, they're still classmates, don't push her to a dead end." Jiang Lu was not far from them. She could hear everything they said, and she didn't mind. She leaned over and asked, "Who is that person you can't mention by name?" Suboya snorted and said, "You don't even know this? Well, you haven't left the house for 7 days, so it's understandable." Yao Yao explained, "That's the owner of Ghost Pharmaceutical Company. We've encountered some people from his company in the past 3 days. Some places still haven't lost power, and the screens are still playing recorded programs from before the evacuation, talking about this company and advising survivors who didn't manage to evacuate to be more cautious. They seem to be collecting zombies to take back for research. Who knows, they might even need living people to study other things. After all, they're the culprits behind all this mess. What wouldn't they do?" Suboya frowned and said, "Even though they're all human, I think they're more dangerous than zombies. It's better to run if we encounter them." Jiang Lu nodded. "I understand." Yao Yao let out a breath, and after the group set off, they searched along the street for any cars they could drive. They were indeed lucky enough to find one, with some blood on the driver's seat. The owner must have perished during a zombie attack. The key was still in the ignition, and there was enough gas in the car for them to travel a distance. The 5 of them stood by the car for a moment of silence before rushing into it. After walking for so long, they were already exhausted. Moreover, it was already afternoon, and with the arrival of late autumn, it was getting dark earlier and earlier. Being exposed outside at night would be very unsafe. Having a car for cover was better than nothing. The driver was Qin Nong, with Song Shuyun in the passenger seat, while the 3 girls sat in the back. Jiang Lu was squeezed in the middle between Yao Yao and Suboya, tightly holding her nearly broken laptop. Suboya glanced at her and said, "Why are you still holding on to that? There's no signal even on your phone. Where do you expect to find the internet?" Jiang Lu replied seriously, "What if? Maybe other cities don't have it as bad as we do. If I find a place with internet, I can look for my parents." Yao Yao curiously asked, "It's strange, I've never seen your parents during school and never heard you mention them. Does your family not keep in touch?" Jiang Lu replied without changing her expression, "We have a special way of contacting each other." Now, even Song Shuyuan was a bit curious. What kind of contact method? Jiang Lu paused for a moment before answering, "My dad created a communication software himself, and our family uses that to stay in touch. I have it installed on my laptop." Song Shuyuan exclaimed, "Your dad is really impressive. Is he a programmer?" Jiang Lu thought for a moment and said, "To be precise, he should be called a technician. Besides writing this kind of small software, he is also very skilled in other advanced technologies." Song Shuyuan asked with admiration, "What about your mother?" "Oh, my mom. She works as a researcher in a biotechnology company and is a colleague of my dad," Jiang Lu answered vaguely. Yao Yao casually remarked, "Sound impressive. Why do you have to support yourself? Your parents should be making good money, right?" Jiang Lu hesitated a bit before saying, "Our family has this tradition. After turning 18, you become independent from your parents and take care of yourself, doing what you want." Suboya laughed. "So that's how you ended up like this? The only thing you can do is write novels. You're out of breath after running 3 kilometers. I still remember during military training at the start of the semester, the instructor almost threw you out." Song Shuyuan looked at Suboya disapprovingly, while Suboya showed no signs of restraint. Jiang Lu, however, did not show much unwillingness. She even grabbed Suboya's hand, shocking her. Then Jiang Lu sincerely said, "Boya, my grandmother lived to be over 100 and passed away peacefully because she never meddled in others' affairs." Suboya's mouth twitched, and she turned her head away, unable to match wits in a verbal battle with someone who was good at literature. Although Qin Nong didn't speak, he had been paying attention. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at the very calm Jiang Lu through the rearview mirror. She had always been different since school. It was hard for others to influence her. Although she often remained silent, she always had her own thoughts. The car drove south, a route determined by Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan. Since Qin Nong was driving, there were no disputes over directions. Jiang Lu initially tried to turn on her laptop in the back, but gave up completely after several failed attempts. Song Shuyuan, seeing this in the rearview mirror, pushed up his glasses and said, "If you don't mind, Let me try it. Boys are usually better at fixing computers than girls. Jiang Lu looked at him and, without hesitation, handed over the laptop, politely saying, "Thank you." Song Shuyuan smiled brightly and said, "You're welcome." Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him, and Su Boya simply remained silent, turning her head to look out the window with a furrowed brow. In such a situation, it was hard for everyone not to feel like they were walking on thin ice, as they were uncertain how long they could survive, and it was possible they could die at any moment. These were all children of the only child generation with only one in the family. They had never experienced such hardships. Although they pretended to be proud and composed on the surface, they were still very flustered and at a loss inside. Moreover, now that their phones and computers had no signal, they hadn't been able to contact their parents for 3 days. It would be a lie to say they weren't worried. But worrying didn't help. They didn't dare recklessly return home because the city center was a disaster zone, teeming with zombies, and most of them lived there. Going back would be equivalent to signing their death warrants. Among the 5, the most composed was Jiang Lu. Her parents had often been absent since she was very young, and her grandmother had taken care of her. Her parents treated her well and cared for her, but they were very busy with work, spending less than a month at home each year. After her grandmother passed away when she graduated high school, she was left with no older relatives to care for her, and the only person left to look after her was herself. She had to grow up quickly and become self-sufficient. Before this incident happened, the last time she saw her parents was 2 months ago. That time, her mom had said that once this research project was completed, she could retire and come home to take care of her, so she wouldn't be alone anymore. But that was clearly setting up a flag now. Whether they were alive or dead was a question mark. As they drove further away from Jiang City, the sky grew darker, and the people in the car became increasingly silent. For the past 3 days, except for Jiang Lu, the other 4 had been particularly tense every night. Although they tried to appear calm, their eyes betrayed their fear of the darkness. Night was the realm of zombies. The experiences of these 3 days and nights had taught them a little about the rules. Zombies had visions similar to nocturnal animals. They might not see well during the day, but at night, their vision was particularly clear and their movements were more agile. If they encountered a large number of zombies at night, their chances of survival were essentially 0. To stay alive, they had to find a survivor base as soon as possible. The toll booths on the highway had all been abandoned, and some places had experienced chain collisions. Qin Nong didn't dare to drive directly to the service area to refuel because that place could very well have zombies. They could only occasionally stop on the highway and siphon some gas from other abandoned vehicles. With this stop-and-go journey, night eventually fell. Looking at the darkening sky, everyone in the car held their breath. Qin Nong turned on the high beams while driving. He had to pay attention not only to the road, but also to observe if there were zombies lurking around, which was very exhausting. Song Xuan suggested he take over driving, but Qin Nong said, "It's too dangerous to stop now. Something might happen outside." "He'll drive, it's fine, I can manage." Song Xuan sighed and quietly said, "Then let me know if you can't hold on any longer." Qin Nong forced a relaxed nod and even smiled, but everyone could see he was just putting on a brave face. Jiang Lu looked at them and felt that the atmosphere seemed too tense. So she took out her phone, which still had 3 bars of battery left. She didn't know how long it would last, but it was useless now since there was no signal. She thought that since it was there, she might as well play a video. The sudden music startled everyone. Except for Qin Nong, who was driving, the others turned to look at Jiang Lu, who was holding the phone. Jiang Lu's face was expressionless, and the light from the phone illuminated her face, making her look somewhat eerie in the dark. "I see you all look too tense, so I'll play a video for you. It's my favorite dance video of the Asian dance king, Nicholas Zhao Si. I've kept it on my phone. I laugh every time I watch it. Honestly, when it comes to dancing, I've never been impressed by anyone else," Jiang Lu calmly explained. Su Boya, sitting next to her, glanced at the video on her phone. The music echoed in her ears, making her feel as if she had returned to a carefree, normal life. She couldn't help but smile a little, though still feeling down. It did ease her mood somewhat. Surprisingly, the others didn't blame her for the sudden outburst. Yao Yao directly took her phone and muttered, "Do you have any games to play?" Jiang Lu replied honestly, "Yes, Plant vs. Zombies too. I'm almost at the end." Yao Yao said that this game is just too fitting. She viciously opened the game and started to brutally attack the zombies, using scissors, floating fingers, electric fingers, and golden fingers as if she didn't care about diamonds at all, which made Jiang Lu feel a pang in her heart. "Hey, Save some. I've been saving those diamonds for a long time. Seeing Jiang Lu's pained expression, Yao Yao grinned, and her mood improved a bit. Jiang Lu thought this was unfair. Why should happiness be built on her pain? Chapter 3. The worst worry had come true. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qi Nong could no longer hold on and decided to stop the car to let Song Shuyuan take over driving. The car was parked in the middle of the highway, and there were suspicious bloodstains on the distance warning sign. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and the car's high beams didn't reveal much. Everyone thought there wouldn't be any issues, but an unexpected incident occurred. At that moment, Song Shuyuan was just 0.01 centimeters away from the driver's seat, but in the blink of an eye, he was knocked down by a strange object that suddenly flew over. Qi Nong, who was almost in the passenger seat, immediately ran over to help, and Su Boya also got out of the car to assist. The girls screamed at first, but quickly calmed down and began to help each other. In a crisis, that was the right thing to do. Of course, Jiang Lu couldn't stay in the car alone. She awkwardly moved from the middle of the back seat to one side. Before getting out, she noticed a flashlight on the storage shelf behind the car and grabbed it. After getting out, she used the flashlight to illuminate them. The creature on top of Song Shuyuan didn't look like a zombie. Its body was somewhat twisted in an unhealthy dark brown color. IT wouldn't let go no matter what, but when it encountered the light, it suddenly screamed and ran away, surprisingly strong and seemingly with 2 wings. Everyone hadn't recovered from the shock yet and stood at the doorway for a moment before looking at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu continued to shine the flashlight on the fallen Song Shuyuan, and because Qi Nong arrived in time, he wasn't injured. He only looked pale from fright. "Are you okay?" Jiang Lu's voice broke the silence, and everyone quickly helped Song Shuyuan up. Qi Nong said, "Let me drive again." Song Shuyuan replied, "I'm fine, I'll drive." "You're too tired. Fatigue driving can cause problems." Now, wasn't the time for pushing each other. This place wasn't safe. They should leave first and discuss other matters later. Song Shuyuan got into the driver's seat, and the others returned to the car. The car continued moving forward. Song Shuyuan's chest rose and fell continuously, clearly still shaken. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and, after a long pause, said, "Jiang Lu, thank you for earlier." Jiang Lu had already turned off her flashlight. Hearing him speak, she replied, "Oh, no need for thanks. I just happened to see it. I was worried you wouldn't be able to see clearly, so I brought it down. I didn't expect that creature to be afraid of light." Su Boya frowned and asked, "What exactly was that thing?" "It was so big and had wings." Yao Yao said, filled with fear, "Animals are usually social creatures. If we encountered one, there's likely to be a second." Jiang Lu thought for a moment and said, "It looked a bit like a crow." Qi Nong didn't think so. A crow wouldn't grow that big, right? And that thing wasn't black and didn't have feathers. Song Shuyuan had the most authority to speak since he was the one who had close contact with that creature. While wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, he said, "It might have mutated. If I had been a moment later, I could have been bitten by that thing." Su Boya clenched her fists and hit her leg in anger, exclaiming, "It's all that ghost company's fault. If it weren't for them, we'd still be at home watching TV." Yao Yao's voice was filled with grievance and regret. "I should have been on a plane to America for vacation today. Now, not only is vacation in America impossible, but surviving has become a problem. If I manage to live until that ghost organization is finished, it'll definitely drag that nameless person out and beat them." Everyone condemned that ghost company, and Jiang Lu felt she had to say something to fit in, especially when Yao Yao turned to her with an expectant look. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lu said, "Yes, it's all their fault. Otherwise, I would have finished my manuscript and could be sleeping now." Yao Yao said, "Forget it. I shouldn't have expected you to have any great ambitions." Jiang Lu blinked, showing little reaction. Yao Yao simply turned her head and closed her eyes to rest, but after experiencing such a thrilling scene, how could she really sleep? She tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night. When dawn broke, she still felt no sleepiness. In contrast, Jiang Lu, who was sitting between her and Su Boya, seemed to have fallen asleep shortly after they spoke last night. She was now leaning against Su Boya's shoulder, breathing steadily, showing no signs of psychological pressure at all. When Jiang Lu woke up, she found that they had already exited the highway and were now on a national road. Qi Nong was driving, and the surroundings looked a bit desolate. The distant wheat fields were no longer being cultivated, and the area was deserted. The car's fuel was running low, and they were running out, but they hadn't found any buildings that looked like survivor bases. "What should we do?" Qi Nong temporarily stopped the car to rest. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was time for breakfast, Song Shiyuan thought the same and turned to the girls, saying, "Let's divide the food to replenish our energy. If we encounter danger later, we need to be able to escape and can't be starving." Jiang Lu turned and took down a backpack, unzipping it to show them what to eat. Song Shiyuan casually took 2 packs of biscuits, one for himself and one for Qinong. Suboya and Yao Yao also took biscuits. Jiang Lu looked at the contents of the backpack and took out 2 rural eggs, handing them to the 2 men in front. "Eat more, you're doing all the physical work." She spoke with concern, and if her tone were a little gentler, it would have been more comforting. Unfortunately, she always had that calm expression, which made her care seem less genuine. Suboya and Yao Yao certainly didn't oppose Jiang Lu's actions, they basically agreed. After breakfast, the 5 of them shared a bottle of mineral water, and the car resumed its journey. "Our fuel can only last for about 2 more hours if we don't encounter any other cars on the road or find the location of the base in these 2 hours. We'll have to abandon the car," Qinong said, her expression serious and frowning, looking a bit worried. Song Shiyuan observed the situation outside the car intently and sighed. "This stretch of road is a bit desolate. If we go further, there won't even be a paved road, let alone any cars. Should we consider changing direction?" As soon as he made the suggestion, everyone began discussing its feasibility. Qinong directly said, "We can't go back. The last fork we encountered was heading west, and the base is to the south. We can only move towards the edge." Song Shiyuan felt a bit troubled and turned to the 3 girls in the back seat. "What do you think?" Suboya said straightforwardly, "I'm following your lead. If we die, we die together. If we live together." Yao Yao helplessly remarked, "At this point, we can only take it one step at a time." Song Shiyuan looked at Jiang Lu, who was still fiddling with her computer. Yesterday, Song Shiyuan had shown her that it was damaged internally and couldn't be opened anymore, but she still wasn't convinced. Noticing Song Shiyuan looking at her, she looked up and said, "You'll follow orders." As soon as she finished speaking, the notebook on her lap suddenly lit up and opened. Jiang Lu was a bit excited, a rare smile breaking through her usual expressionless face as she muttered, "Open, open, open." The others were somewhat infected by her enthusiasm, staring at the notebook screen with anticipation. If it could open, and if it could connect to the internet, they could send a distress signal to the possible location of the base, which would save them from wandering aimlessly. Like headless flies, the computer opened as hoped, although the screen was slightly cracked and not visually appealing. At least it was on. "Did it really open?" Suboya said, somewhat surprised. Song Shiyuan leaned slightly towards the back seat, and upon seeing that the computer had indeed opened, immediately asked Jiang Lu, "Can I operate it?" Song Shiyuan had been quite skilled with computers during his studies, even participating in some hacker alliance. Jiang Lu had opened the computer mainly to check for any internet signal to contact her parents and confirm their safety. Now that Song Shiyuan was asking to use it for a different way to send a distress signal, she glanced at the others and decided to hand over the computer. After all, if he couldn't manage it, he would return the computer to her, and she could try to contact her parents later. Once Song Shiyuan received the computer, he turned around and began typing on a keyboard. Everyone watched him expectantly, hoping for good news, but they were also mentally prepared this place was too desolate, and even when things were normal, it was unlikely to have internet access, let alone now. However, surprises often come when you are completely desperate. After about 3 minutes of operating, Song Shiyuan excitedly exclaimed, "There's a signal. It's encrypted, but I can try to crack it. From a signal strength, it should be nearby." This news truly lifted the spirits of everyone in the car. Qinong rolled down the window, slowing the car a bit, and several people leaned out to look for possible signal sources around. Song Shiyuan continued to type, and while everyone searched for the signal source, he excitedly said, "I'm connected. I'm connected. Wait a moment while I try to contact other computers on the same network to see if they can receive our distress signal." Now, even Jiang Lu showed a bit of tension on her face. Qinong simply stopped the car so that the signal could be better. Song Shiyuan stepped out of the car with the computer, and Qinong and Suboya got out to help keep watch against any potentially appearing mutated animals or zombies, while Jiang Lu and Yao Yao stood together, looking for tall buildings in the distance. Yao Yao glanced at Jiang Lu beside her and said, "I didn't expect you to be somewhat useful." Jiang Lu humbly replied, "It's the computer's credit, not mine." Yao Yao snorted, but didn't say anything further, though a smile crept on her lips, a joy born from surviving a disaster. Before long, an endless joy and relief spread across Song Shiyuan's face as he waved to the others and shouted, "I've made contact." The other party replied. The other four immediately gathered together to look at the broken computer screen, and on the wallpaper of the manga Katekyo Hitman Reborn, there was a small dialogue box filled with black text and many English commands. The last line, however, was not typed by Song Shiyuan. It was a response from the signal source to them. IT provided an address in Pinyin, not too far from their current location, which they could definitely reach with the car's remaining fuel. Everyone excitedly returned to the car and started heading toward the address displayed on the computer, fully believing that a smooth road awaited them ahead. But they forgot one thing. Under the current circumstances, the only places that could establish large bases with communication conditions, besides survivor bases, should also include the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company. Chapter for the car had been driving for nearly an hour, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate with the passage of time. Gradually, they could only see dense forests. But the trees exhibited an unhealthy color, swaying back and forth in the autumn breeze. Is this the right direction? We haven't gone the wrong way, have we? Tsuboya felt a bit anxious. After so long, there was still no sign of the base. The joy she initially felt was replaced by frustration, and she couldn't help but start to doubt whether they were heading in the right direction. Qin, who was driving, had sweat on his forehead. In such weather, it should be cold, not hot, and his sweating was clearly not due to the temperature. He was under too much pressure. That's right, I'm following the direction given over there. Maybe we'll reach the base once we get out of this forest. Qin frowned. Song Shioya responded, "Yes, look at the environment here. The trees are so tall that zombies and mutated animals definitely can't see any nearby buildings through them. Even if the people over at Ghost wanted to find a survivor base, they would need helicopters or such equipment to determine if there are any suspected buildings nearby. We should be able to find the base once we get out of this forest." Tsuboya sighed in relief, feeling temporarily reassured. Jiang Lu looked out the window and said softly, "The place where we received the signal is quite a distance from here. This base seems impressive. The signal can reach so far." Song Shioyao's expression changed slightly, but then relaxed again as he smiled and said, "Of course. Survivor bases are generally controlled by the military. With the military involved, these things shouldn't be a problem." This explanation was too reasonable, and everyone momentarily had no other doubts. The car continued to drive quietly for about 15 minutes, and the five of them finally saw a glimmer of hope. At the end of the forest, there was a particularly large building surrounded by high walls, with visible high-voltage electric fences on top. The entire building had only one door leading inside, which was the direction their car was heading. This must be the base. With such obvious features, it was definitely a place where living people resided. Finally found it. Qin sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "I told you I didn't go the wrong way. My sense of direction is very good." Finally seeing the light, everyone relaxed and began joking and chatting about what they would do once they reached the base, while Jiang Lu remained silent. She squinted at the building ahead. Perhaps the others were too excited to notice that there was a suspicious ghost mark at the very top of the building's entrance, a cute Q version. About 4 or 5 meters away from the mark was a row of long windows covered in reflective film, allowing people inside to see outside, but not the other way around. Jiang Lu had a feeling that someone inside was watching them approach slowly. She opened her mouth to voice her concerns, but the car had already stopped at the entrance, and Qin was excitedly honking the horn. Jiang Lu stared ahead, and as the car horn continued to sound, the tightly closed door slowly opened upward. It was an automatic door that looked heavily monitored. If the other side didn't open the door, even explosives might not force it open. As the door opened, Qin immediately pressed the gas pedal to drive the car inside. But Jiang Lu called out to stop him. Qin, wait before going in. Qin was puzzled and didn't stop pressing the gas. Why? Being outside for even a second is more dangerous. If there's something, we should go in first. The other three echoed his words, and Jiang Lu opened her mouth, unable to say a word, and simply closed it again. Inside the door, the light was dim. It was daytime outside, and they hadn't turned on the headlights before entering, so the people in the car couldn't make out what was happening outside. When the car finally came to a stop and the heavy door closed behind them, the surroundings suddenly brightened like daylight. Everyone in the car immediately closed their eyes, and only when their eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness did they open them again. The first to react was Yao Yao. She couldn't hold back any longer and directly opened the door to get out. Su Boya followed suit and got out of the car. Qin Nong and Song Xiuyao got out together, surrounding Yao Yao and Su Boya, worried that they might be harmed. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately got out as well, still holding her notebook. The interior of the base appeared highly technological, somewhat resembling a laboratory. It was completely sealed, and the only light came from lamps. The only windows were those high up that Jiang Lu had seen from outside. There was electricity here. This was not surprising, as they had received signal from such a distance. Electricity was certainly not an issue. This base, which seemed to have been prepared for emergencies, likely had comprehensive emergency equipment inside. After the five of them got out of the car, they stood together. Their car was parked at the entrance, and ahead was a large glass door. Soon, someone pushed the door open and walked out. These people were all dressed in suits. A not particularly tall man walked to the front with a smile, looking particularly friendly. A pen was tucked into the pocket of his suit jacket. Jiang Lu liked to catch these small details, and at that moment, she noticed that the man's pen also had a Q-version ghost pattern on it. It felt like they had boarded a pirate ship, but the others seemed completely unaware. Jiang Lu quietly took a step back, and her actions caught the man's attention. He smiled and said the opening line, "Hi, welcome to here. You're the ones who sent the distress signal, right?" As the team leader, Qin Nong naturally stepped forward to speak for them. In his view, these were all fellow survivors, partners, so he felt no pressure, and he walked up to shake the man's hand. "Yes, that's us. Thank you so much for responding," Qin Nong said excitedly. The man also smiled. He appeared to be in his 30s and shook hands with Qin Nong, saying, "My name is Shen Yang, and I'm the receptionist here. You must be tired from your journey. Come inside. I've already arranged rooms for you." After the handshake with Qin Nong, the man named Shen Yang raised his hand to gesture behind him, and the glass door opened completely. Inside were busy people, most of whom were wearing white lab coats, with serious expressions and no smiles. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of strangers, they either ignored them or showed expressions of curiosity and strangeness. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined a survivor base would be like. They saw neither military personnel nor any signs of life. Rather than a base protecting survivors, it seemed more like a large, enclosed laboratory. Here, Qin Nong felt a bit wary and didn't take a step forward. Shenyang walked over directly and said, "Please don't worry. These researchers are working on a cure for the zombie virus. There's an elevator over there. We'll go up from there." His explanation was so seamless and perfect that everyone naturally stopped doubting and followed him forward, except for Jiang Lu, who stood there, seemingly unwilling to enter. Shenyang stepped back, smiling kindly, and asked, "What's wrong? Is this young lady not coming in?" Jiang Lu opened her mouth, but hadn't he spoken before Su Boya, who had returned angrily, pulled her over, muttering, "You're really useless. Are you so overwhelmed with joy that you can't move? Standing there just causes trouble." Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. It was them who were overwhelmed with joy. This place feels off. Jiang Lu only said this one sentence, and the receptionist named Shenyang walked into the elevator, smiling at her, causing her to shut her mouth directly. "Take it easy." Qin Nong patted Jiang Lu's hand, frowning as if he also sensed that the atmosphere was not right. As they rode the elevator upstairs, a person walked into a room on the top floor with large floor-to-ceiling windows. A man walked in and said to a tall man standing near the window, "Boss, everyone has been settled. What should we do next?" The tall man turned around. He was backlit, making it difficult for the newcomer to see his face, only catching a glimpse of the corners of his mouth curling up. His skin was icy cold, but his voice was very gentle. "Another one delivered to our door. Make sure to use it well, don't waste it." The man nodded slightly and respectfully stepped back. At that moment, aside from Jiang Lu, the others who had been settled in a dormitory-like floor were selecting their rooms. Jiang Lu held her computer, slowly booting it up. Great, the internet could connect, but it was about to run out of battery. She opened the communication software her dad had written, logged in, and left a message. "Dad, your daughter might have fallen into a tiger's den and been brought into that ghost place. If you could still see my message, remember to burn some paper for me at this time every year." With a beep, the message was sent successfully. Before Jiang Lu could put away her computer, that Shenyang came to her side and meaningfully said, It seems this young lady's computer is broken. Don't worry, we have specialized technicians here who can help you fix it. Please feel free to hand it over to me. After he finished speaking, someone stepped forward to take Jiang Lu's computer. She refused to let go. But as a girl who didn't exercise much, she couldn't compete with them and watched helplessly as her computer was taken away. Jiang Lu slowly put her hands in her pockets, thinking thankfully that her phone was still with her. It should be able to receive signals here. Although using their signals to send anything would definitely be monitored, if they acted recklessly, she could at least create some confusion for them. However, Xinyang quickly said again, "Does anyone have a cell phone? Please hand it over to me. I'll have someone help you adjust it so you can use the communication signals here." He smiled beautifully, with his eyes and eyebrows curved, exuding a righteous aura that made it hard to refuse his request. After Qin Nong and the others handed over their phones, the man came again to take Jiang Lu's phone. This time, Jiang Lu absolutely refused to let go, her face taut as she said, "I won't go online. Nor make calls, so I don't need any setup." Suboya looked over curiously. "You're so reclusive. How can you live without the internet?" In such a situation, having the internet probably means a shorter life, Jiang Lu said ambiguously, and Qin Nong seemed to sense something. Qin Nong wanted to say something, but Xinyang didn't give him a chance. "Miss, don't worry. We will return your phone to you as soon as we've set it up. Now, please abide by our regulations." After this, smiling tiger finished speaking. He smiled even more happily, and the person confiscating Jiang Lu's phone exerted more force. She had no choice but to hand it over. Otherwise, she might soon face dire consequences. At this moment, the others began to vaguely realize that things weren't that simple. Jiang Lu looked at Xinyang, who was leaving with a hypocritical demeanor, and a low-pressure atmosphere spread around them. A few tightly closed doors automatically popped open. Those were the rooms they had just selected. "Now, please rest well." A familiar voice suddenly rang out, coming from Xinyang, who had already left, likely transmitted through the speakers. Jiang Lu looked at the other four. Everyone's faces were growing increasingly grim, but it was too late for regrets now. "Sigh, the sky is gray, the heart is desolate, and the brain is a wonderful thing, if only everyone had one." Chapter 5, although they had chosen their rooms, all five ended up in the same one, and they needed to discuss things properly. I don't think it could be that coincidental. If they were bad people, they would have done something to us by now instead of treating us so well with good food and drinks. You have to realize how precious food and clean water are right now. Eating plain rice, Yao Yao felt like he was about to die from happiness. Suboya looked at the green vegetables in his bowl and nodded, saying, "These are indeed hard to find now. Most of them are contaminated and can't be eaten." Qin Nong looked at Jiang Lu, who was the first to notice that something was off, and he was eager to hear what she had to say. Jiang Lu was gobbling down her food, but stopped immediately when she noticed Qin Nong looking at her. In her haste, she accidentally choked, covering her mouth and turning her head away, coughing continuously. Suboya, with a dark expression, handed her a tissue. After all, even that was a scarce item now. But this place seemed to lack nothing and felt incredibly comfortable, not cherishing or limiting distribution, far from what they had imagined a survivor base to be. "I'm sorry," Qin Nong said to Jiang Lu, who had finally calmed down. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Jiang Lu shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. Can you share your thoughts?" Qin Nong said sincerely, "It seemed like you disagreed when we were coming in." Jiang Lu nodded and said, "When I came in, I saw a suspicious sign at the highest point outside this base." "What sign?" Song Xuyan asked after taking a sip of water. Under the expectant gazes of the four, Jiang Lu took a breath and said, "It's a ghost, a cute chibi version sticking out its tongue. I also saw that sign on the pin I had in my suit pocket in Xinyang." As soon as she said this, everyone lost their appetite. But Jiang Lu lowered her head and continued eating. Yao Yao's face turned ashen. "Are you still eating? If this place really is a ghost, who knows what might have been added to the rice and vegetables that could turn us into zombies?" Jiang Lu laughed and said, "But you've eaten so much, and you're still fine, aren't you?" Yao Yao suddenly remembered that Jiang Lu hadn't touched her chopsticks before he started eating, and only began to eat after she had watched him eat quite a bit. His face instantly turned the color of pig liver. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Were you trying to deceive me?" Jiang Lu paused and said, "If I told you, would you believe me?" Facing this food. Indeed, They hadn't had proper meals in a long time, and the temptation of this food was too great. If she had said something before they ate, it would have been difficult for the hungry ones to resist the temptation, and they might even have scolded Jiang Lu for being paranoid. Now that they were full and clear-headed, it would be better to discuss things. But you can't just ignore my life. Yao Yao was very angry and was about to confront Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu put down her rice and jumped up. The two girls chased each other around the room, not really wanting to fight, but just needing to vent. After running a few laps, they stopped, and with a choked voice, Jiang Lu said, "So what do we do now? Seriously, it's all Song Xiuyuan's fault for not figuring out where we are before bringing us here." Song Xiuyuan frowned. In that kind of situation, who could tell if this is a survivor base or a ghost? If you suspected it was a ghost, would you have still come? That made sense. Even if they had realized it might be a ghost base at the time, they would have probably tried it anyway. After all, if they didn't come, they would have no chance at all, and coming at least gave them a certain opportunity. Qin Nong, as the team leader, said sternly, "Now is not the time to blame anyone. We must confirm whether this place is a ghost, and if it is, how we can escape." After he finished speaking, he raised his eyes to look for Jiang Lu, only to see her sitting a distance away, still holding her bowl and eating. The others followed Qin Nong's gaze and also noticed this scene, and everyone fell silent. Jiang Lu said, "Anyway, there are no additives in it, so it's a waste not to eat." Su Boya suddenly said, "Jiang Lu, did you know that a person can only eat 9 tons of food in their lifetime? Whoever finishes eating first gets to leave first." Jiang Lu quickly put down her bowl and returned to their side, saying seriously, "Let's discuss what we should do next." Great. She was back with the team, and the formal discussion could begin. However, they might not realize that if this place was a base of the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company, then the room they were in, the things they were doing, and the words they were saying were likely all under surveillance. This girl is interesting. Xinyang watched the group through the monitor, wearing headphones, clearly hearing all their conversations, laughing in a strange manner. "Ah, the hair color reminds me of someone." A subordinate standing nearby chuckled. "Yes, it reminds me of someone too. This group is much more interesting than the previous ones who came to deliver heads. I'm going to see the boss." After saying this, Xinyang took off the headphones and handed them to his subordinate. Wanted to hear what these little ants were planning to do and what tricks they might come up with. The subordinate respectfully accepted them, and Xinyang turned to leave, while the people on the surveillance screen were still discussing escape plans. This place is sealed so tightly, there aren't even any windows. If we want to get out, we can only go through the front door, and if they don't open it for us, we'll never get out, Yao Yao analyzed. Qin Nong nodded in agreement. "You're right, it really is like that. It's my fault for being too hasty when we came in. Jiang Lu tried to stop me, but I didn't listen." Suddenly being called out, Jiang Lu straightened her back. "What?" Song Xiuyuan said. "Jiang Lu, at such a critical moment, don't lose focus." "Okay," Jiang Lu replied seriously. Qin Nong pressed down the twitching corners of his mouth and began discussing something substantive. "As it stands, the only way we can go is to trick them into letting us out." Su Boya frowned and said, "That's unlikely." Just now when Xinyang left, it was so obvious. He clearly wasn't afraid of us figuring it out. They are bad people, and hurting us could happen at any moment. The reason they haven't acted yet is that they haven't broken through that layer of glass. Song Shiyun interjected, "It could also be that they have other motives. Perhaps they are conducting other experiments." Just then, the tightly locked door of the room suddenly opened automatically, and a strange man's voice, coming through the speakers like Xinyang's before, rang out. "Everyone, the small gathering can come to an end. It's time for you to rest. Please return to your respective rooms." As soon as the voice fell, several men in black suits appeared at the door, lining up in 2 rows, seemingly waiting for them to exit. It was clear that they had no choice but to go out. The 5 people in a room exchanged glances and stood up to leave. When the first 4 walked out, it was Jiang Lu's turn, but a man in a black suit blocked her, expressionless, saying, "This young lady will stay here. Please rest early, good night." With a bang, the door closed, locking automatically. There were no windows inside, and they couldn't see outside, only able to tell the time through their watches. Jiang Lu thought maybe she should really get some sleep. Perhaps when she woke up, everything would revert to her single apartment, and all of this would be just a strange dream. She returned to bed, pulled the quilt over herself, and and the lights in the room turned off automatically with her movements. All these changes indicated that someone was watching over this room. They even turned off the lights for her. From this perspective, it also reflected that their earlier conversations had likely been overheard. This is bad. The others also realized this point. They lay on their beds in their respective rooms, staring at the pitch-black surroundings, feeling more despairing than when they were amidst a horde of zombies. In fact, mindless zombies are not truly terrifying. The most frightening thing is having intelligent peers, because there is still a possibility of survival in front of the former. At least they lack brains, but the latter will leave you clueless about how you died. This night was simply tormenting. Perhaps only Jiang Lu could really fall asleep. In a room on the top floor, Shenyang held a tray with a delicate dinner. He set the dinner down, and under the bright lights, the man sitting in the chair wore a faint smile, calm and graceful. Shenyang gossipingly shared today's news with the man, who slightly turned his head, and his black and white eyes revealed an emotion that could be described as interest. Is that so? The low, deep voice carried a hint of amusement. Let's go take a look tomorrow. It sounds very interesting. Shenyang smiled and said, "All right, boss, please enjoy your dinner." The man nodded, and Shenyang wisely retreated. As he exited, he happened to encounter a woman with brown-gray hair wearing a white coat. Her expression displeased, with a furrowed brow radiating a sense of low pressure. Dr. Yuan." Shenyang stopped and called out to her. "Doctor." Yuan turned her head and looked at him disdainfully. "Mr. Shun, are you here to flatter me again?" Shenyang's face darkened immediately, but after a moment, he smiled and said, "Dr. Yuan, you don't seem very happy. Did you encounter some trouble? Do you need my help? I'm willing to serve you in any matter." Dr. Yuan replied coldly, "No need. My husband will help me with my troubles. I don't need you." "Is that so?" Shenyang retracted his smile and said meaningfully, "Speaking of which, I caught a group of people today, and one of them has the same hair color as yours." Dr. Yuan was about to leave, but paused upon hearing this. Shenyang continued, "However, that hair color suddenly became popular recently. It's understandable for young people to dye it that way. It shouldn't be so coincidental that it has anything to do with you." He finished his monologue and stepped away without glancing back at Dr. Yuan, who remained standing there. Yuanshi frowned, took out a communicator, and dialed a number. After it connected, she didn't wait for the other side to speak and directly said, "Useless, have you contacted her?" Chapter 6. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Lu and the other four were woken up one by one, hurried to wash up, and even had clean clothes prepared for them. Shenyang sat in his office listening to his subordinate's report that everything was ready, and he said happily, "That's good. The boss might come to take a look today. In the past, when those people found out what we were doing, they were worried about suffering and mostly ended up taking their own lives. That's very unfortunate. Once they're dead, it doesn't meet our experimental requirements. This time, we must treat them well and absolutely avoid any problems." Shenyang emphasized the phrase, "treat them well," and his subordinates understood and went down to take good care of them. In the room, Jiang Lu looked bewilderedly at the woman coming over to do her makeup. She was wearing a white lab coat, looking like a female researcher, her face stern, seemingly displeased with Jiang Lu. The forceful makeup application was a bit painful for her. Could you be a bit gentler?" "This is my first time," Jiang Lu said politely, hoping to gain some sympathy. The female researcher sneered. "You haven't worn makeup before, have you?" Jiang Lu replied, "It's true that someone else doing my makeup is a first. I don't really like others touching my face." "Oh, then why do you want me to touch it?" the researcher asked playfully. Jiang Lu said, "Because resisting is useless. You will definitely do my makeup anyway. Right now, I'm like meat on a chopping board, so I can only carefully make a few small requests to make my days a little more comfortable." The researcher showed an appreciative expression. "You're much more sensible than those other people. Since you understand the situation, I'll be gentler." Jiang Lu nodded in gratitude, and indeed, the researcher's subsequent actions were lighter. After finishing the makeup and changing clothes, Jiang Lu and the others were brought together. They looked at each other, all feeling that their time was running short. "I've never seen myself this pretty in my life," Jiang Lu said, looking at her reflection through the glass enclosure. Suboya coldly remarked, "Are you happy to go die looking pretty?" "Of course not. Who would be happy about that?" Yao Yao interjected in despair. "We need to think of a way out. Look at this glass box. They're keeping us in it and watching us like animals. even though we're all human. Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan stood together, both particularly troubled but unable to come up with a good escape plan. Qin Nong simply stepped forward and said, "How about this? If they want to do something to us, I'll step up first to let them take me. After all, it's my fault you all ended up here." Upon hearing this, Song Shuyuan added, "Me too, I'll stand in front. If I hadn't team misidentified the signal source as friend or foe and come over, we wouldn't be in this situation." Yao Yao pursed her lips. Shuyuan. Suboya disagreed. "What are you doing? It's not like there's absolutely no way out. They might not even want to do anything to us. Let's not think the worst, okay? Even if they really do want to do something, we can. What can we do?" Everyone turned to look at Suboya, who paused, glanced at Jiang Lu, and murmured, "The prettiest one here is her." "Jiang Lu, aren't you writing romance novels? You must be good at love, right? Why not?" Before she finished speaking, the door outside the glass enclosure swung open, and Xinyang walked in with his hands behind his back, still smiling warmly, but now they could sense no goodwill at all. "Long time no see. Have you missed me?" Xinyang said as he took a towel from a subordinate and wiped his hands, stretching a bit. The people in the previous room were a bit disobedient, so it took some time. "Now it's your turn." Upon hearing this, a wave of despair washed over the five of them as they huddled together facing Xinyang outside the glass box. Senyang glanced at Jiang Lu, who seemed to be the calmest. He wondered if she could maintain her calm in a moment. Actually, Xinyang was mistaken. Jiang Lu was not calm at all. She was just stunned, not knowing what expression to make. Xinyang raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to release something into the glass box. In another room, a subordinate in a white lab coat received the order and was about to press a button, but just then, another person walked into the room, stopping their actions. "Stop!" A man in a white lab coat with a dark expression entered. He wore glasses and appeared to be in his 40s. The moment he appeared, Jiang Lu went into a frenzy. She broke away from the others and ran to the glass box door, reaching out her hand toward the man, looking just like Air Kong at that moment. The others stared at her in shock, and then they heard her cry out pitifully, "Dad." The other four inside the box were instantly struck dumb, nearly collapsing to the ground. "What is going on? Didn't you say your dad is a technician? Is this your dad?" Yao Yao asked in disbelief. The one answering was not Jiang Lu nor her father, but Xinyang, who crossed his arms leisurely. "Technician Jiang. What is going on here? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain to the boss." Jiang Lu looked at her father, Jiang Chu, who said blandly from outside the glass box, "Let them out. This is my daughter. I will explain it to the boss." Shenyang Sruget. "How about technician Jiang goes to greet the boss first? I want to take action for now. If the boss agrees, then I'll let them go. What do you think?" Jiang Chu didn't expect Shenyang to release them immediately. With a cold face, he said, "I'll go find the boss. You'd better keep your word, or else." Shenyang immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I'll keep my word. Technician Jiang, don't worry. The boss is watching everything. You just need to go ask if it's okay, and you don't even need to explain what it's about." Jiang Chu frowned, casting a comforting glance at Jiang Lu before turning to leave. Suboya slowly walked over to Jiang Lu and said, "You liar. Your dad is actually a technician for Ghost. Did you tamper with the computer to specifically trick us into coming here?" Jiang Lu turned back numbly and replied, "Boya, your imagination is quite rich. What do you think I gained from that?" Yao Yao frowned. "Your dad is a technician here. You must be in cahoots with them. What do you gain? You tricked us to take credit." Jiang Lu replied seriously, "The only purpose of bringing you here is to become experimental subjects. Such people can be found everywhere. I don't think there's much credit to take." "She's right." A woman's voice rang out, and everyone turned to look at the door. Jiang Lu once again reached out to the man-mom. Now the other four were genuinely struck down. "So, Ghost is actually run by your family, right?" Suboya's lips twitched. A female researcher with the same brownish-gray hair as Jiang Lu walked in, heading toward the pocket of her white lab coat and looking at Suboya. "That is a good thought. If it were really our family's business, this person wouldn't be disobedient." She glanced at Xinyang. Xinyang, ever the gentleman, greeted her. "Dr. Yuan, it's nice to see you again. Although we haven't been apart for long, I've already started missing you." Jiang Lu turned her head in disgust. Her mother, Dr. Yuan, was just like that. and their expressions were nearly identical. Shenyang clicked his tongue in admiration. Ah, Miss Jiang truly is Dr. Yuan's daughter. Even the expression of disdain is so cute. Qi Nong directly pulled Jiang Lu over, saying, "Don't stand so close. That pervert might do something. Be careful." Despite everything, Qi Nong still looked worried and believed in Jiang Lu, which touched Jiang Lu a bit. Looking at the skeptical expressions on Yao Yao and Su Boya's faces, Jiang Lu couldn't help but sigh. Truly, the boat of friendship can capsize at any moment. Dr. Yuan directly said, "Don't worry with me here. They won't dare to do anything. Once your dad comes back, everything will be fine." Jiang Lu nodded and asked, "But Mom, how do you know I was locked up here?" Dr. Yuan didn't hide anything, as there was nothing about this matter that couldn't be shared. "Your dad received your message. And I happen to hear that a few live people were delivered here, so I guess you must be among them." Hearing that a few live people were sent here, everyone looked a bit awkward. Jiang Lu glanced over, using just one word to describe it: foolish. Then suddenly, a particularly pleasant male voice rang out, elegant and smooth, with a hint of laughter as the person appeared. Everyone turned to the door, and the usually laid-back Shen Yang suddenly became serious, standing straight on one side, slightly bowing to welcome the person walking in. Then Jiang Chu walked in. Shen Yang instinctively bent down, and upon seeing Jiang Chu's white lab coat, his brows twitched, glaring at the other party, who defiantly glared back. Shen Yang snorted coldly, withdrew his gaze, and continued to maintain his previous stance. There's a saying, after much calling, he finally appears, still holding the pipa half hidden. Behind Jiang Chu, a tall, slender man walked in slowly. Due to his height, he had to lower his head to enter the door, and the 5 people, including Jiang Lu, were dumbfounded upon seeing him. He wore an expensive black trench coat, black leather gloves, and his short black hair was neatly slicked back. Typically, those with such slicked back hairstyles are villains, like Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter or Albert Wesker from Resident Evil. Jiang Lu slowly withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at him, as she couldn't really see him anyway, since he was wearing black sunglasses that covered a third of his face, leaving only his prominent nose and slender chin visible. "Excuse me, may I come in?" He smiled, clearly joking. Jiang Lu now understood where Shen Yang's ambiguous demeanor came from. It was clearly learned from his boss. The original source was right here. "Of course, boss." Dr. Yuan smiled. "Has Jiang explained the situation to you?" The man referred to as boss stood with his hands behind his back. Despite his constant smile, an aura of seriousness emanated from him, causing Yao Yao and the others, who were still inclined to whisper, to completely shut their mouths. Su Boya, however, was bold, her gaze intense as she looked at him, and she tugged at Jiang Lu's sleeve. Jiang Lu looked back in confusion, and Su Boya said seriously, "I actually want you to seduce this nameless person for your own good." Her tone was unusually earnest. "Look how handsome he is, simply a gem among men." Jiang Lu replied, "Boya, less scheming and more sincerity. We're still friends." Chapter 7. Life is full of countless possibilities. For instance, right now, can you imagine? They're whispering so softly while being locked in a glass box, yet the person outside can actually hear them. "You mean, let her seduce me?" It was a statement, without a hint of doubt, very certain. The people in the glass box looked at the speaker in panic, and Yao Yao bit her lip, saying, "No way. We're inside here, it's sealed. How can he hear such a soft voice?" The man smiled slightly, raised his hand to take out an earphone from his ear, pinching it between his fingers, and said kindly, "Did I cause you any trouble?" Dr. Yuan immediately stepped in to explain. "The kids like to joke around. Please don't take it to heart, boss." The man referred to as the boss nodded, as if he really didn't team mind. Dr. Yuan gave Jiang Chu a glance, and Jiang Chu immediately said, "Well then, thank you for your understanding, boss. I will take these kids down now." Hearing they could escape, Qi Nong and the others felt a bit excited. Jiang Lu already felt embarrassed to face the people outside and wanted to turn her back, but just before she did, she happened to see the man raise an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a deeper smile, as if to say, "It's not aimed at anyone in particular, but all of you here are just trash. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't introduced myself yet." He raised his hand to take off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face, then clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Nice to meet you all. I am Phantom, the owner of Ghost Pharmaceuticals. You can call me Ying." "Well, the owner of the ghost company is called Phantom. Quite fitting for the setting." Jiang Lu glanced at her mother, while Dr. Yuan frowned, looking a bit troubled, and then something even more troubling happened. Jiang Technology and Dr. Yuan are both pillars of Ghost, and their daughter surely wouldn't be lacking either. The rest of you, as her companions, I believe also have extraordinary qualities. I look forward to seeing your abilities, and together we can contribute to Ghost. He smiled gently, saying that the meeting today ends here, and took his leave. Ying slightly bowed, performed a very gentlemanly gesture, and then smiled as he left, not caring how shocked the people in the glass box would be after hearing his words. "What does this mean? Does it mean he wants us to join his company?" Su Boya murmured. Qin Nong tugged at the corner of her mouth. "It seems so." Song Xiao Yuan said. I also heard an underlying message in his words. It seems that if we have no extraordinary qualities, we will still be passed over. Yao Yao said with a bitter face. "So we will still die?" "I seem to have no special skills other than having a bit better physical strength than Jiang Lu." Jiang Lu looked over. "What do you mean? Am I going to be the first to die?" "Doctor." Yuan directly opened the glass box and said, "You still have the energy to chat. It seems you're not afraid of death. Hurry up and get out." Yao Yao took a breath and said softly, "Jiang Lu, your mom is so fierce." Jiang Lu mumbled, "She might be in a bad mood." In fact, Dr. Yuan was indeed not in a good mood. After taking the young people away, Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology both had grim expressions. This time, they didn't go to the accommodations arranged by Shenyang, but instead arrived at a dormitory floor that looked much more normal. Dr. Yuan opened several doors, pressed her fingerprint on the small square panel at the entrance, and immediately a key popped out, which she handed to each of them. "You will stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell Jiang Lu to come find me." Dr. Yuan maintained an icy expression. "Don't think about running away. It's impossible. You heard what the boss said. Go back and think carefully about what you have that can attract him. Right now, the outside is in chaos. If you want to live, make yourself a bit useful, stay with Ghost." After finishing her words, she raised her chin slightly, and everyone immediately took their keys to their respective rooms. As long as Jiang Lu stayed in place, she had no key. "Mom, where do I stay?" she asked eagerly. Dr. Yuan's icy face finally softened a bit, sighed, and said, "How did you end up here? But it's good, at least you're by my side. Better than being outside." Jiang Chu directly said, "After showing off your power, hurry up and take the child to rest. Didn't you see how scared they are of the boss? I even had to burn paper money for her." Jiang Lu was incredibly touched. "Dad, I'm sorry. You're so good to me. I used to wonder if I'm really your biological child. I shouldn't have doubted you, I'm sorry. Why do I feel no happiness or touch hearing your apology?" Jiang Chu tugged at the corner of his mouth and left. After saying that, he took his daughter in one hand and his wife in the other and left the place. After they left, the few doors that had just closed opened again, and four heads peeked out, exchanging glances for a moment before rushing to Qin Nong's room, with the door closing again, making a slight sound. Jiang Lu directly went to her parents' room, which was spacious and bright, much better than the small place arranged by Shenyang before. Jiang Lu sat on the bed and stretched lazily, and before she could say anything, Jiang Chu's communicator rang. This was for internal communication, showing only the code names of each company member, and when Jiang Chu saw the letter P, his expression became serious. "Don't make a sound, it's the boss." After frowning and saying this, Jiang Chu pressed the answer button and said in a low voice, "Boss, what is your command?" It's unclear what he said on the other end of the line, but Jiang Chu's expression grew increasingly grim, and by the time he hung up the phone, he looked terrible. "What happened?" Dr. Yuan asked worriedly. Actually, it's nothing." Jiang Chu sighed and said, "But this is still a bit difficult for our Lulu." Jiang Lu looked over in confusion. "Is it related to me?" Jiang Chu said, "It has a lot to do with you and your companions." "What is it?" Jiang Chu pondered for a moment and said, "Lulu, it's because your dad and I didn't raise you well. Tell Dad, what are you particularly good at?" "Why do they always want to know what she is good at?" Jiang Luan's veredas usual, romance novels. Doctor. Yuan directly slapped her on the face. "Stop talking about your novels. What else? What else are you good at?" In fact, others probably wouldn't understand why Jiang Lu couldn't do anything but write novels, because both Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology were particularly talented, which made the boss think their daughter would be a great surprise for him. Jiang Lu showed a troubled expression, and Jiang Chu immediately understood. After all, no one knows a daughter better than her father. This is going to be troublesome. Besides Jiang Lu, the other 4 people were also in the same predicament. Although they didn't want to be complicit, it was clear that wanting to stay safely in Ghost and eat for free was already a problem. If they really had no value, then they would only be left with the value of being experimental subjects. And in the end, even if Jiang Lu's parents intervened, they wouldn't be able to save them. To their surprise, Ying would see them again so soon, just the next day at noon. After a sumptuous lunch, Su Boya pulled Jiang Lu to discuss how to deal with a man called Ying, who had sent Xinyang over to request a meeting with them. What should we do? Are we going to the execution ground? Yao Yao exclaimed in panic. Jiang Lu confidently said, "Don't be afraid. I have a way." Now even Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology looked at her. "What can you do?" Jiang Lu said seriously. "Let's invite him to a meal. There is nothing in this world that can't be solved with a barbecue. If there is, then it's 2 barbecues." Dr. Yuan directly slapped her on the head. "You're still joking at a time like this?" Jiang Lu rubbed her head, feeling a bit wronged. "I just thought you all were too nervous and wanted to lighten the mood." Suboya, but can't you see? The atmosphere is even more awkward now. It really is. Despite their reluctance, Xinyang half-threatened them into the office of Ying. The location of this office was familiar. It was set in the only place in the entire base with windows. Before entering the base, Jiang Lu had noticed someone watching them through the only row of windows on the main door, and it turned out to be true. Upon entering the office, Ying was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, still dressed in the same outfit as yesterday. From the small details on his jacket and shirt, it was clear that his clothes had been changed, but most of it maintained the same style. When he turned around, the 5 people being watched by Xinyang all shivered slightly. Jiang Lu's parents were blocked outside at Ying's instruction. No matter how worried they were, they had to comply. "Did you sleep well last night?" Ying asked, wearing sunglasses and showing them a gentle smile. He raised his hand, and Xinyang turned to leave, leaving only him and the 5 of them in the room. Was he not afraid that the 5 of them would jointly kidnap him to leverage their power? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Xinyang re-entered, carrying a tray with a bottle of red wine and a goblet. It turned out he had gone to fetch something. The others chuckled inwardly and stood in a row, like soldiers awaiting inspection. "Well then, let us start with self-introductions." Ying sat down in a chair and spoke to them, his lips curling into a faint smile. Because he wore sunglasses, it was hard to see what his eyes looked like, but Jiang Lu was curious. Was it really convenient to drink while wearing leather gloves so ostentatiously? In fact, she was overthinking it. He not only handled it with ease, but was also quite skilled, clearly having done this often. Noticing her gaze, Ying lowered his head slightly, and a pair of pitch-black eyes peeked through the gaps of the sunglasses. The smile at the corners of his mouth became meaningful as he casually said, "Pour her a glass." This was clearly an order to Xinyang. Xinyang looked at Jiang Lu oddly, and she quickly said, "No need. Thank you, I don't drink." Ying's thin lips pressed together slightly as he nodded, and Xinyang stopped pouring wine for her. "Well then, let us start with you." He raised his gloved hand, pointing at Jiang Lu. Qin Nong and the others immediately looked at her. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do I need to introduce?" Ying leaned back in his chair, stretching his neck slightly, and replied lightly, "Your name, specialties, and the like." Jiang Lu felt especially uncertain at this moment. Ying clearly seemed to want to harm these future little flowers of the motherland, yet she couldn't refuse him. After pondering for a moment, she said, "My name is Macau Dolao." Upon saying this, the expressions of everyone present froze momentarily, with Ying appearing the calmest. He looked over quietly, a faint smile lingering on his face that seemed very amiable, but Xinyang's expression was not pleasant. It looked like he was about to hand Jiang Lu a gas canister, coldly remarking, "It's quite novel that Jiang's skills would give you such a name." "All right, my parents work here," Jiang Lu added awkwardly, "that a pen name, a pen name." She glanced at Qin Nong and the others, honestly stating, "I'm only good at writing." She felt like saying this would lead to her being completely erased. Observing Ying's expression, he didn't seem to show any sign of disdain, which slightly reassured Jiang Lu as she took a step back, making way for Su Boya. Su Boya wore a serious expression and took a while to say, "My name is Su Boya, and I'm a Taekwondo black belt." Ing raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. "Very good. Next." Gradually, after Qi Nong, Song Shu Yuan, and Yao Yao finished their self-introductions, Jiang Lu realized she had been too optimistic. Although Ing didn't show any disdain after her introduction, he would smile or praise the others after they finished. So in comparison, it was clear she had indeed been looked down upon. Just as Jiang Lu felt a bit desperate, Ing slowly stood up. His lips, having just sipped red wine, had a faint color, and the smile on his face was dangerously charming. So, it was Miss Su's suggestion for Miss Dolao to come and entice me. Dolao? What a strange name. She should have just said her real name from the start. Oh, Su Boya tensed up, but Ying's focus was clearly not on her, but on Jiang Lu. He walked up to Jiang Lu, towering over her by a head, looking down at her slowly and saying, "There are many ways to escape. This is the first time I've seen someone want to use this method. Quite interesting." Su Boya grabbed Jiang Lu's arm, gazing at her pleadingly. Here, only she and Ing could speak. At least her parents had some standing in the ghost world. Seeing Ing remember and bring up this matter again was clearly a concern, and he was likely angry, so she could only rely on Jiang Lu to say something good. This was quite difficult. What could she say? Jiang Lu showed a troubled expression, and after a few seconds, she looked at Ing and said, "Actually, this method is more effective than those you've encountered before." Ing had just raised his chin to give Xinyang some orders, but upon hearing her words, he paused. With that face and figure, the 4 words that came to mind were perfectly proportioned. Even if he stood there silently, the smile at the corner of his mouth was enough to stir one's heart. "Oh," he asked, his tone filled with expectation. "Care to elaborate?" Su Boya looked at Jiang Lu with tearful eyes. Jiang Lu felt like she was being pushed onto the stage, and, in her predicament, could only say, it's probably to say that if a woman wants to conquer the world, she only needs to conquer a few of the right men. If we want to live well, not be taken for experiments, and not have to engage in anything illegal, then if Boya's method can truly be realized, it will be the most time and effort-saving. Ing stood there, and after hearing her absurd theory, he said without changing his expression, "So you mean, I come to conquer the world, and then I get conquered by you? Is it the idea?" It seemed there was nothing wrong with that, but it was best not to admit it. Chapter 8 can well describe Jiang Lu's current predicament. Su Boya and the others clearly heard Ying's words, and Su Boya was deeply moved by Jiang Lu's selflessness in drawing the fire of war to herself. If they could survive this time, she would definitely consider Jiang Lu a confidant in the future. Jiang Lu felt that intense gaze and didn't know how to respond, as Ing had been staring at her since he finished speaking. Even with sunglasses covering his eyes, she felt as if she was about to catch fire. That unexpressed collapse and suppressed tension easily led to impulsive emotions. He didn't speak, and the silence made it even harder for Jiang Lu to cope. Frowning, she decided to be bold and said directly, "Is that what you meant? Are you afraid?" Ing showed a surprised expression, but somehow she found his surprise unsettling. Xinyang was dissatisfied with Jiang Lu's attitude. "Miss Dolao, haven't Jiang and Dr. Yuan taught you basic etiquette? Please use respectful language when addressing the boss." Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment, but replied, "I was raised by my grandmother." "Xinyang, I didn't want to know that." Su Boya reached out to pull Jiang Lu back, her eyes red as she said, "Jiang Lu, you've done enough for me. This is all my fault. It was my bad idea. Do as you please." The last part was directed at Xinyang, as she didn't have the courage to look at Ing. Xinyang smirket, a dangerous and intoxicated smile on his face, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at his boss, and said, "Boss, leave it to me. I will make her clearly understand the crime she has committed." After saying that, Xinyang stepped toward Su Boya. Although Su Boya was scared, she still stood in front of Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu looked at her current resolute and brave expression, hesitated for a moment, then pushed her aside and stood in front of her. "What? Do you want to experience my methods before her?" Xinyang said ominously. "Don't worry. You can still live a little longer. After all, Jiang and Dr. Yuan are still quite useful. As for them," he glanced behind Jiang Lu, his smile becoming more reckless. Jiang Lu didn't look at him. His daring actions were permitted by the person behind him. As long as she could persuade that person, Xinyang wouldn't dare to do anything further. "Are you scared?" Jiang Lu looked at Ying expressionlessly. He was still sitting there, his glass of red wine already finished, with a casual expression that showed no hint of shame or guilt for what was about to happen to others. Such people probably didn't have feelings, having everything yet lacking kindness and emotion. He possessed immense wealth and scarce resources, but his inner goodness and emotions had likely declined in direct proportion to his wealth and power, perhaps leaving nothing behind. Yet she believed that even such a person would still need genuine treatment from others, like the loyalty of subordinates, which is a form of sincerity too. In short, just like those female leads in her stories who seduced the male protagonist, she didn't believe she had no chance at all. After Jiang Lu asked her question, Ying looked at her. Few dared to meet his gaze, and she was a rare exception, her eyes bold and bright, unafraid and undaunted. He crossed his legs, resting his hands on his thighs, his index finger lightly tapping, making no sound yet having a strong presence. The subsequent silence was long, but Jiang Lu did not back down. After waiting for a long time without him speaking, she scoffed and muttered, "If you're scared, it's understandable. After all, not everyone is fearless." After she spoke, Qi Nong pulled her back in shock, frowning and whispering, "Are you crazy?" Su Boya was already crying, wiping her tears and saying, "Jiang Lu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly." Jiang Lu patted her hand earnestly and said, "So, if we survive this time, don't speak carelessly in the future. Taxes will have to be paid." Su Boya forced a smile, while Yao Yao bit her lip and looked at them, deeply sighing. "Forget it. If we have to die, then so be it. After all, everyone has to die eventually. What's the difference between dying early or late? I'll come to terms with it. There's no such thing as immortality, so I'd rather die than suffer these people's humiliation." After she finished speaking, she glared at Shenyang. Like Su Boya, she was also afraid to offending. But even with a death wish, confronting death still required some emotional preparation. Song Shiyuan sighed and said, "Yao Yao is right. Even if we have to die, we should die with dignity. Today, let's be like the 5 heroes of Wolf-Tooth Mountain." Zhan Elu. The 5 heroes of Wolf-Tooth Mountain were all men. We 3 are women. Su Boya shot her a glance and said, "We're about to die. There's no need to quarrel over a piece of meat. Even if it grows on us, it won't be of any use." That made sense, fine. Jiang Lu really let it go. Song Xuan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "This is the final moment. Don't be vulgar, be elegant, and deliver a painful blow to the enemy." The 5 of them were talking amongst themselves, while Ying sat before them, not speaking, just watching. Even Shenyang was getting impatient, itching to go up and punch each of them for daring to speak foully in front of the boss. However, before he could act, Ying stood up first, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Jiang Lu with anticipation, though his eyes were indifferent. "I apologize for interrupting you, but Mr. Lau, it may sound cliché, but it's the first time someone has said I would be afraid of something." He raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling elegantly and gently, his lips looking exceptionally good, making it hard for others not to let their gaze linger on his lips while he spoke. "I've decided to let you try." 8 simple words, spoken in a casual tone, yet even Shenyang was shocked. "Boss you?" Shenyang stammered in disbelief, looking at him incredulously. Ying turned his head to him and said, "Isn't it interesting? Let her try. Then she will know that there are indeed people who are fearless and will never be conquered by anyone or anything." After he finished speaking, he left the place. Shenyang, with a strange expression, followed him out, only to return less than a minute later, followed by a few men in black suits. He ordered them to bring the 5 who were still in shock before him, examining them one by one before starting to assign tasks. "You're a black belt in Taekwondo, right? Go with Team C to collect zombies and mutated animals for the researchers' experiments," Shenyang said coldly, and immediately someone came to take Su Boya away. She exclaimed in terror, "Collecting zombies and mutated animals? You have a strange taste." Shenyang smiled and said, "It's necessary. Although the current situation is under our control, we can't guarantee when a virus will mutate on its own. We must be fully prepared before that happens and not let any surprises exceed our control." Thus, Su Boya was taken away. In the end, they couldn't escape the path of assisting the wicked. Qi Nong and Song Shuyuan, both decent in technical skills, were sent to Jiang Lu's father's department to help out. This place clearly didn't support idlers, and even Yao Yao was eventually assigned to do cleaning duties. This cleaning job was not easy, as she had to clean the second laboratory, which produced all kinds of biological waste daily, including dismembered mutated animals or filthy, decaying zombies. Of course, soon there might also be living limbs appearing. In short, everything was heading in a bad direction, and the only fortunate thing was that they were still alive. But living like this, was it really better than being dead? Jiang Lu was the last one to be taken away. Xinyang didn't reveal anything about what she had done, but she noticed that she was being taken to a different place than where she had been staying, and her parents didn't show up either. Ying had once suggested that she should give it a try, so it shouldn't be about secretly executing her. So where exactly was she going? Perhaps the suspicion surrounding her was too strong. Xinyang had to provide a little explanation. Mr. Lau, don't worry. The boss is in Lab 3 looking at the latest experimental test results. Aren't you trying to win over the boss? Then let's start by understanding his preferences. Xinyang laughed maliciously, and Jiang Lu immediately covered her face and turned away. Xinyang laughed even harder, finally seeing this person scared. Once she was pushed into Lab 3, Xinyang waited outside and picked up the internal communicator, unable to resist sending a message in the official group of Ghost Company, where the gossip flames were burning brightly. A little ant is trying to conquer the boss, and the boss actually let her give it a try. Is this like a cat catching a mouse, but playing with it first? I didn't expect the boss to have such a kink. The people at Ghost Company who were working heard the communicator beep and took it out to check, instantly flooding the group with hundreds of incredible emojis. Generally, the messages in this company group are the latest directives from the company, and the boss is actually in there, with the name ID being the letter P. But for so many years, he had never appeared. Xinyang always thought he had turned off group messages and didn't pay attention. But soon he realized he was wrong, very wrong. System: Xinyang has been muted by the Administrator P for 1 minute. Chapter 9. What would a guy who named a pharmaceutical company Ghost and brought about the apocalypse as a result enjoy? Surely, it wouldn't be anything pleasant to look at. Laboratory number 3 wasn't on the ground but underground. After Jiang Lu was pushed into the room labeled number 3, she was pulled to an elevator door, where the other person pressed the -3 button. The elevator doors opened quickly, revealing an empty space that seemed much safer than standing next to those Ghost employees. Jiang Lu was pushed inside alone, and when she wanted to ask where to go after getting down, the other person seemed unwilling to say a word, closing the elevator door without changing expression. Standing alone in the elevator, Jiang Lu looked up and around, trying to see if there was anything that could inexplicably cause her demise. Just as she hadn't finished her observations, the elevator doors opened again, revealing a tunnel ahead, built with a strikingly modern design. At the tunnel entrance, there was a small car. Jiang Lu had a driver's license, and with only one path to take. She clearly couldn't choose to stay here, so she had to drive forward. It was an electric car. Although the surroundings were sealed, she could still feel a slight breeze while driving the little car. A sense of traveling washed over her, and the initial heavy pressure began to dissipate. She drove the cream-colored car marked with a chibi Ghost logo all the way to the end of the tunnel, where there was another elevator door. This one had only 2 buttons, open and close. After hesitating for a moment, she got out of the car and pressed the open button. The elevator door slowly opened, and Jiang Lu glanced back to see the electric car starting to reverse on its own. It looked quite advanced. Having come this far, going back was evidently unrealistic, so she could only continue forward, as if exploring a maze. She walked into the elevator, waited for the doors to close automatically, and felt it begin to move, though she was uncertain of the direction. Soon, after about a minute, the elevator stopped, but when it opened, it revealed not the direction she had just come from, but the opposite. Jiang Lu quickly turned around. Have you ever been to an ocean park? It was that kind of visual effect. This was yet another long tunnel, and she was undoubtedly at the bottom of the sea. Hugging her arms, Jiang Lu walked into the tunnel, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. She was particularly curious about how they constructed such a realistic tunnel under the sea, what material the glass was made of, and whether a big shark could break through if it charged at the glass. Knowing she was truly at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by fish and sharks, it was hard not to feel fear. This was different from an ocean park, where everyone knew the safety level was high. The animals were relatively docile. And there were keepers who could jump into the tanks and play with them. Wait, I digress. To get back on track, the scariness of this tunnel was on par with the glass walkway on Huashan Mountain. Jiang Lu jogged to the end, where a simple door stood open. From the entrance, it seemed that some sort of facial recognition was required to enter. If it weren't open, she probably couldn't get in. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lu stepped inside and finally saw the mastermind behind her being brought here. He was still dressed the same way, but without sunglasses. When he looked over at her, his eyes held a hint of amusement, and his alluring thin lips were truly disarming. "How does it feel?" he asked, not needing a response, and continued. "I particularly like these animals that are unfriendly to humans." He walked to the door, looking past her at the fierce marine creatures swimming at the bottom of the sea, saying astonishing things. Jiang Lu thought that eating people was bad, and they probably wouldn't taste good, but she could see herself eating shadows. The current problem was how to take him down. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud noise suddenly erupted behind her, causing a slight tremor throughout the tunnel. Jiang Lu quickly turned to look back, and the shark that had been following her was now ramming into the tunnel. It didn't look like it was attacking on purpose. A small bird-like machine was teasing it. Although she couldn't hear what the thing was making noise about through the tunnel, the shark's massive mouth suggested it definitely wasn't something they favored. Jiang Lu quickly stepped back a few paces to stand by the shadow. Just as she was about to ask him if the tunnel was sturdy, she noticed he was holding controller. The little bird machine that could move freely underwater was being controlled by him like a toy car, and it was eventually eaten whole by the shark. Jiang Lu stared in shock at the scene, barely having time to say anything before the shark that had just swallowed the bird machine let out a wail, shaking its body violently. The sea floor was almost stirred into a whirlpool, and then, without warning, it exploded. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the transparent glass tunnel with bloodstains. The shock of watching such a massive creature, which could easily take her life, being killed so casually was indescribable. There were very few animals on the ground that had not been infected. The shadow spoke softly beside her, but she felt no warmth at all. "So, the main purpose of Laboratory Number 3 is to conduct experiments using marine life," he said, handing her the controller. She stood there in a daze, not taking it. He wasn't angry. His long eyes slowly raised in a cruel and cold smile. Of course, if the marine life mutates, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, they can only be used to experiment with some new inventions from the technical department. Jiang Lu remained silent and couldn't help but ask him, "Did my dad participate?" The captivating cold smile on his handsome face lingered as he replied in a deep, melodious voice filled with a male charm. "Of course, Miss Dolao's father is one of my most valued subordinates. Privately, we are also very good friends." "Go to hell, you big pervert." "My dad wouldn't be friends with a pervert. He must have been tricked into coming here and had no way to escape. So he had to go along with it. I can easily imagine what kind of despicable means such a person would use." Although she thought this in her heart, Jiang Lu didn't want to die yet. She took a few steps back to create distance. But she didn't dare return to the tunnel where blood and flesh were still flying, attracting many sharks that were viciously tearing at each other. The scene was too horrifying, not suitable for children. She turned her gaze away and ambiguously said, "Your preferences are really special." The shadow casually closed the door, and suddenly the room lit up. Jiang Lu struggled to adapt to the brightness, covering her eyes for a moment, and upon opening them again, she felt relieved. This room looked relatively normal, if one ignored the various labeled controllers arranged on the shelves. "Miss Dolao, if I may be blunt," he began. How could he so seriously use that fake name? Jiang Lu was puzzled. "In your current state, I have no interest at all." He stood at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, using his gaze to outline Jiang Lu's body. The same special hair color as Dr. Yuan, a white shirt, a light blue skirt, and her skin was particularly delicate. Even from a distance, one could see the bluish veins, slender and graceful, standing there looking extremely fragile. His implication was that if she wanted to achieve her goals, she had to make a change, right? Jiang Lu looked back at him, finally mustering the courage to do something, but he suddenly turned and walked away. In such a terrifying place, being alone would scare her to death, so without thinking, she directly followed him. The shadow seemed truly unafraid of anything, as if he didn't even glance at the scene of sharks tearing into their kind. walking calmly and indifferently down the long tunnel. Even though he wore leather shoes, they made not a sound on the ground, almost like a feline. He only stopped when he reached the elevator door, and Jiang Lu followed him in without hesitation, standing beside him, shoulder to shoulder. There was a significant height difference between them, almost a whole head, so she had to tilt her head up to look at him. Noticing the shadow looking down at her, Jiang Lu had to face her boss and, mustering her courage, asked, "What's wrong?" The shadow lightly withdrew his gaze, smiled without any warmth, and shook his head. "It's nothing. Strange." In truth, there were very few people brave enough to stand beside him. The last one was already 2 meters under. This time, Jiang Lu clearly felt the elevator moving upwards, making her slightly uncomfortable, possibly due to the speed. She kept swallowing to ease her discomfort, and, after about 3 minutes, the elevator slowly came to a stop. The moment the doors opened, a fierce wind rushed in, and the large hem of Jiang Lu's dress was caught off guard and blown up. The shadow happened to look down at that moment, getting a clear view. Pink, a youthful color. He smiled dangerously and leisurely, while Jiang Lu stiffened her face and pressed down on her dress. This was the outfit given to her by the female researcher who had done her makeup. Her own clothes were pants and a sweater. Since it was autumn outside, wearing a dress would not only be cold, but could also lead to issues like chronic leg pain. She was never one to prioritize style over comfort. She stood there, unmoving, completely unwilling to step outside, even though she saw the blue sky she hadn't seen in a long time. Why was that? Because it was really too high outside. Damn it, going up to the sky and down to the sea like this, it was truly unbearable. If time could rewind, even if Su Boya cried like a dog, she wouldn't say a word. Suddenly, Jiang Lu felt someone grab her arm, and a rare look of panic appeared on her otherwise expressionless face, staring intently at the shadow. He seemed intent on forcibly pulling her out, but she definitely didn't have the habit of walking a tightrope. What was out there? A narrow path that would likely lead to a fall after just a few steps. There was no life buoy nearby. Did this gentleman really enjoy walking a balance beam? Obviously not. Starting from here and walking to the other side. Every step counted as a day. The more steps you take, the more time I give you, letting you try to conquer me. The shadow looked at the narrow bridge high up in the air, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 10. The wind was howling fiercely. Not to mention walking across that bridge to the other side. Even stepping out a little would probably leave one disfigured. Jiang Lu didn't look at the person giving orders. She just walked to the elevator door. There was a relatively wide platform, and Ing was standing there. After she arrived, she got quite close to him. His wind-blown coat brushed against her legs, causing her to frown and shift her legs away, as if she found it very unpleasant. "Are you going to walk?" This was clearly meant to make things difficult for her, but if she didn't go, then there wouldn't be time. "What if I fall from here?" Jiang Lu turned her head to look at Ing. It was evident she was trying to maintain her composure, but she was much better than those who would kneel down and cry out for mercy at the sight of this place. Ing smiled, his demeanor kind. "I will save you. Do you believe me?" "How could you believe that? If Miss Dula were to die at my hands, Jiang Jishu and Dr. Yuan would be very unhappy. I have 2 studies they are in charge of. Would Miss Dula understand this?" He lowered his eyelids, patiently explaining. Those bright eyes, when looked at like this, made it hard not to feel a rush of emotion, even though she knew this feeling was very dangerous. It was simply uncontrollable. Jiang Lu averted her gaze, snorted coldly, and frowned at the narrow bridge that was about 10 meters long. On the other side was a building identical to the elevator on her side. This narrow bridge was likely designed specifically for someone to torment others. It was truly perverse. "Miss Dula, it's okay if you can't perfectly hide your emotions, but at least don't write your thoughts on your face." A voice, gentle to the point of being tender, sounded beside her ear, and the warm wind brushed against her earlobe. Jiang Lu immediately stepped back, distancing herself from the man who had leaned down, shooting him a glance with a frown, wiping the words "dead pervert" off her face. "I'm leaving," she declared, serious. "I believe you." In truth, she believed her parents had enough value to be utilized. She didn't say this out loud because she was already shivering from the cold wind. Jiang Lu bit her lip, slowly starting to walk onto the narrow bridge while pressing down her skirt. Unbeknownst to her, when she uttered the words, "I believe you," A strange expression appeared on Ing's face. He watched intently as that slender figure stepped onto the narrow bridge. This wasn't the first time someone had walked up. Previously, those who came were forced to do so, crying and crawling on the narrow bridge, dirty and disheveled, eventually falling to their deaths under his gaze, splattered with blood and brain matter. But Jiang Lu was different. She could even be described as calm, even concerned about her skirt, not wanting to expose herself. Her long gray hair was blown into her eyes by the wind, and tiny goosebumps rose on her glossy skin. He saw her take a deep breath, slightly squint her eyes, give up on holding down her skirt, raise a hand to brush the hair blocking her vision, and force herself to continue forward. Her sneakers stepped on the narrow bridge, encasing a pair of small, childlike feet. She didn't dare look down, but she had to, because if she didn't, she might miss her step. She bit her lip, leaving shallow marks on her red lips, her long and elegant neck shrinking in fear, yet she didn't retreat. The wind grew stronger, her skirt nearly flipping up, and he could clearly see what was beneath. Long, straight legs, a voluptuous body. The amount of flesh, just right. More would be greasy, less would be bland. She took 15 steps, unable to gauge how many meters that was, when suddenly her foot slipped. She screamed, tears bursting out of her eyes, her body twisting several times before barely maintaining her balance. Ing stood still, watching from the sidelines, having no doubt that she was cursing him furiously in her heart. He had some self-awareness. Jiang Lu was indeed cursing him in her mind. Though she was kind-hearted, she felt that if given the chance in this lifetime, she would have to beat him up or even kill him, just so he could enjoy what it felt like to walk on this narrow bridge at a height of 100 meters. With a complicated mood, Jiang Lu turned back, plotting her return, not bothering to look at Ying's expression, inhaling and exhaling heavily as she walked forward, snot and tears flying, her face growing red from holding her breath. She never wanted to feel the despair that forced her to exert all her strength like this again in her life. Just as Jiang Lu was about to return to the wide platform, a gust of wind blew in, almost sweeping her lightweight body away. She cursed herself for only ever eating instant noodles, wondering why she hadn't gained even a couple of pounds, completely forgetting that in the past, she was the type who would suffer for days of the slightest weight gain. This time, Jiang Lu truly lost her balance. When one is on the brink of death, they can't express shock too dramatically. She instinctively looked at the man standing on the wide platform who claimed he would save her. He stood there steadily, showing no signs of movement. The hopeful expression on Jiang Lu's face twisted instantly. It seemed today was truly the day she would meet her end. Who would have thought that after living obediently for over 20 years, she would die so tragically? The heavens were really unfair. Perhaps it was because it was so high here, closer to the heavens, that the usually indifferent counterpart gave her a chance. Suddenly, her waist tightened as if something had wrapped around it, and then her body shifted from descending to ascending. The man, who had been leisurely watching, took a big step forward, pulling something into his hands, and her ascent quickened slightly, directly crashing into his cold, hard embrace, as if colliding with a rigid, precise instrument. 15 steps, 15 days, Ing said 6 words, directly wrapping his arms around her waist and returning to the elevator. Jiang Lu watched the elevator doors slowly close, her mind still in a jumble. In that second before she fell, she saw a scene that would be etched in her memory for life. Countless zombies were densely packed there, blood and severed limbs visible to the naked eye, flying everywhere. The base of that tower might be where Ghost discarded failed experimental subjects. The reason for building that tower could be to satisfy the boss's perverted desires, or perhaps to monitor the situation around. It seemed that this group of instigators was also afraid of death. They probably observed the condition of those zombies daily. Once they noticed any unexpected changes, they would immediately take action to keep the situation firmly in their grasp. Really, with such great capabilities, why not contribute to their country? Did they not fear the day they would pay for their misdeeds? Jiang Lu, filled with dread, tightly embraced the person she hated so much. She hadn't forgotten who had put her in danger, so don't expect her to feel grateful just because he had saved her once. Looking up at that person, Jiang Lu froze for a moment, raising her hand to touch her face, wiping off the "I'll definitely kill you one day" expression. It was the second time. She really couldn't help but let her thoughts show on her face. Although it felt good, being discovered would certainly affect her strategy, so she decided not to do that next time. Jiang Lu forced a smile that she wasn't good at. Hee, thank you. Ing looked down at her, the corners of his mouth curving into a beautiful arc, but to Jiang Lu, it felt like a hidden dagger behind a smile. Can I let go now? He asked, his gaze falling on her arm. Jiang Lu realized and quickly distanced herself from him. What do you call this? It's too dangerous and too bizarre. I wouldn't dare write something like this in a novel. Just tell me, is it torturous? Is it torturous? Is it torturous? Yes, it's torturous, torturous to death. Too torturous. The elevator descended rapidly, leaving Jiang Lu feeling a bit overwhelmed. Her already confused mind became even more muddled. When the elevator doors finally opened after 3 minutes, she dashed out, and what she saw was the tunnel she had previously driven through in that little car, making her feel as if she were seeing her long-lost parents. She glanced back and saw Ing stepping out of the elevator, his gaze vaguely landing on her, making her feel as if a venomous snake were slithering over her. Being looked at by him was even more terrifying than crossing the narrow bridge earlier. She shifted slightly to avoid his gaze, but he effortlessly looked back at her, prompting her to move again. This back and forth happened for 5 times until Jiang Lu finally snapped, standing her ground and saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me. I feel uncomfortable whenever you do." The man beside her listened to her words, slowly stepping out of the elevator and stopping beside her. The stark height difference made her feel disheartened. Why was she forcing herself to walk forward despite her fear? Hadn't she ever thought about kneeling down to plead with him? 2 questions were thrown out, sounding difficult to answer, but Jiang Lu didn't hesitate at all. "I can answer you with a quote for the great Mandela." She had regained her composure, her gaze firm and her expression clear. Ing raised an eyebrow at her, looking into her eyes as she calmly and powerfully stated, "If the sky is always dark, then survive in the dark. If making noise is dangerous, then remain silent. If you feel powerless to shine, then curl up in a corner. But do not grow accustomed to the darkness and defend it. Do not take pride in your own mediocrity. Do not mock those who are braver than yourself. We may be humble as dust, but we must not be twisted like maggots." Ying's handsome face, which had been high and aloof, gradually concealed all emotions. He looked at her in silence, and Jiang Lu held his gaze for nearly a minute before speaking again. "There's one more thing I need to correct." Ing didn't speak, but nodded slightly. "It wasn't 15 steps. It should be 30 steps. Jiang Lu, who usually struggled with math, could still manage elementary addition. "I walked 15 steps on my way back, too. You can't overlook that. Of course, I didn't take the last few steps completely. You saved me, so let's subtract 3 steps and count it as 27 days. You're a man and the boss of Ghost, so you probably won't care about such minor numbers. Let's just count it as a month. How does that sound?" She looked at him with burning eyes, her emotions high, feeling excited for outsmarting that dangerous figure little. Ing could see through her little calculations clearly. He didn't even need to think to understand her completely, inside and out, without missing a thing. He put his sunglasses back on, raised his hand to press the button on the wall, and soon after, Shenyang arrived with the car. They parked and respectfully stood behind him. With such a background and his powerful aura, the unique male hormones filled this relatively small space. Jiang Lu's excitement gradually faded as she felt the possibility of his agreement was quite low. She just wanted to live another half a month. Why was it so difficult? Watching Ing turn to leave, Jiang Lu lowered her head in disappointment. But just as she did, the person she had been focused on happened to look back at her. "I'll give you 1 month." The cold voice was laced with amusement, and it was clear who it was just from that unique tone. Jiang Lu looked up in surprise. Ing had already averted his gaze, and she had been completely unaware that he had turned back. Chapter 11. Jiang Lu had also thought about how to win over Ing during the month. She retrieved her computer, which had been forcibly taken by Shenyang, from her parents. It had been repaired by her father, and there were no signs of damage left. However, the desktop had been changed to the iconic chibi Ghost logo of the Ghost Medical Company. Jiang Lu thought that perhaps Ing still had a bit of childlike heart, as he hadn't designed the company's logo to be a scary ghost head, but rather a cute little white ghost with its tongue sticking out. It was particularly adorable, Just looking at this logo, one might think that the company had developed some new feature besides the Ghost one-click restore program. With a serious expression, Jiang Lu opened the browser. Good. She could use the internal network of the Ghost company, but the domestic search engines were now unmaintained and completely paralyzed. She could only dig out a few cherished comic images from her photo library to change the wallpaper. After all, being in this organization was already stressful enough, and having to see the other party's logo as soon as she opened her computer was a form of torture. However, when Jiang Lu tried to set the desktop background, she found that there was no option to do so. Frowning, she opened the communication software her dad had written and asked why she couldn't change the desktop. The reply was that it was the boss's requirement. Everyone had to have the awareness of being a part of the Ghost company and couldn't change it. Jiang Lu pressed her twitching mouth corners and, after struggling for a minute, decided to let it go. She created a new document, typed the words guide to flirting with men, and listed a dozen items, preparing to fill them all in the near future. Although she didn't have complete confidence in winning over Ing, she was full of fighting spirit. She was eager to come up with a complete plan, almost wishing to hang herself from a beam and stab herself with a sharp object to study it. But in the end, she realized she was overthinking it. Ing had already arranged everything for her. So, after understanding the boss's peculiar preferences, I've become his servant? Jiang Lu looked at the maid outfit she was wearing. What era was it? Still wearing a maid outfit? Did they think it was cosplay? Xinyang glanced at her indifferently and arrogantly and said, otherwise, what do you think Miss Do Lao can contribute to Ghost? Jiang Lu. Xinyang, if there's nothing to do, just be a good maid. The previous maid did something she shouldn't have and upset the boss. I've temporarily taken over for a few days, and I hope you can satisfy the boss. Keep it simple, speak simply. Jiang Lu sincerely advised him. Xinyang snorted coldly. What I mean is to quickly put away those inappropriate thoughts and serve the boss well. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. After he finished speaking, he left, and Jiang Lu looked up at the ceiling. Is this a test from heaven for her? Pushing the food cart, she hadn't even had breakfast yet, but had to deliver breakfast to Ing first. He lived on the top floor, and the elevator could take her directly there. However, before getting off the elevator, there was a glass door with high-tech facial recognition equipment at the entrance. She didn't know how to use it, and evidently, they had realized that, sending someone to record her face. After the recording was done, as soon as she stood at the door, it opened automatically. That's really nice. It would be very convenient if she wanted to assassinate him in the middle of the night, right? Jiang Lu thought to herself as she pushed the food cart through the automatically opening door. After walking a few steps, a sudden alarm rang out, startling her. She leaned against the food cart and looked back, thinking something had happened or some monster had broken in. However, the man in the black suit who had just recorded her face approached her coldly, holding something that looked like a scanner, scanning her up and down, finally stopping at her right wrist. With a blank expression, he said, "Take it off." Jiang Lu was confused. Take off what? The man in the black suit smiled cruelly, tore open her sleeve to reveal the bracelet she was wearing, and roughly pulled it off. Jiang Lu, it seems that using a weapon to assassinate Ing is a bit unrealistic. Then maybe I could poison him? In the food? With that thought in mind, Jiang Lu pushed the food cart and stopped outside Ying's room. His bedroom and office were the only places with windows. Now, besides him, probably not many people wanted to look outside anymore. The view wasn't worth seeing, other than the bizarre and dangerous zombies and mutated animals. What else could be seen outside the window? Just a dead city. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. The white, highly technological door had something that looked like a microphone. Clearing her throat, she said into it, "I brought breakfast." The door opened in response. The scene that followed was nothing short of luxurious and high-tech. Jiang Lu pushed the food cart into the living room, looked around but didn't see Ing anywhere. There was a door slightly ajar in the distance. That should be the bedroom. Sure enough, soon a pleasant yet unwanted male voice came from there, full of magnetism. "Come in." He was in that room. Jiang Lu bit her lip, opened the lid of the food container, arranged the food on a tray, and politely raised her hand to knock on the slightly ajar door, saying, "I'm coming in." The person inside didn't respond, and Jiang Lu frowned, walking in with the tray. As soon as she entered, she quickly retreated. What the hell? He was lying there without clothes and called her in. Was he an exhibitionist? "Come in. Don't make me say a third time." just as she was about to turn around and leave. The man's voice rang out again from the room. It was a charming voice that seemed to carry a smile, yet there was a distinct coldness to it. Jiang Lu's mind heated up, and she turned back and walked in. If he wasn't afraid of being seen, why should she be? Once inside, she stared at the person still lying on the bed without blinking. The sunlight really was better than artificial light. Just look at the visual effect. The brilliant autumn sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint silver glow on the man lying on the bed. He was bare-chested, his skin white and flawless, with beautifully defined shoulder muscles and a perfect abdomen. A thin silk blanket was loosely draped around his waist, covering the lower half of his body. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, and since he hadn't gotten out of bed yet, his hair was tousled and messy. Even now that she had entered, he didn't look up, his long and charming phoenix eyes fixed on the book in his hands. Jiang Lu studied the title and translated it into Chinese. Level 4 virus. Perhaps noticing her gaze, his long fingers casually turned a page. And a calm, yet indifferent voice rang out. This is a documentary novel completed by American CDC virologist Joseph and his wife. Joseph was among the first scientists to go to Africa to track Ebola and HIV. What a fitting book, but unfortunately, Europe and America are likely in dire straits now. Given Ying's limitless ambitions, his target should be the entire world. Is it a case of, if the pot's broken, let break? I really don't know if the first animal that accidentally got out was a true accident or intentional. Bring the breakfast over. Seeing that Jiang Lu had been silent for a long time, Ying raised his eyes to look at her, pushed up his glasses, and pressed a button at the head of the bed. A dining table rose up. His every frown and smile was elegant and refined, resembling a wealthy young master who didn't lift a finger. When he didn't slick back his hair, he didn't have a hint of villainous charm at all. No wonder he was keen on the villain's standard slick-back hairstyle. But, is he paralyzed? I still have to serve him breakfast in bed. Jiang Lu stood motionless by the bed, numbly watching Ying. He set down the book in his hand and casually pulled the blanket over himself a bit more. But the action carried a hint of awkwardness. When he smirked and elongated his tone to smile, the atmosphere became even more filled with ambiguity and awkwardness. Do you want to get in bed with me? The half-smiling question made Jiang Lu step forward to place breakfast on the table, pressing down the hem of her maid outfit before turning to leave. Ying looked at her curvaceous figure and said slowly before she was about to exit, "That is also fine." So it came together as, "Do you want to get in bed with me? That is also fine." Damn it. Jiang Lu couldn't help but curse and slam the door shut. Compared to Jiang Lu, who was merely working as a maid, Su Boya and Yao Yao had it much harder. Su Boya had to ride an armor vehicle with the C-Team every day to collect zombies and mutated monsters. Ghost had special collection techniques, which weren't particularly dangerous, but they occasionally encountered attacks from mutated animals. Over time, Su Boya, who initially held a fear of these things, had toughened up. After serving Ying breakfast, Jiang Lu began to tidy up the room. He stood aside watching, already dressed. Jiang Lu stole a glance at him. What was the point of wearing clothes? A beast is still a beast, even in clothes. Let me take you to see what your companions are doing. Suddenly, Ying's voice came from behind, catching Jiang Lu off guard as she was making the bed. You have 29 days left. You must be curious about what they will be doing during these 29 days. Ying slowly put on his sunglasses, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then Jiang Lu saw Su Boya, who had just returned from unloading after the morning shift. She was dressed in the same black ghost uniform as the others, holding a submachine gun, and looking expressionlessly at the stiff zombies being brought in, completely different from the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted girl Jiang Lu remembered. A light applause sounded, and Su Boya looked over blankly. When she saw Jiang Lu in her maid outfit, her expression momentarily froze. Jiang Lu covered her face in embarrassment, while Xinyang stopped clapping and smiled. So how is it, boss? I've trained her well, right? Ying stood there while someone in a white coat came to show him something. He watched and said, "Very good, but after all, she was a pampered girl before, so she needs more care." Su Boya snorted coldly, not feeling that this was caring for her as a girl, but rather indirectly telling Xinyang, "She is not working hard enough. You need to take more care of her to make her more loyal." Xinyang clearly agreed with her interpretation, maintaining a warm smile like spring. "Don't worry, boss. I will take good care of her. Now, Let us go see the others. After Miss Doulao finishes, Jiang Jishu and Dr. Yuan will have one less worry. Ying raised the corners of his mouth, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Lu. When Jiang Lu met his gaze, she vaguely realized that he was making her understand that everyone else's situation was tougher than hers. Simply being a maid to serve him was already a tremendous blessing. So she shouldn't keep running to her parents to cry about it. What if she wanted to cry? The thing she said privately to her parents definitely wouldn't tell him or complain about him. Yet he knew everything. Isn't that unscientific? No, it's very scientific. He was like a 1,000-mile eye and a wind-following ear. Not even the bathroom could escape. Chapter 12. Yao Yao's situation is really not good. Compared to the technology and modernization of Laboratory Number 3, Laboratory Number 2 is somewhat hard to look at. The glass box is filled with severed limbs and bloodstains. Yao Yao, wearing a special protective suit, squats inside, cleaning with tools. Outside, several researchers in white coats are busy looking at data, completely ignoring how hard Yao Yao's work is. Just as she finished tidying up a bit, several stiff zombies were pushed in, their eyes and noses mutilated, startling Yao Yao, who had just stood up straight. At that moment, Jiang Lu walked in with Ying. Compared to Jiang Lu's indifference and disgust, Ying looked very relaxed, as if he were strolling in a beautiful garden, hands behind his back, his handsome, fair face wearing a gentle smile. That smile appeared terrifying and cold to both Jiang Lu and Yao Yao, like a death warrant. Yao Yao, come out, Jiang Lu said to Yao Yao outside the glass box, but the other party couldn't hear her at all. Yao Yao only saw Jiang Lu's lips moving, but heard no sound. She had become accustomed to this over the past few days. This container is specially made. It has very good soundproofing, unlike the one that kept you all locked up before. Xinyang, standing beside Jiang Lu, dutifully explained, not caring if Jiang Lu's expression was becoming increasingly unpleasant. Since the experiments in Laboratory Number 2 primarily focus on creating antidotes for the zombie virus, these zombies would be in great pain and would naturally emit screams. To avoid affecting the experimental environment, special handling was done here. Senyang handed Jiang Lu a headset, saying, if Miss Dula wants to talk to Miss Yao, she needs to use this headset. Of course, you can also use this to hear the zombies' sounds. Jiang Lu looked at the headset in his hand, unsure whether to accept it or not. It was extremely awkward. Fortunately, Yao Yao, who noticed the zombies being pushed in, quickly ran out on her own. She took off her hat and rushed in front of Jiang Lu, looking her up and down. After Jiang Lu lowered her head in embarrassment, Yao Yao stammered, no way you want to use uniform seduction? You don't have to sacrifice so much for us. You know, the most precious thing for girls is important. As far as I know, Jiang Lu, you've never been in a relationship, right? What's going on? Why did everyone's gaze turn to her after Yao Yao finished speaking? Is it really that rare not to have been in a relationship? Jiang Lu maintained a stern face and after a while said, I am someone who takes the country and the world as my responsibility. As long as my country is not unified, I have no heart for love. After speaking, she clearly saw Shun Yang's mouth twitch. Among them, Ying appeared the calmest, as if nothing could unsettle him. He looked at Jiang Lu with an expression that seemed to say, hey, you little girl, you look interesting, which made Jiang Lu feel uneasy, wishing she could rip his trench coat off and wear it herself. Yao Yao was actually quite worried about Jiang Lu. Although their current lives were not easy, at least they didn't have to stay beside that big boss. As the old saying goes, being with a ruler is like being with a tiger. They would rather deal with zombies than Ying, considering the countless dangers that had plunged the entire world into an apocalyptic state. Plus, Jiang Lu was a girl. If the other party wanted to take advantage of her, it would truly be a case of calling for help without any response in this place. They had had a good relationship before. Now she could sacrifice so much for them, which genuinely moved her. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I believe everyone thinks the same as I do. You really don't have to go to such lengths for us, Jiang Lu. Yao Yao, having mentally constructed a heartfelt scene, felt moved but couldn't just rush over and hug Jiang Lu to cry since she was still in her not-so-clean protective suit. Your parents still have value to him. You don't have to care about us. Just live your life well. After all, living like this isn't much better than being dead. Honestly, these words were really touching, but being placed on such a high pedestal of martyrdom, if she were to agree without hesitation, the psychological damage would be hard to overcome. Actually, he hasn't done anything to me, don't worry. But your situation here must be tough, right? Jiang Lu changed the topic, glancing at the zombies writhing in the glass box. They had originally been very stiff, but had become quite agile now, with something continuously spraying onto them inside the box. Soon, those zombies began to fall apart, creating a mess everywhere. Did she have to clean this up every day? Although there was isolation from the protective suit, that couldn't be considered absolutely safe. He had not said anything until now and did not intend to speak, but he made a gesture. He took the headset from Shen Yang's hand, then walked behind Jiang Lu and put the headset on her without allowing her to refuse. The moment Jiang Lu wore the headset, she felt as if the door to a new world had opened. The piercing, mournful wails that seemed to penetrate her eardrums made it hard not to feel fear. Jiang Lu instinctively took a step back, almost burrowing into Ying's embrace. This action startled Yao Yao, who immediately reached out to pull her back, but since she was still in her protective suit, she could only unwillingly give up. Next was Shenyang. This guy felt that the boss was being sullied and encroached upon, so he stepped forward to pull Jiang Lu out. However, just at that moment when he raised his hand, Ying wrapped his arms around her, leaving everyone around, including Jiang Lu and the unaffected bystanders, shocked by the scene. To be honest, it was quite eye-catching, as it was a combination of handsome men and beautiful women. But considering the identities of these two, the amazement turned into shock. Ying seemed completely unaware of Jiang Lu's discomfort and paid no attention to her slight struggles. He raised his hand and gently removed one of her headsets, chuckling lightly. "How is it? Isn't it nice to listen to? You pervert. I heard you cursing me. Where? I'm praising you," Jiang Lu replied, speaking nonsense earnestly. Ying tilted his head, looking down at her beautiful face close at hand. A small face not very good at smiling, with very fair skin and gray hair falling beside her ears, giving a surreal, two-dimensional beauty, very special and unforgettable. "Do you think I would believe that?" he asked, his tone ambiguous and low, but full of malice. Yao Yao couldn't help but wipe sweat for Jiang Lu, as even she could tell Jiang Lu's expression was internally struggling with something. "I think you believe it. So do you believe it?" Jiang Lu said this while exerting a little force to break free from his embrace, then took off the headset and threw it to Shenyang. Shenyang caught it and glared at her, as if afraid she would break it. Jiang Lu pulled at the corners of her mouth, apologizing, then looked up at Ying and said, "Boss, your preferences are truly too special. For us ordinary people, it's understandable to express our excitement with a bit of profanity when we feel disbelief." She said sincerely, "For example, if Chinese football could qualify, my first reaction would definitely be damn. But that doesn't mean I'm cursing them, right? I'm just expressing my excitement in a special way." It was obviously turning black and white, but it seemed there was no way to refute it. Shenyang's expression became even more sinister as he stared at Jiang Lu. Ying chuckled disdainfully, his charming face hiding a completely rotten soul. "Why don't you tell me what kind of preferences are not special? What are your preferences?" Ying's question made Jiang Lu feel that she had finally found a chance to enlighten him, so she stated with righteousness. "Normal preferences are, of course, helping others and doing more charity. I often do charity." Yao Yao turned her head in speechlessness. To be honest, after so many years as classmates, she had truly never heard of Jiang Lu doing charity. She really felt unworthy of the title classmate. Such an obvious lie. Shadow naturally wouldn't believe it. His face, concealed behind sunglasses, appeared cold and handsome, with a tall and upright figure. Despite his seemingly friendly smile, it did nothing to make him seem approachable. There was a certain charm unique to men that radiated a mix of coldness and politeness. Indeed, dangerous men were the most sexy and captivating, weren't they? The corners of his mouth curled up as his gaze fell on Jiang Lu, causing her to involuntarily curl her toes. It wasn't that she was timid. The aura he exuded was just too strong. Even Shenyang, an unrelated party, took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "What kind of charity do you do?" he surprisingly asked. He didn't seem like the type who would meddle in others' affairs. Jiang Lu didn't expect him to actually ask. Essentially, she wasn't good at lying. Since she had told one lie earlier, she now had to come up with 100 to cover it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "For example, taking leftover food to feed stray dogs?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. The door to laboratory number 2 opened, and a man in a black uniform walked in and whispered something to Shenyang. After he left, Jiang Lu was pulled onto a more dangerous path. Boss, we've discovered a small survivor gathering point, and it's currently under attack by zombies, Shenyang reported submissively. Shadow slightly tilted his head, his thin lips parting sensually, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. Is that so? Then I'll personally take Miss Do Lao to see what real charity looks like. Jiang Lu stared at him in astonishment, while Yao Yao beside her seemed a bit confused. Miss Do Lao? Who is that? Chapter 13, Since entering the ghost base. Jiang Lu had never thought there would be a day she could go outside. She was currently riding in an armored vehicle that looked indestructible from both the outside and inside. This kind of vehicle could withstand not only zombies and mutated animals, but could also move freely through gunfire. Besides her, there was Shadow sitting next to her. And of course, there were ghost personnel armed with weapons to protect them. The chance of her escaping from here was basically zero. Even if she got lucky and managed to escape, the chances of surviving alone in the dangerous outside world were also almost zero. After realizing this, Jiang Lu decided that no matter what that gentleman beside her planned to do today, she would obediently follow and hide, making sure not to hold him back. Since they were going out, she definitely couldn't wear her maid outfit anymore. It was not only inconvenient, but also an eyesore. She was glad that Shadow thought the same and had her change into a ghost uniform before coming out. Although the back of the uniform had the unique ghost insignia, making it easy for the survivors in that small gathering place to see her as a target, it was still much better than not wearing anything or wearing a maid outfit. Jiang Lu sat in the vehicle, and since it was a rare opportunity to get out, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the window. In reality, there wasn't too much to see, just desolate land. Occasionally, there would be sounds like gunfire or the slight vibration of the vehicle being hit by something, all indicating that the outside world was still in a perilous state. She wondered what Shadow was up to. He surely didn't really want to help those gathered survivors, and it was possible he wanted to cause trouble instead. If given the chance, maybe she could share some information with them to help. At least they were all human, unlike the people in Ghost, who could no longer be considered human. Of course, except for her parents. The vehicle sped down the wide road without any concern for traffic jams. Shadow sat quietly, not saying a word, his demeanor calm. Jiang Lu stole a glance at him. Since he was wearing sunglasses, it was hard to tell if he was asleep, but she guessed he probably was. After driving for about an hour, Jiang Lu, who had no sense of direction, finally felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the road they took when she escaped with Qin Nong and the others? If they continued down this path, they might be returning to Jiang City. Jiang Lu's emotions fluctuated, quickly catching Shadow's attention. He turned his head to look at her, and she instinctively looked back, her heart skipping a beat when she realized he wasn't asleep. Control your emotions, Shadow said blandly, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Jiang Lu felt uncomfortable, experiencing a sensation akin to homesickness, and after a while, she replied, "Where are we going?" It wasn't Shadow who answered her, but Shenyang, who was sitting in front. He said indifferently, "Miss Dula should be quite familiar with this. Aren't we heading back to your hometown? You must be excited because of it." Since Shadow came out personally this time, even Shenyang, who usually never went out, accompanied him. These small outings were usually handled by Team C, because although their equipment was excellent and they could completely manage the zombies outside, there could always be unexpected incidents. So higher-ups were safer staying at the base. This time, it was unclear what Shadow's intentions were, but since he was out, Shenyang obviously had to lead the way. That was his basic duty as a subordinate. After hearing Shenyang's words, Jiang Lu realized they had already investigated her affairs thoroughly. In this situation, calling her doula was clearly meant to tease her, but there was nothing she could do about it since they currently occupied the advantageous position. That can be understood. Jiang Lu responded cautiously, trying to control her emotions while no longer looking at the increasingly familiar street scenery outside. They had truly arrived in Jiang City and finally stopped on a street in the suburbs. Jiang Lu clenched her fists, watching as the ghost personnel opened the vehicle doors and gazing at the familiar neighborhood just across the street. That was where she used to live. Suddenly, the door beside her was opened, and Shenyang stood outside, saying in a neutral tone, "Miss Dula can get out now. We have arrived." Jiang Lu glanced back. Shadow was still sitting there, seemingly distracted as he looked at her. Through his sunglasses, she could feel his gaze was akin to looking at an ant. And after holding back for a long time, she couldn't say a word and could only get out of the vehicle. The armored vehicle had a high ground clearance, and as Jiang Lu stepped down from the platform, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Not long after she got down, Shadow also exited the vehicle. He stood there, casting a shadow over her, making her feel immense pressure. According to the instruments, the building in front, surrounded by a fence, was their temporary gathering place. Shenyang approached with something resembling a computer, introducing it to Shadow and pointing in a direction that made Jiang Lu feel a bit embarrassed. Having lived in this neighborhood for so long, she had never noticed there were so many capable people. They could actually build such a sturdy wall by themselves. Where do they find the tools and materials? As she slightly averted her gaze, a large truck carrying cement stopped nearby. Jiang Lu remembered that one of the elderly residents had a son in the cement business, and in recent years, life had been tough. Sometimes, she would help deliver goods. Could this be someone coming to check on their parents while delivering goods? Jiang Lu had many speculations but didn't speak, lowering her presence. However, even in such a state, she couldn't make Shadow completely ignore her. "That is where you used to live," he said with certainty, pointing in a direction with his gloved hand. Jiang Lu followed his gaze, and it happened to be the same floor she had lived on. But since there was still some distance, couldn't she pretend not to know where he was pointing? However, before she could deny it, Shadow stepped toward that direction, and the other protective personnel immediately followed suit, surrounding him and vigilantly watching the surroundings, making it seem like not even a fly could approach Shadow. The instinct to survive drove Jiang Lu to closely follow Shadow as soon as he moved away. He completely ignored her and walked straight ahead. With such a large target, it was hard not to attract the attention of zombies. Slowly, zombies began to approach, but they were ruthlessly taken down by the members of Team C stationed on the periphery, not even allowing them to get within 100 meters. It was very safe. Jiang Lu walked closely beside Shadow, and as they got closer to the residential building, her heart grew increasingly uneasy, feeling that something unexpected would happen. And then the unexpected occurred. A few disheveled young adults returned from not far away, each holding some food, seemingly planning to return to their building. When they saw the group of black-clad people standing under their temporary gathering place, they immediately raised their weapons, shovels, sickles, and some even brandishing toilet plungers. The scene was indeed somewhat spectacular. The members of Team C stationed on the periphery slowly made way, and Shadow walked through the path created. Jiang Lu, who followed closely behind him, became visible, but her smaller figure was obscured by shadow in front of her, making it hard for anyone to notice her. Everyone was educated and not foolish. Seeing their imposing presence and the insignia on their uniforms, they immediately recognized where they were from. A middle-aged man, furious over having lost loved ones because of them, charged forward with a toilet plunger, shouting about killing them. Jiang Lu glanced at him and recognized him as the son of Mr. Wang from Unit 3, a man from Hunan. Others pulled the middle-aged man back, and as soon as Jiang Lu's face became visible, someone recognized her, and whispers began to circulate, gradually turning into accusations. "Isn't that Jiang Lu? The girl who lives on the 6th floor. I didn't expect her to be part of that strange organization." A young man looked over here with righteous indignation. Jiang Lu felt extremely wronged after being blamed and was about to defend herself when the shadow beside her lowered his head to look at her. A slight smile on his handsome face, calm and composed. Jiang Lu immediately swallowed the retort that was on the tip of her tongue, straightened her body, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The shadow raised an eyebrow slightly, the charming smile disappearing from his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand and caught the tranquilizer dart that had silently shot towards them. Jiang Lu glanced at it and realized that the dart seemed to be aimed at her. Sometimes, the person you distrust turns out to be your savior. Jiang Lu looked at the group of people who were slowly moving towards the building while using her as a cover for their scolding. The one shooting the syringe was a middle-aged man in a tattered white lab coat, holding a tranquilizer gun. He was an animal keeper, Jiang Lu whispered, her voice so low that only the shadow beside her could hear. The shadow glanced at the tranquilizer dart in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground, showcasing the utility of the black leather gloves. They were useful for handling things without hurting the hands, definitely worth having. Xinyang stepped forward and directly issued an order: break down that wall. After he spoke, the members of Team C advanced with advanced weapons to bombard the hastily and poorly built concrete wall. With the sound of cracking and gunfire ringing out, smoke began to fill the area. Jiang Lu took a look at the tranquilizer dart that the shadow had discarded, hesitated for a moment, and picked it up while the others were distracted, stuffing it into her pocket. Then, after the smoke cleared, the previously relatively clean area was in disarray. Those who had wanted to enter were now distancing themselves from the site, watching their makeshift home, which they had worked so hard to build and protect, being ruthlessly destroyed. They were all very angry and sad. Anger was natural, while sadness stemmed more from the fact that the ones causing the harm were also humans. What is going on? The residents in the upper floors began to open their windows to look down, becoming extremely anxious upon discovering the standoff below. An elderly man appeared, and Jiang Lu recognized him. It was Grandpa Zhang, who often played chess downstairs and grew many vegetables in his little garden, sometimes even giving her some. He was such a good person. Jiang Lu was currently in a state of oppression, let alone saving others. She could barely ensure her own safety and found it difficult to express anything for their comfort. On the contrary, noticing Jiang Lu's low spirits and worried expression, the shadow suddenly revealed a malicious smile. Here, a gun for you. Go take that person out, and I'll make your companions stop their current work. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. By the way, you haven't seen what those two male classmates are up to, Xinyang. He called out Xinyang's name, and Xinyang immediately took out something resembling a handheld computer from his briefcase. It was divided into 16 grids, each showing different scenes. Xinyang zoomed in on one, and the image displayed Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan. Originally, Jiang Lu thought they were working on technology related to her father and that it wouldn't be more arduous than what Yao Yao and Su Boya were enduring. But she realized she was gravely mistaken. No wonder her father only told her that the two were working under him, but refused to disclose what kind of work it was. Without any protective equipment, Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan were testing various new instruments, covered in injuries, with blood still flowing from Qin Nong's arm. Someone came over to give him a simple bandage. But that was all. They had to continue afterwards. Do you want to do it? Of course, you can refuse. Actually, these people have nothing to do with you. The shadow directly raised his hand to dismiss the subordinate who had come to deliver the gun, watching Jiang Lu's expression change without a hint of emotion. Jiang Lu took a few deep breaths and then suddenly revealed a brilliantly bright smile. While he was staring at her, she turned and ran towards the armored vehicle, quickly getting inside and pretending to be an ostrich, acting as if she didn't know what was happening outside. Xinyang looked at the parking position and smirked, saying, "Boss, what now?" The shadow didn't look in the direction Jiang Lu had left. He simply made arrangements for the lives of the people present. Take back the young and strong individuals for experimental value. The elderly with no value can be left there. No need to waste bullets. They survive. He was absolutely right. Once the support of the young and strong was lost, this makeshift gathering place established by Lin would collapse immediately, and there was no need to waste precious ammunition on them. This outing could be said to have been quite fruitful. When they returned, several vehicles were filled with people. Jiang Lu still sat beside the shadow, but the atmosphere around her was completely different from when they had come out. Many times, people find it hard to extend a helping hand to others because they cannot even ensure their own safety. She shouldn't blame herself for avoiding it, but she still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. After returning to the ghost compound, she continued to serve the shadow. He wasn't in the bedroom at the moment, and she stood outside the bedroom's living room, wiping the glass cup in her hand. As she wiped, she suddenly had a bright idea and came up with a plan. Chapter 14. In the evening, Jiang Lu did not leave the lounge on the top floor of the base where Ying was located. Xinyang had been trying to get her to leave, but she refused to budge. When Ying returned, he saw her clinging to the sofa, and Xinyang was scolding her. Noticing the boss had come back, Xinyang immediately snapped back to attention and respectfully greeted him. Jiang Lu turned her head away, refusing to make any eye contact with that big bad guy, fearing he would see through her intentions. Yang then explained to Ying why this scene was unfolding. Boss, it's time for you to rest. But Miss Dula from Macau doesn't intend to leave. Yang looked troubled, so I had no choice but to forcibly take her out. Ying slightly nodded, standing with his hands behind his back, and looked at Jiang Lu, asking, why don't you leave? Jiang Lu still didn't turn around, but replied, aren't I your maid now? Of course, I have to stay by your side. What if you need something at night? Wouldn't it be hard for you to do it yourself if I'm not here? Her words were quite ambiguous. What could he possibly need at night? And do it himself. Yang looked at her with a strange expression, just as he was about to continue taking her away when he heard his boss say, then let her stay. At this point, not only Yang, but even Jiang Lu looked back, surprised that he would agree so easily. However, once he made a decision, it was hard for Ying to change it. By midnight, the lounge on the top floor of Ghost was dark and quiet. Jiang Lu came out from a small room and walked to the door of Ying's room, because there was very tight security outside. The door to this room wasn't as difficult to open. As long as he hadn't locked it, she could go in. Coincidentally and fortunately, he hadn't locked it. Jiang Lu paused for a moment, realizing the door was open, still a bit taken aback, but her body had already walked inside. The room was extremely quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Jiang Lu didn't dare to breathe loudly, holding the sharp shards of a broken glass cup in her hand. She walked step by step toward Ying's bedroom, where the door was slightly ajar. She had served him for several days, and every morning when she came, his door was in this state. It seemed he hadn't closed it at night either. Although the perimeter was tightly guarded, the closest position was so loosely secured. She really didn't know what his intentions were. However, none of that mattered. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Before nightfall, Jiang Lu had put the drug she picked up when she went out into the water and was going to drink. Watching him drink it down, even though he had looked at her for a long time before drinking. The drug should have taken effect by now, so he was definitely unconscious. Heart pounding like thunder, Jiang Lu stepped forward, slowly pushing open the bedroom door, making a slight noise. But the person on the bed seemed truly anesthetized, not noticing at all, lying there peacefully. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit excited, tightening her grip on the glass shards, not even realizing she had cut her own hand. She quickly stepped forward, taking 2 or 3 steps onto the bed, pressing the broken glass against his Adam's apple. His chest rose and fell. That was proof he was still alive, but if she applied just a little pressure, he would be completely dead. Jiang Lu felt a surge of excitement, almost ready to slash with the glass. But at that moment, the man who had kept his eyes closed suddenly opened them, looking at her with clarity, without fear. There's an old English song called Can't Take My Eyes Off You. This could perfectly describe Jiang Lu's current state. It seemed as if the rhythm of the song was playing in her ears, the melodious and ambiguous tone, with lyrics like, oh, my dear baby, causing Jiang Lu's initial tension to turn into a flushed face. Fortunately, the light was dim, and the man didn't have the habit of drawing the curtains when he slept. Moonlight streamed in through the window, allowing them to see each other's features clearly, but not their skin color. Curious, the man's soft voice came from the darkness, clearly very light in tone, yet it brought immense pressure. He had drunk the water she had added the anesthetic to, yet nothing was wrong. He knew everything. Realizing this, Jiang Lu wasn't surprised at all. After all, from the moment she decided to do this, she had prepared to bear the risks of things going wrong. She wanted to immediately use the glass to cut his throat, but as a girl with no real combat experience, she was easily overpowered by him. His grip was very special, locking her hand in a position where it was most prone to cramping and pain. She let out a small cry, having to loosen her grip on the glass piece, which just grazed his neck, leaving a slight scratch and drawing a few drops of blood. Jiang Lu couldn't help but want to distance herself from him, preparing to withdraw, but the man beneath her raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. How could a woman's strength compare to a man's? Especially someone like Jiang Lu, who wasn't physically strong. She couldn't break free at all. What you've done is enough for you to die hundreds of times. The King of Hell didn't care about such minor injuries. Jiang Lu couldn't escape and could only cope. It's not what you think, she said seriously. This is just a special way to conquer you. The King of Hell curled his lips, but it wasn't a smile. He looked at her leisurely, as if watching an ant that was about to die make some weak and futile resistance. The contempt and certainty of controlling everything made one want to kneel and beg for mercy. But that was impossible. It's true. Jiang Lu grew even more serious, her tone extremely earnest. I mentioned before that I'm good at writing. I absolutely didn't mean to harm you. Didn't I also not really use the glass to cut you before? It was you who suddenly moved my hand, causing the glass to accidentally scrape your skin. She racked her brain. I planned several strategies to conquer you, such as enemies to lovers, forced capture, youth comics, girl comics, Hong Kong, and Taiwan dramas, British and American dramas, love-hate relationships, and so on. Right now, we're in a love-hate script, and I think you would prefer this kind. What do you think? This was clearly nonsense. However, Ing surprisingly didn't expose her. Perhaps he thought that if he did, it would be as childish and ridiculous as her. He simply looked at her with a gaze that suggested she was an idiot. Jiang Lu couldn't bear the humiliation, stating solemnly, "Friend, I've been writing novels for 5 or 6 years, and I can responsibly tell you, there's skill involved, it's definitely not nonsense." "Umph." The King of Hell scoffed lightly, releasing her hand. She still had to live, because Jiang Lu's skills and Dr. Yuan were still useful. Jiang Lu was suddenly let go, initially thinking she could escape by talking nonsense, but before she knew it, she was pinned down by him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Lu nervously looked at Ing's face, which was so close. The King of Hell's long fingers slowly brushed over her smooth, fair face. To be honest, it felt nice like a peeled egg, although this woman was very annoying in many ways. In terms of appearance and figure, she indeed ranked among the best. "Didn't you say you were worried I'd need something at night, and that it would be very hard for me to do it myself?" This line sounded too familiar. She had just said it herself not long ago, but now that it came from him, it felt different. So, she looked at him blankly, her eyes like a little white rabbit caught in a trap, making him recall the rabbit he had used for his first live experiment long ago. He maintained a particularly calm smile, just as he did now. Jiang Lu looked at him, feeling as if she were looking at the Grim Reaper. Ing slowly propped himself up, indifferent, and said, "As for your script, I prefer forced capture." As an experienced romance novelist, Jiang Lu was already very clear about what was going to happen next. What should she do? The phrase "a failed attempt results in a loss" seemed to describe her current state perfectly. At this time and place, resistance was obviously useless. She looked down at a certain spot beneath the shadow, feeling no reaction at all, yet his words were frightening. Who knew if he would really go through with it? Was there no room for negotiation? Jiang Lu analyzed the pros and cons and asked him with difficulty. The shadow seemed taken aback that she was so calm and composed, not crying or making a fuss, wanting to discuss things with him. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The answer was already very clear. Jiang Lu turned her gaze away, frowning as she said, "I've never had a boyfriend." The shadow casually propped his head with one hand and lay down beside her. Fortunately, even though it was late, he probably expected her to take action. Although he was wearing a dark blue silk robe, the movement only revealed his lean chest, not exposing too much. She was able to speak calmly. In fact, the atmosphere was not romantic at all. An awkwardness that was hard to express hung between them, mainly due to Jiang Lu's embarrassment. "Can we do this another day?" Jiang Lu said sincerely, trying to smile. "I had my period today." In the darkness, she locked eyes with him. Usually, he wore sunglasses in front of others, so few could look directly into his eyes. Those who did often avoided him. But this person seemed completely unaware. After a moment of eye contact, he sat up, knelt on the bed, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Please, please." He didn't speak. His long arm wrapped around her waist, and she immediately leaned against him. She tried to control her strength, worried that if she knocked into him, it would upset him even more. She no longer felt she could walk away unscathed tonight. "You don't smell of blood." His head buried in her neck. His voice, low and ambiguous, sent shivers down her spine. "Do I look easy to deceive?" A short sentence, carrying an accusatory tone, even a hint of teasing. But Jiang Lu couldn't help but tremble all over. This was beyond her ability. She didn't know how. The shadow's hand felt slightly cool as he casually unbuttoned her shirt. With her unable to move, he slipped his hand inside her clothing. Whether it was because his hand was too cold or due to fear, Jiang Lu shook even more violently, resembling a little rabbit about to be devoured by a predator. The shadow slowly lifted his head. a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at her, clearly terrified yet trying to maintain composure. He pressed down slightly, and Jiang Lu fell back onto the bed. He quickly came over her, and she instinctively closed her eyes, her mind a blur from excessive excitement and tension. She forced herself to stay awake, nearly biting her lower lip until it bled, as he kissed her fair neck. She tilted her head back, her body illuminated by the moonlight like a beautiful white swan. The girl's underwear was clean and fragrant, easily removable with a little effort. At that moment, Jiang Lu finally regained some clarity. Perhaps he didn't genuinely want to do this, as she saw no desire in his face. He might just be trying to teach her a lesson. For example, he indeed wouldn't kill her now, but that didn't mean she could act recklessly and continue to challenge him. Undoubtedly, she couldn't escape tonight. Her inexperienced body was sensitively shrinking away. He showed no attachment to her body, hardly even looking at it. Perhaps due to long-term gun handling, she could feel the thin calluses on his fingers, knuckles, and palms. Jiang Lu stared blankly, making no sound. It hurts. She bit her lip and uttered a single word, but she never resisted. Perhaps it was because she was obedient. Upon hearing her voice, the shadow paused. He remained silent, his expression calm, his gaze undisturbed. Jiang Lu truly felt she couldn't escape. In her current position, not just her, but even her parents only had value in life because of their skills. But looking at the person to whom she had given her first night, and seeing his indifferent reaction, Jiang Lu felt a deep sense of despair and frustration. The night was still long, and all of this was truly self-inflicted. She should have stayed honest and not tried to be clever. Sighing, Jiang Lu lost the desire to overthink. After a while, there was a sudden loud noise from the floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Lu quickly looked over, seeing a strange animal crash into the glass, slowly sliding down. Yet the window showed no cracks. A hand grabbed her chin, and Jiang Lu looked at the man on top of her. He smiled slightly, but did not kiss her. The night was still long. Chapter 15. The next morning, Jiang Lu did not appear on time. The person responsible for the boss's meals was anxious and reported this news to Shenyang, hoping for immediate instructions. After all, delaying the boss's breakfast would surely lead to severe consequences. As Shenyang adjusted his tie, he walked to the dining department, and after listening to their report, he contacted the guards watching Jiang Lu, only to find out that she had not yet come out of the boss's room. As an adult surrounded mostly by men, Shenyang vaguely guessed what might have happened, but he didn't quite believe it because since they joined Ghost, they had a firm understanding that the boss was not interested in women. However, when Shenyang pushed the dining cart to the outside of Ying's master bedroom, he unexpectedly ran into a disheveled Jiang Lu coming out. His suspicions were confirmed, but the belief he had held was shattered. He looked at Jiang Lu with an indescribable expression as she coldly snorted and said, "What? You're unhappy because I slept with your boss?" Shenyang's expression was extremely serious. He was genuinely unhappy. He felt the boss had been tainted and violated by an outsider, which was unacceptable. He began to ponder whether Jiang Lu had used some kind of drug, but quickly dismissed the thought. The meals and water the boss consumed every day were specially processed, and if any other drugs were mixed in, it would immediately show. The boss could not have eaten something problematic or drunk contaminated water. "So, did you get something advanced from Dr. Yuan?" Shenyang's words faltered here, becoming difficult to articulate. Jiang Lu looked at him for a moment before responding. "Are you trying to say I drugged your boss, so he would do this and that with me?" She finished putting on her coat, buttoned it up, and tidied her hair, saying, "I did indeed put anesthetic in the water. I'm actually quite curious why he is fine. If he weren't, it would mean last night was not just about sleeping with him, but about taking him down." Shenyang's expression instantly became very complex and vivid. He gritted his teeth for a while before saying, "You're finished. Macau, Dolao, I will make you wish you were dead for daring to drug the boss. You should have asked your parents. Anesthetics are so trivial that even if you added enough to put an elephant to sleep, it wouldn't work." Why? Jiang Lu genuinely wanted to know, preparing for the next step. After all, she had already decided to go all out. Shenyang sneered, "You're asking me? Doctor, Yuan should know better. That's her genius masterpiece, ecological technology water. People at Ghost have been drinking it for years. It's very healthy, strengthens the body, and is simply a must-have for home and travel. My God, is it really that amazing? Are you kidding me?" So she was harmed, by her mother's invention? He must have noticed that the cup of water was problematic. He hadn't been asleep at all, waiting to see what she would do. She probably looked like a clown performing in front of him, and he must have been laughing his head off. Jiang Lu pressed down her twitching lips, chuckled lightly, and walked past Shenyang, who didn't even think to stop her. To prevent the boss from being further violated by her, Shenyang decided to serve the boss himself. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, Shenyang entered with a tray of breakfast, while Jiang Lu soon encountered Dr. Yuan. As the mother watched her daughter walk over from a distance, her expression was quite complex. "Are you silly?" Dr. Yuan sighed, pressing her forehead. Jiang Lu nodded seriously. "Yes, I need to think of more sophisticated methods in the future." Dr. Yuan frowned. "What do you mean by in the future? If one doesn't court death, they die. Why can't you understand that?" Jiang Lu expressed her frustration. "Are we just going to watch ghosts grow stronger, aiding and abetting evil, and let the whole world fall into crisis?" Dr. Yuan's expression was peculiar. "You really have started to care about national affairs," Jiang Lu declared. "The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen." Dr. Yuan awkwardly smiled. "Your dad and I came over as soon as we heard the commotion from Shenyang's side. Just by looking at you, I could tell something happened. Your dad left first to spare you embarrassment, and I thought I'd come and comfort you. But it seems I overthought it." Jiang Lu was taken aback and after a moment said, "Actually, I'm quite sad, but it's fine. I'll just consider a dog bite and do some charity." Dr. Yuan immediately stepped forward to cover her mouth to prevent her from continuing, and Jiang Lu, confused, tried to break free. Then she saw her mother respectfully nodding behind her, saying, "Boss." Jiang Lu froze, instantly stopping her struggles, and without turning back to look, she said, I'm going to take a shower." After speaking, she dashed away like the wind. "You see, sometimes God is just unfair. Clearly, the door has been closed on you, but he won't open a window either." She directly went to wash and sleep, and he must have heard her words, right? While showering, Jiang Lu was still thinking about this matter. Now, the only place that could provide a shower was probably Ghost, allowing people to maintain hygiene, which was also a benefit for Ghost employees. Jiang Lu coldly snorted, deciding to let the earlier incident of calling him a dog slide. If he heard, then so be it. After all, she had already done worse things, so this was nothing. He was originally just making things difficult for her. In fact, she still felt unwilling and a bit sad, showering, unable to distinguish whether the water on her face was tears or something else. The countdown on the shower began to beep, indicating that the water would soon stop because clean water resources were currently too precious. The shower would automatically time out, and when the time was up, the water would shut off. Jiang Lu exhaled, turned off the shower, and wrapped herself in a towel as she left the bathroom. Just a few steps out, she suddenly saw a flash in front of her, and Ing appeared before her unexpectedly. The scene was so surreal that she was stunned and forgot to cover herself. By the time she reacted, she instinctively grabbed a decorative item from the nearby table and threw it at him. The object passed through his body and landed beside the bed, making a crisp sound. "What is going on?" Jiang Lu stared at him with wide eyes. Ing stood there. To the naked eye, his body looked very real and indistinguishable from a person. He was dressed in a black suit, his hair neatly combed back, looking like a refined beast in sunglasses, with a cultured yet cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Your mother is testing the latest holographic teleportation technology, and I personally came to experiment. I happen to have something to tell you, so I came here." He stood with his hands behind his back, his tall and slender figure like an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Lu took a breath and asked irritably, "What is it?" Ing didn't mind her attitude, leaning slightly to look at her, speaking in a leisurely and indifferent tone. "The person you brought back yesterday wants to see you. As a thank you for your good performance last night, I decided to let you meet them." "Impressive. Is this really a thank you?" Come on." Chapter 16, The Ghost Base, is actually quite large, but Jiang Lu's range of activities is limited. She is only familiar with the top-floor Shadow Lounge and her own living space. The people who came to see her from Jiang City are clearly not being held here. Jiang Lu glanced at the calendar and remembered her time limit for the mission, 1 month with 25 days left. It would pass in the blink of an eye, and she wondered if she should hurry. She turned to look at Shadow, who had just stepped out of the elevator. The process had actually gone quite smoothly, hadn't it? "Look, in just 5 days, she had ended up in bed with him. Although there wasn't much to celebrate. Seeing Shun Yang staring at her, as if afraid she might offend Shadow, made her feel like the one being taken advantage of was actually that person. What a paradox. As Shadow and Shun Yang walked out of the elevator, Jiang Lu recalled the misunderstandings her neighbors had about her. It seemed that this time, she would either be scolded or begged to help them escape. They would probably start off tough and then soften up. In any case, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. She couldn't even protect herself and really didn't want to play the saint. But she was an emotional person. How could someone who wasn't emotional write a novel? What worried her more was that once she went in, she might be forced into a situation where she couldn't refuse. And if she were to be made to cry, that would be quite awkward. So, Jiang Lu stood by the elevator door, not moving. As time passed, the elevator doors were about to close. Xinyang happened to turn around and urged, Mr. Lao, please hurry up. The boss had a lot of matters to attend to. Shadow looked at her indifferently, not saying anything or urging her. Jiang Lu watched the slowly closing elevator doors and said directly, I'm stuck in the door and can't get out. Why don't you guys go ahead? I won't go. Shadow turned around and walked away. Xinyang sneered and walked up to press a button outside the elevator, causing the doors to open again. Jiang Lu coughed and stepped forward to follow. Xinyang caught up with her and, as the distance between her and Shadow slowly closed, said meaningfully, I'll be watching you. Little ant, know your place. Don't think that just because you slept with the boss, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Lu tilted her head, Mr. Shun. You're not falling for your boss, are you? Xinyang replied without changing his expression. Every employee at Ghost deeply admires the boss, including your parents. Jiang Lu's face was expressionless, making it unclear what she really thought. When Xinyang didn't get a clear answer from her, he continued to threaten, listen, I'll say this for the last time, don't entertain any bad ideas. Otherwise, even if you're still useful, I will kill you at all costs. Jiang Lu paused, looked Xinyang up and down, and suddenly quickened her pace to grab Shadow's hand. To be honest, he was wearing leather gloves. So her hand didn't actually touch his skin, and there was really a feeling of holding hands. However, this scene was quite significant in Xinyang's eyes. He stared at Jiang Lu in disbelief, while Jiang Lu ignored him and looked up at Shadow, who was gazing down at her, awkwardly smiling and saying, holding hands while walking, we won't slip. Xinyang thought, is this a broadcast of Big Head Son and Small Head Dad? Seriously, what does this woman want? Is she rebelling? To Xinyang's disappointment, Shadow didn't shake off her hand and continued to hold it as they walked forward. Xinyang was very unhappy. But soon Jiang Lu also couldn't find joy in it. She clearly realized what self-inflicted consequences meant. In fact, she hadn't expected to arrive at the place where those neighbors were held so quickly, nor did she anticipate that Shadow would refuse to let go. Jiang Lu nearly kicked his leg to pull her hand free, but he acted as if he didn't feel it at all, maintaining a calm demeanor as he ordered someone to open the door. Then, those trapped in the glass boxes saw the two of them holding hands. I told you, they must be close. Look, that person is holding her hand. The speaker was a young security guard who had just started working in the community 3 months ago. He had greeted her every time she went out and even wrote her a love letter, which she never accepted. Now he looked indignant and seemed relieved, probably worried that if the love letter had been sent, the person beside Jiang Lu, who couldn't be named, would directly eliminate him. Even though they had come this far, they still didn't want to die unless absolutely necessary. Every life is precious and deserves to be taken seriously. Jiang Lu, how could you do this? You seem like such a gentle and honest girl. How did you end up on this path? It must be that person who led you astray, Mr. Zhang's son said, his words carrying a hint of a Hunan accent as he looked at her with deep sorrow. He could even feel the spittle flying from his mouth across the glass box. What do you want to do with them? Jiang Lu turned to ask the man beside her. Shadow was sitting in a chair, leisurely sipping tea from a cup, remaining absolutely calm despite being in a life-threatening situation. You save those 4, but do you want to save this bunch too? Mr. Lao, don't think too highly of yourself. Xinyang answered her question on behalf of Shadow. Shadow didn't deny it, and even smiled slightly, as if to say, silly girl, so naive. Jiang Lu replied sincerely, I didn't Mr. Shun, you think too highly of me. Xinyang was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and Jiang Lu lowered her voice to continue. I'm just curious about what they will be used for. This time, It was Shadow himself who answered her. In previous studies, most experiments were conducted on animals, but then something went wrong. So, since things have come to this, and for now, no one has the energy to deal with you. You can do as you please, directly using living people for experiments? Jiang Lu remained silent, but the people in the glass boxes began to fear upon hearing Shadow's words. After a moment, Mr. Zhang's son stood up and said, "We want to talk to Jiang Lu alone." Jiang Lu froze, looking back in confusion. The other party looked terrified, cold sweat on his forehead, clearly very afraid of speaking to Shadow. He mustered the courage to do so. What was his purpose? Shadow glanced at him, having brought in the people, and thought it wouldn't be a big deal to meet and discuss some issues. He simply stood up to leave. Xinyang saw that the boss agreed, and although reluctant, he turned to leave as well. Only they remained in the room. Before Mr. Zhang's son could speak, Jiang Lu first made a stopping gesture, then took out a pen and a few sheets of paper from her pocket, which she had prepared beforehand. In this surveillance-filled place, to have a bit of privacy while communicating with others, she could only choose this method, writing down her concerns and questions on the paper. Jiang Lu pressed it against the glass box for them to see. The other party saw it, but couldn't speak, which made it very awkward. Jiang Lu looked around, moved to one side of the control panel, and saw two buttons, one green and one red, labeled close and open respectively. Jiang Lu pressed the green button, and outside, Xinyang immediately got the report. He looked at Shadow, who was already busy with other matters and about to leave. Xinyang hurriedly informed him of the situation. "This is not important." Shadow only said these 4 words regarding the matter and left with the others. Xinyang watched the boss's quickly departing figure, feeling a sense of unease. Why isn't it important? That little brat actually dared to mess with things. Aren't you going to do something about it? Feeling melancholic, Xinyang left the room while Jiang Lu was using writing as a means of communication with Mr. Zhang's son. At this moment, Jiang Lu learned that the other party's name was Zhang Qili. The concrete wall outside the community building was the material he provided, risking his life to build it up little by little with other young people. It was simply blown up by ghosts, and they were genuinely furious. They had discussed for a long time and felt that Jiang Lu didn't seem like a bad child. While living in the community, she rarely went out and had no chance to contact ghosts, so how could she possibly be a henchman? So everyone has always believed that Jiang Lu was forced. Jiang Lu was extremely moved, holding Zhang Qili's hand and saying, "Comrade, comrade." Zhang Qili was in a dilemma. "But, Jiang Lu, you're now the only person who can save the world." Wait a minute. What did she hear? Save the world? You must be joking. Save the world? Zhang Qili seriously wrote down a large sheet of paper, densely packed with words, and Jiang Lu picked it up and was dumbfounded after reading it. How could it be? It's you, save the world. You can now move freely within the ghost company. What a huge advantage. And that person whose name cannot be mentioned is clearly captivated by you. As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, and bears definitely do too. As long as you use a beauty trap, like dodgy, enchanting King Zhou of Shang, make his company chaotic and self-destruct, and wait for the army to come, then we will have died with value. Jiang Lu expressionlessly tore the paper in her hand into tiny pieces, afraid of leaving any evidence for them to piece together. Zhang Qili kept looking at her, and the other people's faces were filled with great expectations. Jiang Lu felt she was given an unmerited responsibility. Perhaps she shouldn't have come here today. She stood up wanting to leave, but was directly pulled back by Zhang Qili, who said with red eyes, "Jiang Lu, it doesn't matter if we die. What's most important is that we don't want more of our compatriots to die because of this. I believe you think the same way, right?" Jiang Lu didn't know how to respond, and Zhang Qili directly released her and knelt on the ground. She numbly stood there, watching as others also knelt down in succession before her, exactly as she had anticipated. In fact, everyone has a selfish side, and Jiang Lu certainly did too. Sometimes she just wanted to not care about anything and live well herself. After all, she had already made a lot of efforts for these matters and lost something very important. But looking at the people kneeling in front of her, holding the torn paper scraps, Jiang Lu let out a deep breath and ultimately did not give them a clear answer, turning around and leaving. After she left, someone immediately came in to close the glass box again. Jiang Lu didn't want to know how they would be harmed in the end. She had no ability to change the situation and that capable person would definitely not do so. The future was too tricky, and if Shadow really had feelings for her, it would be great, but the other party clearly had no interest in her. Jiang Lu and the others' attempts to manipulate the other party through emotional means were obviously unrealistic. By the time the army discovered this base and had the energy to attack, it would probably take a long time. So everything seemed to return to square one. Just as Su Boya had said at the beginning. Could it be that the only way to go is to conquer Shadow? Back at the top floor, Jiang Lu looked at the armored vehicles outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, not knowing if Shadow was on one of them, hoping he would go and never return, dying outside. Unfortunately, this dream was clearly less practical than hoping the army would arrive soon. Jiang Lu sighed, sat cross-legged on the sofa, stared ahead, and thought for a long time. When night fell, she made a difficult decision. At 9 o'clock at night, Shadow appeared outside the lounge. He was wearing a white lab coat over a meticulously tailored suit, not wearing sunglasses but a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His slick-back hair gave him an aura of asceticism and cruelty. Seeing him appear there in the night, it was not only pleasing to the eyes but also terrifying. "Why isn't the light on?" This was the first sentence Shadow said. Jiang Lu slowly stood up from the sofa. Her legs felt numb from sitting cross-legged for too long, and she had a bit of trouble standing. Remembering her decision, Jiang Lu took a deep breath and looked at him, saying, "Where have you been? I miss you a bit." When you want to conquer someone and truly want to succeed, you must have feelings of admiration for them so that they can feel your sincerity and be moved. Jiang Lu had only thought about conquering him before, with no intention of actually liking him, which made it hard for the other party to truly take the matter seriously. To put it simply, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Jiang Lu's reaction clearly surprised Shadow. He had originally planned to turn on the light, but, upon hearing this, put his hand down and looked at her from distance. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment, dragging her numb legs over, and then, unfortunately, fell into his arms. Sorry, my legs are numb." Chapter 17, The chill of autumn, still lingered on Ying's body, and as time passed, the weather grew colder. Perhaps the next time she had the chance to go out, it would be the start of winter. She wondered if the zombies would be less active in winter. After all, it was so cold. If they were slower, her chances of escaping would be greater if she managed to run away. Really, she was thinking about these pointless things again. Escaping was never easy. You could run away from the monk, but not the temple. Her parents were here, and if she left alone, they would definitely worry more than if she stayed. Ying didn't push her away. His hand rested on her waist to help her straighten up. The white lab coat he wore had a faint chemical smell, and Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose. As soon as her legs felt a bit better, she stood up straight and pulled back slightly from Ying. Would a woman's maternal instinct change her personality just because they had slept together? Ying took long strides to the sofa and sat down. He didn't turn on the light, but in the darkness, he poured himself a glass of water. His bony hand grasped the clear glass, and as his Adam's apple moved sensually, the colorless water slowly entered his body. The so-called change in personality was certainly because she suddenly said something like "I miss you a bit." Jiang Lu didn't plan to explain. She simply asked him, "Have you eaten yet? You've been busy all day. You must be tired." Ying looked at her, seemingly unfazed that someone who had previously avoided him would suddenly care about him. It was understandable. After all, she had just said something like "I miss you." Anything else she said after that was no longer surprising. He gazed at her for a while, then casually shook his head. Jiang Lu seemed particularly concerned about these matters today. She lifted her foot to turn on the light, and the suddenly bright light made her squint. But he didn't need to adjust at all. His expression remained unchanged. Once he finished drinking the water, he stood up and walked toward the master bedroom, seemingly planning to sleep. Jiang Lu didn't intend to let him rest just like that. She walked over and said, "Boss, you go take a shower first, and I'll help you prepare dinner." And glanced at her sideways and said slowly, "No need." Jiang Lu insisted, "People are made of iron, and meals are steel. If you don't eat one meal, you'll feel anxious. Don't worry, I definitely won't drug you this time." After saying that, she turned and ran out. Ying raised his hand to loosen his tie, his gaze fixed in the direction she left, his expression disdainful, showing no gratitude. It was late at night, and if he wanted to eat, he would have to do it himself. But if it was Ying who wanted to eat, it was completely unnecessary to make it so complicated. Jiang Lu had previously disliked seeing Shenyang, But ever since she discovered that if she offended Shenyang would feel uncomfortable all over, she wanted to involve Shenyang in everything. Watching his faith in her being gradually destroyed, it was simply too thrilling. Therefore, as soon as Shenyang lay down, he heard a subordinate report that Jiang Lu had arrived at the dining department, saying the boss wanted dinner, and they should start preparing immediately. Shenyang expressionlessly put on his clothes, his face dark as he went to the department responsible for Ying's daily meals, just in time to see Jiang Lu studying the menu, as if she was going to cook herself. Shenyang was horrified and directly approached to snatch the menu from her, coldly saying, "There's no need for Miss Dolau to worry about the boss's meals. We have dedicated staff for that. No matter the time, as long as the boss needs, we will serve him." Jiang Lu looked at her empty hands and nonchalantly said, "Okay, Mr. Shenyang is too nervous. I didn't plan to cook myself. Don't worry, because aside from boiling instant noodles, I don't know how to make anything else." Shenyang's lips twitched slightly as he returned the menu to the chef. His expression could be well described by a line of poetry. Black clouds pressed down on the city. The city is about to collapse. Under Shenyang's indifferent gaze, the chefs, with dark circles under their eyes, began preparing dinner as quickly as possible. To be honest, Ghost dining conditions were definitely better than those of the survivors' base, probably because villains always made ample preparations. They knew best when disasters would strike. Everything stemmed from them, and they must have already thought of an escape route. Jiang Lu felt that Ghost might have a dedicated vegetable base set up far away. Otherwise, where did all these fresh vegetables come from every day? The chefs worked particularly fast, mainly because the status of the person who needed to eat was too high. If they were slow, it would easily displease him, risking their lives. So they had to be quick. As Jiang Lu pushed the dining cart away, Shenyang followed her uneasily. Jiang Lu sighed. "You really can't help but be concerned, can you? Look, this meal is prepared quickly, with a variety of rich colors and flavors. People really need pressure. If my mom had told me that if I didn't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, she would kill me, I definitely would have made it." Shenyang rolled his eyes at her and said, "Is that so? Then what's Miss Dolau's education level?" Jiang Lu surprisingly smiled and said, "To disappoint Mr. Shenyang, although I didn't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I did get into Fudan." Shenyang's face was filled with visible disappointment and disdain. He sneered, "Oh really? I'm not disappointed. Miss Dolau's education is still acceptable, but compared to the boss, it's still far off." Jiang Lu paused for a moment, then said after a while, "I thought someone as antisocial as wouldn't have gone to school." Shenyang directly blocked her path and said sternly, "Miss Dolau, don't be too reckless. You can insult me, but please don't insult the boss. The boss is a person who has received higher education and holds many degrees." As they were talking, a small robot slowly moved over, wearing a mask with two red cheeks. "Have you seen Saw? It's just like the mask of the puppet in it." It slowly stopped beside the two, mechanically lifted its head, and began reciting lines. "I want to play a game." The red cheeks pulled apart, forming an expression that seemed to be smiling, "Live or die. Make your choice." As it finished speaking, a compartment popped out from below the robot, revealing an electronic screen. The static slowly transformed into Jiang Lu's father's face, who looked stern and said, "Why haven't you come back to sleep so late?" Shenyang stared at the screen speechlessly. Jiang Technology, playing that sort of routine in the middle of the night. "Who are you trying to scare?" Jiang Chu glanced at him coolly and said, "This is just my new family robot with a hairstyle. If you feel scared, it means you have a guilty conscience." "Mr. Shenyang, are you so timid?" Shenyang fell silent. Jiang Chu looked at Jiang Lu and said, "Come back to sleep soon. I don't remember the boss saying he needed you to sleep with him every night." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu didn't blow up, but Shenyang was displeased. He somewhat broke down and said, "Enough, Jiang Chu. The boss definitely doesn't need your daughter to disturb him every night. I'll trouble you to come up and take her back. Don't let her buzz around the boss like a bothersome fly." After venting, Shenyang tidied his suit, turned around, intending to let Jiang Lu leave and deliver dinner himself. But when he turned back, he found Jiang Lu had left he didn't know when. "What?" Shenyang jumped in surprise, glaring at the screen below the robot. "Where did that annoying fly go?" Jiang Technology sneered. "While you were going crazy, she had already pushed the dining cart away. Useless." After saying this, Jiang technology directly cut off the screen signal, and the robot slowly walked away. Xinyang muttered to himself, "Useless? Isn't that what Dr. Yuan calls you? How dare you use it to refer to others?" However, that wasn't the key point now. The key was to quickly stop Jiang Lu. She hadn't even listened to Jiang Technology's words, clearly plotting something. To protect the boss's chastity, Xinyang was willing to give everything. When Jiang Lu arrived at the top-level lounge and was about to push the dining cart inside, she happened to see Xinyang coming up as well. He entered through the glass door using facial recognition, and Jiang Lu immediately quickened her pace, pushing the dining cart into Ying's bedroom, then locked the door from the inside. She stood there, smugly patting away the non-existent dust on her hands, and after a moment, realized where she was. Turning to look at the center of the living room, she found Ying still there. He had taken a shower and changed his clothes, now wearing a dark green bathrobe, sitting cross-legged while smoking, his gaze seemingly drifting toward her. Jiang Lu felt a bit awkward, but her naturally expressionless face made her appear calm on the outside. She took a deep breath, ignoring Xinyang's continuous shouting outside, and walked over with the dining cart, asking, "Are we eating here or in the bedroom?" Xinyang's voice outside grew louder, and now he wasn't calling for her, but directly for Ying, his tone filled with a million concerns. Ying leisurely stood up, holding something resembling a remote control, and casually pressed a button. Suddenly, a scream from Xinyang echoed outside. Jiang Lu was stunned for a moment. "What did you do?" Ying didn't speak, turning to enter the master bedroom. Jiang Lu, feeling curious, returned to the door and peeked through the visual intercom. Xinyang was drenched, still apologizing softly. "Sorry, boss, I disturbed your rest." "I'm very sorry." The world's #1 loyal dog undoubtedly belonged to him. Jiang Lu felt pity for Xinyang for 3 seconds, then took the dinner out of the cart and prepared to serve it to Ying in the master bedroom. However, when she reached the door, she found it was closed and locked, which was really unlike Ying's style. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, her communicator buzzed. She took it out and saw her mother's code flashing. Jiang Lu quickly stepped back a few paces to answer, whispering, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Doctor." Yuan took a moment before saying, "Are you still with the boss?" Jiang Lu replied, "He hasn't had dinner yet." Dr. Yuan sighed and said, "Come back and rest. The boss asked me to call you back. He has something to do tonight, so don't disturb him. Just say it directly if you want her to leave. Why make others say it?" Really pretentious, always by his side. Jiang Lu turned off the communicator and left, actually not wanting to linger around Ying. It was just that in this world, one often had no choice. If possible, she would prefer to have no contact with these people at all. After all, no one would want to be nice to someone right after being half-forced into a relationship with them. After leaving, she directly handed the dining cart over to the catering department and returned to her own room to rest. Just after finishing her shower, she saw Dr. Yuan sitting on the sofa in a white lab coat. She glanced at Jiang Lu and began to sigh heavily. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lu walked over and sat beside her. "Aren't you going to sleep this late? Did my dad not attend to you?" Dr. Yuan snorted coldly. "Don't mention that useless man to me. All he cares about now are those robots and equipment. It's clear that engineering boys really aren't suited to be husbands, as her dad demonstrated. Being focused on research every day, oblivious to the outside world. I want to ask you." Dr. Yuan looked seriously at Jiang Lu. "What do you really want to do now? Didn't you dislike the boss? Why are you suddenly being so nice to him? You don't have some kind of scheme, do you?" Jiang Lu touched her face. "Is it that obvious?" Dr. Yuan twitched her lips. "If I can guess it without seeing, let alone if I saw your boss. You won't survive like this. Stop messing around, Lu." Jiang Lu forced a smile. "I wasn't trying to mess around. Mom, you don't know. He brought all my neighbors from the community to meet me, and they begged me on their knees not to let them die in vain, not to let others die like them. Sweetheart, good people don't live long." Dr. Yuan directly interrupted Jiang Lu, frowning. "You're still too young. There are things you can't understand. The boss only keeps you around because your dad and I have some value to him. Once we finish the project in hand, you might not be able to stay." Jiang Lu lowered her head and said nothing. Dr. Yuan sighed and continued, "Honestly, I didn't expect him to really go down this path. At first, I was just suspicious, but now I'm in it and can't pull out. Your dad and I have thought about leaving, but..." She lowered her head. "Some paths, once taken, offer no chance to turn back. If we turn back, not only will we be in danger, but you probably won't survive either. Jiang Lu remained silent for a long time. Dr. Yuan continued to ramble on about other things. When she left, she kissed Jiang Lu's forehead, comforting her that as long as they were alive, they would definitely ensure she was safe. As Dr. Yuan left, Jiang Lu walked to the door to see her off. Watching her figure leave, she thought about how they were trying hard to protect her, and she wanted to do something for them. Since she had already started down this path and paid a price, stopping now would mean all her efforts were in vain. Whether for Qin Nong and the others or for her parents, she wanted to give it another try. In the past, she really hadn't planned to study Ying's preferences and personality. That was too unconventional for her to accept. But now, she truly wanted to understand him. She had never narcissistically thought that she could win his admiration and infatuation simply by her looks. If she wanted that, she would have to earn his favor through her own relentless efforts. Jiang Lu returned to her bed, covered herself with the blanket. Starting tomorrow, it would be the real battle. Chapter 18. The next morning, Jiang Lu got dressed neatly and planned to look for Ying, but when she arrived, she found that Shan Yang had arranged for someone else to clean the room, and Ying was already gone. Jiang Lu glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 7 o'clock. Ying usually got up punctually at 8 in the morning, so it was unusually early today. Asking the person sent by Shan Yang clearly yielded no results, and Jiang Lu awkwardly returned to her room. She waited until evening, but Ying still hadn't come back. Disappointed, she marked off a day on the calendar. Her time was running out. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and when the remaining time dropped below 20 days, it would go even faster. At first, she counted in days, but now she had to count in seconds. However, despite the urgency of time, it was still difficult for her to see Ying. He seemed very busy lately, not seen in the morning or returning at night. In desperation, Jiang Lu made her way to her mother's room to wait, wanting to ask what was going on. As a researcher, Jiang Lu did not have permission to enter where Dr. Yuan worked. Her activity range was limited to the top-level laboratory that Ying had specially approved and the dormitory floor where she rested. If she ran off to other places, she would be caught and brought back immediately. Dr. Yuan had also been very busy lately, and she hadn't been in touch with Jiang Lu as frequently as before. She only contacted her every night before bed to confirm she was still alive, hanging up a few seconds later. That night, Dr. Yuan returned very late, entering the house with Jiang Technology at 11 o'clock. She didn't know Jiang Lu was there and was still chatting with Jiang Technology as she entered. The boss's actions this time are a bit too big. As long as we don't provoke the military at this time, they won't be distracted to provoke us. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. They're too busy saving people. Why do we have to go looking for trouble? Dr. Yuan frowned. Jiang Technology lazily replied, "Is this your first day working at Ghost?" He himself is someone who hates being passive. Since he doesn't want to think it through, now is the best time for Ghost strike. They have a lot of trouble to deal with, and all Ghost needs to do is destroy them. After saying this, Jiang Technology put his arm around Dr. Yuan, just as he was about to lean in for a kiss when he suddenly froze, looking towards the inner room and asking, "Who is there?" Jiang Lu came out of the room, just about to greet them when Jiang Technology darkly said, "What are you doing? It's late. Why aren't you back sleeping? Go back. How can a family bond just blow up like that? A few days ago, I was missing a pen and a notebook. Did you take them?" Jiang Technology started digging up old accounts. Jiang Lu found it hard to speak. Her room had nothing but the necessary living facilities, not even enough clothes to last a few days without washing. To have a bit of privacy later, she had taken a notebook and a pen from her parents. These things weren't rare. She didn't expect her dad to remember so clearly, and seeing his accusatory look, it was obvious he was more concerned about the fact that she had delayed him from doing something he wanted to do. Men, no matter how old they get, always act like little animals when it comes to matters concerning their own interests. They just can't think normally like humans. "Dad, I tell you, you might not believe it, but it was the paper and pen that moved first." Jiang Lu tried to slip away, but just as she reached the door, she was grabbed by Dr. Yuan by the collar. "Don't go. Why are you still here so late? Is there something going on?" Jiang Lu turned back, touched, and said, "Mom." Dr. Yuan turned to Jiang Technology and said, "Useless. Go find something to eat." Jiang Technology's mouth twitched, but he eventually left. They had been busy all afternoon and hadn't even had a drop of water. After Jiang Lu's father left, Dr. Yuan sat down with her and asked, "What is going on?" Last time, Dr. Yuan was very opposed to her getting close to Ying. Jiang Lu thought for a moment and evasively said, "You've all been so busy these past few days. I haven't seen you in a while, so I just came to check in to feel some family love." Dr. Yuan replied, I'm your mom, so tell me the truth. What have you all been busy with recently? I really want to know. I'm doing nothing every day and can't help you with anything." Jiang Lu's tone was filled with guilt. "Mom, why don't you take me along? I can help out." Dr. Yuan looked her up and down and said, "What can you do? I remember when your grandmother was still around, she told me you scored 47 in chemistry, not even passing." "I can learn," Jiang Lu replied. Glancing at the bookshelf nearby, she took down a few books, flipped through them, and said, "Isn't it enough to understand these?" She had to find opportunities to spend time with Ying. The way things were going, she wouldn't even know how she would die in the end. After living a comfortable life for so long, now she had to study hard. If she mastered a skill, communicating with Ying would be easier, and even going out together wouldn't be a problem. In the end, she could coordinate with the military. Yes, that was it. She had to learn. Learning had no end. Dr. Yuan, seeing the determination on Jiang Lu's face, said meaningfully, "You need to understand those 3 books you took. With your qualifications, you need to work hard for at least 3 to 5 years." Jiang Lu immediately put the books back. However, if it were the boss, even if he had no prior exposure to something, he could fully master it in a month or 2. Dr. Yuan suddenly brought up Ying, and after realizing she had strayed from the topic, she cleared her throat and said, "But if you really want to learn, take them back to study." "Didn't I just return the computer to you? I'll write a database for you. It has some of my insights and research materials in it. Just don't accidentally delete anything," she warned with concern. Jiang Lu stiffly replied, "Do I look that stupid?" Dr. Yuan didn't respond, but smiled, which made Jiang Lu feel increasingly insecure. As she was about to leave with the books, Jiang Lu finally asked the question she most wanted to know. "I haven't seen the boss lately. What has he been doing?" Dr. Yuan looked at Jiang Lu, who seemed indifferent, as if she were just casually asking without any ulterior motive. After observing her for a while, she said, "Go back and rest. Don't ask too much about his matters. I've heard that you've been waiting for him to appear these past few days, but haven't run into him, right?" Jiang Lu remained silent. Dr. Yuan continued, "You won't be seeing the boss for a while. The C group has found the survivor base #1 in the south, and the boss is currently preparing for an attack there. Are the villains that arrogant now?" Jiang Lu couldn't help but make a Yunpeng expression. "My God, seriously, people like that need to be taught a lesson. If they got hit once, they would behave. Unfortunately, there were too few people in this world who could hit him, and the few who were also being plotted against for an attack. Did they get the news?" Jiang Lu returned to her room with several books, took a shower, and lay in bed reading. She hadn't been sleeping well these past few days, but when she opened the book titled Biological Research Lesson 4, her mind suddenly started to feel fuzzy. After struggling through 2 pages, she began to feel dizzy, her vision becoming increasingly blurred, and a minute later, she fell asleep. Chapter 19 now, wanting to seeing really relies on luck. Jiang Lu was quite lucky today, sitting at the door of the lounge with a book. She kept nodding as she felt very sleepy. During her study days, she mostly dozed off in math class, and the words in the book were basically something that knew her, but she didn't know them. Fortunately, her mother had annotated the book extensively, which made it a bit easier to understand. It was difficult, but she still had to work hard. Jiang Lu had been lingering here for a few days, and Xinyang was a bit unhappy, planning to cancel her facial recognition access and let her stay quietly. When he came over, a female researcher happened to arrive as well, and they bumped into each other. Xinyang frowned and said, "What are you doing here? The boss isn't around." The female researcher smiled and said, "President Shun, if you keep being like this, it's hard for women to like you." Xinyang replied indifferently, "I don't need women to like me." The female researcher sized him up. "Is President Shun not capable? Is that why you harbor such animosity towards women?" Xinyang squinted. "Did I say I hate women? I quite like Dr. Yuan. If one day Jiang's technology gets blown up while doing research, I will definitely pursue Dr. Yuan." The female researcher sneered. "That's perfect. It's your dream lover who asked me to come here." Xinyang frowned. "For what?" "To take her daughter back. Isn't that very much in line with your requirements?" Upon hearing this, Shenyang finally forced a smile, stepped aside, and said very gentlemanly, "Please." The female researcher rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "I wouldn't be surprised if you married the boss one day." After saying that, she swiped her face and went in. Shenyang followed her inside. It was evening now, and as the weather got colder, night fell earlier. The lights in the ghost base had been on for a long time, making it hard to notice. But when they reached the lounge on the top floor and saw the windows, they could feel the change of seasons. The young lady. The female researcher walked over to Jiang Lu, who sleepily raised her head. She thought the researcher looked familiar and realized she was the one who had helped her with her makeup that day. "Is there something?" Jiang Lu didn't sit up and curiously looked at her. The female researcher squatted down, ignoring Shenyang, who was closely following behind, and smiled. "Are you reading?" She glanced at the cover of the book. "This kind of book isn't really suitable for beginners like you." "Didn't your mother guide you a bit?" Jiang Lu touched her face and said, "Because time is pressing, I can't start from the basics. I have to learn directly from the difficult stuff." The female researcher clicked her tongue. "Oh, really? Is time that urgent? Why are you working so hard? You must have a goal." Jiang Lu didn't hide it and looked down at the pages, saying, "I want to impress the boss, but I don't understand anything. And there's no common ground between us. That's terrible, so I have to work hard to get close to him. Although I might be a bit slow, I will try my best." She clenched her fist, full of confidence. The female researcher looked at her thoughtfully and said before Shenyang, "I heard you slept with the boss. Is it true?" Jiang Lu's expression froze for a few seconds, and her head dropped even lower. The female researcher sighed. "That man, the boss. I also want to sleep with him." Shenyang directly exploded. "Stop. What dirty things are you all discussing? Get out of here. Do you think the boss's lounge is a sauna?" "Huh, boss. Good evening, boss." Shenyang's last words successfully attracted the attention of the two women present. One quickly turned around, and the other immediately raised her head, and indeed saw Ying standing behind Shenyang, who was bowing respectfully with a solemn and devout expression. Ying's gaze swept past Shenyang and landed on the female researcher and Jiang Lu, tilting her head and saying, "Leave." The female researcher immediately stood up and bowed as she left, while Shenyang stood there motionless, clearly unaware that he was also included among those who needed to leave. It wasn't until Ying leisurely shifted her gaze to him that he suddenly realized and promptly bowed to leave. With both of them gone, only Jiang Lu remained. Seemingly not hearing Ying's command, she still sat on the floor with books on her knees, her long gray hair scattered like a girl from an anime, gazing at her peacefully. Then, like the sloth flash from Zootopia, she slowly and awkwardly broke into a radiant smile, excitedly saying, "I finally waited for you." She didn't know how long he had been standing there, or how much he had heard. Forget it. Since he hadn't said anything offensive today, it was fine to have heard it. Ying looked travel-worn, holding a black bag, and his black sunglasses concealed his handsome eyes, making it hard for her to read his emotions. He didn't speak, directly bypassing her to open the door and walk in. Jiang Lu unconsciously followed him inside. Ying casually threw the bag on the floor, making a crisp sound. Jiang Lu slowly caught up, looking at it with curiosity, guessing what was inside when he spoke to her. "Open it." He sat down, crossed his legs, resting his hand on the armrest of the sofa, his expression cold and profound. He was truly the most handsome man Jiang Lu had ever seen, without exception. "Is it okay?" Jiang Lu asked doubtfully, but did as instructed. Opening the black bag, at a glance, the items inside were all too familiar. Books she had published and electronic devices she usually used, like a tablet and PSP. She looked at Ying in surprise as he held a lighter and lit a cigarette. His casual and reckless action exuded an indescribable elegance. He looked at her with cold eyes, but his tone was filled with warmth. As the smoke was lit and swirled around, his face became illusory and unreal. Jiang Lu slowly pulled up the zipper of the black bag and bent down to thank him. "Thank you for bringing my things back." Her tone was very sincere, as it truly came from the heart. Ying seemed indifferent to this, even dismissive, as he said coldly yet gently, "You're welcome. When I was killing that day, I inquired where you lived, casually went in to take a look, and had someone bring these back. I kept forgetting to give them to you." He held the cigarette, and even though he mentioned the word killing, he remained so calm. Jiang Lu felt very conflicted about him. On one hand, She thought this man could easily be a spokesperson for Facebook because he was so cool. And on the other hand, she felt that in his words and actions, he was genuinely very attractive to any woman. Jiang Lu didn't say anything, planning to leave with the bag, but he raised his hand to stop her. He didn't even speak. Just by raising his hand, Jiang Lu instinctively halted her steps. Perhaps this was the power of authority. When he truly wanted you to do something, you simply couldn't refuse. Are you reading? He wore sunglasses, and the lights in the room were bright and dazzling. Jiang Lu could see his long, curled eyelashes clearly. His skin was better than a woman's, with no visible pores. So fair that there was no blood color at all. He held the cigarette and extended his hand towards Jiang Lu. She instinctively handed him the book she was holding, and only after doing so did she realize how obedient she was today. Whatever he asked her to do, she did without question. Reflecting on it, it was entirely her fault. It was different today than usual. Hadn't she seen him for a few days? He seemed even harder to approach. Had something happened? While reading, Ing removed his sunglasses, slightly raised his chin, and his elongated phoenix eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. He seemed a bit tired, but within that fatigue was a hint of cruelty. After flipping through a few pages of the book, he set it aside and looked at Jiang Lu, saying, "What do you want to do with this?" Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "To understand you." Ing raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at her for quite a while, suddenly getting up and leaving the single sofa to sit on the larger one, patting the spot beside him, indicating for her to sit over. Jiang Lu, holding a handbag, walked over in a daze and sat down. Ing glanced at the handbag, and she immediately put it down. He casually picked up the book, crossed his legs, and asked her, "What did you get to?" Jiang Lu honestly flipped to the page she was on, where there were questions marked with a carbon pen. She observed Ing and clearly saw his mouth twitch slightly. What is wrong? Was her question incorrect? That part indeed had issues. Ing reached out his hand towards her, and strangely, she knew he wanted a pen, so she passed it to him without hesitation. He even gave her an extra look, probably surprised that they understood each other without needing to communicate. However, this was just a brief interlude that lasted less than 2 seconds. Ing then began to clear all her confusions using the most concise language. This was unreasonable. Logically, Jiang Lu's mother was a top researcher, and she should be more professional in explaining this specialized knowledge since it was her book and her area of expertise. Yet, whenever Dr. Yuan explained, Jiang Lu always understood only half of it, but with Ing, it was completely different. He barely said a few words, but she felt a sudden realization, and before long, all her questions about the pages she had looked at were clarified. Jiang Lu stared at Ing in amazement. Someone with his intelligence should really be protected more. She recalled something Dr. Yuan had said, that even things he had never encountered before, within a month or two, Ing could master completely. It seemed that the saying was true. There's a fine line between genius and madness, and the difference between destruction and salvation lies within his thoughts. Do you understand? He glanced at her sideways, his expression calm and indifferent, though his lips curled up. It was a smile. Jiang Lu nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, "Aren't you happy?" Ing's action of handing her the book paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He stood up and walked toward the master bedroom, his tall and slender figure looking both dangerous and quite reliable. "It's the first time someone has asked me if I'm happy." He entered the master bedroom and looked back before closing the door, leaving behind his sentence, "Stay tonight." Jiang Lu stared blankly as he shut the door. She had already made up her mind, but just thinking about what might happen made her feel a bit scared and wanted to run away. Ing's master bedroom was a suite, spacious with a bathroom, a washroom, and a walk-in closet. When his door opened again, he was already casually lying on the bed in a bathrobe, a thin silk blanket covering his beautifully proportioned and muscular body, resembling the god of light, Apollo from Greek mythology. This was a bit ironic, really. He was the one who plunged this world into darkness. He let Jiang Lu in, but she stood at the door, hesitating to enter because the look in Ying's eyes clearly indicated he was calculating her. I want to go back and organize this bag of things. Can I?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ing sat up, lifting the blanket. His long legs dangled over the edge of the bed as he said meaningfully, "Do you really want to understand me?" Hearing this question, Jiang Lu suddenly recalled the so-called hobbies of his she had seen at the number 3 underwater laboratory, as well as being asked to walk a narrow bridge on the top tower. Ultimately, she still felt fear, but the situation had reached this point. She hadn't seen him for several days, and today she finally had this opportunity. If she let it go, she didn't know when the next chance would come. She might regret it for a lifetime, so she nodded in the end. Time easily casts people aside, and the pervert on the bed kept making trouble. But she had no choice but to accompany him. So Jiang Lu pitted herself for 3 minutes in her heart. Compared to Jiang Lu's deep contemplation, Ying often appeared casual and indifferent when facing her, which was normal considering his overwhelming strength. Someone as insignificant as Jiang Lu didn't warrant his careful thought. Jiang Lu stared at him, and then she saw his thin lips part as he dangerously smiled and said, "Then I'll let you truly understand." Jiang Lu felt a shiver run through her. Something felt off, but in the end, Ying didn't do anything and let her go back. When she returned to her room with her things, her mood was still a bit oppressive. She couldn't relax at all. In helplessness, she took out her PSP, intending to play some games to lighten her mood. She found a game that she had struggled to complete before, thinking she would focus on it. But when she opened it, she found it was already completed. She was stunned and opened another game, which was also completed. She continued to open several games, all showing as completed, with save times in the last few days. Jiang Lu fell silent. Something was off. She had struggled with many of these games. Had she completed them in a dream? Upon reflection, these items were given to her by Ying, who said he brought them back a few days ago and had forgotten to give them to her. Could it be that he played them? No matter how she thought about it, it seemed truly incredible. That night, she didn't sleep well, which was strange for someone like her who could sleep soundly even if the sky fell. However, she soon found out the reason the next day. People can sense the arrival of danger. Xinyang arrived at her door with a set of clothes, his face dark as he said, "The boss wants to take you out. Hurry and change." This clearly was a good thing. Why did Mr. Shin have to wear a jealous expression? Chapter 20. Jiang Lu originally thought that Ying had taken her out this time with a premeditated plan, just like last time, probably to a place she was familiar with, where she would meet some strange people. In fact, it turned out that she was overthinking. Ying wasn't that idle. This time, they were heading in the completely opposite direction. They had likely walked this road every day for the past few days and were already very familiar with it. Although the zombies and mutated animals outside were a result of their mistakes, they still remained vigilant, not allowing any danger to come near Ying's vehicle even slightly. Jiang Lu felt very safe sitting next to Ying. She was wearing the ghost uniform, a representation of her identity. No matter where she went, she couldn't escape being a member of Ghost. The sun had just risen for a short while, and Jiang Lu hadn't eaten breakfast, so she was a bit hungry. She realized that the comfortable life in Ghost had spoiled her body. Given the current situation, it was a problem to have even 1 meal a day, let alone 3. The survivors stranded outside were living a life that was hardly human. Jiang Lu glanced at Ying beside her. He had a computer in front of him, and the screen was lit up with a 3D image that she couldn't understand. The subordinate sitting in the front row was someone Jiang Lu didn't know, but he was likely managing a completely different area than Xinyang. From his demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of Group C, boss. The zombies on this route show signs of mutation. The research results from the samples we brought back a few days ago are out. They are much faster than the initial zombies and have stronger attack power. Ying raised his eyes to look at the speaker, who addressed him as Bo-Ju. True to his name, Bo-Ju, dressed in camouflage uniform, appeared resolute and unapproachable. Ever since Jiang Lu got into the vehicle with Ying, he had been ignoring her, as if she were a weak animal unworthy of his attention. That is a bit troublesome. This route has indeed been quite unsafe these past few days. But there's no way around it. We have to get through. So Bo-Ju, I'm sorry to trouble you. Ying's tone was apologetic and gentle, completely different from how he spoke to Xinyang or Jiang Lu. Although Bo-Ju didn't show any expression, his gaze was resolute, as if to say, "Rest assured, boss, your wish is my mission." After speaking, Bo-Ju turned to say something to the driver, and then, as the vehicle slowed down, he directly opened the door and got out without waiting for the vehicle to stop. Today, the vehicle they were in had footboards on the outside, allowing up to 4 people to stand on each side. Jiang Lu looked out through the window, and after Bo Ju exited, several other members of Group C in camouflage uniforms also got out of the surrounding vehicles. They quickly jumped onto this vehicle, standing guard around it with their guns at the ready. Jiang Lu hesitated for a long time before taking a lunchbox from her backpack and hesitantly handing it to Ying. Ying had been busy looking at the computer screen, and the sudden appearance of a lunchbox was indeed a distraction, contrasting sharply with the serious atmosphere around them. When his gaze shifted to Jiang Lu, she felt a lot of pressure but still mustered the courage to say, "Breakfast. You must not have eaten since we left so early." Ying looked at her with a calm expression and did not take the lunchbox. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. The screen began to show a familiar image, seemingly a 3D map of the surrounding roads, with many red dots appearing in some areas. Jiang Lu glanced at it and insisted, "Aren't you going to eat breakfast? An unstable diet is bad for your stomach. If it affects your health, who will carry on Ghost's world-ending mission in the future?" Such advice was quite unique, prompting Ying to once again divide his attention to her. He took the lunchbox from her hands and opened it, then remarked nonchalantly, "What did you add this time?" "Nothing at all." Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. "If you don't believe me, you can have someone check. It was prepared under Mr. Shun's supervision." Ying said expressionlessly, "You seem to have a good relationship with Shenyang." Jiang Lu asked him earnestly, "Are you really not joking? He practically keeps an eye on me 24/7, afraid that I might do something to harm you. You are the only one in his heart." Ying picked up the spoon from the lunchbox, looking at the rice and vegetables inside, and casually said, "This isn't the level of a ghost chef." Jiang Lu felt a bit awkward, but still replied truthfully, "I made it. It's my first time cooking, and I researched the recipes all night, so it might not taste great, but I will improve." Ying looked at her, but didn't speak. In fact, he never ate food made by anyone outside of the ghost chefs. Perhaps because everyone was aware of this, no one had ever taken the initiative to cook for him. He was a person without family. At first, when he was doing research alone, he took care of himself. Later, it was the ghost personnel responsible for his diet and daily life, and then it was trivial. He couldn't really remember. His expression darkened, and after a moment, he began to eat, albeit not much, and his mind wasn't focused on the food. Nevertheless, he at least ate to show respect, and Jiang Lu felt optimistic about the future. However, an unexpected incident soon occurred. She didn't know if it was because she was with Ying that she felt no concern for her safety. Anyway, when the vehicle was attacked by mutated zombies, she felt no fear at all. In fact, she even had the leisure to look out through the small window at the scene outside. The mutated zombies moved faster and were more brutal. They ignored ordinary bullets and physical attacks, recklessly trying to smash the vehicle. Jiang Lu couldn't help but marvel at the quality of the armored vehicle. It must cost around 20 million. It seemed that Ghost had gained quite a bit before the virus spread. She remembered they were a pharmaceutical company and thought back to a strange medicine box she had bought when she had a cold. It was the unusual packaging that had caught her attention, and the pharmacy staff had also said the medication worked well. Now that she thought about it, that oddly packaged cold medicine with a little ghost design might have been produced by Ghost. It was a stroke of luck that she was still alive. Thank heavens. In contrast to Jiang Lu's wandering thoughts, Ying remained unaffected by the outside, still focused on the computer screen. Jiang Lu glanced at him and suddenly realized something. "Is this our location?" she asked, pointing at a large red that was flashing. Ying didn't look at her, just nodded somewhat indifferently. Then, "What are these dense little red dots? Are they the mutated zombies outside?" Jiang Lu was dumbfounded. Ying appeared calm, still just nodding, as if being surrounded by so many zombies was nothing to him. It really seemed to be nothing. After Jiang Lu learned that they were surrounded by so many zombies, she pressed her face against the window to look outside. The glass was very sturdy. Although several zombies tried to break it, there wasn't even a crack. This reminded Jiang Lu of the glass tunnel in Lab Number 3, which was constructed like an underwater world. It must be made of the same material. As for Bo Ju and the other 4 standing outside the vehicle, they weren't the only ones fighting zombies. There were also members of Group C in the other vehicles. They had professional firepower equipment, and although it was somewhat difficult to deal with the mutated zombies, they could hold their ground. However, Jiang Lu noticed that anyone who was alone and didn't keep up with the group would also be attacked by the zombies. causing casualties. Why do I feel like these zombies are not just faster? Jiang Lu frowned and said, they seem to have thought. Ying had been largely ignoring Jiang Lu until he finally turned to look at her upon hearing her words, his expression contemplative. I didn't expect you to notice that. His tone carried obvious surprise, and Jiang Lu wanted to roll her eyes, but managed to hold back, which was very difficult, especially when he followed up with "You're amazing." Let's give you a round of applause, and actually started clapping, making Jiang Lu feel embarrassed. Fortunately, someone quickly broke the awkward situation. Boju leaned in through the small window in front, frowning and said, "Boss, the zombie problem today is quite serious. Do you want to evacuate first?" Ink didn't respond right away. Instead, he typed a few keys on the keyboard, and the computer began calculating something. A small number appeared in a few seconds. Ink directly closed the laptop screen, stretched his limbs, and said, "It'll be here soon." I'm not happy about being disturbed. Retreating at the last minute is not my style. So let's go out and take a look. After speaking, he directly grabbed Jiang Lu by the collar, as if she were a small animal, opened the car door, and kicked away a zombie that lunged at them. He handed her a gun, which seemed to have come from another dimension, and, amidst the swirling blood and zombies, turned back with indifference, smirking and saying, "If you really want to become the woman who conquers me, you first have to conquer them." Please note that he used it to refer to the zombies, indicating that Ing was asking Jiang Lu, a completely untrained woman who didn't even know how to shoot, to fight these mutated zombies. This was terrifying. When Jiang Lu was forcibly pulled out of the armored vehicle, she looked at the zombies quickly surging around her, and without time to think, pulled the trigger. But the gun didn't respond at all. As she watched the grotesque, blood-soaked zombie about to pounce on her, the gun with special bullets failed to fire. Jiang Lu turned pale, and a bold guess crossed her mind. Perhaps the gun was empty. She was sweating profusely as she looked at Ing not far away, who showed no intention of helping. Perhaps he had other plans. If she died here today, he could simply say they were attacked by zombies and that he couldn't protect her, leaving her parents speechless and unable to blame him. A person like her would only be a burden. It would be too normal for her to accidentally die. Jiang Lu felt despair. Her gaze toward Ing filled with disappointment and pain, her slender body swaying unsteadily. Her delicate skin would leave red marks with even the slightest force from him. She had been crying out in pain all night, showing just how afraid of pain she was. If she were bitten by a zombie, she would surely die from the pain before any critical injury. Ing watched her. The girl's eyes were no longer bright. Her lips moved, but no words came out, not even a cry for help, as if she already understood that he wouldn't extend a hand when a zombie was less than a centimeter away from her. She closed her bright eyes, and a few seconds later, her body would be torn apart by the zombies, becoming unrecognizable from her original delicate form. Ying's lips curled slightly, and he casually fired a shot in her direction. Just as the zombie had grasped Jiang Lu's skeletal hand, the special bullet penetrated its brain, splattering blood all over Jiang Lu's face. She opened her eyes in a daze, looking toward Ing, who turned his gun to shoot in another direction, then took a few long strides to her side. With his empty hand, he grabbed her wrist, not even glancing at her, as he did something with the gun in her hand. There was a click, and the gun was shoved back in her hands. "Silly girl, you didn't turn off the safety." Jiang Lu. "You don't know how to use a gun? That's just foolish. Let me teach you." He moved directly behind Jiang Lu, leaning against the armored vehicle to prevent the zombies from sneaking up from behind. Facing the incoming mutated zombies, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her hand, and softly said, after turning off the safety, "Chamber a bullet, and then like this, pull the trigger." Bang! The bullet shot out, hitting a zombie squarely in the head, causing black brain matter to explode, and it fell to the ground, twitching a few times, its head charred and emitting smoke. Jiang Lu was breathing heavily, but had no time to rest. The recoil of the handgun was too strong for someone who had never trained at all. Her hands hurt so much that she almost cried out, but zombies continued to attack around them. Ing held her hand and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Jiang Lu couldn't help but start to tear up, although her expression remained relatively calm. "Why are you crying?" During a brief pause, Ing looked down at Jiang Lu, his handsome face showing no change. But there seemed to be a hint of confusion in his eyes. Women are difficult to understand, and even he might be puzzled. Jiang Lu sniffed and said, "It's nothing much. You just suddenly look so handsome that it makes me a bit flustered." Chapter 21. Jiang Lu clearly wasn't telling the truth. He wasn't the type to dig into small matters either. In fact, it was already quite unexpected for Jiang Lu that he would even ask. In her impression, even if she were to sit on the ground and cry her heart out, he probably wouldn't care at all. It was surprising, and for the sake of her own purpose, Jiang Lu was doing her best to praise him from every angle, allowing Ying to feel her admiration in every way possible. So when he asked a question, she couldn't help but shift the focus back to him. After hearing her words, Ying released her hand. Jiang Lu retreated behind him, leaning against the armored vehicle. The door closed. She was pondering when would be a good time to open it and get inside, as it seemed the vehicle was the safest place given the current situation. However, Ying was still outside. Would she be in danger if she went in first? Jiang Lu frowned and thought for a long time, her gaze fixed on Ying in front of her. He stood still, holding a gun in one hand, his grip particularly steady. Jiang Lu rubbed the area on her hand where she had held the gun earlier, thinking to herself, how can there be such a huge difference between people? Not only was his shooting skill excellent, but he also seemed completely unaffected by the recoil, firing at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. There was no moment that made Jiang Lu more aware of how strong Ying truly was. He could be the boss of Ghost and have so many loyal followers, which surely had its reasons. Boju quickly arrived with others to assist Ying, and he no longer needed to take action himself. The zombies were clearly different from before. As Jiang Lu had said, they had thoughts of their own. After a few minutes of their reckless actions, several zombies began to retreat, and soon there were no attackers left, only a ground covered in dismembered limbs. Ying closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, speaking slowly. Get in the car, continue moving. Jiang Lu had no idea where they were headed, but considering the current situation, nowhere felt safer than being by Ying's side. Even the survivors at their base might not be as strong as Ghost Group C, since they were the culprits behind the virus's development and would naturally have better weapons. For instance, the bullets in those guns were not ordinary bullets. The troops at the survivor base likely only used special bullets to shoot zombies in the head, which was too wasteful and usually reserved for major military operations. After all, Dr. Yuan had a point. Good people don't live long, while disasters last for thousands of years. What was even more sorrowful was that sitting next to such a 1,000-year-old disaster, Jiang Lu actually felt an unprecedented sense of security. Jiang Lu felt a great disparity in her heart, yet she couldn't help but clutch at Ying's coat. He had been operating the computer, and she was curious as to why he could type so quickly and accurately while wearing leather gloves. Was that a gifted skill? As time passed, the convoy slowly entered a somewhat familiar forest, resembling the woods they had passed before reaching Ghost's main base. Jiang Lu thought they were about to reach their destination for the day, tightening her grip on Ying's coat. Ying noticed her and looked at her sharply. Jiang Lu suddenly let go, fear written all over her face. Ying stared at her, not speaking immediately. With his sunglasses on, Jiang Lu could only see his prominent nose and fair chin. He must have some foreign ancestry, as his appearance didn't belong to the pure Eastern classical beauty, but resembled that of a mixed-race person. His nose was straight, as if it had natural contouring, and his chin was smooth and pale, unlike most men who had visible stubble. He seemed to pay great attention to personal hygiene. Jiang Lu's gaze darted around, unable to settle on a point. She probably didn't realize that she looked like a frightened rabbit, as if the moment Ying said anything slightly harsh, she would immediately find a place to hide, her fluffy tail quivering. Under his gaze, Jiang Lu felt a bit lost and silently lowered her head, raising her hands to grab her ears, which felt overly warm as if they were about to catch fire. She took a breath, simply closing her eyes, her rosy lips gently pressed together, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttering anxiously like wings of a butterfly ready to take flight. Suddenly, Ying recalled that first night they had together. Sometimes a man's desire comes so unexpectedly that when it appears, even your words seem to unconsciously soften. You're scared, Ying said, still in that calm tone from before, but after fermenting for a while, it had a soothing effect on her unease. Jiang Lu looked up and secretly stole a glance at him. At that moment, the light outside the vehicle dimmed. It seemed they had entered some place, just like when Qin Nong drove into the ghost base at the beginning. When the car stopped at the entrance, darkness surrounded them. In the hazy darkness, Jiang Lu heard Ing say, "Let me tell you a joke." Jiang Lu looked at him in surprise. His bright eyes in the dark seemed to shine. Could he really speak? Most surprisingly, would he actually tell her a joke? Facing the expectation in Jiang Lu's eyes, Ing turned his head to look outside. But his words still fulfilled his earlier promise. A popsicle was walking down the street, and while walking, it died. Why? Jiang Lu's heart, full of expectation, instantly deflated. Pouting as she replied, "It melted, right?" Ing turned back to look at her, surprisingly answering with just one word, "Correct." "Jiang Lu, that's so cold." Really an old glitch of a joke. When the surrounding light brightened again, Ing opened the car door and got out. As his baggage, Jiang Lu very consciously followed him out of the vehicle. Once out of the car, she felt a bit dazed, greeted by a group of people in black suits. Each suit had a pin with the Ghost logo pinned on it, indicating that these were members of Ghost stationed at this base. They had been driving for a long time, and since it was already afternoon, it suggested that this base was quite far away. In commuting between two bases every day would also explain his early departures and late returns. What left Jiang Lu dazed wasn't the presence of so many people, but rather that they were all holding black umbrellas. Jiang Lu looked up at the ceiling, which was solid and leak-proof, and importantly, it wasn't raining outside either. Later she realized that the only purpose of these umbrellas was to show off. Compared to the people at the main base, everyone here wore a cold expression, their attitude quite unfriendly, but of course, that was only directed at Jiang Lu as his baggage. They were undoubtedly very respectful toward Ing. Jiang Lu entered the elevator with Ing, sensing that the people outside were subtly sizing her up, probably guessing her identity. In fact, even Jiang Lu was guessing what her identity was. Moreover, where was Ing going? He silently led her up. Could it be that she was going to be involved in his secret operations? Jiang Lu felt a bit excited, and this guess was soon confirmed. Ing had a fondness for the top floor, where most of the key facilities were located. When Jiang Lu and he reached there via the elevator, it felt like entering the cockpit of a massive spaceship. The lights were off inside, and there was a large window in front, beneath which was the control panel. Every button lit up and operated by dedicated personnel, sparkling like the starry sky. Jiang Lu excitedly followed Ing forward, wanting to peek through the window to see what they were monitoring, but suddenly, the person beside her stopped. She had to stop as well, or she would easily get thrown out. Over these days, she had figured out that as long as she remained quiet and not overly excessive, Ing wouldn't be too harsh on her. However, perhaps her excitement was too apparent now. After Ing stopped, he looked at her and expressionlessly said one sentence. "Don't look so happy like a fool." Jiang Lu. So carried away. "I'm really sorry." Chapter 22. As Jiang Lu walked to the control panel, preparing to look outside, she had already made sufficient psychological preparations. However, when she actually looked out, she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. There it was, the survivor base that she and Qi Nong had been searching for all along. How did she know for sure? Because she saw the national emblem. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled compared to the Ghost base. The survivor base looked less glamorous, but it was definitely practical. Unlike Ghost, which was completely sealed off, there were sentries and a lighthouse at the top. Without binoculars, Jiang Lu could only see that there were people patrolling at the sentry post, but she couldn't make out who they were or how many there were. As for binoculars, she glanced over and saw that they were professional equipment, something someone of her caliber didn't have the right to use. He was looking ahead through the binoculars. Compared to Boju, he only looked for a few seconds before putting them down. After he put them down, he noticed Jiang Lu staring at him eagerly, or rather, at the binoculars in his hands. Ying's long eyebrows lifted slightly, and a meaningful, cold smile appeared on his face. He walked over to Jiang Lu and gently, even tenderly, asked her in a low voice, "Want to take a look?" Seeing him like this, it was clear he had ulterior motives. But the strong desire made Jiang Lu temporarily cast aside her rationality and nod slightly. Ing smiled, draped his arms over her shoulders, and guided her to use the binoculars with his hands. Jiang Lu didn't mind at all. As long as she could see, it didn't matter whose hands they were in. Ing was very professional. Even without looking through the binoculars, he could use his memory to determine which direction would show the survivor base's position. His hand rested on Jiang Lu's neck. The girl's skin was warm to the touch, soft and delicate. If he applied any pressure, Jiang Lu would immediately meet her end. But strangely, she didn't feel afraid today, unlike before when she would always be scared. Or perhaps, she hadn't been very afraid lately. Obviously, it wasn't that she wasn't afraid of death. Rather, she genuinely believed that she could survive during this period. Ying gently pushed her neck, and Jiang Lu followed the binoculars to look slightly to the left, where she had seen what appeared to be a sentry post. With the help of the binoculars, she could clearly see the patrolling people there. They were wearing familiar military uniforms. Jiang Lu's eyes instantly filled with tears, nearly spilling over. She had to struggle to inhale and widen her eyes to prevent herself from crying, which would have been hard to explain to Ying later. Wasn't she part of the Ghost faction now? Shouldn't she show extreme disdain for the survivor base? Yes, that was how she could gain Ying's trust and favor. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, trying to make her expression look fierce, but in reality, it had little effect. Deep down, she was very moved and grateful to see the long-lost soldiers. Suddenly, the image in front of her became clearer. Perhaps Ying had adjusted the binoculars' visibility. The scene began to shift to the right, and Jiang Lu's previously feigned fierce expression immediately turned genuine as she saw mutated animals continuously lunging at the high-voltage electric fence atop the survivor base. Unlike the ones they encountered before entering Ghost, it was clear that these animals were much stronger and more reckless. The electric fence sparked continuously, and many corpses were entangled in it, requiring the military personnel to use dangerous methods to clear them regularly. Boju seemed to see the same scene as her, and his voice rang in her ears. "Boss, the mutated animals we deployed recently are attacking them. It looks like they can still defend themselves. What should we do next?" "So what does this mean? Those animals were sent by Ying?" Jiang Lu twisted her expression and pulled her head back to indicate she didn't want to look anymore. However, it wasn't that easy to disengage now. Ying directly pressed down on her head, forcing her to continue looking to the right. The image slowly moved down to the outer walls of the survivor base. The zombies that had previously attacked them, who had limited intelligence, were now crashing into the walls. This wasn't particularly concerning since the survivor base's walls were very high. However, despite their height, some of those zombies didn't move after crashing into the wall. They just lay there, while others piled on top of them. Little by little, the mass of zombies grew larger and taller. If they had enough time, they could easily reach the top of the base by using this method. Stepping over the corpses of the zombies that had died again, crossing the high-voltage electric fence, and attacking the survivors inside. Jiang Lu began to struggle, not wanting to continue watching. The terrifying scenes she had only seen in disaster movies were hard for her to accept. Yet, her strength was no match for Ying's. He pressed her head down, forcing her to continue watching. Then she saw military personnel rushing out under the cover of night, wearing protective gear, using cannons and guns to strike at the zombies. The zombies, completely unaware of pain, charged forward to grapple with them. Some were already collapsing from exhaustion. Jiang Lu's face went pale, and she struggled hard. This time, Ying finally let go of her. He watched Jiang Lu's gaze filled with anger and helplessness, revealing a particularly innocent smile. "You can't blame me. Those zombies mutating has nothing to do with me. I'm also researching the antidote, you know?" With just a few words, he easily distanced himself from the situation. Jiang Lu took a deep breath. She couldn't anger Ying now, as that wouldn't align with the path she intended to take next. She lowered her head, collected her thoughts, and when she raised her head again, her expression was somewhat worried, uncertain if it was for the survivors or for Ghost. However, there was no need for too much questioning, as she explained next. "Yes, it really needs to be researched. If it's still as dangerous as when we came, if something happens to you, Ghost won't be able to continue operating." Jiang Lu's words sounded grandiose, but he didn't appreciate them at all. "It's okay, even if I die, Ghost can still operate normally. This company is independent. It wouldn't matter who the boss is. It has its mission, and no matter what happens in the future, it will fulfill its mission." Ying's words sent a chill down Jiang Lu's spine. She had thought that eliminating Ying would lead to chaos within Ghost due to a leaderless situation. However, for what he said, it seemed he had already made arrangements for his own demise. The visit was over. It was time to go back. He didn't plan to linger here. The location was too close to the survivor base, and the surroundings were not as safe as the main base. Although it was safe for him to stay here as the leader, Returning at night would inevitably involve encountering zombies or similar threats. Was that really safe? Forget it. After all, she was just baggage, and even if she had opinions, she could only keep them to herself, with no right to appeal. On the way back, although it was already late, Jiang Lu felt no sleepiness at all. She quietly looked out the car window, trying hard to memorize the route to the survivor base. The back seat of the armored vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate several people, but with just the two of them sitting there, she had to lean particularly close to see the road conditions outside. Ying remained seated sideways, glancing at her. He wore sunglasses, and Jiang Lu couldn't discern his emotions. But before she began memorizing the route, she explained to him, "I'll sit beside you to keep an eye out for dangers, so you can rest well." It was a clumsy lie, full of overconfidence. How could a girl who couldn't even shoot well ensure that he could rest while she was watching? Not to mention, her true intentions were far from that. However, as Ying watched her with ulterior motives, listening to her false concern, he didn't feel any annoyance. He didn't even stop her because Jiang Lu was too weak enough that he didn't need to be on guard at all. He was confident that no matter what trouble she caused, he could handle it quickly. However, the journey was destined to be anything but calm. What Jiang Lu had mentioned actually happened. After more than an hour of driving, the armored vehicle was struck by a tremendous force, nearly tumbling into a mountain ravine on the remote country road. Jiang Lu, terrified, lunged onto Ying, saying in rapid succession, "A monster." Ying released her and quickly moved to where she had just been sitting, squinting as he looked outside. His excellent night vision allowed him to see clearly what was outside. It was hard to tell what it was. It was enormous, about the size of an adult elephant, and looked grotesque. Even someone as knowledgeable as him couldn't determine what kind of creature it was. Faced with such a colossal being, the armored vehicle was clearly no match. Bo Ju was quite bold, having already opened the door to go out. Jiang Lu saw Ying also directly open the car door, his figure in a black long coat quickly disappearing into the night. Jiang Lu reached out, wanting to say something to him, but he slammed the door shut. Jiang Lu looked to the front row, where the driver had also opened the door to exit, leaving her alone inside. What to do? With everyone gone, should she also go out? Jiang Lu leaned against the car window, observing the situation outside. The members of Team C were all skilled fighters. Jiang Lu had seen them deal with mutated zombies before. But now, that monster had an overwhelming advantage, and Team C's members were like little ants, being thrown away and crushed by it. Jiang Lu desperately searched for Ying, her feelings very complicated. On one hand, she hoped he would quickly die, but on the other, she worried that if they all died, no one would escort her to safety, and she would also perish at the hands of that monster. As time went by, it was clear that Team C was running out of strength. The special ammunition had minimal effect on the creature, which was now charging toward the armored vehicle where Jiang Lu was sitting. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in terror as she saw him quickly catch up. Because the armored vehicle had good sound insulation, she could only hear his faint voice. He told her to get out of the car. Without thinking, Jiang Lu opened the door and jumped out, running toward the back of the vehicle. When she looked back, she saw the monster crashing into the armored vehicle, sending it tumbling into the ravine, then starting to breathe heavily. Jiang Lu seized the opportunity and rushed to where Ying was, still holding the gun he had given her earlier. Ying looked at her with a gaze that was different from before. Perhaps he hadn't expected Jiang Lu to perform so well, not even falling down. Of course, he was still wearing sunglasses, so Jiang Lu couldn't see the change in his expression. She was curious whether he could see the road clearly while wearing sunglasses, so she couldn't help but ask, "Can you see the road with those sunglasses on in such darkness?" Ying remained silent, hurriedly took off his sunglasses, and put them on her. Jiang Lu then realized that the door to a new world had been opened again. These were not just ordinary sunglasses. No wonder he wore them everywhere. This high-tech product was something she had never worn before. At night, it was usually hard to discern what was around, but with these sunglasses, it was no problem at all. Her eyes were filled with colorful monster and zombie movement trails, which were probably similar to thermal sensing. Jiang Lu didn't understand and had no time to think about it, so she quickly took them off and returned them to him. Ying was already preparing to move forward and tackle the monster with Bo Ju when he narrowed his eyes at her actions. "This is useless to me, at most. It can help me escape, but it will be very useful for you," she said earnestly. Good luck, and don't get hurt. Listen to that. Such a sincere tone. So full of emotion. It was because those words came from the heart. To be selfish, Jiang Lu wanted to contribute a little to others. But she didn't want to die here. That would definitely be ugly and painful. She wasn't great enough for that. So, to survive, she could only hope that Ing could defeat the monster. Time was of the essence. Ing only stared at her for 3 seconds before taking the sunglasses back and putting them on. His previous act of giving her the sunglasses was mostly meant to keep her out of trouble. If something happened and zombies caught her, they wouldn't have time to save her. But since she didn't need them and still said that, he decided to comply. Jiang Lu watched as Ing pulled out 2 very special guns from inside his coat, one in each hand, and walked briskly toward the monster that was lunging at them without changing his expression. At that moment, images from movies like Terminator, The Matrix, and apocalyptic films flashed through Jiang Lu's mind, but she felt that those scenes couldn't compare to the shock before her eyes. As a woman, it was really hard not to develop feelings for such a fearless man. After losing most of their members, Ing fought the monster alone with guns in both hands. After all, humans are high-intelligence animals. He chose various angles to attack. The dual guns in his hands clearly had much more power than the ordinary guns before. The monster began to wail, and Jiang Lu stared at him in astonishment. Okay, she had to admit that she was attracted to his looks and courage. That tall black figure seemed like moving hormones. Jiang Lu hid behind Bo Ju, who urged her to leave in another armored vehicle. Her gaze remained fixed on Ing, not even blinking, as if afraid that he would disappear if she did, until Bo Ju kicked her to the back. It hurt. Being infatuated was not good, especially in times of crisis, because it could lead to trouble. Chapter 23. The current situation is very dangerous. I believe Bo Ju thinks the same, which is why he kicked Jiang Lu, not wanting her to get in the way. Jiang Lu obediently stayed behind the crowd, trying to keep her distance from the monster. She watched intently as Ing led the monster further away, seemingly planning to take risks himself to prevent more subordinates from sacrificing their lives. It's hard to imagine that the person doing this is the owner of the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company, who treats the lives of innocent strangers as a joke. Jiang Lu felt a pang of worry. A person's physical strength is limited. Compared to the mutated monster, Ing had no special abilities. He was just an ordinary person, at most stronger and more skilled than others. His only advantage was the weapon in his hand. In the darkness, the figure in the black long coat grew farther away. Gunshots rang out continuously, and the monster's howls were filled with anger. Jiang Lu exhaled. If Ing were caught by such an enraged monster, he would surely die a terrible death. Torn to pieces? Why did she feel so sad? Was it really some kind of tragic bird scenario? Feeling a bit upset because she had slept with him for the first time, just as he was about to die, Bo Ju charged forward with a few others to help, and Jiang Lu pondered whether it would be better for her to stay away. She was really physically weak and wouldn't be able to help, only causing trouble, and of course she lacked the courage to go up. Looking around, she noticed an overturned armored vehicle not far away. There might still be zombies lurking around, so waiting inside the vehicle should be safer. If they showed signs of being unable to withstand the monster, she would drive away. Jiang Lu nodded to herself. Although she had never driven an armored vehicle, she did have a driver's license. After all, it was just a vehicle. In a crisis, people can tap into their potential, and she was sure she could drive it well. Having made her decision, Jiang Lu quietly began to move towards the armored vehicle. Worried about attracting attention, she moved cautiously, keeping her eyes on the situation with the monster, and thus neglected the ground beneath her feet, leading to an accident. Jiang Lu tripped, and, due to the momentum from nearly falling, her self-defense gun flew out of her hand and struck the monster's head as if scratching an itch. The monster, already furious, was not pleased with this sneak attack and turned around recklessly, charging towards Jiang Lu. Its gaze locked onto her, looking crazed and dangerous. With the monster's attention drawn to her, Ing temporarily escaped danger, as did Bo Ju and the others. No one expected Jiang Lu, an outsider, would sacrifice herself to save Ing. After all, she had behaved very normally before, showing no signs of antisocial personality. How could she genuinely put herself in danger for them? Logically, when they were in danger of dying, she should have been cheering and celebrating. Everyone stared at her in shock, including Ing. He wore sunglasses. So it was hard to tell if he was surprised, but judging by how he stopped and stared at Jiang Lu, who was being attacked by the monster, he was likely surprised as well. Jiang Lu wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were not the only one surprised. She was surprised too. Didn't they see? She was terrified. Jiang Lu scrambled up and ran away in a panic. The highway was that wide, and the monster had such long strides that it quickly caught up with her. Jiang Lu had to slide off the road and into the rice field on the other side, where the wheat was already unattended. She was very grateful that she was wearing the ghost uniform, as it was sturdy and durable, preventing her legs and feet from being cut while she ran through the wheat field. She didn't even know if she was crying. She just kept running at full speed, her breath pounding in her ears. The ground seemed to tremble with the monsters running. Jiang Lu, who was already physically weak, couldn't keep up after a while, and, without noticing, fell into the wheat field. Despairing, she looked at the monster charging towards her, its body brushing against her arm like a tentacle, leaving a gash. The massive creature's face loomed over her, its bloodthirsty mouth wide open, ready to swallow her whole. It was truly heartbreaking, living a mundane life only to die without value in the end, letting Ying and the others escape. If she had known, she should have taken the opportunity to harm them instead, since she wouldn't survive anyway. Clutching her painfully bleeding arm, blood flowed continuously. Jiang Lu was too shocked and scared, having forgotten to close her eyes, staring blankly at the approaching monster, when suddenly it twisted and a person emerged from its head. The person wore a black coat, had sunglasses, and his neatly styled slick-back hair was now a bit disheveled. One hand held something resembling a grenade, and the other wielded a military knife, which he plunged into the monster's forehead. The monster roared in pain, trying to break free, but this gave him a chance to jump down directly. As he landed, he pulled the pin from the grenade and tossed it into the monster's mouth. With a loud bang, the monster's body exploded from the inside out. Ying landed right where Jiang Lu had fallen, and without a moment to think, he rolled over, using his tall frame to shield her. Jiang Lu was stunned, staring in disbelief at his handsome face so close to her. His pale skin was smeared with blood, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He trembled slightly. One could imagine the kind of injury he had sustained from the shockwave of the explosion. In the night, flames shot up to the sky, and countless chunks of flesh flew everywhere. Jiang Lu clutched Ying's arm tightly. He was breathing heavily, his sunglasses slipping down slightly, revealing his deep, dark eyes, which were filled with emotion, panic, shock, and many feelings that were hard to describe. Jiang Lu, without thinking, raised her hands to embrace Ying. Just then, Bo Ju and the others arrived to rescue them and witnessed this scene. It was quite shocking. The normally indifferent boss was actually shielding a woman. His coat was already torn and battered from the explosion, and he likely had many injuries on his back. Bo Ju immediately sent someone to help him up and began to check his wounds. They had accompanying medical personnel who followed Ying back to the armored vehicle nearby for simple wound treatment. Ying had not looked at Jiang Lu the entire time. She got up from the ground, and although she really didn't want to talk to Bo Ju, who was looking at her with a judgmental expression, she still covered her bleeding arm and said, I got my arm cut by the monster. Am I going to die? Bo Ju squinted at her arm. Then, without saying a word, he picked her up and carried her away, as if she were a sack of rice. Jiang Lu's stomach hurt fiercely, and she exclaimed, I hurt my arm, not my leg. I can walk by myself. However, Bo Ju ignored her protests, taking 3 steps at a time onto the highway, carrying her back to the armored vehicle and tossing her into the back seat. This time, she was not in the same vehicle as Ying. She covered her arm and looked out through the still open door, seeing a vehicle surrounded by the surviving members of Group C. Ying should be in there, probably being treated by the medics, so he should be fine. But what about her? Jiang Lu looked pale as she watched Bo Ju slam the door shut and jump into the driver's seat to drive forward, with the other vehicles following suit. At first, Jiang Lu still had some energy, but as the vehicle continued to drive, she gradually felt more and more drained. Not the normal fatigue or drowsiness, but a sense of weakness, as if her brain was no longer under her control. She closed her eyes and leaned against the seat, slowly losing consciousness. Bo Ju, accustomed to this, pressed a button, and a barrier separated the back seat from the front, ensuring that even if Jiang Lu mutated due to infection from her injury, he would not be attacked. As she completely lost consciousness, Jiang Lu's last thought was, Bo Ju is such a jerk. She could only give him 82 points, with the remaining 18 points given in the form of 666. Goodbye. Chapter 24. Jiang Lu felt as if her body had been placed on some cold instrument, feeling somewhat rigid and unable to move. Gradually, she began to regain some consciousness, but she still couldn't move her body, not even open her eyes. She vaguely heard voices around her, seemingly her dad and mom. And then, was that Ying's voice? It was hard to tell because the sound was faint, as if coming from far away, but she could simply judge that he seemed to be giving some kind of orders. Then, everything around her fell completely silent, and she could hear nothing. Jiang Lu was anxious, trying to signal that she was awake, but it was impossible. Her body was completely stiff. She hazily realized that she might be turning into a zombie, so rigid. Please, no. She would rather just die. Jiang Lu felt a bit panicked, unable to express her thoughts. And when she was on the brink of despair, tears fell from her eyes. The person standing by her hospital bed happened to see this scene, and a calm, pleasant voice filled with masculine charm rang out. You're awake? Jiang Lu was taken aback. She was very familiar with the owner of this voice. Wasn't this Ying's voice? So he hadn't left? Jiang Lu tried hard to nod, but still couldn't move. She was so anxious she felt she might wet herself. What the hell was going on? He shouldn't think she was still unconscious and leave. If he did, there would be no hope for her. I know. Soon he spoke again, and something cool fell on her face. She sensed it. It must be Ying's hand. I don't like owing favors, so I won't let you die. His words were simple, letting Jiang Lu know that he must have mistakenly thought she was trying to save him when he threw that gun away. And it also indicated that he wouldn't let her die. However, she felt helpless. Come on, buddy. Wordplay isn't fun at all. Turning into a zombie doesn't count as dying, but it is certainly very painful. Jiang Lu couldn't move, and tears kept flowing. Ying used a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, casually saying, Are you a faucet? Jiang Lu took a deep breath. Breathing might be the only thing she could do right now. After a while, Ying's voice disappeared. He stopped talking, and there were no footsteps. Jiang Lu completely gave up. He must have left. Despairing, she thought, had she really been abandoned? Left here to turn into a zombie, then kept like a pet, occasionally tossing in some living limbs, as if in a zoo. What a comfortable zombie life. As she thought about this, her brain suddenly stopped obeying her commands, and she lost consciousness again. So she didn't notice when someone moved her arms wound. Ying sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a white coat, holding tweezers with disinfecting cotton. He meticulously and slowly cleaned the mutated flesh and black blood from her wound. Jiang Lu's breathing stabilized. She must have lost consciousness again. Ying's gaze swept over her body. She was already dressed in a patient gown personally changed by Dr. Yuan, loose and baggy, making it impossible to see any body curves. Her wrists and ankles were restrained to prevent her from suddenly mutating and becoming uncontrollable. He carefully cleaned her arm's wound and then slowly leaned down, using equipment to observe the subtle changes in the wound. After a moment, he stood up and walked into the laboratory. After a while, he came out holding a syringe, stopping at Jiang Lu's hospital bed, injecting the solution from the syringe into her body. As the injection finished, Jiang Lu's body slowly began to change. She gradually regained consciousness, but her body couldn't help but twist painfully, moving on the bed as if trying to break free from the restraints on her hands and feet. Ying stood by, hands in the pockets of his white coat, his expression unchanged. In fact, Dr. Yuan was against Ying injecting Jiang Lu with a newly developed antidote because its clinical trials had not yet finished, and they didn't know if there would be any unforeseen side effects. They weren't even sure if this antidote would be effective against the infection Jiang Lu had after being attacked by the monster. The species of that monster had yet to be verified, and they couldn't determine what species it was. Moreover, since the body had been blown apart, they couldn't bring it back for research, only taking a small amount of flesh back for testing. To develop a perfect antidote, they had to wait for the test results of the flesh. However, they all knew that Jiang Lu couldn't wait too long. Her body was already infected, and the speed of infection was scarier than the virus they initially developed. If they waited any longer, she might be completely beyond saving. So, in the end, Dr. Yuan was forcibly taken away by Jiang, as being overly sentimental at such a moment was useless. If they wanted to save Jiang Lu, they had to take risks. Ying personally took charge of the injection of the antidote, and he would also be the one to witness the results afterward. He sat beside Jiang Lu, watching her twist in pain due to the effects of the drug, with not a single change in his expression. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Lu's body slowly stopped twisting. Her arms and ankles had turned red from her earlier desperate struggles, and the veins in her arms were clearly visible, showing no signs of subsiding. Gray hair covered the entire hospital bed, and Jiang Lu's face had no color. She closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, slowly opened them. Perhaps she wasn't used to the bright overhead lights. She closed her eyes again for a moment before opening them once more. This time, Jiang Lu saw Ying sitting leisurely by her hospital bed. He was truly handsome, although such admiration seemed out of place. The white coat suited him far better than the black windbreaker, exuding a cold, silver-white ruthlessness and cruelty, along with an indescribable sense of technology and omniscience that made one feel he would live forever. Jiang Lu bit her lip. Her lips were dry and peeling. Unconsciously, she extended her tongue to lick them, wanting to sit up, but found her hands and feet bound. Moving caused her some pain. I didn't die? Jiang Lu asked hoarsely, her gaze shifting to her wrist, where red marks made her gasp, then instinctively looking at her wound, which had already been treated and bandaged. Did that mean she didn't have to die? Ying didn't speak, but stood up and pressed a button, releasing the bindings on her hands and ankles. She took a deep breath and tried hard to sit up. Her body was still a bit stiff, but at least she could control it now. She looked at Ying, who stood by the hospital bed, not speaking, just staring at her intently. That gaze was a bit overwhelming, far more than when he had looked disheveled on the highway that night. He had now regained his usual meticulous appearance. Jiang Lu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she finally said, "Are you okay?" This time, Ying finally answered her, but what he said made her a bit unhappy. "You should be more concerned about yourself." He said this and took out a communicator to send something. Jiang Lu didn't dare to peek, feeling a bit frustrated as she scratched her hair and said, "You're right. I woke up before, but couldn't control my body. Now, I don't know why I can." Ying put away the communicator, sizing her up before saying, "I used you for the clinical trial of the latest antidote for the zombie virus." Jiang Lu's mouth immediately formed an odd shape. The first thought that crossed her mind was that he had injected her with the antidote. No wonder she felt better. But what kind of expression was that? Clearly saving someone, yet it sounded as if he was afraid others would know he was doing a good deed. With his way of narrating, it was sure to provoke resentment. Using an antidote that hadn't completed clinical trials to inject a living person. Was he treating her like a lab rat? However, speaking of which, at the moment she was conscious but unable to control her body, she already realized that she was probably in grave danger. The speed of the viral infection was astonishing, and at that time, it felt like she might lose consciousness and never wake up again. She remembered hearing her parents' voices. They were probably discussing this matter, whether or not to use an immature antidote to inject her. The answer was naturally affirmative, as there was no choice, and time was of the essence. Regardless, thank you. Jiang Lu let out a sigh, feeling a bit of relief after the disaster. Ying stared at her and said after a long pause, "No need. I just don't like owing favors to others. Now we are even." After he finished speaking, he turned and entered the laboratory. Jiang Lu thought he was leaving and was about to get off the sickbed when she saw him coming out with a syringe. The needle of the syringe was a bit thick, and Jiang Lu couldn't help but show a horrified expression. "This can't be for me, right?" The corner of her mouth twitched. Ying, unchanging in expression, grabbed her arm and pulled up the sleeve of her hospital gown. He really was going to inject her. "Can we do it somewhere else?" Jiang Lu felt awkward. This must hurt a lot here. Ying looked at her without speaking. And suddenly Jiang Lu felt a hint of grievance. It was clearly because of him that she got hurt. Couldn't he be a bit gentler and consider her fear of pain? Forget it, just do it. Jiang Lu turned her head in a huff, frowning and waiting for the impending pain, but the expected thing did not happen. She turned back in confusion and saw Ying putting away the syringe, looking at her expressionlessly. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lu asked dumbly. Ying turned and left, throwing back a remark to wait for the medicine before closing the door to the laboratory. So what does this mean? Does it mean she doesn't need an injection, and taking medicine is also fine? Jiang Lu was overjoyed. Just then, Dr. Yuan and Engineer Jiang appeared. Jiang Lu couldn't help but burst into tears upon seeing them, feeling truly ashamed. She hadn't thought of her parents at the moment of death. Maybe she was too confident in them, thinking that even if she died, they could live well. Jiang Lu accepted her mother's loving reproach with guilt, while Engineer Jiang stood aside with a frown, as if he had encountered some great misfortune. Jiang Lu carefully tugged at her dad's lab coat and whispered, "Dad, are you okay?" Engineer Jiang was taken aback. His expression softened a bit, pressing his forehead and saying, "Remember, no matter what happens next time, your own safety is the most important thing. No matter for whom, you must not put yourself in a desperate situation." This was the first time her father, who was not good at expressing himself, showed concern for her, even though his way of expressing it was still very awkward. Jiang Lu glanced at the laboratory door and lowered her voice. "Dad, the boss is still there. He has such good hearing. It would be bad if he hears us." Engineer Jiang said with a cold face, "It doesn't matter. If he hears, then he hears. People are always selfish. It would be the same for anyone else." Jiang Lu was left speechless, but Dr. Yuan noticed her arm where she had rolled up her sleeve and frowned, asking, "Why don't I see a needle mark? Didn't the boss give you an injection?" "He was going to inject me," Jiang Lu said, steeling herself, "but I was a bit scared of the pain." So what? He just didn't give you the injection? That won't do. Although the medicine is precious, we all agreed with him, and he promised us. How can he suddenly change his mind? No way. I have to find him. Dr. Yuan, excited, wanted to go to the laboratory, but was stopped by Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu said carefully and earnestly, "Mom, don't be agitated. He didn't say he wouldn't give me the injection. He told me to wait for the medicine." Wait for the medicine? Now Engineer Jiang was surprised. He looked at Dr. Yuan and asked, "Have you heard that the company has this kind of oral medication that replaces the injection?" Dr. Yuan shook his head with a complicated expression. Jiang Lu looked at them, puzzled. "So what does this mean?" Dr. Yuan looked toward the laboratory and asked quietly, "Is the boss inside?" "Yes." Jiang Lu was at a loss. Engineer Jiang showed a strange smile. "I didn't expect my daughter to have such good fortune." "So what kind of fortune is that?" "It seems the boss is personally developing an oral medication for you." Dr. Yuan paused and said, "Then let's not disturb him here. Come back with me to rest. The side effects of the antidote haven't manifested yet, and I need to monitor you for 24 hours. It's caring, right, Mom? Why do you say monitor? Am I a criminal? Anyway, waste, please stay by yourself for these few days." Dr. Yuan dropped a sentence and helped Jiang Lu walk away, leaving Engineer Jiang standing there with a face full of resentment. Chapter 25. Jiang Lu was monitored by Dr. Yuan for 24 hours, but Dr. Yuan also had to work. So most of the time during the day, Jiang Lu was alone in her room. However, she would be tied up, just like before on the hospital bed, with her limbs and back bound, unable to do anything but sleep and let her mind wander. Staring at the ceiling, Jiang Lu felt as if she had been possessed by Alice from Resident Evil. Perhaps this time, she would turn misfortune into fortune, transforming from a useless body into a super soldier. If that were the case, she could achieve her goals without sacrificing her appearance. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, not even noticing when the door opened. It wasn't until the person entered and looked down at her from above that she realized she had been too absorbed in her thoughts. Ying stood by the bed watching her, while Xinyang stood behind him with an unpleasant expression mixed with annoyance and jealousy. Jiang Lu quickly withdrew her gaze, focusing only on Ying. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, narrowing his long phoenix eyes as if assessing her, but his gaze lacked focus. "Looks like you're doing well." Ying spoke, and Jiang Lu showed a puzzled expression. How could he tell she was doing well just by looking? No one likes to be treated like a dangerous animal. "Get out," Ying said to Xinyang, who reluctantly obeyed and exited the room. Once they were alone, an indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere filled the space. He looked at her, and she returned his gaze. He said ambiguously, "It seems you're not as worried about being infected as you were at the beginning." Jiang Lu hesitated before replying. "Maybe it's because I trust you, so I'm not afraid." Did he really not know how to handle the zombie virus? Jiang Lu didn't think so. She trusted him and believed he could cure her, which was why she felt so little psychological pressure now. However, Ying disliked her current fearless state, as if she were certain he wouldn't give up on her. If this were before, that would have been impossible. She would have been anxious every day, fearing he would delay the research and not treat her. At that time, Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology wouldn't have been able to find fault with her. After all, she had willingly attracted the monster's attention and got hurt. But ever since that unexpected incident that night, she had changed. The way she looked at him now was filled with anticipation and trust, which made him involuntarily develop a firm belief that he must create an effective antidote. This was terrible. It was not his research attitude. Actually, becoming a zombie isn't so bad, Ying said, a dangerously malicious smile creeping onto his lips. In this situation, being a zombie is much easier than being human. You don't have to think. Other zombies walk, and you walk too. They attack humans, and you attack as well. Being human is harder. You need to have the ability to resist zombies, but even the recoil from a gun might injure your hand. Jiang Lu quickly looked down at her hand that had previously held a gun. The webbing was still bandaged. Initially, it must have been Ying's medication, and later, every time the dressing changed, it was her mother who did it. Jiang Lu looked at him with a complex expression. Why are you scaring me? Scaring you? Ying's expression was somewhat strange. Not really. This is the truth. Didn't Dr. Yuan tell you? Jiang Lu looked at him in confusion. Tell me what? Ying slowly sat down beside her, his gaze fixed on her as he said, the antidote injected into you recently showed devastating side effects in other clinical trials. The effects on you are not very apparent yet, but it will take 1 or 2 months. Jiang Lu's face turned pale. What side effects? Ying crossed his legs. He wore a white lab coat, underneath it a pristine white shirt, which was rare to see. He usually wore all black, ready to go out and battle like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. Suddenly, dressed so elegantly, his twisted nature reached its peak. An undeniable allure mixed with a dangerous aura that was both contradictory and irresistible. Regarding her question, he merely smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in his eyes, making a terrifying analogy. Do you know the symptoms of HIV? AIDS. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu lost her composure and struggled to sit up. Let me go, Ying. Let me go. Ying did not refuse her request. He stood up, walked to the head of the bed, and pressed something. The bindings that restrained Jiang Lu were removed, and she sat up, no longer caring that Ying was still beside her. She lifted her clothes to check her body. Fortunately, it was still the same as before, fair and flawless, just as it should be. She dropped her outer garment and looked frantically at the man standing by the bed. That sense of despair was harder to accept than becoming a zombie. At least as a zombie, she would have no awareness of how disgusting she had become. But with the side effects of the disease, she would be forced to watch herself become unrecognizable, with no choice that could bring her even a little joy. You can save me, right? Jiang Lu had a plea with Ying. She knelt on the bed, grabbing his arm. Through the white lab coat, she could feel his faint warmth. Holding back tears, she said, you must have a way. Please? Don't let me become like that. Even if I become a zombie. Just don't let me become that. Jiang Lu directly threw herself into his embrace, tightly hugging his waist. I beg you to save me. The only person in the world who could save her was right here. She poured all her reliance and hope in him. Although she tried hard to restrain herself, tears began to fall silently. She buried her face in his chest, and Ying looked down at her trembling body. She was crying. This was the purpose of him saying these things, but the outcome didn't provide him with the comfort he had imagined. I don't want to become like that. Just kill me. That would be better. Jiang Lu clung to his lower back, her voice choked with sobs, annoying and displeasing to hear. Ying tried to push her away, but it was of little use. Perhaps she was truly at the end of her rope. Her strength made it a bit difficult for Ying to handle. But in the end, she was pushed away. Jiang Lu slumped onto the bed, wiping away her tears. Though she wanted to cry, she had stopped. Her gray hair hung messily over her shoulders, and her childlike face was filled with pain and sadness. Ying watched her for a long time until she silently lowered her head, and then he slowly sat down beside her. She looked at him in confusion and murmured, I became like this to save you. Are you really so heartless that you want to care about me? Ying remained silent. He had never been very talkative, and now this terrible silence made Jiang Lu feel even more helpless. Unable to help herself, she threw herself into his arms again, holding him tightly and starting to vent. But not a single tear fell. I don't want to become like that. She held her breath and said, I don't want to become a zombie, nor do I want to develop those symptoms that would only leave me with a dead end. Her hands wandered to his waist, searching for the spot where the gun was kept in memory. He didn't expect her to do this. She actually pulled the gun out. You taught me how to use a gun, Jiang Lu said, looking at him with a blank expression. I'm sorry that I ended up using it for this. Following the instructions he had given her, she disengaged the safety and held it to her temple, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In the second before the bullet was fired, and grabbed her wrist and aimed it away from anyone. The bullet shot out, hitting the lamp and the wall, producing a piercing sound. Jiang Lu looked at the marks left by the bullet, the shattered wall, and the lamp. The power of the shot was self-evident, but unfortunately, it didn't hit her. Seeing Jiang Lu like this, Ing grew more and more irritated. Watching her frantically seek death, she no longer seemed as fearless as before. Shouldn't he be pleased? Wasn't this exactly the goal he wanted to achieve? But it was not like that at all. He was not happy at all. In fact, he was even more annoyed. Jiang Lu looked at Ing, their vacant eyes locking for a few seconds. Suddenly, Ing grabbed her arm, pulled her into his embrace, pressed the back of her head against himself, and kissed her lips. Jiang Lu was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at his face so close to hers. He was also staring at her intently, and such a unique moment felt different from any other kiss. Who gazes at each other like this while kissing? Jiang Lu gradually numbed herself. Every questioning asked was a life-or-death question, and she was destined for no good outcome now. There was nothing she couldn't let go of anymore. If they were going to kiss, then so be it. What was the harm in it? After all, such a handsome man was someone most people would never meet in their lifetime. She had kissed him and even slept with him, which could be considered an achievement. However, besides kissing, Ing did something else. It wasn't that he was taking it further. Rather, in the intervals of their kiss, he took a box from the side pocket of his white coat, opened it, and leaned back to shove the pills inside Jiang Lu's mouth. Jiang Lu coughed a couple of times, slightly choking. The noise in the room attracted Shenyang outside, and he timely entered with a cup of water, expressionless as he handed it to Jiang Lu. She immediately drank it in one go, feeling a bit more comfortable. She looked at Ing in confusion. What did you just make me take? Ing didn't answer, but Shenyang did, of course. It's medication to suppress the side effects for Miss Dolau. Didn't Dr. Yuan tell you? Another question about this. Dr. Yuan really hadn't said anything, but your boss just did. So, was there indeed medication to suppress the side effects? Did Ing deliberately withhold this information just to watch her struggle? Such a peculiar aesthetic, right? But for a pervert like him, such a strange taste was understandable. He probably enjoyed watching others oscillate between happiness and sadness. He often treated people well one moment and poorly the next, finding it most interesting to see them struggle between pain and happiness. Jiang Lu's expression softened significantly, her lips twitching. She glanced at Ing subtly. He was right there, silent and unmoving, while Shenyang was not satisfied with Jiang Lu's reaction. Macau? Miss Dolau. This is the inhibitor made by the boss over 2 days and nights without rest. Its effect is much better than the previous injection. Should you express some gratitude? Jiang Lu looked at Shenyang in surprise, then quickly turned to Ing beside him. He remained expressionless, as if he existed in a different dimension from them. Jiang Lu thought for a moment. This should be the medication that was supposed to be injected into her that day. Did he really manage to develop an oral medication so quickly? No wonder he could become the boss of Ghost. So, to thank him for sparing her from having to choose between 2 grim outcomes, or even suicide, how should she express her gratitude? After careful consideration, Jiang Lu straightened her back and knelt on the bed, respectfully asking, Do you think my kneeling posture is standard? Ing Shenyang. Chapter 26 Life always catches you off guard. Although in the end, Ing gave Jiang Lu some medicine, she was still a bit angry about his initial joke. So, for the past few days, she didn't want to see him. Since she had no power or status to sulk at him, she decided it was better not to meet at all, waiting until she could calm down and control herself not to give him the cold shoulder before meeting again. However, in the past, when she wanted to see him, it was particularly difficult, but now she had no choice but to meet him. He might really have some mental issues. The more others didn't want to do something, the more he would force them into it, including his subordinates. Shenyang particularly disliked Jiang Lu, wishing he could throw her directly into a horde of zombies. But he insisted on having them interact, believing Jiang Lu was currently very valuable for research. So, Jiang Lu was fortunate enough to enter Ying's private laboratory, along with Shenyang. Shenyang kept his eyes on her, which effectively prevented Jiang Lu from causing trouble while Ying was focused on his research. Shenyang's gaze never left Jiang Lu, who sat in the chair like a living specimen. Occasionally, Ying would glance at them, and upon seeing this scene, he would show Shenyang a pleased smile, as if saying, "This young man has a bright future. Why not cheat with me?" Startled by her own imagination, Jiang Lu coughed and turned her head, unable to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth, trying hard not to laugh. In fact, Shenyang's mood was much worse than Jiang Lu's, especially when Jiang Lu was still sneering. Being able to watch the boss conduct research was a huge privilege, like finding a fat pig he had painstakingly raised. But that person didn't know how to cherish it and was even in the mood to daydream and giggle, definitely up to no good and with no future. Shenyang snorted coldly, glaring at her. "Macau? Dolao, please be quiet, and while you're at it, clear out the colorful garbage in your head so you don't disturb the boss's work." His voice was low, fearing to influence his boss, but with Ying's hearing, he would definitely hear it. But Ying remained unresponsive, as expected. Jiang Lu looked at the various wires stuck to her body, revealing a helpless smile. "I'll try not to make noise. I'm really sorry, but right now I have no other fun besides this. I need some thoughts to kill time." Shenyang squinted. "You're really strange. Seeing the boss do research, shouldn't you feel shocked and amazed? Why are you still thinking about other things? Do you even need ideas to pass the time?" From the bewildered expression on his face, he was genuinely curious. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment and exaggeratedly said, "Oh my God, I do feel it's unbelievable. My prostate, my observation, my urinary system are all shocked. This scene is just too wonderful." Her exaggerated performance only made Shenyang dislike her more. If it weren't for Ying being there, he might have already lost his temper. Now, he could only force a smile and say, "Hee Macau? Dolao, studying is very useful. If you haven't studied much, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Remember, you're a woman. You don't even have a prostate." Jiang Lu, caught off guard, really caught off guard. Shenyang was too lazy to pay her any more attention. He stepped back and sat on a chair next to the console, but his eyes were still fixed on her. She really couldn't do anything bad. After a moment, Ying, who had been focused on his research, slowly raised his head and looked at them without expression, holding a reagent bottle containing a light blue liquid. She didn't know what it was for, but knowing his nature, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. The worst part was, he was walking towards her with that bottle of what Jiang Lu judged to be absolutely not good stuff. He wouldn't want to drink it, would he? Jiang Lu stared at the lines on her head and asked. Ying displayed a smile that could be considered friendly, just a little colorless and tasteless. "It won't cause any pain. Come, give it a try. But I really don't want to drink anything you give me. And I don't want to see you. Seeing you just makes me angry." Jiang Lu awkwardly turned her head, refusing the reagent bottle he held to her lips. Shenyang couldn't watch any longer. He came up and gripped Jiang Lu's chin, forcing her to face Ying, but the next second, he couldn't help but let go due to the heat from Ying's gaze. "Boss, I just wanted to help you," Shenyang said, slightly aggrieved. Jiang Lu snorted in her heart. Why did she suddenly have gasoline and a torch in her hands? Oh dear, this pungent smell of love. Ying said nothing, just slightly raised his chin and said, "You can leave." Shenyang hesitated, but in the end, he quietly left, even closing the door behind them. Jiang Lu looked out through the laboratory glass. Shenyang was very careful when leaving, as if dodging something, just like when they entered. They had to walk the same way as Ying, even though there was nothing blocking their path. Perhaps Jiang Lu's curiosity was too obvious. Ying temporarily put down the reagent bottle and looked down at her, saying, "Want to know why?" Jiang Lu nodded honestly, wanted to figure out what was going on so that next time she could sneak in and cause some trouble without fail. Ying didn't point out her evident bad intentions, walked to the console, and randomly pressed one of the many white buttons. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared in the previously empty corridor outside the laboratory. Although Jiang Lu didn't know much about high technology, she had watched plenty of sci-fi movies. She used to think that those laser beams cutting people into pieces were purely fictional, without any scientific basis, but it turned out they really existed. How about it? Is it beautiful? He turned back and glanced at Jiang Lu, who was in shock, casually picked up a glass from the table, opened the laboratory door, and threw it outside. Jiang Lu watched as the glass was instantly shattered by the laser beams. Have you ever experienced despair? Jiang Lu was at a loss for words. It seemed Ying's top-level lounge was indeed too lax in defense compared to here. She had been too comfortable in Ghost, always thinking there wasn't too much danger besides people. But that was not the case at all. They had been too indulgent of her foolishness. Ying returned to the laboratory and once again brought the reagent bottle to Jiang Lu's lips. She bit her lip, looked at him awkwardly, and finally closed her eyes in anger, directly downing the unknown liquid in the bottle. Maybe she could really mutate into a super soldier like Alice in Resident Evil if this continued. After she finished drinking the liquid, Ying pulled a chair and sat down in front of her, staring at her intently, seemingly wanting to see what reaction she would have. Jiang Lu was also a bit nervous, seriously feeling the changes in her body, but 10 minutes passed, and he was still watching her. Yet her body showed no change at all. We'll be disappointed, right? After contemplating for a while, Jiang Lu tried hard to make a painful expression and weakly said, I feel so uncomfortable. Ying squinted, looking at her thoughtfully, slightly tilting his head as he said, Is that so? He raised his hand to hold her chin, lifting her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. The two locked eyes, and Jiang Lu quickly gave in. All right, me fine. Jiang Lu pulled her face back, creating some distance, her frowning face showing a bit of annoyance. This expression made him feel uncomfortable, as he couldn't quite tell why. He just didn't want her to look at him like that. Jiang Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Friend, my friend used to be like you, but now the grass on your grave is over a foot high. You won't be happy for long. Just as Jiang Lu reacted this way, the always indifferent Ying, who seemed to care little about her life or death, suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The wires on her head were tugged, and with insufficient distance, he directly raised his hand and tore them all off. Jiang Lu instantly felt much lighter. She didn't really want to be so close to him, but if she struggled, would she be punished? Even if she wasn't punished, reattaching those wires would be quite unpleasant, so it was better not to struggle. Thus, though she was reluctant, she obediently leaned against his chest. Then she heard him say, The probe you had on your head just now could detect whether you were lying. No wonder. Her excellent acting skills in pretending to be uncomfortable didn't fool him. It can even detect your inner thoughts. His next sentence made Jiang Lu lose her composure. She raised her head to look at his face, but due to the position he held her in, she could only see his chin. He lowered his head, gazing down at her, and after a moment placed a kiss on her forehead, expressionless, and asked, What are you unhappy about? Jiang Lu was at a loss. Should she tell the truth? Anyway, the probe had already been removed, so lying wouldn't be discovered, right? Suddenly, he pushed her out of his embrace, and the evident disdain on his handsome, pale face was unmistakable. I've grown up this way, and you're the first person who dares to think about lying to me at any time and place. He lowered his voice, his magnetic and pleasant male voice narrating. Didn't I tell you that I hate being lied to the most? Jiang Lu immediately displayed a very sincere expression. No. How could I lie to you? Every word I say to you is from the heart. From the heart to deceive you. Ying said nothing, just looking at her, his hand still on her waist, with a slightly cool body temperature. The temperature in this laboratory was indeed a bit low, perhaps even colder than the weather outside the base. And Jiang Lu wasn't dressed warmly. After sitting for a long time, she couldn't help but feel a bit cold. She instinctively shrank back a little. Her expression didn't seem to indicate fear. Ying stared at her, and after a few seconds, pulled her back into his embrace again. Even someone whose body temperature is usually low, in this situation, surprisingly felt a bit warm. Jiang Lu was stunned, leaning against him, not knowing how to react. In fact, although she was a romance novelist, she was truly clueless about love. Perhaps she could talk eloquently about it, but when it came to herself, her IQ would drop to negative numbers instantly. She clutched his lab coat sleeve, wanting to withdraw, but his one sentence completely froze her movements. His always cold voice still carried no emotion, Yet that sentence made her heart inexplicably tremble. Aren't you cold? So that's why he was holding her? Jiang Lu blinked. Her hand, gripping his sleeve, gave up on her previous intention. Leaning against him, the faint scent of chemical substances lingering in her breath. Everything she could see was in cool tones, including the man holding her. If colors were used to describe him, he would definitely be silver-white. Just such a snow-colored man. After hearing him say that, while being embraced by him, she actually felt warmth. The roots of her ears began to heat up, a suspicious blush appearing on her cheeks. She turned her head to look at the reflective cabinet not far away, where the image of the two of them snuggling together was reflected. Their chairs were very close, their bodies even closer. She leaned against him, her movements looking so casual and natural, his arm resting on her waist, loosely yet securely encircling her. And she surprisingly didn't feel a hint of coldness, completely different from the past. Jiang Lu suddenly felt her heart racing, and later she couldn't remember how she left the laboratory. The only thing she remembered was that such a cold and ruthless man could occasionally show warmth. What made it hard for her to resist was that this rare warmth was directed towards her. Every girl has a natural vanity. When you think that the bad man who usually ignores you could become a little better for you, it's hard not to feel a similar illusion of happiness. Is this an illusion? I hope it's an illusion. Otherwise, it really would be a bit difficult to handle. Chapter 27. You are the one to save the world. Please do not let our sacrifice be in vain. Many vague figures surrounded Jiang Lu's bed. Startled, Jiang Lu sat up and realized there was nothing around her. It was just a dream. She dreamt of those neighbors who had been captured before, like Zhang Qili and the others. Speaking of which, she still didn't know how they were doing. There had been no news from Qin Nong and the others for days. Looking at the calendar, time truly waits for no one. There were less than 20 days left. If the deadline passed, and she still hadn't completed her mission, what would happen to Qin Nong and the others? Jiang Lu glanced at the clock. It was just past 7 in the morning. Now, Shenyang no longer allowed her to take care of Ying's daily needs. Ying hadn't shown any intention of going to base 2 these days. He must be focused on researching the origin of that mutated monster. Could she take this opportunity to check on Qin Nong and the others when they weren't paying attention? With that thought in mind, Jiang Lu got up, changed her clothes, and washed up. Once everything was ready, she used the communicator to contact Dr. Yuan to ask what he was doing and if he had time for her. She also cautiously inquired whether she had the authority to visit Su Boya and Yao Yao, or even to see Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan at her father's place. Since that was under Zhang's technical jurisdiction, it should be fine to take a look, right? However, her wishful thinking was ruthlessly dismissed by Dr. Yuan. I'm not saying this to you, Lulu, but calm down. There isn't a corner in Ghost where the boss can't see. Even what you're discussing with me right now, he might know. Jiang Lu surveyed her surroundings and said, actually, I realized that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have secretly taken a notebook and pen from you guys to write and communicate. Doctor. Yuan seemed to sigh and said in a tone that suggested giving up. Since you're already in this profession, why not try talking to the boss? Maybe you will agree. Jiang Lu had never considered her mother's suggestion. In her view, it was very difficult for Ying to agree to anything. The success rate was too low, basically not worth considering. Give it a try, Lulu. You might have unexpected gains. Dr. Yuan said this as Jiang Lu fell silent, then ruthlessly cut off the communication. Jiang Lu slowly put away the communicator, brushed her gray long hair behind her ear, stood frozen for a while, and then got up to push the door open. When Shenyang realized Jiang Lu had appeared, invisible antennas immediately stood up on his head, sending out a warning signal as he looked seriously at the young girl who walked into the top-level lounge. Youth was unmistakably present, even without makeup or fancy clothes. Her delicate skin was enough to stir one's heart. The way she looked at others was bold and bright, carefree, almost igniting all your adrenaline and dopamine. Yet she still wore a confused expression, her beautiful face blank, knowing nothing. Is the boss still here? Shenyang was at the door. It was obviously impractical for Jiang Lu to just walk in, so she had to settle for asking. Shenyang snorted coldly. The boss didn't call you. Why are you here? Jiang Lu tilted her head and said, I need to talk to the boss about something. Can you pass on a message? Shenyang narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm a eunuch? Pass on a message? Jiang Lu fell silent. She couldn't come to an agreement with Shenyang, and could only look up and compete with her gaze. Xinyang stared back, widening her eyes, unwilling to lose as they both tried to see who would blink first, retreating and advancing in turns until the battle ended when Ing came out. Boss! Xinyang was the first to spot him and immediately turned to bow deeply to Ing, radiating an air of worship. Ing looked at Jiang Lu, and she immediately introduced herself. Good morning, did you sleep well? I have something to ask you, so I came to disturb you. Ing showed little expression, dressed in a dark gray suit, a black shirt with a neatly tied tie, standing with his hands clasped behind him, silent, directly passing by them without acknowledging anyone. As he walked away, Jiang Lu and Xinyang immediately followed like two little tailing bugs. As they walked, Jiang Lu noticed they were heading towards Laboratory 2. Although she wasn't particularly fond of that scene, it was just right, as she wanted to check on Yao Yao. When entering Laboratory 2, Jiang Lu had already prepared herself psychologically. The experiences of recent days had greatly increased her ability to endure, so when she saw the scene inside, she wasn't overly surprised. However, Yao Yao's appearance surprised her a bit. Dressed in a lab coat, she stood outside a glass box, numbly watching the twisted, mutated animals gradually calm down and lie still on the ground, then pressed a button beside her to enter and check on the mutated animals. This was an extremely dangerous job. If those animals suddenly became agitated, she would inevitably get hurt, and no one would help her. Yet she had to carry out this work, because there was no choice. Jiang Lu took a step back. When Yao Yao came out of the glass box, she immediately saw Jiang Lu standing behind Ing. It was hard to describe Yao Yao's gaze. It carried a hint, as if she wanted to say something to Jiang Lu, but was hindered by Ying's presence. So she just glanced at her and lowered her head. The experiment continued. Jiang Lu glanced at Ing. He didn't enter but stood outside, making it hard to determine his purpose for being there. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lu moved closer to Yao Yao with subtle, barely noticeable steps, and surprisingly found herself right next to Yao Yao. Yao Yao didn't speak, just nodded at her, then suddenly grasped her hand, which had been behind her back. Jiang Lu froze for a moment, feeling a piece of paper being stuffed into her hand. She immediately clenched the paper and tucked her hand into her pocket. After a while, Ing turned to leave. Jiang Lu was eager to see what Yao Yao had given her, and after receiving a confirming glance from Yao Yao, she followed suit. She originally thought Ing would return, but that wasn't the case. He took the elevator to her father's exclusive research room, where Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan were working. They were covered in injuries, but their spirits seemed quite good, looking much better than Yao Yao. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief when Qin Nong turned around and saw her. He looked a bit excited, but when he noticed Ing standing there watching him leisurely, he gave up on the idea of coming over to say a few words. Song Shuyuan also glanced over at her, seemingly sighing, and forced himself to continue working. They were operating a robot, assembling it with many parts Jiang Lu didn't recognize. Ing stayed for a very short time, and before Jiang Lu's father came out, he turned to leave. This time he really left, going directly to the first floor. Jiang Lu decided not to follow him halfway and exited the elevator, wanting to return to her room instead. Ing had not spoken the entire time, but when she stepped out of the elevator, he finally said something. Miss Su hasn't returned yet. If you want to check on her recent situation, wait for Group C to return tonight and go yourself. After saying this, the elevator door closed, and Jiang Lu turned in surprise to look back, only to see his figure quickly disappearing through the elevator gap. It turned out he wasn't going to those two places himself, but was taking her there. Jiang Lu was left dazed by this sudden, almost flattering treatment. It wasn't until she returned to her room and saw what was written on the note Yao Yao had given her that she finally came to her senses. My God, are the boys planning to escape? It seems like she was the only one in the dark among the five of them. Was it because she hadn't met them all this time? But how were they in contact? Jiang Lu was puzzled, but decided to do as the note instructed. It was written that 3 days after she received Yao Yao's note, it would be the time for them to escape. That day, at 8 a.m., Yao Yao would release the mutated animals still being studied in Lab 2 to disrupt the internal security of Ghost. Then, Song Shuyuan and Qin Nong, who could access electronic devices, would operate the defense and door systems, while Su Boya would divert the attention of Group C and get an armored vehicle. Jiang Lu would be responsible for holding off Ing and finding a way to escape, meeting up with him on the first floor, and the five of them would leave together in the vehicle. It sounded like a fairly tight plan. As long as nothing went wrong in between, it should be fine. Jiang Lu crumpled the note into a ball and flushed it down the toilet in the restroom, feeling unsettled for a long time. Could they really escape? If they did, would her parents be implicated because of her? They shouldn't be, as it was just a useless person escaping, but two genius researchers would be left behind. Ying wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish priorities. Besides, she hadn't been here from the beginning. Her parents probably thought she was already dead. Her appearing here was an unexpected gain. And now that they were leaving, the people from Ghost shouldn't care either, as there were so many being thrown out from here, both human and non-human. Right? Despite thinking this way, Jiang Lu still felt very uneasy, unable to articulate exactly why. Chapter 28 recently. Time seems to pass particularly quickly. 3 days have gone by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ying has been busy with research, and there has been zero communication with Jiang Lu. The two haven't crossed paths at all. Jiang Lu didn't actively try to disturb him this time, because she felt guilty about the plan that was supposed to start at 8 o'clock today. The night before, Jiang Lu had rested with her mother, and despite usually being someone who loves to sleep, she felt completely awake, staring intently at her resting mother, not blinking at all, which made Dr. Yuan unable to sleep well. However, Dr. Yuan said nothing. It seemed she knew something, but also acted as if she was completely unaware, remaining quiet throughout. Jiang Lu finally fell asleep in the early morning, and in her dreams, it seemed like someone was gently stroking her hair and murmuring something. The voice too soft for her to hear, and she did not wake up. When she got up the next morning, Dr. Yuan had already gone to work. Jiang Lu felt a bit lost. She made herself a simple breakfast, changed her clothes, and prepared to complete her task. Her task was to keep him occupied, ensuring he had no time to focus on anything else, preferably without anyone else interrupting him. The only way to achieve this, it seemed, was through that one thing. Jiang Lu sneaked into her parents' room, found her mother's simple cosmetics and perfume, and sat in front of the mirror to carefully apply light makeup and spray perfume. Then, glancing at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. She needed to hurry and see Ying, hoping he was still in the lounge and hadn't left yet. Ying indeed hadn't left. He usually starts working after 8 when he doesn't need to leave the base. As Jiang Lu arrived, she unexpectedly ran into Shenyang, who was clearly surprised to see Jiang Lu, who had obviously dressed up. He immediately realized she must have a scheme and blocked her from entering, refusing to let her pass. "Move aside, I really have something to do," Jiang Lu said, watching the clock. It was almost 8, and she had to hurry. Shenyang replied coldly, "Not happening. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. I'll count to 3, and you. Hey, you're too much." As he spoke, Shenyang felt like he was about to break down. This woman was truly terrifying, as she actually lifted her foot to kick towards the most private area of a man. Shenyang had to move aside to avoid it, and Jiang Lu seized the opportunity to dash inside, turning back to stick her tongue out at him. Shenyang glared at her angrily and picked up the communicator to say something. Jiang Lu thought she needed to speed up. The loyal dog was already on the phone, calling for help. Soon, a gang of helpers wearing gold chains would likely come to greet her, and she had to get in quickly. She was somewhat familiar with Ying's lounge, having spent some time there. The door wasn't locked, likely because Shenyang intended to enter, so she quickly closed it and locked it behind her. The room was filled with brilliant light, but there was no warmth to be felt. Ying stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed impeccably, just one step away from leaving for work. It seemed she had caught him just in time. Ying looked at Jiang Lu with a subtly relieved expression as she approached him step by step, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, the area in front of her chest rising and falling, signaling her nervousness. Seeing her like this, Ying inexplicably felt a slight sense of uncertainty, which was rare. No, to be precise, it had never happened before. You barged in without permission. You better have a reasonable explanation for your actions. Ying's words were surprisingly tolerant. If anyone else had heard, they would have exploded, as the boss was known for being cold, ruthless, and impartial. If anyone else dared to intrude like Jiang Lu, they would have been in serious trouble long ago. She was the first to act so boldly. Jiang Lu slowly stopped in front of him, and then there was a knock on the lounge door, likely Yao Yao starting to take action. Jiang Lu was extremely worried that the person coming in would report on this matter, so she didn't have time to hesitate. She directly tiptoed and clung to Ying, who looked down at her, his long phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a dangerous look mixed with surprise. "I missed you, let us have a go." Jiang Lu quickly said 6 words and then blushed as she leaned in to kiss his lips. Ying stood there without any reaction, although his face showed no expression. His stiff posture was enough to indicate his surprise at that moment. Jiang Lu wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him desperately and haphazardly. Ying, feeling helpless from her antics, had no choice but to start teaching her how to kiss like a teacher instructing a student. At first, Jiang Lu was just nervous and anxious, but then it gradually changed. She began to feel shy and retreat. When Ying's hand reached her chest, she gasped and pulled back, saying this, that, "I." And didn't he give her a chance to speak, kissing her lips again. This time, it was clearly different from their first kiss, as Jiang Lu saw a possessive color in his dark, beautiful eyes. To put crudely, it was a color of desire. Jiang Lu passively endured his kiss as he carried her into the master bedroom. While outside, someone was still knocking on the door, and Shun Yang's voice came from outside, saying that something unexpected had happened outside. Ying seemed to have the intention of letting her go, but Jiang Lu, who had been somewhat hesitant, instantly changed her mind, holding him tightly and refusing to let go of that kiss. She believed that no matter what kind of man it was, there would be a moment when he lost his reason. It only depended on whether the woman who could make him lose his reason had appeared. Jiang Lu felt Ying's hand on her lower back tighten. He carried her into the master bedroom and kicked the door shut hard, leaving Shenyang outside, pale and frantically pressing the doorbell. "Mr. Shun, what should we do? We need to inform the boss about the incident in lab number 2 as soon as possible," a male researcher said anxiously. Shenyang looked at the tightly closed door, snorted coldly, and said, "If you barge in now, the boss will kill you." "Forget it. It's just an animal that escaped. We'll handle it ourselves." After saying this, he turned and walked away, with the male researcher following closely behind. Jiang Lu in the master bedroom was unaware of all this. She thought they were waiting outside, so she worked hard to please Ying. Their first time together had been somewhat discordant, with neither party truly feeling any pleasure, but this time was different. When one side is eager to please the other, their interaction becomes harmonious. Pleasure comes from accommodating each other. Jiang Lu's feelings were now complex, filled with fear and anticipation, mixed with some worries swirling in her mind. She gazed at Ying's well-built physique, her entire body feeling like a cooked shrimp, radiating a charming pale red hue. Qin Nong and the others only hoped that Jiang Lu could keep him occupied for as long as possible, but they didn't hold out much hope. So they hurried to speed things up, hoping to resolve everything quickly and wait for Jiang Lu to arrive. They couldn't get in touch with Jiang Lu at the moment, but they had written on a note where they would be waiting and for how long, hoping she would arrive on time. If she didn't show up, they might really have to leave on their own. After all, they were living too hard in this cursed organization, while Jiang Lu was having a much easier time. When doing certain things, it was challenging to manage the timing, especially when the other party was Ying. Ying's stamina was unquestionable under Jiang Lu's cooperation and eagerness to please. He seemed not to want her to feel too uncomfortable being gentle throughout. She should have enjoyed it, but with her mind divided, she couldn't fully immerse herself. Later, Jiang Lu started to use plots from novels she had read before to provoke Ying into releasing his pent-up desires, but several attempts failed. And the result was that she ended up being tossed around even more. 10 minutes before the scheduled time, with Qin Nong and the others, Jiang Lu became anxious. Ignoring everything, she embraced Ying's body and began to utter some reckless words. Normally, she would blush and her heart would race at just one sentence. And she would even blush while reading novels with romantic scenes. But at this moment, she could only throw caution to the wind. She clearly sensed Ying's surprise. And in the end, she achieved her goal. The two of them were panting from exhaustion. Jiang Lu pulled over a blanket and weakly said, I need to take a shower. After saying that, she picked up her clothes from the floor and limped towards the door. Ying lay on the bed, his bare body exposed, watching Jiang Lu leave the master bedroom with an expressionless face, even closing the door behind her without a word of protest. He reached over and picked up the communicator placed on the bedside table, where a message from Shenyang awaited him. Something had happened inside the ghost base. And the culprit behind it was Jiang Lu and her 4 companions. A cold, cruel smile crept onto Ying's lips. No wonder she was so perceptive today, even going so far as to say those things at the end and calling him by several ambiguous titles. It turned out she had an agenda. In fact, he'd already guessed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have checked the communicator so quickly after everything was over. Ying's expression gradually turned sinister as he stood up, picked up the shirt from the floor, and, while putting it on, attempted to open the master bedroom door, only to find something blocking it from the outside, preventing him from fully pushing it open. At that moment, Jiang Lu was already running towards the designated meeting place, constantly looking back in fear that he would catch up to her. She was walking along the paths that he had previously taken her, worrying that if Song Xuan couldn't disable Ghost's defense system, she would end up dead from the laser lines and other dangers she had witnessed before. By the time she reached the meeting place, Qin Nong had already started the car and was preparing to leave, as Ghost's surveillance and defense systems were about to be restored, and they couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Lu arrived just in time, and Qin Nong immediately opened the car door for her. She hurriedly stepped inside, ignoring the Ghost members lying on the ground, and once in the car, she saw Su Boya sitting there expressionlessly with a gun in her arms. The people on the ground must have been attacked by her, Jiang Lu thought, shivering at the thought. The car sped away, with Song Xuan operating something on his computer, and that door, which seemed like it would never open, finally did. When the door was completely open, the 5 people in the car were extremely excited. Qin Nong quickly drove out, and Xinyang appeared behind the car, with someone raising a gun and shooting at them. But because the car was moving too fast, they couldn't hit them. Jiang Lu looked back, her face full of disbelief, murmuring, "Did we really escape?" Yao Yao also seemed a bit frightened, tightly clenching her fists as she said, "I was afraid you wouldn't succeed. I thought if it failed, I'd rather die than be tortured by them again. I didn't expect you to actually hold off that nameless person." Jiang Lu choked for a moment, not saying anything, while Song Shuyuan spoke up. "This time we managed to escape, and we have to thank Jiang Lu's father." Jiang Lu looked at him in surprise. "What did you say?" Song Shuyuan sighed. "It's like this. With my skills, I couldn't have penetrated Ghost's internal defense system, let alone disable it. Your father turned a blind eye and gave me a hint." Jiang Lu stared at him in shock, recalling her mother's hesitance last night, realizing that their plans might have been known to her parents long ago. Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan were working under Zhang's technical guidance. How would he not know about their small maneuvers? Now that they had successfully escaped, her father must have shown mercy. If Ying found out about this, would her parents be punished? Seeing Jiang Lu's worried expression, Qin Nong softly reassured her, "Jiang Lu, don't worry. Your parents are top talents. That person wouldn't do anything to them just because a few little ants escaped." Jiang Lu slowly lowered her head. Qin Nong was right. She had thought the same before. But for some reason, her unease was even stronger than before they executed the plan. She took a deep breath, looking out the car window, while the voices of Song Shuyuan and Qin Nong filled her ears. They were disabling the positioning system on the armored vehicle. Otherwise, no matter how far they escaped, they would be discovered by Ghost personnel. Inside the Ghost base, Xinyang was indeed tracking their vehicle's route until they disabled the positioning system. "Boss, the positioning system has been destroyed," Xinyang said, slightly angry. "We've lost their trail." Ying stood behind Xinyang, looking at the room full of electronic screens in the monitoring room, calmly saying, "Send someone out to search. We must find them within 5 days." Xinyang agreed and went to make arrangements, though he didn't quite understand why the boss still wanted to pursue them. Wasn't that a waste of manpower and resources? Those little ants, if they ran away, so be it. He would be glad. Yet the boss insisted on the pursuit and even set a time limit. 5 days? Why 5 days? Suddenly, Xinyang heard the boss speak again. The smile on his lips sent chills down Xinyang's spine. "If I'm not mistaken, they will head towards the survivor base. Search in that direction. They won't dare to take the main road. They will definitely take the small paths, and we will be able to find them." Ying narrowed his eyes slightly, one hand behind his back, the other clenched into a fist, making a creaking sound. Hearing this, Xinyang couldn't help but shiver, feeling thankful at that moment that he was a loyal employee of Ghost. Chapter 29 Escaped? They really escaped? As the armored vehicle smoothly drove along the national highway, the 5 people inside were still a bit dazed. Qin Nong, who was driving, had sweat all over his palms. The vehicle was heading south, and no one in the car had spoken for a long time. The first to break the silence was Jiang Lu. "We can't take this road." Jiang Lu looked outside the window and said, "If they're looking for us, they will definitely head in this direction too, because the survivor base is in this direction." Qin Nong glanced at her in surprise through the rearview mirror. "In this direction?" Jiang Lu nodded, "But it's south, very close to Ghost's second base. And that base might attack the survivor base soon. Someone took me there once. It was quite dangerous." Song Xiao Yuan frowned and said, "Then they can definitely guess which route we would take. What should we do?" Qin Nong said seriously, "Then we can't take the main road. We need to look for suitable back roads." He focused intently on finding a small road ahead. Su Boya timely spoke up. "I've been with the C team before, and I remember there's a fork in the road about 20 kilometers ahead. We could try taking the other route to see if it leads us somewhere." She forced herself to speak in a calm tone. Qin Nong hesitated and glanced at the fuel gauge. "Okay, this vehicle is full of gas. Even if we end up on a dead end, we should have enough to find another way out." Yao Yao had been silent since they escaped, trembling all over. Now, she finally spoke up. "Do you think the people inside Ghost will be killed by the monster I let out?" Although she didn't want to disappoint her, the possibility was too slim upon calm analysis. "I don't think so," Song Xiao Yuan said sincerely. "They must have made preparations for any unexpected events. The escape of such a monster is the most dangerous scenario, and they would definitely have basic protective measures. Didn't you see how soon they started chasing us after we were on the first floor? Luckily, Jiang Lu arrived quickly. Otherwise, we would have." He said a bit apologetically, "Jiang Lu, I'm sorry. You were doing the most dangerous job, and we almost left you behind." Jiang Lu had always been on the edge of the conversation, just observing without speaking. Suddenly being brought up, she paused for a moment, glanced at them, and then said, "It's okay. Anyway, my parents are there. Even if I miss the vehicle, I won't die. But who really knows? If I anger Shadow, having my parents there might not help. He's so smart. He could master something he's never encountered in just a month or two. He could do the research himself, right? Now he's keeping them around just because he is lazy? Probably." She thought to herself that there was no need to share these thoughts with them to make them feel guilty. At this point, the car fell silent again. It was still early in the day, and outside was bright. If anything was nearby, they could use the armored vehicle's built-in scanning system to avoid it early on. To be honest, although the internal staff of Ghost weren't great, their equipment was really good. The survivor base might not even compare to their devices. In this day and age, the villains are too wealthy. Before the disaster broke out, Shadow must have been quite a tycoon. Remembering the meaningful look he gave her when she made an excuse to take a shower, it felt as if he already guessed everything. He was just waiting to see what she could come up with. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu felt they wouldn't escape and would eventually be caught. If they were caught this time, they wouldn't be as lucky as last time. Forget it. No matter what, she couldn't stand on the side of evil. Since death was imminent, dying by her own hand was much better than dying at Shadow's hands. The latter would definitely make them suffer and die a miserable death. Just thinking about it made her feel a chill down her spine. The vehicle drove smoothly. Thanks to the scanner, they could avoid suspicious creatures, so the journey was relatively smooth. When they approached the fork in the road Su Boya mentioned, everyone began to feel disheartened because the display on the scanner showed countless small red dots within a few miles, indicating that they were surrounded by zombies or something similar. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. Qinong turned back to ask, "What should we do now?" Su Boya looked despondent, pressing her forehead and not speaking. Song Xiao Yuan had a blank expression, and Yao Yao appeared somewhat desperate. Only Jiang Lu remained expressionless. She tilted her head to glance outside the car window and felt that the scenery outside was particularly familiar. Actually, she wasn't someone with a particularly good memory. She often couldn't remember some locations. But she remembered this place very clearly because she almost died here. "I remember this place," she said hesitantly. "I came out with that person before and encountered an attack by a mutated monster here, and I was even infected." Her last sentence sent chills down everyone's spine. Jiang Lu turned to look at them and calmly pointed to her bandaged arm, saying, "But don't worry. I've already injected the antidote and taken medication to suppress the side effects." Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Nong pursed his lips and said, "Jiang Lu, I'm sorry for making you suffer." Jiang Lu's expression was indifferent. She had always been this way. rarely showing extreme emotions. It's okay. You can't blame yourselves. Everyone has their own path to walk, and no one can be sure of what they will encounter ahead. As she spoke, she firmly added, but we definitely can't take this road anymore. I remember we passed a dirt road earlier. Let's go back and take that route. Giving Ghost S speed if they want to catch us. They should be closing in now. Every word she spoke sent shivers down their spines. Without a word, Chi Nong immediately turned the vehicle around. Just as the vehicle was about to change direction and reverse, the red dots on the scanner suddenly began to converge towards them. Song Xiao Yuan glanced and couldn't help but raise her voice. Run. Those things are surrounding us. Chi Nong was drenched in cold sweat, stepping on the gas to speed away, but it wasn't fast enough, or perhaps those mutated creatures were faster. Jiang Lu pressed against the window, quickly spotting many familiar creatures outside. They weren't zombies or mutated animals. They looked very similar to the large monster from that day, but were all much smaller, as if they had split off from something and hadn't had time to grow into colossal beings. Jiang Lu froze at that moment, a bold hypothesis surfacing in her mind. Everyone should have read Junji Ito's manga Tomi, right? In that manga, Tomi has the incredible ability to replicate her body. If she is shattered, any small piece of flesh from her body can become a complete individual. Once this hypothesis came to mind, Jiang Lu's hair stood on end. She didn't say it out loud, because Chi Nong and the others weren't like Shadow-S people, who would only be intensely interested in these things and not afraid. If she said it now, Chi Nong might not be able to drive steadily. Under the relentless pursuit of those creatures, the vehicle sped forward at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour, gradually accelerating to this speed. Jiang Lu grasped the handrail on the roof of the car to keep her body from swaying too much. There were moments when she felt dizzy, but she didn't think much of it, attributing it to motion sickness from the high speed. During this time, nearby monsters attacked the vehicle. But the exterior of the vehicle was sturdy, and they were still too small to cause significant damage. Chi Nong kept accelerating, so although it was perilous, they ultimately managed to shake off those monsters. When they finally arrived at the inconspicuous dirt road that Jiang Lu mentioned, Su Boya said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault, otherwise we wouldn't have." Before she could finish her sentence, the silent Yao embraced her. Despite having had some exposure to these things in the ghost, they were still quite frightened once they were alone outside, and after hugging, they started to silently shed tears. Jiang Lu, also a girl, appeared a bit too calm. Chi Nong glanced at her in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In fact, Jiang Lu was not calm at all. Her heart was racing. This dirt road was very bumpy and seemed to lead to an inconspicuous village. From a scanner in the car, no signs of strange creatures have been detected for now. She hoped there weren't too many zombies in that village, and it would be better if those zombies hadn't mutated, as they would be easier to deal with. They could temporarily hide there. This dirt road was so unremarkable and difficult to navigate, and the armored vehicle was so large that it was quite a challenge to drive on it. If someone were really coming to hunt them down, they probably wouldn't think to look for them on this road. At that time, she had pretended to be tough to stall Ing, which was indeed exhilarating, but the worries behind it were just too overwhelming. Jiang Lu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Her whole face was pressed against the car window, forming a distorted expression of rage. Chapter 30 at the end of the dirt road was a small village that was not very big, with some dilapidated bungalows. From the scanner on the vehicle, the suspicious red dots moving in the village were moving slowly. The village was surrounded by abandoned cornfields, with tall corn stalks blocking most of the view of the village, making it relatively hidden. The 5-person escape team in the vehicle discussed and decided to get out and clear the few zombies in the area, then stay temporarily to study the route instead of advancing blindly. Jiang Lu, being a member without much combat ability, was responsible for watching the car after the others left. She crawled from the back seat to the front seat, sitting in the passenger seat and watching the scanner. After Chi Nong and the others got out of the car, green dots appeared on the scanner, which should represent normal humans, exactly 4 of them, heading towards the predetermined route. They were really brave. Should she go down to help? Forget it. Going down might just complicate things. Staying in the car alone felt relatively safe. The red dots showed no signs of approaching. Chi Nong was the first to find one. The green dot overlapped with the red dot for about 2 minutes before the red dot stopped, and then the green dot left. A few seconds later, the red dot disappeared, probably because there were no more life signs detected. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief and took a look at the others. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, so she decided not to get out of the car. Just a few seconds after this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Lu suddenly felt her body was out of control. Her wrist twisted at an angle that a normal person could not achieve. Jiang Lu looked on in shock as a figure appeared hazily in front of her. She was very clear in her mind that this shadow was illusory, yet she couldn't help but feel scared, her body trembling uncontrollably. The figure appeared in the driver's seat, standing, its head not fully visible due to extending beyond the car's range. It looked like it might be bald, adding a slightly comical element to its imposing and terrifying image. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. She wanted to say something, but couldn't speak. "You can't escape." The shadow began to speak, its voice not loud but clear to her. "Look at your hand. I implanted a chip in you while you were unconscious. Did you think destroying the tracking system in the car would solve everything?" Jiang Lu looked at her wrist in disbelief as a small object, about the size of a memory card, protruded from it. She felt unprecedented pain, struggling and crying out, her face pale and twisted in agony. The shadow watched her with a cruel smile. "Do you know the consequences of betraying me? I was so good to you, yet you showed no gratitude. I will wait for you to come back and beg me." As he finished speaking, his shadow began to blur. Jiang Lu stared blankly, sweating coldly from the pain, looking haggard and pitiful. "If you don't want to harm them, just use a knife to dig out the chip from your wrist. But if you do that, you'll die too." The shadow said one last thing before disappearing from the driver's seat, and the pain on Jiang Lu's wrist also vanished. She gasped for breath, not having time to think about anything before Qin Nong and the others returned to the car. When he saw her weak state after getting into the driver's seat, he was very worried and leaned forward to ask, "Jiang Lu, what's wrong?" Jiang Lu glanced at her wrist. Apart from some redness and swelling, there were no marks. She hadn't figured out what to say yet, so after a moment of silence, she simply said, "Just now a monster attacked me, but I drove it away. I'm a bit tired." Suboya looked at her in surprise. "When did you become so strong?" Jiang Lu rolled her eyes at her. "I'm not just a servant for that person in Ghost. I have learned a few things from others." Yao Yao said blankly, "It feels like the person teaching you has taken on a big job." Jiang Lu really wanted to make a manual goodbye gesture, but she was too weak, so she could only slump in the passenger seat, twitching her mouth. In this day and age, friendship really can flip over just like that. It seemed she couldn't move for the time being. "Xiao Yuan, you go sit in the back for a while," Qin Nong said to Song Xiao Yuan, who was outside the car. Song Xiao Yuan nodded and got into the back seat. Qin Nong drove the car directly into a farmhouse with a destroyed gate. In the yard, there were still the remains of the zombies they had just taken care of. After stopping the car, Qin Nong said, "I checked just now. This family still has some food. Let's rest here for a while. The car's scanning system will show any nearby normal people. We'll take turns resting, leaving one person here to observe if anyone approaches." No one rejected his suggestion. While discussing who would stay in the car to watch, 2 boys volunteered. But the usually silent Jiang Lu weakly raised her hand. "Let me do it. Qin Nong and Xiao Yuan, you go in and arrange things and discuss the route. I'm pretty useless. I'm best suited for observation," Jiang Lu said calmly, showing no signs of reluctance on her face. Qin Nong hesitated a bit, but Su Boya said, "Jiang Lu makes a point. We need you and Xiao Yuan to plan what to do next. So let the 3 of us girls take turns watching." Qin Nong pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and finally agreed. The 4 of them got out of the car, leaving Jiang Lu in the passenger seat to watch the scanner. Once they all entered the farmhouse, Jiang Lu relaxed a little from the redness and swelling on her wrist. It was clear that the apparition she saw earlier was not a figment of her imagination. It was real. Could the chip in her wrist really be tracked? Jiang Lu hesitated. If it could be tracked, staying here would put the other 4 in danger. But having her dig out the chip from her own wrist was something she really couldn't do. Not to mention, she didn't understand medicine. If she touched the wrong artery and caused herself to bleed out, that would be game over. Just thinking about cutting into her own flesh was painful enough. She had been scared of needles before, so asking her to do this was truly a tall order. The shadow must have anticipated that she wouldn't dare, which is why it dared to reveal those things. Jiang Lu leaned back against the car's seat, pale, and sighed deeply. It was true that the heavens had left her no way out. Compared to the other four, her situation had been better before, but now she had become the one closest to death. The wheel of fortune turns, she thought. In the main base of Ghost, Jiang Lu's parents were not in a good situation either. Everyone could guess that among the five of them, the one who understood computers the most could not possibly break through the protective wall that Jiang's technology had personally designed. The only reason they could succeed was that someone inside was secretly letting them through or even helping them. This person could only be Jiang Chu. He was the only one with the motive and position to do so. When the shadow's projection appeared before Jiang Lu, Jiang Chu was right next to it, operating everything according to its demands, including making the chip in Jiang Lu's body protrude and causing his daughter to feel unprecedented pain. After the projection ended, Jiang Chu's face turned ugly. As expected, the shadow smiled lightly at him, and Jiang Chu turned his head away, hiding his uncontrollable worries and dissatisfaction. About your helping them escape, I won't pursue it for now, the shadow said casually, because you told me you could track their location with the chip, so that counts as making up for it. He lowered his voice. I am someone who values talent. I always have and always will. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Xinyang glanced at the shadow's expression and then at Jiang Chu, unable to suppress a sense of schadenfreude. He understood Jiang Chu's character well. The worst thing to do at this moment was to continue to anger the boss, but Jiang Chu would surely do just that. Sure enough, Jiang Chu quickly couldn't hold back and said, Boss, I thought those five were just insignificant people. If they're off-key, so be it. Why waste manpower and resources to find them? They can't bring any benefits to Ghost. Ying looked at Jiang Chu with obvious surprise, puzzled. How could you have such an idea? Jiang, with your intelligence, you really shouldn't make such a mistaken judgment. You're overthinking it. Jiang Chu looked at him in confusion, and Ying surprisingly explained impatiently. These five people had all worked in some department of Ghost for a period of time. They had knowledge of this place, or they wouldn't have been able to devise a plan to escape. Jiang, can you guarantee that when they reach the survivor base, they won't mention anything about what they saw and heard here? Ying's tone was very calm, as if he were discussing something trivial, but Jiang Chu's expression became serious. Especially your daughter. Ying's expression suddenly twisted, becoming somewhat sinister, and his tone turned dangerous. I'm doing this for your own good, Jiang. Please remember, your daughter's body has not fully recovered. If she wants to completely rid herself of the infection and side effects, she still needs to take the medication I developed on time. Unfortunately, she has run away. Jiang Chu showed a look of surprise, as the medication research was personally handled by Ying, so even he and Dr. Yuan were unaware of this matter. Since he is only mentioning it now, it seems he has long wanted to teach them a lesson, to make them not be so clever, thinking that their daughter would repeatedly fall into danger here, and that running away might allow her to survive. At least she now knows the location of the survivor base. But that is not the case at all. Everything is actually under Ying's control, including this time they could escape, which might just be him deliberately lowering his guard. Jiang Chu's face turned a bit ugly, and he quickly said, I will find a way to track their location. The boss can rest assured. Ying scoffed lightly, his handsome face behind black sunglasses looking cold and sinister. He said one last thing before turning to leave, but those words lingered in Jiang Chu's ears for a long time. He said, Remember, you are not fulfilling my orders. You are saving your own daughter. In this world, I am the only one who can save her. Without me, she will only have a dead end. Jiang Chu watched Ying quickly disappear into the laboratory, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. This time, it was truly a mistake made by him and his wife. Chapter 31. Jiang Lu's situation was very bad. At night, Su Boya was responsible for staying in the car, while she and Yao Yao rested on the Kong in the farmer's house. Sitting in the car for a long time was uncomfortable, and lying down for a while helped a lot. They had been staying here for several hours, and the people from Ghost had not yet appeared. Yao Yao boldly guessed, could it be that they have given up on capturing us? Actually, it doesn't matter if we escape. It's not worth their time to chase us. Jiang Lu suddenly said no. She had been silent until now, and her sudden statement startled them. Everyone looked at her, and after a while, Qin Nong asked, Jiang Lu, you don't look well. Are you okay? Jiang Lu bit her lip. Her condition today was actually fine, but she felt very depressed, which was why her face looked bad. After a while, she said, They will definitely come to catch us. We need to hurry to the survivor base. That was a public place, and Ghost knew it existed. Once they arrived, it wouldn't matter if they were tracked down. Considering the current situation outside, it was likely that Shadow would deal with the monster first before causing trouble at the survivor base. This was a judgment made from the perspective of researchers and scientists. Being in this field, his interest in studying unknown creatures should be higher than his desire to destroy humanity. Indeed, things unfolded as Jiang Lu expected. During the process of chasing them, the people sent by Ghost discovered that the monster's explosion had split into many smaller monsters, and they even captured one to take back for research. This made their pursuit of Jiang Lu and the others less urgent, not solely because something else had caught Shadow's attention, but because Shadow had directly handed this matter over to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu was instructed to put aside all his current work and focus entirely on tracking their exact location. He analyzed the chip data on the computer, thinking for an entire night. Using the projection technology previously given to Shadow, he contacted Jiang Lu. At that moment, Jiang Lu was preparing to deal with a personal physiological issue, and there was no one around, making it suitable for communication. However, her personal situation did not allow it. The moment her father's figure appeared, she was so startled that she jumped up. The rural toilet was made of red bricks, and she jumped high enough to almost hit her head. She had been holding her breath to avoid the smell, but now she could smell everything. Seeing her awkwardly run out of the toilet, Jiang Technology understood what had just happened. He said with a dark face, "I don't have much time. I need to ask you a few questions." Jiang Lu coughed and nodded. "The boss needs to find you. The infection and side effects on you still require his medication to resolve. The longer you are out, the harder it will be to treat you." Jiang Technology said with a heavy expression, "You must come back immediately." Jiang Lu, with a pale face, looked at him helplessly and said, "Isn't there any other way? I just feel that even if I don't die from the virus after going back, I'll be killed by him." Jiang Technology's face darkened. "Your wording is not elegant enough. Dad, your thoughts are too dirty." Jiang Technology sneered. "Is this considered dirty? If I really get dirty, you won't be able to stop me. You really are an old driver, wanting to drive at the slightest disagreement." Jiang Lu hurriedly said, "All right, you said you don't have much time, so let's get to the point." Jiang Technology stepped back a bit and said, "The boss asked me to personally bring you back. I have already found your location. If you don't want your other companions to be captured, hurry up and run away alone." Jiang Lu showed a troubled expression. "Do I really have to go back?" Jiang Technology said sternly, "You will definitely die out here. When you come back, your mother and I will be here, and you might not die. I see the boss doesn't want to do anything to you. Otherwise, why would he develop medication for you? I think he likes you." Jiang Lu stared at her father in disbelief. "This joke isn't funny at all." Jiang Technology snorted coldly and directly cut off the connection. If the conversation took too long, it would attract the boss's attention. He knew far more about everything in Ghost than they had anticipated. After her father's projection disappeared, Jiang Lu lost the desire to use the toilet and squatted outside for a while, pondering whether she should leave the group and obediently return with her father. After thinking it over, she still felt that even if she didn't die after returning, it might not be better than dying. Holding on to this thought, Jiang Lu stayed with the team, and the five of them started rushing overnight towards the survivor base. Song Shiyin modified the original system of the armored vehicle. He initially wanted to create a navigation system, but that would definitely require using Ghost's internal network, which would be discovered. So he changed his approach and found a route in the data stored in the car's system, which led directly to the survivor base. When combined with their current location, a path emerged leading from their side to the destination. Everyone constantly praised him as a computer genius, while Jiang Lu sat in the back row, staring out the window at the retreating night scenery, seemingly oblivious to the excitement around her. Qi Nong noticed that Jiang Lu was a bit off but didn't point it out immediately. He drove quietly, stopping occasionally to deal with zombies or to take a break. After about 3 days of starting and stopping, their route map showed they were getting closer to the survivor base. If all went well, they would arrive tonight. Jiang Lu's condition had become somewhat serious. In places where others couldn't see, she noticed that her arm had started to show obvious redness and spots. Her father had not contacted her again, and she didn't know if he had set off to capture them. She looked at the excited others in front of her. who all believed they were about to be rescued, but only she knew that even if they reached there, she would not be saved. At the beginning, she had heroically thought that since she was going to die anyway, it didn't matter whether it was sooner or later, so she wouldn't go back. But now, watching her body change little by little, her features becoming increasingly stiff and her forehead darkening, she felt jealous and regretful. So, during the last break, Jiang Lu made an excuse to go to the bathroom and distanced herself from them, leaving a note on the road to prevent them from waiting for her and missing the best escape time. After being alone without the other four, Jiang Lu's condition worsened, and she didn't know if it was related to her mentality. She stood dazed in a vast expanse of abandoned fields, looking at the eerily silent surroundings. It was clearly daytime, but she felt no light at all. She remembered a popular saying online that perfectly described her situation. She was like a fly trapped in a glass jar, clearly seeing light ahead, but unable to find a way out. Forget it, at least in the end. She wouldn't drag others down. Whether she lived or died, it would be left to fate. Thinking about this, Jiang Lu slowly began to cross the fields, not knowing when her father would find her. She just hoped he would hurry. Otherwise, even if she didn't die from her illness, she might be eaten by passing zombies or monsters. She still didn't want to die in such a miserable way. Running away seemed easy at first. Anyone could easily start fleeing, but in the end, not everyone could reach the destination. As night approached, Jiang Lu still hadn't seen any figures. She felt an unprecedented sense of despair and simply sat down on the ground, watching the surrounding abandoned crops cover her figure. She rolled up her sleeves and looked at the increasing red spots on her arms, remembering Shadow's words. It really was similar to the symptoms of HIV. She didn't know if it was contagious. She thought it probably wasn't. Otherwise, when she had a breakup with Shadow before leaving, he would have been infected. If he were really infected, that would be good, although he would definitely have a way to cure himself. Jiang Lu lay on the ground, watching as the sky darkened little by little. The sun set and the moon rose, but there wasn't a single star in the sky. It was truly lonely. She felt her body slowly becoming stiff and out of her control, and that sense of despair made Jiang Lu deeply regret her choices. She felt her resolve wavering. She couldn't be a martyr after all. She regretted participating in the escape so much, especially since she had previously not wanted to go back. Now, she just wished to return to Ghost for treatment. Whatever torture awaited her, at least she wouldn't die such an ugly death. Just as she was losing consciousness, she suddenly heard singing in her ears. It was Adele's Hello. The melody seemed to greet her. Hello, it's me. Jiang Lu struggled to open her eyes and looked around, as if there was a bit of light. If she had the strength, she would have asked, "Who the hell are you? I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet." Jiang Lu thought, "If you're Shadow, I'm very willing to meet you now. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing." Jiang Lu felt that if this song wasn't just a figment of her imagination, then the one playing it must be Shadow. That word was so ambiguous. What did it mean? Had she caused him great harm? Time couldn't heal, could it? Yes, she understood. She admitted her fault. "Just help me up first. I'm about to die." "Hello, can you hear me?" Jiang Lu used all her strength to shout. "I can hear you. Stop being mysterious. Okay, come out, brother. Today is the first time in my life that I stand neutral between good and evil. I'm even willing to stand with the villains. Whatever, come out." After her outburst, the singing abruptly stopped, and she slowly heard the sound of plants being crushed. Then, the field of plants in front of her all fell down, and a formidable tank appeared before her. Above the tank, she could see a figure wearing sunglasses in the dead of night, dressed entirely in black. It could only be Shadow. He jumped down from the tank and walked toward Jiang Lu as if taking a stroll. He kicked her stiff body with his pristine shoes and asked her, "Can you still control this corpse? Can we temporarily use body to refer to it?" Jiang Lu wanted to pull her lips into a smile, but she couldn't move them. Shadow removed his sunglasses, his gaze piercing through her. The disdain and malice in his eyes were too evident. Jiang Lu felt furious, wishing she could splash ink on him. "So why did you come out? Just to annoy me? If that's the case, you've succeeded. How could I let you? You already have some understanding of Ghost. Go to that base." "That's too far-fetched." Shadow put his sunglasses back on and spread his arms. In that moment, Jiang Lu felt as if she were looking at Kuroro or Luzul, both having an indelible common trait. They were supervillains, killing without hesitation. yet always wore an innocent and kind expression. In other words, what the hell are you pretending for? You're clearly walking poison, yet you insist on serving up spiritual chicken soup all day. What if I don't compromise? Wouldn't your act be for nothing? Forget it, forget it. She still had to compromise. He was determined about that. Jiang Lu turned her head away from him, but the next second, he picked her up. Ugh. It was a princess carry. How sweet, not? Jiang Lu didn't want to be carried by him, worried that someone as vengeful as him would secretly stab her like a villain, so she kept squirming. But his strength was beyond her ability to resist. Jiang Lu felt a bit defeated. Was she being pretentious now? Absolutely. She clearly needed him to survive, yet she didn't want to please him. It seemed she wasn't thoroughly traitorous enough. If you keep squirming, I wouldn't mind killing you right now. This was the first time Shadow clearly mentioned the word kill to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu's tech actually said Shadow liked her. Would someone who liked her say such things? Wasn't that psychopathic? Jiang Lu looked at him. He stopped moving forward. The two held eye contact for several seconds. And Jiang Lu, not knowing where her courage came from, suddenly decided to let it all go. Come on, kill me. Kill me. Living like this is worse than dying. Just kill me. Jiang Lu glared at Shadow. Now, her eyes were the only part of her body she could move freely. If any other part moved, it would squirm all day long like a silkworm pupa or a maggot struggling to survive, so ugly and dirty. Shadow's face had lost its smile. He looked at her through his sunglasses, waiting for her to finish shouting. The people on the tank were already preparing to take her down, and even Qin Nong and the others were utterly shocked when he calmly asked her, "What else do you want to say?" Jiang Lu, "Nothing." "Then let's go back." "Oh, okay, you let me down, and I'll hop away. Whatever you want." He actually let her down. Jiang Lu really did tense up and walk toward the tank. But she saw Shadow, who could walk perfectly, bypassing the tank toward the armored vehicle behind. So, she tensed up and followed him. Should I sit on the left or the right? Right? Okay, no problem. Thus, the two got into the vehicle, and everyone on the tank, including Ghost and Qin Nong, was stunned by this scene. Ha, my goodness, what is happening? This is so incredibly amazing. Chapter 32 Nostalgia for the time when there was Taobao. When buying something was particularly convenient. Jiang Lu could stare at it all day without doing anything else, even when she was busy typing and rushing on her manuscript. She had to occasionally take a break for 10 minutes. Why think about this now? Because with Jiang Lu's current appearance, there was nothing else to do but let her mind wander. In fact, she really wanted to sit in a tank, being so uninformed. She didn't even know what the inside of a tank looked like. Habitually, she wanted to take out her phone to search for pictures of the tank interior. But her hands couldn't move, and the search engine app had crashed. Such things were no longer possible. Jiang Lu secretly glanced at the Shadow, sitting next to her, eyes closed in rest. It was strange. She thought that once he caught her, he would immediately cut her into pieces, but he didn't. Maybe he was just biding his time. Perhaps the space in the car was too small to act. After returning, he could cut her into more pieces. How sad. So they say if one doesn't seek death, one really won't die. Let's all encourage each other. Perhaps Jiang Lu's gaze lingered on his face for too long, and the Shadow suddenly opened his eyes. But he was wearing sunglasses, so Jiang Lu couldn't notice. She instinctively shivered and took a closer look. He hadn't moved at all, still in the same posture. Why did she suddenly feel uncomfortable all over? Jiang Lu quietly raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. At this moment, the Shadow could see her perfectly, but he made no move, maintaining his original posture to look at her. She always felt he was awake, but since he didn't react to her waving, he must not be awake. Asleep? She murmured, hesitating for a moment, and couldn't help but use her only movable hand to touch his chin, just a little with very light pressure, testing to see what reaction he would have. Then he had no reaction at all. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. He really was asleep. She looked at her hand. If he weren't asleep, her hand would probably be chopped off. Jiang Lu noticed that ever since she was infected, she had developed a habit of talking to herself. This was a problem, perhaps a precursor to schizophrenia, and she couldn't let it continue. So she held her breath, trying not to speak anymore, which made her feel uncomfortable all over, and with no place to vent, she looked at the man beside her again, bit her lip, and raised her hand to place it on his face. He was clearly such a strong-willed person, yet his skin was surprisingly soft. She had never dared to look at him closely before, and she didn't expect that he actually had dimples on his face. She poked him and oh, it would sink in, poked again, and it sank in again. So fun. Jiang Lu was having a great time, without any psychological burden, because she had tested many times before, and he was asleep, showing no reaction. But as she kept poking, the man who should have been asleep suddenly spoke. Are you having fun? Jiang Lu's hand seemed to be filled with lead, unable to retract. She looked at the shadow in shock as he slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing his beautiful dancing eyes. He squinted slightly, looking at her with a cold and deep gaze, tinged with a hint of mockery. You're awake. Jiang Lu awkwardly began to retract her hand slowly. The shadow glanced at her reddened, stiff arm, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in a teasing manner, making one feel alarmed. You know, hearing that makes me want to hit you. But given your current situation, I won't stoop to your level. The shadow coldly averted his gaze, his expression devoid of any warmth. The dimples that Jiang Lu had poked earlier were no longer cute. Instead, they hardened along with his expression, making people hesitate to look a second time. Jiang Lu turned her head away, no longer looking at the seemingly awake but completely unprepared boss beside her. An eerie silence fell between them for several minutes, when suddenly the man beside her handed her something. Jiang Lu quickly looked over. It was the same medicine she had taken before. Jiang Lu's body was completely stiff and immobile, covered in red spots, with suspicious red marks on her face. But she hadn't looked in the mirror for a long time, so she didn't really know. When she saw those 2 pills, it was like seeing her long-lost parents. She wanted to swallow them immediately, but the hand holding the pills moved aside. Jiang Lu looked eagerly at the shadow's long, fair hand, the smooth fingers holding her lifeline. Almost in tears, after a long pause, she said, "Give it to me." The shadow's indifferent gaze turned towards her with a meaningful smile. "You really want it?" Jiang Lu nodded repeatedly. Her head was the only part of her that could move freely now. The shadow didn't make it difficult for her. Surprisingly, after she nodded, he handed it to her. She didn't know if it was because there was no water to swallow it with, but swallowing the pills was quite difficult. After swallowing, her mouth was filled with a bitter taste that was not the same as before. It felt much more bitter. Jiang Lu's face immediately scrunched up, nearly gagging. "You made me." Jiang Lu looked at him with a complaining gaze, tears streaming down her face. The urge to vomit mixed with the dry, bitter taste in her throat was just too wonderful. The most annoying thing was that the person responsible for this situation remained distanced and coldly said, "What's wrong?" Jiang Lu had no words to refute, so she simply closed her eyes and leaned back against the car seat, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. Just as she closed her eyes for about a minute, something suddenly pressed against her lips, carrying a familiar coolness, soft, like a cool jelly. Jiang Lu was stunned, surprised to open her eyes. The shadow was slightly turned towards her, his lips pressed against hers. Both of them were wide-eyed, staring at each other, as if something had changed. Maybe it was the effect of the medication, but Jiang Lu's heart, which felt like it was about to stiffen, suddenly started pounding wildly. She felt her face burning, and she could hardly breathe smoothly. The back of her neck was held down, pressing towards the man in front of her, forcing her to deepen the kiss. As their lips and teeth tangled, the bitter taste of the medicine seemed to dissipate, leaving only a contradictory and shameful sweetness. A villain like him should feel disgusting and displeased to engage in such intimate behavior. But oddly enough, she didn't feel that way at all. This was dangerous. She was certain there was something wrong with her, and she couldn't let it continue. She kept telling herself this in her mind. It was unclear how long it had been when he released her neck and moved away from her, leaning back against the seat with an indifferent and distant expression, as if the person who had just shown intimacy was not him at all. Jiang Lu felt her body could move again. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with complexity and confusion. She suddenly remembered what her dad had said during their projection communication. He said he thought the shadow liked her. How could that be possible? Could it really be true? Just as Jiang Lu was thinking this, the shadow suddenly turned to look at her, his gaze mocking and disdainful, showing no hint of the earlier intimacy. If this were true, then perhaps even Shenyang had already fallen deeply in love with her. "You don't think you've conquered me, do you?" The shadow spoke, and just the wording was enough to make Jiang Lu blush and her heart race. She snorted and turned her head away, muttering, "No, don't worry. But my time isn't up yet. There should still be about 10 days left. You only have 10 days. The shadow replied. Jiang Lu immediately looked at him. Impossible. There should be at least 15 days left. You only have 10 days. He simply repeated his words. Why? Jiang Lu frowned and asked. But at that moment, the shadow turned his head away, looking out the car window, and said, There's no reason. After 10 days, all of you will die. Jiang Lu was stunned, staring at him blankly, biting her lip. You mean after 10 days we all have to die? Sorry to ask again. But besides the 5 of us, there's no one else, right? Ing looked at her with a very uncomfortable gaze and said, Do you think I would keep your parents after they betrayed me one after another? Jiang Lu's face instantly turned pale. She looked at him, unsure of what to think. Her eyes filled with disappointment and sadness. Finally, she said directly, You might as well not wait for 10 days. Just kill me now. As long as I'm dead, my parents will focus on working for you. So please don't kill them, okay? Let me die. Let them live. Ing looked at her flatly, a truly touching performance. His response was so indifferent. Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Is it because I ran away that you're unhappy? He had said before that if they wanted to anger him, they had succeeded. He was acting this way because he was likely angry. At this moment, Jiang Lu deeply understood what it meant to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Ing didn't respond at all. He stared straight ahead, a teasing smile always on his lips. He seemed so relaxed, so powerful, as if there was nothing in the world he feared. If he wanted you dead, you would definitely die. Jiang Lu didn't understand, so she asked, Why do you want to kill me, and now you want to save me, and give me medicine? Ing still didn't answer. He looked ahead, his eyes undergoing subtle and imperceptible changes. In fact, this question was something more than just her wanting to know. Jiang Lu's mood, which had just improved a bit, sank completely again. She simply ignored him and turned her head to the side. They remained in silence, locked in a standoff until they returned to the ghost base, which temporarily ended the tension. When they got out of the car, they found that the place they had returned to was not the main ghost base, but Base 2, the place used to attack the survivors' base. Jiang Lu stood on the ground. Her body was already able to move normally. It was just 2 simple pills, but the effect was so miraculous. Ing indeed had the talent to destroy the world. Jiang Lu walked forward with a cold face. She didn't see Qin Nong and the others, probably taken to another place for detention. Here, Ing had no lounge, only a space similar to an office, filled with many experimental devices. The whole room was in cool tones, and combined with the equipment, it gave off a cold and emotionless feeling of solitude. Ing walked in, and Jiang Lu was forcibly pushed inside by the person following him. The door closed behind them, leaving just the 2 of them in the room. Ing beckoned to her, but she stood there motionless, pretending not to see him. He didn't mind and brought over a device, forcibly pulling her arm over. He pressed the device against the spot where Jiang Lu had previously discovered the chip, and she instantly screamed and collapsed to the ground. The sudden pain left her dazed, and she broke into a cold sweat. She looked up at Ing with a pale face, trembling slightly. He took the device away from her arm, revealing a bloody chip, which he directly threw on the ground before placing the device back on her arm. Despite having a bit of mental preparation this time, Jiang Lu still felt like crying out in pain. She had no strength to support her body and could only collapse against his leg. After finishing this, he tossed the device aside without a care for breaking it. After discarding the device, he half-squatted down and hugged the Jiang Lu leaning against him, speaking in a terrifyingly cheerful tone. Now, as long as you are more than 10 meters away from me, the chip will automatically explode and blow you to bits. Jiang Lu was already trembling, and after hearing this, she couldn't tremble anymore. She bit her lip and said, Is that so? Then you're in trouble. You'll have to take me wherever you go. I'm quite afraid of death. Ing unexpectedly stroked her head and said with a faint smile, Then I will take you wherever I go. Jiang Lu looked at him in surprise. He stared into her eyes. Without sunglasses, she could better glimpse his inner thoughts. You shortened the time we agreed upon because you realized you liked me, right? Jiang Lu boldly spoke. Hard to imagine she could say such a shameless guess. In fact, she had no hope, just trying to tease him. Unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, his eyes actually paused for a moment. My God, did she discover something? He actually paused? Could mean something? Ying's response was merely, It seems that to you, between men and women, besides the meaningless romance, there's nothing else. Isn't that just saying her mind is filled with nothing but romance? Jiang Lu snorted coldly, looking at him sinisterly, and he gazed back at her with a look of pity. Will you die if you don't fall in love? Actually, she would really die. Have you forgotten our agreement? However, as a writer who had written countless romance novels, how could Jiang Lu answer so simply and plainly? She changed her smile on her face, feigning weakness, and softly said, Haven't you heard a saying by Kai Kanyong? Who is that? Who he is doesn't matter. What matters is what he said. Ying's reaction was quite flat. Oh, what did he say? Jiang Lu took a breath and smiled faintly. Not falling in love lead to death, but if you love, you will come alive. Chapter 33, a strange phenomenon occurred at Ghost Base Number 2. The boss, who had always been a lone wolf, suddenly had a young girl with gray hair by his side. She looked somewhat familiar, and upon closer thought, she resembled Dr. Yuan, the top researcher at the main base. Could she be her daughter? Insiders confirmed that she indeed was her daughter. So Dr. Yuan has also contributed her daughter to Ghost? This was merely speculation from those on the periphery who were not privy to high-level information. Most of what needed to be submitted to Shadow involved decision-making or highly confidential matters, and Jiang Lu could not be more than 10 meters away from him, which meant she could know many high-level secrets of Ghost. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. Jiang Lu looked at the watch that had been newly given to her, which could measure the distance between her and Shadow. She followed the tall man, watching the distance on the watch stretch from 2 meters to 5 meters. As it approached 10 meters, she hurried to catch up and ended up bumping into a door. Damn, she thought she might overhear some secrets, but the door was closed. Jiang Lu looked at the watch. The distance was now a safe 5 meters and had not moved. He must have sat down, leaning against the door. Jiang Lu tried to see if she could hear any sounds, but to her disappointment, the soundproofing of the door was excellent. She couldn't even hear a fly buzzing. What a letdown. She shouldn't have had any hope. Hope only leads to disappointment. The waiting process was long. Jiang Lu was not a taxi driver and was not good at waiting for people. Tired of standing, she moved to the side of the door, leaned against the wall, hugged her knees, and dazed off. Soon, she started dozing off. These past few days had been filled with tension due to her physical condition and escaping. And now that she had finally relaxed, drowsiness swept over her. When Shadow came out of the room, he saw the person who should have been patiently waiting outside had fallen asleep against the wall, looking like a stray dog that could be abandoned by its owner at any moment. He looked down at her without any movement, and then his lackeys immediately stepped forward to carry Jiang Lu away. Just as their arms were about to touch her, Shadow suddenly said 2 words, "Stop." The lackeys looked back in surprise, and Shadow slightly raised his chin, prompting them to stand up and move away from Jiang Lu. Then everyone watched as Shadow personally bent down to pick Jiang Lu up. The distance measuring watch on her wrist beeped as the distance between them reached 0. Shadow glanced back at his subordinates with a calm expression, as if the act of being intimate with a woman was not something he did. Proceed according to the plan we discussed earlier. Report the progress to me at any time, he said. His subordinates listened attentively and bowed to indicate they understood. Shadow carried Jiang Lu away, and his subordinates only straightened up after his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. It was strange the boss, who had always kept his distance from women, seemed to have suddenly changed his character and had actually taken a lover, who was reportedly Dr. Yuan's daughter. However, this wasn't too surprising. It was normal for men of a certain age to have physiological needs, and they all had them, not to mention the boss. So aside from their initial surprise, they didn't think much of it. Jiang Lu had a dream in which she turned into a monster covered in red spots. At that moment, the world was saved by heroes, but she was the only one suffering from this mutation, and everyone avoided her. Then she was captured and taken for research. Those people inserted many tubes into her, and she was terrified, feeling pain even in her dream. She woke up in pain to find herself lying on a bed, with Shadow in a white lab coat sitting by her side, giving her an injection. No wonder it hurt, Jiang Lu thought as she sniffed. After pushing the syringe's contents into her, Shadow pulled it out and pressed a cotton ball against her injection site. Jiang Lu sadly covered it with her own hand, but he naturally moved his hand away. Amid her sorrow, Jiang Lu noticed that the red spots on her arm had faded significantly, This was a pleasant surprise. She looked up at Shadow, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and an indescribable awkwardness spread between them. Jiang Lu cleared her throat and said, "I seem to be feeling much better." Shadow remained silent, tossing the syringe into a nearby trash bin and standing up as if to leave. Jiang Lu watched his back and asked, "Where are you going? It doesn't seem to be dawn yet. Aren't you going to sleep for a while?" If he didn't sleep, she would have to follow him out, and she felt weak and limp, not wanting to get up. Shadow ignored her, opened the door, and slammed it shut behind him with a bang. Was a stubborn person. Why not just do whatever he wanted? She had long since figured out his tricks, so what else could he want? Jiang Lu held her breath, but still couldn't resist. Watching the numbers on the distance measuring watch grow larger, she resignedly threw off the blanket and followed him out. As she stepped outside, she saw Shadow turning back to look at her just as he was about to enter the sweet laboratory. Jiang Lu innocently raised both hands and said, "I don't want to follow you. I want to continue resting, but I'm about to exceed 10 meters. This room is really big." As she spoke, she touched her nose. In fact, Shadow was a bit different now from when she first met him. Back then, he always smiled and never showed any other expression toward them, who were like ants. But now it was different. It wasn't that he had become more benevolent. Rather, he sometimes no longer used a smile to disguise his cruelty, openly displaying his killing intent and coldness. Just like now, she was certain that if he got any closer, he might just eliminate her. "Don't do this. I'm helpless too." Jiang Lu took a few steps forward before stopping. "This is what you injected into me. I don't want to follow you." Shadow still didn't speak, seemingly wanting to enter the laboratory directly. Jiang Lu puzzled over this for a moment and finally asked her question, "Why do you still want to save me?" Shadow stopped in his tracks, and Jiang Lu continued, "Since you've already sentenced me to die in 10 days. Oh no, it's 9 days now. Since you've decided to let all of us die after 9 days. Why go through the effort to save me now?" He smiled playfully and regretfully said, "Because if I don't save you, you won't even live for 9 days. After saying this, he walked directly into the laboratory without closing the door. Jiang Lu was stunned for a moment, but still followed him in. She stood at the door of the laboratory, watching him as he turned his back to her and was tidying up some things. It was clear that the medication he had just injected her with was something he had just concocted. The equipment at Base No. 2 was not as complete as that at the main base, and it seemed he didn't have enough of the medication. He packed up the instruments, and both he and the laboratory were the same cold mechanical white. As he handled the reagent bottles, Jiang Lu suddenly walked in and hugged his waist from behind. She distinctly felt him stiffen for a moment. He neither pushed her away nor responded in any way. She took a breath, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I won't run away anymore. I'll stay by your side. Can you not kill us?" Her words seemed to trivialize their discussion to a simple matter of "I won't run away anymore. Please don't hit me, Dad," completely unrelated to life and death, almost childish. Shadow seemed determined to remain silent today, refusing to speak. Jiang Lu sighed while hugging his waist, feeling the perfect touch of his 8-pack abs. So slender that she was genuinely envious, especially since she had never seen him exercise. "Why do you think a simple sentence from you can change my mind?" When Shadow finally spoke, his tone was quite displeasing. He turned to face Jiang Lu, and they locked eyes without saying a word. "Miss, let me ask you a question in your own words. Have you fallen for me? Which is why you have some unrealistic fantasies about my character." He looked at her with a disdainful certainty. Jiang Lu's heart sank. She felt that if she admitted it, it would lead to her downfall, and deep down, she didn't want to admit it either. She chuckled and said, "Boss, you're overthinking it. Even if I did like President Shun, I certainly wouldn't like you. No one would like someone who wants to destroy all of humanity, right? Would they?" He clearly wouldn't understand what CHN, a term for a certain kind of juvenile delusion, meant, as they were not in the same age group. He didn't respond to her statement, but merely glanced at her, put down the reagent bottle in his hand, and brushed past her. This was because the alarm at Base 2 had been triggered. Chapter 34, as the saying goes, if you walk too much on dark roads, you will eventually meet ghosts. Don't always treat others as fools. You might end up being outsmarted by the fools in your eyes. Ghost Base number 2 was attacked. This place was originally intended for a surprise attack on the survivor base, but it was the latter that launched an attack instead. This attack was particularly sudden, without any warning signs. In the days they had been monitoring, the survivor base showed no reaction at all, But at 4 o'clock this morning, they suddenly launched an attack on this side. The number 2 base, which was also prepared for an attack, had set up many defensive measures outside. They counterattacked immediately after the first wave of the assault. However, it was too late. At around 4, it was shift change time, and half of Ghost members were resting, making it a bit difficult to withstand the assault from the other side. Ing didn't even have time to change his clothes before rushing to the top command room. The figure in the white coat stood out among the crowd in black suits. Jiang Lu, due to her chip, had to stay close behind Ing and was now in the command room. She stood on the periphery, watching Ing observe the situation with binoculars at the control desk. A few seconds later, he put down the binoculars, revealing a smile that could almost be described as bloody. It's surprising. They have a clear grasp of our deployments. It seems we have a traitor among us. After saying this, he suddenly turned to Jiang Lu, who was frowning. Don't push everything onto me. If I had that capability, would I have been caught by you at your mercy? Ing replied in a nonchalant tone. I indeed don't think you have that capability. You'd better make sure your companions are honest as well. Jiang Lu didn't like hearing this. How long have they been here? Even if they wanted to inform you, they would need access to a computer. Besides, you just said they know your deployments like the back of their hand. Among us 5, who could possibly know that well? Jiang Lu showed a mocking expression. So, why are you so unwilling to admit that there is a traitor among your subordinates? You can also make mistakes. The fact that she dared to say such things, especially in that tone, stunned those nearby. It wasn't until the outside suddenly lit up with flames that Ing, with a forced smile, said, Order everyone to evacuate. We can't keep this base anymore. What a rich person. To abandon such a lavishly built base just like that. It seems he must have bases set up in many places domestically. Jiang Lu, as someone who couldn't be more than 10 meters away from him, naturally had to evacuate with him. She was actually quite curious why he chose to retreat without a fight. Hadn't they also prepared to launch an attack? Wouldn't it be better to take a gamble against the opponent than to leave directly? Wouldn't all the supplies here go to waste? This time, Ing didn't use the front door to evacuate. He went directly to the rooftop and left via helicopter. The helicopter hovered half in the air, the wind making the clothes of several people rustle. The few people around Ing stepped back to protect him, while Jiang Lu was squeezed outside the protective circle. She looked around, slightly worried that she wouldn't die by the hands of zombies or ghosts, but would instead be caught in the indiscriminate attack from the survivor base. Fortunately, after Ing got into the helicopter, he looked at her. Jiang Lu immediately ran over and started to climb into the helicopter. Her height was average, and her body had just recovered, making it somewhat difficult for her to move. Climbing into the helicopter was a bit of a struggle. Time was of the essence. Ing seemed anxious. He had already sat in a position that would definitely not be attacked, but leaned out to pull Jiang Lu in. His subordinates wanted to help push Jiang Lu up, but since Ing had already reached out his hand, they couldn't do anything. Jiang Lu glanced at him. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, and his eyes were deep and dark. She couldn't express what she felt inside, grabbing his hand in preparation to get into the helicopter. Just then, the sound of gunfire came from a distance. The people around immediately became tense, surrounding the helicopter. At this moment, Jiang Lu was almost inside, and if Ing let go now, she would fall midway. Although it wouldn't be fatal in such chaotic circumstances, besides getting hurt from falling, she could also be trampled by the rushing members of base number 2. Regardless of the reason, the final result was that Ing didn't dodge. He merely tilted his head slightly, and a bullet flew past his cheek. Jiang Lu was stunned for a moment before he pulled her up into the helicopter. The helicopter quickly took off, lowered the ladder, and the others climbed the ladder, retreating towards base number 1. Jiang Lu, still in shock, was thrown into Ying's arms due to inertia. This was her first time riding in a helicopter, and the feeling was completely different from that of a passenger plane. Judging by the flight path and angle, were they dodging something? Could they stabilize it a bit? She was almost about to vomit. Jiang Lu uncomfortably propped herself up to sit, instinctively glancing at Ying's profile. The wound was on the left side. She didn't look into his eyes, and it seemed he wasn't looking at her either because she felt no acknowledgement. Cautiously, she raised her eyes and quietly noticed that he had something that looked like a communicator on his ear. Just as she looked at him, she heard him give an order. When our people break in, activate the self-destruct sequence and blow up the base. After saying this, he lowered his gaze to Jiang Lu, who shivered slightly at his cold stare. He scoffed lightly, What are you shivering for? Jiang Lu stared at him for a while before saying, You're still bleeding. He nonchalantly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Surprisingly, his white coat was still spotless. I will make them bleed more. Ing curled his lips into a smile, his expression sinister and dangerous. From his reaction, it seemed this level of betrayal was something he had encountered for the first time. You really are a jinx. He suddenly shifted his focus onto Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu straightened her posture and said, What does that have to do with me? After saying this, she became a bit worried. Have all the people from the base evacuated? In fact, she wanted to ask about Qin Nong and the others, hoping they hadn't been abandoned. If he and team mentioned blowing up the base, being abandoned wouldn't be a big deal. They might even benefit from being picked up by the survivor base. But since Ing said he would blow it up, that would not be good news. Ing knew very well what she wanted to ask. He gave her a disdainful glance and coldly replied, I said I would have you all die together. I will keep my promise. All right, dying together means as long as she doesn't die, they won't die. Jiang Lu smiled. This is what you said. To let us die together. Ing didn't respond, turning his gaze outside the helicopter. Even though they were in a tense escape, Jiang Lu surprisingly felt quite good. To keep others alive, she would strive to survive, clenching her fists. However, the good times didn't last long. Jiang Lu thought they had escaped, but a few minutes later, a helicopter chased after them. Subordinates who had boarded the plane rushed over from behind, saying, Boss, someone is chasing us. It seems they're after you. Ing didn't seem nervous at all. In fact, he leaned back comfortably against the seat, speaking calmly. Someone must have told them I was here. They know we will launch an attack soon, so they decided to move ahead of us. He appeared oblivious to the helicopter closing in fast and seemed to feel nothing as the helicopter swayed to avoid gunfire. After stretching a bit, he put on the sunglasses handed to him by his subordinate and said with a light smile, Lower the rope. I'm going down. Bo Ju rushed over from behind, opposing. No, boss, you can't take this risk. Ing glanced back at him and said, Do you think I can't dodge? No need for the word escape. What a cultured person. Jiang Lu stood by like air, watching Bo Ju try to stop Ing, but insist on jumping off the helicopter. Just as he reached the helicopter's opening to put on a parachute, he suddenly turned to look at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu stared at him in confusion. Ing flashed an incredibly handsome smile, but his words left Jiang Lu feeling a bit hopeless. Have you forgotten? You can't be more than 10 meters away from me. Jiang Lu. When a shadow abandoned the helicopter and parachuted down, those who were chasing them would abandon the pursuit of the helicopter and go down to the forest below to search. Jiang Lu couldn't determine their current location. Anyway, the shadow had landed the helicopter, allowing more people on board to temporarily leave and return with a rescue team to help. As it stands, they were not prepared for an attack, and their emergency response would definitely not be as reliable as the survivor base, which would lead to losses. This was the best choice. When Jiang Lu held onto the shadow's body and was forced to jump from the helicopter, she was in a daze. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't. Her heart was roaring, but she could only endure. During the fall, she could see the shadow's blurry expression as he observed the direction of their descent, ready to open the parachute at any moment. He had taken off his white coat and changed into a black trench coat because white was too conspicuous at night. Jiang Lu tightly held onto his waist. If she loosened her grip even a little, she would definitely fall and get hurt. She had always been a law-abiding citizen, but ever since meeting him, she had tried all sorts of dangerous things. She was grateful that her mental state was relatively good at this moment, and she didn't lose control. The descent was fast, and Jiang Lu's long gray hair was very noticeable at night. The helicopter pilot chasing them found this puzzling and said to his commander behind him, Boss. The ghost boss jumped out of the helicopter with a white-haired girl. The commander, holding binoculars, watched as they opened their parachutes and fell into a wooded area. The parachutes covered the treetops, obscuring their search line of sight, and they were likely to take the opportunity to escape. How could they escape with a woman? The commander muttered, Hurry up and land. Search on land. Everyone arm yourselves and be cautious. We must capture the ghost boss. Everyone replied, Yes. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Lu and the shadow were in a bad situation. Because the parachute was stuck in the treetops, they still had some distance to descend and had to jump down directly. Jiang Lu had acrophobia, and the psychological shadow from a previous experience on a narrow bridge still lingered. She didn't dare to jump at all. However, the shadow didn't give her a chance to hesitate and directly pulled her to jump down. Jiang Lu couldn't help but scream as she fell, tightly held in his arms, seemingly hearing the sound of branches tearing through the fabric. After landing, Jiang Lu's legs felt weak, but she still managed to stand up and asked, "Are you okay?" She tried to search for any injuries on him in the dim light above, but the shadow didn't give her time to look. He just grabbed her and ran. Jiang Lu was forced to follow him at high speed, and the pace was truly overwhelming, but she knew she couldn't stop. She gasped for breath while looking at the man holding her hand. He acted so decisively, whether parachuting or facing gunfire from their pursuers, without a hint of hesitation or fear. To be honest, women easily fall for men who fear nothing, especially when that man truly has the qualifications and abilities to be fearless. After they had run a distance, he finally eased his pace slightly, allowing Jiang Lu's already overloaded body to rest a bit. Jiang Lu leaned on her knees, breathing heavily, and said intermittently, "Why don't you just take off my chip and run by yourself, leaving me to fend for myself?" The shadow held her wrist, and for the first time, she felt the intensity of his gaze. Even through his sunglasses, she felt as if it was deeply imprinted in his eyes. Jiang Lu continued, "Actually, if you hadn't come to catch me personally, none of this would have happened. Their target is you. If you didn't show up, they wouldn't have acted recklessly. Didn't we agree that my dad would come and get me? Why did you have to come yourself?" She had a confused expression, a simple lack of understanding, mixed with a bit of helplessness and self-blame. Why did she feel guilty? Did feeling guilty put him in danger? She should be wishing for his demise instead. This didn't make sense. The shadow raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. She really didn't know if he would be disfigured because of this, which would be a real pity. Why bother with so much? After a moment, he coldly smiled at her question. "Just take care of yourself." After saying that, he pulled her to weave through the woods. Jiang Lu, who was always directionally challenged, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This place felt familiar. She grasped his hand in reverse and asked, "Do you remember the last time we were attacked by monsters?" The shadow suddenly stopped, but not because of her words. It was because of the scene in front of them. Jiang Lu caught up and stood beside him, seeing at least 7 or 8 monsters made from the remains of that creature. Some were small, but others had already grown to adult size. The sight was terrifying. How long until Bo Ju can bring the rescue team here? Chapter 35. At no moment was Jiang Lu more eager for Ying to live well than now. Once he dies, she is surely doomed as well. There were no signs of pursuers behind them, but ahead were monsters blocking their path. Jiang Lu tightened her grip on his hand and lowered her voice, asking, "Do you have a weapon? Can you manage?" Ying didn't look at her, but he pried her hand away and pulled out an unremarkable dagger from the side pocket of his trench coat. Jiang Lu was stunned. "You want to use a dagger? Don't you have a gun?" Ying finally replied, "A gun can't be used." "Why? Can a gun kill them?" Jiang Lu's expression, which had been stoic, finally showed some signs of relaxation. She looked at the monsters approaching them. Unlike the reckless giant at the beginning, these were observing their movements carefully, clearly showing signs of intelligence. She really couldn't imagine what the world would become if they didn't control the situation. Gunfire would attract the pursuers. Ying pulled out a gun from his lower back and expressionlessly handed it to Jiang Lu. She stared at it without taking it. "For me?" She frowned. "You should use it. My shooting skills are useless." Ying suddenly revealed a bloody smile, softly saying, "Giving you the gun, ISNT, so you can actually hit anything. It's so that after I die, you can attract the pursuers here. They might save you." Logically, Jiang Lu should have been elated to hear that. But looking at his indifferent smile, she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. "You want to die," she said instinctively, completely afraid to delve into her mindset when she said that. "You can't die. We will escape together." Ying looked at her for a long time before saying, "Really? I thought you'd be happy to see me die today." Jiang Lu didn't respond. He forcefully shoved the gun into her hands, coldly commanding, "Step back." Jiang Lu bit her lip and took a few steps back, as the monsters were almost upon them. Ying withdrew his gaze and focused on the monsters. He pressed a gem-inlaid part of the dagger, and the small dagger gradually transformed into a long knife. Ying's tall and slender figure stood in the deep night, confronting the monsters. Holding the long knife, He made her feel as if she had crossed into a comic, where he was undoubtedly the main character. Jiang Lu controlled herself, restrained herself, and ultimately couldn't hold back, raising her voice slightly. Take care of yourself, don't get hurt. This sentence was simple. Ing had heard it before. Loyal subordinates often expressed their concern when he was in danger, but Jiang Lu wasn't his subordinate, and their relationship was completely different from those people. A completely unrelated person, who had once been threatened with his death, now hoped that this bad guy who had harmed all of humanity wouldn't die. Wasn't he that laughable? Ing smirked and slowly walked towards the monsters with the long knife. Seeing him so fearless, the monsters cautiously stepped back. Jiang Lu watched his back. He suddenly accelerated, and before she could see how he moved, one monster was already sliced in half. Ing stood by the monster's remains, his cold black eyes surveying the other monsters that were preparing to pounce. One hand held the knife, while the other retrieved a small vial from the side pocket of his trench coat. Using his thumb and index finger, he opened the vial and poured the liquid onto the monster's remains. The remains slowly emitted black smoke, gradually turning into a puddle of black water. After pouring out the liquid, Ing stretched his muscles and said to the monsters, "This is a newly developed reagent specifically designed to deal with you. It's just in time to test its effectiveness today." After saying this, he engaged in combat with the monsters again. The monsters clearly had intelligence, hesitant to attack him together after seeing how easily he had killed their kind, which also created an opportunity for Ing. Soon, more than half of the monsters were dead, but he didn't have time to dispose of their bodies. The remains began to coalesce at a visible speed, and taking advantage of the moment, Ing pulled out a box from his pocket and threw it towards Jiang Lu. What he wanted her to do was obvious. Without asking a question, Jiang Lu picked it up and took out the small vial inside, following closely behind him to destroy the remains of the monsters little by little. The monsters noticed her and probably realized she was easier to deal with, beginning to stealthily close in on her, trying to break through from this side. Jiang Lu was focused on destroying the gradually forming remains on the ground, completely unaware of the danger approaching. By the time Ing realized she was in trouble, she was already entangled by several monsters. If he wanted to help, he would undoubtedly get hurt. In a split second, with no time to think, he ignored the monsters behind him and quickly moved in front of Jiang Lu, blocking her. Jiang Lu was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. Ing's expression showed no change. Monster blood splattered across his face. He slowly moved his hand, pulling the long knife from the monster's body, and then, in Jiang Lu's gaze, spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you okay?" Jiang Lu anxiously hugged him. Although he stood straight, showing no sign of falling, she couldn't help but embrace him. "What is wrong? Were you hurt?" "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Ing frowned slightly, looking somewhat impatient. He gave Jiang Lu a vial of medicine, then took a small device from his inner pocket and pressed it against her wrist. Jiang Lu screamed as the chip she had previously inserted was removed. He glanced back and pointed in the opposite direction, saying, "The chip has been removed. Take the medicine and run over there. You might encounter the pursuers. Explain your identity to them, and they want to kill you." After saying this, he turned back and sliced a monster that had seized the opportunity to attack him in half. Jiang Lu, while destroying the remains, said, "I'm leaving, what about you?" Ing didn't turn around, just facing away from her, said, "Bo Ju will find me. Staying here will only slow me down." Jiang Lu stared at his back, silent for a long time. Ing's body trembled slightly from fighting the monsters, and he took a moment to look back at her, his expression cold, saying, "Go." Jiang Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. After hesitating for a long time, she turned to leave to avoid causing trouble. Ing watched her slender figure slowly disappear into the night. His body, which he had been forcing to hold up, nearly collapsed, but just as he was about to fall, he planted his long knife into the ground and stood up again. He pulled out the gun from his lower back and fired at the monsters that were pouncing on him. The gunfire startled the lurking birds in the forest. Jiang Lu heard the gunfire and stopped in her tracks. She had been running for a while, still holding the vial of medicine Ing had given her. She looked up and saw it was the medicine he had previously given her to treat the side effects. He handed it to her, indicating he didn't plan on having her return to Ghost. This was her perfect opportunity to escape. As long as she encountered the pursuers from the survivor base and explained her identity, they would take her away from this land of strife. and from then on, she would have no worries. As for Ying, if he could survive, their next meeting might be on the battlefield, but if he died, Jiang Lu couldn't bear to think about it. Just thinking about it made her feel ridiculous. The kind of bastard who had put her in danger several times. Yet the thought of him dying actually made her very sad. Was she going crazy? The gunfire attracted the pursuers. Jiang Lu focused on the crowd ahead, where searchlights were shining on her, and loud voices mixed with local dialects warning her not to move. She raised her hands, watching as the pursuers drew nearer. Fighting off a wave of monsters, only 3 of them came to grab her. "I'm not one a ghost." Jiang Lu shivered, saying, "I was kidnapped by them. I just escaped in the chaos." One of the men frowned, looking skeptical. "Really? Then why are you wearing ghost uniform?" Jiang Lu twitched her lips, saying, "I'm a prisoner. I wear whatever they give me." Another person said, "Your words are full of holes. If you were the criminal, why would the boss of ghosts take you along to escape?" Jiang Lu was at a loss for words. The person continued, "Which direction is he in?" Jiang Lu casually pointed to a direction where he wasn't, and the person immediately said, "The gunshots weren't coming from that side, just now. You still claim you're not one of Ghost's people? Bring her, handcuff her." It was at this moment that Jiang Lu suddenly realized that the savior she always thought she had might not actually be a savior, because there were many things she couldn't explain clearly. The one who could save her was actually the person she always feared. The strange birds continued to attack. The person who was supposed to grab Jiang Lu let go to fend them off. Despite the number of people, they were unwilling to spare a bit of their mental energy to care for her, who was defenseless. Jiang Lu could only rely on herself to barely dodge the attacks of the strange birds. She looked at the men in familiar uniforms, and many scenes flashed through her mind, each related to Shadow. But the process was actually very brief, lasting only about 10 seconds. Taking advantage of the others being preoccupied, she randomly chose a direction and ran away. She ran. Behind her came the shouts of a few people. Jiang Lu glanced back. They were still fending off the strange birds and would take a while to catch up. She gritted her teeth and ran in circles through the forest before heading towards the direction she came from. There was only one thought in her mind now. "Shadow, please, please, be safe." Chapter 36. The night grew deeper, the sky darker, and the woods were fraught with danger. People and monsters fought fiercely together, and Jiang Lu did not know if she could survive to return to Ying's side, but she still wanted to give it a try. She had no idea how long she had been running or whether her direction was correct. She was directionally challenged, and her mind was particularly chaotic. When she saw a familiar sight, she ran toward it, not knowing if it was divine favor, but she actually found it. However, Ying was no longer there. In a small clearing, the ground was covered with dark, murky water, and a long knife lay abandoned, still dripping with the black blood of the monster. Jiang Lu walked over to the knife, squatted down to pick it up, and held it tightly in her arms. She inhaled sharply and nervously looked around, catching a glimpse of red blood on the grass beneath her feet. She immediately followed the blood trail, inadvertently wiping it away with her feet. Jiang Lu walked for about 5 minutes and finally found Ying under a tree. The man, who always seemed so meticulous, now looked particularly disheveled. He leaned against a tree with his eyes closed, his hand pressed against his chest, and his hands were covered in blood. Jiang Lu was stunned, staring blankly at his terrible state. He must have been seriously injured, otherwise he wouldn't have been so unaware of her presence, even though she was so close. She held her breath and slowly approached him. Just as she was about to reach him, he finally opened his eyes slowly, his gaze cold and filled with determination, probably thinking someone was chasing him. When he realized that it was Jiang Lu who had returned, surprise was evident in his eyes. Jiang Lu let out a long breath, tightly holding the knife in her arms, and whispered, "I'm back." Ying seemed to want to smile, but he was a bit weak, and speaking was a struggle for him. Yet he still replied to her in a particularly steady tone, "I saw." His voice was cold and devoid of the false smile he usually maintained, yet it felt incredibly reliable and reassuring. How ironic. All her sense of security came from a big bad guy, and now she had to fight against good people for this bad guy. "I might be crazy," Jiang Lu mumbled incoherently, "but let me protect you this time." She turned around, holding the long knife, trying to shield him. In truth, she was not tall, and her slender shadow provided no intimidation. She herself had no fighting capability, yet this woman fully aware that she was fragile, still stood in front of him, unafraid of death. Many people had stood in front of him before. As long as they could block danger for him, he could grab any passerby without hesitation. But this time was different. She did not belong to any category. He did not understand why he would rather be in danger than allow her to die. He had already decided to kill them all, and tiredly closed his eyes. When he heard footsteps just now, he had prepared for the worst, but to his surprise, when he opened his eyes and saw that weak and hesitant figure, everything seemed different. I'm not a good person. He leaned against the tree and closed his eyes, stating this plainly, like a knife repeatedly cutting at Jiang Lu's heart. She knew he was telling her it wasn't necessary for her to go this far for him, but she couldn't control herself. She didn't want to force herself, yet she had no choice. She took a breath, looked at the flames appearing in front of her, and softly replied, "But you've never done me wrong." Ing slowly clenched his fist and opened his eyes again to look at Jiang Lu's back. The light ahead was getting closer. Jiang Lu turned around and said, "We can't just sit here and wait. I'll take you away from here." Ing must have been injured, similar to her previous condition. His body was stiff and immobile, and with his tall stature, it became very difficult for Jiang Lu to move him. "Can you take my medicine?" Jiang Lu looked at him, wanting to take out the medicine he had given her. But he shook his head. "The virus carried by those monsters has mutated. Your medicine is ineffective for me." He said this quite plainly, as if he was not afraid at all. Jiang Lu quickly understood his intention, as he stated it directly. "Leave me here. You go on ahead. Boju should be arriving soon." Jiang Lu stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Ing slightly turned his face, glanced aside, and said, "You can't carry me far. They'll catch up soon. Just go by yourself." Jiang Lu pursed her lips and said, "You got hurt because of me. No matter whether we live or die today, I won't abandon you." After saying this, she used her small body to hoist him up. She almost fell flat on her face, but perhaps in a moment of crisis, human potential was unleashed. She managed to hold herself up without falling. Jiang Lu felt warm liquid soaking her back. Without a doubt, Ying's wound was in his chest, and it was his blood. Jiang Lu felt like she was losing it. She thought she was deliberately courting death. That bastard, it was all his fault that they were in this situation. If he died, everything would be resolved. The survivors' base could slowly dismantle Ghost, and the soulless criminal organization would only head toward destruction. Everything would be solved easily. Yet, she was still trying to save him. She had gone mad, completely insane. She was fully aware that she was doing the wrong thing, yet she felt she was getting closer to the right answer. He might have already lost consciousness. With the virus infection and excessive blood loss, his entire body felt heavy and cold, and very stiff. After walking with him for a while, Jiang Lu was exhausted. She tried to drag him, but failed completely. The result was that she fell to the ground, and he crashed heavily onto her. She cried out in pain as her bones made cracking sounds. She, who was afraid of pain, felt tears streaming down her face. She looked sideways at Ing, who had slid off her. He had once been a man who seemed capable of anything in everyone's eyes. But now he had completely lost consciousness, his eyes tightly closed and silent. Jiang Lu closed her eyes, extended her arms to hold him, and pressed her forehead against his. She gave up struggling, since his best outcome was death, and she could not bear to watch him die, then let them die together. In her daze, it seemed that a light shone upon them. She felt it was somewhat blinding and simply closed her eyes tightly, giving no response. Then she felt her body being lifted, and the man beside her was also being lifted by someone else. She didn't want to be separated from him and held onto his arm tightly. A familiar yet strange voice rang in her ears, and she felt so happy she could jump up. "Macau? Zhu Lao, let go of the boss right now. He needs treatment." Jiang Lu suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Shun Yang's distorted face, crying as she said, "President Shun, I miss you so much." Shin Yang was stunned and pushed her away in disgust, coldly saying, "This isn't the place to talk. We'll discuss it back at the base." Jiang Lu looked aside. After she let go, Boju had already had people carry Ying onto the plane. Shin Yang directly ordered someone to lift her onto another plane. She glanced back, seeing Shun Yang ordering people to unload a glass box from the plane. After he boarded the plane, he pressed a button, and through the airplane window, she saw the glass box open as the button was pressed, and countless mutated zombies rushed out, directly pouncing onto the survivor base team that had chased them here. Behind those zombies, 3 tanks slowly drove up, knocking down trees, and people in ghost uniforms quickly cleared them away. They must have come so late to violently flatten this forest to allow the planes to land. At that moment, Jiang Lu closed her eyes. She felt she had broken, that she could actually feel a sense of peace at this moment. It must be an illusion, it must be. Otherwise, she could just go die. She doesn't want to become a person without conscience. Especially, she really doesn't want that. Xinyang and the others are indeed professionals. The plane that came to pick them up is more advanced than the previous helicopter, equipped with medical facilities. He believes Ying's injuries can be treated in a timely manner, and she can retire successfully. Xinyang stands beside the stretcher where Jiang Lu is lying, looking at her pale and weak appearance. Recalling the moment when she held Ying and lay on the ground waiting to die, unable to articulate his feelings. He has never liked Jiang Lu much because he felt she was two-faced, harboring ill intentions, and constantly calculating against the boss and the company. But the scene he witnessed when he found the boss was too shocking. Perhaps it was because he had completely lost hope in her that when he saw her actually protecting the boss, the sense of shock was even stronger. Xinyang looks at Jiang Lu, who is slowly losing consciousness, with a complex expression. She wasn't badly injured. The boss had protected her well. Aside from being a bit exhausted, she has no issues at all, and after a bit of nourishment and a good sleep, she would be lively again. But the boss... Xinyang furrows his brow and looks out the airplane window, hoping they can make it back to the base in time. Chapter 37, when she woke up again. She didn't know what time it was. The lights were on around her, and there were shadows moving. Once her vision cleared, Jiang Lu saw her mother. Doctor. Yuan was organizing things and didn't notice she was awake. Her brow was slightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. Jiang Lu tried to move her fingers. Her throat felt dry and uncomfortable. She struggled to make a sound, which came out as a terrible noise, like pulling a bellows. Upon hearing the noise, Doctor, Yuan immediately turned to look at her. Seeing her awake, she exclaimed in surprise, Baby, how do you feel? Jiang Lu tried to sit up, and Doctor Yuan brought over a cup of water, sitting by her bedside to help her drink. Jiang Lu gulped down a large cup and felt revitalized. She sighed and said, Mom, I'm fine. I'm back. Dr. Yuan nodded and said, You've been asleep for 2 days. Jiang Lu was stunned. Really? I wasn't even injured. How could I sleep for so long? Dr. Yuan explained, Your physical condition was already poor. That night, you exhausted yourself too much, and since you were highly tense, your body couldn't handle the sudden relaxation, which is why you slept so long. But now that you're awake, you're fine. Just rest well these days, and don't run around. Mom will take care of you. Jiang Lu nodded. Although she felt this wasn't quite right, she still mustered the courage to ask, how's the boss? Doctor. Yuan paused, and after a while said, Why don't you focus on yourself? Do you want to become a superhero all at once? You should consider your own situation. Jiang Lu became a bit anxious. Did something happen to him? Mom, stop teasing me. Just tell me how he is in one sentence. Doctor. Yuan glared at her. What could happen to the boss? Of course, he's fine. This is his place. Everyone serves him. If something happened to him here, then this world wouldn't be okay. Jiang Lu pouted. If he's fine, just tell me he's fine. Why do you have to say so much? It's embarrassing for me. Doctor. Yuan rolled her eyes. You're embarrassed? Your dad is the one who's embarrassed. He was supposed to personally go find you. And just as he was about to leave the base, the boss suddenly wanted to go himself. Your dad and I had already discussed that if he found you, he would take you to that base and then not come back. Jiang Lu was stunned and looked at her in surprise. That base? Dr. Yuan glanced around. Although there were only the 2 of them in the room, in the presence of a ghost, nothing could escape its ears and eyes. But now he was lying in the intensive care unit, so there was no need to be overly cautious. It's the base near base 2, Doctor. Yuan said in a low voice. That's where you should be. I heard from Bo Ju that you should have the opportunity to go there, so why did you end up with the boss instead? Jiang Lu fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Just as Dr. Yuan was losing patience and about to leave, she quietly said, Mom, I think I might have fallen for the boss. Dr. Yuan looked at her in disbelief. You fell for him? Are you crazy? Jiang Lu hugged her pillow and covered herself. I think I'm crazy too. I just don't know when I can wake up. Doctor. Yuan was silent for a long time. Jiang Lu removed the pillow and looked toward the bedside. Her mother was still there, staring at her with a complex expression. It was actually understandable. She murmured, "You're such a young girl. You haven't even been in a relationship. A man like the boss, not to mention he's handsome, has power, and is so capable. It's normal to develop feelings for him." But Lu. Dr. Yuan hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. She patted Jiang Lu's shoulder and said, "You should rest well and not think about those things for now." Jiang Lu nodded slightly. Just as Dr. Yuan was turning to leave, she grabbed her wrist. Her eyes dazed. "Mom, actually at that time he did ask me to leave." Dr. Yuan froze in surprise and looked over. Jiang Lu continued, "At that time, we were surrounded by monsters and there were pursuers behind us. The boss gave me my medicine and told me to find those people while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters." Dr. Yuan suddenly remembered her husband's inexplicable guess. Perhaps men in the engineering and science fields are more sensitive to emotional changes among their peers. Her expression became even more complex as she gazed at Jiang Lu for a while before sighing deeply and saying something she couldn't understand. "I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." Jiang Lu looked at her in confusion. Dr. Yuan shook her head and said, "Don't think too much. Just rest. You're not in good shape right now." Jiang Lu hesitated and tentatively said, "I feel like I'm full of energy now, so can I go out for a walk?" After a pause, seeing Dr. Yuan's meaningful expression, she shyly added, "Can I go see him?" In fact, Dr. Yuan didn't want to agree at all, but in the end, she still took her to the outside of the intensive care unit where Ying was. Xinyang was sitting on a bench outside the intensive care unit, holding a communicator, and seemed troubled. Boju stood beside him, his back straight. He reacted quickly. As soon as they appeared on this floor, he looked over with piercing eyes. When he saw it was them, he coldly snorted. Xinyang followed his gaze. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly chased Jiang Lu away, annoyed by her presence. But this time, for some reason, he found her somewhat bearable. "Mr. Shun, Doctor," Yuan said, "my daughter and I came to see the boss." "How is he?" Xinyang stood up, put away the communicator, and said officially, "The boss is doing well. Waking up is just a matter of time." Dr. Yuan calmly said, "Of course, I know the boss will wake up. I was also involved in the development of the mutated monster virus. The effects of that medicine are quite good, but using it directly on the boss without enough trials still carries some risks." Xinyang glanced at Jiang Lu with a mysterious look. "Didn't your daughter also use a drug that hasn't undergone complete clinical trials? Isn't she doing just fine?" "Doctor." Yuan narrowed her eyes. "That's because the boss is protecting her. Now that the boss is in a coma, we're not too sure if we can handle all the potential problems that might arise." After she finished speaking, Xinyang wasn't in a hurry. But Jiang Lu became anxious first. "Mom, what do you mean? Are you saying the boss might have problems like I did?" She widened her eyes, looking very worried. Xinyang was about to say something, but seeing her anxious expression, he closed his mouth. "Don't overthink it. Your physique is different from the boss's. Besides, this time the drug was developed with the participation of all top researchers, so there shouldn't be any problems." Just as Dr. Yuan finished speaking, Xinyang sarcastically interjected, "Haha, I really am an outsider. When your daughter says the same thing, your response is completely different." Dr. Yuan looked at Xinyang, who returned her gaze coldly. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Dr. Yuan turned to leave. Jiang Lu reached out. "Mom, why are you leaving?" Dr. Yuan didn't look back and said, "There's someone I don't like here. You can stay here by yourself. Just make sure to go back and rest after you're done." Jiang Lu was taken aback and had to turn back to look at Xinyang, who shot her a glance, treating her as if she were invisible, pulling out the communicator to continue working. Jiang Lu stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay. Through the glass of the intensive care unit, although there was only a narrow view, she could still barely see some of the interior. There were no windows in the ICU, just a small light on, revealing some equipment and the hospital bed, but she couldn't see Ying's upper body. She really wanted to go in and check on him, but she didn't know if that was allowed. Given Shun Yang's level of annoyance towards her, she would surely be refused if she asked. Boju probably also thought she was unsafe and wouldn't let her in. Jiang Lu felt extremely disappointed as she stepped back cautiously, looking towards Shun Yang's direction, only to find that no one was there anymore. "Huh, where's Mr. Shun?" Jiang Lu was surprised and went to ask Boju, who looked meaningfully behind her. When she turned around, somewhat late to realize The door had already been pushed open by a hand. Someone behind her shoved her, and she entered the monitoring room just like that. I'll give you 10 minutes. It's best to be honest. I have surveillance here. He shook the monitor in his hand. Jiang Lu looked back at him in astonishment until the door of the monitoring room closed again. She hesitated for a long time before bravely walking toward the hospital bed. After rounding the left wall when she entered, she gradually saw the person lying on the bed. The state of the shadow seemed not bad. There were no tubes inserted into his body, only his pale face and bloodless lips. She tried to tread lightly, not wanting to disturb him, until she stopped by the bedside. Her heart was still pounding, making her feel like her entire chest was resonating. Well, I'd better sit down. Sitting might feel more grounded. Jiang Lu carefully moved to the other side of the bed, sat down on a chair, and gazed longingly at the man lying there. He had his eyes closed, and his expression was quite peaceful, surprisingly not so cold, perhaps because there was no one else here. Actually, that's not right. Even without anyone, he wouldn't know, unless he had woken up. Judging by Shun Yang's reaction, he probably hadn't. Really, a person with such a strong personality used to frown even when his eyes were closed. But now that he was injured, he didn't. After relaxing his brow, although the corners of his mouth were flat and not turned up, there was still a hint of gentle aura about him. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit restless, and scenes from that night floated in her mind. Although he hadn't directly said anything still. Really, why do I keep overthinking? My heart is racing like a little deer. It's better not to see him. Once I see him, my imagination runs wild like a black hole. Should I just leave? But I don't want to go. I can't bear to. Jiang Lu awkwardly stood up a little, leaned closer to him, and couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. Despite being ill, his skin was still in good condition. Even without any skincare or ointment, there was not a bit of dead skin, nor was it dry. She envied him. You better wake up soon, Jiang Lu said softly. If you can heal me, you won't be in trouble yourself. Her hand rested on his forehead, gently stroking it as if comforting him. After doing all this, she withdrew her hand, stood up straight, and sighed, saying, I'm leaving. Shenyang will come to find me soon. You rest. After speaking, she raised her foot to leave, but out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to see something incredible. She turned back in surprise and looked at his hand outside the blanket, precisely noticing that his fingers moved a few times. Jiang Lu didn't even realize how surprised her expression was. She couldn't help but run to the door, opened it, and raised her voice, saying, Mr. Shun, the boss is awake. I saw his fingers move. Shenyang was shocked for a moment, then immediately pressed a button on his communicator. The doors of several rooms outside the monitoring room opened instantly, and many researchers in white coats rushed into the monitoring room where the shadow was. Jiang Lu, a frail girl, was directly squeezed outside and bumped against the wall, unable to help but cry out in pain. Really more anxious than me, she muttered, not expecting someone to respond. Of course, we're more anxious than you. The boss is our lifeline. Jiang Lu stiffly turned her head to look, lowering her head and saying, Dad. Jiang Jishu slowly walked out from the shadows, wearing a thick pair of rimless glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a wise gleam. You must not be my biological child. After coming back, you wake up and don't know to come see your worried father, but instead, you come here to see the boss. You're really so filial. When the boss wakes up, I will definitely persuade him to adopt you as his goddaughter. Jiang Jishu's cold sarcasm left Jiang Lu somewhat at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. She grabbed the sleeve of her father's white coat and said, I was just about to find you. I heard Mom say you were going to take me somewhere. Luckily, you didn't go in the end, otherwise. What would Mom do alone here? Jiang Chu glanced at his daughter with disdain and said coldly, Don't worry, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. I only agreed back then because I took the wrong medicine. Now I have to go back to take the right medicine. A girl cannot be kept. Sooner or later, she will run off with someone else. After finishing his words, Jiang Jishu forcefully squeezed into the monitoring room. Jiang Lu stood outside, feeling as if the ground was covered with yellow leaves, and the sounds of a two-stringed instrument were playing a familiar song. Little cabbage, yellow in the field. 2 or 3 years old, lost my father. Chapter 38, when you want to care for someone, but realize you have no standing to do so, and that there are crowds around them, leaving no place for you, The deep-rooted frustration and helplessness is hard to describe in words. It's better not to force yourself too much. However, for Jiang Lu now, simply not forcing herself has already become a kind of struggle. The observation room is crowded with people. Shenyang and Boju are definitely at the innermost part, and after her father went in, he hasn't come out, probably giving Ying an examination. It's hard to understand why her father, who is a technician, would want to be involved in something that a doctor should handle. Jiang Lu tried to peek in at the door, but after failing a few times, she gave up and left dejectedly. Returning to this place and walking down the somewhat familiar corridor, she surprisingly felt a sense of nostalgia. It must be an illusion, clearly. This is the culprit that led the world to its end, and she should find a chance to burn this place down. Jiang Lu had a splitting headache. After returning to her room, she threw herself onto the bed and covered herself with a blanket, shutting out the outside world. She didn't need to worry about Qin Nong and the others now, because Ying had said he would make them die together. So, as long as she lived well, they would be fine. She inexplicably believed his words, which would definitely make people laugh out loud, because she actually believed a downright bastard, a blood-soaked villain. When Dr. Yuan came to see her, he found her sulking under the blanket, and when he lifted it, he noticed her complexion was already poor. This way of sleeping easily leads to hypoxia. He really didn't know who she was tormenting. Without the blanket, her complexion improved slightly, but still not by much. She should have been asleep, but her brows were tightly furrowed, and her forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, as if she were having a nightmare, with her hands tightly clenched into fists. In fact, during this recent period, Jiang Lu had experienced too many situations that she had only seen in movies. For a law-abiding citizen, suddenly going through all this had a huge psychological impact. She didn't show anything, and they somewhat overlooked this point, truly unqualified parents. Dr. Yuan sighed, gently stroking her restless face, helping her adjust the blanket, and quietly left. In the observation room, after everyone else had left, only Jiang Chu remained. He sat on the chair by the bedside, watching the person on the bed who had already awakened. In fact, he was a bit younger than him, but this young man had more refined ideas and superior research skills than those older than him. Initially, he and his wife joined Ghost by chance. As a researcher, everyone hopes for a place where they can pursue their ambitions and talents without worrying about funding or the source of experimental materials, and Ghost was such a place. No matter how impractical or bold the ideas were, they could be tried recklessly here. Even if they seemed unreliable, you could still use everything you needed for experiments. If you could achieve the desired results, that was great. If not, it didn't matter. Here, no one would blame you. For most people, Ghost might be a nightmare. But before the disaster broke out, it was once a paradise for every researcher. Ying was half reclining on the pillow. Although his complexion wasn't very good, he was no longer in danger. With possibly the highest-end technology in the world at Ghost, it would be a bit embarrassing if his injuries couldn't be treated. Jiang Chu leaned back in the chair, his face expressionless. The boss didn't speak, and he didn't take the initiative to say anything either. The two of them sat in silence for a while, and when he put down the communicator and took off his headphones, their conversation finally began. Jiang, you don't need to be too nervous. Actually, I'm fine. Ying smiled, still a bit weak, but there wasn't a hint of kindness in his demeanor. He was just curious about what Jiang planned to do once he found his daughter and they reached the survivor base. His words were flat and calm, as if he were discussing something light, like your research invention is really good, when he wasn't wearing sunglasses. Even Jiang Chu felt a bit intimidated when looking into his eyes. Even though he was smiling, his dark pupils were filled with warmth. Jiang Chu, having worked under him for so long, could easily judge what would happen if his answer didn't satisfy him. I'm not the traitor, Jiang Chu said bluntly. Although I plan to take her away, it's purely out of fatherly love, and I never thought about leaking any company's secrets once we got there. I believe that with my talent, even if I refused to say anything, they wouldn't treat me lightly. Ying nodded in agreement, thoughtfully. I believe so too. Just like me. Even though you, Jiang, repeatedly challenged my bottom line, I haven't had thoughts of killing or torturing you so far. Though he was denying it, Jiang Chu felt an inexplicable chill upon hearing this, which was quite uncomfortable. Ying continued to smile kindly. As for the traitor, I know Jiang quite well. Since you say it's not you, I will believe it's not you. He looked at Jiang Chu for a while, then continued calmly. However, Jiang, talented people are worth my patience and tolerance. but this is also limited. Once you exceed that limit, then I'm sorry. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, becoming increasingly cold. At that point, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Jiang Chu's face turned a bit pale. To be honest, since Jiang Lu entered Ghost, their family had been doing fairly well. Although there were times when they were frightened, they had indeed been challenging Ying's bottom line continuously. He hadn't taken any excessive actions, and in the end, he even saved Jiang Lu, developing an antidote for her so she wouldn't die or get infected. As a boss, facing subordinates who had attempted to betray him multiple times, he had already been quite merciful. Jiang Chu clearly knew that they had reached the edge of a cliff. They could not afford any changes otherwise. Even if they held some core technologies, there would be no good outcome. Thank you. Jiang Chu remained silent for a long time before saying these two words. Ying had been watching him, and only when he spoke did he retract his gaze, his smile becoming more genuine. You're welcome. We are partners, aren't we? All right. It's getting late. You can leave now. After finishing his words, he picked up the communicator again, pressing something. Jiang Chu glanced at him, stood up, and exited. Shortly after Jiang Chu left, Jiang Lu, who was sleeping in her room, woke up from a nightmare. She was drenched in cold sweat. The images of the nightmare lingering in her mind. Dark night, gunfire everywhere, Ying dying in front of her, his face twisted in agony, and she couldn't escape either, quickly being killed as well. The two of them fell to the ground, their bodies shattered, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. That scene was too terrifying. She raised her hand to look at her palm, the chaotic lines entangled together, truly a fate of misfortune. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the communicator in the silent room rang, startling Jiang Lu. She groped under her pillow for the communicator, and when she saw the code displayed on it, her feelings became even more complicated. It was P. Ying's full name is Phantom. P is his code name. He should have woken up by now, and the one contacting her through the communicator should be him. She actually wanted to know how he was doing, but when it really came to direct conversation with him, she felt a bit flustered. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Lu slowly pressed the receive button. After pressing it, she felt that she had been unnecessarily tense, because before she could say anything, a command came from the other side, and after finishing, the signal was directly cut off. Jiang Lu stared at the communication device that had returned to its original state, her mouth twitching as if she were about to have an epileptic fit. Seriously, speechless. From start to finish, he only said one thing. Come to me. Couldn't he be a little gentler? Maybe add some embellishments? For example, what are you doing? Can you come see me? Forget it. It's obvious that it's impossible. Getting that person to learn true gentleness or even tenderness is harder than ascending to the heavens. Jiang Lu, feeling quite spineless, got out of bed, planning to go to him as instructed. However, she needed to freshen up first. She had just woken up, felt completely unenergetic, and, after having a nightmare, her complexion wasn't great either. Looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, Jiang Lu hesitated about going. The ghost base was very safe, but it couldn't compare to her previous home. For instance, she wanted to put on some light makeup, but there were no cosmetics here at all. Given the current situation outside, it would be difficult to get those things. Forget it. If her complexion is bad, then so be it. Anyway, even if it were good, he wouldn't care. Jiang Lu washed her face, didn't change her clothes, and set off directly. When Xinyang saw her again, he displayed his usual impatient expression. Why are you here again? This is too frequent. Once a day is my limit of tolerance. Jiang Lu made a difficult expression. Mister. Shin, I don't want to come either, but... Xinyang glared at her. But what? Don't try to play tricks on me. It won't work. I'm not buying it. Jiang Lu nodded and said seriously. It's like this. The boss contacted me and asked me to come. Can I go in? If not, I'll leave now. I have a lot of things to do. After saying this, she turned to leave, counting in her mind. When she reached 3, her collar was yanked back. She looked back at him with a blank face, and Xinyang stared at her with a sarcastic expression for a while, snorted, opened the door, and pushed her inside. So violent, so violent. With this kind of carefulness, he would never find a girlfriend in his life. Oh no, suddenly remembering, she likes her mom, which is even worse. She really won't find a girlfriend in this life. Her mom is taken and has children. Speaking of which, Xinyang looks to be in his 30s. So he likes the difficult-to-control mature women? It makes sense, Given his submissive demeanor, his preferences wouldn't be too normal. In fact, Jiang Lu's mind was filled with these random thoughts to keep herself from being too unsettled when she saw Ying. But when she officially walked in, crossing the side wall that blocked her view, and really saw him, she still crumbled instantly. In this world, no matter what kind of person, everyone has their own natural enemy, and he should be hers. But what she didn't know was that at certain times, she was also his natural enemy. Chapter 39. Jiang Lu stood not far from the hospital bed, staring blankly at the person lying on it, forgetting to move forward. The two of them were caught in a stalemate of mutual gazes. Perhaps it was just Jiang Lu's one-sided perception of the stalemate, as Ying's expression was very casual. He had something that looked like a Bluetooth headset in his left ear, and his gaze shifted from the laptop in front of him to her. Since the computer was facing away from Jiang Lu, she had no idea what he was looking at. After a moment, he took off the headset and waved at her, as if calling a pet or a small dog. Jiang Lu, who was initially on high alert, felt a bit annoyed at his casualness, and her tension dissipated. She didn't argue and simply walked over to sit beside the hospital bed. "You're awake," she greeted flatly. Ying's laptop was still on, and from her position, she could see what was displayed on the screen. In truth, she didn't want to look at all because she was a person of good character and knew that peeking at someone else's computer was very unethical. However, for some reason, her eyes were drawn to the screen, and when she glanced at it, she wanted to look away. But once she saw what was on it, she couldn't pull her gaze back. It wasn't anything particularly special, just surveillance footage divided into 24 grids, each grid showing an independent space that resembled an interrogation room, with different people in charge of each. In the center was Bo Ju leading the interrogation, and some familiar faces were visible on the screen, most of them nervously looking at the people questioning them. Jiang Lu felt a bit dazed until he closed the laptop screen, pulling her back to reality. "Sorry, I didn't mean to look. It's just, I couldn't help myself," Jiang Lu said, awkwardly forcing a smile that looked rather unconvincing. Although Ying was not in the best condition, he had already regained his usual meticulous demeanor, and it was hard to tell how disheveled he had been that night. He didn't speak, just continued to look at her. At first, Jiang Lu felt uncomfortable under his gaze, as if there were nails in her backside, and she wanted to shift around. But Ying's gaze seemed to have a magical quality as he stared at her. She felt she couldn't move even if she wanted to. After a while, gazing into his calm and expressionless long eyes, Jiang Lu gradually calmed down. She looked back at him, and the two fell into a prolonged silence, the only sound in the room being the ticking of the wall clock. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Lu suddenly leaped onto the bed and hugged Ying. He looked down at the girl, clinging to him, about to say something, but she suddenly jumped back up, bending over and saying, "I'm sorry. I forgot you were hurt. Did I hurt you?" Seeing her cautious and pale expression, a hint of softness gradually appeared on Ying's otherwise cold face. "No." He said this, but Jiang Lu didn't quite believe him. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage to pull back a bit of the blanket covering him, only to see red seeping through the white hospital gown beneath. It seemed that the wound had bled from being pressed earlier. Although they were in an apocalyptic state, it was different from all the novels she had read. There were no superpowers, no high-tech mecha warriors, and certainly no one who could dismantle a Gundam with bare hands. Everyone was just an ordinary person, distinguished only by who had better stamina and who had received more training. Ying was among the best of ordinary people. He had sustained many injuries, but he recovered quickly. Though quickly here meant he wouldn't be back to his former lively and unstoppable self in just a few days. At the end of the day, everyone was just an ordinary person. No one could heal their wounds overnight. His current state made him appear more human. "It's not surprising if it hurts," Jiang Lu said with a stiff face. "I'll go call someone to rebandage it." She tried to get up, but her wrist was grabbed, pulling her back toward him. This time, she remembered not to press against him too closely, afraid of aggravating his wounds. Jiang Lu was careful, even her breathing was cautious. Ying wrapped one arm around her while tossing the laptop aside with the other, shifting slightly to make space for her beside him. As the soul of the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company, Ying's hospital room was super luxurious and sophisticated, with a bed larger than usual. It was no problem for both of them to fit. Jiang Lu lay passively beside him, unsure of his intentions. When he looked over at her, she helplessly turned her gaze away. What's wrong? This isn't like you. Don't you want to look at me? Ying's voice was right beside her, carrying an enchanting power. Didn't you say you wanted to conquer me? But saying that makes it hard to achieve. Jiang Lu felt a bit awkward and forced herself to glance at him, saying dryly, You do seem to be much better now. Ying slightly curled his lips, as if he had completely forgotten the near destruction of himself that night. He was back to being the aloof ghost boss, someone no one could outsmart. He could easily put everyone in danger. Is that so? Do I look good? He asked nonchalantly, not really needing her answer, but Jiang Lu still replied. She said seriously, Yes, look at you now. Your feet are off the ground, your legs are no longer under pressure, the virus can't get up, and your smart IQ has reclaimed its territory. You can start plotting against others again. How wonderful. She must have thought Ying had never seen the Spring Festival Gala or Zhao Benchen selling cars. He looked at her meaningfully, his gaze filled with many things she couldn't comprehend. Jiang Lu's expression blanked for a few seconds before she said seriously, All right, let's change the topic. What were you just looking at? Were you catching a mole? The computer screen displayed 24 grids, which should be the 24 interrogation rooms, with the people inside looking terrified and panicked. Unless they were really catching a mole, there was no other possibility. Ying was quite composed. He had never really hidden anything from Jiang Lu, perhaps because she was too weak enough not to warrant his concealment. Sometimes you're not too dumb. Though this wasn't exactly a flattering comment, she was already used to hearing it from him. Actually, I think the mole is more likely at base 2, but that base has already been blown up and they might all be dead. Jiang Lu believed her analysis was particularly correct, but when she saw Ying's half smirk after hearing her words, she inexplicably felt looked down upon. She asked in confusion, Is what I said wrong? Ying didn't deny it. He gently stroked Jiang Lu's gray long hair as if petting a puppy, saying that this color could seem very old-fashioned, but on her, it didn't and had the opposite effect. Talk, don't always be silent. If you don't speak, I'll leave. Jiang Lu pretended to get up, but when he shot her a glance, she fell back down again. You're good, you're impressive. She looked lifelessly at the ceiling, deciding not to say anything. When she stopped talking, Ying began to speak. It seemed they couldn't have a conversation. They could only take turns speaking. You're right. That was the first sentence. But sometimes, traitors are like cockroaches. That was the second sentence. When you find one, there are actually many more. It's just that you can't see them. That was the third sentence. 3 sentences successfully made Jiang Lu feel nauseous. She slowly sat up, turned to look at Ying, and with a complex expression said, Do you know what I hate most in this world? Logically speaking, when she asked this, the other party should have followed up with a question about what she hated, but Ying was definitely not someone who played by the rules. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, he calmly said 2 words, cockroach. Jiang Lu couldn't continue her next sentence, feeling particularly uncomfortable as she held it back. She looked at him helplessly, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. In those long, beautiful Danfang eyes of his, there seemed to be a warmth that absolutely shouldn't have been there. Your question connected with what I said makes it hard for me to guess what you want to say. The implied message was, sorry, even though this might annoy you. Please don't insult my intelligence. This person was really better off when he was unconscious. He was less bothersome that way. When he woke up, he constantly pushed others' patience to the limit, making people want to do all sorts of things to him. Jiang Lu rolled her eyes inwardly and simply turned her back on him, lying down. Who knew? Just a few seconds later, someone pressed against her from behind, wrapping his arms around her, his long, cold hands slowly slipping into her shirt, as if a doctor were inserting a stethoscope, carefully examining her upper body. What are you afraid of? What do you think I can do to you now? A sense of danger loomed, and Jiang Lu forced herself to calm down. In fact, he was right. He couldn't do anything now. At most, he could just look or touch. His body wouldn't allow any vigorous movements. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu suddenly realized that her opportunity had come. So, she turned around to face the shadow watching her, revealing a strange smile. Chapter 40. Jiang Lu lay sideways by the bedside, her gaze fixed on Ying's face, who was lying flat, the blanket neatly arranged. How do you feel? Jiang Lu said in the tone of a research expert. Have you heard of the band Xinyue's parting song? Forget it, you probably haven't. There's a line in it that goes, What I want to keep but can't is the most lonely. She looked regretful. It's getting late, I should go. Otherwise, President Shun might rush in to catch me. If the boss needs any other services, I'm sure President Shun would be more than willing to assist. After speaking, she withdrew from the bedside, maintaining a few meters distance, and quickly ran to the door, returning from her personal leave about 5 or 6 minutes earlier. Jiang Lu suddenly turned around to face Ying, smiling strangely, making it hard to guess what she would do next. In fact, what she did next truly surprised Ying. He wasn't feeling much desire. He just wanted to tease her a bit, not expecting her to retaliate like this. His previously calm emotions suddenly surged, and many things felt different. Jiang Lu's beautiful and plain face gradually became charming and seductive. He stared at her, and his body inevitably underwent some changes, though they weren't significant, as he had strong self-restraint. However, it was just strong, not invincible. How infuriating, yet oddly adorable. When Shun Yang entered, he saw Ying wearing a perplexed expression that he couldn't decipher. Ying looked at Shun Yang, recalling Jiang Lu's last words, and his gaze became somewhat meaningful. Earlier, when he visited her previous residence, he had seen some books and magazines in her collection, many of which contained content about imagined relationships between men, which were quite unsightly. Even seeing Shun Yang felt somewhat unappealing. "Boss, Bo Ju has caught someone. Do you want to see him now?" Shun Yang brought what could be considered good news, and Ying casually replied, "Lock him up. I'll see him when I'm in a good mood." Shun Yang glanced at his boss, puzzled, wondering why he felt that his boss was in a good mood, perhaps even very good. His boss was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Shun Yang left with a blank expression, and just as he was closing the door, Ying suddenly spoke again. "By the way, unless necessary, keep your distance from me." Shun Yang looked back in surprise, his expression perfectly conveying the feeling of, "Oh my God, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment?" Unfortunately, Ying didn't see it. Otherwise, he would have surely applauded Shun Yang. Feeling abandoned by the world, Shun Yang, though reluctant, silently followed his boss's orders. Jiang Lu had no idea that her words had caused trouble for Shun Yang, who was devoted to his boss. She was more interested in checking on Qin Nong and the others, wondering if they had been injured that night. After pondering a bit, she figured asking her parents where they were was obviously impractical. She couldn't trouble them again. If Ying found out that her father had once even contemplated betraying Ghost for her, he would surely blow up. In reality, she had no idea that Ying already knew and had privately discussed this matter with her father. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Lu used a communicator to edit something akin to a text message for Ying. After thinking it over for a long time, she decided to communicate in the simplest language. So, she sent a message, "Can I go see my companions?" She thought she would have to wait a while for a reply, but to her surprise, she received one quickly, and it was quite uplifting. "Yes." 2 words with a period gave off a cool vibe. Jiang Lu was a bit taken aback, wondering why he suddenly seemed so agreeable, stating so straightforwardly that it was okay, which was unlike his usual style. Regardless, since he said it was fine, she decided to go see them first. However, she seemed unaware of where they were being held. Oh well, she could just ask when she went out. As Jiang Lu exited, just as she was about to enter the elevator, she saw the doors open, and Shun Yang walked out with a dark expression, looking meaningfully at Jiang Lu. "Are you going to see those 4 people?" Jiang Lu nodded. "Great, the boss asked me to take you. Keep up. If you fall behind, don't blame me." Shun Yang looked like he was going through some midlife crisis, dark-faced as he stepped aside to let her in the elevator. Jiang Lu, afraid to miss the opportunity, reluctantly stepped in. The elevator was filled with a low pressure. Jiang Lu glanced at Shun Yang through the reflection, noticing that not only was he in a bad mood, but he also looked unwell, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone abandoned by his loyal boss. Jiang Lu wanted to say something, but felt it was better to remain silent to avoid saying the wrong thing, so she kept quiet. The elevator ascended 3 floors, and Jiang Lu recognized this level. It housed personnel on standby. This standby had 2 meanings. One was for research subjects, and the other was for usable human resources. When Ying had taken her to see those imprisoned neighbors, it was on this level. Remembering those people, Jiang Lu's mood sank again. As she passed the room where they had been held, she instinctively glanced inside. The window on the door was small, and with such a quick glance, she couldn't see much, but it seemed like there was a shadow moving inside. Was there someone in there? Or a monster? If there was someone, could it be that those people hadn't died? Jiang Lu preferred to hold onto the suspicion at the back of her mind, as it still offered a glimmer of hope and prevented complete despair. When she saw Qin Nong and the others again, she felt a bit relieved. They looked fine, unharmed, not starving, and certainly not taken for experiments. After Xinyang kicked her inside, he closed the door after saying 3 words in 10 minutes. And Jiang Lu rubbed her calf, estimating it was almost bruised from the kick. You guys are fine. That's great. If Jiang Lu hadn't had a poker face, it would have been more convincing. Qin Nong responded with a sigh. We're fine, not starving, but no one is taking care of us. We're locked in here every day, counting down to when we might die. It's pretty boring. Yao Yao was silent with red eyes, while Su Boya and Song Shuyuan also remained silent with pale faces. Jiang Lu coughed and said, You won't have any problems, don't worry. Qin Nong smiled bitterly. You don't need to comfort us. The last escape must have angered that person. He let us off easily. The other 3 echoed his sentiment, clearly showing how significant the psychological shadow Ing had left on them was. I'm serious. You won't have any problems, Jiang Lu said earnestly. As long as I'm alive. None of you will die. That's what he promised me. Su Boya's expression changed, and after a moment, she asked, Jiang Lu, did he really say that to you? He. Wouldn't he really? She hesitated, and Jiang Lu simply took out a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket and handed it to her. Lowering her voice, Walls have ears. Su Boya sighed. Actually, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to apologize. Initially, I suggested that idea purely on a whim. I didn't expect you to actually pull it off. Jiang Lu was stunned. I pulled it off? No, I didn't. Yao Yao pursed her lips and said, didn't? Then why did he give you that kind of promise? Jiang Lu's expression went blank for a moment, and she whispered, maybe it's because I saved him once. He still understands gratitude. The others fell silent. Qin Nong took Jiang Lu's paper and pen, swiftly writing a lengthy message. When Jiang Lu read it, her expression changed immediately. She had hoped for a relatively stable time recently, but unexpectedly, new conflicts arose so soon. Qin Nong wrote on the paper that during this time, the person guarding them claimed to be from the survivor base and would find a way to release them. He would have them take Ghost's confidential documents to the other party, and due to network surveillance, he would inevitably leak the confidential documents. Recently, Ghost has been very strict with internal staff defenses, so he could only choose a different route and expose his identity. Although he said this, Jiang Lu still felt it was unreliable. Qin Nong and the others also felt that they couldn't trust the other party and thought they were being deceived by a shadow faction. If they attempted to escape again, the promise he made to Jiang Lu would no longer count, as they would have provoked him again. Jiang Lu felt a bit troubled. After tearing the paper into pieces and stuffing it in her pocket, she wanted to say that there were indeed spies within Ghost, and the man in the white coat she had seen when she entered should be one of them. She was in a dilemma, unsure whether to tell Qin Nong the truth, and even more unsure whether to inform the shadow about the spy's identity. Really, she wasn't a little dragon person. Why did she have to keep so many little secrets? In any case, she decided not to act rashly. In the end, Jiang Lu only said this one sentence, which was the only thing she was sure of at the moment. Given the strict scrutiny from Bo Ju and the others, this spy might expose himself soon. The other party's actions were actually quite irrational, probably because they felt they would be exposed soon and wanted to take a risk before that. She couldn't let Qin Nong and the others get implicated. After the last blow to Ghost, internal defenses had reached a certain level. It would be a problem for the spy to escape on his own, and now he wanted to drag others down with him. No way. I understand. Qin Nong made a promise. Hearing him say this, Jiang Lu felt a little more at ease. She left there and returned to her own territory, leaning against the door and thinking about what to do next. She thought for a long time and still didn't know whether to tell the shadow about the spy's identity. If she did, that person would definitely meet a bad end, but he was actually doing a good thing, which shouldn't happen. However, if she didn't say anything and he forced Qin Nong and the others into a second escape attempt with a failure rate of 99%, if it failed, they would all be wiped out, and she wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety at that time. Jiang Lu felt a bit irritated and simply decided to go back to sleep. Probably only when she was asleep would she not feel so anxious. However, unexpectedly, even someone like her who could fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow could have insomnia, and when it struck, it lasted for several days. When she appeared in the Shadow's lounge again, he no longer needed to lie down and had changed out of his patient gown into a soft, loose white shirt and black trousers. With his fluffy black short hair, not styled into a slick back and without sunglasses, the Shadow looked like a gentle, harmless university professor. "Sit down," he ordered without looking back. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, Jiang Lu glanced at him and muttered, "Drinking coffee while still sick. How unhelpful for your recovery." The Shadow slowly turned to look at her, and compared to him as a patient, she appeared to be in worse spirits. Jiang Lu noticed him looking over, and the worries of the past few days seemed to have a direction for resolution. She asked somewhat absent-mindedly, "How has the hunt for internal spies been going lately?" After asking, she felt that starting with that question seemed too strange, so she immediately changed the subject. "Did you ask me to come for something?" The Shadow slowly stood up. The lighting in the lounge was much better than in the intensive care unit. The winter sunlight spilled over him, and it seemed to have snowed outside, leaving a white blanket covering the trees, hiding any underlying evil. "We caught a few. I haven't gone to see them yet." He surprisingly answered her first question and then responded to the second. "If I didn't call you, would you have come on your own?" He said, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, appearing enchanting and gentle. This was a bit ambiguous. Jiang Lu stared at him, uncertain if he meant what she thought he meant. After hesitating for a while, she chose to ask indirectly, given the current situation is a bit complicated. "Can I simply assume that in our previous agreement, I won?" The Shadow seemed unwilling to answer directly. He walked in front of her, hands in his pockets, looking extremely handsome, like the clear moonlight before a rainy night. "We've made many agreements. Which one are you referring to?" Jiang Lu wasn't someone who enjoyed beating around the bush or playing coy. She had a more direct personality, saying whatever came to her mind, which is why she never had many friends in school. Now, in this apocalyptic world where fewer and fewer people remained, they had to come together and understand each other, leading to the understanding and acceptance of Qin Nong and the others. At this moment, Jiang Lu decided to go all out, staring at the Shadow without blinking, and said word by word, "So, you like me now, right?" The Shadow remained very casual, walking past her to the living room. When she chased after him, she found him lighting a cigar. After the cigar was lit, he glanced at her sideways, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe, and retorted, "This question should be asked by me. What does he mean? Is he saying she likes him? Does he know?" Jiang Lu instantly froze in place as the Shadow slowly approached her, his words piercing. "You like me, but don't come to see me. Isn't it normal to ask you?" Jiang Lu felt a wave of frustration. This question was too difficult for her. Could she just leave it blank? This person was truly skilled at twisting facts. Jiang Lu snorted coldly, fiercely saying, "You like me, stop pretending. I'm not an idiot, I can tell." The Shadow's response was even more infuriating. He merely said, casually, "Then why are you asking me?" Jiang Lu, the person who had previously threatened to kill him, could step aside. The machine gun in her arms was quite heavy. Could she take action first? Chapter 41. Jiang Lu came to see Ying. Although it was he who had asked her to come, she had her own agenda. Regarding the topic he had brought up about who likes whom, Jiang Lu did not want to continue. She used an obvious change of subject to cover her expression, saying, "You mentioned before that you caught a few spies but haven't gone to see them yet. Can you take me with you when you do?" Looking at Jiang Lu's focused and expectant gaze, Ying subtly moved to the side and casually said, "You're quite interested in this, more than I expected." Jiang Lu replied earnestly, "Of course I have to pay attention, because this is closely related to me." Ying looked over. Jiang Lu sat next to him on a two-seater sofa, inevitably getting a little closer. Since she had something on her mind, she didn't notice it and said calmly, "Think about it. If that bastard hadn't leaked secrets, causing us to have to flee, we wouldn't have gone through such dangers and almost died. So of course I want to know who betrayed the company. Because I want to—" At this point, Ying interrupted her, teasingly asking, "You want revenge?" For a law-abiding citizen like Jiang Lu, revenge was something she had never considered. But at this moment, it was better not to deny it, because denying it would require coming up with another excuse to cover the lie, which would be really hard. Of course, Jiang Lu frowned, and her expression, usually impassive, could actually reveal regret and indignation. If she wasn't genuinely angry, then it would mean she had something to hide, which was intentional. "He almost got me killed." It's normal for me to think this way, right? She tentatively said. Ing remained silent, only smiling faintly, taking a cigar from a nearby cabinet and casually lighting it. Jiang Lu instinctively grasped his wrist, holding the cigar. Ing narrowed his eyes sharply and looked over, prompting Jiang Lu to immediately release her grip. After a moment, she said, "Your health isn't good yet, so you shouldn't smoke." Ing stared at her for a few seconds, simply responding with a light "oh," but he did not put down the cigar. Jiang Lu looked at the cigar with a sense of grievance, not realizing that her face was showing a mix of vulnerability and displeasure, as if to say, "So my words are not as important as a cigar." Ing suddenly lost interest in smoking, but still held it between his fingers and asked Jiang Lu, "Do you really want to go with me to see them?" Finally getting to the point, Jiang Lu nodded repeatedly. Ing smiled ambiguously, his handsome eyes slightly narrowing, saying something that made Jiang Lu's heart race. "You said it yourself." He stood up, bent down to pat her shoulder, and walked toward the bedroom, presumably to change clothes. "I hope you don't regret it," was the last thing he said before closing the master bedroom door. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Lu felt a chill run down her spine. What was happening? Was she being threatened? Did she show any signs of weakness? It shouldn't be. She felt she was in good shape today. No, she couldn't let him see her anxious. Jiang Lu clenched her fists, looking out at the snowy landscape through the floor-to-ceiling window, thinking to herself, "I absolutely cannot fall. There is no one behind me." Ing indeed went to change clothes. When he came out, Jiang Lu couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He looked exceptionally handsome in whatever he wore, but this was the first time she saw him in traditional attire. It resembled a Zhongshan suit, but not so rigid. He had left the collar unbuttoned, wearing a white stand-collar shirt underneath. His tall and slender figure was accentuated by the black outfit, especially his waist. Despite having a well-defined muscular build, he appeared scholarly and refined, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. This appearance was the best disguise for him. If he went out looking like this and claimed to be a good person, no one would suspect him. It's wrong to judge someone by their looks, but it's a flaw everyone finds hard to escape. A shadow moved in front of her, and Jiang Lu suddenly came back to her senses. Ing had somehow appeared before her. His neatly combed black hair and the classic slick-back hairstyle paired with dark sunglasses still failed to make him look like a genuine villain. What show-off? Jiang Lu turned her head away, not wanting to look at his teasing expression, and stepped out of the lounge first. When Shun Yang saw the boss and her coming out together, his expression immediately changed. He took a few steps back, keeping his distance as the boss had instructed him. And seeing Jiang Lu leaving without reservation alongside the boss almost made him explode with anger. What terrible timing! What terrible timing! The world is too harsh on men. Too harsh. Shun Yang leaned against the wall, feeling dejected until he heard Ying's voice behind him. "What are you doing?" Shun Yang, surprised, turned around and took a moment to catch his breath before saying, "Boss, I'm sorry, I thought you had left." Ing said nothing and turned to leave. But as his longtime trusted subordinate, Shun Yang understood his boss's intentions quite well. So Jiang Lu saw Shun Yang walking proudly behind her, looking at her with a malicious glint in his eyes. She hesitated a moment, slowed her pace to walk alongside Shun Yang, and glanced at Ing, who was a distance ahead of them, whispering, "Mr. Shun, are you plotting to harm me?" Shun Yang was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to say it so bluntly. Didn't he understand that this was also a tactic? Didn't she hear her idol, Uncle Ben Shan, say before? It's good to speak out. There is no poison in speaking the truth, and now that she was in the detox phase by saying it out loud, he would feel embarrassed to really think about harming her. Sure enough, Shun Yang stammered for a long time before saying, "How could that be? Miss Do Lao is now the boss's favorite. I can't wait to treat you well. How could I think of harming you?" Jiang Lu was a bit flustered now. "I'm a favorite? Mr. Shun, don't joke, you are." Shun Yang. No, you are. No, you are, Jiang Lu flattered. "You are," Shun Yang insisted. Jiang Lu shot back, You are. Shun Yang refused to back down. Jiang Lu, even more stubborn, exclaimed, "You are." Shun Yang held back for a long time. Seeing the boss getting further away, he simply snorted coldly, ignoring Jiang Lu, and quickly followed. "It's fine, don't worry." Shun Yang. "Yes, relax a bit. The boss is going to deal with those spies. It's not bad for that girl to tag along. Let her see how Ghost handles traitors, and she'll know her future fate." Just like that, and he felt refreshed immediately. Xinyang was laughing heartily, and when Jiang Lu caught up, she saw this scene. He no longer spoke to her and followed the boss with a proud demeanor, leaving Jiang Lu feeling extremely uneasy. What exactly was he plotting? Jiang Lu's unease reached a climax when they arrived at their destination. No wonder Xinyang was smiling like flowers blooming everywhere. It turned out he was waiting for her here. Jiang Lu forced a smile as she looked at the three people in the glass box, one of whom she recognized from two previous encounters, having a relatively high status within Ghost. This was the female researcher who had done her makeup before and later helped her mother bring her back to the top lounge. This should be considered an interrogation room, as there were many muscular men in black uniforms standing inside, led by Bo Ju. The moment Ing entered the room, they all saluted in unison. Jiang Lu was startled by their coordinated shout of boss, and Xinyang added meaningfully, "What? Only now are you scared? It's too late. You brought this on yourself. Don't have nightmares tonight." Jiang Lu swallowed hard. Among the three people in the glass box, she didn't see the male researcher who was guarding Qin Nong and the others. She cautiously followed Ing, and when Bo Ju walked up to him, wanting to say something, he found that she was a bit hesitant. Ing waved his hand without looking back, signaling him to speak directly. After struggling for a long time, Bo Ju finally spoke. "Boss, they've caught another one, but it seems he's been active lately, so we've decided not to startle him for now and see what desperate actions he might take. Perhaps we can catch a few small fish in the process." Bo Ju's words made Jiang Lu's heart race. From the way he observed her expression when he spoke, it was likely that the person who had already attracted attention but had not yet been captured was somehow related to her. In Ghost, aside from her contacts with her parents and Xinyang, the most suspicious person she had recently encountered was the researcher guarding Qin Nong and the others. The person Bo Ju mentioned was likely that individual. Jiang Lu frowned, took a step back, and sighed in distress. To be honest, these people took risks to enter Ghost as spies for the sake of humanity. Now that they were caught, they probably had no hope of survival. But with so many methods employed by Ghost, it was possible that someone might reveal some secrets under severe torture, including the person guarding Qin Nong and the others. They were all good people, which made Jiang Lu's current situation very difficult. She had three choices now. The first was to let that person do whatever he wanted, which would allow her to remain safe, but it could likely lead to Qin Nong and the others being implicated. They were already quite unsettled and would jump at any opportunity to escape this place. Although she had warned Qin Nong not to act rashly, the person they spent every day with was not her. That person might be able to convince them, which would be disastrous. The second option was to actively inform Ing of what that person intended to do, which should help her gain Ying's trust and improve the situation for Qin Nong and the others. At least she could claim to be the primary source of information for Ing, which could be seen as making amends and a way to ingratiate herself. This way, she could at least protect the four of them, while the researcher, whose identity had already been exposed, had no chance of survival. Of course, the third option was that Jiang Lu could talk to the researcher, but he was currently under heavy surveillance. If their communication was exposed, her situation would become very troublesome, and there was no guarantee he would listen to her. Looking at these three choices, only the second option seemed the best, which was the most despairing thing. No, she couldn't just give up. That would be too dishonest and selfish. No matter what, she should at least try the third option first, and if it didn't work, she could then choose the second. Sometimes one must take on the responsibility for the well-being of all humanity. Jiang Lu gritted her teeth, constantly persuading herself in her mind. In fact, she really hoped to contribute to the survivor base, but their influence here was too weak, and they had already been discovered. The cards they had were too difficult to play in absolute hard mode, and they could end up being completely wiped out, which was really troublesome. Jiang Lu pressed her temples in frustration, unaware that Ing, who had been listening to Bo Ju's report, had shifted his gaze to her. By the time she noticed, everyone in the interrogation room was already looking at her. Jiang Lu stared blankly at the crowd, wondering what was going on. Chapter 42, actually. This has nothing to do with Jiang Lu. She wasn't foolish enough to accidentally voice her thoughts. The reason everyone was looking at her was that Ing suddenly turned to her, just looking at her without saying anything, which piqued everyone's curiosity to glance her way as well. Of course, Jiang Lu didn't know that. At that moment, she felt extremely guilty. Being stared at like that made her unconsciously take a few steps back until her back was against the wall. Suddenly, she felt that this interrogation room might not be meant for those traitors, but rather for her. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Jiang Lu asked, forcing herself to speak up. By the time she finished, many people had already turned their gazes away. She let out a slight sigh of relief. It didn't seem like a big deal after all. That was close. Just now, she almost kneeled down and shouted that she would confess. However, even though they had turned away, Ying was still looking at her. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lu softly asked him, "Are you thirsty or hungry? I can get you some water or cook you some noodles." Xinyang, who was standing nearby, twitched his lips at her words, trying to pull her away. But before they could leave, Ying spoke up. "Let her stay." Ying sat upright in his chair, his back straight, while the three people in the glass box looked at him with hatred, occasionally shooting glares at Jiang Lu. She was quite certain they had already taken her as Ying's lackey and might even think of her as a tool for fulfilling his physiological needs. Feeling distressed and unable to explain herself, Jiang Lu comforted herself, thinking that everyone in this world was a person of the Jianghu, martial arts world. And once you were in the Jianghu, you had no control over your own fate. With Shenyang's nudging, she walked back and stood beside Ying, displaying a curious expression. "Boss, just tell me what you want me to do. You don't have to give me orders with your eyes. I don't have Shen's level of comprehension." Shenyang shot her an annoyed glance, proudly lifting his chin, while Ying's reaction was very calm. "Don't overthink it. I was just curious about how your face can express emotions like distress, regret, entanglement, and determination in such a short time. I was really curious about what you were thinking, so I looked a bit longer." The crowd was left speechless. They had thought this woman had issues. "Aren't you here to see the fate of these traitors?" Ying unbuttoned his coat, revealing a pristine white shirt underneath. He leaned back in his chair, indifferently gazing at the people in the glass box. He slightly raised his hand, and soon a person in a white coat pressed a button outside. Quickly, suspicious gas filled the glass box, and the people inside huddled together in fright, shouting something, but the soundproofing was too strong for those outside to hear anything. Jiang Lu couldn't bear to watch that scene and could only focus her gaze on Ying. He was wearing headphones, likely listening to the wails and accusations of those in the glass box. From his perspective, these people had nearly caused his death outside, so it was entirely reasonable for him to want to kill them for revenge. Even if he used extreme measures against those who betrayed him, it was justified. But this matter couldn't be thought of that way because of his identity. If these people died here today, not only would they not be condemned by the public, but they would also be revered in the future, assuming that the future still belonged to the righteous side. After all, history is written by the victors. Jiang Lu slowly turned around, and Ying withdrew his gaze to look at her, taking off his headphones and smiling. "Aren't you here to see? Why aren't you watching?" Jiang Lu's face turned pale, and she didn't answer. Ying then took her hand. She originally thought he was going to say something threatening, but it turned out to be completely different. "It's okay if you don't like it. Next time, just don't force yourself. I won't let you see such things in the future." His words caught everyone's attention, especially Shenyang and Bo Ju, who both looked at Jiang Lu, one speechless and the other with a meaningful gaze. Jiang Lu, however, could only look at Ying in surprise. "What did you say?" She was a bit taken aback, looking like a confused little white mouse with her hair and complexion. As the center of attention, Ying didn't care about this. This was his domain, and as the world had come to this point, he no longer needed to disguise himself or care about others' opinions because those people were too weak to be of concern to him. If you can't even handle this, then perhaps it's better to leave the rest to someone else. Ying didn't reply to Jiang Lu. He simply stood up and said to Bo Ju, "Please take care of this matter. Take a break afterward. As for our plan, we can postpone it for a few days." Bo Ju expressed his gratitude. "No problem, boss. I'm not tired at all. Once we deal with the traitors, I'll start our plan immediately." "What other outrageous plans do you have?" Jiang Lu moved her foot to step outside, not really wanting to hear too much because the more she knew, the faster she would die. Ying was about to leave, and Shenyang naturally followed closely behind. This time, he didn't forget to pull Jiang Lu along with him. Jiang Lu wanted to seize the chance to see the traitor they were keeping an eye on, but now it seemed like there would be no opportunity. Ying's earlier ambiguous words seemed to express something to her. Ever since they had narrowly escaped death, he seemed to have changed a lot. No longer as cold and distant as before. He occasionally showed some patience towards her. Could it be that he really, lost in her thoughts? Jiang Lu accidentally bumped into Shen Yang, who was impatiently trying to urge her along. Unlike Ying, Shen Yang had a pleasant scent of perfume, elegant and distinctive, matching his scholarly demeanor. Jiang Lu looked up at his face. He was indeed mature and handsome, yet he always wore a disdainful and sinister expression, which was a downside. Can you watch where you're walking? This time you bumped into me. What if you bump into the boss next time? Shen Yang's expression was a bit unnatural as he spoke, though she couldn't tell why. Jiang Lu hurriedly nodded and passed him to catch up with Ying. He looked back and found Ying was also glancing at them. They had been standing a bit too close, and their posture was slightly ambiguous, which was likely why the boss didn't look too pleased. Actually, only Shen Yang and those who had been around Ying for a long time could tell that his expression was not good. To Jiang Lu, Ying's current expression looked quite nice. He smiled gently and elegantly, and she thought he would probably agree to anything she said now. So, Jiang Lu cautiously spoke up, "Boss, can I go see my companions again?" Bo Ju must have already told Ying who the traitor was that had yet to be caught. The way Ying looked at her was several times sharper than before. His gaze was so intense that Jiang Lu felt she was digging her own grave. The background music of a heroic song seemed to play in her mind, and she immediately wanted to retract her words, trying to change the subject. To her surprise, Ying actually agreed. He nodded, gazing at her with a profound expression, and said calmly, "Sure, I have other matters to attend to. You can go by yourself. I believe you wouldn't want to follow you." After he finished speaking, he took out a badge with the company's Q-version Ghost logo from his coat pocket and handed it to her. Jiang Lu reached out to take it, hearing him say, "This is for you. With it, you can freely enter any place of Ghost without reporting to me." Jiang Lu was a bit stunned, unconsciously repeating, "Any place?" Ying's smile was faint and elegant, mixed with something she couldn't quite understand. "Yes, any place." He softly said this before turning and leaving, and, as his subordinate, Shen Yang naturally had to follow immediately. He glanced back at Jiang Lu, who was frozen in place. When he and Ying had walked a certain distance, he finally spoke in confusion, "Boss, why did you give her the company's access badge? This is very dangerous. The people guarding her companions have problems, and she might use her charm to help him." Shen Yang's suspicion is very reasonable and cannot be unaware of this. His response made Shen Yang, who has never liked her, break out in a cold sweat for her. "This is a test. I have 3 days left until the time we agreed upon." Ying slowly stopped, casually looking at a room next to the corridor where people were busy. Standing with his hands behind his back, he smiled and said, "If she disappoints me, then 3 days later, everyone will die." "Everyone will die?" Shen Yang couldn't help but ask, "What about Dr. Yuan?" Ying turned back, interrupting him. "My words are not just empty talk. No matter who it is, anyone related to her will die." Shen Yang humbly lowered his head, hesitating for a few seconds before asking then, "What if she does not disappoint you?" This question slightly eased Ying's expression. He raised his hand to fiddle with a pocket communicator, which showed the route had already reached the place where her companions were held. He suppressed his smile and said in an elegant, deep voice, "She is a very naive person, naively unrealistic. If she does not disappoint me this time, I will let her remain that naive." His words were not straightforward, but Shen Yang, as his longtime trusted subordinate, understood his boss's meaning very well. Watching his boss's departing figure, Shen Yang didn't know whether to feel sad or happy. The boss's last words sounded trivial, but one should know that for a person to live in eternal naivety, there must be another person standing in front of her, shielding her from all darkness and evil. Chapter 43. The item given by Ying was very useful. Pinning it on her chest allowed her to walk unhindered wherever she went. Aside from occasionally being watched by those proud researchers who had previously looked down on her, feeling their astonished gazes, there wasn't much special to gain. Jiang Lu smoothly made her way to the place where Qin Nong and the others were held. The door was closed. The guard should be inside. She stood outside, looking at the note in her hand. Throughout her journey, she had thought a lot, and after much contemplation, the only thing she could say to the other party was this one sentence. Telling him about this matter could be considered her utmost effort. It was the only thing she could do at the moment, and she also hoped he could think clearly about whether to take the risk and to not involve Qin Nong and the others. Having made her decision, Jiang Lu stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. The heavy door slid open from one side, revealing a man in a white coat standing inside. To her surprise, he was quite young, probably just over 30, and he was handsome with fair skin, an elegant face, and beautiful eyes. When he looked at others, he appeared kind and gentle. He had that kind of appearance that easily left a perfect first impression, making him quite suitable for going undercover, as he could easily win people's favor. "Who are you?" he asked, a bit puzzled at first, but then noticed the badge pinned to her chest. His expression changed oddly, and he replaced it with a respectful demeanor, asking, "Did the boss send you? What instructions do you have?" Jiang Lu did not answer immediately. Instead, she walked past him into the room. He was momentarily taken aback, but followed her inside. Jiang Lu turned back and said, "Close the door." Though he was confused, he complied since she wore the badge given by the boss. As he went to close the door, Jiang Lu glanced at the glass enclosure where Qin Nong and the others were supposed to be, only to find it empty. "Were they?" Jiang Lu asked in surprise, looking at the man. He cautiously replied, "It's their lunch break. They've been taken to eat." Jiang Lu realized it was already noon without her even noticing. It was probably better that they weren't there, something she might say could risk not getting their support. As everyone had their own thoughts. Some people had the determination to sacrifice themselves rather than live in shame, unlike her, who only cared about those around her. Narrow-minded and selfish. "This is for you." Jiang Lu directly handed the note she had written on the way to him. She looked down and saw that he wore an ID badge on his white coat, which read his name, Yishi. Yishi took the note and glanced at it, his expression changing immediately. His brows furrowed tightly as he looked back at her, showing vigilance but no signs of fear or panic. Seeing him stare at her, Jiang Lu lifted her chin to indicate the glass enclosure used for holding people, making her meaning clear. The note read, "Your identity has been discovered, and someone is watching you. Please think carefully about what to do next. Do not involve innocent people." The innocent person she referred to had already been indicated to him. Yishi's expression was complex, and he ambiguously asked, "What is your surname, miss?" Jiang Lu replied truthfully, "My surname is Jiang. Ye vi no dit, Miss Viang. You seem to have a good relationship with the boss." He pointed at the badge on her chest. "Only a few people are qualified to carry this." Jiang Lu glanced at him and said, "Is it that rare?" "It seems so. I've been watched the whole way here." Yishi smiled, showing remarkable composure. Even knowing he had been discovered and likely wouldn't live long, he could still smile. "The person you want to see may take a while to return. Why don't you go eat first? You can come back next time." Yishi said softly, "You can rest assured." The second part of his statement seemed to respond to the content of her note. Jiang Lu sighed with relief. "Okay, I will leave first and come back next time." After she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Yishi watched her figure, clutching the note in his hand, his expression grave. After Jiang Lu left, she planned to go directly back to her residence, but on the way back, she encountered an unexpected visitor, Shenyang. Jiang Lu stopped in her tracks, looking at the man standing not far away. Puzzled, "Mr. Shun, are you looking for me?" Shenyang was heading in the direction of her residence. If he wasn't looking for her, what was he doing? He couldn't possibly be looking for her mother, right? That didn't make sense at this time. Her mother was still at work, and he should know better than anyone. "Yes, I came to find you." Shenyang turned around. "Let's talk in your room." Jiang Lu's expression paused. "Can't we talk outside?" Shenyang squinted. "Is there something you can't show in your room?" Jiang Lu directly walked past him to open the door to her room, saying boldly, "Please come in." Shenyang snorted coldly, folding his hands behind his back as he walked in. His demeanor had a bit of a shadow, truly intimidating. "Now that Mr. Shun is in the room, can you tell me what you want?" Jiang Lu stood at the door, as if ready to finish the conversation and send him away. Shenyang didn't mind. He wasn't there for idle chatter. "You met Yishi, right?" Shenyang narrowed his eyes. Jiang Lu widened her eyes, taking a while to respond. "What are you talking about? I know every word, but why can't I understand them when put together?" Shenyang said with an ambiguous tone, "Let me tell you, don't beat around the bush with me. I don't have time to play games with you. The boss is busy with other matters. I came to warn you during this free time. Before you do certain things, you better think it through. If you don't want your mother to be implicated, use your brain properly. Jiang Lu realized the seriousness of the situation and frowned, asking, "What exactly do you want to say?" "Be direct." Xinyang sneered, "Be direct? Fine. Your purpose for meeting Yi Shi, what he intends to do, the boss knows it all. He is testing you. If your performance does not satisfy him, your father, your mother, and your companions will all die with you. Yi Shi only has 3 days to live, and these 3 days are your last time as well. How to act, you figure it out." After finishing his words, Xinyang left without a trace of nostalgia, stopping regardless of how Jiang Lu called out to him. Standing at the door, watching his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Jiang Lu thought that he was probably worried about her mother being harmed by her. She never expected someone like Xinyang would go to such lengths for someone he liked. She had thought that no matter who it was, he would never betray Ying even a little. In fact, this couldn't be called betrayal. It was just slightly letting go. Jiang Lu closed the door and returned to her room, leaning against the door and reflecting on Xinyang's words. Yi Shi's death had already been decided. Ying already knew he was the mole. So now, if she pretended she knew nothing and told Ying he was the mole, could she win his favor and make her and Qin Nong's lives a little easier? This behavior seemed selfish in every way. In this apocalyptic world, if she couldn't do something for humanity, at least she shouldn't exploit those willing to give their lives for her own survival. Jiang Lu didn't think of herself as a saint, but she also never thought she would become such a person. When she stood outside Ying's lounge, it was already evening. She hesitated for a long time, troubled all afternoon, having skipped lunch, but in the end, she still came here. Xinyang had just been here. Seeing her, he left. He must have been waiting to see when she would come. Perhaps the expression on his face when he left was one of relief. Jiang Lu tried to persuade herself that Ying had long known Yi Shi was the mole, so telling him this wouldn't affect Yi Shi, and she didn't need to carry too much psychological burden. No need, no need, no need, no need. Damn it, it's completely useless. QAQ, forget it, whatever. I've lived a life of ups and downs, and I haven't given a single cent to the vegetable vendors without reason. I've never dug a pit without filling it back in. Every time I see a beggar on the overpass, I always give them some change. I've never done anything to hurt myself or others, and I won't now. That's just the kind of man I am. I'm ready to go all out. When Jiang Lu finally prepared herself mentally to knock on the door, it opened from the inside. Ying stood there, casually dressed in a deep blue silk robe, one hand resting on the doorknob, and the other holding a book. He must have just taken a shower. His hair was damp and still dripping, with water running down his cheeks to his chin, landing on his fair neck, and slowly dripping into his thin robe. A scene from before suddenly flashed in Jiang Lu's mind. His unclothed body was really raising her blood pressure. "You have a nosebleed." Huh? Jiang Lu raised her hand to cover her nose, and sure enough, there was something warm. She lowered her eyes to look, and her face immediately turned red. She turned to run, but the person behind her directly grabbed her collar and pulled her into the room. The living room and the lounge was lit, and the curtains covered the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Lu leaned against the door, her gaze darting around, not daring to look at Ying, truly afraid of pouncing like a hungry tiger. "You've taken off the stitches," she said dryly. Ying looked down at the small part of his chest exposed outside the robe, smiled meaningfully, and suddenly untied the belt of his robe. Jiang Lu felt herself heating up, her whole body quickly warming, feeling like her head might explode. Originally too afraid to look at him, she now couldn't tear her gaze away. Fixated on the robe, falling to reveal his supposed flawless body. The body was still the same, but now it was covered in scars. Some wounds had healed, but the scars remained, small and fragmented, without any bandaging. Across his left chest to his waist, a large area was wrapped in gauze, which must be his most serious injury. He was wearing underwear, and Jiang Lu didn't see anything inappropriate for children. But just looking at the wound on his chest made her feel uneasy. To be honest, he got hurt largely because of her. If he had just abandoned her at that time, he wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. He had every ability to escape. The incident that night couldn't be blamed on him either. After all, it was a surprise attack from the survivor base, and they never anticipated such an accident would happen. The company was also severely affected, so overall, it was quite regrettable. "How would you take a shower when the wound hasn't healed?" Jiang Lu bit her lip and said, "Do you want me to help you rebandage it?" Ying smiled beautifully, gently, and spoke less sharply. Do you know how? Jiang Lu really didn't, but I can learn. She said it very seriously. Then go learn and come back. After Ying finished speaking, he casually opened his robe and turned to walk towards the master bedroom, not forgetting to tell Jiang Lu to follow. Jiang Lu numbly chased after him, hearing the man in front asking her, "What do you want from me?" Jiang Lu replied bluntly, "I have something to tell you." When she got to this point, Ying looked at her, wanting to know what she was going to say. She directly raised her hand and said, "Don't interrupt me yet, or I might not have the courage to say it later. It's like this, the person responsible for watching over my companions, the one named Yishi, he is also an insider. I don't know what he wants to do, but my companions are definitely innocent. I've already told them not to get involved, and I hope you can see through it. That's all I've said," because she spoke too fast and was too anxious. She was a bit out of breath and didn't know if it was because of that her face turned a little red. After finishing her words, she clenched her fist to observe Ying's reaction. In fact, he had no reaction at all. From the moment she appeared at the door, he already knew what she would do, which is why he had the subsequent relaxed response and gentle tone. For the currently nervous Jiang Lu, he merely raised his hand and gently patted her head, then walked into the master bedroom, casually saying, "Young people have poor psychological quality. It's just a small matter. Not worth it. So what, old man? Our young people have poor psychological quality. Why don't you perform a heart like still water for us? Oh, and where is it a small matter? If I hadn't come, my parents and classmates would all be dead. Is that a small matter?" Jiang Lu kept silently complaining in her heart, but when she faced Ying, she immediately deflated. If she were a plant, she would definitely be wilting by now. Chapter 44, if there's anything worth celebrating right now, it's the news that Yishi has escaped. He actually ran away. What kind of divine skill does it take to break through layers of encirclement and retreat unscathed? He was under 24-hour surveillance. Is this the Shawshank Redemption happening at the Ghost Pharmaceutical Company as headquarters? Jiang Lu didn't dare to let herself appear too happy, because her situation was still dire. Compared to Shen Yang and Bo Ju's self-blame for letting Yishi escape, Ying, as the boss, seemed particularly calm. He sat on the sofa with his feet up on the coffee table, holding Jiang Lu's PSP, playing with it out of boredom for a while before tossing it aside. It was something with no difficulty at all. This was his evaluation of the games inside. "Jiang Lu, I take a long time just to pass one level," and casually glanced over. Although he didn't say anything, she felt as if she was being looked down upon. Why compare herself to him? Wasn't that just humiliating herself? Jiang Lu simply turned her head away and stopped talking, picking up her PSP to play in a corner. Ever since that day, she had revealed Yishi's identity to Ying. He had summoned her here at regular intervals, just to daze off, which was indeed dazing off, because he had many things to tend to, and most of the time she could only sit here wasting time by herself. Later, she got smart and brought her PSP along to kill the boredom. But who would have thought it would just get her looked down upon for her intelligence? Seriously, if it weren't for him, would she be in this situation? You should at least acknowledge who caused this outcome. Jiang Lu was indignant, pressing the buttons on the PSP with a stern face, while Ying, after finishing his communication on the device, saw her pressing it as if she had a grudge against the buttons. He casually reached out and rescued the PSP from her hands. Jiang Lu was startled by his sudden movement, nearly falling off the sofa, but thankfully he caught her in time, though she still accidentally bumped her knee. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Jiang Lu cried out, covering her knee, wondering how the coffee table was pushed so close to the sofa. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Ying looked on indifferently. She was wearing a skirt today, her long, slender legs exposed. It would indeed hurt to bump them, but not to the extent she was making it out to be. She was really too sensitive to pain. Covering her knee, Ying couldn't see how badly she had hurt it. Leaning back against the sofa, with his arm resting on the armrest, his voice sounded a bit cold and low pressure. "It was you who pulled it over. Can you not expose me at such a time?" Jiang Lu looked at him resentfully. She had only wanted to pull the coffee table a bit closer for convenience in reading or drinking water. It was too far away for her to reach. Who would have thought this would happen? Not knowing what to say, she simply chose to remain silent. She wanted to complain about his sudden reach, but looking at his face, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She might as well think about her current identity. She kept quiet, but he seemed to suddenly take an interest in chatting, starting to talk about some sensitive topics. Yishi has escaped. And the people guarding your companion were sent by Shenyang. Next time you visit them, try not to speak ill of Shenyang anymore. Please note that the boss mentioned the word again, which indicates what? It shows he already knows she has often spoken ill of Shenyang before. Jiang Lu widened her eyes. I only said it while that guy was out. Could it be that he has ears like you? Ing's expression was quite relaxed, as if the matter of Yishi escaping was nothing compared to her speaking ill of Shenyang. Shenyang asked me to teach you a lesson. You made him lose face in front of his subordinates. As soon as he said that, Jiang Lu's features twisted a bit. She chuckled, diverting the topic. Speaking of which, how did Yishi manage to escape with such tight defenses from Bo Ju and the others? She brought it up so directly, yet Ing's expression showed no change. He flipped through the book he had in hand, which was about research and viruses. Jiang Lu recognized every word, but couldn't he understand them when they were put together. It's no wonder he could leak secrets from here to there. It explains why he could escape. Jiang Lu looked at him curiously. You don't seem worried at all, huh? Ing flipped through the book expressionlessly. Why should I worry? Jiang Lu pursed her lips. Yishi should be considered to have infiltrated the enemy S ranks, right? As she said this, Ing glanced up at her, and she quickly corrected herself. I mean infiltrated our ranks. Ing huffed, lowering his head to continue reading. Jiang Lu continued. He should know quite a few classified messages. Now that he has escaped, doesn't he that make this place just as unsafe as Base 2? In response to Jiang Lu's question, Ing simply replied, Are you very afraid of dying? Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment before saying, If you insist on taking my meaning that way, there's nothing I can do. Ing closed the book and looked at her, and after a moment his gaze fell to her knee. Does it hurt any more? She had almost forgotten about the pain until he mentioned it, and as soon as he did, it started hurting again. Seeing her twisted expression and tightly furrowed brows, Ing expressionlessly pulled her leg over, forcing her to release her hand covering the painful spot. It turned out it was all scraped and swollen. She really was too delicate. What are you doing? It hurts. Jiang Lu wanted to pull her leg back, but the next moment, Ing's hand was on her knee. His technique was particularly good. Although her own hand provided some relief, it still hurt. But when it was him, it felt completely different. After he gently massaged a few times, she felt much better. My goodness, is it really that magical? Watching Jiang Lu's surprised face gradually turn into one of delight and comfort, Ing suddenly withdrew his hand, just as abruptly as when he had reached out before. Hey, why did you stop? Keep going. I haven't had enough yet. I'll add some more time. Jiang Lu wanted to say this, but seeing the boss's expression, she decided against it. She knew his goodwill wouldn't last long. Actually, although Ing acted nonchalant about Yishi's escape in front of her, it was a completely different story with Bo Ju and Shenyang. The situation of allowing a suspect to escape right under their noses, only to fail to catch him for several days, left them unable to hold their heads high. When they reported to Ing at night, they practically wished they could kneel and commit seppuku in apology. Shenyang had been somewhat arrogant before, but now he looked completely deflated, standing there with a dejected expression. He had chased after Yishi when he escaped, but still hadn't caught him. That guy even stole high-tech inventions from the company. He probably started planning this escape as soon as they hadn't discovered his identity. Bo Ju, on the other hand, had a new discovery. After reporting on the pursuit situation, he said to Ing, Boss, I found out some things about Yishi's identity. Shenyang looked over in confusion. What identity could he have? Isn't he just a spy? Bo Ju shook his head. Not just that. These two words finally captured Ing's attention. He had not looked at them properly since they arrived, but now he finally gave them a bit of attention. What? He pushed up the rimless glasses on his nose and temporarily set aside the book in his hands. Bo Ju succinctly stated, Yishi has a significant position in the survivor base and is very close to the base leader. According to investigations, he is very likely the son of the base leader. Ing's always calm eyes finally showed a hint of ripples. Is that so? He sat up straight, took a sip of the coffee on the table, and found it quite interesting that he actually dared to send his son in here. Shenyang gritted his teeth. If we had known earlier, we should have just killed him from the start. He caused so many of our people to die. Yiting should also experience the taste of cutting flesh and bleeding. And glanced over indifferently. What is done is done. There is no need to make any embarrassing assumptions. Shenyang felt a bit ashamed. lowering his head with a flushed face. Boju frowned and asked, "What should we do next?" The people sent out to hunt encountered a monster ambush on the way, still the same as last time. If this type of monster continues to replicate endlessly, it will cause great trouble. Ing bent his fingers, tapping rhythmically on the table, and said slowly, "You will encounter it. Yishi will also encounter it. We are at a disadvantage now. Such a big trouble should naturally be handled by those in an advantageous position." He leaned back in his chair, smiled slightly, and said, "Xinyang, go find Dr. Yuan and ask her for the things I told her to prepare. She will tell you how to use them." After a pause, he added, "Boju should go too." Boju nodded and left with Xinyang. Ing looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the darkening sky. Another night was approaching. Yishi, carrying many secrets of the ghost, had run away, and this base probably couldn't be used so safely anymore. Jiang Lu's previous concerns were indeed necessary, but it still wouldn't cause him any trouble. This time, they were the ones who came to stir things up, so he couldn't be blamed. The underworld game isn't something only they can play, right? Ing smiled faintly, picked up his coffee, and drank it casually. On the other side, Dr. Yuan, who was ready to rest, was knocked on the door by Boju. Jiang Jishu, with a dark face, closed the door. Boju continued to knock, and when Dr. Yuan tried to open it, Jiang Jishu stubbornly refused. Boju was angry. He had heard of this difficult technician, but he didn't expect him to be so hard to deal with. Boju didn't care about disturbing others anymore. He knocked hard on the door. When Jiang Lu finished her shower and was about to rest, she heard the noise outside and curiously opened the door. Boju glanced at her when he heard the sound, but after 2 seconds, he disdainfully withdrew his gaze. "Do you think this makes sense? Why do you always look down on me? I have nothing to do with you, really. Here, every moment is filled with others' disdain and contempt. Living is really not easy. If it weren't for Boju knocking on her parents' door, she would have turned around and gone back to sleep. Fortunately, perhaps also to avoid disturbing others, Dr. Yuan kicked Jiang Jishu aside and opened the door with a cold face, saying, "Come and knock on the door at this late hour. Team leader Bo really has too much free time." Boju replied darkly, "Do you think I want to? Sorry for disturbing your married life, but the boss sent me to get something from you. He said you know what it is." Dr. Yuan's expression changed several times. She closed the door and went back inside for a minute. When she came out again, she had keys in her hand and had changed into a lab coat. "Come with me." Boju followed her, leaving with Dr. Yuan. Jiang Lu stood at the door, a bit worried. What trouble could be happening so late? Jiang Lu thought for a moment, quietly left the door, and went to her parents' room, knocking on the door again. When Jiang Jishu opened the door, his expression was particularly unpleasant. Seeing Jiang Lu, she didn't have time to withdraw her sharp gaze and said with a stern face, "Not sleeping so late. Learning to annoy others by knocking on doors. You really have grown up." Jiang Lu didn't say anything. She knew her dad too well. This was just a true portrayal of a middle-aged man who was dissatisfied. There was no time to explain. She would talk inside. Jiang Lu crossed over her father into the room, and Jiang Jishu paused for a moment before closing the door. This night was destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 45. As soon as Jiang Lu entered the room, she was startled by the mess inside. The teacup was shattered on the floor, and her dad didn't even bother to clean it up, instead sitting in a chair and looking at her with the gaze of an interrogator, which made Jiang Lu feel quite uneasy. "What are you doing out? If there's nothing going on, just roll back. Your dad is in a bad mood," Jiang Jishu said coldly. Jiang Lu sighed and said seriously, "Dad, acting like this will make you lose your only baby." Jiang Jishu sneered. "Doing this will make you lose your dad." Jiang Lu was at a loss for words, and after a while, she finally said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask what Mom and Boju are up to and if there's any danger." Jiang Jishu didn't treat his daughter as an outsider at all and simply gave her a spoiler. "What danger could there be? They're just getting some supplies. Your boyfriend had your mom research a potion that can attract those constantly splitting monsters, planning to lure them to the survivor base like a spray seeding method." Jiang Chu said with a sinister smile, "Haha, how insidious. Living people are afraid of gunfire and death. So let's send some monsters that aren't afraid of death over to cause trouble. Anyway, we can't let those who suffered a heavy blow over here stay safe and sound. This is your boyfriend style, truly a complete Scorpio." Jiang Lu seemed to have missed the point, first exclaiming in surprise, "Dad, I didn't expect you to study astrology. After a pause, she changed her expression and said with a bitter face, "My boyfriend? Are you sure we're talking about the same person?" Jiang Jishu rolled his eyes at her. "Stop pretending. You two are inseparable all day, and the whole company knows about it. Still pretending?" "It's not pretending. It's not what you think at all. When he is not around, I'm mostly just daydream or play games, simply wasting my life." She used to especially dislike typing, always feeling like it was like doing homework or tasks. Now, her hands were itching to write, wishing she could pick up a notebook and start typing, but unfortunately, no one was reading it. Seeing Jiang Lu's distressed face, Jiang Jishu didn't say anything more, directly opened the door again, pulled her out, and threw out a single command: "Go to sleep." "Forget it. I'll one T argue with a man in midlife crisis." Jiang Lu listlessly returned to her room, and it was only when she lay on the bed that she grasped the main point. Ying wanted to lure those monsters to the survivor base. Those monsters were constantly splitting, and she didn't know if they had any countermeasures over there. If they didn't, just shooting randomly could really lead to the entire base being taken out by the monsters. And then there would be no hope left for this world. Hopefully, after escaping from Ghost, Yishi could tell the people over there about this. Although last time in the woods, those people didn't believe she was innocent, it was understandable. Who made her speak so incoherently? Better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. Everyone understood that. After all, the survivor base was protecting so many survivors. If real bad guys were let in, it would be a complete mess. Jiang Lu thought about this matter all night. And when she got up the next morning and went to Ying's lounge, she looked worried. But when she actually walked into the lounge, she couldn't think about those distant matters anymore, because she saw Qin Nong and the others in the lounge, the four of them standing in a row, with Ying sitting in front of them, dressed in a black suit, gray shirt, with a refined face and neatly groomed black hair, living like a noble in this apocalypse. There were no words to describe him other than elegant and unique. "Sorry to interrupt." Jiang Lu stood frozen for a few seconds after entering, then bowed 90 degrees and backed out. Just as she turned around to leave, the door behind her opened, and she was pulled back by Su Boya. After steadying herself, she heard her say, "I didn't want to pull you back either. It was the boss's orders." Jiang Lu nodded so fast. In the blink of an eye, she was calling him boss. But it made sense. She couldn't still call him a neurotic pervert in front of others. Mourning for Su Boya's lost dignity. She believed she must be suffering greatly. Ying looked at Jiang Lu, and when she met his probing gaze, she knew that if she kept daydreaming, it would definitely be seen through. So, she forced herself to smile, her pale, thin face becoming particularly youthful with her eyes curving into crescents when she smiled, which lightened the mood of those around her. "What'd you run out for?" Ying asked expressionlessly, patting the seat beside him. Jiang Lu hesitated a bit, but when Ying raised an eyebrow, she immediately sat down obediently beside him. However, facing the four old classmates from this position really made her want to impulsively give out red envelopes. Next, they would probably line up to receive them, and then she would cheerfully say something like, "Wishing you all great fortune in the new year. Kids should study hard." Yao Yao looked at Jiang Lu sitting next to Ying with a complex expression. Girls are the most sensitive, based on the traces of Jiang Lu and Ying's interactions. They should be together. It seemed that Ying really cared about Jiang Lu. Who would have thought that a joke from Su Boya back then would really bring them together? And Jiang Lu actually managed to win over Ying. "Today is the last day we agreed upon." Ying spoke, addressing Jiang Lu. When Jiang Lu heard this, she was a bit taken aback. Life had been too comfortable lately, and she almost forgot that time. Unexpectedly, he had been remembering it all along. Leaning back against the sofa, Ying crossed his legs and said casually, "Every task should have a beginning and an end, so I had someone bring them over." He glanced at the four people standing in front of him with a look similar to that of looking at ants. Qin Nong noticed that Ying only changed his gaze when looking at Jiang Lu, which meant something. As a man, he couldn't possibly not know. With a complex mood, Qin Nong looked at Jiang Lu, and a suit jacket was directly draped over Jiang Lu's head. Qin Nong was stunned and looked at Ying in surprise. Ying gave him a meaningful look, accompanied by an apologetic smile, so polite that it seemed like the one who had made the rude gesture wasn't him at all. "What are you suddenly throwing me?" Jiang Lu pulled off his jacket, raising an eyebrow at him with a face full of discontent. Ying ignored her and spoke to the other four instead. I can choose not to kill you. He first extended an olive branch, but quickly slapped them down. But I need your full commitment completely to join my company. He raised the corners of his mouth, looking very friendly. If I find out you harbor any betrayal, I will punish you more severely than any other traitor. Song Xian turned pale and whispered, is this really letting us off the hook? Why does it feel worse than dying? Jiang Lu glanced at them awkwardly, hesitated for a while, and then whispered to Ying, come with me for a moment. Ying squinted at her. She stood up and walked toward the bedroom, waving at him. This action completely exploded the four people watching outside. It seemed Jiang Lu not only achieved her goal, but even exceeded expectations. It was truly rare. The girl who seemed completely unremarkable in school managed to take down an ultimate boss with such high difficulty. One that could die at any moment and couldn't be saved or reread. The admiration in their gazes towards her had risen significantly. Has Jiang Lu learned some sort of voodoo? Yao Yao took a while to say. We should think about ourselves for now. She was right. The ones truly in a difficult position were only them. Jiang Lu no longer felt troubled because she had gained that man's affection. In the bedroom, as soon as Ying walked in, Jiang Lu closed the door, then pressed him against it, tiptoeing to give him a kiss, saying, can you let them go? With their personalities, even if they say they're sincerely working for you, can you trust them unreservedly? Letting them go is the best solution. Jiang Lu's words sounded quite reasonable. He indeed couldn't fully trust them no matter how much they promised. But regarding her earlier half-sentence, Ying sneered and glared at her, saying, what makes you think that if you kiss me, I will agree to your request? Jiang Lu blinked and said, no, I didn't mean that. I just suddenly wanted to kiss you. Ying narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a while. Jiang Lu stared at him intently and suddenly said, boss, why did your heartbeat suddenly become so fast? Ying slightly lowered his eyelids, his long eyelashes evoking envy. Jiang Lu really wanted to reach out and touch them, but she knew that would be like pulling hair from a tiger's head, so she held back. A hero does not sweat the small stuff. It was nothing. They were very close. Ying's warm breath brushed her face when he spoke. She had been calm at the beginning, but now she suddenly felt her face flush, her heart racing, and her head spinning. She just suddenly wanted to eat Macau Do Lao. Ying smiled magnetically and pushed her away as he walked out. Jiang Lu. Can we not mention that fake name anymore? Chapter 46, when Ying came out of the master bedroom. Qin Nong felt that his aura was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. This time, he didn't sit down, but walked directly in front of them. It had to be admitted that although this person was a big villain, his appearance was quite good. Qin Nong always thought his height of 185 meters was outstanding among men, but he found himself slightly shorter than Ying, who must be over 190 meters, right? His body proportions were excellent, not at all resembling a telephone pole. Jealousy. Really jealous. Qin Nong was envious, and so was Song Shiyuan because he was only 175 meters tall, and being compared like this made him look almost like a girl. When Jiang Lu came out and saw this scene, she suddenly felt that she wasn't too short after all. It mainly depended on who she was compared to. Look, Ying standing with the four of them looked like a parent with children, right? Regarding the topic they discussed inside, he didn't respond, probably indicating there was no hope. Jiang Lu didn't hold much expectation when she came out. She just thought it was fine to keep them here for now. The world had turned out this way. It was already great to be alive without dying. Enduring hardships was the way to become someone important. There would be opportunities to sneak away again, and perhaps they could gather some intelligence. She glanced at him quietly, afraid he would discover what she was thinking. And Jiang Lu touched her hair and lowered her head. It was truly ungrateful, staying in someone else's place, and sometimes even sleeping there while thinking about how to harm them. Wasn't that just despicable? So despicable. Too despicable, super despicable. Just because he was a bad person didn't mean she could treat him that way. Why should that be? Didn't the feelings of a bad person deserve respect? Her mood inexplicably sank, and when he began to speak, that low mood was mixed with some guilt and shame. Perhaps he had done some things that made her uncomfortable at first, but later he really hadn't done anything excessive to her. Even now, she merely said one sentence, and he was willing to let them go. Except for the choice I just mentioned, Ying stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His posture straight, like a standard Arabic numeral 1. There's another choice. The others, who had been lost in their own thoughts, immediately looked at him, hoping that the second choice would give them a way out. But when their expectations became reality, they instead felt a bit flustered. It couldn't be real, could it? There had to be some conspiracy or trick involved. Staring at the four people with suspicious expressions, Ing said slowly, "But before I let you go, you need to take a special potion made by Ghost. See, the conspiracy is coming. I knew it would be like this. This potion will destroy your memory system. You will forget most of your past, and you may not even remember who you are, becoming a person without a past." He smiled cheerfully, but that smile was truly detestable in their eyes. Which one do you choose? Only people without memories or the dead are the best at keeping secrets. For these four who already had some understanding of Ghost's internal matters, Ying's maximum tolerance limit was for them to remain in the company and continue working. But if Jiang Lu insisted on letting them leave, then the only option was to erase their memories. "I will give you the night to consider. By tomorrow morning at this time, I want to know your choice. I am very busy and don't have time to keep dealing with you irrelevant people. Now you can leave, and please close the door behind you." After saying the last sentence, Ing walked toward the study without looking back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Jiang Lu stood in place watching the four of them, hesitated for a moment, and then left with them, sitting in the chair of the study. She opened the computer to look at the surveillance footage. The figures of Jiang Lu and the four of them leaving together were so conspicuous, looking both annoying and pitiable. She really wanted to catch them and give them a beating because her mood wasn't too much better than theirs. If time could go back, and the Ing from a few years ago could see the present Ing, even the one from a few months ago would probably look down on who he was now. Being so merciful to potential enemies really didn't align with the title of destroyer he bore. Ing frowned, closed the computer, clasped his hands in silence for a moment, and picked up the communicator to contact Xinyang. Due to Yishi's escape, Xinyang had been reassigned from Ying's side to assist Bo Ju in the pursuit. Recently, apart from actively reporting, he had rarely received signals from his boss. This time, receiving a direct call from his boss made Xinyang so happy that he almost wanted to tell everyone, but he couldn't. He knew he had to hold back and just celebrate in his heart. Taking a few deep breaths, Xinyang pressed the answer key and said submissively, "Boss, what can I do for you?" On the other end of the communicator came Ying's uniquely magnetic low voice. "Prepare a car. I need to send off a few play gods." Xinyang was a bit curious about who his boss wanted to send off. Could Jiang Lu be among them? She really was a true play god. Ever since she arrived, there had been constant accidents within Ghost. If she were sent away, he would definitely celebrate with drums and firecrackers. "Okay, boss, no problem." Xinyang readily agreed, quickly arranged for the car remotely, and then rushed back to the base to report this matter to his boss, waiting for further instructions, such as capturing Jiang Lu and tossing her into the car. However, he ultimately did not fulfill his wish. When the boss ordered him to take the special potion and force it down Jiang Lu's troublesome four companions, then get rid of them, he was extremely disappointed. He felt they couldn't just be thrown away like that. He had to hit Jiang Lu a bit. So when he went to fetch the potion, he passed by Jiang Lu's lounge. When Jiang Lu opened the door and saw Xinyang, she couldn't help but rub her eyes in surprise. "Am I dreaming? I actually see Manager Shen at my door. Did you take a wrong turn? My mom is over there." She pointed in a direction. Xinyang snorted coldly, grinning maliciously. "Miss Do Lao, you seem quite calm." Jiang Lu nodded. "What is there for me to be excited about?" Xinyang's sly smile became even more frightening, and he muttered a few words under his breath. "Jiang Lu, someone, bring me my loudspeaker." Such a soft voice, can a ghost hear it? To understand what this guy was up to, Jiang Lu had to lean closer to him, but who knew she would be startled and quickly dodged away. Jiang Elu. "Xinyang, if you don't want me to get close, then speak louder," Jiang Lu said with a deadpan expression. Xinyang snorted. "Fine, if you want louder, then louder it is. The boss is going to get rid of your companions. You must not know, right? I'm just on my way to carry out this task. Very busy. Just happened to pass by here to take a look at you, and I didn't even mean to." He finished speaking with a smile and turned to leave. Jiang Lu stood in place, pondering for a moment, then raised her foot to follow him. Xinyang then stopped. "What are you following me for?" He frowned. Jiang Lu replied without changing her expression. "I'm going with you." Xinyang sneered. "Are you trying to stop me?" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow in response. "Do you think I can stop you?" Xinyang, He turned and walked away. So Jiang Lu followed Shen Yang all the way to the lab to get the potion, and then accompanied him to the place where Qin Nong and the others were locked up. Originally, it was just the two of them, but gradually some subordinates followed along. Shen Yang was arranging this and that, and Jiang Lu listened to it all, realizing that Ying had suddenly changed his mind and was no longer giving them time to consider, planning to send them directly to the frontier. When Yao Yao saw a bunch of people rush in, he was startled, but when he saw Jiang Lu come in, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked her, "Jiang Lu, what happened?" Jiang Lu bit her lip and said, "You may not have a choice." Shen Yang shot her a glance. "What's with all the nonsense? You guys, force the medicine down their throats." Jiang Lu sighed, and Yao Yao and the others understood. This was the amnesia drug. The two boys were reluctant to drink it, but Su Boya stepped forward and obediently gulped it down, then sat aside waiting for the drug to take effect. When Jiang Lu left with them from the shadow, she had heard her say that she would rather be a person without a past than a ghost lackey. Jiang Lu felt ashamed and looked down at her feet. Yao Yao hesitated a bit, but seeing Su Boya drink it, she followed suit. The two girls fell unconscious shortly after drinking, and Xinyang had someone hang cards with their names and personal information around their necks. After finishing this, he went to check on Qi Nong and Song Shuyuan. Song Shuyuan looked at the unconscious Su Boya and Yao Yao, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Will I forget everything I learned after drinking this?" Shen Yang Sruget, "I can't say for sure, but you definitely won't remember what happened here." He smiled maliciously. Qi Nong calmly analyzed, "Knowledge should be instinctual, right? It shouldn't be that you can't recognize words after drinking." Xinyang glanced at his watch impatiently. "Stop dawdling and drink up. I don't have time to play with you." After saying that, he tilted his head, and immediately someone stepped forward to force them to drink the medicine. Qi Nong looked at Jiang Lu with a complicated expression and resisted for a moment before saying to her, "What will you do after we leave?" Jiang Lu was taken aback. She had deliberately avoided looking at them, but now she couldn't continue to remain an outsider. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "I guess I will stay. After all, my parents are here and I—" She didn't finish her sentence before Qi Nong had already been forced to drink the medicine, and all four of them collapsed to the ground, their identification tags hanging from their bodies. Shen Yang's people lifted them up, preparing to transport them out. Jiang Lu watched them being taken away and quietly asked Shen Yang, "Where are you sending them?" Shen Yang glanced back at her and casually replied, "Don't worry. The boss has arranged a way out for them. We will drop them near the survivor base. As for whether they can be saved or whether those people will keep them, it all depends on their luck." After saying this, he left with his hands behind his back, walking with a swagger that made one grit their teeth in frustration. Jiang Lu stood in place, watching the people disappear one by one, suddenly feeling that the future was bleak. They had all escaped, and everything experienced here had become a mirage, never to be recalled, and they might not even remember her, their former companion. So what about her? What would happen to her? Qi Nong's last question also became a troubling question for her. She was now almost like a useless person, devoid of any love for life. Chapter 47. The entire lounge was in disarray, thanks to Jiang Lu. Of course, this was in her own lounge. She wouldn't dare to mess with Ying's lounge. And right now, she didn't want to go there at all. Looking at the mess on the floor, Jiang Lu took a deep breath and began to tidy up one item at a time. This was time-consuming and tiring, but it allowed her to temporarily avoid overthinking. In truth, she really wanted to leave. Seriously, she would be fine with swapping places with any one of the four of them. Staying in this place, where she had to constantly maintain her values without them being destroyed and rebuilt, and doubting life every day, was really painful. This could be considered a unique life experience, right? If there were a chance in the future to return to her past life, maybe she could write it into a novel or something like an autobiography. Never mind, forget it. She really didn't want to remember such memories. If there really came a day when things returned to normal, everyone in the base might end up dead, and even her parents might not escape, even if they had never participated in creating the virus or any other inhumane acts. They had once been part of Ghost, and they too would have to face a military tribunal. The best outcome might just be that they wouldn't be sentenced to death. The best outcome would be not to die. As for Ying, Shenyang, and Boju, they were definitely going to die. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance the military tribunal wouldn't sentence them to death, people like them, with such strong wills, would probably take matters into their own hands and wouldn't even bother to appear before the tribunal. Jiang Lu suddenly felt an indescribable heaviness in her chest. She stopped tidying up and sat down on the floor, hugging a pillow and leaning against the bed, contemplating a question that could potentially overturn her worldview. Do I really want the future to get better? Of course I do. There is no doubt about that. But a better future means Ying and the others must die. Just thinking about this made her a little waver. No, she was truly going crazy. How could she think like this? She was really fed up with this life. Everyone was hoping to return to their original lives. And many people's loved ones had died in this apocalyptic world. Even if Ying had to die in the future, it wouldn't be a loss. Yes, he had caused so many families to be torn apart and lives to be ruined. His death alone wouldn't be enough to repay that debt. Jiang Lu let out a long sigh, got up from the floor, and threw herself onto the bed. Just as she lay down for less than 3 seconds, the communicator on her bedside rang. She didn't really want to check. It was probably her mom calling. Turning over, staring at the ceiling, she blinked and thought it wouldn't be good to ignore it either. It would only make her sad. She might as well answer. Jiang Lu got up, sluggishly crawled to the bedside, picked up the communicator without looking, and said weakly, "Mom, I'm not in a good mood right now. I'm a bit tired and want to take a nap. Don't bother me if it's nothing important." There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice came through that made her want to find a hole to hide in. "I'm not your mom." A warm male voice. Yes, warm, the kind that genuinely sounded cheerful, even if the words carried a slightly awkward meaning. Jiang Lu instantly sat up in bed, the laziness and world weariness from moments ago gone. "Oh, boss," she stuttered when nervous, and after stumbling over her words, she felt guilty. That guilt made her blush, and blushing led to her losing her train of thought. The potential chain reaction to come made her wish she could end the call right now. "Come over here." He said the same thing as last time and in the call right after. This time, his tone was a bit better. Jiang Lu stared at the busy signal on the communicator. She hadn't finished yet, but he had already hung up. He really didn't give her a single chance to take the upper hand. Jiang Lu gritted her teeth, her temper suddenly flaring up. Without bothering to tidy herself, she clumsily climbed out of bed, put on her shoes, and left. When she reached the top floor, Shenyang was also heading that way. He looked at her with disdain and said, "When are you going to learn to take care of yourself like your mother always does? Besides your appearance, you don't resemble her at all." Jiang Lu was already in a bad mood, and hearing him say that only made her angrier. She laughed in anger and said, "Do you like my mom that much?" Shenyang was momentarily caught off guard by her smile that hit a knife. She rarely displayed such expressions. Most of the time, she was expressionless, hardly acknowledging anything he said, and when she did speak, it was always something infuriating. Although today was no exception, that blooming smile genuinely made him feel a bit unsettled. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Shenyang said coldly. "Sorry, but even if you have a problem, it doesn't matter. My heart is in my body. I can like whoever I want, and you can't control that." Jiang Lu nodded and said, "I never said I wanted to control you. Even if I wanted to, you wouldn't let me. Then what do you want to do?" Shenyang squinted at her, finding this young girl incredibly annoying. Every day, all she did was be a nuisance. He often thought about getting rid of her and was ready to draw his gun. However, as his hand rested on the holster at his waist, the thought of actually killing her suddenly made his heart stop for a moment. What the hell? Seeing Shenyang's expression shift unpredictably, Jiang Lu took a step closer to him, raised her hand to point at her own face, and said, "Secretary Shenyang likes my mom so much, but she is already out of reach. Why not like me instead? I look just like her when she was young. I'm not lying. My dad said so, and he never jokes about that." Shenyang stared at her in shock, her words making him somewhat flustered. He was speechless for a while and finally took off in a hurry. Jiang Lu watched him glance back every 3 steps, as if he feared she would pursue him to continue this topic, and she couldn't help but lean against the wall, laughing uncontrollably. Just as she managed to stop laughing, she found him standing at the door of the lounge, looking at her meaningfully. "It seems that teasing my subordinates brings you great joy." Jiang Lu's smile instantly vanished. She looked at the speaker and suddenly felt an impulse similar to Shenyang's to turn around and leave. But looking at Ying's gaze, She hadn't cultivated a fearlessness yet, so she had to follow him inside. Once in the lounge, Ing sat down on the sofa in the living room. Compared to Jiang Lu's heavy mood, he looked very relaxed, as if he had finally cleared out the 4 tumors from within Ghost. Even the air seemed a bit fresher than usual. Jiang Lu couldn't bear to watch, so she simply sat sideways and avoided looking at him, which naturally drew Ing's displeasure. "What are you doing?" His voice carried a natural coldness that was hard to change. To someone timid, it could make them tremble. But someone like Jiang Lu, who had been through so much and had even slept with others, wouldn't tremble. She might just feel dizzy at most. "Nothing really." "Nothing?" He narrowed his eyes. If Jiang Lu could see his expression, she would definitely turn around obediently. But from her angle, she couldn't see it. So she was a bit reckless. "An interesting answer. Care to explain why you're sitting like that?" He picked up a tablet-like device from the side table and slowly opened it, operating it with a half-smile. Jiang Lu didn't know what he was doing. She just replied honestly, "I'm in line." She even added a very vivid smile. Ing raised his gaze slightly. "In line?" "Yes. I'm in line to get a number to scold you." "What are you angry about?" Ing directly pierced through her false facade, crossing his legs and staring at her, which made it impossible for her to deliberately avoid his gaze. She knew very well that if she acted recklessly in his current state, it could easily lead to conflict. "I'm a bit angry." She turned to sit properly, her legs together, and said obediently, "But it's not because of you." Ing tilted his head slightly, seeming to ponder. "Is that so?" Jiang Lu said sincerely, "Yes. In fact, I am very grateful that you can let them go. Even if you didn't give them the choice to stay or leave, they would definitely choose to leave in the end, so the result is the same. Since you think this way." Ing temporarily put down the computer in his hands, wondering why he was still angry. He seemed genuinely puzzled, his brows slightly furrowed. She noticed that he had been wearing sunglasses less often lately, and she could always see his long, bright eyes directly, which made it difficult for her to concentrate while speaking. Being good-looking really has its advantages, and they are significant. It not only allows you to disguise yourself as a good person, but also can numb your opponent, like Jiang Lu, who had already been well numb. "I'm just angry with myself." She slightly averted her gaze and lowered her voice, saying, "I am too weak to have any ability to resist you, and can only let you arrange things. If I were strong enough to decide my companion's fates, it wouldn't be like this." At this point, the calm she had forced herself to maintain started to waver, and she inevitably felt a bit lost. "It wouldn't be like this, where I have no friends at all in this world." Ing stared at her. He couldn't understand why she cared about these things. To him, friendship wasn't worth a dime. Given his status, if he wanted friends, the whole world would treat him well. This was also the essence of Jiang Lu's words. When you are strong enough, you will lack nothing. In the past, when the world was at peace, everyone had their social circles, even if they didn't interact often. Knowing that there were a few people would prevent feelings of loneliness, unlike now, where there is completely no autonomy, living without self, and whether one lives or dies entirely depends on others' moods, which is too entangled. "You have me, isn't that enough?" Ing quietly looked at Jiang Lu and said this slowly. Jiang Lu was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. She stared into his clear eyes. Sometimes this man understood everything, but sometimes he understood nothing. Jiang Lu found it hard to express herself, her mood sinking further. When Ing threw the computer he had just set aside in front of her, Jiang Lu saw the screen. It was Qin Nong and the other 3, unconscious, in a car. Bo Ju was guarding them, and when she looked, the car had just stopped. The screen slowly shifted away. Jiang Lu had been there and had some impression. It was indeed near the survivor base. She shot a glance at Ing, who gestured for her to continue watching. She bit her lip and continued to look down, witnessing the process of Bo Ju tossing the 4 of them outside the base and then leaving. Fortunately, they woke up just as Bo Ju and his people departed, so they weren't attacked and killed by nearby wandering zombies and monsters while unconscious. They woke up, and being near the survivor base, Jiang Lu believed that with their brains, they wouldn't end up dying like that. She let out a sigh of relief for them, returned the computer to Ing, and softly said, "Thank you," as he took it. Ing paused for a moment, as if unaccustomed to someone thanking him. He frowned, wanting to say something, but when he looked up at her, he found she was crying. "What are you crying about?" He no longer wanted the computer and directly grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Speaking in an irritated tone, "Didn't I do as you asked? I've already let them go. Why are you still crying? Women are really troublesome." Jiang Lu hadn't realized she was crying until he said that, and she suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. She didn't know why, but she started to sob uncontrollably. Ing looked at her in shock. It was the first time he had seen her cry so completely and so sadly. The term at a loss had never seemed appropriate for him, but today it might actually apply. He didn't have the habit of using a handkerchief, so he could only use the back of his hand to wipe her tears. Jiang Lu cried so hard she could hardly catch her breath, pointing at herself and saying, "How can I not cry? They've all left, but what about me? What should I do? I still have to stay here. They don't even remember who I am anymore. I have no friends in this world. What should I do?" she cried out, directly throwing herself into the arms of the culprit who caused her to have no friends. Ing passively endured her reliance, with her tears on the back of his hand, his face devoid of any expression. There was nothing he could do. His mind was in a complete breakdown, so don't expect him to give any response. Chapter 48. Jiang Lu said she had no friends left in this world. This statement was not false at all. She was not someone with many friends to begin with. And now, with the apocalypse upon them, the world overrun by zombies, her editor probably turned into a zombie that urges for manuscripts. And her other online author friends were likely not doing much better. The only people she could see were those 4 old classmates, with whom her relationship had not been very good before, but after sharing hardships together for so long, their feelings had risen significantly. Now, they had escaped from their struggles and were off doing the hula dance together, completely forgetting who she was, leaving her all alone in her own misery. How could she not feel distressed? So, it was understandable that she was feeling a bit broken down. "Dr. Yuan, that's my explanation, boss. Can you understand?" As Jiang Lu's mother, and also as a woman, Dr. Yuan provided this explanation for Jiang Lu's sudden outburst of tears. She felt she had expressed herself clearly and reasonably, but was unsure if Ing could understand the troubles that only ordinary people would have. In fact, Ing did not fully understand, but he had grasped Jiang Lu's needs. So, Dr. Yuan meant that her daughter needed friends. "Dr. Yuan, it seems like something is off, but it makes sense in a way. So, if we just find her a few friends, she would return to normal?" Ing cast a questioning glance at Dr. Yuan. She looked at the boss sitting in the chair, wearing a white lab coat and conducting experiments. Even though it was a very important experiment, he could still speak and think while doing it well. A true model of multitasking. Although she did not agree with his views, Dr. Yuan admired his talent and genius. "Perhaps, maybe, but I can't say for sure," Dr. Yuan admitted. "After all, I'm not Lu herself. I'm just analyzing it for you. If the boss thinks this method is feasible, we could give it a try." Ing slowly stopped his actions, turning his head to look at Dr. Yuan, who indeed bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu's previous statement about them looking almost identical when they were younger was quite credible. "I understand. I apologize for wasting Dr. Yuan's valuable time," Ing said politely, always maintaining a formal tone, as if he were not their superior, but just a friend. Dr. Yuan smirked, saying, "Not at all. The boss can call on me anytime he needs anything." Ing smiled and nodded, kindly saying, "All right, Dr. Yuan can go back to work now." Dr. Yuan nodded and left, while Ing gazed at her departing figure, still contemplating the previous issue. Although he could not be sure if finding a few friends for Jiang Lu would help her return to normal, it was worth a try. He did not want to see her in that half-alive state for even a second longer. At that moment, Jiang Lu was lying in her room, staring blankly at the ceiling, lacking any spirit. A knock on the door quickly followed. Jiang Lu blinked, guessing that it might be her mom. She had been in this state for a few days, and Ing probably did not want to see her in such a bad mood, thinking she was being overly sentimental, crying despite having her dreams fulfilled. So he had not summoned her, which might have been an unintentional blessing. In any case, she had been resting well alone during this time. Her dad was not very expressive with his feelings, so it was usually her mom who came to see her. The time for her mom's visit was approaching, and she did not think much of it as she got up to open the door. To her surprise, it was not her mom or dad, and of course it was not Ing. It was someone unexpected. It was Xinyang, Secretary Shun. A look of curiosity appeared on Jiang Lu's face. "What brings you here? Is it the boss looking for me?" Xinyang maintained a serious expression. No, it's me looking for you. Jiang Lu was taken aback, glancing around, and Xinyang narrowed his eyes, asking, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Lu replied frankly, "Nothing. I was just wondering if the sun came up from the west today." Xinyang replied, "Do you think I want to come? I'm here out of necessity." An hour earlier, after Ing finished talking with Dr. Yuan, he quickly wrapped up his experiment, left the lab, and returned to the lounge, still wearing his lab coat. Xinyang saw the boss nearby and felt a wave of admiration. The boss looked handsome even in a lab coat, far more so than those self-important researchers. Of course, he was also much more capable. Any difficult problem sent to the boss could be resolved easily. The boss was a truly wonderful person, and following him was indeed not a wasted life. Just as Xinyang was feeling grateful for having such a great boss, Ing turned and walked toward him. Xinyang froze, surprised to see him. Ever since the last time the boss instructed him to keep his distance, he had been trying to stay as far away as possible while still doing his job. But today, the boss was approaching him. He was truly taken aback. However, his happiness did not last long before it sank completely. "Boss, do you mean for me to find Macau, Miss Do Lao, and become friends with her?" Xinyang asked incredulously. Ing patiently repeated, "Yes, go find her and befriend her." After a slight pause, he added, "Also have Bo Ju go too. In short, instruct some people to befriend her. This task must be done well. If it isn't, I will be very disappointed in you." After saying this, he patted Xinyang's shoulder and then left with a swish of his sleeves, looking as handsome and tall as ever. But Xinyang had no mood to appreciate it now. These days, he had been avoiding meeting Jiang Lu because her earlier theory had shocked him greatly, and the most terrifying part was that he could not refute it. No. Could it be that he was just a shallow man who only looked at appearances? Xinyang's expression fluctuated, but he could not refuse the boss's orders and had to carry them out. After an hour of procrastinating and hesitating, Xinyang finally told Bo Ju about the task and instructed a few higher-ups before personally heading to Jiang Lu's lounge to find her. This was the context for Jiang Lu seeing him. Before she could figure out Xinyang's intentions, he gritted his teeth and said, "Macau, Do Lao, listen to me." He looked very troubled, unable to finish his sentence. When Jiang Lu grew impatient and was about to urge him to continue, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes as if he were giving in, and said, "I am your friend." "Oh my God, is that it? You took so long to say that, making others think you were about to say you wanted to kill me." Jiang Lu felt a pang of annoyance. Under Xinyang's intense gaze, she said, "Secretary Shun, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Your expression does not match your words." Xinyang forced himself to soften his expression, took a deep breath, and forced a smile, saying, "No, I didn't misspeak. We're good friends. If you have time, let's chat and have tea together. Contact me anytime. You know my code name. It's settled, okay? I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. Let us meet another day. I have to go now." He spoke rapidly, and after finishing, he ran off. Jiang Lu watched his retreating figure, her expression clouded with confusion. Just before Xinyang entered the elevator, he suddenly turned around and loudly said to her, "By the way, don't just stay cooped up in the lounge. Come out and take a walk. You'll find the world is very different. I recommend you check out the 6th and 7th floors." After saying this, he seemed to have nothing else to say, directly entering the elevator and quickly disappearing from that floor. Jiang Lu stood at the door, still trying to comprehend what had just happened when another person appeared almost right after Xinyang. It was Bo Ju. Bo Ju was wearing a C Group uniform, looking tough and unapproachable, with a fresh scar on his face that seemed recent, likely from the incident at Base 2. Jiang Lu took a step back to close the door, not believing he was there for her. However, just as she was about to shut the door, a gun was wedged in the gap, the barrel aimed directly at her, startling her into opening the door again. "Team Leader Bo, be careful not to misfire. It could cost lives," she admonished seriously. Bo Ju casually holstered his gun and replied coldly, "What are you afraid of? Didn't the boss teach you how to use a gun? The safety isn't even off. How could it misfire?" Jiang Lu maintained a neutral expression, but when he finished speaking and handed her the gun, she felt a bit uneasy. To be honest, the gun was quite attractive, with silver edges and a compact design, more suited for a girl like her than a big man like Bo Ju. Just as she thought this, Bo Ju spoke up. "I call this gun trash because its range is too short and its power is too weak. Aside from looking good, It has no other advantages. However, its recoil is small, making it more suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu sensed something was off and looked at him. Team leader Bo? Bo Jun replied coldly. It's a gift for you. I'm your friend. After saying that, he turned and walked away, unlike Xinyang, who turned back once before leaving. He entered the elevator without looking back. Jiang Lu stared at the gun in her hand, feeling something was amiss today. Suddenly, she remembered Xinyang's instruction to check the 6th and 7th floors before he left and to find out what was wrong. Determined to investigate, she went back to her room to change clothes, took a deep breath, and left for the 6th floor. Standing in the elevator, watching the numbers rise slowly, Jiang Lu subconsciously felt she was mentally prepared to handle whatever came her way. However, she was still too young, and when she finally reached the 6th floor, she realized the entire world had changed. Chapter 49 in the past, Jiang Lu had a very low status in Ghost. No matter where she went, even if she was following Ying, she would be looked down upon by passing researchers or technicians. Each of them would have an expression that was far from harmonious upon seeing her, filled with disdain and contempt. Jiang Lu had already gotten used to it. After all, she was a useless person, so it was understandable that others would look down on her. But now, things were different, completely different. The world was changing, and so were people. When the elevator doors opened on the 6th floor, the first person Jiang Lu saw was a beautiful female researcher. Since she was able to work at Ghost, her abilities were undoubtedly impressive. Jiang Lu braced herself for disdain and planned to walk past her, but to her surprise, the beautiful researcher actually reached out her hand with a kind and gentle smile. Mr. Lau, good afternoon. Have you had lunch? I was just about to go eat. If you don't mind, would you like to join me? Jiang Lu. What is going on? I'm a bit confused. The female researcher didn't seem in a hurry at all, standing there looking at her with warmth and expectation. Jiang Lu felt very uncomfortable under her gaze and took a while to respond. Sorry, I've already eaten. If you don't mind, we can have lunch together another day. She spoke somewhat stiffly, but compared to her discomfort, the other party seemed much more at ease. Oh, really? What a disappointment. Well then, let us do it another day. The researcher smiled, waved her hand, and entered the elevator to leave. By the time the elevator reached the 1st floor and Jiang Lu walked back to the 6th floor, she was still a bit dazed. She turned to look at the entrance of the 6th floor research institute. She didn't come here often. She had only been here once with Ying and had passed by a few times with her mother. Xinyang had asked her to take a look at the 6th and 7th floors. Did that mean she was supposed to enter the research institute? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Lu walked over and stood at the entrance of the research institute, looking inside at the scene she had only seen in sci-fi movies. Many people in white lab coats were busy, looking so professional and speaking in terms she couldn't understand. If they were serving the people, she would definitely be very moved, but unfortunately what they were engaged in was not something beneficial to the world. Her appearance caused their busy work to come to a halt. Each person who discovered her stopped what they were doing and fixed their gaze on her. She felt like she was about to burn up and took a step back, wanting to leave. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands pressed against her waist from behind. She turned around and saw the face of an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. The woman moved her hand to the front, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her inside, saying loudly, Miss Do Lao is here, so everyone let us take a break. Jiang Lu, in a daze, said, No, it's fine. I'm leaving right away. I'm just going to take a look. You all continue working, please. Despite her words, the woman still wouldn't let go of her hand, gently continuing. Just going to take a look? You can stay here and play for a while. We're all your friends. Jiang Lu was instantly stunned. This again? What kind of spell is this? Are they all out of their minds? Can a simple statement of I'm your friend really change a person's personality? Jiang Lu stared in astonishment as the researchers one by one approached her warmly, saying things like I'm your friend. I'm also your friend. We should become good friends who can talk about anything. My code name is XXX. Feel free to call me anytime, and so on. By the time the last person finished speaking, she had managed to calm down a bit. Well, I need to go now. Thank you all. I should be leaving. Jiang Lu bowed deeply, and this time when she pulled her hand back, she successfully got free. Although the woman still seemed reluctant, Jiang Lu escaped quickly, and they had no choice but to give up. She just left like that? One researcher said. Didn't we agree to be friends? The woman replied slowly. The boss's orders should be carried out while she is here. Once she is gone, We should get back to our business." After she spoke, everyone resumed their work as if that ridiculous scene had never happened. The 7th floor was the technical department, and Jiang Lu's father worked on this floor. She came here to see if the situation was the same as on the 6th floor. If it was, then her father would definitely know why, and she could ask him. As expected, the people on the 7th floor were just like those on the 6th floor, seemingly under a spell to be her friends. Even a few male technicians, who obviously had a bad temper like her father, said similar things while showing awkward smiles. It was terrifying. Could you imagine that scene? Jiang Lu, filled with fear, found her father in the corner pretending to be a mushroom. He was squatting there studying a small robot. When he saw her, he glanced over and said, "I'll be friends with you too." Jiang Lu. "Dad, have you been put under a spell too?" Jiang Chu didn't turn around and said, "What spell?" "Oh, maybe it could be considered that, since it's the boss's orders. Of course, everyone has to carry them out. It's really no different from a spell. The effect is the same, overturning people's perceptions." Jiang Lu knew she was right to find her father. With just one simple sentence, he explained everything. It turned out everyone's strange behavior was due to Ying's orders. After thinking carefully, Jiang Lu realized that her crying and pleading that day had probably stunned Ying. He must have thought she really needed friends, so he instructed everyone in Ghost to be friends with her, a direct yet somewhat naive method. Feeling complicated, Jiang Lu took her leave from her father. As she turned to leave, Jiang Chu glanced back at her, sighing with an unclear expression, both happy and worried for her. He was happy that the boss cared so much for her, and she would live well and safely. But he was worried that if the boss really developed feelings for her, what if Ghost fell? Jiang Lu would certainly not escape unscathed. It wasn't he that she would be killed by outsiders, but rather by Ying himself. He understood Ying very well. Ying appeared kind and easy to get along with. But that was just the sugarcoating of a boss. Inside, he was more corrupt than anyone he had ever seen. A man with a strong desire for possession and conquest would never allow someone he liked to remain in the world when he was certain of his own death. Jiang Lu had no idea what her father was thinking. What she was most concerned about was how to stop others from constantly wanting to be friends with her. In fact, if they truly wanted to be friends with her, although she wasn't good at it, she would be happy to try. But that wasn't the case. They were all forced by orders from above. Otherwise, why would they even bother with someone like her? When Jiang Lu reached the top floor, she saw Shenyang standing there, seemingly lost in thought, not even noticing her arrival. His gaze was vacant and unfocused. Jiang Lu was a bit puzzled. This was the first time she had seen Shenyang daydreaming. She realized that Secretary Shenyang could also have worries. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to disturb him and quietly planned to walk past him. Just as she was about to walk by, he suddenly snapped back to reality, startled to see her here. He rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "No way, am I hallucinating?" Jiang Lu pulled at the corner of her mouth and said, "I'm not a hallucination, I'm a person." As soon as she said this, Shenyang was so surprised he jumped a little. Dressed in a black suit and usually so serious, his sudden goofy reaction was hard to suppress a laugh. Seeing Jiang Lu trying to hold back laughter, Shenyang shot her a glare and walked away, but not before fulfilling his mission. "The boss is here. You can go in any time. Goodbye." After saying that, he disappeared. Yes, he left so elegantly, not giving them any chance to show off their relationship. Secretary Shenyang was determined to kick away any dog food that might be thrown at him. Jiang Lu stared at the place where he had disappeared, unable to suppress a shiver. She turned back to look at the door leading to the ultimate boss, contemplating whether she should just go back. Coming here at this time clearly wasn't a wise choice. It would be safer to go back and lie down. So, Jiang Lu turned to leave, but the next moment the door behind her opened on its own, and the boss stepped out, looking down at her with an air of superiority due to his height. Jiang Lu turned back, bowing obediently. "Boss, what a coincidence to meet you here." Shadow glanced at the door to the lounge behind him, which had already closed automatically. This was the top floor, his territory. She had come here to find him and claimed it was a coincidence. Of course, he didn't care much about that and simply walked past her. Jiang Lu thought she had escaped a disaster and could go back to lying down, but unexpectedly, Shadow looked back at her before leaving, giving her an obvious, urging look. "What are you hesitating for? Do you want to waste time there?" Jiang Lu was caught off guard by the question and slowly replied, My daily routine is to waste time. What's wrong with that? Shadow paused, took out sunglasses from his pocket, and put them on, although they concealed his sharp eyes. Why did it feel like the pressure had increased? Jiang Lu felt like she was about to be scared out of her wits. Weren't you saying you're weak? Shadow asked her, looking down. Jiang Lu nodded. Yes, I'm a useless piece of trash. I bring salt for the useless. Don't you want to become stronger? Shadow continued to question her, and even through the sunglasses, she could feel his piercing gaze. Jiang Lu gradually became serious. Yes, besides helping me find friends. Do you also want to help me become stronger? She couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful about this. She was well aware of Shadow's strength. If he could teach her, then she really might have a chance to break free from being useless. Thinking of the manga Katekyo Hitman Reborn, where Tsuneyoshi Sawada, who was so useless, could become a capable mafia boss after Reborn's devilish training, she wondered if she could also turn things around. Her expectations weren't high. Being able to protect herself would be enough. Seeing the increasing anticipation on Jiang Lu's face, Shadow suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Something that would have been impossible in the past. You need to think it through. Once you start, I won't accept any form of retreat. Shadow raised the corner of his mouth, seemingly smiling, but Jiang Lu felt warned. In truth, she didn't need to think much, really. Becoming stronger was something she had dreamed of, but no one had ever seriously considered helping or teaching her. Even last time when she wanted to learn some biological research knowledge, her mother just tossed her some materials and data to study on her own. In the end, it was Shadow who gave her pointer. In short, she didn't want to back down. So after Shadow finished speaking, Jiang Lu nodded solemnly. Looking at her determined expression, Shadow slowly raised his hand, seemingly hesitating, but ultimately placed it on her head. Then this is the path you chose. He paused after saying this, and Jiang Lu followed up, clenching her fist. Even if I have to crawl, I will finish. Shadow looked at her with a half-smile for a moment, then turned and took her to the training base set up on the underground floor. When Jiang Lu saw the vast training base, she didn't immediately feel regret. But when Shadow threw something at her to carry, nearly crushing her, and then made her run 10 laps around the training base, she completely woke up. Running 10 laps all at once. I'm going to die here, Jiang Lu said very seriously. Shadow just smiled slightly, casually sitting on a chair behind him, and sincerely said, It's okay, no need to worry. If you can't even endure this, when you die, I will treat it as if you never existed. Jiang Lu. So, one must have self-awareness. If something is unachievable, don't fantasize recklessly. Being pretentious in an invisible way is the most deadly. Chapter 50. Jiang Lu encountered a Waterloo in her life. After running a lap around the training base, which was much smaller than university playground, while carrying the weight that Ing had given her, she completely collapsed. Completing a second lap would take her life, let alone the goal of 10 laps. Turning her head to look at Ing, he was still sitting at the starting point, his legs crossed in a posture that was somewhat impolite. Yet it looked very stylish and elegant, especially the way he looked at her, with a focused gaze that carried some contemplation, a hint of disdain, and a light smile. Along with a trace of pleasure, his expression was complex, and Jiang Lu couldn't understand what he truly meant to express. She almost crawled back to his side, no longer running, just leaning against his legs, gasping for breath. In her heart, she thought it would be best to end it this way, without mentioning their earlier determination and promises, lest it made this awkward training unresolved. However, Ing seemed completely unaware of her intention. He stretched out his long arm and pointed at the track in front of her. 9 more laps. He smiled unkindly, casually picked up the laptop beside him, and opened something very nonchalantly. Jiang Lu leaned against his legs, still catching her breath. She complained, I'm trying to get stronger, not trying to die. What you're doing is hopeless. Ing took out a very expensive-looking silk handkerchief from his suit pocket, folded it into a perfect square, and covered his mouth and nose. He lowered his gaze slightly, looking at the sweaty Jiang Lu. Even without saying anything, Jiang Lu felt compelled to get up. She was extremely angry, yet afraid to voice her frustration. She could only limp away, muttering to herself, I don't know who made me like this, and now they complain about me being smelly. Ing watched her distance grow and remained silent for a moment before saying, You can still move, which means you have strength left. There's still 9 laps. Finish them quickly. If you exceed my time limit, You'll have to run 10 more laps. Jiang Lu looked at him in disbelief. You just want to kill me, don't you? Right? Didn't he respond, slightly closing his eyes and turning his head to look at the computer screen, a smirk on his lips, clearly in a good mood. Jiang Lu was filled with unexpressed anger and contemplated giving up and walking away. But Ing said from behind, you wanted to get stronger. If you can't even endure this little hardship, don't ever mention it to me again. Also, this is my place. As long as I want, someone will bring you back the moment you step out. Jiang Lu paused, looking down at her legs, frowning for a moment before softly saying, but it should be gradual, right? How much weight are you making me carry? I feel like I'm running with a weight equal to a person. I've never run without weight before. And now you suddenly want me to run at such high intensity. How can I stand it? Ing looked at her casually and said, oh, maybe I have too high expectations of you. You really can't compare to normal people. Then just run 5 laps. Jiang Lu turned back, wanting to bargain. But Ing shot her a look that brooked no argument. If you still want to get stronger, don't waste my time. He took out a pocket watch and glanced at it, silently urging her. Jiang Lu felt unprecedented pressure, reminiscent of her military training days. No, this was much more painful than military training. At least the instructors wouldn't be so twisted as to make you do the impossible. Forget it. She still had to run. It was already a good compromise for him to let her do half. If she hesitated any longer, he might change his mind. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and tried to channel the disdain and contempt she had felt from the non-humans and Ghost, along with the overall feeling of oppression. Gradually, she was filled with strength and began to run again with a determination to give it her all. Ing had initially been focused on his laptop screen, but after noticing she started running, he slowly shifted his gaze to her. Once he looked, he found it hard to look away. Jiang Lu was a very beautiful girl. Otherwise, Su Boya wouldn't have dramatically suggested she's seducing. Her long gray hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying with her slow jogging. She frowned, drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked, and her face contorted in a grimace. It was a terrible expression that should ruin her image, yet it looked unexpectedly pleasing. She must have been concentrating on something to support her as she ran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed Ing watching her intently until she was about to pass in front of him. He hurriedly averted his gaze, pretending to be seriously dealing with something on the computer screen. Jiang Lu shot him a resentful glance as she passed by, wishing she could smash his chair and laptop. How could he sit there leisurely while she struggled so hard? This contrast was infuriating. Despite her grievances, she had to keep running. Undoubtedly, it was because she was too weak. If she really got stronger, she would have the ability to make Ing change his mind, or even subvert him and trample him underfoot. Just imagining Ing begging for mercy under her feet filled Jiang Lu with strength. As she ran her 3rd and 4th laps, it felt effortless, revealing how deep her desire to overpower Ing was. That impulse drove her to complete the 5 laps he required. And then she collapsed in front of him, completely drained and unable to move. Ing lifted his eyes, set the laptop aside, and from Jiang Lu's angle, she could see the screen. Damn it, how infuriating. This guy was not dealing with business, but playing a game. Seeing Jiang Lu's shocked and angry expression, Ing kindly explained the game to her. It was a game developed in England called Plague Incorporated, where the goal was to spread a virus worldwide, causing a massive pandemic that ultimately led to the death of all humanity from infectious diseases. During the process of spreading and infecting the pathogen, players needed to continuously enhance its infectivity and resistance while also countering global scientist strategies. He stretched his limbs and casually remarked, "It's quite an interesting game, good for passing time." Jiang Lu replied, "It really suits you. Your company name in the game must be Ghost." Ing smiled and said, "Yes. I'm glad it has a single-player version. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play now while wasting time with you here, and I would be very bored." Jiang Lu directly averted her gaze and buried her face in the ground. She was too embarrassed to face him, not because she was ashamed of herself, but because she felt ashamed for him. How could a person be so shameless? Who caused the world to become like this, yet could still smile while saying such things? Feeling a sudden lightness on her body, Ing must have removed the weight she was carrying. Jiang Lu instantly felt much lighter. Her insides could breathe normally again. The world was so beautiful. She wanted to get up, but just as she was about to do so, Ying had already grabbed her clothes and lifted her up. His strength was incredible. He actually lifted her off the ground. When their eyes met, Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. She struggled to get down. But to Ying, her actions resembled a little rabbit trying to escape during his first experiment. That nostalgic feeling flooded his mind, and his expression uncontrollably turned somewhat sharp. Jiang Lu froze for a moment, her struggles becoming more vigorous. Come on, anyone would struggle in this situation. She felt like he was about to eat her alive. After struggling for a while, Ying returned to normal and smiled, saying, "Today's training ends here. I won't be coming to accompany you tomorrow. You need to run laps around the training ground every day. Today it's 5 laps. Tomorrow will be 6 laps, adding 1 lap each day. I will have someone supervise you." After saying this, he let go of Jiang Lu, who fell to the ground and struggled to stand, exhausted from the exertion. Although Jiang Lu felt that arguing with Ying was hopeless, she still wanted to make an effort. "I feel like this arrangement isn't very reasonable." She raised her hand. Just like in school when answering questions, and after receiving Ying's approving glance, she took a breath and said, "I haven't exercised much before. I'm physically weak. After running for so long today, I will definitely be sore all over and unable to get up tomorrow. If I have to run 6 laps, my body definitely won't be able to handle it. While exercise is necessary, I still believe in taking things step by step, right?" Jiang Lu's last sentence was spoken very softly because Ying's expression made her a bit timid. This guy really likes to look at people with a half smile, using that legendary playful gaze to kill you. "If I don't look, I won't be affected." Jiang Lu closed her eyes and turned her head away. Ying stared at her for a while and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Lu didn't respond or open her eyes, thinking, "I'm spinning and jumping with my eyes closed. And I'm not stopping. Dolao. How long is he and Xinyang going to keep playing this joke? I really regret not telling the truth the first time. Do I have to change my name to Macau for the rest of my life? Dolao?" I clearly don't really like it. Even though he was calling her, she still didn't open her eyes, feeling that if she did, she would lose. "Macau. Dolao." He continued to call her, marking this as the 3rd question. Jiang Lu still didn't open her eyes, but as the saying goes, things don't go beyond 3. Just when Jiang Lu thought she was about to win by continuing to argue with her eyes closed, she felt a cool softness against her lips. She instantly opened her eyes and looked at Ying's face, which was so close. Due to their height difference, when he kissed her and she didn't cooperate, he had to bend down or spread his legs. Now he was standing with his legs apart in front of her, otherwise he couldn't look her in the eye. Jiang Lu was first surprised and at a loss, then couldn't help but laugh, biting his lip and mumbling, "Your current position is not elegant at all." Ying pressed his lips against hers, deepening the kiss, making her feel dizzy. To be honest, it had been a long time since they had done this. Counting it, they had only done it 3 times. Jiang Lu felt her mind go blank from his kiss, clutching his white shirt, and when he finally released her. A long time had passed. She gasped and lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, feeling her situation was terrible. But when she looked down, she found her hand soaked with blood. His injury hadn't healed. Last time he was seriously hurt, and even with the good doctors at Ghost Company, it was unrealistic to expect his wound to heal instantly. Jiang Lu quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes revealing worry and regret involuntarily. She anxiously said, "Why did you suddenly kiss me? If not, I wouldn't have grabbed you, and there wouldn't be any blood." She wanted to help and ask if he was in pain, but she didn't know how to start. He would definitely say it didn't hurt. She could easily imagine his tone and expression when he replied. As expected, he didn't care about his wound at all. He raised his hand to tuck away the damp hair at her forehead, and at this moment, he didn't seem to mind her sweating. As the person involved, Jiang Lu couldn't smell herself and couldn't determine if he was pretending before or had suddenly changed his mind now. Regarding Jiang Lu's concerned complaints, Ying only said lightly and indifferently, "Train well. I look forward to you getting stronger." He changed the subject. Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose and said, "Why are you looking forward to it? My getting stronger doesn't benefit you at all. You're probably the first to resist." This was the truth. He never found it annoying when she spoke honestly. He seemed like an elder teasing a child as he grabbed her chin. She froze for a moment, realized what was happening, and felt a bit embarrassed, and casually said, "You can resist me. That's fine. I only have one requirement of you." Jiang Lu looked over and asked, "What requirement?" Ing stared into her eyes, and there had never been a moment when she felt he was so serious while speaking to her. Perhaps not long from now, or maybe one day in the future. Don't use what I teach you against me. That's my only requirement of you. He looked at her with a hot and direct gaze, making Jiang Lu feel inexplicably guilty under his stare. Chapter 51. You never need to doubt Ying's words. He absolutely means what he says, especially when it comes to tormenting Jiang Lu. He said he would have someone supervise her, and there really was someone to supervise her. Not long after she returned home that night, a strange female researcher delivered a topical cream to her, instructing her to apply it to her sore spots, claiming it worked particularly well. With a mindset of giving it a try, Jiang Lu applied it, and after using it, she felt as if a new world had opened up to her. The originally sore areas didn't hurt at all after a night's sleep, and her skin was smooth and firm, even better than the expensive body lotion she had bought before. Jiang Lu was delighted and thought about asking the person for another bottle. But when she opened the door, she saw a tall stranger in a uniform, who looked very much like Ing, staring at her with a cold face. Say, Mr. Lau, hello. I am the one responsible for supervising your training for the next month. I hope we can get along well. Just call me Jiang Lu. Thank you. It was obvious who had assigned this person. There was definitely no one else besides Ing and Xinyang who would say that name. The man was unyielding. Whatever the higher-ups say to call you, that's what I will call you. Jiang Lu. What should I call you? I'm just a minor character. You don't need to know my name. After saying this, he turned and left, looking stern and unapproachable. Jiang Lu deeply felt that her life for the next month would be unbearable. In fact, it truly was. With December arriving, winter officially set in outside. But Jiang Lu's life inside the ghost base was still as unbearable as a scorching summer. Every day, she returned to the lounge drenched in sweat. The people Ing sent were just as cold and unyielding as he was. No, that's not quite right. This person was even less accommodating than Ing himself. Even Ing was easier to talk to than this guy, who was indeed a hard and foul-smelling stone in a latrine. Forget about negotiating. If she slowed down while running or muttered a few words, she would receive the same indifferent reprimand from him. Her life was simply inhumane. Besides this unknown instructor, there were others at the training base with Jiang Lu. She couldn't possibly occupy such a large base alone every day. Most of Team C came here to work out or train when they weren't on missions. To Jiang Lu's surprise, she recognized a few familiar faces here. It was Zhang Qili and the others, the group that had forced Jiang Lu to start saving the world. Were they still alive? She had thought those strong men would be sent off as experimental materials when they were captured and had never dared to contemplate what their fate might be. Unexpectedly, they were still alive. This was the best news. As long as they were alive, no matter what they were doing, it was good because there was hope for escape in the future. Because of the strict supervision, although they saw Jiang Lu, they couldn't approach or chat. Their every move was being monitored, and they left together and returned together, hardly having any time to spend alone. Jiang Lu could see this and didn't want to make things difficult for them, so she pretended to have forgotten about their existence and focused on her running. During this month of basic physical training, Ing did not show up again. It was as if he had disappeared. Jiang Lu was exhausted after training every day and didn't have the energy to go to the top floor to find him. She still held complaints about his harshness in her heart, and since he didn't reach out to her, she stubbornly refused to contact him first. Unknowingly, she began to treat Ing like an ordinary boyfriend, even harboring impossible expectations for him. Was she getting more foolish? Was it because she had been in Ghost for so long that she, like others, began to daydream about the impossible? For example, about destroying the world? Her thoughts were no different from hoping Ing would turn good and help the survivors' base fight against zombies and monsters, unless he died or time reversed. Jiang Lu lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling of the training base when the strict instructor approached. Your records today are much better than before. After a month of training, your physical fitness indicators have improved a lot. The boss should be satisfied. He stood there with his hands behind his back, motionless, and after saying this, he fell silent, just staring at her. Jiang Lu was annoyed by the gaze and rolled her eyes, saying, I'm not Sailor Moon. What are you staring at? Waiting for me to transform? The instructor's mouth twitched slightly, and after a while he said, No, I'm just waiting for you to rest enough so I can take you out of here. Jiang Lu, exhausted, got up from the ground and brushed off the dust, saying, "No need, you used to take me back, but I can go back by myself today. I know the way." The instructor seemed to scoff, saying meaningfully, "Miss, I don't really want to take you back either. It's just that every time you finish training, you look like a dead dog, and I have to carry you back. You take up space here, and others can't train." Jiang Lu's mouth twitched, and after glaring at him for a while without any response from him, she realized that the people at Ghost were all this infuriating. She thought about avoiding him, but decided to leave angrily. After returning to her room and taking a shower, she had been living like this for some time, feeling that her abs and muscles were almost showing. It seemed that exercising really helped lose weight more than dieting. If only she had a scale. She was sure she had lost 100 pounds by now, although she weighed less than 100, being flat-chested or short when she looked at her chest. Jiang Lu was still quite satisfied. She must be an exception. She had lost weight and improved her figure. This was the best news she had received in a while. After showering and lying on her bed applying body cream, Jiang Lu looked at her now slender arms and legs, feeling happy yet a bit worried. The month-long physical training would end tomorrow, and she wondered what awaited her. What she was most curious about was, would he show up? She hadn't seen him for a while. To say she didn't want to think about him would be a lie. She was just too tired to think and was sulking, unwilling to seek him out first. She always felt that if she went first, it would mean losing, especially since he hadn't appeared at all as long as she didn't look for him. He didn't even contact her once through the communicator. It was as if he had evaporated without a word of concern. He was even worse than Shenyang, who at least awkwardly said something like, "Don't die here." It's too unlucky when he occasionally ran into her, which could barely be considered concern. But not a single word. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Jiang Lu really wanted to see what he was busy with. And as for not hearing from him, she had to see whether he could hold out or if she could. She wanted to see who would back down first. In fact, Jiang Lu was overthinking it. The so-called Cold War was only one-sided. Ying had never had a Cold War with her. He had been busy for the past month and rarely had time to stay at the base, sometimes not returning for several days. What he was doing could barely be called a good deed. Ghost was attempting to eliminate those split monsters they called copy. These monsters were becoming increasingly common and could be seen everywhere. Most had already split and come to the Ghost main base. If not controlled, not only would the survivors' base people not survive, but they themselves wouldn't make it either. As the saying goes, when it comes to common interests, enemies can become friends. The head of the survivors' base, Yi Ting, received the news, and upon learning that they were attempting to resolve the issue with those monsters, temporarily halted the planned attack on the Ghost main base. A gentle-looking young man stood behind him and turned to say, "Let's settle this. After all, we're all human. If they really don't have any plans to attack us for the time being and are focused on eliminating those split monsters, then we should hold our position for now. Remember to keep an eye on their movements at all times, don't miss anything, and avoid being deceived. You know Ghost best, so I'll leave this matter to you." Yi Shi, the young man, named Yi Shi, nodded and replied, "I understand, Father. By the way, I need to tell you something. The 4 people we picked up have shown significant improvement after this period of treatment. If they could be cured, it would be a great help to us." Yi Ting nodded and said, "Well done. I knew sending you there was the best choice. Those 4 had their memory systems damaged, so if they can be cured, that's great. Even if they can't be cured, it's fine as long as they aren't spies for Ghost. We can keep them. They are all young, and simple daily tasks, and searching for food shouldn't be a burden." Yi Shi agreed and left after bidding farewell to his father. Yi Ting stood alone in the command room, watching the situation outside through the monitors. Those terrifying split monsters had started to turn on each other, leading to their limbs splitting even faster. The base might not hold out for long. They couldn't just wait for Ghost to handle it. They needed to take proactive action. Burning those limbs to ash should prevent further splitting, right? Yi Ting pondered for a moment, preparing to carry out this task next. Meanwhile, on the Ghost side, the cleanup work had reached a critical moment. At this crucial time, the leader Shadow temporarily left the team and returned to the main base, leaving Boju in charge at Base 3. This was actually fine. He could control things remotely, and with Boju's confidence in his abilities, the progress at Base 3 remained stable despite his absence. As for what he was going back to do, many were unclear. The only ones who knew were the parties involved and the person he was going to meet. Jiang Lu had only fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning. The next day, she thought she could sleep in a little longer since her physical training had finally ended, and she felt she wouldn't have to get up at 6 o'clock again. Tai Baogong wouldn't come to wake her. Who knew that at that time? Her door would be knocked on, right on schedule again. When she went to open the door in a disheveled state, the complaint that was about to come out of her mouth was instantly swallowed back. What the heck, this isn't right. Instead of Tai Baogong, it was Shadow, who had disappeared for a month. Jiang Lu's expression could be perfectly represented by the question marks and exclamation points in quotation marks. Chapter 52 regarding Jiang Lu's surprise. Ing merely tilted his head slightly and squinted his eyes, saying, "Is this how you open the door for him every day?" The him he referred to was, of course, Tai Baogong. Jiang Lu glanced at her hot pants and tank top, which were her sleepwear. She hadn't prepared mentally to wake up early today, so she had just woken up feeling a bit gloomy and came out without changing clothes or washing up, which was not her usual style. However, although she understood, she didn't explain. She stubbornly held her neck high, looking at him defiantly. Even though she was noticeably shorter than him, she still tried to look down on him, which appeared somewhat comical yet very cute. It had been a month since Ing last saw her, and she had changed quite a bit. She had lost weight, her figure was better, her legs were long and straight, and there was no excess fat on her body, indicating that her training during this period had not been in vain. Jiang Lu felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze, but maintained her posture, thinking, I can't lose, I won't lose my stance. Jiang Lu kept encouraging herself in her mind, but after maintaining this position for a long time, she felt really tired. She quickly realized that her physical strength was running out. After a month of training, if it had been before, she would have given up after 1 or 2 minutes. Now, this could be considered progress. Who wants this kind of progress? Jiang Lu eventually slumped down, turned, and went back inside. Ing remained silent, executing the tactic of using movement to counter stillness to perfection. Only after Jiang Lu conceded and retreated into the room did he leisurely follow her in, not forgetting to close the door behind her. As soon as Jiang Lu entered the room, she flopped onto the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, not exposing even a toe. She felt the bed sink, which should have been Ing sitting down. With a vengeful mindset, she thrashed around on the bed, causing it to shake like a trampoline, making it difficult for Ing to sit still. However, the result of this was that it consumed her energy, and there wasn't much fresh air under the quilt. Soon she felt a bit breathless, but since she had already lost once, she couldn't let herself lose again. So even though she was close to suffocating, she refused to come out. In the end, Ing forcefully pulled the quilt away from her, looking at her flushed face, messy clothes, and hair, and remained silent for a while. He didn't speak, and Jiang Lu hurriedly gasped while glaring at him. After a while, she sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off, so she lowered her gaze to her chest. The loose t-shirt had been pulled open due to the intense movement, revealing some ambiguous softness. Jiang Lu immediately held her breath, wanted to pull her shirt back down, but Ing had bent down and kissed her lips just a second before. Thus, this morning, which was supposed to be for sleeping in, turned into something else entirely. They hadn't seen each other for a month, and, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, which was absolutely true. Although neither of them was willing to concede, they couldn't help but miss each other. When they were close together, that longing reached its peak. Jiang Lu was a bit dazed when she heard a familiar hoarse male voice murmur beside her, "I miss you." Jiang Lu's entire body stiffened. Her hand, which had been resting on his back in a pushing gesture, was now unable to continue that motion. How to put it? Although Ying's attitude had changed long ago, and he had even listened to her and let Qin Nong and the others go, willing to train her when she wanted to grow stronger, and had given her access to any place within Ghost. The trust and importance he placed on her clearly indicated his attitude. It must be affection. However, he had never said it. Today, this sentence, "I miss you," counted as the first genuine love confession since the change in their relationship. Jiang Lu inevitably had to pay a price for these 4 words. So the morning that was supposed to be dedicated to other training turned into a chase between the two, retreating and advancing, until they finally barely ended it close to 9 o'clock. Jiang Lu lay on him panting, her gray hair spread across her back, some even falling onto him beneath her. He gently stroked her hair, his touch particularly tender, which eased her previously indignant mood. But women are women, and at such times, it's hard not to complain. You disappeared for a month, and suddenly you come back and do this. What do you take me for? The sulky words from the girl made Ying's heart flutter. He pulled the quilt up to cover her, worried she might get cold, but the base was actually temperature-controlled, unlike the outside, where the city was covered in snow and the cold air was rampant. People going out would shiver uncontrollably. Jiang Lu raised her head slightly, finally able to fulfill her desire to look down at him from above, which gave her more confidence. "Answer me, why don't you answer?" she said with a lackluster tone. Ying's face was genuinely handsome. Looking at her like this made it hard for her to complain with confidence, which was why she felt unenthusiastic, thinking she was useless. Under her urging, he naturally had to reply. After the intimate moment, even a man like Ying couldn't escape the spell and would involuntarily say some affectionate words. "I regard you as you." His voice was deep and pleasant, like dew falling on morning leaves, clean and clear. "Jiang Lu, oh." She poked him with her finger, silent for a while before continuing to ask, "What have you been doing recently? Why haven't I heard anything from you?" Ying answered quickly this time, and his response made it hard for her to complain. "I've been trying to deal with those splitting monsters. Most of the time, I've been at base 3. As for the lack of news..." He paused. Looking at her, "I didn't contact you, so didn't you also not contact me? I want to ask you the same question." She was momentarily stumped. Jiang Lu stared at him wide-eyed for a while before stammering, "I thought you would just let those monsters split and make the world even messier." Ying frowned slightly, looking at her with a bewildered expression that made her doubt her own intelligence. "Why would you think that? Monsters that can split are hard to control in number and are beyond my control. If they reproduce excessively, every surviving human will suffer. I don't want to wait until the situation reaches a point where we can't kill them all before trying to manage them." He always preferred to take action in advance. It was always like this. Only that time, he had almost died outside because of a traitor. Jiang Lu said nothing more, burying her head in his neck, blowing bubbles. After her doubts were resolved, she felt much clearer, lying on Ying, feeling his warmth. He had taken good care of his body during this month, and his wounds had almost healed. She just didn't know if he would be left with scars. Thinking about it, she figured he wouldn't. With so many medical geniuses in Ghost, how could they let their boss have shameful scars? That would constantly remind everyone of the history of being ambushed and nearly losing his life. "You should get up now." Ying suddenly spoke, interrupting Jiang Lu's thoughts. She raised her head and asked, "What are we going to do?" Ying smiled charmingly, his smile so captivating, and his black eyes looked even more dazzling in the daylight. The lights were on in the room, and they were so close that they could see each other's slightest expression changes clearly. This time, Jiang Lu accurately caught a glimpse of the malicious glint deep in his eyes. "You have ulterior motives." Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose and exposed him. "No, I'm very kind." He sat up, causing her to slide off him and fall on the bed, pulling the quilt over herself, frowning in disbelief at his words. "With your current stamina, you shouldn't be as slow as before when running away, but you're still not good at shooting. So, I will personally teach you how to use a gun." After finishing the conversation, Ying directly got out of bed, and then the door was knocked on at the scheduled time. He wrapped a towel around himself in the bathroom before going to open the door. Jiang Lu, lying on the bed, heard Xinyang's voice outside and felt that seeing her boss half-naked like this would definitely shatter his worldview. Although she had known they would end up like this, she had never seen it so directly before, and it was always in the boss's lounge, where he could comfort himself by trying to ignore it. This time, discovering so directly that her boss was delivered to her to be violated might make him so sad that he could almost cry. Thinking this way, Jiang Lu surprisingly felt that she had taken advantage of the situation, which was truly insane. Xinyang was there to deliver clothes, and he certainly couldn't wear the outfit from earlier. He was a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, which could be felt in many ways. However, his cleanliness was not compulsive. In certain crisis moments, even if covered in blood, he would still find it unbearable. Jiang Lu lay on the bed lost in thought, not considering what the arrangements for learning to use a gun would be, but she instinctively felt it wouldn't be harder than physical training. She could endure that kind of hardship, so learning to use a gun should be a piece of cake. In fact, she felt a bit smug. Learning to use a gun was far more difficult than she had thought. For a weapon that could kill her if mishandled, Ying taught her with an unforgiving rigor, as if the person who had been tender with her in bed was not the same at all, almost more stringent than an iron-fisted official. Xinyang stood behind them, watching the whole time as Ying corrected her mistakes and offered unreserved criticism of her stupidity, his mouth curving into a smile that seemed to stretch all the way to Germany. This made Jiang Lu very angry, but she couldn't find a way to regain her dignity and could only wrestle with the gun in her hands. Perhaps it was because she was too slow, wasting too much time, and Ying began to check his watch continuously. Each glance made Jiang Lu more flustered, which caused her to disassemble and reassemble the gun even more slowly, with more mistakes accumulating. Ying frowned slightly, gradually stopped speaking, and finally turned to leave. Jiang Lu looked at the table full of gun parts, angrily stopped her actions, sat down in a chair, and covered her face, ashamed to face anyone. Xinyang did not leave immediately. He stood there and watched Jiang Lu for a while before speaking slowly. Macau? Dolao, you should take this seriously. The boss took time off from the front lines to teach you this trivial stuff, and you keep making careless mistakes, which is normal for him to be unhappy about. Jiang Lu didn't look at him or say anything, and Xinyang surprisingly felt a bit nervous. He frowned for a while before awkwardly saying, "The boss has very high achievements in shooting. His results are still ranked first. Before the world changed, he was friends with Yi Ting, the head of the survivor base, and they had competed in shooting. He was slightly worse than the boss." When Jiang Lu heard this, she could only mutter with disappointment. "Is that so?" Xinyang snorted coldly. "You need to pull yourself together. If you feel embarrassed and can't face it, then focus more during the next training session. What good does it do to wallow in self-pity? Can you eat that?" Such questioning made Jiang Lu feel even worse. With red-rimmed eyes, she sat up straight and looked at him, a look that left Shun Yang momentarily stunned, and he found himself at a loss for words, staring at her blankly. After a few seconds, Ying returned, holding a gun that looked very silly and unsuitable for his tall image. Jiang Lu was surprised to see him. She thought he had left in anger and wouldn't come back. Ying glanced at Jiang Lu and Shenyang, who hurriedly averted his gaze and meaningfully curled his lips. Walking up to Jiang Lu and placing the gun down in front of her, saying nonchalantly, "This is the simplest gun I could find. I'll disassemble it once. You disassemble it once, I'll assemble it once, and then you assemble it once." Jiang Lu nodded dumbly, and then Ying began to disassemble the gun in front of her. Jiang Lu, can you go a bit slower? In just a few blinks, he had finished disassembling it. Who could see where he had pressed? Can you blame me for being slow? Can you? Chapter 53. Jiang Lu began to reflect on whether her eyesight was poor. Why did the expressions of Ying and Xinyang become somewhat subtle after she asked if they could go a little slower, with 3 pairs of eyes glaring at each other? The situation was indeed a bit awkward. Jiang Lu choked for a moment, deeply bowed, and said seriously, "Please be a bit more tolerant with beginners." When she straightened up after speaking, she noticed that Ying had slowly taken a few steps back, while Xinyang conscientiously stepped forward, swiftly reassembling the disassembled gun on the table. Loading the bullet and aiming it at her, Jiang Lu instantly squatted down, closing her eyes and saying, "I senti it, just that I can't see your movements clearly. Is it necessary to point a gun at me?" Ying glanced at Jiang Lu, who had crouched down so quickly, and it seemed that a month of physical training had not been in vain. He stood there with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his chin. Xinyang, working diligently, went up to pull her up and said to her with a blank expression, "This time I will take it very slow. If you still can't see clearly, then to save her life," Jiang Lu quickly said, "I will definitely pay attention this time." Xinyang looked at her with suspicion for a moment before signaling, "I'm going to start now. Pay attention." Jiang Lu focused intently on his hands and the gun, nodding slightly. This look of concentration was much more serious than when Ying was disassembling it earlier. Sure enough, this woman needed to be threatened to take things seriously, so Ying also tacitly approved of Xinyang pointing the gun at her earlier. It was strange. His subordinates seemed to understand this woman's shortcomings very well, and their occasional interactions were somewhat subtle. Ying sat down on a nearby chair, watching as Xinyang rarely took the time to teach a beginner, showing no signs of impatience. He inevitably sensed something, but, recalling Dr. Yuan's presence, felt that he might be overthinking it. Xinyang was a bit more reliable than Ying when it came to teaching. He really did take it very slow, looking at Jiang Lu after disassembling each part, waiting for her to nod to indicate that she had seen clearly before proceeding to disassemble the next part. If she couldn't see clearly, he would put it back together and disassemble it for her again. By the time Xinyang finished disassembling everything, more than 10 minutes had passed. Jiang Lu looked at the table full of gun parts and said, "I can disassemble it myself this time." Xinyang turned to look at Ying, who was leaning back in his chair, watching them with a peculiar gaze that made Xinyang feel uncomfortable. "Boss," he unconsciously called out to him with utmost respect. Ying smiled faintly, raised his hand, and said, "Let her try." Xinyang immediately stepped aside, quickly reassembling the gun, and expressionlessly said to Jiang Lu, "You can start now." Jiang Lu took a deep breath, glanced at Ying, whose gaze was icy and showed no expectation or encouragement, making her feel a bit deflated, her expression slightly darkening. "Then I'll start," she murmured, picking up the gun that didn't look too difficult to disassemble and slowly taking it apart based on her memory. Watching and doing were two different things. What she thought Xinyang could easily take off with a little force turned out to be a bit challenging for her, requiring some effort to get it open. This was particularly pronounced in the last few steps, and she was already sweating. Fortunately, the result was still good. Although the process was a bit slow, she managed to disassemble the gun as required. After finishing everything, she looked at Ying, who was still sitting there maintaining the same posture, showing no change in his expression, not even blinking when she looked over. Damn his calmness. Shouldn't he encourage her if she could complete it without mistakes all at once? Where was the excitement? The praise? Jiang Lu's unwilling expression made Ying hesitate for a few seconds before standing up and walking to the table, saying to Jiang Lu, "Go wait outside." Xinyang immediately complied and turned to leave, but as he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back. Just then, he saw Ying lean over the table and kiss Jiang Lu on the cheek, then gently caress her head in a comforting gesture, saying softly, "Well done." Xinyang nearly slipped and fell at that moment, but fortunately, he managed to grab the wall and walked out in time. So it turned out that the boss, who seemed to care about nothing but research, also had this side to him. If that's the case, then that Macau Dolao isn't completely useless. She must have some shining points. Otherwise, how could such a picky boss treat her differently? So if he felt a bit of a change towards her, it was only natural. Unconsciously, Xinyang used Ying's change to balance his own mindset, even finding it quite reasonable, and he basically stopped being conflicted about it. However, Jiang Lu was now in a bit of a dilemma. At first, she hoped for encouragement, but when she was truly praised, she felt even more pressure. If you saw Ying looking at her with that kind of expectant gaze, hoping she could reassemble the gun by herself, it would probably be even more stressful for her. "Why don't you help me put it back together once, and I'll try again?" Jiang Lu proposed to him, but Ying was even harder to talk to than Xinyang. He leaned on the table, staring at her, and said, "Actually, a lot of times, you need to be a bit more confident. Don't think that you can't do anything well. Try to put in some effort, and you will discover that your potential lies deep within." Jiang Lu seemed to be persuaded by him, or perhaps his gaze was too sincere, making her reluctant to refuse. She actually lowered her head and began to try to reassemble the gun. Ying lowered his gaze, watching her movements. She was assembling it very slowly and a bit clumsily, studying as she went. But as he said, she was mostly lacking in confidence, always feeling that she couldn't do anything well and unwilling to try. However, once she tried, she would find that she still had a lot of potential. Sure enough, although it was a bit slow, she managed to assemble it well. Jiang Lu looked at the intact gun in her hands, unable to believe it herself. "Let us try shooting one." Ying held her hand, pulling her into his embrace, facing the target not far away, adjusting her grip on the gun, and softly said, "The recoil of this gun isn't strong, so don't feel pressured." Jiang Lu looked up at him. As he stood there, she suddenly felt a surge of strength, as if she had truly become an invincible queen, decisively nodding. "Now, aim at the front." Ying slightly bent down, resting his chin on her shoulder, his pleasant and deep voice gently guiding her on how to aim. In the final stages, he lowered his voice and said, "Take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Then pull the trigger." His voice seemed to have a magical power, and Jiang Lu instinctively followed his words, slowly pulling the trigger. The bullet shot out with a whoosh, quickly hitting the target ahead. Jiang Lu stared in surprise, standing up straight to carefully check the score on the target, and was astonished to find it was quite close to the center. Did I really shoot that? Jiang Lu murmured uncertainly. Ying slowly released her arm, stepping back from her and walking towards the control panel, moving the target back a few meters. Jiang Lu, still immersed in the euphoria of her good score, frowned at his actions. Now, I want to help you control it. You try it yourself. He stood at the control panel, looking at her with an authoritative gaze that made Jiang Lu swallow back the refusal that had come to her lips. Sigh, it seems that everything requires a good coach. If Ying had been there to supervise her during the college entrance examination back then, perhaps she would now be in the Harvard campus fighting zombies. Hurry up. Ying glanced at his watch. Even though he simply said 4 words, the urgency was evident. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and raised the gun again, recalling the stance and techniques that Shadow had just taught her. She aimed at the distant target, inhaled deeply, and pulled the trigger. Bang! As she pulled the trigger, the bullet was fired, and she nervously lowered the gun to look ahead, only to find that she had missed the target. Jiang Lu felt like the sky of Silent Hill, filled with countless ashes, and she felt completely deflated. It seemed that without Shadow's help, she really couldn't do anything. She looked a bit dejectedly at Shadow, who stood there with a slight smile, seemingly not dissatisfied with her miss. Noticing her gaze, he even squinted his eyes. Today was just the first day of shooting training, and there was nearly a month left to go. Shadow said slowly, as a beginner, "At least you can shoot without psychological pressure now. That's also a kind of progress, isn't it?" Was this meant to comfort her? It must have touched Jiang Lu to the point of tears. Shadow saw her walking over with her head down, shaking the gun in her hand, saying, "I think I really have no talent. This isn't even a proper gun, and I still got such results. I wonder what would happen if I switched to a real gun later." She looked at Shadow eagerly, and he looked down at her from above. They locked eyes for a moment, and he hesitated, saying, "I don't know if my understanding is correct, but the gun I gave you does indeed have lethal power. As for whether it's a proper gun or not, I'm not quite sure." Jiang Lu, what did the funny parts need to be handled by the big boss? Chapter 54. Ying was mostly a person who kept his word. He was indeed personally in charge of the shooting training, and just thinking about the fact that she and he would be together day and night for the next month made her feel both pained and happy. The pain was clear to everyone. After all, the training was tough, and the boss was very strict. It was normal for Jiang Lu, who had never been fond of studying, to feel this way. As for the happiness, it had been a while since she had seen him, and now she could see him every day, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. People really need to face their own feelings. In many cases, perhaps the existence of feelings can make you a little happier. At least, just thinking about the fact that he was someone she liked, and not someone who would destroy the world, made her feel a bit more comfortable inside. Jiang Lu's progress was not fast. Compared to the gentle treatment on the first day, Ying changed his teaching style from the second day onward. It was clear that he genuinely hoped Jiang Lu would have the ability to protect herself and even harm others, teaching her many techniques that surprised even Xinyan. Secretary Shun occasionally watched from the side and would quietly try a few techniques himself, stealing some knowledge. During the first half of the month, Jiang Lu trained quite seriously. Although her progress was slow, she was still improving. But everything has a bottleneck period, and in the second half of the month, Jiang Lu's level stagnated, and she made no further progress. Jiang Lu felt very anxious about this. She could sense why Ying was becoming increasingly silent. He shouldn't be dissatisfied with her performance because there was no disdain in his eyes when he looked at her. Most of the time, Jiang Lu felt that he was worried. What was he worried about? With only 5 days left of training, every morning when she saw Ying, he no longer said much. He just sat there watching her repeat the same training as usual. Jiang Lu felt the pressure from his gaze behind her, and the greater the pressure, the less accurate she became. She was sweating, but her results were still not ideal. Shenyang was getting anxious watching from the side, while Ying remained calmly seated, showing no signs of leaving or giving guidance. This had been going on for several days. Could she still manage? He quietly moved closer to Jiang Lu, gave her a look, and whispered, "Relax a bit. Being this tense won't help you perform well." Jiang Lu said irritably, "I want to relax too. But how can I?" He asked, watching me from behind. "If I don't perform well once or twice, I feel really guilty, and I don't even know why. Xinyang was left speechless and stepped back a few paces, deciding to leave her be. Jiang Lu focused on the target ahead, suddenly turning around to face Ing. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, quietly leaning there watching her, his gaze not at all cold, seemingly unconcerned about her poor performance. "What's wrong?" he even asked gently. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said, "Could you please cover your eyes?" Hearing this, Ing raised an eyebrow, silently watching her. He neither agreed nor refused. Jiang Lu took his silence as consent, stepping forward to loosen his tie and blindfold him with it, blocking his intense gaze. This felt much better. Jiang Lu touched his face. The skin was smooth and delicate, not at all like that of a man of considerable age. More like that of a girl of 18 or 19. Maybe he had researched some excellent beauty products? She definitely needed to ask him for some next time. As for now, she should focus on achieving good results first. Returning to the shooting platform, she picked up the gun, aimed at the target, and after a moment of quiet, began shooting under Shun Yang's anxious gaze. In the past, she would always stop after one shot to check, but this time she didn't. She shot continuously several times until she exhausted all the bullets in the gun. After finishing, she set the gun down and walked back to Ing, removing the tie from his eyes. She had to admit that the scene just now was quite restrained and beautiful. They could try something similar somewhere else next time, blindfolding him and all. Wait, what strange thoughts was she having? Stop it, just stop. Once his eyes were free, Ing immediately stood up to check her results. In truth, Jiang Lu had little hope. After finishing, she was too lazy to look, thinking it didn't matter whether she lived or died. To her surprise, after looking alongside Ing, she found her results were actually quite good. "Why can you shoot such results when I look at you?" He tilted his head to look at the girl beside him. Jiang Lu was a bit taken aback by his question and didn't answer, instead saying, "It's about time. Let's end today's training. Speaking of which, my performance was pretty good, so can I handle things on my own now?" The teacher must have taught well. She didn't forget to compliment him at the end, a perfect way to change the topic, but he wasn't buying it at all. He didn't take the hint to leave right away. Instead, he took a gun from his holster at his waist, stood at the shooting platform, aimed with one hand, and began shooting without hesitation. He quickly finished all the bullets, then turned to look at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu approached to check his score. Full marks. She looked at Ing with respect. Ing lowered his eyes and said, "You still have a lot to learn. Don't be proud." After saying that, he put away the gun and stretched a bit, saying, "Now we can go." Jiang Lu. So, is he just trying to bring her down before they leave? Not letting her be too happy? Why did it feel like he was just showing off? Jiang Lu was someone who had to express everything she thought on her face, and Xinyang had become quite adept at reading her, immediately noticing her thoughts. He quickly walked over and said fiercely, "Macau, Dolao, I have to warn you, even in your heart, you must not disrespect the boss." Jiang Lu nodded seriously, saying, "Okay." He is not showing off. That is just personal charm. "Xinyang, why am I even angrier? Who knows?" Jiang Lu casually replied and quickly packed her things to catch up with Ing, looking up at him with her little face and saying, "Come eat with me." Ing didn't even glance at her, saying, "What do you want to eat?" Jiang Lu blinked her big eyes and asked, "Can I choose? It's like this outside. Usually, you just eat whatever is available." As Ing opened the password-protected door in front of them, he said, "Before the world became like this, I had already made complete preparations. Do you want to see our supply base?" Jiang Lu was stunned. "Can we? The place supplying food should be the most secretive, right? Apart from a necessary daily transport, they probably didn't have much contact to ensure its safety. Moreover, it should also be in a relatively remote location. Given the current severe domestic situation, the safety level of bases built domestically isn't high. Why not?" Ing retorted, opening the door in front, and the two entered the corridor, completely ignoring Xinyang, who was following behind. In fact, when Xinyang heard Ing was taking Jiang Lu to the supply base, he wanted to intervene, even if just to change the topic. But Jiang Lu always spoke quicker than him. He had a bunch of words stuck in his throat, unable to get them out, feeling terrible. When they entered the elevator, Jiang Lu noticed Xinyang's expression resembling someone constipated. He didn't come in, only humbly looking at Ing and saying, "Boss, recently Yi Ting has been causing us trouble, sending people to track our transport planes every day. I think at this critical moment, it's better to minimize contact with the supply base. Jiang Lu realized that Shenyang didn't want her to know where the supply base was. After all, he still didn't trust her. It was understandable to worry. Even Jiang Lu herself didn't really want to go because even if she thought she wouldn't expose the location, what if one day someone did? They would probably suspect her first. Just like when there was a mole before. Weren't they the first to suspect her? Then I want to go. Before the shadow opened its mouth, Jiang Lu was particularly conscious and said, "Recently, training has been quite urgent. I heard that the people in Group C have been dealing with those split-able monsters on the front lines. And I hope I can finish my training early to help everyone." Listen to how grandiose that sounds. Shenyang felt a bit sour hearing it, but he only slightly curled the corner of his mouth. "Is that so?" he said ambiguously. "Then let's speed up the process. I'll look forward to you doing something for Ghost." She was just saying it casually. Why take it so seriously so soon? Training should not be rushed. The current pace is already fast enough, and she might not be able to handle it. In fact, I think it's better to take it slow and go step by step. Jiang Lu tried to turn the situation around. After all, I am such a useless person. If I don't study well and thoroughly, going directly to the front lines would easily hold everyone back, and then I would feel very guilty. She made an expression of shame and self-blame. Ing looked at her, his eyes clearly seeing through her thoughts, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he said smoothly, "It's okay. While we speed up the process, I will also increase the intensity of your training. I want to let you become a burden." Jiang Lu, given that I can't completely harden my heart against you, I will have someone else train you for the next period. What does it mean to suffer the consequences of one's own actions? This is what it means. She felt like giving herself a gas can. Why does the girl have to talk so much and seek her own demise? Jiang Lu stood in the elevator with a deadpan expression as Ing directly closed the elevator door. Shenyang stood outside, waiting for the next elevator with understanding. "Then who are you going to find to train me? I don't want that iron bag gong from last time." Jiang Lu tried to fight for the last bit of benefit for herself. Ing looked at the reflection of the two in the elevator and said, "Don't worry. It's someone you're very familiar with." Someone she is very familiar with? Jiang Lu curiously began to guess who would come tomorrow. She still wanted to see him a bit more. However, Ing did not clarify her confusion any further. He kept staring at the elevator wall. Standing beside him, she seemed a bit shorter, looking so fragile and vulnerable. If there came a day when he was no longer around, she really wouldn't have any ability to protect herself. No, after nearly 2 months of training, her physical fitness had improved a lot, at least during the escape. It should not be a big problem to take down a few zombies or pursuers. Once her training was completely over, he could let go and do some things he had always wanted to do. Jiang Lu had no idea what he was thinking. She was still contemplating how to escape training. There was always a lot of silence between them, and she didn't take the current silence to heart. However, many times, silence represents the calm before the storm. Chapter 55, Unexpectedly. The person training Jiang Lu next was actually the leader of Group C, Boju. Boju was very busy, and Group C was on the front lines. Was it a bit of a waste of talent for him to come back to train her? Jiang Lu thought so and directly asked, but not Boju himself. Instead, she asked Shenyang, who she was relatively familiar with. Shenyang sat there looking straight ahead and said, "Just focus on your training. Why ask so many questions? Don't you know the more you know, the faster you die?" Jiang Lu, "Did you eat gunpowder today?" Shenyang sneered. "You can't handle this little bit? I have something even tougher. Do you want to try? What did I do to provoke you?" Although their relationship hadn't been great in the past, it was rare for him to snap like this over just one sentence today. "I'm going to train." Jiang Lu didn't bother with him and directly got up to train. Boju was much harder to deal with than Ing. Ing had a point. He really would have a soft spot for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have completely ignored her later on, letting her shoot however she liked without any blame. Facing Boju, that was when the real training began. Although there were only 4 days left for shooting training, Boju had made a military order to Ing, promising to help Jiang Lu reach the standard shooting level to enter Group C within those 4 days. Of course, Jiang Lu didn't know about this. If she did, she could have mentally prepared herself and imagined what kind of devilish training she was about to endure, but she didn't, not at all. So when Boju told her that training time would increase from 8 hours a day to 12, she was completely overwhelmed. If it weren't for the physical training support from the previous month, Jiang Lu probably would have collapsed from exhaustion on the first day of increased training intensity. Boju truly showed no mercy. Last time he even gave her a gun, saying he was her friend. But now it seemed that he did that entirely on Ying's orders, and his words held no sincerity whatsoever. With Boju, who was even more iron-fisted than Iron Judge, training her, Jiang Lu really couldn't think about anything else. She returned to the lounge at midnight every day, and after showering, she was too tired to move a muscle, let alone develop a relationship with Ying. She didn't even have the strength to pick up the communicator. Dr. Yuan saw how exhausted his daughter was and specifically brought her some nutritious supplements to drink. At first, she didn't want to drink them because they tasted bad and looked unappealing, but later, Dr. Yuan switched to a blue bottle that tasted good, and she drank it. It turned out to be somewhat effective. After 2 or 3 days, she wasn't as exhausted as at the beginning, and her skills had made a significant leap. After the last day of training, Boju reluctantly wrote acceptable on her report card. Holding her report card, Jiang Lu cautiously asked, "Team Leader Bo, if I may ask, what does acceptable mean? Did I pass?" Boju looked at her arrogantly, a somewhat sinister smile on his face. "Congratulations, Macau. Dolao, you barely passed." "Thank you. And also, you don't have to call me that name. My real name is actually..." Jiang Lu looked at Shenyang in confusion at the end. "Why did you mute me?" Shenyang was messing around with his silencer, leisurely saying, "Your name is quite nice. Why say another name? Isn't it good to be called Macau, Dolao? If you say your real name, it would sound really disgusting." Jiang Lu. "Hee. Are you saying that if I go to the front lines and die in battle, you will set up a tombstone for me that says Macau, Dolao's grave?" Shenyang shrugged. "What's wrong with that? Future generations will be very curious about you. Perhaps they will even set up an organization to study you, letting you be remembered for eternity." "I don't want to be remembered for that at all. Thank you." Jiang Lu snorted coldly and turned to leave. But Shenyang timely blocked her. "Where are you going?" Shenyang asked with a lazy expression. Jiang Lu glared at him. "I'm going to seduce your boss. Are you going to stop me?" Shenyang pursed his lips, looking jealous, not knowing whose jealousy he was feeling. He ignored Jiang Lu and directly told Boju, "You tell her." Jiang Lu looked at Boju, confused. "What's going on? Can't I go seeing? Did something happen that I don't know about?" Boju packed up his gear and replied coldly, "The boss is dealing with those monsters at Base 3. They have been collected together, and the boss is preparing for mass destruction." After a pause, he showed a peculiar smile. Interestingly, when collecting those monsters this time, the survivor base helped out, and the person leading the effort is Yi Shi, who escaped from Ghost. Jiang Lu was a bit surprised. Thinking of Yi Shi, she couldn't help but think of Qin Nong and the others. She wondered how they were doing. If Yi Shi had returned, then they should be fine, right? Yi Shi knew they were innocent. It was quite dangerous over there, but if you really love the boss and want to go, I have a way to send you over. Boju raised an eyebrow. "I happen to be preparing to go too. What do you think?" It felt like he was setting a trap, but after considering it, Jiang Lu thought it might be better to go. She had trained here for so long and had some results. It wouldn't hurt to experience some real combat. Moreover, if she went with Boju, her safety should be guaranteed. Plus, she was indeed eager to show her report card to Ying, just like a child wanting to show a certificate to their parents. So, she decided to agree. Maybe if she was lucky, she would encounter Yi Shi, who was helping Ghost collect monsters, and perhaps even Qin Nong and the others. "Okay, I'll go." Jiang Lu believed she had thought it through. Even if there were changes ahead, she could face them calmly. But when she got on a helicopter and started heading to Base 3, she realized she was still too naive. Boju, compared to Shenyang, had the only advantage of not spraying venom, but he would intimidate and torment you with his actions. Jiang Lu was seated closest to the door on a helicopter, and Boju, as the leader of Group C, was very respected, dressed in full combat uniform. He occasionally came to Jiang Lu's side, who was extremely tense during the flight, pointing below and saying, "You could take a look down. We're almost at Base 3. Those monsters are still crazily replicating. Isn't it spectacular?" Jiang Lu was led by him to look out the window, and Boju signaled to the pilot, who immediately began to lower the altitude. As Jiang Lu looked more closely, it became clearer. From high above, the monsters looked like ants moving densely, but once they got closer, it became evident that those ugly monsters were fighting each other, continuously splitting, as if trying to use their numerical advantage to topple the high walls and trap them. Jiang Lu's heart sank, her face turned a bit pale, and she turned her head away, not wanting to look anymore, but Boju wouldn't allow it. Little girl, don't be afraid. This is your new course, psychological training, which you chose for yourself. Boju said gleefully originally. The boss wanted me to arrange someone to teach you close combat first, but since you particularly wanted to come here, I had to disrupt the course order. After finishing his words, he moved away, which was a very wise choice. Otherwise, Jiang Lu would have punched him in the face the next second, regardless of whether he would be unhappy or not, because he wouldn't dare to throw her to the monsters. This was too insidious. Why were the men in Ghost so treacherous? Was it because of that damn name? She raised her hand to cover her chest, where her report card was kept. She had come with good intentions, but was shamelessly trapped by Boju. Indeed, one should not trust them too much. A bad person is just a bad person. Taking a deep breath, trying to calm the shock brought on by the earlier scenes, Jiang Lu decided not to fall for anything Boju said in the time that followed. Boju, feeling bored, stopped teasing her, and the two arrived at Base 3 relatively peacefully. The helicopter landed on the rooftop. The noise inside was significant and sealed off from the sounds outside. As Jiang Lu stepped off the helicopter, she felt a bit wobbly and instantly became timid. This was the rooftop of Base 3, open air, surrounded by high walls enclosing the collected monsters. The monsters multiplied rapidly, and their numbers were unfathomable. They certainly wouldn't just lie still and sleep, so it was inevitable that some sounds would escape. A single monster might not make much noise, but the sounds produced by countless monsters could be terrifying. Jiang Lu felt as if she had arrived in hell, the sounds and smells making her nauseous. She hurriedly followed the group into the Base 3 building and immediately held her breath to ask, "Where's Ying?" Boju glanced back at her and said, "Can't hold it in for even a moment. You'll see the boss soon. If the boss knew you were thinking about him like this, he'd be very pleased." Jiang Lu now disliked Boju even more than she disliked Shenyang, rolling her eyes at him and saying, "Team Leader Bo, as a single man, you really shouldn't presume to understand the feelings of a couple in love." This seemed to touch Boju's sore spot. His expression darkened as if he recalled something sad, and he ignored her for the rest of the way. Jiang Lu felt a bit guilty. She was truly a good person. Even though Boju had been so awful first, she felt ashamed for saying something a bit excessive. It really highlighted the difference between a normal person and a bad one. Boju wasn't lying this time. After navigating through heavy defenses, Jiang Lu finally saw Ying. Compared to Base 2 and the main base, Base 3 had tighter perimeter security. Ying was in the main control room, watching the destruction of the monsters in Pit 1 on the big screen. When Boju entered, Ying didn't turn around, facing away from him to listen to the report. When Boju mentioned Jiang Lu's name, the fake name, Ying quickly turned his head, pinpointing the small figure of Jiang Lu in the crowd. For some reason, at that moment, Jiang Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her heart softened immediately, and without caring about the people around her, she excitedly ran up to him, jumping up and down, saying, "I'm here. I passed." Without hesitation, she pulled out her report card and handed it to Ying, her face filled with an eager expectation for praise, which made Boju snort like a bull. Jiang Lu shot him a glare, recalling how he had tried to set her up and belittle her along the way. Looking back at Ying, she felt wronged, utterly perplexed. As Ying looked over her report card, she reached out to tug at his sleeve. And then everyone saw the usually stern boss, who never allowed anyone to get close, actually didn't shake her off. In fact, after she approached, he even comfortingly patted her head. "Well done." He even praised Jiang Lu. How rare was that? Genuine appreciation and compliment from the boss were hard to come by. Really? Jiang Lu felt happy and satisfied, no longer feeling wronged, and her motivation surged. "Then I'll go back to continue the next phase of training. I heard from Team Leader Bo that we are going to start hand-to-hand combat training next, right? I'll definitely work hard. So please don't listen to Boju about keeping me here to train my psychological resilience. Absolutely not." Boju wasn't foolish and understood Jiang Lu's intentions. He directly stated his purpose. "Boss, the current situation at Base 3 is very tense. I need to stay and command Team C to set up defenses. Personally, I believe that Macau Lao can temporarily skip combat training and start with psychological resilience training first. I tested her on the way here, and if her psychological resilience doesn't meet the standard, everything she learned before will be in vain. In an emergency, she could end up so scared she loses control and can't do anything. Jiang Lu. Team leader Bo, as a human, don't you know that it's wrong to push someone to their limits like this? People can lack anything, but they shouldn't lack virtue. Manual goodbye. Chapter 56 anyway. Bo Ju finally convinced Ing, and Jiang Lu's psychological training was put on the agenda. Ing seemed to be planning something, appearing distracted while directing the researchers to destroy the monsters one group at a time. He was more concerned about the team sent from the survivor base, specifically the distance of a group led by Yishi approaching this side. Ing held a device in his hand that could calculate the distance changes between them every minute and second. Most of the time, his eyes were fixed on that device. Jiang Lu thought he might be feeling anxious due to the previous attack on base number 2, which is why he was so on guard this time. Actually, I don't think she would come to cause trouble at a time like this. Jiang Lu softly reassured him. After all, this is beneficial for all humanity. If he were to cause trouble now, that would be too narrow-minded. Ing seemed to think of something, curling his lips into a playful smile as he glanced at the device in his hand and said, "If it were me, I would, so I need to be on guard." Jiang Lu was taken aback for a moment, and after a while said, "I didn't say you were narrow-minded." Ing turned to look at her. "Why is it that when Yishi does these things it's narrow-minded, but when I do, it isn't?" Jiang Lu blushed, not daring to say she was afraid he would kill her, while Yishi couldn't do anything to her. After thinking for a while, Jiang Lu could only provide another answer. "It's a matter of closeness and distance. Our relationship can't be compared to his with mine." This answer seemed to please him, and Ying's expression was no longer so cold and detached. He sat on a nearby chair. The command room was dimly lit to avoid making it easier for outsiders to target them. Ghost departments always adhered to the principle of safety first in everything, except for some possibly unavoidable suicide attacks. "You're too trusting of Yishi." When Jiang Lu began to think about something else, Ing started discussing her earlier comments. "Haven't you heard of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Perhaps as soon as we destroy all these monsters, Yishi will lead a team to attack base number 3. Although he was not very familiar with this place, he had already found the exact location, indicating that he had not wasted a moment during his long time undercover in Ghost. Ying's expression was intriguing. Perhaps his real goal was to use my hands to destroy these monsters, approaching here under the pretext of helping to concentrate the monsters, and then delivering a fatal blow at the last moment. He toyed with the device in his hand and said slowly, "The closer he gets, the more dangerous we become. If necessary, we might not need to destroy all these monsters." Jiang Lu looked at him in astonishment. "Are you saying you still plan to keep some monsters?" Ing withdrew his gaze to look at the various large screens in the command room. Following Bo Ju's orders, the monsters in each compartment began to be sprayed with a specially developed agent. The agent worked quickly, and the monsters visibly turned into a pool of black liquid. Jiang Lu watched this fantastical high-tech scene and couldn't help but exclaim, how long must it have taken to develop so many agents? She initially just wanted to express her thoughts, but unexpectedly, Ing replied to her with a mocking tone. "In the 2 months you've been training, I've been spending a lot of resources and time to make these things. The effect is pretty good, isn't it?" Jiang Lu looked at him and said, "Although it seems like there's a hint of pain in your tone, you're contributing to all humanity. They will remember you for this." Ing looked at her in disbelief, with an incredulous expression. "Are we talking about the same thing? Did I unintentionally contribute to humanity? That's really terrifying." He curled his lips into a dangerous and cold smile. "My only goal is to resolve my own crisis. If these monsters continue to replicate, eventually even Ghost will suffer. Don't think of me as too great. I'm quite flattered." He narrowed his eyes, looking at the chaotic scenes on the screen, some of which were splattered with the monster's blood and had corroded to the point where it was unclear what was inside. He continued, "This world has become what it is today. It is beyond saving. However, it is still a bit better than the world at the beginning. Don't you think? I've always wanted to see what happens when a world where money can do anything turns into a world where money is of no use." Jiang Lu stared at him blankly, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "I don't know if it's just my illusion, But I always feel like your emotions are different from before. Are you planning to do something? Ying tactfully replied, does it seem that obvious? Yes, it feels like the world is about to end tomorrow. That's really unfortunate, but don't worry. Even if the world ends, I will find a way to keep you alive. Should I be moved? It seems like there's really nothing to be moved about. Logically, I should just capture this guy and freeze him with dead chi flame or something. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, and as time passed, today's destruction work also came to a close. Boju leaned in and whispered something to Ying. Jiang Lu observed quietly. Although Xinyang always spoke harshly, he was right about one thing. The more you know, the faster you die. Even though she was involved with Ying in various ways now, the mood of the villain boss was always changing. One day he might think, I'm someone who is going to destroy the world. How can I be bound by a woman and just eliminate her? However, she clearly wanted to stay safe. And Boju also did not intend to let her know too much, but he insisted on dragging her in. Look, I guessed accurately. As we are about to reach the end of our project, Yishi is closed in quite a distance overnight, and the survivor base has sent more personnel over. Maybe among our group, there are those who are in cahoots with Yishi. He spoke without looking at Jiang Lu, only gripping her hand, making her feel as if her hand was about to break. Ying's eyes scanned every person in the command room. Their expressions were very calm and composed, with none that seemed likely to betray Ghost. If there were really a traitor among them, then the other party's acting skills were too good. After a moment of silence, Boju said, Boss, according to my investigation, there shouldn't be any internal traitors left. Ying curled his lips into a gentle smile. Is that so? Then that's the best outcome. Perhaps I was just overthinking. I still trust everyone very much, as long as everyone focuses on working for Ghost. I can guarantee that both your families and yourselves will be very safe. After finishing his words, he stood up, and the others immediately bowed to see him off. Jiang Lu followed behind him, very interested in his last remark. Guaranteeing everyone's families and themselves are very safe? What does that represent? Are everyone's families in Ying's hands? If so, where are they placed? With these questions, Jiang Lu followed Ying directly to his lounge in base number 3. He clearly intended to make a big move here and would not be returning to the main base for a while. When Jiang Lu walked in, she was given a sideways glance by Boju, which seemed to carry a warning. She hesitated for a few seconds but still walked in. Ying did not stop her, only sitting on the sofa and watching her close the door, then pour him a glass of water. The lounge here was designed similarly to the main base, so she found it quite convenient to use. Have some water. Jiang Lu poured the water and sat opposite Ying, handing him the cup. Ying looked at the water in the cup and said meaningfully, Now, wanting to drink a sip of clean water might be a problem. Jiang Lu deeply agreed, so she continued on this topic. As long as you stop your actions and try to make amends for the panic caused before, I believe the world still has hope. Ying looked at her subtly and said, You want to persuade me? Jiang Lu shook her head and said, I don't really think I can convince you, but I still want to give it a try. She pointed at the cup of water on the table and said, Look at this cup of water. Very few people can easily access clean water and food like we do. I believe that according to the mutation and transmission speed of the virus, it won't be long before these resources are all contaminated. No matter how strong Ghost reserves are, there will eventually come a day when they run out. At this point, her expression became a bit heavy. By then, everyone will have to die. Ying just looked at her, not saying anything, his eyes filled with many things she couldn't understand. But Jiang Lu didn't have time to care about that. She felt this was a good opportunity, and if there was a next time, she might not have the courage to say these words again. So she continued without waiting for his response. Actually, I've always been curious about your reasons for doing this. Is it just what you said in the command room? Wanted to see what happens when money becomes useless in this world. If that's all, you've already seen it. Those who value wealth above all else might have already died off. Haven't you achieved your goal? So many people have died. Can it stop here? She took a deep breath and said, If you turn back now, I believe with your ability, you could still stop the virus from spreading. You could handle those zombies just like you did today with the collective destruction of those monsters, restoring the world to its former peace. At this point in her speech, Ying interrupted her with a meaningful tone. So then what? Do you want me to die? Do you want everyone in Ghost to die? This question truly left her speechless. Jiang Lu looked at him in disappointment, unsure how to express her feelings at that moment, because if she were in his position, she might think the same way. I have no way out. Ing stared at her and said, and I don't want to retreat. If in the end, I have to die no matter what, then it's better for everyone to die together than for me to die alone. At least by choosing this path. I will know when I will die, certainly later than they will. Jiang Lu, young man, your thoughts are quite dangerous. After saying this, Ing stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. After entering, he closed the door, indicating she was not welcome inside. Jiang Lu leaned back against the sofa and looked at the tightly closed bedroom door, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, petting a cat the wrong way would anger the cat. Ing probably didn't want to see her now, so she should obediently leave and not disturb him anymore. After Jiang Lu left, the bedroom door opened again, and Ing stood at the doorway, like a shadow, unaware. A few minutes later, the lounge door opened, and Bo-ju walked in with several people, locking the door behind them, and they all entered Ying's bedroom together. The night was still long. Some people were resting, while others were plotting for the future. Chapter 57. Jiang Lu's training began again. Early the next morning before dawn, she was grabbed by Bo-ju, who gave her only 5 minutes to get dressed before forcibly taking her out for training. Although it was called training, at first she was just following behind and observing. They sat in the tank, with Bo-ju standing on top of it, holding a gun and watching the surroundings, while Jiang Lu sat inside with others, occasionally glancing at the control panel in front to see the outside view. Where were they going? It felt like they were getting further away from Base 3, and the area they passed through was barren. She felt a little scared and worried. Could it be that what she said last night upset Ing, and now they planned to abandon her in the wilderness? Thinking about it, it seemed quite possible. A person like Ing, even if he liked you, would not hesitate to discard you if you interfered with his plans. Jiang Lu suddenly felt a chill throughout her body, a sense of desolation sweeping over her. With a mournful expression on her face, she was just seen by Bo-ju as he came down from the tank. He smirked wickedly, in a certain angle resembling Shenyang, making Jiang Lu's heart tremble. Don't worry, we'll reach our destination soon. You'll have plenty of opportunities to show yourself. No need to wear that dead expression as if no one would bury you, Bo-ju said, handing her a gun. Jiang Lu looked down at her handgun. Although she didn't know the specific names of some guns, she noticed that everyone else had submachine guns, while she only had a small handgun. Wasn't this a bit unfair? Team Leader Bo, can I have a submachine gun like everyone else? At this point, Jiang Lu was already doubting whether she was going to be abandoned. So she wanted better equipment to better resist any outside attacks. But clearly, she was being overly optimistic, since they had already decided to abandon her. Why would they give her better gear? Sure enough, Bo-ju quickly replied, we don't have that. Jiang Lu, not willing to give up, tugged at his sleeve. This can be arranged. Bo-ju coldly pulled his arm back. This really isn't available. Jiang Lu. Fine, a handgun is better than nothing. If she kept pulling, Bo-ju might get angry and take the handgun back. Sigh, thinking about their interactions over this period. Although they seemed to be at odds and disliked each other on the surface, she actually felt a bit reluctant to part ways. Jiang Lu looked longingly at Bo-ju, who had sat back inside the tank. His skin crawled under her gaze, and after enduring for a while without results, he impatiently said, why are you looking at me so pitifully? It's not like I'm abandoning you. Jiang Lu widened her eyes at him. You won't abandon me, will you? Bo-ju spat. Damn it, women are really troublesome. I can't understand why the boss values you so much. What use are you? You can't do anything right, and all you do is drag people down. Jiang Lu didn't care about his insults. She was more concerned about the outcome. So bringing me out today isn't to abandon me? Bo-ju gave her a disdainful look. I don't have the time to come out just to abandon you. Jiang Lu immediately felt relieved. You should have said that earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have looked at you like that. You should know I have a thin skin. Being looked at with such disdain and dislike does make me sad. Bo-ju snorted coldly. Really? I didn't notice. But I understand why Shenyang can't maintain his image when he sees you. You're really an annoying person who makes it easy for others to lose control. Jiang Lu. The enemy is strong and I am weak. I won't stoop to your level. But Team Leader Bo, she lowered her tone and asked, since bringing me out isn't to abandon me, then what's the point of bringing me along to drag you down? Bo-ju said proudly, I don't want to take you with me, but the boss thinks you need practical training. Today we're going to ambush Yishi's team, and we'll be there soon. I want you to join us. The tiny bit of happiness she felt from not being abandoned was completely gone. She had only trained for 2 months and was already being dragged into battle. Right now, she only had decent physical strength and barely passable shooting skills. Was she really expected to fight against the people from the survivor base? It was practically asking for her own destruction. However, as a low-level member, she had no right to resist. In the field, the boss's orders were absolute. If she resisted, it would only anger him further, possibly leading him to make decisions that would ensure her death. In any case, calm down, Jiang Lu. Be confident. You can do this. If you can't fight, then run. If you can fight, then fight. Just make sure you don't die. Once Jiang Lu finally got her mindset straight, they arrived at the ambush point. Boju led the group down from the tank, and Jiang Lu followed closely behind. She tightly gripped her gun, nervously scanning the surroundings, worried that someone might suddenly shoot from the side. Boju, irritated by her timid demeanor, directly grabbed her by the neck, pulling her close to him, looking down at her and saying, "Little cat, this area is tightly controlled. Not even a fly can get in. You don't need to be so scared here." After saying this, he released her. Jiang Lu was momentarily stunned by his actions and remained silent for a while. Boju, oblivious, continued with his command. It must be said that a man in uniform about to go to battle is really very charming. But thinking of the side they were fighting for made Jiang Lu feel nauseous. If she truly participated in this ambush, it would be hard for her to separate from Ghost in the future. She would really become a part of Ghost, standing before a military tribunal when the possibly good future arrived, awaiting judgment. Just thinking about that outcome made Jiang Lu hesitate. Although she was currently part of Ghost, she still believed that justice would ultimately prevail over evil. The education she received since childhood made it difficult for her to change her mindset. If she was really forced to go up and ambush with the others, what was she supposed to do? Forget it, why think so much? For now, just focus on surviving. If others don't attack me, I want to attack them. If they do attack me, I'll show a little leniency. But if they keep attacking me, I will definitely fight back. With that pleasant decision made, Jiang Lu took a deep breath. Boju quickly arranged everything on his side, then personally led her quietly forward. At this moment, if she shouted, it would surely alert Yi Shi's team, leading to the failure of the ambush. Perhaps Boju would even be captured. The thought excited her a little, but unfortunately, she hadn't planned to do that. Not to mention that she was still in the team and had no confidence she could escape, but thinking about Boju and the people around him. Inexplicably, it felt like family. People are selfish. When crisis strikes, if someone has to die, they hope it won't be their family. Although Boju always verbally expressed his dislike for her, he still kept an eye on her situation as they moved forward. Thankfully, Jiang Lu's training wasn't completely in vain. She was able to keep up with their pace, which made Boju less worried. However, life seemed to always have unexpected twists. Yi Shi and his team likely had no idea that Ghost was planning to ambush them today, but they must have prepared for a potential ambush. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to camp so boldly in a position that Ghost clearly knew. When the real attack began, Boju unhesitatingly threw Jiang Lu to the back, and she was more than willing, comfortably hiding behind everyone. Watching Boju lead the charge, little by little breaching the enemy's defenses, her heart in turmoil. "Stay away from the battlefield. Stay away from the battlefield." These 4 words filled Jiang Lu's mind as she began to search for a relatively safe location, moving little by little toward the back corner. While Boju was attacking the enemy in front, he took a moment to glance back and felt satisfied that Jiang Lu was still trying to hide herself, although he hoped to train her practical combat experience. This was the initial assault phase, which was very dangerous, and she wasn't suited for deep involvement. It would be more appropriate for her to come out once they had pushed further in. Jiang Lu had no idea what Boju was thinking. She was just trying to ensure she wasn't noticed or attacked. However, it seemed that fate thought she had been too comfortable lately and didn't want her to remain unscathed. She had been staying at the back, but the enemy had begun to implement strategies, initially only counterattacking from the first line of defense, but later sending people to encircle from behind. This information was received by Boju on the front lines, while Jiang Lu at the back was completely unaware of the situation. Boju immediately frowned and said, "You go to the back immediately, find the woman who came with me, and protect her. She must not come to any harm." He couldn't leave personally, so he had to send someone back, as the front line needed someone to command the actions. The person assigned immediately ran toward the back, searching for Jiang Lu's figure, which was actually easy to find. She was a girl with a distinctive hair color, almost visible at a glance. The enemy could easily spot them, which meant that Yishi's side could as well. At first, Jiang Lu only felt a hurried sound of footsteps behind her. Due to a woman's sensitive sixth sense, she changed direction and ran back. But it was a bit too late. Those people had already begun to pursue her, some even firing at her. At this moment, the results of her physical training were well displayed. She had previously been out of breath after running a few times. But this time she ran a long distance, quickly, without feeling particularly tired. She hid behind a tree to disguise herself, and then unhesitatingly picked up her pistol to shoot at the person who had just fired at her. The first shot missed as the person dodged, making Jiang Lu a bit irritated, and she immediately fired a second shot. Perhaps the second shot was fired as the person got closer, or maybe people could tap into their potential in critical situations. Jiang Lu's second shot hit the person's gun hand directly, resulting in a scream as the person dropped their gun. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief and turned to continue running, but the heavens did not grant her wish. Another group of people soon appeared ahead, and they weren't ghost members, as their uniforms were different. Jiang Lu found herself in a dilemma, unable to retreat or advance. Just when she was at a loss, a man in a black ghost uniform ran out from his side, using his body as a shield to cover her retreat. Jiang Lu stared in shock at this unfamiliar man, who gritted his teeth to protect her. His body trembled several times during the retreat, clearly having been shot. Yet he showed no intention of leaving alone, using his body to shield her from the encirclement. It would be a lie to say she wasn't shaken. Jiang Lu didn't know what she was thinking at that moment. By the time she snapped back to reality, she had already pulled the man behind her and was shooting at the few people who had fired at him. When the bullets in her gun ran out, several of the enemies were on the ground, crying out in pain. She wasn't a completely bad person. The bullets hadn't hit any vital areas. Those people seemed to sense something unusual, and while Jiang Lu tried to drag the almost lifeless ghost member away, they reported the strange situation back to Commander Yishi. A young girl with gray hair? Shooting at you, but not hitting vital spots? Yishi pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on her face. Bring her back. Don't harm her. She could be very useful. Remember, do whatever it takes to bring her back. Upon hearing this, the man immediately complied, instructing others not to fire at Jiang Lu anymore, and quickly surrounded her again. Jiang Lu, dragging an almost dying man, stood isolated and helpless among a group of men, gasping and staring intently at them like a little lion trapped in a den of wolves. Don't mind me, just go. Just then, Jiang Lu felt the man beneath her weakly saying something. Surprised, she looked back. The man used his last strength to push Jiang Lu away and then pulled out a grenade, using his body to guide it into the group surrounding them. Naturally, there was a massive explosion. Jiang Lu hurriedly dodged and ran, but still got caught in the blast, falling to the ground and sustaining injuries. She knew she couldn't stop. The chance to escape was bought with someone else's life, and she couldn't waste it like that. But there was nothing she could do. Those people seemed to have received some orders. It seemed they were determined to capture Jiang Lu, even if it meant death. After the grenade attack, a few survivors rushed over, dragging their injured bodies to restrain her. Jiang Lu looked ahead, flames rising into the sky. That was Bo Ju and the others still launching their assault. What a pity. She had trained for 2 months, and in the end, she still couldn't help, but instead got captured. This could also be considered dragging them down, right? To the person who died in vain, I'm sorry for disappointing you. This was Jiang Lu's last thought as she fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 58, before she learned that the world had become what it is now. Jiang Lu had always hoped to reach the survivor base. Later, she had been trying to contact Qin Nong and the others, but by a twist of fate, she ended up in Ghost. For a long time after entering Ghost, she still hoped to return to the survivor base because she always believed she was on the side of justice. She hoped the world could return to its former state, rather than end up as Shadow wished, with everyone dying together, merely distinguishing between early death and late death. However, when she opened her eyes and saw a completely unfamiliar scene, only to be informed by the female doctor beside her that this was the survivor base, she felt completely unwell. It was as if her long-held belief had been overturned, She should have been excited, happy, and dancing with joy. But instead, she felt a deep sense of crisis. Will I die? Jiang Lu asked the female doctor numbly. The doctor, dressed in a white coat with kind features and a smile, was different from the people in Ghost, who all looked as if others owed them a lot of money, regardless of age or gender. No, why would you think that? Miss, Deputy Yi is very concerned about you and has instructed us to make sure you recover, the female doctor said kindly, even using the formal you, which Jiang Lu, who hadn't experienced human rights for a long time, found a bit uncomfortable. My name is Jiang Lu. You can just call me by my name, Jiang Lu replied. Then asked her what happened to me. Can I get up? The doctor nodded and said, you can. It's a mild concussion. The rest are just more serious abrasions. Miss Jiang, your skin is very delicate, so recovery will be slower, but don't worry, it won't leave scars after applying the medicine. Jiang Lu thanked her and slowly sat up, first looking at the bandaged wounds on her body, then carefully examining the room, which had a completely different style from inside Ghost. There were windows here, with sunlight pouring in brightly, almost indistinguishable from a regular hospital ward. Thank you. Jiang Lu expressed her gratitude, leaning back against the pillow with the doctor's help. Just as she was about to say something else, there was a knock at the door. It must be Deputy Yi. He instructed me to let him know as soon as you wake up, the female doctor said with a smile, and went to open the door. Jiang Lu saw Yi Shi in casual clothes at the door and showed an expression of as expected. When Yi Shi entered and saw her expression, he waved his hand to send the female doctor out and casually sat by the bedside. Do you feel better? He asked gently. Jiang Lu replied cautiously, much better. Thank you for not killing me. Yi Shi smiled. Why would I kill you? At first, the people below didn't know your identity and may have attacked you. I apologize for that. Thank you for sparing them and not hitting their vital points directly. After a slight pause, he changed the subject, however. The people from Ghost who came to protect you were ruthless. They charged into the encirclement without regard for their lives, and even pulled out grenades. We lost quite a few soldiers. Hearing him mention that, a look of sadness appeared on Jiang Lu's face. Yi Shi mistakenly thought she was upset about their losses and said gently, you don't need to blame yourself. It was my order to bring you back at all costs. Now that you're safe, their sacrifices were not in vain. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched as she replied, no, I don't think I'm worth so many sacrifices. You didn't have to bring me back. Actually, Before she could finish, Yi Shi interrupted her, saying, of course you're worth it. You understand the situation in Ghost better than I do. By saving you, we have more hope. He spoke with excitement, and your 4 companions are here as well. They were given drugs that damage their memories, but the scientists here have been studying for a long time to create an antidote. They still remember you and have been worried about you. Jiang Lu looked at him in surprise. They remember me? Yi Shi nodded. Yes, but they are busy right now. Once they have some free time, I will bring them to see you. Suddenly, Jiang Lu felt a sensation she couldn't describe, but it was very uncomfortable and uneasy. This feeling was even more intense than when she was in the dangerous environment of Ghost, arising now that she was in the safest and most sacred place. Could it be that she had stayed in a bad place for too long? Although the fruit looked red, the roots had all rotted away. Seeing her silent, Yi Shi thought she had some psychological trauma and spoke gently to comfort her. Miss Jiang, your name is Jiang Lu, right? I got your name from your companions. I know you were forced to do some things by Ghost. You don't need to worry. I've informed my father about these reasons. From now on, you can stay here in peace. We will do our utmost to protect your companions and humanity. And similarly, once you're well, you can also do your part for us. This so-called doing one's part should mean telling them everything she knew, so they could be more assured and efficient in exterminating Ghost. All right, now you can rest well and sleep. You don't have to worry about anything. Yi Shi patted her hand that was resting on the blanket, watching the girl's silent figure under the sunlight, which was completely different from when she secretly told him in Ghost that she had been discovered. One could imagine what inhumane torment she had endured. She must hate Ghost. Such a person is the most trustworthy. At the same time, she also possesses extraordinary significance because the boss of Ghost likes her. Even if it can't be 100% certain that Shadow truly likes her, it can at least be confirmed that he genuinely cares about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally led people to chase after her during their return. In the end, they succeeded while Ghost failed. After speaking, Yi Shi stood up to say goodbye and left. After he left, No one came to disturb Jiang Lu for the time being. She leaned against the pillow, slowly shifting her body down, covering her face with the blanket, imagining what Shadow's reaction would be at this moment. Wouldn't he misunderstand that she wanted to escape? Would he? He shouldn't. The people under Ju should have seen how she was taken away. Then, he must be very worried that she would reveal everything, especially since she had persuaded him to give up everything and become a good person not long before leaving Ghost. In fact, Jiang Lu was overthinking it. Shadow wasn't considering so much right now. His entire focus was on bringing her back. In the main base of Ghost, Ju was kneeling before Shadow, holding a gun to his own temple, about to pull the trigger to commit suicide. But just before that, Shadow knocked the gun from his hand. Ju looked at the gun on the ground and pursed his lips, saying, "This time it was my mistake. I was too focused on the frontal assault and didn't notice the ambush from behind, which led to her being captured. I'm willing to accept any punishment, boss." Shadow stood by, watching him, and Shenyang was at his side. When Shenyang saw this scene, he stepped forward and said, "Boss, I think Team Leader Bo's attack can still be considered a success. Although Yishi captured that woman, they lost more people, with only a few escaping in the end." Just as he finished speaking, before Shadow could reply, Ju coldly said, "Secretary Shun, you don't need to make excuses for me. Even if they suffered heavy losses, we still fail because Yishi captured Jiang Lu. If Jiang Lu reveals everything she knows." He didn't finish his sentence because the consequences were simply unimaginable. It was already too late to change bases or even replace all secret facilities. Shenyang broke out in a cold sweat behind his back, feeling extremely fortunate that he had stopped the boss at that time, preventing Jiang Lu from seeing their supply base. The sudden silence made the atmosphere on site somewhat tense. Shenyang and Ju both looked at Ing, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. As long as he gave the order, they would be willing to die, destroying themselves before Yishi had a chance to react. Since it was a matter of either you die or I die, they had to make sure they died. However, Ing appeared much calmer and more composed compared to them. He slowly stepped back, sat down on a chair to the side, and after pondering for a moment said, "There's no need to think of things as so dire. Why don't you believe that she won't say anything?" Upon hearing this, Ju and Shenyang both showed expressions of constipation. They seemed to think that Jiang Lu, who was so afraid of death, would not yield. In fact, they themselves knew they were the bad guys, while Jiang Lu was a fundamentally kind girl. Therefore, they had no confidence that she could keep a secret when facing the good people at the survivor base. Yishi would not kill her. She was safe. As long as there was no movement from that side, it meant she hadn't said anything yet. Before that, they would arrange for someone to keep a close watch over there and find a way to get her out. Ing calmly laid out his plans, which made Ju and Shenyang somewhat hesitant, but he was the boss, and they had to carry out his orders. After Ju and Shenyang left to follow their orders, Ing looked out the window of the lounge, observing the bleak scenery of withered grass and trees in the winter. He raised his hand to brush away non-existent dust from his fingertips and softly said, "Jiang Lu, please don't let me down." This was the first time Ing had called her by name. It turned out he knew her name. Unfortunately, she did not hear it. Chapter 59, the high walls of the survivor base were no shorter than those of Ghost, and their defenses were equally strong. When Jiang Lu was able to get out of bed and move around, Yishi personally took her on a tour. It was said that at first, the base leader Yi Ting had refused this request. He still wasn't completely at ease with Jiang Lu and wasn't sure what Yishi had said to persuade him. But in the end, he agreed. Following Yishi, Jiang Lu noticed that the places they passed were clean and tidy, and the people they encountered were all friendly. Yishi even introduced her to some of the top scientists in the base. Jiang Lu observed that the number of people in that laboratory was slightly fewer than in Ghost, but it was certainly sufficient. They were actively working on a cure for the zombie virus. Yishi smiled and said, "I believe that in the near future, we will be able to restore the world to its former state." That's right, this is the kind of mindset a normal person should have. Planning to destroy the world like Ing, with a mentality of whether we die early or late, we all die together, is simply twisted. But why, despite knowing this, does she still think about going back? Seeing that Jiang Lu didn't react to her words, Yishi frowned slightly, but quickly returned to his original demeanor, pointing ahead and saying, "We are about to reach the dormitory area. You will live there from now on." Fortunately, Qin Nong and the others are all here today, so I'll take you to meet them." Upon hearing familiar names, Jiang Lu's expression finally showed some change. She nodded and awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, managing a smile that could be considered a gesture of thanks. Yishi didn't press her further, smiling gently as he led her to the dormitory floor. Compared to the interior of Ghost, the survivor base was relatively a bit simpler, but having such a base in this apocalypse was already quite impressive. Sensing Jiang Lu's observations of her surroundings, Yishi kindly explained, "Our base isn't the best. It only receives survivors from several nearby cities. The main base is still far from here, and we rely on the new communication system developed by our scientists for contact." Jiang Lu blinked. Ghost had so many bases, so the survivor base certainly couldn't just be one. Not to mention within Asia, just domestically, with such a large area and population, one base couldn't possibly accommodate everyone. Calculating this way, Ghost was facing more than just this one base, and the only one they had actually clashed with was this one. Once they united, "We're here." Yishi's voice interrupted Jiang Lu's thoughts. She snapped back to reality, looking at the somewhat large room in front of her and puzzling, "This can't be the dormitory. It's too big." Yishi smiled and explained, "This dormitory floor has a recreation room. Everyone is under a lot of pressure, so they come here to relax when they have free time." What humane facility. Inside Ghost, there was only a training room with no place for entertainment. Perhaps those people over there were completely stress-free. After all, the world had turned out this way because of them. "Go on in. They should have been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as Yishi finished speaking, the door to the recreation room opened from the inside. The first to come out was Su Boya, who looked at Jiang Lu with tightly pursed lips and a very complex expression. Yao Yao then stood beside her, more excited, and immediately hugged Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was a bit unaccustomed to this scene, as if recognizing a family member, and took a while to respond. As gentlemen, Qin Nong and Song Xuan couldn't hug her, but they all remembered the reason they could leave Ghost, holding admiration and guilt towards Jiang Lu. "Great, you're all right," Qin Nong said excitedly, unable to hide his emotions. "I thought you. Luckily, now we're reunited, and we'll never have to part again." "Will we really never have to part again? Would he really allow her to stay here?" Jiang Lu fell silent. Everyone assumed she was just not good at expressing herself. Su Boya and Yao Yao took turns hugging her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, with her eyes reddening. Yishi stood outside, watching this scene, very satisfied with the current outcome. He planned for Jiang Lu's 4 companions to ask the questions they wanted to know next, believing that Jiang Lu wouldn't hide anything. After all, Ghost was such a terrifying place, and she had suffered the insults and torment of it while being there. "Why don't you chat for a while? I won't disturb you." Yishi very thoughtfully gave them private space and left after speaking. Jiang Lu turned back to look at his retreating figure, and only when he entered the elevator did she pull the 2 girls into the room. Qin Nong and Song Xiuyuan followed them in. "Close the door," Jiang Lu said warily. Su Boya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Jiang Lu, you don't need to be as cautious here as you were in Ghost. The deputy officer and the others are not so twisted as to install surveillance in every room. They want to know what we say here." Jiang Lu looked at the open door and said, "Let us close it just in case. Think about it. Ghost could have arranged spies here, and who knows, maybe they sent undercover agents here too." This statement was somewhat subtle. She referred to the spies from Ghost as internal traitors, while calling the people sent by Ghost to the survivor base undercover agents, indicating a clear distinction in severity and proximity. However, these 4 young people didn't have an interest in detecting the psychological state of their companions. They had escaped thanks to Jiang Lu, so they believed her words without question. Although they felt it was unnecessary, since she said so, they still closed the door. Seeing the door closed, Jiang Lu sighed in relief and looked around the recreation room. It was quite large, with several pool tables and games like billiards and table tennis available, as well as electronic devices, similar to the employee recreation rooms set up in big companies before the world changed. At this moment, there were only the 5 of them in the recreation room. "How have you been here?" Jiang Lu said softly. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I was a bit worried when I saw you were left around here." Qin Nong smiled and said, "When we were left near the base, we happened to run into Deputy Officer Yi, who saved us and arranged accommodations for us." Jiang Lu blinked and said, "Really?" Then you must have told them everything you did in Ghost? Yao Yao nodded and said, of course we told them. Otherwise, how could we completely take down Ghost and rescue you? Jiang Lu replied directly, I'm out now. You don't need to rescue me anymore. Su bore a tug at the corners of her mouth and said, you're out, but we still need to take down Ghost. As long as it exists, the world will never find peace. Song Shuyuan said, yes, plans have already been made here. Once Ghost completely destroys those replicable monsters, actions will be taken immediately to dismantle their 3 known bases. It really was just as Aang had anticipated. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. However, the 3 known bases? Besides the main base and base 3, where else did they know? Could it be the supply base? That's impossible, right? She didn't even know how they would know. Jiang Lu subtly asked, the 3 bases refer to? Song Shiyan, not suspecting anything, answered directly. It's the main base and the base 3 you visited when they brought you back. I'm not sure about the other one. So they didn't know either. Jiang Lu felt a bit disappointed. Her disappointment, in the eyes of the others, transformed into a sense of loss that seemed to stem from a lack of trust. Qi Nong hesitated for a moment and said quietly, Deputy Officer, you didn't tell us about that base, but it seems to be a bit far from here. Among the attack plans for these 3 bases, the one with the tightest security is that base. Jiang Lu's eyes widened a bit. Far? How far? How do they plan to carry out the attack? What does the plan look like? She fired off a series of questions, and Qi Nong's expression became a bit strange. Jiang Lu was taken aback, then realized that she currently looked just like a spy that Ghost had intentionally placed, asking those confidential questions right from the start. Asking one wasn't enough. She had asked a whole string of them. It was only natural for Qi Nong to notice something unusual. Sorry, She frowned and turned her gaze away, saying she was just a bit curious. She fiddled with her fingers and said, to be honest, suddenly being in a strange environment makes me a little uneasy. You know, even though Ghost isn't a good place, my parents were there before, and that made me feel a bit more secure. It's just here. With her explanation, Qi Nong understood and smiled gently, saying, don't worry, you have us here. We had already talked to Deputy Officer Yi before. Your parents didn't truly want to follow that person to do evil. Once our plan succeeds, your parents can use their skills to replace the crimes they committed within Ghost. Jiang Lu looked confused. What do you mean? Deputy Officer Yi said that as long as your parents can cooperate with the scientists here to develop an antidote for the zombie virus, they can make up for their past mistakes. Qi Nong said seriously. That sounds pretty good. They even arrange a way out for her, but for some reason, Jiang Lu still couldn't feel happy. Thank you. She thanked them modestly, and others began to ask her how she had been in Ghost during this time. Actually, these questions didn't hold much significance. How could she have had a bad time in Ghost? Shadow was truly unreserved towards her. Can I participate in your upcoming actions? Jiang Lu suddenly said, I have also participated in some training, so I should be able to help. Qi Nong looked at the other 3 and then nodded. I think that's fine. Deputy Officer, you definitely won't refuse, but have you thought it through? You look a bit out of shape. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. Friends should be treated with fresh eyes after 3 days apart. Yao Yao looked doubtful. Really? Just you? As the former useless Jiang Lu, facing her companion's doubts, she hoped to prove herself through action. In the end, it was still Qi Nong who made the decision, saying he would help her talk to Yi Shi about this matter. Jiang Lu felt that Yi Shi would definitely propose some conditions. And indeed, as she expected. After Qi Nong mentioned this, Yi Shi called Jiang Lu over for a talk. The conversation took place in Yi Shi's dorm, a simple single room for men, with very ordinary facilities. When Jiang Lu walked in, Yi Shi was sitting in a chair reading a book, dressed in a white shirt and black pants. Hearing the footsteps, he looked back, and at that moment he was very handsome. You're here, take a seat. Yi Shi smiled, his smile clearly warm and kind. Yet Jiang Lu always felt no warmth from it. She slowly sat down in the chair he pointed to, watching him get up to close the door, then pull over a chair to sit down, facing her. After a moment of eye contact, Yi Shi softened his voice and said, Qi Nong told me your thoughts. Of course, I welcome you to participate in our actions, but at the same time, I also hope to see some sincerity from you. He said bluntly, can you tell me everything you know about the internal situation of Ghost? His tone was coaxing, very gentle, and his gaze was very friendly. Jiang Lu met his gaze for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." Yishi smiled brightly, seemingly very pleased. Jiang Lu looked at his smile, pursed her lips, and slowly clenched her hands in a fist on her lap. "Okay." That was how she replied. In fact, it was not good at all. Chapter 60. Well, I'm listening. You can start speaking now. Yishi was very professional, even taking out a recording pen, seemingly afraid of missing any details, as if she wanted to analyze everything later. Her serious gaze was reminiscent of when students listened to English listening comprehension questions during the college entrance examination. Jiang Lu showed an expression of embarrassment and said in a guilty tone, "I'm sorry, I might disappoint you. What I know isn't much more than what they know." Yishi was taken aback, her expression not changing much. She merely followed up with a question. "Who are you referring to?" Jiang Lu took a breath and said, "My 4 companions." She lowered her head, looking at her fingers, seeming a bit nervous. "I'm sorry I can't be of much help. The day you brought me back was my first time at Base 3. Before that, I didn't even know where Base 3 was. The only possibly valuable thing I know is..." She lifted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "Ing has already anticipated that you would attack during the end of the Ghost's monster destruction. So if you really plan to do that, it's better to think it through." Yishi paused for a moment before nodding. "Thank you. This sounds not very important, but if he really guessed it, he must have set traps and defenses. If we continue with the plan, we might lose a lot of soldiers." He paused again and said, "Thank you." Jiang Lu hurriedly replied, "No need. You're too polite. This is what I should do, and I haven't been of much help." Yishi smiled lightly and subtly asked, "What have you been doing during your time in Ghost?" Jiang Lu answered honestly, "Training. You should know that Ghost doesn't keep idlers. Even though my parents work there, they still arrange for me to undergo significant training. To be honest, I used to be useless, but now I can barely withstand some things." Upon hearing this, Yishi slightly nodded and after a while asked Miss Jiang, "What is your relationship with Ing?" What was her relationship with Ing? Jiang Lu looked at Yishi expressionlessly and said slowly, "No relationship." Yishi raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Although he had been pretending to be gentle, as if he believed everything she said, he actually had a guess in his mind. He believed his guess, and if what she said differed from it, he certainly wouldn't believe her. "Really? But as far as I know, he is quite different with you." Yishi's smile became increasingly amiable, making Jiang Lu feel uneasy. Jiang Lu looked at him seriously and asked, "What do you mean by different? Is it because he didn't kill me?" "That's because my parents are still useful to him. He doesn't want to hurt their feelings." Yishi shook his head, tapping the armrest of the chair, and said, "No, it's more than that. He even let go of your 4 companions because of something you said and dropped them near the survivor base. This shows he doesn't want them to die. I believe that was your request." He lowered his voice, looking at her with an expression that said he knew everything and wasn't going to be deceived. Letting go of such a significant threat clearly isn't his way of doing things. At least, it's something I've never seen during my time undercover in Ghost. If Miss Jiang thinks this is just no relationship, then I really don't understand your definition of what a relationship is. Jiang Lu quietly listened to him, her expression unchanged. After he finished speaking, she looked at him for a while and then said slowly, "So, what does Deputy you want me to say? That he likes me? Please. Can you imagine that kind of person liking someone?" Yishi was stunned, speechless for a long time, before hesitantly saying maybe. Jiang Lu facepalmed. "You're not even sure, yet you ask me. I don't believe it more than you do, okay?" Yishi frowned awkwardly, but besides that reason, there's no other good explanation for his behavior. Jiang Lu squinted her eyes. Did he want her to admit there was something going on between them? That was impossible. It was clearly unrealistic. Although she didn't plan to stop them from taking down Ghost, she also didn't want to become their hostage. Playing some role like shoot at me, don't care about me on the city wall. If you hadn't rescued me this time, maybe I would still be trying to figure out what he really wanted. Jiang Lu said very seriously, "Deputy Yi, believe me, I'm more confused than you. I always feel like he has a big conspiracy waiting for us." In the end, she awkwardly added a US, which made Yishi feel a bit helpless, and a hint of sincerity appeared in his smile. "So you have a point. If we had gone to rescue you a bit later, maybe you would have figured it out already." Jiang Lu felt a bit exasperated. "You think too highly of me. That kind of person makes everything feel very difficult." Yishi sighed. "You're right. It seems we won't find any valuable clues. Sorry." Jiang Lu lowered her head again, continuing to fiddle with her fingers. Yishi just watched her, and for a long time, neither of them spoke. By the way, I really appreciate you coming to send me a message in advance when you were in Ghost. After a long time, Yishi suddenly spoke again. This time his tone was much more comfortable than before. Although I know you probably just didn't want to implicate your friends, you still helped me a lot. You can consider me half a lifesaver. You can stay here at ease, and if you suddenly think of anything useful, feel free to tell me. Jiang Lu looked at him in surprise. He stood up and turned away. Jiang Lu, being perceptive, stood up and said, "Then I'll head back first." Yishi turned his head slightly and nodded. "Do you need me to see you off?" Jiang Lu shook her head. "No need. I remember the way back." Yishi smiled and said, "Then goodbye. You also eased my guilt. At least you told me that he knows about our attack plan, so I can redeploy and minimize losses." Jiang Lu felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to respond. It was true that she wasn't too good at lying or putting on an act. "All right, let us go back. It's getting late. Rest early." Yishi spoke up to help her out, and Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief as she turned to leave. But when she reached the door and was about to close it, she heard Yishi speak again. "By the way, about your request to participate in the operation. I agreed. I will report this to the commander, and you can start acting and training with your companions from tomorrow." This was good news. She wanted to participate in the operation, not to cause trouble. She didn't have that mindset. She still had a sense of integrity in her heart, but she was a bit conflicted about it. The main purpose of her wanting to participate was to understand the situation at any time, to know what was happening on the other side, so as not to be caught off guard if anything unexpected happened. Overall, she was well-intentioned, so there was no need to feel guilty towards Yishi. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, thanked Yishi, and then completely left. Although she was directionally challenged after escaping with Qin Nong and the others last time, she had worked hard to remember the way she needed to take. When she returned to her new dormitory, although she was a bit confused about directions, she managed to find it in the end, but the process was not worth mentioning. To her surprise, her dormitory door was open. When she walked in, she saw Suboya and Yao Yao waiting for her. Yao Yao was the first to notice her and waved at her. "Did you finish talking with Deputy Yi? How was it?" "ISNT Deputy Yi very handsome." Suboya rolled her eyes at Yao Yao. "You've got your priorities wrong, right?" She looked at Jiang Lu. "Did he make things difficult for you?" Jiang Lu walked over and sat down, shaking her head. "No, he is a nice person, easier to get along with than the people in Ghost." Yao Yao shivered a bit and disdainfully said, "Why suddenly bring that up?" Jiang Lu. Suboya sighed. "All right, what's done is done. From now on, we will have a brand new future. So, let's talk about it. What gift do you want? We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude to you before, so the four of us plan to give you a gift together. Is there still a gift to receive?" Jiang Lu's mood improved a bit, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Anything is fine?" Suboya replied, "Anything is fine. If we can't find it at the base, we can try to look for it when we go out." Jiang Lu sincerely said, "I want a figurine." Suboya's mouth twitched a bit, feeling a little troubled, but still mustered the courage to ask, "Which figurine do you want?" She was thinking that if it was a character from a Japanese anime, it would be a bit difficult. Where could they find such figurines in this apocalypse? Simple Transformers or car models might be possible to find, perhaps in the toy section of an abandoned supermarket. But what she didn't expect was that Jiang Lu didn't want any of those. "I want a figurine of Xiet Tung Fei, the kind that you can change its clothes." "Thank you." She looked very touched, and Suboya and Yao Yao immediately pressed her face down onto the sofa. "Aren't you just trying to make a joke out of us? Xiet Tung Fei? Should I get you a Xiaoxi instead? Or maybe Pai Changshan? In the apocalypse. You're talking to me about rural love? You're mixing up the stories, my friend." Chapter 61. As the days passed, deep winter had arrived. After another heavy snowfall, the silent world transformed into a vast expanse of white. Standing high above, one could not see a single trace. It was as if all living things had perished, with even the trees gradually wilting. The snow added a cold hue to the lifeless scene before me, making it hard to feel any sense of joy. Ing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the base, gazing outside. Soon, Shenyang knocked and entered, followed by several subordinates, coming to report on the work progress. This was the 7th day since Jiang Lu was taken away by Yishi, and there had been no news at all. Yishi had done an excellent job of keeping things confidential. Ing was not anxious. Jiang Lu was very safe there, and perhaps she was even willing to stay. After all, she had companions there, and it was the place she had always wanted to be. "Boss, we have a new mission," Xinyang said, handing over a stack of documents. "The weather has been bad lately. The heavy snow just stopped this morning, making transportation quite inconvenient. Team leader Bo has tried to destroy their food transport routes with other bases. In the coming days, they will likely send out patrol vehicles to search for food." Xinyang said with a hint of glee, "The survivor base has too many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people who can only eat but cannot work. If they wait for food from other bases, they will eventually starve. I think Jiang Lu may be arranged to go out with her former companions." Ing flipped through the pages of the documents in his hand, most of which were printed images that visually reflected the current situation outside. After listening to Xinyang, he slowly tossed the waste paper aside and continued to look out the window, saying, "No need to rush. Follow the plan, take your time, and don't take risks for anyone. This also applies to Boju." Xinyang nodded, but looked at his boss's back with some confusion, unsure of what to say next. After a long while, Ing turned around. His handsome face was mostly hidden by sunglasses, and his pale complexion, worsened by poor sleep in recent days, made his face look even worse. He walked over to Xinyang and the subordinates, a slight frown revealing his not-so-good mood at the moment. "Xinyang, if you get a chance to see her and she doesn't want to come back." Ing started but paused, his tone intriguing. Xinyang looked at him respectfully and said, "Boss, if she doesn't want to come back, I will do everything I can to bring her back." Ing smiled oddly and took a long time to say, "If she doesn't want to come back, then let her be." Xinyang looked at him in surprise and blurted out, "Why?" After asking why, he felt he had overstepped, immediately lowering his head and saying, "Boss, I'm sorry, I spoke too much." Ing casually walked to the sofa and took a sip of coffee, softly saying, "If we find her, as long as we ensure she hasn't revealed anything to Yishi, it's up to her whether she wants to come back." Xinyang frowned and hesitated before asking, "Based on the current situation, there seems to be no movement from there, so she should know nothing? But we can't guarantee that Jiang Lu hasn't said anything." After a slight pause, he boldly hypothesized, "What if she did say something? Boss, what should I do if she did?" This question, he didn't know if he was asking Ing or himself. A voice inside him was whispering something, but he dared not listen and did not dare to think of it as his own inner thoughts. If she said something, Ing slightly raised his head, pulling out a dart from beside him and shooting it at the bullseye on the distant wall, without blinking, his deep, magnetic voice carrying a chilling coldness. "Is there even a need to ask?" He tilted his head and glared at Xinyang. "Do you need me to teach you how to deal with traitors?" Xinyang immediately lowered his head and cautiously said, "Boss, I understand." Ing fell silent, merely waving his hand to indicate they could leave. Xinyang led the subordinates out of Ying's lounge, recalling the expression on his face when he said the last sentence, feeling that he actually didn't think that way. But for Ghost's safety and future, he wanted him to do something he couldn't. Xinyang suddenly felt immense pressure, thinking of Jiang Lu's annoying face. And for some reason, besides annoyance, he felt a hint of reluctance. He must be going crazy. After leaving the top floor, he relayed the boss's intentions word for word to Boju, assigning this daunting task to him. After finishing the communication with the other party, Xinyang let out a long breath. No matter what kind of person, it seemed one would still develop some feelings for those they interacted with daily. Compared to Ing, Xinyang's feelings for Jiang Lu were even more inexplicable. Perhaps it was just from that time when she deliberately said something to make him nervous and uncomfortable, suggesting he might as well not like her mother, but like her instead, or perhaps it was from various other small details. Forget it. He shouldn't think too much. Based on the current situation, there was a high possibility that Jiang Lu hadn't said anything at all. If that were the case, they could still work hard to bring her back. Even if the boss said she didn't want to come back, she didn't have to. In the end, Xinyang told Boju that, even if they had to knock her out, they would bring her back. Boju, who was ambushing near the survivor base, felt a bit nauseated after hearing this news. However, it was reasonable that he would personally bring her back, since it was his negligence that caused Jiang Lu to be ambushed last time. Today was Jiang Lu's third time going out with the vehicle to search for food. Compared to the dedicated supplies from Ghost, Most of the food in the survivor base depended on transportation exchanges with other bases and their own searches. The number of people living in the base was much larger than that in Ghost. Due to the severe water shortage, they could only bathe once a week and strictly control water usage time. In summary, the living standards here were not as good as Ghost's. Proper people always lived harder lives than the villains because they had to accommodate and care for many ordinary people who were incapable of taking action, women, the elderly, children, who lived here and could not go out to find food or contribute anything to the base. They couldn't just abandon them. Now, all the living people who had not been infected were the future of this world. None should be abandoned or underestimated. Jiang Lu carried a gun, sitting in the armored vehicle next to Su Boya and Yao Yao, who were eating compressed biscuits. They asked Jiang Lu if she wanted some, but she shook her head. She had no appetite. It had been a week without any news from Ghost, and she didn't know if Ing had thought about coming to find her. Plus, every time she closed her eyes at night, she could see the person who died in the wild trying to save her, causing her to almost lose sleep every night. And the dark circles under her eyes were very noticeable. At this time, she couldn't find anything to get rid of the dark circles, making it impossible to cover up her condition. Sigh, it would be great if I were in Ghost. My mom has some simple cosmetics I could use. Plus, with Ing being so capable, he could definitely come up with some beauty potion. I just have to say a few nice words, and he would definitely help me. Yes. A person whom Yishi thought lacked the ability to love could indeed do things that seemed to seriously contradict his principles just because of her words. Why could this be? Of course, it was because he liked her. He hadn't explicitly expressed anything. But Jiang Lu knew she wasn't the only one with feelings. That was enough. What are you thinking about? Yao Yao poked Jiang Lu's arm, and at that moment, she realized she had been dazed for too long. They had found an abandoned supermarket, and the men had already gone down to clear out the zombies gathered nearby, allowing them to go in and search for food. I'm coming, Jiang Lu said, jumping out of the vehicle. It was really cold outside. She was wearing the survivor base's uniform, a thick winter regular uniform, but it was still very cold, and her breath turned white. So cold. Suboya also felt cold, shivering as she said, "Let's go to the supermarket first, grab some food, and head back quickly." The others naturally had no objections, and several of them walked into the supermarket together. Once inside, the men walked ahead, holding guns to guard against any zombies that might suddenly appear, while the women followed behind, searching for clean, packaged food that was neither expired nor contaminated. The operation went relatively smoothly. They visited 3 supermarkets in a row. Although they occasionally encountered zombies trying to attack, they managed to fend them off, though they didn't collect much food. We've been around here a few times already. There's probably not much left to find. It's not safe to venture too far, which is quite a dilemma. Song Xuan sighed as he looked at the food they had gathered. This little bit will only last a few days, and it can only feed 3 or 4 people. There are tens of thousands waiting to eat at the base. Qi Nong frowned and glanced at the food, feeling downcast and silent. After a long while, he said, "We've come out, but taking back so little is definitely unrealistic." He pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we go a bit farther?" Suboya immediately replied, "No, we have to stick to the rules. What if something happens if we go too far? Don't forget that the ghost people are probably still thinking about capturing Jiang Lu." Suddenly being pulled into the center of the conversation, Jiang Lu, who was looking at the food, raised her eyes to look at them. The expression on her face made Qi Nong smile helplessly, and he even reached out to pat her head. "All right, we'll head back. After we apply to Deputy Yi. Next time we can see if we can go further." Everyone was quite satisfied with this conclusion and did not raise any objections. They then walked a bit further and found a small supermarket at the entrance of a residential area, where a zombie was biting a person. Qi Nong immediately instructed the driver to stop, took Song Shuyuan down to eliminate the zombie, and then kicked the bitten person, who had actually been dead for a while and was beyond saving. To avoid any danger from the dead turning into zombies, Qi Nong shot the corpse in the head. After doing all this, he silently prayed for a few moments and then waved his hand toward the parking area, signaling for them to come over. Thus, the 3 girls got out of the car and walked across the street. The street was very quiet, but that didn't mean it was safe. The quieter the place, the more vigilance was needed. "I'll take them in to look for things. This time, Jiang Lu will keep watch at the door," Qi Nong quickly arranged. Jiang Lu naturally did not refuse and stood at the door with her gun, keeping an eye out in all directions. Keeping watch was a good job. With people behind her, she didn't have to worry about being attacked from behind, just needed to be clear about whether any zombies were approaching outside. She stood at the door for a while, not noticing any suspicious movements, and relaxed her vigilance a bit. But just as the people inside were enthusiastically packing things up, she suddenly saw a shadow flash out from a nearby corner. The figure was in uniform, so familiar, the black uniform of Ghost, with a ghost emblem on the back, something she could never forget. Jiang Lu tensed up completely, taking a few steps outside to get a better look. Indeed, it was not just her imagination. There was indeed someone there, wearing a ghost uniform and looking very familiar. It was Boju. Boju looked over at Jiang Lu from a distance, seeming to smile, or perhaps not. Jiang Lu wanted to say something, but was afraid her companions behind her would hear. She felt anxious. Just then, Qin Nong and the others finished packing. There wasn't too much food to begin with, so they couldn't expect to take too long. When they were about to come out, Jiang Lu turned back. Qin Nong, noticing her unusual expression, asked with concern, "Are you okay, Jiang Lu? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Lu's face was pale as she replied, "I'm fine. Is everything packed?" Qin Nong nodded and instructed Song Shun, Su Boya, and Yao Yao to carry the items to the car, while he himself carried a slightly smaller bag. "We can go now. Are you really okay?" "I'm fine," Jiang Lu quickly answered, then said, "Let's go." With that, Qin Nong didn't push her further, nodded, and led the way. The cold wind blew across, lifting the snowflakes from the ground as Jiang Lu followed behind Qin Nong. When she looked back at that corner again, there was no one there. Sometimes, such a rapid change made it hard for her not to mistakenly believe that she had become ill with delusions and was starting to hallucinate. But the scene she had just witnessed, she could be absolutely certain, was definitely not an illusion. Chapter 62, According to Normal Life Patterns. At this time, everyone should be preparing for the new year, with streets adorned with lights and decorations. Walking into a supermarket would surely have Lu Dahua's congratulations and prosperity playing, and even the falling snow wouldn't feel too cold, because the festive atmosphere of the new year is very warming. But now, all of that is gone, leaving only the cold air and endless snow. It is February now, the coldest time of the year, with early darkness and snowy roads making it difficult to walk. Therefore, they returned early, around 1 in the afternoon. Qin Nong had the driver turn the car back. Jiang Lu sat by the window, looking outside at the vast expanse of white snow. Apart from the tire marks they left behind, there were no other suspicious traces, and aside from a few wandering zombies in the distance, there was nothing else worth noting. She had clearly seen Yinju, but that guy had just shown his face and then disappeared. What does that mean? Did he come to check if she was dead? If she wasn't dead, would he just leave her alone? That can't be right. This doesn't align with Yin's style of handling things. Based on her understanding of him, he would definitely find a way to get her out. Regardless of their feelings, just considering what she knows about Ghost, their next action plans. The revised defense system after Yishi left, and that Ghost brooch that allows free movement in any department of Ghost, given these conditions. Yin wouldn't feel at ease leaving her in the survivor base. Unable to figure out what they were planning, Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit down. In fact, she was a particularly self-comforting optimist, and she hadn't felt particularly sad since the incident occurred. But right now, she felt especially lost. She gazed at the storefronts passing by on the street and saw the bank sign. Perhaps the only thing worth celebrating now was that she wouldn't have to pay back her credit card debt. Of course, she also couldn't expect to withdraw the money in her account. In this current world, that money was utterly useless, just a piece of waste paper. Yin's wish could be said to have been thoroughly realized. She was actually quite curious about what kind of experiences had shaped Yin's current personality. Before the outbreak of the virus, he should have been a prominent figure in the business world. He was probably also one of those top scholars in school. What had he gone through that led him to develop such a world-destroying middle schooler wish? What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice inquired beside her. Jiang Lu subconsciously replied, "I was wondering why Yin wants to destroy the world." After she spoke, she realized she had actually voiced her thoughts and quickly covered her mouth. Glancing at the person next to her, it turned out to be Qin Nong, who frowned at her. When she met his gaze, he smirked and said, "The formation of a pervert definitely isn't an overnight process. He must have experienced some inhumane treatment." This topic, although a bit dangerous, was one that everyone was reluctant to mention by name, but they were indeed curious. Yao Yao leaned in and said, "In the movies I've seen, many villains have tragic childhoods. Usually, a twisted child grows up because of abnormal parents." Su Boya took a breath and said, "If ghost people hear you, we'll definitely be in deep trouble." Yao Yao coughed and said, "Aren't we free now? I haven't seen anyone from that side in months. It feels like they don't even exist." Jiang Lu twitched her lips, remaining silent. Song Shiyuan turned to say, "I've actually heard Deputy Yi mention a bit." His words successfully attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at him. He maintained a smile and said, "That day, I communicated with Deputy Yi, and the topic of ghosts came up. Deputy Yi mentioned that before the incident, Ian was a nationally protected scientist." He lowered his voice and added, "Moreover, Ghost was one of the top pharmaceutical companies in all of Asia before the incident. It sounds like he had made quite a contribution to humanity." Jiang Lu said stiffly. Song Shiyuan nodded, saying he even went to Africa to participate in the fight against the Ebola virus. Qin Nong frowned. "Then why did he end up like this?" Song Shiyuan fell silent, and Su Boya quietly said, "I think his initial goal may have been to turn the world into what it is now, and those surface contributions were just to facilitate his actions and cover up his identity." She widened her eyes and said, "Maybe his research and experiences abroad have given him rich experience in drug manufacturing." The accuracy of her speculation was astonishingly high. Everyone fell silent, and no one brought up the topic again, as if the atmosphere suddenly became very heavy. They stayed quiet for a while, and then Qin Nong suddenly spoke to the driver. "Are we not on the way back to the base?" The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Chen Jing. He had a very familiar face and a hint of a smile, which made him appear upright and easy to get along with. When Qin Nong asked, he quickly responded with a gentle smile. "Captain Qin, the snow is too heavy lately, and the roads we usually take are covered in ice and are hard to navigate. So I took this route, which is a bit longer. But we can get back to the base before dark." Since everyone had traveled together many times and trusted each other, Qin Nong nodded at his explanation. "Okay, thank you, Brother Chun." Hearing Qin Nong call him brother, Chun Jing replied modestly, "I'm already in my 40s. You can call me uncle. I feel embarrassed when you call me brother." He joked, and the earlier heavy atmosphere in the car eased up a lot. Everyone laughed and began to chat about lighter topics. Su Boya took a transformer model out of his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu looked back in confusion, and Su Boya snorted. "I couldn't find a figure of Xie Teng Fei, so I found your transformer in the toy section of the supermarket. Make do with it." Jiang Lu paused for a moment, surprised that her casual joke had been taken seriously, and felt a bit touched. Su Boya immediately said, "Don't show that disgusting expression. I just grabbed one for you. What you've done for us is much harder than this." Even though she said that, Jiang Lu still felt very moved. Holding onto the transformer tightly, Yao Yao examined the toy for a while and said, "It's actually Megatron? I thought it would be Optimus Prime. Why did you pick a villain?" Su Boya rolled her eyes at her. "Who cares about that? Having one to take back is good enough, right? Isn't Megatron great? He's a villain. I really can't like villains anymore, probably because I've seen how terrifying real villains can be." Yao Yao shivered. Jiang Lu hugged Megatron tightly and weakly said, "No, I think Megatron is pretty good." Song Xian adjusted his glasses and said, "Peace comes through tyranny," Megatron's famous quote. Transformers were probably a part of everyone's childhood at their age, and with American blockbusters continuously filming on this theme, everyone knew a bit about these characters. Qin Nong followed Song Shiyuan's words and said, "That used to sound really cool, epic, but now." He tugged at his lips, casual trampling and killing others, even enslaving them. After having experienced being treated like that, I really can appreciate that kind of domineering tyranny. What is going on? Why does every topic end up leading to such an uncomfortable discussion? Jiang Lu simply put the toy down in the back and turned to continue staring out the window in a daze. The car fell quiet again, and the atmosphere once more became stiff. An hour later, looking at the increasingly dark sky, Yao Yao said worriedly, "How much longer until we arrive? We didn't take this long to come out. Why is it taking so long to go back?" The driver, Chun Jing, replied, "We will be there soon, Miss Yao. Don't worry." Su Boya frowned and said, "But the roads around here look very unfamiliar, nothing like the area around the base." Chun Jing asked in confusion, "Really? Did I take a wrong turn?" The others in the car responded with silence. "Wait a moment, I'll get out and take a look." Jing appeared flustered as he pulled over and got out of the car with a device to check the surroundings. He returned shortly, looking remorseful, and said, "I'm sorry. Everyone, the GPS seems to have lost signal, and we've taken a wrong turn." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions changed, knowing how dangerous it was to be outside in such weather and conditions at night. Not to mention the potential zombies and mutated animals. There could even be ghostly figures lurking around. "How far are we from the base now?" Qi was the first to calm down and stepped forward to take the GPS from Jing, his face growing increasingly grim. "How far?" Song Shuyuan pressed for an answer. Qi glanced at the three girls present and decided not to disclose the exact distance, as they were already scared enough. "It's not too far, but I doubt we can make it back before dark," Qi said heavily. Jing immediately looked like he wanted to kneel down, tears streaming down his face. An elder in his 40s expressed his shame this way, and the young people really couldn't blame him. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I just worried about the old road being slippery and dangerous. Didn't think it through. Who knew the GPS would be inaccurate? I even updated the map with the tech department before we left." Jing wept bitterly. Qi sighed and said, "It's okay. We can't blame Brother Chun. You had good intentions." Yao Yao, feeling a bit agitated, was the most impatient. "So what do we do now? Keep going or what? If it gets dark, it will be troublesome to be on the main road." Jiang Lu observed their confused conversation, silently stepping back to assess her surroundings while keeping an eye on the self-reproaching Jing, feeling that things weren't as simple as they thought. "Forget it. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to try to head back. Once we return, we'll be safe." We drove out in an armored vehicle, and as long as we don't encounter anything too outrageous, we should be fine. In the end, it was Qi who made the decision. He glanced at the guilt-ridden Jing and patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother Chun, take a break. Your mental state isn't suitable for driving. Let me take over for the rest of the journey." So, the driver switched from Jing to Qi. He sat with the other four, occasionally casting his gaze toward Jiang Lu, who would always look back sensitively, but each time, he ended up missing her gaze. She felt increasingly uncomfortable. As the sky grew darker and the road became more difficult to navigate, her discomfort intensified. Today's incident was definitely not simple. Chapter 63. Unable to find the way back. They couldn't even tell which direction they were heading. Large patches of snow reflected the light, making it somewhat bright. Qi sat in the driver's seat, driving, while Jing in the passenger seat squinted his eyes, seemingly a bit tired. Indeed, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Based on the distance they had traveled, if they were going the wrong way, they were likely far from the base. Qi felt a lot of pressure while driving. He had a strong sense of direction, but in this completely unfamiliar, desolate white landscape, it was difficult for him to determine where the base was. When the sun was still up, he could rely on its position to find direction, but after sunset, the situation became tense. "Maybe we shouldn't go any further," Jing said softly from the passenger seat. "I have a feeling we're going the wrong way. Continuing will only take us further from the right direction. Let's find a place to hide and spend the night. We can wait until dawn to see the sun's position before we move on." This suggestion, at the moment, seemed to be the best option. Qi, still not giving up, took out the navigation device and communicator, only to find that these devices were somewhat inferior compared to Ghost's, making them hard to use. He also had no idea what was emitting signals around them, causing their equipment to be disrupted and display static. Qi smiled wryly and said, "Looks like we have no choice." He slowly stopped the car, turned off the headlights, and looked outside. After scanning the area, he found nothing suitable for hiding. Jiang Lu and the other 3 in the back seat, upon hearing their decision, also tried to help look for a hiding place, but the results were the same. It was still the same area. Even with 10 pairs of eyes looking together, it was unlikely they would find a good spot. "Let's go back. Before we came, I saw a farm. We can park inside and rest for the night," Jing suggested. "There's an iron gate outside the farm. We can drive in, check that there are no zombies or anything inside, lock the gate, and rest in the car. That way, we have 2 layers of protection, reducing the chances of something happening." Jiang Lu looked at Jing as he spoke. Her uncomfortable feeling intensified at that moment. Jing seemed very contradictory. He appeared panicked and weak when he made mistakes at first, but now he was calm and reliable like a wise elder. This stark contrast raised suspicions. However, perhaps because Qin Nong and the others had been out with him many times before and returned safely each time, they didn't suspect him at all during this unexpected situation. In their helplessness, Qin Nong quickly followed Chun Jing's suggestion. The car began to turn around. The three women in the back huddled together. Despite the air conditioning in the car, they still felt a bit cold. Song Shuyuan sat alone, looking out at the night sky, adjusting his glasses, feeling lonely like snow. The car couldn't drive fast on the icy road. Qin Nong focused and drove for about 20 minutes, finally stopping when Chun Jing called for him to turn onto a side road. There indeed was a wooden sign hanging from a tree that read Private Farm. Suddenly, Jiang Lu had a bad premonition and blurted out, "Wait, Qin Nong, you guys." Before she could finish, Chun Jing interrupted her, saying, "Miss Jiang, it's not a good place to talk with dangers lurking outside. If you have something to say, wait until we're inside." Despite his words, Qin Nong still stopped. He probably remembered the incident where he disregarded Jiang Lu's warnings and insulted Ghost. So now he took every word from Jiang Lu seriously, even if it was just a joke. "What's wrong, Jiang Lu? Did you notice something?" Qin Nong frowned at her. Chun Jing subtly looked at Jiang Lu, his gaze familiar yet unsettling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Jiang Lu glanced at him and suddenly felt a chill run through her. That was the kind of gaze only someone from Ghost would have. At that moment, Chun Jing's face blurred, but the determination and arrogance in his eyes were completely different from the gentle and harmless demeanor he usually had. It was such a familiar expression. Everyone in Ghost almost wore the same proud face. Jiang Lu saw it every day, savoring the flavors of life. How could she forget? "No, it's nothing. I just think it might not be a good idea to rush in. Let us send someone in to scout first. What if there are mutated animals in this farm? Or a lot of zombies gathered?" Jiang Lu thoughtfully said. After hearing her words, Qin Nong also felt it was reasonable. The others in the car agreed. But Chun Jing remained silent, watching her with an indifferent expression, making Jiang Lu feel uneasy all over. "Let me go," Jiang Lu suddenly said, grabbing her gun and preparing to get out of the car. Qin Nong immediately disagreed. "You're a girl. If anyone should go, it should be me and Xiu Yuan." Before Jiang Lu could respond, Chun Jing said, "I'll go with Miss Jiang to take a look. Mr. Qin has been driving for a long time and must be tired. If anything happens down there, you might not react in time, which would be regrettable. As for Mr. Song, you stay back to protect the other two girls." His arrangement was reasonable. If a man in his 40s couldn't protect Jiang Lu, then these 20-something guys wouldn't stand a chance either. Chun Jing took the equipment, opened the passenger door, and got out of the car. Jiang Lu hesitated for a few seconds before following him with her gun. It was very cold outside, extremely cold. Walking alongside Chun Jing, Jiang Lu felt even colder. She exhaled, shivering as she walked through the snow. Even her thick boots couldn't block out the chill. Soon, she felt her hands and feet going numb, making it hard to even hold the gun properly. As they were about to reach the farm's iron gate, the usually silent Chun Jing suddenly spoke up. "Miss Jiang," he called her name in a hoarse voice, lowering his tone. "Just remember, I will never harm you. As for everything else, I hope you keep silent at the right moments." Jiang Lu had only been suspicious before, but now she understood completely. She controlled her impulse to exclaim, lowering her voice, "You're an undercover agent?" Chun Jing didn't answer directly. He just smiled knowingly, reminiscent of that twisted character, and then moved forward, gun in hand, slowly pushing open the iron gate. At night, visibility was poor, but the reflective snow on the ground provided a little help. Jiang Lu squinted to look inside. It was eerily quiet, as if nothing was there. "Miss Jiang, you stay here. I'll go take a look inside. If everything is fine, you can go back and tell in a drive-in," Chun Jing said before boldly entering. His fearless demeanor starkly contrasting with the timid persona he had when he made mistakes earlier. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, trembling where she stood. She was extremely sensitive to the cold, and being left outside in such weather was torture. Fortunately, Chun Jing quickly responded, standing in the middle of the farm and raising his voice, "It's safe. Let the car come in." Jiang Lu replied and turned back to the car to tell Qin Nong to drive in. She didn't want to stay outside for even half a minute longer because it was just too cold. Qin Nong carefully maneuvered the car into the farm. which was surrounded by high walls. If they locked the iron gate, it could indeed provide some defense. "We'll rest here for the night," Chen Jing said as he got in the passenger seat. After settling in, he continued, "If anything happens outside, we'll leave immediately." Qi Nong nodded and turned to the people sitting in the back. "Let's eat something. Once we're full, we can sleep for a while. We'll set off again at sunrise." Yao Yao and Su Boya took food out of a big bag while saying, "The base should know we're missing and will come looking for us, right?" When these words were spoken, Chen Jing's expression changed inexplicably for a moment. The others didn't notice because they weren't paying attention to him, but Jiang Lu saw it. She knew who he was and naturally observed him more closely, capturing Chen Jing's change in her eyes. He chuckled and said, "Miss Yao makes a very good point. If we wait here, maybe when we wake up, we'll see the people from the base. The car has a positioning system, after all. Jiang Lu, even if it does, you would have ruined it, right?" She felt that Chen Jing's tone was as if he were teasing an idiot. Anyway, regardless of anything, they had to stay here for the night. After finishing their food, Qi Nong turned off the lights in the car, and several people leaned back in their seats to rest. Jiang Lu initially thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. After all, she couldn't sleep even in the safe survivor base, plagued by nightmares. How could she expect to sleep in such a place? However, strangely enough, it was precisely in such a place that Jiang Lu actually fell asleep. In her dream, everything was very quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the car, and it seemed safe around them, with no zombies or animal noises. This kind of tranquility was abnormal. They were in the wild, and it was clearly the calm before the storm. As time passed in the deep sleep, the 6 people in the car gradually felt the outside getting brighter, very glaringly. Was it dawn? One by one, they opened their eyes adjusting to the darkness, unable to see the situation ahead clearly. When they could finally open their eyes and see, they found that the originally spacious farm, which had only one of their cars parked, suddenly had another vehicle and a tank surrounding them. Jiang Lu looked at the familiar ghost emblem on that car and was so excited that she wanted to rush out to recognize her kin. It was over. She had really gone completely crazy and was beyond saving. Chapter 64. Hello. On a snow night bright as day, a person slowly stood up from the tank outside the car window. He wore sunglasses, held a gun, chewed gum, and was dressed in a ghost black team leader uniform. This person was Bo Ju, whom Jiang Lu had seen during the day. His movements were incredibly quick. Jiang Lu instinctively glanced at the co-pilot, Chen Jing, who was clearly still reluctant to reveal his undercover identity. He pretended to be scared, crossing his arms and wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. What a great actor! His performance could win all the major film awards. "It's ghost people," Yao said nervously. "No way. How unlucky. Just managed to escape. And now we're going to be caught again." Jiang Lu glanced at Yao and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. Maybe nothing will happen." Su Boya looked at her with a complex expression. "If it were you, you'd definitely be fine. As for us." Though she didn't finish her sentence, her meaning was clear. Jiang Lu touched her face, contemplated for a moment, and was about to open the car door to get out when Song Xuan directly grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Don't go out yet. Let's see what happens." Jiang Lu was taken aback and looked at him with some confusion. Song Xuan signaled her to calm down with his eyes. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she ultimately sat back in the car. Chen Jing noticed this small detail as well. How professional he was as an undercover agent. Given his age, he could connect many dots from a small issue. Then Jiang Lu noticed he seemed to have made a move, and suddenly Bo Ju ducked back into the tank. And the car and tank began to move outward. Due to their parking position, if they wanted to exit smoothly, they would inevitably pass by Jiang Lu's car. Qi Nong nervously locked the car, holding the gun and watching outside. Once Bo Ju and the others made a move against them, the people in the car would immediately retaliate. As the tank and the car drew closer, the tension inside the car escalated. The bright lights from earlier had now all gone out. Jiang Lu held her breath, looking outside, unsure of what would happen next, but she knew she would be fine. Since she would be fine, she could at least ensure her companions would be okay. If worst came to worst, they could all return to Ghost together. Just when she was prepared to accept whatever came, the tank reached the armored vehicle's side. Have you ever experienced despair? Which do you think is sturdier, a tank or an armored vehicle? Jiang Lu felt it was the tank because she could clearly sense their vehicle being jolted, while the tank remained unscathed. In their moment of panic, a person climbed down from the tank, quickly taking cover under their car with a gun. Qin Nong, feeling tense, wanted to drive away immediately. In the co-pilot's seat, Chan Jing, who had always appeared timid, suddenly screamed as if he had gone mad, bouncing and struggling wildly in the passenger seat. Qin Nong was startled, and in that moment of distraction, the back door of the car was opened. Jiang Lu, sitting near the door, was directly pulled down. "Hey, I said you." In a flash, even though she felt a painful tug, Jiang Lu stopped resisting and was pulled away. There was no moment in which Jiang Lu felt more certain than now that she had truly turned against her own side. Compared to the safe and secure righteous base, she found herself wanting to return to the side of the person who constantly thought about destroying the world. It was hopeless. Since it was hopeless, then so be it. Oh no, Jiang Lu has been captured. Song Shiyuan, sitting in the back, watched helplessly as Jiang Lu was taken. But the psychological shadow of Ghost prevented him from stopping them at the first moment. He was immediately overwhelmed by guilt and, disregarding his own safety, rushed forward to pull Jiang Lu back. Jiang Lu saw the Ghost personnel holding her aiming a gun at Song Shiyuan and promptly grabbed his wrist to pull him aside. The gun fired, and the bullet shot elsewhere. Bo Ju, watching the scene from inside the tank, frowned. Team leader. The patrol car has discovered a large group of people approaching nearby. According to our detection, it should be Yi Shi coming in person with people. They must have already set up an ambush and are likely trying to lure us. The person reporting the information spoke with malice. Bo Ju narrowed his eyes and directly picked up the communicator, saying, "If you can pull her back, do it. If you can't, temporarily abandon her. After all, she won't die. There's an ambush here. We need to leave immediately." At this moment, Jiang Lu was very close to the person grabbing her, and she could hear the voice from the communicator in his hand as clearly as if it were a walkie-talkie. She instantly knew what was going to happen next. Had there been an ambush already? Why hadn't she known? Jiang Lu recalled Song Shiyuan's abnormal behavior and suddenly felt as if something had been concealed from her. Then, in the next second, she was pulled back by the rushing Song Shiyuan. The person who had received the retreat order immediately returned to the tank. Apart from the tank, another vehicle with the Ghost logo had already driven away. The tank also quickly left after Jiang Lu was pulled back. Qin Nong, panting heavily, got out of the car and rushed to Jiang Lu's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Jiang Lu, with a blank expression, asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Su Boya and Yao Yao, worried about Jiang Lu, also got out of the car to check. Hearing her question, they looked puzzled. "What is it?" Jiang Lu glanced at them. "It seems you don't know either." Qin Nong's expression was grim. Song Shiyuan, after all, was not good at concealing such matters. And now that it had been exposed, he spoke honestly. "I'm sorry, Jiang Lu, and Aboya and Yao Yao. This was Officer Ye's request. He said if we encountered any accidents while out, we should send a signal back immediately. He gave me a special communicator, and I sent a signal back when we took the wrong turn." Song Shiyuan lowered his head and said, "Officer Yi felt that girls would overthink if they knew about this, so he asked me to keep it from you to avoid putting psychological pressure on you." This sounded harmless. It was a good thing. Yishi's words made sense. Women are more prone to overthinking. Although he might have given them this out of precaution, the girls might think that their recent outings were more dangerous than before, making it hard for them to calmly do what they used to do. Jiang Lu took a breath and said, "You were not safe when you went out before. Why did he only give you this now?" She widened her eyes and looked at Song Shiyuan. "He wants to use me as bait. He thinks the ghost people will definitely come to catch or kill me. So he wants to use me to lure out their key figures." She pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing an ugly smile. "What a pity. This time you will be disappointed. They have left." She turned her head to look into the distance, where Bo Ju and the others were already out of sight. They had left, and that was good. Song Shiyuan wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the implications. He felt extremely guilty, no matter the reason. Su Boya and Yao Yao didn't react as strongly as Jiang Lu, because this didn't mean much to them. It was just different for Jiang Lu. "You know, I'm not a person who gets angry easily. I usually have no temper at all," Jiang Lu said expressionlessly. She typically had a blank face, but today her lack of expression was different. They could clearly feel her anger. "But today, for the first time in history, I am very, very angry." She said this with a stiff face and then started the car. After all, this was a dangerous wilderness, and the others didn't hesitate, returning to the car. But they didn't leave. Everyone knew they needed to wait for Yi Shi, who would lead them back. Chun Jing, in the co-pilot seat, seemed to have fainted from shock. Jiang Lu shot him a glance, knowing full well he was pretending, and she no longer had any intention of exposing him. True villains are not scary. What's truly frightening is the false good people. In fact, Ying has used her too, but it was for a bad purpose, yet he has never hidden it, always straightforward, unlike Yi Shi. Yi Shi secretly used her, and on top of that, had her friend do it, which is a bit upsetting. No one likes to be deceived and used. It's easier to accept when it's done openly, but when it's done secretly, it feels a bit disgusting. Jiang Lu sat quietly in the back of the car, while Song Xiao Yuan kept his head down, silent and filled with guilt. Qin Nong, sitting in the driver's seat, broke the tense silence after a moment. Jiang Lu, don't be angry. Vice Officer, Yi is also doing this for our good. I know you might feel unhappy about being used, but this is unavoidable. Think about it. The world is like this today, all because of the ghosts. As long as they are not eliminated, we can't focus on developing the antidote here at the base. As long as ghosts exist, they will cause trouble and ambush us. For the future of all humanity, we have to make some sacrifices. He lowered his voice and said, being used, even being in danger, is a helpless act. At least we don't have to pay with our lives. His words were so absolute that there was no room for rebuttal. Your sacrifice is for all humanity. Everyone has a duty to do this. It's already good that you're not dead, and being used a little is not something to fuss about, right? Jiang Lu took a deep breath and unexpectedly showed a brilliant smile, saying to Qin Nong, you are right. I was too petty. If I'm being used, then so be it. Next time, please notify me in advance so I can cooperate actively. After saying this, she closed her eyes and leaned to the side, ignoring everything happening outside. When Yi Shi arrived, everyone got out of the car, but she did not get out to meet them. Yi Shi stood outside the car, looking at the vehicle, vaguely seeing Jiang Lu's silhouette gazing out the window. Qin Nong explained, Jiang Lu doesn't like being kept in the dark. As her friends, we shouldn't do this. I hope Vice Officer Yi won't have such requests next time. Yi Shi smiled and said, all right, next time I will be more careful and won't arrange such things again. I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position this time. Qin Nong sighed, well, it is what it is. We can only keep moving forward. Song Xiao Yuan stood there with a gloomy expression, dejected and lacking any spirit. Su Boya and Yao Yao, who were also kept in the dark about the whole matter, were not happy either. Anyone would be upset after being worried for nothing, only to find out they were kept in the dark like fools when the truth was revealed, not to mention Jiang Lu, who was directly used as bait. I will personally apologize to Miss Jiang when we return, Yi Shi said softly. Tonight's pursuit is still uncertain, worried about your safety. I only sent people to track the Ghost Group C team, and there hasn't been any news yet. He spoke earnestly. Group C's ghosts are the main armed forces. Only by destroying them can we increase our chances of success. I hope you can understand me. After saying this, he directly turned and returned to the car, telling those outside, get in the car. It's freezing cold, and we should go back. Since he said so, everyone naturally had no objections and got back into the car, with Qin Nong driving, following the team back. At this time, it was exactly 4 o'clock in the morning. Bo Ju had shaken off the pursuers behind him and temporarily stationed in a hidden place, clearing the zombies there and arranging a route back to Base 3. Ying received the intelligence from Shun Yang at the first opportunity, where he saw that Jiang Lu was pulled out of the car without resisting. But they ultimately chose to retreat and give up on her, his brow furrowed slightly. Boss, do you need me to support Team Bo? Shenyang asket jatiosli. Ying placed the intelligence on the table, his expression unchanged, and said, no need. If he can't handle this, he doesn't deserve to continue as the leader of Group C. Shenyang, is this venting anger? It must be, right? He had read the intelligence, and Team Bo's choice was not wrong. Even if he had sent a message back asking the boss how to proceed, the boss would definitely have chosen to abandon Jiang Lu to save more people. However, even knowing that this choice was correct, it was still hard to cope with the frustration of not being able to bring Jiang Lu back when they could have succeeded. Shenyang suddenly felt a sense of desolation. They were currently in the boss's laboratory, one standing and one sitting. He seemed to see 3 crows flying overhead, making rhythmic cawing sounds. Caw, caw, caw. Chapter 65, Unable to Feel Happy. Despite repeatedly comforting herself that the final outcome was good, at least nothing happened and the so-called exploitation yielded no results. Jiang Lu couldn't feel happy on the way back. Was it because she was so close to returning to Ghost, but ultimately failed? After not seeing him for less than 10 days, she could barely remember what he looked like, which was particularly strange. Logically speaking, a man like him should be remembered clearly even when she was 90 years old. A handsome and unique guy like him was meant to be remembered forever, but she didn't. Upon reflection, it must be because she didn't dare to think about him at all. Women really can't fall in love. From the very beginning, love leads to overthinking, longing, and clinginess. Jiang Lu changed her position, leaning against the car and pretending to sleep with her eyes closed. Considering how far they had left the base, the car had been driving all day, and only now did the surroundings seem vaguely familiar. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu slightly opened her eyes to look at the front passenger seat, where Chun-Jing was still unconscious, breathing steadily. Jiang Lu hummed at her heart. This person must be asleep, truly a professional undercover agent, pretending to be unconscious. Was he too excited the night before and couldn't sleep? It seemed he ultimately failed, right? Closing her eyes again, Jiang Lu tried to fall asleep, but she still failed. She used to think she was carefree, able to sleep anywhere, no matter how terrible the situation was. Now, it had completely changed. The environment could truly change a person. That was a truth. Jiang Lu, wake up, we've arrived. A gentle voice rang in her ear, and Jiang Lu suddenly opened her eyes, startling the person who called her. Song Shuyuan stepped back a little and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to get too close. I was just afraid you wouldn't hear me. You can call me louder, it's okay." Jiang Lu sat up straight with no expression, looking out the window and changing the subject. "How long have we been traveling? It seems we're quite far from a base." Yao Yao nodded and said, "I couldn't sleep the whole way, and you still managed to sleep. What a carefree person. This time, we really escaped death." "No, not really. They had a plan all along." She shot a glare at Song Shuyuan, annoyed this can't happen again next time. It made us worry for nothing. Song Shuyuan pressed his lips together and said, "I want to do it again next time. No matter what Vice Officer Yi says, I won't do it again. We have been companions from the beginning. How can we just do whatever Vice Officer Yi says?" This time, it was my and Qi Nong's wrong choice. Qi Nong was still driving. It was evident he was tired from driving all day, looking mentally exhausted, but he was still focused on listening to their conversation. When Song Shuyuan finished speaking, he also apologetically said, "I'm sorry." Yao Yao, being soft-hearted, couldn't get angry after their remarks, and with a huff, she said, "That's more like it." Suboya had also woken up by now, rubbing her eyes and asking, "What are you talking about? Have we arrived at the base?" With Yishi leading the way in front, they had traveled very safely this whole time. The car had already stopped at the entrance of the base, waiting for Yishi's car to enter before they followed in. "We're here," Qi Nong said softly. "You must be tired. Let's sleep in the dormitory later after unloading the stuff from the car." Jiang Lu glanced at the food in the bag, after spending a night in the cold outdoors. Everything inside was frozen solid. She looked over at the passenger seat, where Chun-Jing still hadn't woken up. His brow was slightly furrowed, seemingly uncomfortable, perfectly acting the part of an unconscious patient. "Brother Chun hasn't woken up," Yao Yao said worriedly. "He won't be in any trouble, right?" Suboya looked over and said, "Let the base doctor check him when we get back. He should be fine. I guess he was just scared." Yao Yao sighed. "Speaking of which, Brother Chen's spirit is really fragile. At such an old age, he doesn't have the same resilience as us young people." Song Shuyuan disagreed. "Actually, it's not that. Yao Yao, you should think this way. What happened last night was somewhat related to our change of route. We didn't return to the base for a long time. Brother Chun probably feels guilty, and combined with the shock, that's why he fainted. Well, you can get out of the car now. So don't keep trying to defend that undercover agent, Shuyuan. We all know you're feeling very guilty and don't want to blame anyone else." When Jiang Lu said this, she had already gotten out of the car and was standing at the door waiting for them. Everyone looked at her. Her expressionless demeanor was no different from before. But something seemed off, perhaps. Maybe she seemed quite speechless. "Let's go down." Suboya was the first to get up and get out of the car, followed by Yao Yao. After getting out, Song Shuyuan went to the front passenger seat with Qi Nong to help Chun-Jing down. At this moment, Jiang Lu was certain that Chun Jing must have woken up but was just pretending to be unconscious. If the doctor really came to check on him later, and he had no illness at all, wouldn't that expose him? For some unknown reason, Jiang Lu walked up to the three men and slapped Chun Jing's face a couple of times, pretending to be very worried. "Brother Chun, are you still not awake? Wake up! We've arrived at the base. Everything is fine now." Qi Nong and Song Xian looked at her in surprise, clearly puzzled by her unusual behavior. Jiang Lu, under the pressure, continued to shake Chun Jing's body. Her efforts bore fruit. After a while, Chun Jing slowly opened his eyes, looking confused, and sat up holding his forehead, saying, "Am I dreaming? How'd I end up at the base?" Except for Jiang Lu, everyone else had a look of not knowing what to say. Jiang Lu continued to act, expressing her emotions. "Brother Chun, you're not dreaming. We're back. You fainted from shock earlier, and I just tried my ancestral massage technique to wake you up, and it actually worked." After she said this, everyone fell into a deeper silence, as if each person had 3 black lines running down their foreheads. "Well, is that so? Thank you, Miss Jiang." Chun Jing thanked her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, somewhat unsteadily turned, and walked away, his face slightly red from Jiang Lu's earlier slaps. Jiang Lu. "What the heck did I do?" "Miss Jiang, Vice Officer Yi would like to see you at the front." Amid the silence, an outsider suddenly arrived, breaking the awkwardness. It was someone beside Yi Shi, pointing in a direction to indicate that Vice Officer Yi had instructions for Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu followed his gesture and saw Yi Shi standing there talking to someone. After a few sentences, he turned his gaze back, smiled gently, his handsome face still charming, making Yao Yao unable to help but feel infatuated. "Vice Officer Yi is so handsome," she said dreamily. Su Boya remained silent for a moment and said, "He is handsome, but this isn't the time to think about that." Yao Yao felt a bit embarrassed and nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu ran her fingers through her hair and walked with the person who came to call her, both heading towards Yi Shi. Yi Shi first told her to wait a moment, then waved his hand in the direction she came from, which seemed to be a farewell. How courteous. But did she really want to go with him? Not all. Could she refuse? "Let's go." Yi Shi directly grabbed her wrist and pulled her along, not accepting any refusal. Jiang Lu watched the places where the two had skin contact, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her body, uncomfortable. It was obvious that Yao Yao had feelings for Yi Shi. Being so close to him and holding hands could easily lead to her being disliked. So she couldn't do that. Without saying a word, Jiang Lu pulled her hand back. Yi Shi looked back in surprise and instinctively asked, "Are you still angry with me?" Jiang Lu replied with a serious face, "No. How could I be? I understand your good intentions, Deputy Officer Yi. We girls can indeed cause trouble. Your secret operations are related to the future of all humanity, and the fewer people who know, the more dangerous it is." "I understand, I really do." By the time she finished speaking, they had already entered the elevator, and Yi Shi pressed the button for Jiang Lu's dormitory floor. Jiang Lu glanced at it and felt much more at ease. "Even though you say that, it seems very reasonable. I still feel like you're angry." Yi Shi sighed helplessly and said almost at a loss, "Please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'll try not to do this next time." He felt ashamed, adding, "Of course, I can only try, because many times as a deputy officer, I need to consider the bigger picture." Jiang Lu suddenly didn't know how to respond. His apology was quite sincere and didn't make any unrealistic promises. If she rejected it, it would seem like she was being unreasonable and a bit difficult. In fact, she could really understand Yi Shi. Being angry was just one aspect, and giving her a few days would be enough. She thought this and said, "Girls will always feel a bit psychologically unbalanced. Don't pay attention to me these days. Let me calm down properly, and we can meet again next time." Just as she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened again. As she was about to step out, Yi Shi raised his hand and gently brushed her hair, his expression remarkably gentle. "I still hope you can understand me because, for me, you are different from others." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu felt all the hairs on her body stand on end, looking at him in disbelief. Yi Shi then stepped back into the elevator and softly said, "I need to go see Chun Jing. He received a surprise this time, and as a deputy officer, I need to comfort him. You can go back by yourself and rest well." After saying this, he pressed the elevator button, and the doors quickly closed, disappearing from view. Jiang Lu still wore a confused expression on her face, while Yi Shi, before the doors closed, maintained a very gentle look, but after the doors shut, his expression instantly turned blank as reflected on the elevator wall. Sometimes, it is necessary to use some special strategies. Since Shadow could give her a badge that allows free entry and exit from any place, it indicated that Jiang Lu was different to him. Although it is hard to imagine someone like Shadow having feelings for anyone, it is not impossible. Last night, it was clear that Group C was targeting Jiang Lu. She claimed she knew nothing, but how could that be? Her unwillingness to speak and deliberate concealment obviously indicated that she had some feelings for Shadow. To make a woman who has someone in her heart reveal all her secrets, the best way is to make her transfer her affections. With the premise of ensuring she wouldn't do anything that could affect the base's security, Yi Shi had some other plans. Chapter 66. Yi Shi has been acting strangely lately. He has been paying special attention to Jiang Lu and has been unusually kind to her. After the last incident, he even took a few days off to personally accompany Jiang Lu to do some things, like getting to know some people in the base and familiarizing her with some entertainment facilities available in the base. Unlike the Ghost base, which emphasizes simplicity and practicality, the former focuses more on a balance between work and relaxation. Many laboratories or offices have dedicated entertainment rooms nearby, where staff can take a break when under mental stress. The initial concept for the base's construction was that if they ever needed to use these facilities, it would mean that something terrible had happened outside. To alleviate the heightened tension and urgency people feel, they need relaxation in addition to their daily work and research. Yi Shi gently explained that the scientists developing the antidote are humanity's last hope. Only they can restore their homeland to its original state. Jiang Lu looked at the busy scientists and, perhaps moved by the scene, murmured softly, "But there are so many zombies on the streets. They can't be brought back, even if there is an antidote or a vaccine. It would only prevent those still alive from getting infected. With so many zombies, how can we destroy them?" Yi Shi smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. On the day I rescued you, you should have seen some footage at Ghost Base number 3 about how they destroy those replicable monsters. Once we develop the vaccine or antidote, we can fully focus on dealing with Ghost, completely eliminating them, and then use the equipment they leave behind to gather and destroy those zombies." Jiang Lu felt a chill run down her spine. They had already planned when to initiate the complete destruction of Ghost. By that time, all the survivor bases would probably gather together. Jiang Lu remained silent afterward. What Yi Shi said was good news, something everyone, including her, had longed for. She would rather have her editor come every day to urge her for submissions than to be in a situation where, not to mention an editor, she couldn't even see a living reader. "You've said so much, yet it seems you have no reaction," Yi Shi remarked, touching his nose. "Am I being too boring? I can't think of any place to take a girl, and my actions must have put you in a difficult position. I just wanted to make it up to you." Jiang Lu felt a bit overwhelmed by this kind of compensation, but still politely said, "Deputy Yi is overthinking it. I'm very happy and relaxed now, not angry at all. You have to believe me." She pointed to herself and said, "This isn't a lack of reaction. It's called calmness." Yi Shi was momentarily speechless before he smiled and said, "Okay, I won't think too much about it. I might not be able to accompany you in the next few days. There are some matters I need to handle personally. Also, Chun Jing has recovered, so you can set off with Qin Nong and the others to continue your work. I've had the tech team equip your vehicle with an automatic navigation system, so no matter where you start from, it will automatically plan a safe return route. There won't be any of those incidents from before." Jiang Lu gazed at his face. When a handsome man looks at you with gentle eyes, it's hard not to feel your heart race. But that gentle gaze seemed to have also appeared in the eyes of a dangerous man, someone so indifferent to everything, yet would be kind only to her, caring about her every need, even taking a month out of his time to train with her, teaching her many skills so she could survive in this terrible world. He was a bad person, a thoroughly bad person, a big pervert. Without him, the world wouldn't have turned out this way. She shouldn't feel moved by his actions. But if feelings could be controlled, they wouldn't be called feelings. After thinking so much, it was simply comparing Ying and Yi Shi, and Jiang Lu sadly discovered that compared to the truly kind-hearted Yi Shi, that gentle gaze was far less captivating than Ying's occasional tenderness amid his often terrible attitude. Jiang Lu slowly exhaled and lowered her head to say thank you. Yishi looked at her sudden silence and couldn't guess what she was thinking. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first met her at Ghost, straightforwardly expressing both good and bad without any concealment, which was quite different. Then, I hope you have a good few days, Yishi concluded after weighing his words, and the two parted ways. He went to handle her matters, while Jiang Lu went to rest. In the following days, Yishi indeed did not come to find her, becoming busy with other matters. As for Jiang Lu, she continued to search for food and clean water with their old team. Since the last incident, Chunjing had been much more subdued, and his behavior over the next week was remarkably normal, as if the previous incident was just an accident. As time passed, the snow outside had mostly melted, and the roads they often traveled on were nearly clear of snow. The weather still seemed quite cold. The spring festival had passed without any celebrations, and the Lantern Festival was approaching, but no one in the base had mentioned it. Everyone seemed to have become numb to these matters. Their loved ones had either died or scattered, leaving only themselves behind. Those who had only 2 people left at home didn't want to celebrate these family-oriented holidays, which would only bring back painful memories. Quiet days always passed quickly. Jiang Lu felt a bit confused about whether she had been here from the start, never experiencing life at Ghost. The calm life instead instilled a slight sense of crisis and unease in her, though she couldn't pinpoint the source. Until one day, while they were on their way back to the base, Chunjing suddenly stopped the vehicle and said in surprise, "It seems there's a person up ahead." A person? In this apocalyptic world, with zombies everywhere, could there really be a living person acting alone on the streets? Chunjing's words woke everyone up from their drowsiness as they crowded to look out the front of the car. Indeed, there was someone there, sitting in the driver's seat of a dilapidated car, with their eyes closed and head tilted back, seemingly unconscious. "I'll go take a look." Chunjing appeared eager, opening the car door to get out, but was stopped by Qin Nong. "Brother Chun, what if he's been infected? It's dangerous for you to go down like that," Qin Nong warned. The others felt the same way and advised him not to act recklessly. It wasn't worth risking his life if something went wrong. At that moment, Chunjing suddenly filled with a sense of justice, stating sternly, "No, what if he's fine? If we just leave him here, it would be like killing a fellow human for no reason. I need to see what's going on. Even if there's a 1% chance, we should try." After saying that, he cautiously approached with his gun in hand. Su Boya stared blankly at his retreating figure and whispered, "Brother Chun is really a good person. I couldn't do what he does." Jiang Lu watched numbly from the side. Hearing Su Boya say that made her unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. In fact, she wasn't worried about Chunjing encountering any accidents. She was more concerned about what he was up to. Was there some monster hiding over there? And did he intend to use this opportunity to harm the others in the car? Why say others? Because he had previously claimed he wouldn't harm her, and for some reason, she believed him without a doubt. "I'll go take a look too," concerned for her companions. Jiang Lu decided to go down and asked Chunjing what he was up to. Such an action, in the eyes of others, would also seem great. Qin Nong sighed in shame, while Song Shun blushed, watching Jiang Lu approach Chunjing, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "As for the other 2 girls, you look at me. I'll look at you," and in the end, no one went down. Jiang Lu got out of the car and was immediately frozen. Her hands and feet shrank in the cold. It was inhumane to have to come out in this weather. She stomped her feet and inhaled sharply to catch up with Chunjing, grabbing his sleeve and saying, "Brother Chun, what are you going to do again? You were honest for a few days." Chunjing replied without changing his expression, "I'm not going to do anything. There's someone ahead. I'm going to save them." He quickened his pace and rushed forward, trying to pull open the car door, and he really managed to open it. Jiang Lu saw how impulsive he was and thought he didn't even check if there were any ambushing zombies around. She truly admired this person from the bottom of her heart. How could he become an undercover agent being so careless? Jiang Lu held her gun and looked around before stepping forward to check on the man Chunjing had rescued from the dilapidated car. He appeared to be in his 30s, with very ordinary features. When his eyes were closed, he looked just like any passerby, with messy hair falling over his forehead. From the coldness emanating from him, it seemed he had been unconscious there for a long time. He still has a pulse and no obvious wounds. "We should take him back," Chunjing said to Jiang Lu, signaling her to help support the man on the other side. Jiang Lu pointed at herself and asked me. Chunjing nodded, saying, "Of course it's you." You're a big guy. I'm older now and can't support him alone. Jiang Lu replied. All right. Reluctantly, she stepped up and managed to support the man on his other side. When she touched his arm and hand, she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. But looking at this person's face, it was just an ordinary face, very unfamiliar, someone she didn't recognize. They headed back. Chun Jing held the man firmly, and the three of them walked back together. When they reached the car, Qin Nong and Song Shiyuan came down to help lift the man into the back seat. I took a quick look and saw no obvious external injuries. He probably fainted in the car for not having water or food for too long. After Qin Jing finished speaking, he handed Jiang Lu a bottle of mineral water, directly stuffing it into her hands. Jiang Lu looked at him in confusion as he returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and said through the rearview mirror, Miss Jiang, please feed him some water. Jiang Lu thought, damn it, this guy really expects me to do everything. Not only did he hand me a strange big man, but now I also have to take care of him. Well, whatever, we're all compatriots, and there's so few living people left now, so I might as well do it. Jiang Lu resignedly pulled him a little towards her and began to try to feed him water. Chun Jing, who was driving, saw this scene in the rearview mirror, and a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 67. This unconscious person seems a bit troublesome. His head rests on Jiang Lu's lap. Although he is clearly unconscious, Jiang Lu always feels like he is doing this intentionally. A bit irritably, she uses a cotton swab to dab a little water on his lips, watching as his cracked lips gradually become moist. The shape of his lips is surprisingly good. The thin lip petals seem familiar, but she can't quite place where she knows them from or which person they remind her of. What's wrong? Yao Yao, who was standing by earlier, now leans closer to help her. The man's body is stiff as she tries to massage his arms and legs, but he lets out a low groan and furrows his brow. Is he awake? Yao Yao asks in surprise. Jiang Lu brushes aside his bangs and notices he is slowly opening his eyes. His gaze immediately falls on the cup of water in her hand, which is a typical reaction for someone who has been deprived of food and water. Jiang Lu quickly hands him the bottle of mineral water, and without saying a word, he sits up and drinks more than half the bottle, taking a moment to catch his breath before looking at the people in the car. Starting from Song Xian and moving on to Jiang Lu, who is closest to him. He opens his mouth and after a while says, "Thank you." Jiang Lu breathes a sigh of relief. He looks quite normal. Could it be that Chun Jing really just had good intentions today and saved someone? She feels like something is off. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Jiang Lu shifts a bit farther away from him, picks up a bag of food placed to the side, rummages through it, and takes out a relatively soft piece of bread to hand to him. The man glances at the bread, seeming a bit hesitant. He appears to be very cautious, taking a while before accepting it, and says thank you again. For some unknown reason, Yao Yao leans close to Jiang Lu's ear and whispers, "This guy is so cool, even though he doesn't look like much." Jiang Lu, he might just be overly shocked and can't give any other response. You make a good point. I can't argue with that. Yao Yao replies, stunned. Su Boya shoots her a look and directly asks the awakened man, "What is your name? How did you end up unconscious in the car?" The man opens the bread and takes a delicate bite without looking up, saying, "No food, no water. Isn't it normal to faint?" Yao Yao, Jiang Lu, you should not just be overly shocked. He is really cool. Jiang Lu watches the man, feeling that his speaking style is very familiar. Su Boya is dissatisfied with his response and retorts, "We saved you, gave you food and water, and this is how you repay us?" The man slowly raises his head. His ordinary features somehow exude a sense of disdain for the world. "Why didn't he ask you to save me?" he says coldly. Su Boya looks at him in surprise. Wanted to argue, but later realizes he is not wrong. "However, thank you for saving me," he adds after a pause. And Su Boya's expression becomes a bit more pleasant. "Where are we going?" he asks, expressionless. Yao Yao wants to answer, but he points at Jiang Lu and says, "You speak." Jiang Lu is stunned, pointing at herself. "Me?" "Yes, you." His gaze toward her is different from how he looks at others, carrying a slightly softer tone. Jiang Lu feels inexplicably flustered, thinking she has somehow transcended without even realizing it. She feels like the green tea in a woman's eyes and milk tea in a man's eyes. She never intended to go down that route. Back to base. Jiang Lu replies to his question with just 3 words. What base? He continues to inquire. Jiang Lu directly points at Song Shiyuan, saying, Song Shiyuan, you're a man. You two should communicate. Why are you talking to me out of nowhere? I have someone I like. This is all so confusing. Jiang Lu feels bewildered herself. Why did she suddenly say something like that? Wasn't he trying to do anything with her? He was just asking a few questions. Song Shiyuan feels awkward for a moment, but still intends to continue the conversation. However, before he can speak, the strange man speaks first. Oh, really? That's a pity. I was thinking the first girl I see when I wake up is really beautiful. Maybe we could develop something. What the heck? His straightforward agreement with her only makes her feel more embarrassed. Jiang Lu frowns at him, and he looks back at her faintly, his eyes holding a hint of mockery, which is really annoying. We are heading back to the survivor base. Song Shiyuan finally seizes the opportunity in the silence, trying to assert his value as a gentleman. What is your name? After we return, I'll take you to meet Vice Officer Yi. The man looks at Song Shiyuan, stares at him for a moment, and until Song Shiyuan starts to feel awkward, he leisurely says, My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Mo Yao Yao exclaims. It just happens to be the weekend. The man named Zhou Mo gives a faint smile. Despite his ordinary face, he looks strikingly handsome when he smiles. It must be because of his eyes, clear and deep, with a unique sense of mystery that draws people in, making them unable to look away and feeling inexplicably tense. Jiang Lu feels he seems oddly familiar, and he is precisely the person that the undercover Chun Jing is trying to rescue. Could he have something to do with Ghost? Who could it be? She quietly observes him, but he suddenly turns around and catches her probing gaze, answering Yao Yao's question with a smile that seems like a half-smile. It's the coldness in Mo. After saying this, he continues to lower his head to eat the bread. Looking at his complexion, it's pale and colorless. He must be very hungry, but he eats slowly and elegantly, clearly well-mannered. His past family background must have been quite good. You are indeed very indifferent. Yao Yao jokes half-seriously, and the atmosphere eases a bit. Song Shiyuan asks Zhou Mo a few more questions, such as how old he is, where he lives, and how impressive it is to escape alone for such a long time. Zhou Mo answers with little enthusiasm, but manages to respond with a few words, indicating he is forcing himself to communicate with Song Shiyuan. I can't quite describe the feeling. Su Boya leans toward the other two girls present and whispers, He feels very different. Yao Yao agrees quietly. Yeah, he doesn't look like much, but he has this vibe. How to put it, it's really captivating. Jiang Lu tries to advise, Yao Yao, you should focus on your crush on Vice Officer Yi. You can't keep being so indecisive. Yao Yao rolls her eyes at her. Vice Officer Yi obviously doesn't like me. He pays more attention to you and is much kinder to us. This remark somehow catches Zhou Mo's attention. He looks over coldly, mocking with a slight curl of his lips. Oh, so the Vice Officer Yi you speak of is the one you like? Jiang Lu feels inexplicably flustered by his question. It's unbelievable. Even Yi she can't do this to her. So far, the only one who can make her feel this way is Shadow. Wait, Shadow? Jiang Lu looks at him in disbelief, her eyes revealing uncontainable speculation and astonishment. Zhou Mo seems to notice something, his smile deepening, as he lowers his head to adjust his bangs covering his eyes, looking out the car window and saying, It seems we're almost there. Is that the survivor base you mentioned? Hearing him say this, everyone looks outside and indeed sees that they are close to the base. Yes, Yao Yao replies. Once we arrive here, you don't have to worry about your safety. Your condition looks fine. Once you recover a bit, you can come out with me to search for food and water, which would be helpful for the base. Vice Officer Yi will definitely let you stay. Zhou Mo glances at her meaningfully, his smile intriguing. Oh, is that so? That's great. Being alone outside is really lonely. Su Boya can't help but retort, from your expression. You don't seem lonely at all. Zhou Mo said indifferently. Is that so? Su Boya nodded and replied, I always feel like you quite enjoy being alone. You seemed a bit unhappy when we rescued you. Zhou Mo surprisingly didn't deny it. He glanced at her and said, A little, I suppose. After all, the outside world is like this now, and no one has their family with them. Living like this, isn't it better to just die? His words made Jiang Lu's earlier speculation waver a bit. Leaving aside that Shadow is the core of the ghost and the likelihood of him disguising himself as someone else to come here. Just this sentence, Zhou Mo uttered is contrary to Shadow's principles. How much Shadow wished for the world to be destroyed, and he had never mentioned family. He would absolutely never say such a thing. So, if he isn't Shadow, who is he? Jiang Lu stared at him in confusion, and Zhou Mo directly looked back at her with a smirk, saying, "Miss, if you keep looking at me like that, I might have to charge you a fee." Jiang Lu replied, "Why don't you ride the winds and soar to great heights?" Their conversation came to an abrupt halt just as Chun Jing drove the car into the base. After the gate closed, a team of people got out of the car, but there was one extra person who was immediately subdued. Chun Jing hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "This is someone we rescued on the way. He fainted in the car due to lack of food and water and is very weak." The person controlling Zhou Mo frowned and said, "You can't just bring suspicious individuals in. They could be spies." Chun Jing said, "We plan to take him to see Deputy Officer Yi. Whether to keep him or not will be up to him." Hearing this, the person had no choice but to say nothing more and temporarily released Zhou Mo. Chun Jing said directly, "This way, I'll take you to see Deputy Officer Yi." Zhou Mo remained silent but followed along. Chinon looked for a while and said, "I'll go with you. Let the three of you hand over the supplies and then go back to rest." The girls naturally had no objections, and after watching the men leave, they went to hand over the food and water they found today. After completing these tasks, the three of them returned to the dormitory together. Yao Yao expressed her confusion along the way, saying, "Jiang Lu, although you're very pretty, it can't be that just because you're a girl, they like you, right? Look at Deputy Officer Yi and this Zhou Mo. They both seem very interested in you." Jiang Lu looked over and replied, "It's not that just because they're men, they like me. Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan don't like me." Yao Yao said, "Come on, don't give me that." As the three exited the elevator, Jiang Lu honestly said, "Deputy Officer Yi doesn't like me. I always feel like he wants to use beauty to extract some information from me, but I've already told him everything I know." As for Zhou Mo, she paused for a moment before saying, "He should just be joking." Yao Yao blinked at her, and, seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, said nothing more. Su Boya yawned and said, "Yao Yao, if you like Deputy Officer Yi, just take the initiative. Otherwise, even if it's not Jiang Lu, someone else will steal him away." Yao Yao pursed her lips and replied, "It's not as simple as you say. If Deputy Officer, you were that easy to pursue, I would have become the Deputy Officer's wife long ago." Su Boya snorted, "Deputy Officer's wife? You think this is a novel? Hurry up and wash your face. Wake up from your dream." Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and entered her dormitory. Su Boya and Jiang Lu each went into their respective rooms. And after closing the doors, Jiang Lu's mind was filled with Zhou Mo's every frown and smile, even repeating the words he had said one by one in her head. What to do? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. Could he really not be Shadow in disguise? His words and actions were suspiciously similar to Shadow's, yet very different in many ways, such as his explanation for wanting to be alone and his attitude towards others, which, while confident, lacked the perverse and aloof demeanor. Also, his ordinary face, facial disguise techniques from martial arts novels clearly do not exist. If he were really someone in disguise, how could there be no trace of it on his face? However, on a sensory and emotional level, Jiang Lu felt he was really very similar. Staring at the ceiling, she sighed deeply, feeling that this possibility was both absurd and terrifyingly real. Chapter 68, perhaps it was due to the pressure, but Jiang Lu went to bed relatively early that night, feeling drowsy by 7 or 8 o'clock. However, on the one day, she wanted to rest early. She couldn't manage to do so. It wasn't that someone came looking for her. It was just that she had just dozed off for a moment when voices began to rise outside, accompanied by the constant sound of doors opening and closing, a rarity in her usual routine. The people living nearby were all acquaintances of Jiang Lu, and they generally returned quietly to their dorms to rest. What was going on today? Irritated, Jiang Lu got up and walked to the door, placing her hand on the railing as she prepared to open it, when she heard a somewhat familiar deep voice say, "Although these rooms all look the same, didn't Vice Officer Yi say that I could choose which one to stay in?" The voice was too familiar. She had spent most of the day thinking about this person. Zhou Mo instinctively, she opened the door to look outside, and as luck would have it, he was looking back at her. In a split second, their eyes met, creating a spark as if something had been ignited unknowingly. Then Jiang Lu saw Zhou Mo curl his lips, pointing to the dormitory next to hers and saying, "I'll stay in this one. It suddenly seems quite nice." Qi Nong, who was accompanying him in choosing a room, asked, "Really? Zhou Mo, are you sure?" Zhou Mo glanced at him indifferently. "We aren't familiar enough to call each other by name, so please call me Mr. Zhou." Qi Nong felt a bit awkward and his expression soured. Jiang Lu chose that moment to step outside, pointing to the adjacent room. "You want to stay here?" Zhou Mo nodded. "Is there a problem? Does Miss Jiang not want me to live next door?" Jiang Lu nodded seriously. "Great. Since you understand, I hope you can fulfill this small request of mine." An exaggerated smile appeared on Zhou Mo's otherwise unremarkable face. His demeanor was definitely not like Ying's. While his voice was pleasant, it lacked the deep, magnetic quality of Ying's. Moreover, Zhou Mo's expressions were rich and varied, something Ying would never do. He only ever smirked, sneered, or grinned maliciously. Since he confirmed that he was not Ying, he might be another undercover ghost brought in by Chen Jing. If he was merely an undercover agent, Jiang Lu saw no need to treat him kindly. Unfortunately, Zhou Mo was not the type to know when to back off. In response to Jiang Lu's blunt refusal, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Personal choice is a personal right. Since Vice Officer Yi said I could choose freely, why can't I stay here? If Miss Jiang really doesn't want me as your neighbor, you could go tell Vice Officer Yi to order me to move." After a slight pause, he scoffed. "In that case, maybe I'll consider whether to comply, since I still need to get along with him for a while. This guy is so infuriating, and yet he comes to be an undercover agent. Is Shenyang stupid, or is Bo Ju stupid? It's definitely not Ying who is stupid. She hadn't seen him for so long, and she missed him terribly. How could she bear to blame him? Forget it." She huffed and turned back to her dorm. Zhou Mo watched her close the door, his smile fading as he walked directly into the room next to hers. He was about to close the door when he noticed Qi Nong still hadn't tea left. "What? Mr. Qin, do you have something to say to me?" Zhou Mo asked coldly. Qi Nong found it difficult to deal with this new friend who was hard to approach. After a long pause, he finally said, "No, I just wanted to ask if Mr. Zhou is going out with us to search for water and food, or does Vice Officer Yi have other arrangements?" Zhou Mo's expression changed slightly, and after a long time, he replied, "That kind of unskilled task. If I feel like it or have the time later, I might join you." After saying this, he directly closed the door, leaving Qi Nong outside pondering his meaning for quite a while. "Seriously, if you're not going, just say so. Why mock us?" Qi Nong rolled his eyes at Zhou Mo's dormitory door and left, feeling quite displeased. In fact, he should be grateful that Zhou Mo could irritate him so much in such a short time. If he really went out with them on a mission, by the time they returned to the base, he would probably be dead from anger. In short, Zhou Mo not going with them was a good thing. Or at least Jiang Lu thought so, until something happened. What happened? It was quite simple. For the next 2 days, she didn't see him. By chance, she overheard Qi Nong and the others discussing Zhou Mo. They said he was a PhD with a very high education, having obtained many degrees from top universities worldwide. Despite his young age, he had a deep understanding of virology. That day, he had only shown a bit of his skills in front of Vice Officer Yi, and he was immediately allowed to join the scientific research team at the survivor base to study virus vaccines and antidotes alongside other scientists. When Jiang Lu heard this news, she had already gotten into a vehicle but jumped right back out. They didn't know that Chen Jing was an undercover agent, but she knew all too well. Zhou Mo clearly seemed to be in cahoots with Chen Jing. She could do no more than not interfere with Chen Jing's current activities. But if they tried to disrupt the scientist's work, that was unacceptable. That was humanity's last hope. If that place was disturbed, the world might completely lose hope. No, maybe there was still hope. Scientists existed elsewhere besides this base. But such matters couldn't be ignored. As Jiang Lu thought about this, she rushed off in a whirlwind. She needed to see Yishi. Qi Nong chased after her, realizing she was moving too quickly and gave up on pursuing her. Leaning against the vehicle to catch his breath, saying, "This girl runs really fast, like a whirlwind." Song Shuyuan, sitting in the vehicle, asked, "What is wrong with her? Should we wait a bit?" Qi Nong glanced at his watch and said, "Let us wait half an hour. She might have forgotten something. If she is not back in half an hour, we'll set off first." Song Shuyuan had no objections, nor did the two girls. However, Chen Jing asked, "Is it normal for Miss Jiang to suddenly leave after you started talking about something? Qin Nong replied in confusion. We didn't say much. We were just discussing Zhou Mo and his joining the research team. Is that so? Chun Jing smiled without changing his expression. Then I really don't understand why Miss Jiang left in such a hurry. Perhaps she really forgot something. Qin Nong thought the same, planning to wait for her to return. But what Jiang Lu needed to do now was essentially to save the world, which might take a bit longer than half an hour. Fortunately, Yishi was still at the base and hadn't left when Jiang Lu arrived. He happened to be chatting with Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo's demeanor with Yi. She was completely different from how he interacted with them. He was friendly and approachable to a considerable extent, his face full of warm smiles. Even his ordinary features appeared somewhat charming under that smile. Jiang Lu? Yishi smiled as he approached the door. What brings you here? Do you need something? He hadn't given up on his plans, but he had been too busy recently to implement them. It's a bit of a matter. Mr. Zhou is here too. Jiang Lu glanced at Zhou Mo, feeling somewhat evasive. Yishi noticed her hesitance and was about to say something when Zhou Mo interjected. You can just call me Zhou Mo. No need to be so formal. His gentle voice had a warm, comforting quality to it, making people feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. However, this guy was really something. Just yesterday, he had mockingly told Qin Nong that they weren't familiar enough for him to be called Mr. Zhou. Yet today, he was pretending to be friendly in front of Yishi. So cunning. By the way, Jiang Lu, you know Zhou Mo, right? He asked the one you and your companions rescued. You all really brought me a great treasure. Yishi said excitedly. Zhou Mo is a genius. With him around, overcoming the zombie virus is just a matter of time. Yeah, he's a key member of the company that manufactures the zombie virus. Absolutely a key member. Otherwise, how could he perform so well? Then looking at the film Emperor Zhou, being praised like this by Yishi, he showed no guilt at all, maintaining his impeccable smile, and said, Aren't you supposed to go out with Qin Nong and the others today? Speaking of this, Yishi was also curious. Normally, you guys would have set off by this time. How come you have time to find me today? Jiang Lu couldn't stand Zhou Mo's hypocritical face anymore and said directly, I have something private to discuss with you. Can you step outside for a moment? She pointed at Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo looked meaningfully at her finger pointing at him and casually said, So the person you like is Yishi? That really is a match made in heaven. I have to concede defeat. Yishi was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. What? Zhou Mo seemed to want to say something, but the next second he was pulled away by Jiang Lu. She covered his mouth with her soft hand, and he was pushed out the door without struggling or refusing. Yishi watched her actions and smiled helplessly, not feeling anything was wrong. It wasn't until Jiang Lu pushed Zhou Mo out of the room that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door behind her, and lowered her voice, saying, Don't cause any trouble in the research room. Do you hear me? Zhou Mo looked down at her and said, Sorry, I don't understand why you were asking me this. I never intended to cause any trouble. Really? Jiang Lu looked at him suspiciously. Then that's best. Please keep it that way. I have something to discuss with Yishi, so you can do as you please. After she finished speaking, she was about to open the door to go back inside. But the next second, she was pulled into Zhou Mo's embrace. She gasped and stared at him blankly as Zhou Mo looked down at her and said, You still haven't answered my question. Is the person you like Yishi? Jiang Lu looked into his eyes and, for some reason, couldn't bring herself to refuse to answer. She instinctively said no and immediately regretted it when she saw his smug and satisfied smile. She struggled to break free from his hold, glared at him, and said, That's none of your business, before turning to go back inside. Zhou Mo watched the tightly closed door in front of him, remembering the feigned fierceness on her face before she went in. He raised his hand, probably intending to push up his glasses, but when he placed his hand on his nose, he realized he wasn't wearing any. Finally, he gave up, smirked, leaned against the wall, and looked at his watch, counting down the time as he waited for her to come out. Chapter 69. What important thing do you want to tell me? And dismissed the others. Yishi smiled at Jiang Lu, who had just walked back in, her tense expression making him somewhat alert. Did she discover something? His voice lowered slightly. Or do you want to tell me something? Jiang Lu twitched the corner of her mouth, walked in front of him, and said in a softer voice, No, I just want to give you a suggestion. Yishi raised his hand, signaling her to continue. He was all ears. Jiang Lu bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Well, I think it's not very safe to let someone who just arrived at the base join the research team directly. That person's identity is unclear. You should test and investigate them before allowing them to handle such confidential matters. After all, that is the hope for everyone's survival." Jiang Lu's words were reasonable, and Yishi listened with pleasure. He even patted her shoulder and said gently, "I know, Jiang Lu, don't worry. I have considered this carefully and talked to Zhou Mo. He really is a good person. His parents died because of the virus outbreak. He risked everything to run so far and was rescued by you. His hatred for Ghost is no less than any of us." Jiang Lu almost wanted to kneel before him. "But that's just his side of the story, right? Do you really believe that?" Yishi smiled. "You're too anxious. Of course, I wouldn't just believe him like that. Have you forgotten? I was undercover in Ghost for a long time. I know exactly what kind of people are in those bases. Based on my position at the time, I even accessed Ghost database. And I didn't find anyone matching his information in the employee list." Jiang Lu was stunned. "Is that so? Could it be that he really isn't a Ghost person? How is that possible? He behaves one way in front of Yi Shi and another in front of them. How would he be a good person? Moreover, when I let him join the research team, I also did some probing." Yishi took out a small device from a drawer and showed it to her. "This is a micro lie detector. When turned on, it can determine whether a person is lying based on their pulse and heartbeat." He tilted his head and said, "Of course, there are also some professional profiling techniques. You might not understand if I mention them. In any case, I wouldn't recklessly allow a dangerous person into the research team. Jiang Lu, you have to trust me." Jiang Lu was speechless, staring at him for a while, yet still unconvinced. "Even though you say that, I still hope you can observe him for a while longer." Yishi looked at Jiang Lu solemnly. In fact, he had been a bit worried that Jiang Lu would do something harmful to the base. But now he realized he had been overly suspicious. If she were really that kind of person, she would have come to stop him from letting a genius who just arrived at the base into the research team. "I understand now. What is your suggestion?" Yishi suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps she was right. No matter how excellent or safe Zhou Mo was, he couldn't risk the hope of all humanity. Observing for a while longer wouldn't hurt. "My suggestion?" Jiang Lu was taken aback and pointed at herself, and after a long time, she said, "I don't really have any objections. If you agree, we can let him join us for a few missions, and we can observe him. It's always safest to have him nearby. Although I don't really like him, at least I can ensure I know everything when he's around." Yishi became agreeable and nodded. "Okay, I'll tell Zhou Mo about this. You go wait in the car first. I'll have him come find you shortly." Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and said, "Then I'll leave first." After speaking, she turned and left without looking back. Yishi watched her open the door and couldn't help but say, "You really leave decisively. Don't you want to stay with me a bit longer?" Jiang Lu looked back at him in surprise, smiled strangely, and directly grabbed another person at the door and pulled him in. In Yishi's line of sight, her figure instantly disappeared, blocked by the tall Zhou. Mo looked down at the anxious girl in front of him. She wouldn't meet his gaze, clearly feeling guilty. He didn't need to think too hard to know what would happen next. Before closing the door, Zhou Mo leaned down and whispered something into Jiang Lu's ear. Then he closed the door and entered. Jiang Lu stared at the closed door, still feeling the warmth of his words lingering in her ear. This guy is so narcissistic. What does he mean by saying I want to be with him without needing so many reasons? She felt he was too dangerous, which was why she wanted him nearby. There was absolutely no element of teasing or hidden intentions. Jiang Lu descended the stairs with mixed feelings. Qin Nong and the others were indeed still waiting there. When she arrived, he happened to get out of the car to look for her, and seeing her, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was just wondering where you went. I was worried something happened to you and wanted to find you." Qin Nong leaned against the car and asked, "What did you run off to? You were gone for so long, and we're a bit late going out today." Jiang Lu walked over and said, "It's nothing. I just did a few things. We still have to wait a little longer before we can leave." Chen Jing poked his head out from the driver's seat and asked, "Why?" Jiang Lu looked at him and said, "Vice Officer, Yi added someone to our team. He should be here soon." Qin Nong asked in confusion, "Who is it?" "We have enough manpower." Jiang Lu replied seriously, "I don't think it's enough. It's safer to have more guys." "So who is this person? Do we know him?" Jiang Lu glanced back but didn't answer. After a while, the elevator in front opened, and Zhou Mo, still wearing a lab coat, walked out. His ordinary face showed no hint of a smile as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. This guy is not simple. His aura is almost as chilling as a shadow. Jiang Lu couldn't help but shiver. It seems you all are waiting for me. Zhou Mo stood in front of everyone, revealing a dangerous smile. So for the next few days, I will fulfill Miss Zhang's wish and go out on missions with you all. He slightly bowed, elegantly and politely, and added, I hope for your guidance. Jiang Lu, what do you mean by fulfilling my wish? Saying this will easily lead them to misunderstand, okay? But thinking back, this matter indeed started because of her, so forget it. Let him say it like that. You want to join us? The one with the worst expression was Qin No. Zhu Montak, didn't you say before? His words were cut off as Zhou Mo interrupted him, saying with a hint of disdain, Call me Mr. Zhou. Thank you. We're not that familiar, so don't make me repeat that. Also, does Mr. Qin think I want to come? I have to thank Miss Jiang for her kindness. She insisted that she would be happy only if I accompanied her, so Vice Officer Yi naturally has to satisfy her. After saying this, he didn't continue, leaving room for endless speculation. The other onlookers who had just gotten out of the car happened to hear this, and all turned to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu felt like cursing. What the hell is this? This is just shooting myself in the foot. Originally, things were fine, and I shouldn't have provoked Zhou Mo, who is clearly not a good person. Now I've put myself in a bad position. Self-inflicted misery. Jiang Lu knew explaining was futile, so she could only brace herself and say, in any case, he will be in our team from now on. Qin Nong nodded awkwardly. Song Xuan adjusted his glasses without much emotion, while the other two girls had different expressions. Yao Yao leaned in to whisper something to Su Boya, who blushed and shot Zhou Mo a glance. Zhou Mo happened to be getting into the car and passed by her, meeting her gaze, which felt like an eternity. Jiang Lu gazed at Su Boya's expression, and she felt very worried about her. Could it be that she had fallen in love? That kind of perverted person who is unsatisfactory in every way. Su Boya, please don't do anything irrational to prevent Su Boya from getting hurt. Jiang Lu had no choice but to quickly follow Zhou Mo and get into the car right after him. While others were still boarding, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, You better know your limits. I know you're not a good person. Don't go too far. Zhou Mo slightly raised his eyes and stared at her, his voice hoarse as he said, Oh really? Are you threatening me? He raised his hand to grip her chin, and she stared at him in a daze. He rubbed her chin and said, All right then, if I don't play with her, can I play with you instead? What a lunatic. This is driving me insane. Jiang Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes and immediately sat as far away from him as possible. However, when Su Boya got into the car and was about to sit next to him, Jiang Lu rushed over like a mother hen protecting her chick, stood between them, and said seriously, I suddenly want to sit by the door, so let me have that spot. Su Boya's mouth twitched slightly as she discreetly glanced at Zhou Mo, who was looking at Jiang Lu with a teasing expression. It was clear they had something going on. She felt a bit speechless and also wanted to echo Yao Yao's sentiments. Why is it that any slightly decent man has a connection with Jiang Lu? Can this world get any worse? Is she actually a Mary Sue? For heaven's sake, Jiang Lu is so innocent. For the sake of Su Boya's safety, she sacrificed her own interests. Su Boya will definitely thank her for this later. Jiang Lu stared at the huge pair sitting next to Zhou Mo, waiting for the car to officially start. Suddenly, she felt the man beside her lean closer, and as everyone talked about other things, he casually said in her ear, Can't you bear to be away from me? You have to sit next to me for even this short while. Jiang Lu. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, then don't. I really want to kill you. Chapter 70, but when you're going about your daily work, if you're with someone you really dislike, it can feel like time drags on forever. Jiang Lu is feeling just that way right now. She crouched against the wall of the supermarket with a gun in hand, not wanting to look at the man beside her who had been following her. He wasn't here to help, after all, and no one dared to say anything to him. His attitude of I'm the best made it hard for anyone to criticize him. If Miss Jiang likes that wall, I can help you take it back. Zhou Mo suddenly said. Jiang Lu stood up, looking at him. You can really take the wall back? What great skill. Zhou Mo replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It's not that difficult. I found a heavy machine gun in the cargo box under the vehicle. With it, I could easily destroy the supermarket, and then Miss Jiang could choose whichever wall she likes to take back. Jiang Lu was already out of patience. She had been at a standstill with Zhou Mo for a long time. One was on lookout while the other was supposed to be helping, but in fact, she didn't need his help at all. In the end, she couldn't refuse him. Perhaps his silver tongue should win an award more than his scientific achievements. What are you two talking about? Yao Yao asked as he approached with a bag intended for the car, noticing their bad expressions. Jiang Lu shot Zhou Mo a glance and said, he said he wants to give me this wall. Yao Yao couldn't help but blurt out, are you crazy? Zhou Mo shot a sharp glance at Yao Yao, who immediately shut his mouth and hurried towards the parking area with a bag of food. Jiang Lu looked longingly at Yao Yao's back. He truly had good insight, but how could he insult someone? How could he call Zhou Mo crazy? Does he have no sense of public morality? He should have just taken a knife and killed him instead. You want to kill me? A meaningful question came from Zhou Mo, and Jiang Lu was shocked as she looked at him. Zhou Mo said with a hint of a smile, did I make things difficult for you? But it's hard for me not to hear your accidental thoughts. Jiang Lu choked, and after a moment, she said no, not at all. It's my fault. Don't take it to heart. She didn't let him respond and directly added, one person can keep watch. I'll help pack things. You keep an eye on Yao Yao and make sure nothing happens. After she finished speaking, she quickly ran into the supermarket, even stepping over a zombie with a smashed head. The room was filled with a terrible stench, and everyone was particularly careful not to touch the blood of those zombies while selecting food to avoid infection. Speaking of which, our great country really is vast and rich. There are countless supermarkets even in a small town. Today, they slightly expanded their route and walked a bit farther, immediately discovering several supermarkets that hadn't been looted yet. In no time, they had filled a truck, and the people at the base wouldn't have to worry about food for a few days. How did you come over? Suboya noticed Jiang Lu and straightened up, asking, don't you need to keep watch? Jiang Lu squatted down to help pack things. One person is enough for lookout. No need for two. It's a waste of resources. As soon as she finished speaking, Suboya said, I'll go take a look. Zhou Mo's little arms and legs. I wonder if he can handle it. Jiang Lu simply didn't know what to say to describe her feelings at that moment. If Zhou Mo's arms and legs were called small, then she must be a half-disabled child, right? That guy was at least 9 meters tall. He had to bend down just to get near the supermarket door. What could he not handle alone? Watching Suboya stubbornly leave to find Zhou Mo, Jiang Lu couldn't help but show an expression of difficulty and helplessness. Song Shuyuan curiously asked, Jiang Lu, you don't really have a crush on Zhou Mo, do you? Jiang Lu looked at him in disbelief. What made you think of such a terrible idea? Song Shuyuan smirked. Boya is getting close to Zhou Mo. You look nervous and unwilling. Isn't it because you like Zhou Mo? Jiang Lu's face was expressionless as she said, classmate, I swear on my conscience. I absolutely do not like someone like him. If I liked him, wouldn't that be asking for death? Why would liking me be asking for death? A sudden question rang out. Jiang Lu didn't think much and replied, he's so infuriating. Just a little while, and he's already got my heart aching. Unless I enjoy self-harm. How could I possibly like him? Everyone. Jiang Lu turned around in a daze to look. Zhou Mo was standing at the edge of a row of shelves in the supermarket, expressionless, staring at her from a distance. That gaze made her uncomfortable, and she suddenly felt a bit guilty for some reason. I didn't mean it that way. You actually... She tried to amend her mistake. After all, she should give him some face and not say it so bluntly, since they weren't that familiar yet, but he showed no appreciation. No need to explain. Zhou Mo slightly raised his chin. His face, which seemed so ordinary, carried an air of arrogance. Since Miss Jiang thinks of me this way, if I can't reach that level, it will be a disappointment to your compliments. Friend, wake up. Was that a compliment? Was that really a compliment? I'm here to tell you that Miss Su and I are going to check out another supermarket. Once you finish gathering here, you can find us over there. Zhou Mo said with a smile that seemed to mock, giving Jiang Lu one last glance before turning to leave. Jiang Lu immediately imagined him taking Suboya to another supermarket and possibly using the zombie's hands to harm her. She shivered and rushed over, saying no way. Zhou Mo stopped and looked back. Under the confused gazes of Qin Nong and Song Shuyan, he said slowly, Why not? Jiang Lu was stumped. She couldn't use something that hadn't happened yet to explain her actions, right? She bit her lip, deciding to risk it for everyone's safety, and said with a cold face, "I'll go with you. Boy will be fine here." After speaking, she walked towards him and left the supermarket first under his meaningful gaze. Suboya stood at the door watching her retreating figure, her expression very complex, her hands tightly clenched into fists, clearly not in a good mood. At that moment, Yao Yao walked in and, seeing her like this, curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Suboya coldly replied, "Nothing, let's get to work." After saying that, she grabbed a bag and squatted down to start packing things. Yao Yao looked at her in confusion and soon saw Zhou and Mo coming out, followed by Song Shuyuan and Qin No. Zhou and Mo said nothing and did nothing, directly leaving the supermarket to look for Jiang Lu. Yao Yao watched this scene and began to understand why Suboya was unhappy. They're together again. Yao Yao sighed. Song Shuyuan looked puzzled. "Yao Yao, you're a girl. Can you explain why Jiang Lu, who has always expressed her dislike for Zhou and Mo, still insists on doing everything with him?" Yao Yao hesitated, glancing at the stiff Suboya beside her, and after a while said, "Women, they often say one thing and mean another." Song Shuyuan looked at Qin No. "Do you understand? Why do I feel like Jiang Lu really doesn't like Zhou and Mo?" Qin No glanced at the door. It was getting late. He remained silent for a moment before saying, "Let's get back to the main business. We can talk about this later when we return. This isn't the place for discussion." So, everyone stopped the topic and continued with what they were supposed to do. Before it got completely dark, they finally returned to the base. Although the snow in the wild had mostly melted, the recent drop in temperature had caused the melted snow to freeze, making the journey increasingly difficult. Worse still, they discovered traces of those replicating monsters once again. "I suspect someone brought them over here." When Qin Nong reported the situation to Yi Shi, he said that they encountered the monster just as they drove into the base, and there were about 3 to 4 of them, still small and not fully grown. However, if not dealt with in a timely manner, they could quickly reproduce in large numbers. Yi Shi furrowed his brows as he looked at the surveillance footage in front of him. He ordered his men to pull up the images around the base, and indeed, he found the situation that Qin Nong had reported. This was a bit strange. The previous monsters had all been concentrated and sent to Ghost Base number 3, and they should have all been destroyed by now, Yi Shi said. Jiang Lu glanced at Zhou and Mo, who stood at the back against the wall. Among all the serious faces, he was the only one with a slight smile, his relaxed demeanor making it hard not to think that he already knew about this incident, and might even be the instigator of it. "What should we do now?" Song Shuyuan said. "We absolutely cannot be lenient with these monsters. Their ability to split is too strong, and we need to deal with them quickly." Yi Shi looked troubled and said, "We don't know much about the structure of the virus yet, and we don't have a mature destruction agent like ghosts. It's a bit difficult to deal with them. We might have to use fire, but they will hide and run, and now it's the dry winter season with many trees around the base. Using this method could cause a fire, which would be troublesome." His words left everyone in silence, as they all pondered what other good methods could be used. Shells and guns were not an option. Blowing the monsters into pieces would only accelerate their splitting. Besides that, fire was the only option left, but it was a last resort, which made it quite difficult. Just as everyone was exchanging glances, Zhou and Mo, who had been leaning silently against the wall, suddenly coughed lightly, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Zhou and Mo remained calm and natural. He glanced over each person's eyes, pausing on Jiang Lu for the same amount of time as the others. Jiang Lu blinked, and before she could even process her thoughts, she heard him speak up loudly. "Excuse my intrusion, but perhaps I can offer a little help with everyone's dilemma." He humbly referred to it as a little help, but his demeanor clearly showed that he was confident about it. Yi Shi's eyes lit up as he looked at him with a smile. Suboya, standing beside him, also showed an expression of admiration, while Jiang Lu leaned her forehead against the wall, feeling that the world was going to be worse off. "Zhu Montak, do you have a solution?" Yi Shi directly called him forward, but it wasn't as simple as just beckoning a dog to come. Zhou Mo was a very unique person, which was understandable. Geniuses often have distinct personalities. He remained in place, looking at Yi Shi with an unperturbed expression, and said softly, "I still need Deputy Yi to gather those monsters for me. Give me about a day, and I will need exclusive use of the laboratory. Of course, I need to see some of your previous research materials to determine the direction of the agent's development. One day is all you need? Suboya couldn't help but exclaim, her gaze towards Zhou Mo filled with evident astonishment. Zhou Mo did not respond to her attention. He was more focused on Yishi's reply. "You just simulate deep in it." And he nodded, saying, "No problem. Since you are so confident, I will do everything possible to meet your needs." Jiang Lu remained silent, so in the end, she could not stop Zhou Mo from learning about the research progress and materials inside the survivor base. Her efforts were in vain, and she had suffered for nothing. Given this, there was no point in her wasting her efforts. No matter how hard she tried, the final result wouldn't change. So why put herself through the pain and become unpleasant? Jiang Lu decisively looked at Zhou Mo, who smiled back at her. When he noticed her gaze, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was ridiculing her futile efforts. Jiang Lu looked at him without changing her expression, slightly widening her eyes to appear more formidable. "Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of you?" Zhou Mo seemed to find her reaction amusing and said to Yishi, "I still need an assistant, and I think Miss Jiang would be very suitable. Let her join me. By the way, prepare a few rabbits for me." In most cases, the scientists at the survivor base used the white mice originally stored in the base for their research, but there were also rabbits for different phases. Since he wanted them, Yishi naturally arranged it. As for the assistant, despite Jiang Lu's strong reluctance and Suboya offering to help, in the end, she was pushed into the laboratory. Leaning against the door, Jiang Lu weakly turned her head back, just in time to see Zhou Mo, dressed in a white lab coat and emanating a cold aura, holding a snow-white rabbit and staring at her. When he noticed her looking over, he tilted his head with a half-smile and made a few cuts on the rabbit with the small knife in his hand. "Why use a rabbit instead of the white mice? Why does it feel like it's being cut on me? Zhou Mo must be a pervert, right? Look at the way he looks at the little white rabbit, like it's his own son, but he's so cruel. How can he not be a pervert? The little white rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing up, cutting the wrist veins and arteries, staying still, so cute." Zhou Mo recited these words with his soft, melodious voice, and Jiang Lu trembled upon hearing them. Indeed, it's like his own son. He's even writing poetry for it. Still, please don't look at me with that perverted gaze, although I don't mind. But the destruction agent for monsters is meant for dead things. Do you think this rabbit can show any effects while alive? Zhou Mo lightly scoffed and tossed the lifeless rabbit into a glass box on the table before turning around to start his research. Jiang Lu looked at his tall figure. The tall man stood with a straight back, wearing a white lab coat, resembling the person she remembered. Unable to help herself, she called out, "Ing, is that you?" Chapter 71. Jiang Lu's sudden question caused the man, who was facing away from her and conducting an experiment, to pause for a moment. He was wearing white gloves, holding a test tube, and slowly turned his head. The monocle perched on his nose obscured the sharp light in his eyes. "Does Miss Jiang know that speaking carelessly can easily lead to death?" Zhou Mo said coldly. "Making such guesses in a place like this makes me think you believe I've lived too long." Jiang Lu looked around, walked up to him, and met his gaze from her standing position. "There are only monitors here, but no recording devices. They can only see us together, but can't hear what we're saying." Zhou Mo looked at her meaningfully for a while, then temporarily set down the test tube, raised his hand to the back of her neck, pulling her closer to him, and said with an intriguing smile, "Do you miss that person so much that you think I am him?" Jiang Lu frowned and glared at him. "Aren't you?" she retorted. This question seemed a bit hard to answer. Zhou Mo smiled and remained silent, releasing her to continue with his research. Jiang Lu, seeing his lifeless demeanor, increasingly felt that he was indeed that person. Not denying it was, in a way, an acknowledgement, right? If you aren't him, how could you have such abilities? She lingered beside the workstation, pointing at his skilled movements with renewed curiosity. Zhou Mo did not turn around and replied, "The world is so big, and there are so many people alive. It's not just one person who can have such abilities." This statement was too reasonable for Jiang Lu to refute. After a long pause, she said, "Are you really not him?" Zhou Mo calmly continued his work, completely focused, even though she was chattering away and a bit noisy. He was not affected at all. "If you've already concluded who I am in your heart, there's no point in arguing. You can think that way if you want." Suddenly, he looked at her again, smiling brightly. So, the person you like is him? If so, do you think I am him? Can I kiss you? He pretended to lean in to kiss her. Yishi, who was watching the monitors outside, raised an eyebrow. A half-smile on his face as he glanced at the screen, where Jiang Lu decisively pushed him away, angrily accusing him of something. He thought with some regret that it would have been great if there were recording devices in the lab. Then they could hear their conversation, which would surely be very interesting. Friend, food can be eaten carelessly, but people shouldn't be kissed casually, okay? In the lab, Jiang Lu covered her mouth and frowned. Just focus on your research. I won't disturb you. If you really need any help, just call me. After saying this, she stepped aside to sit down. Since she was nominally there to help, she was also wearing a lab coat with a white shirt and black trousers underneath. Her long gray hair hung behind her shoulders, and although she was quite young, she had a sense of intellectual beauty. Why are you staring at me? Jiang Lu asked awkwardly, her expression more rigid than usual. Zhou narrowed his long eyes, withdrew his gaze, and continued his work. In fact, he really didn't need anyone to help him. From start to finish, the only help Jiang Lu provided was bringing him lunch and dinner, but he himself had eaten nothing. Looking at the table full of cold dishes, which were the highest standard of the base to entertain those genius researchers, Jiang Lu had never eaten. Seeing Zhou Mo busy, she felt it was inappropriate to disturb him, and since her stomach was growling, she secretly took a few bites. The taste was quite good. Since leaving Ghost, it was Jiang Lu's first time eating green vegetables, and she felt revitalized. If she continued eating those puffed foods or bread to maintain her daily digestion, she felt like the moisture in her body would be completely dried up. Putting down her chopsticks, Jiang Lu glanced at Zhou Mo's back. He had been busy without turning his head once. It was clear that the powerful potion capable of destroying monsters was not easy to make. He had changed many devices and drugs and looked through a lot of materials, occasionally frowning. It was rare to see someone who seemed fearless also frown. She accompanied him in silence until midnight, feeling increasingly unable to endure her hunger. She had remained quiet, but now she leaned over the table and murmured, "It's been so long since the food was brought in. Aren't you going to eat a little? I'm going to sleep now. You can eat." "Okay." After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes weakly. Although her voice was small, Zhou Mo turned to look at her immediately. She sat in the chair with her eyes closed, her gray hair draped over her shoulders, her long eyelashes slightly trembling. Seeming a bit unsettled, Zhou Mo set down what he was holding, took off his gloves, and slowly walked to her side. He quietly watched her for a while and said in a calm voice, "Your stomach has been growling. Get up and eat something before sleeping." Jiang Lu opened one eye to look at him. "That was prepared for you." "I've eaten." Zhou Mo glanced at the bread bag in the trash can, curled his lips, and said, "Eating that kind of food all the time, no wonder you're getting thinner and your complexion doesn't look good." "Jiang Lu, how do you know I've lost weight? We've only known each other for a few days." She suddenly became alert, straightening her posture and looking at him with piercing eyes. "And added, aren't you?" Did she just reveal the truth? Zhou Mo looked at her with a seemingly confused expression, then suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips unexpectedly. Jiang Lu stared at his face, which was so close, still the same ordinary face devoid of beauty, but the warmth and sensation of his lips felt so familiar. After a moment, he pulled back, bending slightly to gaze at her, and said lightly, "I kissed you." Jiang Lu coldly laughed. Feeling as if she had been bitten, "I feel like I'm no longer pure." Zhou Mo raised his hand to hold her chin, a dangerous light flickering in his dark eyes. "You have quite a bit of courage, but it's much larger than when you faced me before." Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat. "Are you admitting who you are?" Zhou Mo displayed an expression that seemed quite puzzled. "Why do you insist on asking for an answer? No matter what, it will only make things difficult for you, right? If I were you, what would happen? If I'm not, what would happen?" Jiang Lu was left speechless. He made too much sense, and she had no reason to refute him. At this moment, she was incredibly certain that he was indeed the person she had guessed. "How could you? Come here." Jiang Lu lowered her head, inexplicably feeling guilty. She recalled every time she had prevented him from entering the base, even from interacting with others, and felt that if he went back or they returned together, her life would not be good afterward. Zhou Mo's response to her question was very calm. He released the book and returned to the workstation. continuing what he had been doing. Jiang Lu couldn't help but worry and followed up, saying, "What are you researching? It wouldn't be something to change those monsters' physical attributes, would it? Making them suddenly grow big and eat people, right?" Zhou Mo paused for a moment, turned to look at her, and said, "That's a pretty good suggestion. Why didn't I think of that before? Let's try it your way." Jiang Lu immediately grabbed his wrist and said, "No, they are innocent. Don't do that." Zhou Mo scoffed at her, remaining silent and motionless. Looking at the sarcastic smile on his ordinary face, Jiang Lu no longer doubted that her guess was wrong. Despite the changes in his features, that cocky expression could only be produced by Ying. "Consider it a plea from me. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have speculated recklessly. You must be genuinely developing a potion to destroy them." Jiang Lu took a breath and quickly finished speaking, then released him and stepped back, saying, "I'll wait over here. You can continue your work. But don't you really need to eat something before continuing?" Ying glanced at the food on the table and said indifferently, "You go eat. I don't need it. Are you Iron Man, Wang Jinxie? I haven't seen you eat anything for days. Your body is the foundation of your revolution. Even if time is tight, you need to take care of yourself first." Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose and said unhappily. Ying, with that somewhat unfamiliar face, turned to her and spoke slowly. "I'm sorry. Even though I know the food is fine, I still don't want to eat anything here." After saying this, he turned back, dismissively adding, "Don't disturb me anymore. Finish the food on the table, and then go sleep on the bench over there." Jiang Lu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to express it. In the end, she had to give up and obediently return to her seat to eat. To avoid affecting him, she didn't make any noise while eating. Once her initial doubts were confirmed, she suddenly didn't know what to do next. Rationally, she urged herself to remain wary of him as before, but emotionally, she couldn't bring herself to make things too difficult or unpleasant for him. Jiang Lu felt really foolish. Why did she have to verify it? Doing things in a muddled way had no psychological pressure, but asking clearly only made things awkward. It was simply stupid. Although there were many in her thoughts, it was already too late. After finishing her meal and feeling full, Jiang Lu began to feel sleepy. She propped her head up for a while, but eventually leaned on the table and fell asleep. Ying, who seemed to have been focused on the experiment, heard the noise behind him and slowly turned his head. He stood up, walked over to her, brushed the hair off her face, and gazed at her sleeping face, mocking as he said, "Why did I come here? Isn't the answer obvious?" He slowly lowered his hand, and the next words came out so softly that they were almost inaudible. "Of course it's for you." After he finished speaking, he fell silent for a moment before turning his head and closing his eyes to continue his previous work. What he didn't notice was that after he turned away, Jiang Lu, whose hands had been relaxed, slowly clasped them together. Just treat it as a dream. Otherwise, the next step would only be more awkward. Chapter 72. When Jiang Lu woke up again, it was already morning. She opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bench, which was made of soft sofa material, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. She slowly sat up, still draped in someone's white coat, and it was obvious whose it was. She immediately raised her eyes to search for that person's figure in the laboratory. He was sitting not far away in a chair, holding a cup of water, drinking it casually, his gaze fixed on a container on the operation table, seemingly lost in thought. "You're awake," he said without even glancing at her. Truly a remarkable person. Jiang Lu sat up, rubbed her eyes, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You knew I was awake without even looking at me." Ying's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Your voice is quite loud." "I barely made a sound," Jiang Lu pouted. "Is it my fault for having good hearing?" This time he finally looked back at her. Perhaps it wasn't his handsome face she was annoyed with. Hearing such word from someone named Zhou Mo made her feel quite frustrated. He probably felt that this wasn't his own face either, so he didn't mind saying something shameless or out of character. "It's my fault," Jiang Lu said helplessly. Once she knew someone's identity, it was really hard to fully criticize him. It was exhausting. "You were resting. Did you manage to produce it?" She turned to sit up straight, grabbing her hair as she asked. Ying replied expressionlessly, "I thought you would first ask me if I hadn't slept all night." Jiang Lu twitched her lips, wanting to explain, but before she could speak, Ying changed to a warm expression and said, "Someone is coming. Remember what to say and what not to say." Jiang Lu looked towards the door, and sure enough, not long after he spoke, The door was open from the outside, and Yishi entered with several people, including Qin Nong. I figured you guys should be awake by now. So, I came to check, Yishi said with a smile. Dr. Zhou, you've worked hard. I wonder how the progress is going. I've already had someone gather those monsters. Their numbers are still increasing, and if we delay too long, it will be difficult to handle. Ing stood up and handed him a container filled with a light-colored liquid from the operation table, confidently and calmly saying, "This will do." Although it may not compare to what that organization developed, under such short time and limited conditions, this is the best we can do. Are you complaining about the lab conditions and the poor materials? The short time is a hard condition unrelated to them. Yishi reflected on the base's equipment conditions, deciding to find his father to upgrade it another day. This place was indeed not ideal for scientists. Many devices couldn't compare to Ghost's, and the freedom wasn't high either. I will seriously consider Dr. Zhou's suggestions. Thank you this time, he said, shaking the container in his hand. Ing smiled lightly, saying, "There's no need to say thanks. I've heard too much of it. My ears are about to get calluses. Deputy Yi, you should seize the time to do what needs to be done." Yishi nodded without suspicion, saying, "Then I'll go first. Dr. Zhou, starting today, you should return to the research team for work. As for going out on missions," he looked at Jiang Lu and then at Qin Nong. "You should have enough personnel, right?" Just as Qin Nong was about to respond, Ing preemptively said, "No need to bother. I suddenly think it would be nice to go out with you." Yishi was taken aback for a moment, looking at him awkwardly. "But with your intelligence, isn't it a bit of a waste to do those things?" Ing glanced at Jiang Lu, speaking meaningfully. "No, I think that matter is good. At least if I go over there, some people will feel more at ease." Jiang Lu felt so ashamed she wanted to hide. She turned around and covered her face, which to others looked like shyness. Yishi mistakenly thought they were in a romantic relationship and felt that it wasn't so bad. At least Jiang Lu didn't really like Ghost. Zhou Mo was theoretically a good choice and could be used by him. So why not? All right then, but if necessary. I hope Dr. Zhou can come to the Research Institute anytime for guidance. Yishi quickly agreed, treating the disguised Ing more obediently than he would his father. Ing continued to smile, a sight that was rare for him, and it was no wonder Yishi couldn't imagine who he really was. "No problem. Then I'll take my leave with them first," Ing said with a light laugh, then stepped outside. Qin Nong stood at the door in a daze for a moment. At Yishi's gesture, she turned to leave. Jiang Lu hurriedly wanted to follow, but was blocked by Yishi raising his arm. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lu looked at him in confusion. Yishi said softly, "Get along well with Dr. Zhou. He is a good person. I can see you have some interest in him, don't you?" Jiang Lu widened her eyes. "Deputy Yi, when did you start playing matchmaker?" "No. I just think that in this apocalypse, encountering suitable people is very rare. I hope you both can have a good outcome. After all, in this world, not many people have family left, and having a partner to rely on and support each other isn't that great." Jiang Lu said seriously, "Deputy Yi, please don't say that. My parents are still alive. I'll be unhappy if you curse them." Yishi face-bombed. "I'm sorry. My way of expressing was wrong. I didn't mean to curse them. In any case, I hope you can seriously consider my suggestion." Jiang Lu made a strange expression. "I understand. Can I go now?" Yishi lowered his arm, making a gesture for her to leave. Jiang Lu sighed inexplicably, looked at him with a complex expression, and then walked away. "Deputy Yi, I hope that when you find out the truth in the future, you haven't made any major mistakes. Otherwise, with your conscience, I really worry you might commit suicide to atone for it." As for Jiang Lu, she was just an ordinary person, not in such a position. And coming here wasn't voluntary. Of course, she was very grateful for their goodwill and knew which people at the base truly deserved to survive. That was why she would do everything she could to keep the disguising Zhou Mo away from everything here. That was all she could do, nothing more. At the entrance of the base, cars waiting to go out were lined up. Qin Nong was seated in the first car. The driver's side door was open. When she saw Jiang Lu approach, she slowly closed it. When Jiang Lu got into the car, she found that Chun Jing was missing. She asked warily, "Where's Brother Chun? Wasn't he supposed to drive today?" Qin Nong explained, "Brother Chun sprained his ankle yesterday and applied to stay at the base to rest today." "What did he do to sprain his ankle?" Jiang Lu's expression changed, and she instinctively looked at Ing, who was sitting next to Su Boya. Su Boya was leaning down, smiling and chatting with him about something, and he seemed quite interested, the smile on his face deepening. They were getting along surprisingly well. She wasn't jealous because she was sure Ying wouldn't develop any feelings for Suboya. The problem was Suboya. She had always been a girl who didn't date much during school, liking things that men liked. This was the first time Jiang Lu had seen her show such interest in a male. Just what I feared has come to pass. Jiang Lu sat in the car with a green face, hearing Qi Nong answer her previous question. It seems he accidentally sprained it during training at the base yesterday. He replied ambiguously. Jiang Lu didn't ask further. She sat next to Yao Yao, taking the bread offered and eating quietly. After a while, she noticed someone next to her moving. Jiang Lu looked over in confusion and saw Yao Yao standing up in front of Ying, disguised as Zhou Imo Miss Yao. May I change seats? I would like to sit with Miss Jiang. This was what he said after Yao Yao instinctively stood up, and his words were gentlemanly and polite, making it hard to find fault. Actually, Yao Yao wanted to refuse. Just by looking at Suboya's ugly expression, it was clear that it was better for her to stay there. But since she had made her thoughts so obvious, Yao Yao also stood up. It would be a bit difficult to refuse again. She looked to Jiang Lu for help, hoping that the other party would speak up to decline, which would solve everyone's dilemma. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Jiang Lu even shifted to the side, yawned, and said, "Just sit down." Yao Yao and Suboya. The two above were speechless, but the other two parties remained exceptionally calm. Ying carefully took a tissue out of his pocket, wiped the spot where Yao Yao had just sat, and then sat down. Yao Yao's face immediately turned green, just like when she got into the car with Jiang Lu. "Do you want some?" Jiang Lu asked as she handed over a half-eaten piece of bread. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Is this a joke? Everyone knew that the doctor named Zhou Mo was incredibly proud. He couldn't even be called by his first name, only Mr. Zhou. Now you're asking him to eat your leftovers? How could he possibly accept that? However, unbelievably, it happened. The proud Zhou Mo casually took the bread from her hand, broke off a piece, and slowly put it in his mouth. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the onlookers with a smirk, saying, "Do you all want to eat too?" "No." Yao Yao immediately sat down next to Suboya. Suboya smiled with an ugly expression and turned her head to talk to Song Shuyuan. Song Shuyuan, who was a bit slow to react, couldn't help but say, "When did you two get so close? Isn't this an indirect kiss?" Jiang Lu froze instantly, wanted to make up for her subconscious intimate behavior just now. But Ying's next words made her feel there was no need for any compensation. An indirect kiss? That's nothing. I've had direct ones. How can it be like this? It's too dirty. When she finds a supermarket or something later, she needs to get more powerful cleaning products like Tide, Libby, or Mr. Muscle. Chapter 73. Single dogs naturally dislike the sour smell of romance. Thus, Jiang Lu was arranged to pack food alone with Ying in a small convenience store, while the others went to another one. Jiang Lu was careless and lacked enthusiasm. Perhaps it was because she had returned safely every time she went out these days, making her feel indifferent about the job. However, today seemed a bit different. It appeared that after Ying disguised himself as Zhou Mo and came here, things began to change. Jiang Lu diligently packed the food while Ying sat on a chair nearby, operating a translucent computer that looked like a phone. She didn't know who he was contacting, and despite her picking up things and glancing at him, he didn't come to help even after a long while. She simply stopped working temporarily, dragging the large bag to him, plopping down on it, and looked at him eagerly. Ying crossed his legs. Despite sitting in a messy convenience store, he seemed to be in the elegant and tidy lounge of Ghost. In contrast, Jiang Lu felt a bit like she was blending into the surroundings. Well, to put it bluntly, she looked as messy as the background. "I'm so tired," she said discontentedly. "Why don't you come help?" Ying glanced around and replied blandly, "You want me to do this?" Jiang Lu. "Forget it. I'll take a break and do it myself." Ying remained silent, tacitly approving her decision. Jiang Lu, feeling helpless, could only make small talk with him to lighten the mood. "What are you doing?" She leaned closer to his hand and asked, "What is this thing?" Ying didn't even look at her and said, "This is a communicator." "Wow, it's different from the one I used before. This one looks high-tech," Jiang Lu said curiously. "If you've seen everything, once you're caught, I would be worried day and night." Ying's meaningful words made Jiang Lu feel a bit guilty. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I didn't tell Yishi anything, and I don't know much now. Yishi knows more than I do." Her words were more of a self-defense, but they seemed to please Ying. He slowly leaned down, looking at her, and said, "That's because your purposes are different. These are just to extract information, but you are not." Jiang Lu looked up at him. "Then what do you think I'm there for?" Ying met her gaze and replied slowly, "For the same reason I risked coming here." Jiang Lu was momentarily speechless, almost unable to breathe. But Ying straightened up and blandly reminded her, "Breathe. Do you want to suffocate?" Jiang Lu, her face flushed, lowered her head, coughing to hide her embarrassment. She wanted to say something, but Ying suddenly frowned and said, "Someone's coming." Jiang Lu didn't think much and stood up, saying, "It's probably Qin Nong and the others finishing up and coming to find us." Ying scoffed, "Your vehicle can't compare to the one coming over. There are at least 20 people in it." Jiang Lu was stunned and after a long pause said, "Are you sure? It's people?" Ying shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you think zombies can drive?" Jiang Lu felt awkward for a moment, touched her face, and said, "Are you so sure it's a vehicle?" Ying stood up and walked outside. "We'll find out if we go check. If it is." He paused, and Jiang Lu followed him, looking at him. "If it is, then what?" Ying continued walking without looking back, stopping at the door to look in a certain direction and said, "If it is, you have to kiss me." Jiang Lu's face instantly turned red before she could retort. She was startled by the commotion in the distance. Just as Ying said, not far away, a very sturdy armored vehicle approached, looking incredibly imposing. Jiang Lu was dumbfounded. She rarely saw such vehicles, even at the ghost base. The vehicle was painted in camouflage, and it seemed the people inside noticed them, slowly changing direction to drive over. The design at the back of the vehicle was not that of an ordinary car, but resembled a container, opening from the rear. Inside, several people in standardized uniforms from the survivor base emerged, holding guns. They also noticed the uniforms Jiang Lu and Ying were wearing, nodded at them, and walked over with their guns. Jiang Lu counted and exclaimed, "Wow." Ying's prediction was spot on. Exactly 20 people. "Hello," the leader greeted them. "We are from the main survivor base, preparing to head to the local base." "Which base are you from?" Jiang Lu closed her mouth, nodded, while Ying leisurely assessed their equipment and training quality. He had to admit that the main base personnel were much stronger than the ragtag group at this base, and they didn't seem as easily deceived as Yishi. "How many people do you have here? Do you want to leave together?" The person continued to ask. Jiang Lu immediately said, "I'll go call them." After saying that, she turned and ran, but halfway, she looked back at Ying and said in a complicated tone, "You wait for me, be good." She was subtly indicating that he shouldn't act recklessly. Did he look so foolish that he would do something stupid when the enemy was clearly stronger? Moreover, asking him to be good sounded quite strange. As soon as Jiang Lu entered a nearby supermarket, Ying extended his hand to greet the leader of the main base. "I am Zhou Mo, a member of the research team at this base." "Research team member?" Upon hearing this, the person looked at the plain-looking Ying with newfound respect and shook his hand seriously, saying, "Hello, I'm Zhang Yi, the person in charge of this supply operation." "Supply operation? I haven't heard Deputy Yi mention it," Ying said subtly. Zhang Yi replied directly, "Is that so? If Mr. Zhou wants to know about this matter, you can ask him." Ying didn't continue the conversation, probably guessing that this operation wouldn't be simple. With so many people coming over and bringing supplies, there must be more to it than just food and water. There should be weapons and some equipment as well. They had applied to the main base for these items, but what was their purpose? It was hard to guess. Were they finally ready to make a move? They hadn't intervened when those monsters were destroyed, but now they were pushing this far. Had they received news that they were already prepared? Ying smiled subtly, turning to look at Jiang Lu and the others who were quickly running over, feeling that the few people behind her were quite annoying. Qin Nong was the first to arrive. He gasped and extended his hand to Zhang, saying, "Hello, I'm Qin Nong, the team leader of this group." Zhang Yi glanced at his hand, and Qin Nong noticed it too, realizing it was a bit dirty, as he seemed to have touched something while picking up items. He quickly withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothes, awkwardly smiling. The atmosphere became a bit tense, and it was Ying who broke the silence. "It's getting late. We should head back. Just go with Captain Zhang." His words were abrupt, and Qin Nong questioned, "Captain Zhang?" Ying looked at Zhang Yi, who simply introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Yi. Can we go now?" Qin Nong. "Of course." So they returned ahead of schedule, still following the main base's convoy. Looking at the 4 vehicles, they felt a sense of security and a subtle expectation that they hadn't felt before. Do you think Deputy Yi is planning to attack that place? Otherwise, why would so many people suddenly come? Yao Yao, the most straightforward one, blurted out, startling Jiang Lu. She instinctively looked at Ying, who was wearing Zhou Mo's face. He could smile strangely without raising any suspicion because his character was designed to be proud from the beginning. I think that's possible too. Song Shuyuan took a breath and said, I just took a sneak peek, and they have heavy machine guns in their vehicle. Jiang Lu held her breath, clearly feeling the temperature inside the car drop as the natural refrigerant beside her released cold air. I don't think so. The equipment at the main base is usually better, and they are escorting some important supplies from such a distance. It's expected that there are more people and better equipment. Jiang Lu tried to steer the conversation in a more harmonious direction. Ying slowly turned his head and looked at her with a mocking expression. Jiang Lu was curious why, despite having a fake face, he could make such rich expressions. Those female celebrities whose faces had become stiff due to plastic surgery would surely pay a high price to seek methods to regain their youth if they were still alive. I actually think Miss Yao makes a lot of sense. He leisurely fiddled with the gun in his hand, which was issued to him by the base. And to be honest, it was too rudimentary. Yao Yao was taken aback and said, Oh, you agree with me? I thought you would think we all are really foolish, and our guesses are quite unreliable. Ying said indifferently, Most of the time, you are foolish. But this time you are not. I really hope they remain foolish until the end, Jiang Lu said with a silly smile, feeling quite conflicted inside. On one hand, she thought it was good that he knew, at least they could prepare in advance. On the other hand, she felt that after he prepared, Yi Shi and the others would be busy for nothing again, and the world would be even more hopeless. Choosing between personal feelings and humanity was beyond her ability. She couldn't do it. If Yao Yao's guess was correct, then that would truly be a good thing. Su Boya seemed eager to engage with Ying and followed his topic, saying that once Ghost was completely wiped out, the main base could focus more on researching vaccines and antidotes, and the world would soon return to normal. Yao Yao echoed, Yeah, as long as Ghost is destroyed, no one will cause destruction anymore, and it will just be a matter of time before we return to our homes. Everyone smiled as they discussed this topic, including Zhou Mo, who was disguised as Ying. Although he smiled coldly, it was still a smile. However, Jiang Lu's face showed unrestrained irritation. She anxiously looked out the window. They were sandwiched between a few armored vehicles, each carrying 20 people, all appearing to be elite. The other vehicle was loaded with supplies and was being protected the most tightly. These people were evidently not easy to deal with, not inferior to Group C, and their stances seemed evenly matched. If the two sides really fought, it would probably be difficult to determine a winner. In Jiang Lu's previous concept, the people on Yishi's side could not resist Ghost, but now that notion had completely been overturned. Ying could also be defeated one day. As the saying goes, evil does not triumph over good. Ghost seemed destined to be destroyed sooner or later, and the man sitting next to her, who was putting himself in danger for her, would eventually die. Yes, she had thought about this outcome early on and seemed quite satisfied with it, but satisfaction did not mean acceptance. Jiang Lu leaned against the window and, amidst the lively conversation of others, murmured indifferently, Why must we kill each other? We are all living beings. Is there no other way? Her words successfully silenced everyone. Ying stared at her, observing her unpleasant expression, and it wasn't hard to sense her troubled state of mind. The others also felt a hint of her predicament. In their view, it was probably because of that person whose name could not be mentioned. Jiang Lu. Anything that is opposed will eventually come to blows, Song Shuyuan said softly. Now that you are with us, maybe it's best not to think about that person. You cannot have a good outcome. If he doesn't die, the world will be doomed. After he finished speaking, Ying withdrew his gaze from Jiang Lu and looked at the ground, while Jiang Lu turned to look at him. Is that so? She murmured in response to Song Shuyuan, but her eyes remained fixed on Ying. Song Shuyuan was a man who had never been in love and did not understand the gaze of girls. He instinctively felt that Jiang Lu was looking at Zhou Mo this way because she had already developed feelings for someone else, and he happily said, Look how good it is now. Ghost is about to be defeated, and you have an excellent boyfriend like Zhou Mo. What do you still want that person for? After a slight pause, he hesitated a bit. Oh, right, your parents are still over there. But it's okay. They're scientists. As long as we talk well with Deputy Yi and they're willing to make amends by participating in the research, their shouldn't beat any major issues. Yes, Song Shiyuan was right. If she thought the same way, the world would be at peace. But it was precisely not the case. Ying did not respond to Jiang Lu's intense gaze. He only looked at Song Shiyuan and said slowly, I don't like repeating a phrase many times. This is the last time. No matter who it is, I'm not very familiar with you. Please call me Mr. Zhou. Everyone. Chapter 74. The final silence lasted all the way back to the base, and the few of them did not engage in any further conversation. With Zhang Yi leading the way, it was naturally very safe, and they drove their vehicle smoothly into the survivors' base. As soon as the car came to a stop, they saw Yi Shi and Yi Ting personally welcoming them at the entrance. Of course, the people they were welcoming were not Jiang Lu and her group, but the esteemed guests from the main base, Zhang Yi and his team. Jiang Lu got out of the car, accompanied by Ying, who had not worn the base's white uniform due to his dislike for it. He was dressed in a dark gray shirt and a black long coat, with long bangs nearly covering his eyes. One couldn't discern his expression unless one looked closely, but Jiang Lu knew it must be one of disdain. He was probably pleased to have come this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so timely in knowing about the significant movements here. If he had waited for Chan Jing to relay the news back, it would have taken some time. By coming in person, he could directly communicate this matter back to the Ghost main base during the return trip. As soon as Shenyang received the news, he immediately informed Bo Ju, who naturally took this matter very seriously. The survivors' base had made a considerable move this time, both in terms of equipment and personnel quality. It had improved significantly compared to the old and weak soldiers he had previously encountered, making it much harder to deal with. As the leaders of the survivors' base, were naturally very pleased compared to the Ghost side's state of high alert. As soon as Zhang Yi got out of the car, they approached to greet him. Yi Ting smiled and said, Captain Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Yi replied with a stern expression, Indeed, the last time we met. The world was not like this. Yi Shi's expression became somewhat serious upon hearing this. After a moment, he said, Captain Zhang, thank you for personally leading the team to support us this time. Zhang Yi nodded and said, I have reported this matter to the head of the main base, and the directive I received is to fully support you in this operation and ensure that we capture them all without leaving any hidden dangers. Without leaving hidden dangers. Capturing them all, these phrases didn't seem significant before, but coming from Zhang Yi's mouth while standing next to Ying made it quite chilling. Jiang Lu instinctively grabbed Ying's hand, and this scene happened to catch Yi Shi's eye, deepening the smile at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward to them and said, You've all had a tiring trip. Why don't you go back and rest? I have important matters to discuss with you later. What important matters? Deputy Yi, Yao, who was rather impatient, wanted to know right away. You might as well tell us now. I won't be able to sleep if we just go back. Yi Shi smiled gently. Good girl, have a little patience. Don't always be in such a hurry. Upon hearing this, Yao's face instantly flushed red, and she stammered as she left with the others. Jiang Lu walked at the back, with Ying walking slowly in front of her. When the others entered the elevator, he stopped in his tracks. We're taking the next shift, he said expressionlessly at the elevator door. Jiang Lu guessed he might have something to say to her, so she didn't refuse and nodded to Qin Nong and the others. You guys go up first. Su Boya looked at them with a strange expression and pressed the elevator button. As the elevator door slowly closed, she withdrew her somewhat indifferent gaze. Jiang Lu sighed helplessly and whispered, Now you've successfully stirred up trouble between me and my friends. Ying remained unfazed, staring at the closed elevator door. His voice tinged with indifference. Oh, is that so? Then it seems that an unintentional action has yielded unexpected results. This person is really annoying. Jiang Lu frowned and entered the elevator with Ying after the next one arrived. Ying pressed the button and, as the elevator door slowly closed, they saw Yi Shi and Yi Ting leaving with Zhang Yi in the distance, seemingly still discussing confidential matters. Once the elevator door closed, Ying meaningfully said, I just planted a listening device on Zhang Yi. Jiang Lu's body shook instantly, incredulously asking, What? You planted a listening device? When? Ying replied nonchalantly, You can speak a little louder. There's no one else here. Jiang Lu immediately covered her mouth, just about to continue questioning when the elevator door opened, and they stepped out. Ying walked out without hesitation, and Jiang Lu hurriedly caught up with him. However, the corridor was not a place for conversation. So when Ying opened the door to his room, Jiang Lu was the first to rush inside. Ying watched the girl who slipped in under his arm and saw her standing in the room, anxiously saying, "Come in quickly." Ying slightly narrowed his eyes, walked into the room, and closed the door behind him. Turning his back to her, he slowly took off his outer coat. He was indeed a meticulous man. Even when venturing into the enemy's stronghold, he still remembered to bring a suitcase of clothes and personal items. According to Yi Shi's explanation, he had packed them when leaving home. It wasn't surprising for someone who looked so impressive to take the time to pack. After all, both people and the world were often so kind and forgiving to the strong. "What are you doing in here?" Ying stood by the door in just a shirt and trousers, glancing at her sideways. One had to admit, he was a man who easily stirred desire in others. Jiang Lu stared at him intently. Her once calm heart stirred in an instant, and she turned her gaze away, feeling dry in her mouth. He didn't have a face that was exceptionally handsome, just ordinary features, yet he possessed such charm. A man like this was truly hard to resist. "I want to ask about what you just did." Jiang Lu stammered. "When did you plant the listening device on Zhang Yi? He didn't notice at all? He looks like such an impressive captain. It's hard to believe that someone could plant a listening device on him without him realizing." Ying lightly scoffed, tilting his chin slightly as he looked at her coolly. "I placed it on him when he passed by me. Is there a problem? If I can't even handle such a small matter, then there wouldn't be so many people willingly standing behind me." His words carried a unique sense of disdain and fearlessness. It must be said that a handsome man is charming, but a brave and capable man is even more captivating. Since Jiang Lu discovered who he was, it hadn't been long, and she had never had the chance to be alone with him. Now that she finally had the opportunity, she momentarily forgot her concerns and, after hesitating for a few seconds, decisively lunged at him. Seeing her sudden change, Ying furrowed his brow slightly. He passively reached out to catch her as she came at him, his face still maintaining the same expression, appearing somewhat unapproachable. Jiang Lu nestled her head against his chest and rubbed against him, constantly worrying that she might not be able to hold the person in front of her like this again tomorrow or in the near future. Thus, she treated every moment of holding him as if it were the last, and that emotion inevitably carried a sense of reverence. "I seem to have forgotten to say." Jiang Lu's voice was muffled as she buried her face in his embrace. "I miss you a lot, and I'm so glad you came." Ying's body visibly stiffened for a moment, but quickly relaxed. The arms that had merely been holding her slowly dropped, wrapping around her waist instead, his deep and pleasant voice resonating above her head. "I'm also very glad to see you," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm glad you didn't say anything." Jiang Lu suddenly felt her eyes warm up. Women probably cannot escape selfishness and emotions in the end. She had once watched Ong Li's lust, caution, and at that time, she didn't understand why Wang Jiaji would fall for such a scoundrel as Emo Chong. But now she somewhat understood. What a great goal it is to save the world, but winning a woman's heart is much simpler than saving the world. And once a woman's heart belongs to another man, it's hard not to make some decisions influenced by personal feelings. So, should she follow the path of Wang Jiaji? Wang Jiazi, at the moment of revealing her identity after choosing Imaching, was ruthlessly marked with the words "can be executed" on the application for her execution by Imaching. Thinking about these issues was too distressing, so Jiang Lu simply decided not to think about it anymore. She leaned back and looked up at him, asking, "How did you get that face? It doesn't look fake at all." Ying, with a sidelong glance, replied, "Really? That means Zhang's technology for simulating human faces can be mass-produced." Jiang Lu widened her eyes. "Did my dad develop it?" Although there was still little smile on Ying's face, his voice softened considerably, "Yes. The faces produced by this device have almost no visible flaws to the naked eye. Of course, removing it is also quite difficult. You'll have to wait until we return to Ghost for your father to handle it personally." Jiang Lu said with disappointment, "I still wanted to see your handsome face." This statement made him appear slightly awkward. Jiang Lu reached out to touch his cheek and, still unable to escape the common flaw of women, pouted and asked, "Have you missed me during this time? You were so busy during the day, so I won't ask for too much. But did you think of me at night, while resting? Did you remember when we held?" She blushed and lowered her head, unable to continue. Ying gazed into her eyes, and at that moment, a hint of ambiguity spread between them. The room, which had been somewhat cold, seemed to instantly warm up, making one feel hot and want to scream. Ying slowly lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers, and said in a deep voice, "Of course." Of course. Not only did he think of the embraces, but there were also many more indescribable things. Jiang Lu's already flushed face grew even redder, and she awkwardly stepped back from his embrace, saying, "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest for a while. You should also take a break." Yishi said, "He has something to tell us later." As she said this, she intended to leave, but in the next second, Ying pulled her back into his arms, lifting her and throwing her onto the bed not far away. He stood by the bed, expressionless, loosening his tie, staring at her lying on the bed without blinking, saying, "Didn't you ask if I missed you? You'll know if you try. 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 Hey, is this the demon spirit? There's someone spreading discord content here. Come and catch him." Chapter 75. Jiang Lu, in a daze, started to get intimate with Ying. At first, she wondered how she could be so foolish as to sell herself out. However, it was quite enjoyable, so she just treated it as a perk. But what did she initially want to do? All right, she was worried that Yi Shi and the others' upcoming plans would be overheard by Ying, leading to adverse consequences, ultimately resulting in no gains, but losses instead. But later, as the ambiguous relationship continued to develop, she began to worry about the imminent action from the survivor base. What if Ghost couldn't handle it? If they failed, there would surely be dire consequences, especially for the man beside her. Zhang Ailing once said that the X-path is a passage to a woman's heart. It sounds a bit shameful, but it seems there is some truth to it. When you fall in love with a man, especially during a time of great harmony in your lives, it becomes hard to think of anyone else. What shocked Jiang Lu was that while Ying was being intimate with her, he didn't miss the best opportunity to eavesdrop on confidential information. When their moment finally ended, he lay beside her, and as she gasped for breath and turned to look at him, she saw him pulling a wireless earphone out of his ear, glancing at it nonchalantly, revealing a mocking smile. "Jiang Lu, you're really good at multitasking. I truly admire you. I'll take that as a compliment." After saying that, he casually sat up, got out of bed without a stitch on, and Jiang Lu immediately covered her eyes. Yet, her fingers couldn't help but part slightly, secretly stealing a glance at his tall, slender figure. She had to admit, whether it was his looks or physique, Ying was a favored child of God. Looks can be simulated, but the body cannot be changed. That broad shoulder, narrow waist, beautiful abs, and enchanting line. Why did he turn around? But it's okay. His back is also quite attractive, with perfectly defined muscle lines and a firm butt. In comparison, as a woman, all she had to show were her slim waist and ample chest. Oh, maybe her legs were long too, but in front of someone as tall as Ying, that little bit of length truly felt like short legs. Indeed, it doesn't matter how poor your own conditions are. It only matters who you're compared to. "You'd better get up now and take a shower and put some clothes on," Ying said, pausing at the bathroom door with a half-smile. "Otherwise, it might be too late." Jiang Lu looked over in confusion. Too late for what? Ying glanced at the clock, stretched a bit, and said, "Just now, when you were calling out the loudest, Yishi finished talking with Zhang Yi. In about half an hour, Yishi will gather everyone to discuss that important matter he mentioned before." His tone was quite peculiar as he dragged out the last 4 words, giving the impression that he knew everything and was just waiting to see Yishi make a fool of himself. Half an hour? Jiang Lu automatically blocked out what he mentioned about her calling out the loudest, wrapped herself in the blanket, got out of bed, and hurriedly went into the bathroom. Before locking the door, she said, "Sorry, I'll go first," and then shut the door. Ying watched the tightly closed bathroom door, then turned back to the messy bedroom, a charming and indulgent smile lingering in his striking black and white eyes. When Jiang Lu came out of the bathroom, she saw Ying already dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed smoking. Hearing the noise, he didn't even look up as he said, "Just now. Your friend came to your room looking for you. They probably wanted to invite you to meet Yi Shi. You were in the shower, so..." He looked at Jiang Lu with a wicked smile, adding, "I opened the door and told them I would go with you." Jiang Lu braced herself and said, "You definitely told them I'm in your room, taking a shower." The smile at the corner of Ying's mouth deepened, this time with a hint of genuine amusement looking extremely good. Jiang Lu looked at him, sighed helplessly, and resigned herself to putting on her clothes. By the time they finally tidied up and left the room, Qin Nong and the others had already arrived at Yi Shi's place. They had been waiting for half an hour for Jiang Lu and Ying to show up, and everyone turned to look at the two who entered. Their expressions varied, but all quite intriguing. Yi Shi cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and casually reminded everyone not to gawk too much. Once everyone put away their fervent gazes, he smiled at Jiang Lu and Ying, saying, "Please have a seat. I apologize for interrupting you. Once I finish discussing the next arrangements, you can go back to your activities. Deputy Officer Yi, you're overthinking it." Jiang Lu maintained a straight face and said, "The bathroom in my room suddenly broke and had no water, so I borrowed Mr. Zhou's bathroom." Yi Shi chuckled lightly, his expression clearly indicating disbelief. Looking at the others, sure enough, everyone shared the same look, especially Su Boya, who had both skepticism and mockery in her gaze. Jiang Lu touched her face, thinking it was better not to make things worse. After all, what she said wasn't true, and it was normal for them not to believe her. However, Ying seemed to find the current situation not chaotic enough. After she finished speaking, he quickly added, "Just call me Zhou Mo. Given our relationship, there's no need to be so formal." Jiang Lu awkwardly scratched her head and turned her gaze away, asking, "Deputy Officer Yi, what exactly do you want to tell us?" Her actions aligned with Yi Shi's intentions. Didn't he want to sit here watching them flaunt their relationship? When she brought it up, he smoothly continued, "Actually, this was just my personal idea, which can only be fully implemented after communicating with Captain Zhang. I'm glad he agreed with my suggestion and has contacted the main base. I believe we will have results in the next few days." Qin Nong, who had been silent, asked as soon as Yi Shi finished, "So what exactly is it, Deputy Officer Yi?" Yi Shi smiled and said, "It's like this. We have a major plan coming up. You all can probably guess the purpose, which is to completely dismantle all of Ghost's bases, splitting into several teams for the assault. Only by completely eliminating this malignant tumor can we devote ourselves to saving all of humanity. Therefore, understanding Ghost is crucial for this assault operation, especially for you all." He paused, looking at Jiang Lu, most especially Miss Jiang. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched, thinking to herself that he should be talking to the man beside her, who was the boss of Ghost. Right now, he was effectively exposing himself to the man while still smiling, which was quite bizarre. I remember seeing the emblem that allows Miss Jiang free access to all bases when I was with Ghost. He spoke earnestly if Miss Jiang could contribute it. It would take our plan a huge step forward. Next, as long as you all go to the main base for training and follow Captain Zhang's assignments, achieving our goals shouldn't be difficult. He wasn't wrong at all. If he hadn't disguised himself as Zhou Mo to listen to such confidential information, Jiang Lu would have applauded Yi Shi. But Ying was sitting right there, still wearing a smile while listening to Yi Shi's secret plan. One could only imagine what preparations Ghost would make next. They might relocate or set up defenses. That's the bare minimum. They might even counterattack here after the combat-capable individuals have evacuated the survivor base, catching Yi Shi off guard. From Yi Shi's words, it can be heard that he intends to send them to the survivor headquarters for training, and then join the elite forces to tackle Ghost. By that time, the defense of this base will enter its weakest phase. If Shadow is not here, it would be fine. Qinjing wouldn't have access to such confidential high-level information and wouldn't know about this, and Ghost wouldn't do anything. But now, everything is developing unfavorably for this place. Jiang Lu lowered her head and caught a glimpse of Shadow out of the corner of her eye. He had already turned his gaze towards her, a half-smile on his face, as if he could see the hesitation deep within her heart. Jiang Lu took a breath, turned her head away, and she could no longer hear what Yi Shi was saying next. By the time she returned to the dormitory, she was somewhat distracted. Yi Shi did all this not for himself. Everyone was doing this for the future, to regain their former lives, and to bring everyone back to their homeland. They were noble, they were right, and what she should choose at this moment was clear. Because of this, the emotional error made Jiang Lu unable to fully comply with Yi Shi. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the communicator in her hand, recalling the last glance Shadow gave her before she entered the dormitory. He must have guessed what she would do. Jiang Lu pressed her lips together and ultimately decided to contact Yi Shi through the communicator. When Yishi received her signal, he was surprised at first, then extremely pleased, thinking she was really going to contribute that emblem. However, after a few words, he realized he had been overly optimistic. I lost that emblem on the battlefield before and can't provide it to the base. I'm really sorry, Jiang Lu said in a deep voice. But I want to remind Deputy Officer Yi that since you could go undercover at Ghost back then, there might also be undercover agents here. So after we leave the base for training, there should be enough personnel left here to prevent surprise attacks. Although she couldn't provide the emblem, she was able to say this, and with Yishi's sharpness, he sensed that something was off. Did you discover something? Yishi squinted, his gaze sharp and direct. But since this was through the communicator, Jiang Lu couldn't see it and therefore didn't feel too much pressure. I didn't discover anything, but a woman's sixth sense is usually very accurate, so I hope Deputy Officer Yi can take precautions. As for the others, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. She started to say her goodbyes. I'm a bit tired, so I'll rest first. Goodbye. After saying this, she directly cut off the signal. Yishi looked at the busy tone on the communicator, gazing at the surveillance screens in front of him, where countless grids filled a large wall. He took in everything unusual inside and outside the base, which seemed harmonious at first glance. It appeared that something unusual was hidden within. Chapter 76, the journey to the main base for training, would begin 3 days later. Jiang Lu left 20 people from his group behind, while the others took a flight back to the main base, which also included several individuals sent for training by Yishi. Aside from Jiang Lu and Ying, there were another 5 people, and a dozen others who all looked quite young. Counting them, there were about 20, which might be the main players Yishi arranged to tackle Ghost in the future. Jiang Lu glanced at Ying sitting beside her. Since Yishi informed them about this 3 days ago, they had not interacted much after returning to their rooms. Clearly, Ying had guessed what she would do, and his reaction was very calm. He neither appeared angry nor ignored her. He would even walk with her, and if he caught her gaze, he would smile at her. It was quite strange. Normally, someone with Ying's personality shouldn't react this way when angry. He should. What should he do? Jiang Lu sighed and looked out the airplane window. This was a medium-sized passenger plane at an abandoned airport not far from the survivor base. Public places like airports were sure to have many zombies, but before they arrived, Jiang Lu had already sent people to clear the area, allowing the circling plane to land. Then, they boarded the plane, took their seats, and waited for takeoff. The plane was packed, and aside from the absence of flight attendants, everything felt just like when she traveled for leisure, which inevitably gave her a sense of disorientation about where she was. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. The plane is about to take off, a man in a base uniform announced at the cabin entrance before leaving. Jiang Lu nervously checked her seatbelt, wondering why that person didn't use the intercom to speak. But then she realized he wasn't a flight attendant. He was just there to make an announcement. She relaxed a bit, and when the plane began taxiing, she felt a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. She closed her eyes and quietly listened to the sound of the plane moving, thinking that if she fell asleep now, would she wake up to find that everything she had experienced was just a slightly scary dream? She would still be that somewhat well-known romance novelist, spending her days writing and gaming. That life sounded incredibly dull and monotonous, but in fact, if she could return to that kind of life now, anyone would willingly accept it. However, when she woke up and opened her eyes again, she still saw the same scene as before. The plane was now cruising at altitude. Some people were sleeping, while others were chatting quietly, and everyone was very well-mannered. Jiang Lu looked at Ying, who was staring straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought, his ordinary mask-like face bearing no expression. Noticing her gaze, he looked back at her calmly. Jiang Lu stared at him and asked, "What are you thinking?" Ying leaned back in his seat and looked at her without avoiding her gaze, softly replying, "Thinking about what you're thinking." Jiang Lu answered without hesitation, "I'm thinking about you." Ying raised an eyebrow slightly, and she continued, "I'm wondering if you blame me." Ying smiled at that, but his smile didn't convey joy. It was somewhat mocking, yet it didn't seem directed at her. So who was he mocking? Himself? How could that be? He was such a confident and proud person. What do you think? He didn't answer directly, instead posing a question back to her. Then he added, "A few seconds before you woke up, someone mentioned that the plane would be landing soon. I saw how nervous you were during takeoff, so I hope you're mentally prepared for the landing." Jiang Lu pursed her lips and said, I was nervous because this scene is too reminiscent of the past. And you know what I mean by the past. Ing didn't respond, and Jiang Lu continued, also, I didn't say much to Yi Shi. I just reminded him to prepare the base S defenses. I would feel guilty if I did nothing, but I'm hesitant to act too boldly because I worry about you. Ing's hand, which had been resting on his knee, slowly formed a fist. Jiang Lu didn't notice this, as she was focused on his unchanged expression, still calm, as he steadily replied. Then I'm truly sorry for putting you in a difficult position. Jiang Lu, can you not speak so oddly? Ing remained silent, only smiling slightly. His expression was so dismissive that it left her speechless. It felt like he was in a bad mood. Every expression and word seemed to hide a threat, as if he were channeling the fierce energy of a woman on her period. He was definitely angry, but just too proud to admit it. Ing was Ing. Even his anger was different from others. Jiang Lu sighed, but he remained unmoved as the plane gradually descended. She gripped the armrest tightly, occasionally glancing at the man beside her. He remained calm, and one couldn't discern any other emotions from his face, except during certain moments. When the plane landed smoothly, Jiang Lu finally exhaled and immediately looked outside the window. As expected, this was another abandoned airport, with 3 vehicles parked beside the plane, presumably there to pick them up. She and T looked for long when the cabin door opened, and they began to disembark one after the other. Jiang Lu was seated by the window, with Ing beside her. No one sat next to him, likely due to the aura of I don't like people getting close to me he exuded. Aside from Jiang Lu and her group, few dared to approach him. Once they got off the plane, small groups began to form, waiting for vehicles to take them back to the main base. Ing looked up at the sky. They had flown for about 3 hours, indicating that the main base wasn't too far, but definitely not close either. Judging by the sun's position, they were likely in the south, where the air was crisp and cold. Jiang Lu was feeling chilly, constantly stamping her feet and shivering beside him. Ing frowned and glanced at her. She smiled apologetically, trying not to disturb him. He watched her for a moment, then took off his jacket and tossed it over to her. Put on. His voice was cold and indifferent, lacking warmth, but it was indeed a caring gesture. When Zhang Yi approached, he happened to witness this scene. He slowly walked closer and stood before them. Speaking in a deep voice, you are the key individuals sent by Vice Officer Yi. The training will be different from what others experience and will be quite tough. I hope you're prepared. After a brief pause, he added, of course, this isn't mandatory. If anyone wants to back out, there is still time. He stood there, presenting an air of, if you want to discuss it, I'll allow you to escape now. Ing shot a sidelong glance at him. Due to their height difference, he appeared more intimidating than Zhang Yi. He lowered his gaze slightly and blandly mocked. Captain Zhang's words are quite interesting. Are you saying that if someone wants to back out now, they can just tell you and you'll send them back? Everyone understood how precious the energy consumed during a flight was. Since it was impossible to send someone back for just one person, what would staying here entail? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Of course, it would be the fate of a deserter. Ing curled his lips, scoffing. Then don't pretend to say it's still not too late. Inducing others' possible cowardice to discern who the truly moldable talents are is such an old trick. Jiang Lu listened to their conversation with a racing heart, and it wasn't just her. Everyone else felt the same, maintaining expressions of shock. Jiang Lu glanced around and couldn't help but marvel at how fearless Ing was. He could challenge anyone without hesitation. In this world, she only respected Ing. You. Not bad. Zhang Yi surprisingly did not get angry or laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at Ing, saying the first 3 words. Ing looked at his 2 fingers with disdain, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew colder. Sorry, whether in the past or now. I really hate being pointed at. He pressed down Zhang Yi's hand with his own, and then raised his foot to step over him and leave. Zhang Yi squinted at his back, looking thoughtful, recalling the identity of the man named Zhou Mo. He heard from Yi Shi that he was a very capable person, so it was understandable that a genius might have a bit of a strange temper. You guys go sit in that car, Zhang Yi said, pointing to a car in the distance to Jiang Lu and the others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu immediately followed Ing, as the direction he was going was the right one. How could she know that Zhang Yi wanted them to take that car? After catching up, she was about to ask when she saw Ing holding a small black object in his hand, so tiny that it was almost invisible if one didn't look closely. Curious, she asked, "What is this?" Ing directly crushed the small object with his fingers and casually tossed it into a pile of zombie remains, where it disappeared into the blood without a trace. A listening device, just taken from Jiang. His answer was so nonchalant, as if it were not a big deal. However, to be able to pull off such a small trick in front of Jiang, it was already quite rare. And finishing it off perfectly was something that couldn't simply be described as impressive. After all, he was someone who was destined to destroy the world. How could he not be powerful? Jiang Lu followed Ing into the car, and the two sat together, sticking close to each other wherever they went. This really annoyed Su Boya, who wished she could avoid sitting in the same car with them. But there was nothing she could do. She had to accept the arrangement. Looking at the couple sitting at the back, Su Boya couldn't help but snort coldly and chose a seat by the door, turning her back to them to avoid seeing them. Jiang Lu noticed Su Boya's reaction and felt a bit of a headache. She instinctively grabbed Ying's hand and squeezed it, muttering, "Once she knows who you are, she won't blame me." Ying was sitting so close to her that he naturally heard her words. Regarding her statement, he could only give a 4-character evaluation, dreaming of a fool. "She will only blame you more." Ying deepened his tone, tearing apart Jiang Lu's false self-comfort. "Have you forgotten my identity? You are indulging such a dangerous person by their side in the survivor's base. What do you think will happen if they find out?" Jiang Lu was stunned. She hadn't thought about this question. Perhaps she had always been unconditionally trusted, so she never considered it. Suddenly being pointed out by him left her a bit dazed. "They will see you as a treacherous traitor, a bad person colluding with me." Ying's voice was still so pleasant to hear, but Jiang Lu couldn't take it anymore and covered her ears, saying, "Stop it." Ying smiled slightly and said, "Is this too much for you? When the truth is revealed, it will only be worse than what I said. You will taste the feeling of being hated and distrusted by everyone. You won't be able to stay by their side anymore. You can only follow me." He articulated each word. "You must choose one, and you have already chosen me, so don't think you can remain unscathed forever." Jiang Lu looked ahead with no expression. As everyone had already boarded the car, and people were sitting next to them, Ying naturally wouldn't say anything further. She felt the car starting to move, and a sense of being pushed to the execution ground arose in her heart. Perhaps she had really made a mistake, and now there was no way to make up for it. There are so many upright people in the world who treat you well, yet you just happen to like this jerk. What have we done about it? Forget it. Whatever will be. Let it be. Chapter 77. Arriving at the destination from the abandoned airport, the car drove at about 110 miles per hour for an hour. However, when they got out, they realized that the place they had arrived at was not the safe base they had imagined, nor was it a large and spacious area. It was just a vast expanse that resembled a driving school training ground, with walls around it no higher than 2 meters. If something wanted to get in, it could do so with a little effort. "Is this the main base?" someone asked incredulously. Zhang glanced at the person and replied, "Of course, this is not. But you haven't forgotten, have you? You are here for training, and there's no need to go to the main base." He clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "If you can successfully pass the first phase of training here, then you will have the opportunity to go to the main base for the next phase of training." Yao Yao stepped forward and asked, "Is this the first phase of training?" "But Captain Zhang, this is too unsafe. If there's zombies or monsters trying to get in, it would be incredibly easy. Look at that door." She pointed at the main entrance of the training ground, which looked precarious, as if it could be kicked open with a single blow. Zhang raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Isn't this the best arrangement? You have all had too little real combat training. You already know quite a bit theoretically, so we are skipping that step and going straight to practical training. You will live here in a state of heightened mental concentration 24 hours a day, ready to respond to potential attacks from the outside. Only then can you progress faster." Su Boya stood beside Yao Yao, frowning. "What if we die because of this?" Zhang looked regretful and said, "In fact, ladies, we have no choice. You volunteered for this training, and we all share the same goal. I believe you were prepared for sacrifice before choosing this path. Whether it's an early sacrifice or a late one, we will always remember those who gave their lives for the future. This meant that dying would be in vain. What a cruel reality." Jiang Lu stood on her tiptoes to peek through the gap in the large door. Inside, there was a row of simple rooms, which would probably be where they would stay next. The open training ground was filled with various training tools that would likely be used for daily training. Additionally, I advise you not to attempt to escape and don't waste time at the door with me. This area is a high-risk zone for local zombie attacks. We might be talking right now, and zombies could come to attack us. If you have figured out what needs to be done next, please enter the training ground in order. The person in charge of your first phase of training is waiting inside. After saying this, Jiang got back in the car, seemingly preparing to leave. It seemed his earlier description had been too terrifying, as many people wanted to back out, grabbing at the car door to get back in, but they were all kicked down. The remaining group was in a state of panic, each person worried for themselves, and no one chose to be the first to enter the training ground. Jiang Lu retracted her gaze and looked at the people beside her. Qi Nong and Song Shiyuan were still frowning and hesitating, and the other two girls naturally wouldn't take the initiative to go in either. Finally, she focused her gaze on Ying, who still had that unremarkable face but exuded a unique charm. He caught her gaze, closed his eyes, tilted his head, and walked toward the training ground first. He would endure, right? Following a group of misfits into such a dangerous training environment, and then heading to the main base for some major destruction. In fact, sending an undercover agent into the main base was already a difficult task, and now that there was a chance to enter personally, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Jiang Lu thought for a moment and quickly followed him inside. Ying kicked the door open, avoiding touching the blood-stained handrail, which was a way to prevent infection. Jiang Lu followed behind him, looking at his tall and upright figure, instinctively feeling that as long as she followed him, she would never be in danger. He seemed so reliable, always had been. Seeing the two of them go in, Qi Nong and the others no longer hesitated and quickly followed. With 6 people moving in this direction, the remaining crowd began to enter the base one after another. Zhang Yi's words echoed in their ears. It was dangerous nearby, and rather than venturing out alone, it was better to stay and train with the crowd, as the chances of survival would be slightly higher. The training ground was large, really very large. The right side was almost entirely open space, filled with various training tools. Along the leftmost wall, there was a row of simple rooms neatly arranged. Jiang Lu walked into the nearest one to take a look. The space was not big, with 3 bunk beds placed against the wall, accommodating 6 people in one room. She stepped out of the room, just about to say something, when a man's booming voice echoed from a distance. "Nice to meet you all. I am your instructor for this first phase of training. You can call me Su Jiang." Jiang Lu looked back. Su Jiang stood about 200 meters away, wearing a white base uniform, smiling, with gentle features that made him seem approachable. Jiang Lu stopped in her tracks, with Ying right beside her. She instinctively grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. He didn't pull away, which surprised her a bit. She had thought that after what he said on the plane, she would need some time for mental preparation before engaging in intimate behavior with him. But it seemed she hadn't taken it to heart. Jiang Lu kept her gaze on Su Jiang, failing to notice the change in Ying's expression. Instead, it was Su Boya standing next to them who noticed. She lowered her head, her face showing a mix of difficulty and undeniable jealousy. She clenched her fists, exhaled, and when she raised her head again, her expression had changed completely. Do we have no other choice? Do we have to stay here for training? Can't we choose to go back to the original base? Some people didn't want to stay here and wanted to return to the comfortable base, but they had already arrived. As Ying said, would they waste fuel and take the risk to send them back just because a few wanted to leave? That was impossible. Su Jiang smiled directly and said, "Anyone who does not want to participate in the training can leave confidently now. I could provide you with a map, and you can find your own way back to the original base." The person who had just asked angrily replied, "You know very well we can't walk back. We spent 3 hours on the plane. It's so far away. How can we go back?" Su Jiang continued to smile. But now everyone realized that this guy was not just nice. He was hiding a knife behind his smile, somewhat like Shenyang. Jiang Lu felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she thought of Shenyang, compared to the people at the main base. Why did she always feel that although the people from Ghost were bad, they were exceptionally friendly? What a strange feeling. That's not something I need to worry about. Otherwise, you can tell me what special skills you have that would allow me to apply for a private plane to send you back to the original base. This is a privilege only genius researchers can enjoy. After all, as they are working on a mission to save all of humanity. Su Jiang said no more and turned to the others, so, aside from those few who want to leave, The rest of you who are determined to train, well, can choose the rooms you want. After he finished speaking, everyone began to chatter and form groups. There were many simple rooms, and most chose to stay in the rooms inside, probably thinking that if something happened, being close to the door would increase their chances. Surprisingly, Ing walked directly into the room closest to the door. Jiang Lu followed without a second thought, and Qi Nong and Song Shuyuan exchanged glances before helplessly entering that room as well. Su Boya didn't hesitate either and went in, while Yao Yao muttered that staying by the door was too dangerous, yet her steps were quick as she followed. With 6 beds in one room, they just happened to be 6 people, making it perfect for them to stay together. Jiang Lu chose a lower bunk to sit on and was about to greet Ing, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, when she saw him sitting on the lower bunk across from her. It made sense. Having such a tall man like Ing sleep on the upper bunk could easily cause an accident. She could hardly imagine how he would manage to climb up there. Su Boya noticed that Ing wasn't sharing a bunk with Jiang Lu and immediately walked over to take the upper bunk above Ing. However, just as she lifted her foot, Ing pointed at the upper bunk above Jiang Lu and said, "Go up." Without hesitation, Jiang Lu walked over and climbed up to the upper bunk. After sitting for a while, she looked down and said, "It's quite comfortable, though a bit hard." Ing curled his lips, and a gentle smile appeared on his otherwise plain face, looking very mild-mannered. He glanced sideways at Su Boya and softly asked, "Miss Su, is there something you need?" She was not far from him and still maintained her previous posture, which was quite awkward, though only she felt the awkwardness. "No, it's nothing, Mr. Zhou." Su Boya took a breath and retreated, choosing to share a bunk with Yao Yao instead. Qi Nong and Song Shuyuan, the 2 boys, naturally took the upper and lower bunks, respectively. They were both sitting in their spots, but it was still afternoon and the sky hadn't darkened yet. So sleeping felt a bit early. They were just sitting and not lying down. As Qi Nong was thinking of initiating a conversation to enhance team camaraderie, Su Jiang walked into the room with a stranger. He observed them with his hands behind his back, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "You are the group that Vice Officer Yi values the most, and indeed you are the best group. Choosing a spot near the door shows great courage." Upon hearing this, everyone except Ing felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for Ing entering the room, they might have chosen a spot further inside. Su Jiang's gaze slowly fell on Ing, but looked back at him indifferently. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jiang raised his voice and said, "You must be Zhou Mo, right?" Ing didn't speak, but nodded slightly, his expression appearing very distant and quite proud. Just as Captain Zhang had said, he had a bit of pride. However, it was fine. Talented people indeed have the capital to be proud. "I heard you have a high education level, and were a senior researcher before the incident?" Su Jiang asked. Ing raised his eyelids slightly and looked at him. "So what if I was? And so what if I wasn't?" Su Jiang smiled slyly. "If you were, I would take special care of you. I can't let you die during training. If not, then of course, everyone will be treated equally." Ing smirked mockingly and elongated his tone, saying, "So even in a place like this, there are privileges? Truly human." Su Jiang frowned slightly at his strange tone, but Ing quickly returned to his normal demeanor and said, "Thank you for your special care, Instructor Su, but it's unnecessary. I don't need it." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of appreciation, and nodded as he led the others out. Once he left, the room fell silent, and everyone couldn't help but think, "If you don't need it, just give it to us. We need it." Chapter 78. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, someone visited again. This time it wasn't Su Jiang, but the person who had been following him before. He stood at the door, glanced inside, and said expressionlessly, "Each group can set out to look for food. From now on, you'll need to find your own water and food here. The base will only provide you with basic firearms equipment." After finishing his words, he turned and left, presumably to notify the next group. The people in the room exchanged glances, and Yao Yao said helplessly, "Aren't we just going to attack Ghost? We shouldn't need to do this kind of training, right? Shouldn't it be enough to just practice shooting and things like that a bit more?" Qi Nong sighed and said, "I think this might be the system's training. You see, the elite troops they sent to our base are probably selected from those who have past training. We are, of course, expected to be the same as them. From their demeanor, it seems they don't plan to create a separate training standard for us. Moreover, I feel, this time we'll be attacking Ghost, and the opportunity may only come once. If we fail, who knows when the next chance will be, and we might even die there. That's why we have to work hard." Yao Yao bit his lip and said, "But we have to rely entirely on ourselves." Su Boya suddenly said, "Haven't we been relying on ourselves before? They said they would provide equipment, so that should be enough." Thinking about it, it seemed true. When they were at the original base, they went out daily in groups to look for food and water. Here, aside from the unsafe living conditions, there wasn't much difference. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. Jiang Lu, who had been quiet all along, slowly lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind actually blank. At this point, she had come to terms with everything and convinced herself that no matter what the future held, as long as she acted with a clear conscience, that would be enough. As for the doubts from friends and being separated from good people, she decided to let all go. After all, in a place like this, one could die any day. Why live so hard and think so much? The days alive are precious. Why let oneself be troubled and entangled? With that thought, Jiang Lu stretched and jumped down from the upper bunk, excitedly saying, "Let's set off." Her sudden arrival and words startled everyone who was deep in thought, and she received a few eye rolls. Jiang Lu glanced out the window and said, "It gets dark early in winter. If we don't go out now, it will be too late. You don't want to search for food in the dark, do you?" This was indeed very reasonable, and everyone could no longer lie down. So they got up and set out together to look for food. They were the first group to choose their rooms. And they were also the first group to leave the training ground to search for food. Su Jiang stood by the window watching them leave the training ground, nodding in satisfaction. His satisfaction and happiness, however, did not reflect the feelings of the individuals involved. This place was much more desolate than the area around the original base. And now, without vehicles provided for them, they could only receive a gun and a few plastic bags each. With just these, they couldn't travel far, making it difficult to find supermarkets or convenience stores where food might exist. This area was too desolate, with nothing but fields. Were they supposed to cross the fields to find food in the village? Yao Yao frowned and said, "The weather is still so cold, and it's already starting to get dark. We can only stay outside for another hour at most." Do you remember what Su Jiang said? He said this area is a high-risk zone for zombies. Since it's a high-risk zone for zombies, we can't go to the village. There should be even more zombies there. Jiang Lu said after looking around, "Let's walk along the national highway and try our luck." Aside from this, it seemed there was no other way. Everyone resigned themselves to moving forward, but Ying walked in the opposite direction. Everyone looked puzzled as they followed him, only to find he walked to a car that was tilted in a ditch not far behind. The car's windows were all shattered, and they didn't know if there were zombies inside. He went over by himself, showing quite a bit of bravery. Jiang Lu felt a bit worried and quickly followed him. Qin Nong and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Ying didn't pay them any mind. When he reached the roadside, he jumped into the not-too-deep ditch. The water in the ditch had dried up, so he didn't have to worry about getting his pants and shoes wet. After steadying himself, he directly reached out to pull open the car door. Something flew out from inside, and before it could attack him, he shot it in the head. With a thud, the creature fell to the ground, black blood oozing out. It was an infected bird. "Your shooting skills are really good," Yao Yao said in confusion as he arrived. Su Boya felt a bit complicated and quietly said, "He didn't even take a look before shooting it. That's indeed very precise." Jiang Lu quickly changed the subject and asked, "Can this car be driven? If it can be driven, it will be easier for us to find food." This was indeed what everyone should be concerned about the most right now. After she raised this topic, they didn't probe further into how Ying, who was rumored to have once been a researcher, could have such good shooting skills. Ying didn't disappoint them. He directly got into the driver's seat and used some not-so-clean tissues left in the car to wipe the bloodstains off the steering wheel before closing the door. "Let's get in," Jiang Lu said without hesitation as she went around to the passenger side. Although Ying had never explicitly said they could get in, the others still automatically climbed in. That subconscious feeling of being part of the same team was somewhat unpleasant for him. He wouldn't be one of them. Once they knew the truth, they would probably be crying before they knew it. Ying smiled sarcastically, gripping the steering wheel. Once the others were all inside, he spoke indifferently. "There isn't much gas in the car, so you don't need to be too optimistic." This statement immediately made the still somewhat excited people all turn sour. Yao Yao, sitting in the back, asked, "How far can this car go on the gas?" And glanced at the rearview mirror. When their eyes met, Yao Yao weakly sat back down, huddling next to Su Boya, not daring to act recklessly. Qi Nong, however, sat up a bit and looked at the fuel gauge. After some thought, he said, based on this car's displacement, this gas really can't last long. But we can look for other cars on the road and see if we can get some gas. This was a good idea, and the people in the back seat began to cheer up again. However, they didn't stay happy for long, as there were no other cars on the road afterward. Jiang Lu, who had been silent, couldn't help but say, could this car have been prepared by the base people? She widened her eyes and looked ahead, wondering who found this car first could use it. There really was that possibility. Ing glanced at her and began searching for something in front of the car. After opening a cover, a small device was revealed, showing a series of numbers. Ing looked at it, a smile without humor on his face. Did I guess right? Jiang Lu asked him. He seemed to only have patience when answering Jiang Lu's questions. He nodded slightly and said, this is a positioning device. They know exactly where we are. After a pause, he glanced at her. Little one, you're getting smarter. What do you mean by little one? Are you a big one? Jiang Lu glared at him unhappily. To the others, their interaction looked like flirting, and in this crisis, it felt like they were showing off their affection, which was simply unreasonable, since they hadn't seen another car on the road. Ing stopped the car when the fuel tank only had enough gas to get back to the training ground. He opened the driver's door and got out. He got out directly, and the others had to follow suit. Standing by the car, Ing looked back and said, head north. There's a small supermarket there. He finished speaking and walked over. Jiang Lu glanced around and indeed saw a building over there with some sign, but she couldn't confirm if it was a supermarket. Song Shuyuan squinted and said, I didn't notice even with my glasses on. His eyesight is too good. Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him. Do you think everyone is like you, visually impaired? Song Shuyuan asked her, did you see it? Yao Yao was taken aback, didn't answer, and huffed as she caught up a thing. Jiang Lu returned to the car to grab a few plastic bags before following them, but after walking a few steps, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side. She instinctively drew her gun and shot. With a bang, the shadow fell to the ground. It was an infected cat. It's worth noting that Jiang Lu used to love cats, and seeing a cute cat die under her gun made her a bit heartbroken. But looking at the infected cat's grotesque appearance, that feeling of sympathy vanished instantly. Aesthetic preferences really have no salvation. Are you okay? A familiar voice asked from not far away. It was Ing, who had returned. He rushed back upon hearing the gunshot, and his worry for Jiang Lu was evident, making the other two girls envious. I'm fine, let's go. Jiang Lu put away her gun and followed him with the plastic bags. Ing walked beside her, and she looked up at him, lowering her voice. I'm sorry for dragging you into this suffering. If you were still in Ghost, you wouldn't need to deal with us idiots. I'm glad you can admit that you are all idiots. Ing squinted ahead and said, but you don't need to blame yourself for me staying behind. Jiang Lu tugged at the corner of her mouth. You don't have to comfort me. I'm not comforting you. He stopped, looking down at her. Maybe my initial purpose for coming here was to bring you back. I had many opportunities to achieve that before, but I didn't. He turned his gaze toward the training ground. Now that things have developed to this point, there have been many unexpected gains. I choose to stay here for my own reasons. You can occasionally, don't be so self-delusional. After finishing his words, he quickened his pace. With his tall stature and long legs, he walked fast, and soon Jiang Lu found it hard to keep up. To avoid falling behind, she could only close her mouth and try to speed up. However, when they finally arrived in front of the supermarket, they couldn't feel happy at all. It was indeed a small supermarket, and from the outside glass, there were indeed food items inside, but at the entrance of the supermarket, at least 7 or 8 zombies were lingering. This was what they could see with their naked eyes. Those hidden in other places would emerge once they heard any noise. And that unknown number was terrifying. Chapter 79. There are zombies here. Let's change places. There are more zombies than us. Yao Yao instinctively wanted to step back and said softly, let's get out of here. Qi Nong furrowed her brow but didn't finish her sentence. Song Xiao Yuan held her back, waiting for everyone's decision. However, before they could think it through, Ing directly reached out to Jiang Lu and said, give me your gun. Jiang Lu, without suspicion, handed over the gun and asked, what's going on? Used a bullet? He stared ahead, asking her. Jiang Lu nodded and replied, just used one. What are you going to do? Ing didn't answer, only said, you all wait here, don't go anywhere. After speaking, he stepped out of the bushes and walked towards the group of zombies without hesitation, holding a gun in each hand. His tall, black silhouette resembled like a celestial being. Everyone was stunned, incredulous, as they watched the man charge into the horde of zombies. He skillfully handled 2 guns, managing to shoot well while multitasking. The zombies attacked him from both sides, but he easily dealt with most of them. Then, more zombies emerged from the surrounding bushes, far more than those circling at the entrance. They moved slowly, their viruses seemingly not mutated, making it easy for Ying to dispatch them. Jiang Lu watched him resolve the zombies with a complex expression. Beside her, Qi Nong puzzled. How could he be so? Unable to find the right adjective, she finally said, I feel like I've seen this before. Familiar? Jiang Lu instantly tensed and said to Qi Nong, let's go help. My gun is with him. You all flank for nearby. I won't go. Upon hearing this, Su Boya disagreed slightly. Didn't Zhou Mo say to wait here? I think he can handle it alone. We might complicate things if we go. Jiang Lu pointed not far away and said, look over there, there's still many zombies. His skills are indeed impressive, but bullets are limited. How many shots can he fire? She wasn't wrong. After some thought, Qi Nong said, Xiao Yuan and I will go up first. You all continue to observe. If we can't handle it, you can come up. This was the best plan. Jiang Lu and Su Boya nodded, and the 2 boys went to help from the side. Yao Yao nervously said, it really feels like watching a blockbuster. Except this is real, blockbusters are fake. Jiang Lu shot her a glance and said, you can pretend you're watching a movie. That way, it's less tense. Where's a movie that realistic? Yao Yao pouted. Jiang Lu replied, seriously? 18D Ultra Clear Experience, how great. Jiang Lu, you'll get cut like this. I'm telling you. To lighten the mood, Jiang Lu awkwardly smiled, which looked rather forced. Just as she was about to find the right words to make up for it, Su Boya took out his gun and said, I'll go help. With that, he dashed off. Jiang Lu wasn't worried about Su Boya. She had gone on missions with Group C during her time with Ghost and had learned Taekwondo, holding a black belt, so his skills were definitely better than hers. However, he was clearly headed towards Ying, and the outcome proved Jiang Lu's guess correct. Yao Yao instinctively looked at Jiang Lu to see her reaction, but Jiang Lu remained expressionless and had no intention of helping. My gun can be given to you. Do you want to go help? Yao Yao asked her. Jiang Lu yawned and said, I'm not going. It would just complicate things. I'm not skilled. I'm better at running away. Yao Yao. Though Jiang Lu said that, she felt quite uneasy inside. After Su Boya went up, the bullets in Ying's hands were almost used up. Her going there would have been timely assistance. Qi Nong and Song Xiao Yuan also helped, and soon the 4 of them cleared the zombies in that area. Jiang Lu straightened her back and said, we can go over now. Yao Yao nodded, pulling her wrist forward. She could clearly feel the sweat on Yao Yao's palm, indicating how worried she was. Jiang Lu was also worried and slightly scared. But after experiencing so much, she had learned to conceal those emotions well. When they reached the open space in front of the supermarket, Ying and the others were already at the entrance. Ying tore a piece of white paper off from the supermarket door, on which a few lines of text were written, roughly meaning, congratulations on being the first group to find the food location. Ying meaningfully tossed the paper to the others. Song Xiao Yuan took it and glanced at it with Qi Nong, while Su Boya stole a look. When Jiang Lu arrived, they handed the white paper to her and Yao Yao. It seemed they had anticipated that they would come here. This should be the only supermarket nearby where food could be found. Jiang Lu put the white paper in her pocket and said. Ying leaned against the door, slightly bending one leg, glancing at his watch, and said, hope you all move quickly. We need to get back to that broken place before dark. The broken place he referred to was undoubtedly the training ground. Everyone's lips twitched at his words. It was clear he wanted them to go in and load food, and he didn't intend to do that. That was fine. After all, he had already contributed to clearing the zombies. It wasn't too difficult for them to load food. Luckily, Jiang Lu remembered to bring plastic bags. Otherwise, they would have had to go back for them, which would have been both troublesome and dangerous. Once inside, they found the supermarket was quite small, and the items inside had been taken away quite a bit. It seemed some people had fled before, or perhaps the training base had deliberately left this much. In short, they only filled 2 bags, and the non-expired food inside would last about 3 days for 6 people. Not much, but at least they had something to take back. Qi Nong carried the bag for Jiang Lu and organized everyone to head back. When they exited, they found Ying was already gone. Jiang Lu anxiously looked around and noticed the lights of a car parked by the roadside were on. She honked the horn to alert them. He actually went back, truly swift. Everyone didn't dawdle. Seeing he had returned and wasn't missing, they quickly ran back and returned to the car in a short time. However, the driver was somewhat unfriendly. They hadn't even settled in when he started the car and moved forward, causing Qin Nong to bump into the front seat. Zhu Montak, slow down a bit. Qin Nong rubbed his shoulder, feeling the pain, and glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said, "Didn't I tell you?" Before he could finish, Qin Nong interrupted him. I remember. You don't need to repeat it. We're not familiar, so I should call you Mr. Zhou. Not Zhou Mo. His way of speaking amused everyone a bit. Ing indifferently withdrew his gaze and focused on driving, while Qin Nong's words echoed in his ears. But Zhou Mo, in your view, what counts as being familiar? Aren't we already companions? We will experience life and death together in the future. Doesn't that count as being familiar? His words struck a chord with everyone. Jiang Lu turned to look at Ing in the driver's seat. He smirked sarcastically, as if Qin Nong's sincere words were merely a joke to him. Fortunately, they were sitting in the back and couldn't see his exact expression. Otherwise, they would probably be hurt. Well, if you don't speak, I'll take it as you agree. Qin Nong said to himself, from now on, we're companions. Come on, everyone welcome Zhou Mo to join us. He organized a few people in the back to applaud and welcome him. Jiang Lu clearly saw Ing's mouth twitch slightly, seemingly speechless at this group who naively thought they could include a bad guy in their team. Jiang Lu touched her face and said, if he really doesn't wanna, we shouldn't force him. It was fine for Ing to be closer to her. She had already made up her mind, but she didn't want Qin Nong and the others to be dragged into it, unable to clear their names, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. As soon as she finished speaking, the car suddenly slammed to a stop. Jiang Lu, who had her seatbelt fastened, was fine, but the four people behind her who were clapping suffered. Jiang Lu, how can you do this? Zhou Mo didn't say anything. And you opposed him first, Su Boya said disapprovingly, frowning. Are you saying that if he joins us and becomes friends with us, he won't belong to you anymore? Jiang Lu was taken aback by the question and twitched her mouth, saying, how could you have such a bizarre idea? You're the one who is acting strangely. Su Bui Sao that Unyapili. Jiang Lu fell silent. She didn't overlook Ying's mocking expression. Her good intentions were taken as a donkey's liver and lungs. Of course, Su Boya didn't know anything, and it wasn't unreasonable for her to think that way, but it was still annoying, and she didn't want to talk to her for the time being. Then do as you wish. After speaking, she turned to look out the car window, and sure enough, they were in a high zombie outbreak area. Turning her head, she saw several zombies running towards them, but fortunately, their car was moving fast, quickly leaving them behind. In the back seat, Qin Nong looked at Su Boya with an unhappy expression. You shouldn't speak to Jiang Lu like that. What she said isn't without reason. We can't force others to join us. If Zhou Mo really doesn't want to, then that's it. Su Boya huffed and didn't say anything. Yao Yao quietly asked, so, Zhou Mo, do you want to join us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu looked at Ing, curious if he would agree or refuse. He probably found it interesting. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the four people in the back looking expectantly at him and said playfully, since you are inviting me so enthusiastically, then I will join. I hope you won't regret it later. They will definitely regret it, Jiang Lu thought silently, continuing to look out the window. The people in the back seat cheered upon hearing his words. With such a powerful team member joining, their future training would be a breeze. They had all been captivated by Ying's dual guns today and were now his fans, holding him in high esteem, even more so than Jiang Lu. So annoying. It looks so awkward. I can't just call it out. If I do, the consequences will only be worse. Although the consequences are already quite bad. At least the latter can delay death a bit. If I expose Ying's identity now, it's very likely that including myself, we would all die here. She knew what kind of person Ying was. Such a big fish was right there. He could definitely learn the location of the survivor base through training and could also gain more confidential information by hiding his identity here, thus helping Ghost get through the impending crisis. It was obvious what choice he would make. The company he built, and a woman he had known for less than a year. No one was a fool and of course knew how to choose. When they returned to the training ground under the cover of night, several of the makeshift houses that had been packed full were now empty. Clearly, some of those who had gone out to find food had stayed out forever. Su Jiang was waiting at the door, and when he saw them return, His eyes showed more appreciation. You did well. Did you bring back food? Qin Nong and Jiang Lu lifted the plastic bags in their hands. Su Jiang smiled. You can go back and rest now. Be careful. This place is most dangerous at night. Everyone remained silent. After losing so many people in a day, no one felt happy. Those people had come with them, alive and well in the morning and gone by the afternoon. Although they had experienced many such events, it was something one could never get used to. Time is the most ruthless thing. Even if you are not ready, night will come quickly. Looking at the food on the table, they distributed it in a way everyone accepted, and after eating, they returned to their respective places. Ing particularly handed Jiang Lu a bottle of mineral water. Although she had already drunk water and didn't want to, she took a few sips when she saw him insist. After seeing her drink, Ing took back the bottle and told her to go to sleep on the upper bunk. Perhaps because Ing was lying below her, Jiang Lu felt more at ease on the upper bunk and lay down comfortably. Qin Nong was more cautious, propping the only table in the room against the door and quickly checking if the windows were locked. Ing simply replenished his ammunition and then sat on the edge of the bed, breathing steadily with his eyes closed. He didn't lie down. The bed had a lot of empty space. Jiang Lu felt a bit itchy seeing that and noticed everyone else had closed their eyes, unable to resist climbing down. Can I sleep here? Jiang Lu whispered to Ing, knowing he wasn't asleep, though she didn't ask why. Ing slowly opened his eyes. He indeed hadn't fallen asleep. As for her question, he directly picked her up and placed her behind him, raising his hand to caress her cheek, whispering, "Sleep? I'm here." A surge of indescribable emotion and warmth rose in Jiang Lu's heart as she leaned against his hand and closed her eyes. Su Boya, sleeping beside them, gently squinted her eyes. Due to the light, it was hard to tell whether they were open or closed. Her hand, which was under the blanket, slowly clenched into a fist, her breathing uneven. Ing discreetly glanced at her bed before retracting his gaze and closing his eyes, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Night had completely fallen, and outside was peaceful, but what was hidden behind this tranquility, no one knew. Chapter 80, perhaps it was because she knew Ing was guarding nearby. Or maybe it was the echo of his words in her mind. Sleep? I'm here. That Jiang Lu became the only person in the room who fell asleep. Around midnight, her breathing was steady, covered by a quilt, and she was sleeping soundly. The others, however, were not so fortunate, although they all had their eyes closed. None of them were actually sleeping, as faint noises came from outside the room. As mentioned before, they were staying in a simple room located closest to the door. If anything were to come in from outside, they would be the first to notice. Ing was the first to open his eyes, standing up and walking to the window. One by one, the others woke up and sat up, leaving Jiang Lu still wrapped in her quilt, sleeping soundly. The group exchanged glances. I'll wake her up, Su Boya whispered, and after saying this, she moved to wake Jiang Lu, but was stopped. Ing grabbed her wrist and looked back at her indifferently, saying, Do you think we can't handle this with so many of us? Since she's asleep, let's not wake her. Su Boya awkwardly replied, Even if we don't wake her, if we go to deal with those zombies, she will wake up when she hears the noise. Ing smiled faintly. There's a difference between being proactive and reactive. In any case, I don't agree with what you're doing now. Su Boya fell silent for a moment, withdrew her hand, and turned away from Jiang Lu's bed. Jiang Lu turned over, as if sensing some noise, but still did not wake up. Yao Yao coughed and said, What do we do about the situation outside? Ing returned to the window, quietly observing the outside. Compared to the others, his eyesight and observation skills were evidently better, and he quickly assessed the situation outside. He estimated there were about 20 to 25 zombies. He took out his gun, loaded it, and said to the people in the room, There aren't many of them, but the worst thing is that these zombies seem to have mutated. Qin Nong stared out the window and said, Yes, I noticed that too. They move faster than those zombies, and they seem to have some intelligence. After saying this, he looked at Ing with a serious expression. Zhou, M.O., do you have any plans? Ing smirked lazily. What other plans do we need? Just go up and fight. It's that simple. After saying this, he opened the door and stepped outside first. Stunned by his actions, Qin Nong took a while to react, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately took out his gun and followed him out, raising his voice before leaving. Xiao Yuan, come out with me. Yao Yao and Boya, you two stay back and assess the situation. After he finished speaking, he was already gone. Song Xiao Yuan nervously followed, and after the three men went out, the faint yellow light at the training ground flickered ominously. This meant that Su Zhang's side had already noticed the approaching zombies. But the only help he provided was to turn on a dim light, which was frustrating. What should we do? Yao Yao looked at the three men confronting the zombies outside. Zhou Mo was at the front, tall and imposing. The light caused the zombies to momentarily retreat. But soon they concentrated their attack on the three of them. Should we go help? She asked anxiously. Su Boya frowned and said, let's wait and see. Those three are skilled. If they can't handle it, we can sneak attack later. If we go up now, we might just complicate things and distract them. Yao Yao nodded quickly, her hand holding the gun, trembling slightly. Despite having experienced similar situations many times, the sheer number of zombies still frightened her. Su Boya glanced back at Jiang Lu, who was still sleeping soundly in bed. It was hard to imagine how she could sleep so soundly in such a situation. She wanted to wake her up right now, but remembered Zhou Mo's words and ultimately refrained. The situation outside was not good. The people in the other rooms must have noticed what was happening outside, but no one had come out to help. They were hesitating, perhaps unless it was absolutely necessary. They would not lend a hand. Ing moved through the slightly mobile horde of zombies. In fact, the number was not just what he saw. Far behind these zombies, many more were gradually approaching the training ground. These zombies moved quickly, but were somewhat afraid of the light, showing signs of fear under the weak light above the door. Ing thought for a moment, took out a flashbang from his pocket, and threw it into the group of zombies. The sound of screams erupted, and both Qi Nong and Song Xiao Yuan covered their eyes and crouched down, while only Ing charged into the horde of zombies with his eyes closed. He twitched his ears, assessing the zombies' positions, and quickly finished the bullets in his gun. With no bullets left, a gun was essentially useless. He threw the gun aside, squinted his eyes as the blinding light gradually faded, and determined the positions of Song Xiao Yuan and Qin Nong. He ran a few steps to their side and snatched the guns from them. The two had planned to resist, but upon hearing his stern command, "Give me both," they froze and stood still, unable to resist at all. Qin Nong slowly opened his eyes, trying to assess the situation ahead, as the power of the flashbang faded. When he and Song Xiao Yuan could see normally again, they saw the ground littered with zombies, each shot in the head. 3 guns, not a single bullet wasted. All shots fired, leaving only 3 or 4 swaying zombies. Yao Yao and Su Boya ran out of the room. They'd seen the entire process from inside. Compared to Qin Nong and Song Xiao Yuan outside, they regained their vision earlier, so they witnessed how he single-handedly dealt with all the zombies without a scratch. Along with them came Su Jiang and his subordinates, as well as others from the simple rooms who had realized they were safe. Su Jiang shot down the last few zombies, and Ing stood among the decaying bodies, holding 2 guns in his hands, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, casually scanning the crowd with a sarcastic smile. When all danger had passed, those selfish and cowardly people finally dared to appear. This is humanity. It truly has no value in surviving. If I'm not mistaken, you just used a flashbang, Su Jiang said sharply. May I ask where you got it? Ing stepped over the corpses of the zombies, leisurely walking up to him, looking down from above, and saying, "Do I need to explain everything to you?" "Of course. If you're particularly curious, I can tell you." He tossed the now empty gun into his hand, and his inscrutable smile made Su Jiang feel an inexplicable chill. "I got it from the truck with Captain Zhang. Is that okay?" "That's illegal." Su Jiang's expression turned sour. Ing looked at him disdainfully, raising an eyebrow. His face was ordinary, yet it exuded an extraordinary charm. "Illegal? May I ask who can enforce the law now?" His question left Su Jiang speechless. He stood there, trying to maintain the dignity of being the training instructor, but it was truly a struggle. Ying's strength and contempt made it nearly impossible for him to stand firm. "He's just an ordinary person, isn't he? I heard he used to be a researcher. How could he have such skills and determination? What kind of person did Yishi send here?" Su Jiang couldn't help but begin to doubt and worry, and his gaze toward Ing changed, but Ing didn't care. He looked back at him and after a moment, hinted, "Surviving is the most important thing. Although the training here is indeed harsher than at the original base, we can still handle it." He looked at Qin Nong and smiled, "Right, Qin Nong?" Qin Nong seemed a bit confused, but quickly nodded. He had already considered Zhou Mo as his partner, and given that he had just single-handedly resolved their crisis, he trusted him deeply and relied on him greatly. Song Xiao Yuan felt the same way, so Ying did not ask him, and he nodded in agreement as well. Yao Yao and Su Boya, seeing this, also expressed their agreement with him. Surviving is the most important thing. As for that flashbang, if it comes, it comes. If not, they still don't know how long they would have to deal with these zombies tonight. However, Su Zhang's focus was different from theirs. He was thinking that it seemed they had received training at the original base, and that Zhou Mo should be the most outstanding member of the team. Previously, Zhang Yi had indeed instructed them to take special care of them, and these people should belong to the elite of that base. It's understandable that they would be somewhat exceptional. After all, which base doesn't have a few trump cards? However, Zhou Mo's temper was quite poor. That being said, I hope you can conduct fair training and not do such things next time, Su Jiang said coldly, and then he turned and left with his subordinates back to his room. The others also gradually returned to their rooms. Some timid individuals wanted to get close to Ying, but after Su Jiang left, Ying returned to their room, so those trying to get close had to postpone their plans. He really is impressive, Yao Yao said in a low voice while walking towards the room with Su Boya. Su Boya glanced at the open door and said with pursed lips, "Did you know on the first day?" Yao Yao shook her head and said, "No, I thought he was really cool when I first saw him." Su Wei Juke, unable to articulate her thoughts. The two entered the room and found Jiang Lu had been sleeping soundly the whole time, completely unaware of the commotion outside, even though the gunfire and flashbangs were so loud. "How could you not wake up?" Su Boya remarked with a grim expression. "She's really a sleep god." Ying sat by Jiang Lu's bedside, raised his hand to caress her cheek, and the smile at the corner of his mouth finally appeared more genuine, carrying a hint of softness. How can someone really sleep so soundly amid such noise? Of course, it wasn't just because Jiang Lu could sleep. Ying slowly withdrew his hand and put it in his pocket, where there was a row of very small reagent bottles, each with a different effect, useful for many things. How could he come to this place without bringing anything? When he was with Yi Shi, these items were hidden in a place no one knew about to avoid suspicion. But now that he was here, he needed to keep these items on him, as they could be needed at any moment. For instance, just now, to avoid disturbing Jiang Lu's sleep, one of the bottles was put to use. He had put a sleeping agent in the mineral water he gave her before she fell asleep, a modified potion that ensures deep, undisturbed sleep. This was specially prepared for him. Before deciding to come find her personally, he had already thought through everything that would happen in the future and had everything ready. Interestingly, although the training seemed very harsh and urgent, they still did not have a habit of searching people, which would absolutely not be a mistaken ghost. Arrogance, underestimation, selfishness, and hypocrisy, that is humanity. Silently closing his eyes, Ying turned over and lay beside Jiang Lu, wrapping his long arms around her and holding her in his embrace. Only this human he did not dislike. Chapter 81. Jiang Lu woke up early after a sound sleep, not having dreamed at all, which was quite incredible to her. "I slept all night," she said to Ying, who was changing his clothes. "I didn't even wake up. How strange. Did anything happen last night?" The people in the room had already left because Ying insisted on changing clothes and wiping himself down. Although they were in training, he had high standards. Clothes must not be worn for more than 2 days. Since they couldn't shower, he had to wipe down. In short, he was someone who was very particular about personal hygiene, no matter where he was. This level of meticulousness was both admirable and embarrassing, especially since Jiang Lu, as a girl, hadn't thought of it. "Clean yourself up and change your clothes. From what I know, Su Jiang will arrange combat training today." He glanced at the box by the bed and said, "You'd better wear something convenient for movement." Jiang Lu scratched her head, forgetting to follow up on his earlier question, and simply said, "I only have the base uniform, 2 sets that I can alternate, and it seems there is no way to wash clothes here. It would waste water." Ying looked at her sideways and said, "So, I don't understand why they designed the uniforms to be white. They're easy to soil and very noticeable. You can see them at a glance at night." He spoke with a tone that was neither cold nor disdainful. Jiang Lu felt helpless as she pulled up the blanket and said, "I'll go wash my face." Ying directly brought over a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and prepared to pour it for her to wash up. Jiang Lu was taken aback and said, "Isn't that too extravagant?" Usually very patient, Ying was unusually impatient this time. staring at her hair swirl, and said, "Wash up, or you can stay stinky. Choose one. If you choose the latter, keep your distance from me in the future." Jiang Lu. By the time Jiang Lu stepped out, she had already changed clothes and washed up, just like Ying. This was quite rare. Maintaining personal hygiene in such circumstances was a luxury and a daunting task. Yao Yao looked at Jiang Lu enviously. "You're so lucky. Having a man take care of you, and you can wash up. I feel like I'm going to mold." Su Boya glanced at Zhou Mo, and when Su Jiang appeared, he called him over. Su Jiang was speaking while Zhou Mo was listening, and judging by Su Jiang's expression, it shouldn't be a troublesome matter. It might even be something good, as there was a hint of interest in his uniquely extraordinary eyes. To be honest, Zhou Mo's biggest flaw might be his appearance. He couldn't really be called handsome, and not even delicate. He was ordinary enough to be lost in a crowd. But the aura he exuded made it so that no matter where he was or what he was doing, even with his plain looks, he could still be seen at a glance. Charm could compensate for the shortcomings of appearance, which Su Boya had not believed before, being in absolute face control. But now she believed it. "I want to find a man too." Yao Yao stretched lazily while chatting with Jiang Lu. "Who do you think is better, Qin Nong or Xiao Yuan?" Jiang Lu, munching on chips, said, "For you, I think Qin Nong is more suitable." Yao Yao touched her face. "Why? Is Xiao Yuan not good?" Jiang Lu said earnestly, "You're more timid. Xiao Yuan is a nice guy, but he also panics easily when things happen. If you two are together, both of you will panic, and you probably won't achieve the kind of care you want." Yao Yao stared at her in shock for a moment, and finally said, as expected of someone who writes novels, "Your analysis is spot on." Jiang Lu awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Song Xiao Yuan, who was nearby, helplessly said, "I'm glad Jiang Lu has at least praised me a bit." He blinked. "In fact, I also think Yao Yao is more suitable for Qin Nong." He looked towards Qin Nong, who was walking towards Su Jiang. Although Zhou Mo was the strongest player in their group, the leader was still Qin Nong, simply because Zhou Mo's personality absolutely wouldn't allow him to arrange anything or take care of everyone. His eyes were only on Jiang Lu. Yao Yao, thoughtfully looking at Qin Nong's back, subconsciously asked, "What do you think about Boya?" Before Jiang Lu could answer, Song Xiao Yuan blushed and said, "I'll go see," then ran off. Jiang Lu was taken aback and handed the chips to Yao Yao, saying, "It's your turn. Eat up." "I didn't say anything. Why did he run away?" Yao Yao said while eating breakfast. "He must have imagined something weird. If a man acts like this, it means he has something on his mind." That something definitely indicated that Song Xiao Yuan was genuinely interested in Su Boya. Interesting. Jiang Lu clapped her hands. Just as she was about to go see what Su Jiang was saying to them, she saw Su Jiang turn around and leave, with Ying and Qin Nong walking back together. Qin Nong was excitedly talking about something, while Ying remained expressionless and wasn't listening at all. They bumped into Song Xiao Yuan on the way back, and the conversation quickly turned into an enthusiastic exchange between Qin Nong and Song Xiao Yuan, while Ying instinctively distanced himself from them. By the time they returned to the entrance of the makeshift room, there was at least a 2-meter gap between them. Qin Nong, realizing the situation too late, looked at Ying and said a bit awkwardly, "Look at me, did I disturb you? I'm really sorry." He coughed to cover his embarrassment and then looked at the 3 girls present, saying, "Today, we will conduct combat training. Since our group performed well on the first day, Instructor Su has asked us to split into 3 small groups for demonstration." He paused, interrupting Yao Yao, who was already trying to form a team with the girls. "It should be 1 man and 1 woman for the teams." Yao Yao was immediately horrified. 1 man and 1 woman? What kind of joke is this? How can we compete with you? Qin Nong explained, "It's just training. Everyone will pay attention to their strength and not hurt each other. We are a team, and random pairing will be more reassuring than teaming up with others, right?" Yao Yao had nothing to say, but still felt a bit apprehensive. Qin Nong proactively said, "I'll team up with you. Would that make you feel a bit more at ease?" Yao Yao recalled Jiang Lu's earlier words and blushed, but still nodded. Jiang Lu took a few steps back and directly walked to Ying's side, looking up and asking, "So will you team up with me?" Ying looked down at her, holding a small device in his right hand, the specific use of which was unknown. After hearing her speak, he put it in his pocket. "This is the training you missed earlier." Ying's hand rested on her shoulder, seeming to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds, since there's an opportunity now. I'll personally train you. Jiang Lu suddenly felt like she was digging her own grave. She had experienced how merciless Ying could be during training. Although this iron-faced demeanor was much gentler compared to the ironclad ghost. Then, could you be a bit gentler? Jiang Lu smiled with a hint of desperation. Try to negotiate a little favor for herself. Ying readily agreed, smiling so charmingly that his ordinary features radiated an indescribable brilliance. However, she felt that he wasn't really thinking of going easy on her. On this side, Jiang Lu and Ying formed a team, while Qi Nong proactively invited Yao Yao, leaving only Su Boya and Song Xiao Yuan. They had no choice but to team up together. Su Boya coldly glanced at Song Xiao Yuan, then looked over at Jiang Lu, who was happily chatting with Ying, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Song Xiao Yuan sighed awkwardly and said, "If you're unwilling, we can talk to Qi Nong. I can switch with him. Of course, I know you probably want to team up with Zhou Mo, but you can see that he can't be paired with you." Su Boya coldly replied, "What is there to switch? I never said I wouldn't team up with you." Song Xiao Yuan was left speechless and could only remain silent. Soon, others from the other rooms also came out and formed their teams. For those who really couldn't pair up by gender, there were male-male combinations. Su Jiang looked at the clock, stood in front of all the small groups, and said loudly, "Training begins. First, each group will assist their members in completing 100 push-ups within 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu turned pale. 5 minutes? 100? Are you trying to kill me? Ying glanced at her faintly and said, "So all your previous physical training was for nothing? At that time, Tai Baogong only let me run and didn't make me do push-ups. Plus, it was limited to 5 minutes, and I had to do 20 in a minute." While Jiang Lu was resisting, other groups had already started, leaving only them. Su Jiang expressed his doubts about the fact that both of them were still standing. And Ying glanced back at him, saying to Jiang Lu, "Then I'll go first, you count." Jiang Lu hesitated, "Okay." So Ying began. Although he started later than everyone else, he finished earlier than anyone. Jiang Lu quickly counted to 100, and then saw Ying stand up. With only a little sweat on his forehead, his face not flushed and not out of breath at all, completely unlike the others. Su Jiang quickly came over to them, praising, very fast, took only 1.5 minutes. "You really opened my eyes. After training for so long, it's the first time I've seen someone so outstanding. I definitely want to compete with you when I get the chance." And casually turned his head away. "Ingoding Su Ziyang." Su Jiang felt a bit awkward, looking around at the sky, the ground, and the air, coughed, and turned to leave. "It's your turn," Ying said with a smug smile, and when Jiang Lu tried to run, he grabbed her back and pinned her to the ground. "Be honest." Jiang Lu struggled desperately. No way. Let go of me, I don't like it." However, despite her strong dislike, she had no hope of escaping from Ying's grasp. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Lu completed 100 push-ups. Perhaps the previous physical training was indeed effective, as she was not the slowest. Looking at Ying, who still had a dissatisfied expression beside her, Jiang Lu shot him an unhappy glare. He raised his hand to rub her face, but she was still not very happy. The two of them continued to tease each other back and forth, creating a scene that looked enviably harmonious from afar. This is probably what they mean by one thing subduing another. Chapter 82. The combat training lasted for 10 days. During these 10 days, apart from the essential daily training, such as target shooting and shadow striking, they had to remain vigilant against sudden zombie attacks at all times. Su Jiang categorized this part as practical training. In addition to training, they also had to search for food, which was one of the most dangerous actions. Each time they went out to find food, the number of people returning would significantly decrease. By the end of the 10 days of training, only 2 or 3 makeshift rooms were still occupied. In total, there were fewer than 10 people left who could go to the main base. You few are the elite who remained in the first phase, earning yourselves the honor of surviving and go to the main base, Su Jiang said seriously. This afternoon, someone will come to take you to the main base for the second phase of training. Here, I want to say goodbye in advance. After he finished speaking, he bowed, but the remaining people couldn't feel happy. Clearly, when they arrived, everyone was working hard for all of humanity, yet they didn't die at the hands of the enemy, but in the training among their own people. Just thinking about it felt suffocating. Those who left probably felt frustrated before they passed away, wishing they hadn't come at all. Jiang Lu remained silent. When Su Jiang left them to move freely until someone came to pick them up, she returned to her room to start packing her things. In fact, she hadn't brought much with her. Apart from a few changes of clothes, there was nothing else. But after staying here for 10 days, her box had inexplicably filled up, mostly with small items she found while going out or brought back herself, like daggers and lighters, convenient things for living, which she kept for emergencies. Since there were now fewer than 10 people left, they no longer divided into rooms and all came to rest in this one room. Ying directly sat next to Jiang Lu. Compared to the healthy-looking Jiang Lu, the others all had dark circles under their eyes. The recent high-intensity training, combined with the inability to sleep well at night, had nearly exhausted their stamina. If it didn't end soon, they might collapse. Jiang Lu couldn't help but take out a small mirror to look at herself. She should have been the one looking the best, with no dark circles under her eyes. She could sleep soundly every night until morning, never waking up in the middle of the night. Was it because nothing had happened during the nights these days? Or was it that she slept too deeply? Or did someone do something to make her sleep like a log? There was still a bit of food left, enough to sustain them until the afternoon. Since they didn't have to train, they arranged for companions to guard the door, while those who didn't need to guard hurried to take a break. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, suspicious sounds came from outside the training ground. According to Su Jiang's words, someone would come to pick them up in the afternoon. So the people coming this time should be it. Everyone picked up their luggage and quickly rushed out of the room. Jiang Lu grabbed Ying's wrist and looked up at the helicopter in the middle of the training ground, hesitating for a moment before quietly asking him, "Do you guess where the main base will be? Why is it a helicopter picking us up, not a car?" Ying stared at the helicopter, fiddling with a small item in the hand Jiang Lu was holding, as if pressing some button, which Jiang Lu didn't notice. "We'll know when we get there," he calmly responded, then stepped towards the helicopter. Seeing him move, the others followed suit. Jiang Lu boarded the helicopter with Ying. The person coming to pick them up was wearing a white uniform from the base, but Zhang Yi and Su Jiang were not among them. They must have evacuated earlier. Ying sat in the seat closest to the cabin door, and Jiang Lu naturally sat with him. Song Xiuan clung to Su Boya and sat in the back, while Yao Yao chased after Chino, and their relationship seemed to be progressing smoothly. Jiang Lu glanced back and sighed with emotion. Ying looked at her with lowered eyes before closing them to rest. "Do you need a rest?" Jiang Lu whispered, "I have an eye mask here, which I found in the supermarket before. I thought it might come in handy later, so I brought it back." He didn't open his eyes, but answered her question, "No need." Good intentions treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Jiang Lu took it out herself, put it on her eyes, and because it covered her vision, she didn't see the corners of others' mouths twitching when they noticed she was wearing an eye mask and preparing to sleep. The helicopter's ascent was distinctly felt. Jiang Lu instinctively pulled down the eye mask, squinting out the window. As the helicopter ascended higher and higher, the view below gradually shrank and became less clear. The homeland had turned into what it was now. The high altitude was probably the only place that could be considered safe, provided they didn't encounter infected birds. Jiang Lu turned her head and found that Ying, who had just closed his eyes, had opened them, staring out the window with a furrowed brow, his expression serious, as if he were meticulously recording the flight path in his mind. She had no doubt about his memory. If Ying knew the location of the main base, it would be troublesome in the future. But what could she do about the trouble? He was already here. Could she really kick him off? Not to mention the difficulty of implementation, she couldn't accept it psychologically, since she had already made up her mind to take it all in stride. Jiang Lu didn't think too long and put the eye mask back on, out of sight, out of mind. They flew for quite a while, and the sky gradually darkened. The view below was no longer clear. However, before darkness fell, many people noticed the valleys, grasslands, winding frozen rivers, and snow-covered mountains they passed along the way. It was all white and made people feel uneasy. Time passed, and around 8 or 9 o'clock at night, the helicopter began to descend slowly. The surrounding temperature seemed to have risen quite a bit, but below was pitch black, and they couldn't see where they would land for the time being. When their vision could finally perceive what was below, they were all shocked without exception. It was a vast ocean, endless, with astonishing waves rolling in the darkness, as if it could swallow the earth and sky. Jiang Lu couldn't help but grip Ying's hand. He instinctively looked at her as she took a breath and said, I have a fear of deep sea." Ying said nothing, only holding her hand back. Compared to her sweaty palm, his hand was dry and strong, although a bit cold. It felt reassuring. Jiang Lu calmed down, focusing intently on the ocean, while the people around her began to panic. Some directly shouted at the pilot, "Why did you bring us here? Are you trying to drown us?" The pilot coldly replied, "It seems you just went through combat training, but your IQ is really low. You need to be filtered out." Upon hearing this, the person who had just asked became even more displeased and started questioning what was going on. But the pilot no longer responded. Jiang Lu, who had been paying attention to the situation below, gradually noticed a massive object slowly emerging from the sea. Resembling the terrifying sea monsters she had once imagined in the deep sea, glowing strangely. Just as she calmed down a bit, she instantly began to tremble again. Ing still said nothing. He directly wrapped his arms around her shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. The cold embrace felt steady, and Jiang Lu took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner unease. As that massive object surfaced, she realized she had overthought it. It was not a sea monster at all, but a submarine. That kind of enormous submarine only seen in military-themed news or movies, floating on the sea, more powerful than all marine life. Jiang Lu held her breath, instinctively observing Ying's reaction. His response was indeed intriguing. His brow was furrowed, yet the corners of his mouth smiled, appearing somewhat worried and apprehensive, but maintaining a calm and aloof demeanor. After the submarine stabilized, the hatch on the top was opened, and the helicopter hovered nearby. The pilot then opened the helicopter door and lowered a rope ladder. The meaning was quite clear. One by one, they went down with their belongings. After the pilot finished speaking, he focused on other tasks and ignored them. Jiang Lu looked at Ing, who usually took the lead, but today he seemed to have no intention of doing so. "Shall I go down first?" Qi Nong said when he saw Ing didn't move. Yao Yao, a bit worried, said, "Be careful." Qi Nong smiled and said it was fine, then got up and walked to the hatch. He had to hold onto his luggage with one hand while steadying the rope ladder with the other. The wind and waves at sea were strong, and the rope ladder swayed in the wind. He needed to adjust the angle correctly to reach the submarine's hatch. Several times he almost got blown away, and finally, he had to drop his luggage and jumped directly into the submarine when he was just a few rungs away. Although there was some risk, he managed to get in. Next, others began to go down one after another, and many dropped their luggage. Jiang Lu and Ing were the last two remaining, while they usually led the way. "Are you going down?" Jiang Lu whispered to the man beside her. Ing slowly stood up, approached the hatch, looked down into the darkness, and said to Jiang Lu, "You go down first." Jiang Lu looked at the pitch-black void beneath her, feeling extremely scared, but not wanting to disturb him with her fear. She steeled herself and went down with her luggage. The wind was strong and cold, making Jiang Lu shiver. Although she was afraid to look down, she had to check the position of the submarine hatch. It was dangerous. She also dropped her luggage. Between life and luggage, she definitely chose life. Step by step, the ladder was soft and swayed back and forth, making it hard to control. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. Gritting her teeth, she worked hard for a long time before finally reaching the last rung. Then she looked at the hatch covered by seawater, knowing it would be slippery, and if she slipped, she would fall into the sea. After hesitating for a few seconds, she jumped into the hatch just like the previous people did. "Ouch!" Jiang Lu cried out in pain, opening her eyes without looking around, her gaze fixed on the top of the hatch, paying attention to Ing. What choice would he make? This submarine looked very dangerous, and it was hard to determine its exact position at sea. If they were discovered after going down, it would be far less certain than during training that nothing would happen. When Jiang Lu's neck was starting to ache from looking up, she finally saw Ying's figure appear at the helicopter's hatch. He moved more swiftly and powerfully than the others, holding the rope ladder with one hand and carrying his luggage with the other, moving decisively. Just as he was about to reach the submarine hatch, he paused slightly. His suitcase seemed to have been thrown out, but he ultimately held on to it. The next moment, he leaped down into the submarine, and Jiang Lu, who hadn't left her position, was directly hit by him. "Ouch, that hurts." Chapter 83, the feeling of being hit is really uncomfortable, especially with Ing's heavy body. However, he quickly got up, reached out his hand to grab her arm, and pulled her up from the ground. She steadied herself, leaning slightly against him. There was a whole row of people at the submarine hatch, some of them carrying luggage, only 2 or 3. Jiang Lu glanced at the man beside her. He was calmly looking in one direction. Following his gaze, she saw Zhang Yi walking over with a stranger, followed by a few people in white coats. Their eyes were examining them, but not coldly. Perhaps this is the difference between good and bad people. No matter what position she had been in, she had always been despised and ghosted. I'm glad you all could make it. Zhang Yi recognized Jiang Lu and the other 6, looking at them one by one, his gaze finally resting on Ying. He leaned closer to the man beside him and whispered, "These are the people I told you about. And that one over there, he is Zhou Mo." The man beside him focused his gaze on Ying's expression, scrutinizing him for a moment before turning back to the people in white coats and saying, "Let's proceed with the routine checks." Ying's brow slightly raised, almost imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal, unnoticed by anyone. He moved his suitcase slightly back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he waited there for the check that didn't exist in the training field. "What are we being checked for?" Someone asked unhappily. "So many of us have died, and it was hard enough to get here. Are you still doubting us?" They had joined the training with the intention of serving the country and humanity, but in the end, they faced grave injuries and losses. Now, to be questioned again upon arrival made it hard to feel comfortable. The man giving orders slowly smiled, looking at the speaker gently. "My name is Yang Rui. I am the deputy officer of the main base. You can call me Deputy Officer Yang. This check is not about doubting you. It's just a routine check that everyone has to undergo when entering. I trust your sincerity, but we still need to follow the procedure." After a slight pause, he added meaningfully, "And I believe everyone is aware of that organization's methods. They might truly have ways to infiltrate this team, wouldn't they? Once they infiltrate, if we are not careful, the destruction could mean the end of all humanity. Your parents, children, and loved ones would lose all hope." His words left everyone present in silence. Jiang Lu lowered her head, staring at her toes, her emotions churning. Yang Rui's caution was not misplaced. He had indeed anticipated certain things. But with Ying's ability, he might not uncover anything. If he couldn't find anything, Ying would definitely remain safe in the main base, carrying out his schemes that she knew nothing about, and the final outcome might indeed be, as Yang Rui said, those who were still alive would have no hope left. Knowing this outcome, she chose to remain silent at this critical moment. Jiang Lu slowly clenched her fist. This small action caught Yang Rui's attention. He looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Is the young lady standing next to Mr. Zhou feeling unwell?" Jiang Lu was suddenly called out, and she quickly raised her head. When she met Yang Rui's gaze, she felt as if her guilty emotions had been seen through. She blinked, unsure whether to be worried or relieved. Hadn't she already made a decision? Just take one step at a time? But it seemed that at this final step, she was still struggling to choose. So, if it had to be this way, could she let someone else make the choice for her? "I'm Fine," Jiang Lu said with a wooden face, just a bit seasick. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had heard the term seasick. He looked at his watch and told the people in white coats behind him, "Hurry up with the checks so we can arrange for the next part." After he finished speaking, those people began to come forward one by one for the checks, holding special scanners. Jiang Lu's luggage had fallen, and she had nothing on her, so the check passed without issue. Seeing this, Yang Rui whispered something to Zhang Yi, but due to some distance and their low voices, Jiang Lu couldn't make out their conversation. The others' checks were also gradually completed, some looking dejected, having their daggers and guns taken away. Only the person checking Ying was a bit slow, as Ying had luggage with quite a few items inside. He found a row of reagent bottles filled with some unknown liquids, as well as some similar-looking small instruments, unsure of their purpose. This discovery piqued Yang Rui's interest. He stepped forward and said, "I heard from Captain Zhang that Mr. Zhou is a researcher with a good academic background. He once developed a serum to destroy those replicated monsters in a short time at Yiting's base. Having you join us is a great advantage." He said this, but at the same time, he took the small instrument handed over by his subordinate, a cold light flashing in his smiling eyes. "So, could you explain to me what these things are?" Yang Rui asked casually. Ying remained calm, showing no signs of panic on his face, his eyes steady. He extended his hand towards Yang Rui, a slight disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth. "Give it to me. I'll demonstrate it for you." Yang Rui hesitated for a few seconds before handing the instrument over to him. Ing opened the device in front of him, pressed a few buttons, and a row of numbers began to appear on the transparent screen, with a mechanical female voice stating, "Measurement complete. Current location temperature, 16 degrees, time, 22:07. Air quality, moderate." After that, the female voice finished, and the instrument fell silent. Ing casually looked at Yang Rui, just a little gadget I made out of boredom. Kept in my luggage after the incident to avoid not knowing the time later. Any other questions? Yang Rui smiled slightly upon hearing this, did Mr. Zhou make 2 of such instruments? Ing narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze cold and direct. If Deputy Officer Yang has something to say, feel free to speak directly. If you suspect me, I can leave right now. His ability meant that leaving now would indeed be a loss. Zhang Yi couldn't help but whisper to Yang Rui what Yishi had said. Yang Rui pondered for a moment, gestured for his subordinate to pass the row of reagent bottles over, and softly asked, "Then what is this?" "I would appreciate Mr. Zhou explaining it." Jiang Lu nervously watched the row of reagent bottles, instinctively thinking they might be some virus. Ing had come here to spread the zombie virus, and she felt they were about to be exposed. She almost opened her mouth to say something, but just before she did, Ing directly picked up one of the bottles, opened it, and forced Jiang Lu to drink it by holding her chin. His action startled everyone else, and Jiang Lu was also taken aback. She coughed a few times and asked, "What did you just make me drink?" Ing looked down at her, his eyes deep and indifferent. "What could it be? You drink this every night. Otherwise, how could you sleep so soundly?" Jiang Lu was stunned for a moment, and it was Yao Yao who spoke up. "I thought so. No wonder we make such a fuss dealing with zombies every night." And Jiang Lu sleeps like she hears nothing. Everyone felt exhausted, but only she was full of energy. It turned out it was because of this. She envied. "Jiang Lu, you really don't know how blessed you are. With such a good boyfriend. I want one too, QAQ." After she finished speaking, Qin Nong looked over. Their eyes met, and both blushed and turned away. Jiang Lu wanted to say something, but her mind was already starting to blur. She mumbled, "Why am I suddenly so sleepy?" Then she yawned and directly fell asleep in Ying's arms. What happened afterward was something Jiang Lu naturally didn't know. When she woke up, they had already been arranged in their accommodations. The submarine had likely returned to the sea, feeling stable without any swaying. "Are you awake?" Yao Yao walked over and sat down beside her. "Deputy Yang assigned us 2 rooms, with girls together and boys together." After a moment of hesitation, she explained, "After you fell asleep, Deputy Yang did a physical examination on you." Jiang Lu nodded and asked, "I'm okay, right?" Yao Yao's expression seemed a bit unnatural, as if there was something wrong with her body. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "What is wrong with me? Did something happen?" Yao Yao pressed her lips together and shook her head. Su Boya, who had been sitting silently behind her, got up and said expressionlessly, "You're pregnant." These 4 words stunned Jiang Lu. She found it hard to believe and exclaimed, "Are you joking?" Su Boya sneered, "I wish I were joking, but unfortunately, I'm not." Deputy Yang intended to check if there were any issues with your body after taking Zhoumo's medication, and discovering your pregnancy was completely unexpected. She lowered her gaze and added meaningfully, "Moreover, you've been pregnant for more than 2 months. If you're carrying Zhoumo's child, then the timing doesn't match. He joined us less than 2 months ago." At this point, her meaning was very clear. Here, only Jiang Lu knew that Zhou Mo was just a disguise for Shadow, and the child in her womb belonged to Shadow. Her face turned pale as paper, and after a moment of hesitation, she ambiguously asked, "Does everyone know?" Suboy nodded. "Everyone present knows. Then, Shadow must know as well." Jiang Lu instinctively covered her belly, still unable to feel any life growing within. Her breathing was uneven, and she looked a bit flustered. Yao Yao was straightforward. Seeing her like this, she held her hand and said, "Jiang Lu, don't worry. We explained your situation to Deputy Yang. You were forced into this for our sake. This child definitely cannot be kept." Hearing that the child couldn't be kept, Jiang Lu was momentarily stunned. Su Boya then said, "Yao Yao, do you think we can make a decision about this? If this child really belongs to that person, then Deputy Yang definitely let Jiang Lu terminate the pregnancy. This is a good leverage against that person. This is my child, not just some leverage." Jiang Lu suddenly spoke up, startling the two girls. Su Boya's expression darkened, looking a bit unnatural, and after a while, she said, "Sorry, I misspoke." Jiang Lu took a long time to ask, "Did Yang Rui say anything about my pregnancy?" Yao shook her head. "He told us to take you back to rest. Then he left with Captain Zhang, but he didn't mention how to handle it." Jiang Lu ran her fingers through her hair, feeling a bit irritated. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The three of them looked over together, and Zhou Mo stood there, his ordinary face calm. But his eyes were swirling with indescribable emotions. "Zhou Mo?" Su Boya unconsciously called out. "Could you all please leave? I'd like to be alone with her for a while." Shadow walked in and said this to Jiang Lu. Su Boya and Yao exchanged glances for a moment, then stepped out, kindly closing the door behind them. The girls all thought that with Zhou Mo's personality, he would absolutely not raise someone else's child, let alone that child being from that person who had caused his family to be torn apart. He wouldn't even let that person's child live. He must have come this time to break up with Jiang Lu. Su Boya had always been jealous of Jiang Lu, but at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. Women are ultimately soft-hearted. Everyone knew why Jiang Lu had been treated that way by that person, and they felt quite guilty about her current situation. When the door closed and only Shadow and Jiang Lu were left in the room, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Shadow slowly walked to Jiang Lu, his gaze moving from her face down to her hands covering her belly. After a moment of pursing his lips, he quietly said, "This child." Chapter 84. What does the Shadow meeting say? This child cannot be kept. This child should be kept. Which option will he choose? In fact, Jiang Lu has been with him for so long that she can understand what kind of person he is. Given the current situation, he cannot actively contact the ghost base. The small devices he brought have all been checked and only allowed in because they were deemed safe. Even if he had a tracker embedded in him, it could be scanned out, so they are basically cut off from the outside world here. In other words, here, Ying is just one person fighting alone. If Jiang Lu stays, she will definitely become a pawn in the hands of Yang Rui and the others. As the ancient saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. Perhaps the boss of the ghost organization might have a shred of compassion, even if it's just a little. That would be enough. This child will be their great bargaining chip. Rather than giving birth to a child who will be used by others, who will have no freedom and no father, it's better not to have him. When Jiang Lu thought of this, she heard him complete that sentence. This child cannot be kept. Indeed, he chose this option, just like her. However, when she heard him say those words, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Ying looked at her. Her beautiful face looked a bit haggard, and her complexion was not good, making it easy to see her current mood and thoughts. He opened his mouth to say something. He was always eloquent, able to turn black into white, to make the dead come alive, but unexpectedly, he also had a day of being a loss for words. Although he knew you would say that, Jiang Lu fiddled with her fingers, looking a bit helpless, but still felt uncomfortable inside. She said this, so he must want to explain. He wants to say something, but she actually doesn't need him to say it. You don't need to trouble yourself. I understand everything. Jiang Lu looked at him and said, I don't want to give birth to him only to have him be used by others, or worse, to have no father. When she said the last 4 words, Ying's previously calm expression finally showed a crack. She had long wanted to see him, a person who feared nothing, reveal such an expression. But she didn't expect it to be over such a matter. But I think Yang Rui, let me get rid of this child. Jiang Lu changed the subject, saying he must have his plans and allow me to make my own decisions. Ying directly took out a reagent bottle from his pocket, looking elsewhere as he said, It's concocted. It might be a bit painful, but it will achieve the purpose. What precise wording? Painful, achieving the purpose, which means it might hurt a bit, but it will get rid of the child, right? Jiang Lu's expression changed in a peculiar way as she asked him, What if Yang Rui asks about it? He just found out that I'm pregnant. And about the things between you and me at the ghost base, just when the child is gone. He suspected? After she finished speaking, Ying stood up directly, placed the reagent bottle on a nearby table, and said coldly, Just push it onto me. I will explain it clearly to him. Yes, as long as he doesn't face her, he can always maintain a flawless state. She doesn't need to worry about those things at all. I understand. Jiang Lu picked up the bottle, ready to drink, but was grabbed by Ing at the wrist. She looked at him in surprise. His dark eyes stared at her unblinkingly, filled with very complex emotions. After a few seconds, his tense lips finally relaxed, and his deep, pleasant voice overlapped with her memories. He used to speak in a tone that could be changed, avoiding being recognized by those who had seen him. But he wouldn't hide it when he was alone with her. "Wait until I go out before you drink." After he finished speaking, he released her hand and turned to walk towards the door. Jiang Lu watched his tall figure and thought, if it weren't in such a place, he wouldn't let her drink such things, right? Is he regretting coming here now? No, he wouldn't regret it. Without entering the tiger's lair, how could one catch a tiger cub? If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't know what plan they would use to attack the ghost base next. Where there are hundreds of excellent people, the destruction of the base represents that all his efforts would be in vain. Compared to a child, of course, the former is much more important. As long as the body is normal and the person is alive, there will be opportunities to have children in the future. They can only comfort themselves like this. Jiang Lu lowered her eyes, opened the reagent bottle, and drank it. The moment she drank it, Ing suddenly opened the door and walked in, as if to stop her. Jiang Lu was stunned, holding the empty bottle and looking at his almost panicked expression. Hearing him hoarsely say, "Finished drinking?" Jiang Lu pursed her lips and nodded. Ing showed a self-deprecating smile, leaning against the door, glancing at her sideways. His black and white eyes cold and indifferent. He closed his eyes and sighed. You used to do things without such decisiveness and speed. Indeed, he was right. She had never acted so decisively and quickly before. She would always hesitate for a while before taking action. Only this time, she didn't hesitate, and he didn't insist on it either, even rushing in to try to stop her. Jiang Lu looked at the man, leaning against the door. He seemed a bit dejected. She felt her body starting to become uncomfortable, and after a while, she finally managed to catch her breath and said, "It's okay. If there is a chance, in the future, there will be more." In the end, she even had to comfort him. Isn't that ridiculous? Ing didn't speak. He leaned against the door, and outsiders didn't approach. Jiang Lu endured the discomfort in her body, walked over, closed the door, and pulled him inside, her forehead covered in sweat. I know it might be pointless to ask, but I still want to ask again. Can you stop doing this?" She took a breath and said with all her strength, "I'm not saying for you to turn over a new leaf. I know that it's impossible. I'm saying we can retreat, scatter, go to a faraway place, find a place where no one knows us, change our names, and live a normal life. Is that possible? This seems like the best outcome, but such a plain and simple result is actually very difficult to achieve." Ing looked at her, as if an elder gently stroking her head, his voice hoarse and gentle. "You're really too foolish." Jiang Lu showed a puzzled expression. "If I do as you say, maybe they won't be distracted looking for us now, but will wholeheartedly restore their home. But once they achieve certain results, they will begin to worry about me, who hasn't been caught, coming out to cause trouble and destroy these results." He laughed mockingly. "At that time, even if we hide at the ends of the earth, we will still be caught. After all, those previous matters offended not just a certain person, but the whole world." Jiang Lu's face lost all color, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She used her last bit of strength to open the door and pushed him out, then smiled weakly, leaning against the door and gradually closing her eyes. It was indeed a bit painful. Her belly felt an indescribable discomfort, as if something was flowing out of her body. Jiang Lu looked at the clock in the room, the second hand constantly ticking. She gradually found it hard to see clearly, thinking of other things to barely feel less pain. Not long after, the door behind her was suddenly opened, and Jiang Lu fell to the ground. Seeing Yao Yao and Su Boya, Jiang Lu. Before she fainted, she heard Yao Yao's exclamation. Jiang Lu opened her mouth, wanted to say she wasn't dead and not to have such a mournful expression, but she already had no strength to speak. Since arriving at the main base, she seemed to have been in a semi-conscious state, either asleep or unconscious. When she woke up this time, it was clear that she was not in her original dormitory, but in a place resembling a hospital room. A female doctor stood to the side, and when she saw Jiang Lu wake up, she showed a gentle smile. "How do you feel?" the female doctor asked softly. Jiang Lu's throat was very dry, and after a long while she said, "My body, it's fine." The female doctor said, "Don't worry, your body's okay, it's just." She paused for a moment, and after a few seconds continued, "Actually, there's no need to be sad. You will have another chance in the future." Clearly, this female doctor did not know the origin of her child, which is why she comforted her in this way, probably thinking she was just a survivor brought back. Jiang Lu nodded and said, "That's good. Thank you. It's okay. If you're awake, Officer Yang has something to say to you. I'll go call him." After saying this, she left without waiting for Jiang Lu to respond. Looking at the closed door, it wasn't long before it opened again. This time, Yang Rui came in, and in fact, it wasn't just Yang Rui. There was also Ying, who was disguised as Zhou Mo and Zhang Yi. The three big men walked in, each with different expressions. Zhang Yi was a tough man, feeling slightly awkward facing a woman who had just lost her child. Yang Rui kept a gentle smile, similar to Su Jiang on the training ground. The only one whose expression didn't change much was Ying, another party involved in this matter. He stood next to Yang Rui, half a head taller than him, and when he met Jiang Lu's gaze, he slightly flinched. "Miss Jiang." Yang Rui walked to the bedside and said softly, "Do you feel better?" Jiang Lu nodded, her lips dry and colorless. Ying directly poured a cup of water from the kettle on the bedside and handed it to her. Jiang Lu struggled to sit up slightly, perhaps out of consideration for Yang Rui and Zhang Yi. Ying did not help her. "Does Officer Yang have something to say?" Jiang Lu asked expressionlessly. Yang Rui hesitated for a few seconds and said, "It's like this. Zhou Mo has already confessed to me about your situation. Pregnant women are prohibited from using many medications during pregnancy, and the sleep aid you took before may have contained conflicting ingredients, which led to your miscarriage." He chose his words carefully, and after a moment continued, "I had the doctor conduct a check, and it was indeed what you took that caused your miscarriage. At the time you took it, no one knew you were pregnant, so..." The meaning of his words was very clear, and Jiang Lu followed up, saying, "I don't mind, it's okay. After all, I didn't want this child." Indeed, it was the child of that nameless person. Which woman would willingly want his child? Yang Rui and Zhang Yi understood this very well. Yang Rui was silent for a moment and then said, "I heard that after you and Zhou Mo met, you became a couple. I hope your relationship won't be affected by this." Jiang Lu looked at Ying. He was really capable, managing to clarify their relationship with just a few words and even getting Yang Rui to act as a mediator. Not to mention that she was no longer unhappy. Even if she were, she probably wouldn't be able to say anything. "It won't be." She said these three words and then closed her eyes, feeling a bit tired. "Can I rest for a while?" As a woman who had just lost a child, the three men had no grounds to oppose her. Just as they had finished speaking, it was indeed time for them to leave. With her eyes closed, she heard footsteps gradually fading away, followed by the sound of the door closing. Jiang Lu suddenly opened her eyes, looking around, and found that there was no one left. It was quiet and peaceful. In the sea, the oxygen supply in the submarine was sufficient. There probably weren't many people living here. The base was essentially a command center, and not many survivors would stay here. So the submarine's load wasn't too heavy. Seriously, what were they all thinking? That wasn't something she needed to worry about. She should care more about herself. Looking at the ceiling, her hand resting on her still painful abdomen, Jiang Lu calculated the dates. It should have already passed the start of spring. Spring, just like that, had arrived quietly. No matter how humanity changes, the Earth always operates according to its rules. It has existed for so many years. How could such a small creature as humans affect it? The seasons change at a steady pace. Spring is a season of revival. Jiang Lu closed her eyes, and images of the vast grasslands in the animal kingdom during spring filled her mind, endless and uplifting. It seemed like she could still hear the deep voice of teacher Zhao Zhongxiang saying, "It's the mating season again." Chapter 85. Jiang Lu was absent from the training at the main base for the past few days due to her recent miscarriage. She was quite well behaved, returned to her dormitory to recuperate, lying in bed and not going anywhere, barely moving except for occasional trips to the bathroom. To prevent her from lying there with nothing to do and overthinking, the female doctor gave her something similar to a PSP, though it didn't look exactly like one. In short, it was a gaming device, and it was a timely relief for her, allowing her to avoid lying there like a corpse. The games were quite entertaining. With several titles she had never seen before, and the difficulty level was medium, which allowed someone as poor at gaming as her to barely complete them. She played with this device for almost a week, and during that week, she didn't TCing, of course, he didn't come to her either. Later, when Yao Yao came to visit her, he revealed some news about him, saying that Deputy Yang valued Zhou Mo highly and had brought him to participate in some secret operations, which meant they weren't together. Their training was mainly handled by Jiang Yi. Jiang Lu thought while drinking water, since he entered the survivor base. The only mistake she made that led to this situation might be hiding his identity. Aside from that, reaching her current position was all due to Ying's own methods. She really hadn't contributed much. Could she comfort herself this way? Just pretend she truly didn't know his identity and was simply deceived? That way she could feel a bit more at ease. Sigh, it's really frustrating. When would she stop being entangled in this matter? Would it be too late to think about revealing the truth when everything is irretrievable? Which one is really important? Jiang Lu remained silent, and Yao Yao felt it was pointless, so he said goodbye and left. Lying in bed, she thought about what he might be doing regarding the secrets at the main base, and she felt particularly uneasy. At night, she was just falling asleep when the door suddenly opened, and she heard faint footsteps approaching her bedside. Jiang Lu slightly squinted her eyes and saw a tall man standing by her bed. It was Ying. After several days, he was wearing the white uniform he used to dislike, and it indeed didn't suit him as well as black did. For a moment, he seemed to still have that handsome face, his eyebrows slanted stylishly, his narrow and charming phoenix eyes, and his neatly combed black short hair made her almost unable to tell whether she was in Ghost or somewhere else. "You're awake," his voice rang out, pleasant and deep, full of masculine charm. Jiang Lu completely opened her eyes, only to realize that the previous scene was just her illusion. He still had Zhou Mo's face, and it might take returning to Ghost for her father to restore his original appearance. That would be good. It wouldn't reveal any flaws and wouldn't be discovered as fake. "Why did you come here so late?" Jiang Lu spoke, sitting up and leaning against the pillow. Ying casually sat down at the edge of the bed, his back straight, as if nothing in the world could make him bend or bow. "I was with Yang Rui doing some things, not here, so I didn't come to see you," he actually explained to her, which surprised Jiang Lu, who replied readily, "That's okay, I don't have to train. I can just lie here playing games. It's a blessing in disguise." Ying glanced at her sideways, his expression unreadable. While Jiang Lu felt no emotional fluctuation inside her, she even wanted to laugh. "By the way, I have a suggestion for you. Would you like to hear it?" She spoke humbly, and it seemed a bit different from before. She used to have a poker face, unable to immerse herself in many things and always maintain an aloofness. Completely unlike how she was now. "What suggestion?" he asked, watching her quietly, his gaze focused and direct, filled with unmasked nostalgia. Facing him like this, Jiang Lu felt that no matter what she said next, he would agree. After a moment of contemplation, she said sincerely, "Just consider it a way to make up for the child I just lost. Promise me that whatever you do next, under the condition that Ghost is safe, it won't worsen the situation." She was quite subtle in her wording, not directly saying that as long as Ghost was fine, he shouldn't harm others, but merely expressed her hope that the situation wouldn't get worse. This was the only request she had to make, and it was essential. "What if I say no?" he questioned, his tone gentle yet chilling, for he knew this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. If he destroyed this place, he would no longer face any threats or need to have any concerns. Indeed seemed that way. He had gone through so much to get here, risking so much danger. If he simply did as Jiang Lu suggested, it would be quite a waste. Jiang Lu stared at him, her expression resolute, insisting, "No matter how you think, this is my request. Will you agree or not?" She asked directly, and Ying remained silent, the two of them staring at each other in the darkness. Suddenly, the room shook violently, as if the submarine had been hit by something. In the ocean, there could be many terrifying creatures we have yet to recognize. Even a large and sturdy submarine could be threatened. Jiang Lu was nearly thrown from her bed by the impact, but thankfully Ying caught her. Images of many ocean disaster movies she had seen before flooded her mind, making her feel uneasy. She grasped his hand and half forcefully said, "It seems that aside from letting you let go of Qin Nong and the other three, I haven't asked you for anything else, right? This time I'm asking you. I've done so much for you, so if you really care about me, please indulge my conscience a little. With this statement, it seemed that if he didn't agree, it would mean he didn't care about her at all. Although she had rested for a long time, her mood had not been good, and thus her mental state was also lacking. She looked haggard, her gray hair making her complexion appear even worse. He seemed to see her aging rapidly. Ing remained silent, and after the submarine was hit again, she finally couldn't hold back her emotions and said, "This is what you owe me. You must agree to me. Answer me now. Tell me you can do it. Say it." She widened her eyes, staring at him. "You say it. Even if you have to lie." He certainly didn't want to deceive her. When a person becomes strong enough, they no longer need to deceive anyone because even if they tell the truth, no one could do anything to them. However, in this chaotic darkness, seeing her hopeful yet disappointed face, he inexplicably nodded. "What a huge concession." Jiang Lu immediately relaxed, gripping his hand and saying, "You tell me yourself, and I'm willing to believe you." Since he had already nodded, there was no need to feel troubled about it. This was undoubtedly a costly concession for him. In fact, she could completely tell Yang Rui the truth. Ing was alone in the submarine, and no matter how good he was at reasoning, he wouldn't be able to justify himself in a short time. Moreover, with the suspicious character of Xia Yuan, the head of the main base whom Yang Rui and Jiang Lu had not yet met. Even if there was no temporary evidence to prove that Jiang Lu was telling the truth, they would treat it as a possibility and capture him. Better to kill one by mistake than to leave behind endless regrets and loopholes. Jiang Lu could put him in a position of death at any time. But she didn't do that. She had been hiding him, which had already violated her principles as a person, showing that her feelings were sincere. For her, such a request seemed not too much to agree to. Ing glanced at the door, and after the submarine stabilized, it was quickly hit again, clearly under attack. He pressed down on her shoulder and said quickly, "I need to go out and take a look. You stay here and hold on to this." He handed Jiang Lu a small device, the one that Yang Rui had previously suspected might be used for measuring temperature and date. "How do you use this?" Jiang Lu asked, confused. The shadow quickly operated the small device, which actually had hidden depths, with an electronic board behind it. "Press this to contact me and talk to me," he said succinctly. "If the signal doesn't go out, they won't be able to tell whether it's base equipment or private equipment, so there won't be any issues. If you're in danger, use it to contact me." It seemed that Yang Rui had been fooled by him before. He really could handle everything flawlessly. Jiang Lu couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he could destroy the world. "Goodbye." He simply said 2 words and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and looked back at the young girl with a tired yet intense gaze, biting his lip, and said, "As for your request, I have agreed to it." With that, he closed the hatch and left. Jiang Lu tightly held the device in her hands, tears streaming down her face, but not from sadness. These were tears of joy. If he could really fulfill her request, then she wouldn't have to struggle anymore. How wonderful. She thought to herself that if he had been so easy to talk to, she should have spoken up sooner. But it was too late now. Everything was still possible. Chapter 86. Although Shadow asked Jiang Lu to stay in the cabin, she quickly found it unbearable due to the increasing frequency of the impacts on the submarine. She turned over and opened the control panel in front of the cabin window. The hard panel was able to withstand the immense water pressure even after the glass was shattered from the outside, preventing water from leaking into the submarine. The seawater outside was very murky, and since it was nighttime, even with the panel opened, she could not see what was happening outside. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the submarine was hit again. Jiang Lu gripped the armrest of the bed to avoid falling off and nervously looked outside, seeing several blurry shadows swimming near the submarine. They resembled sharks, but their size was clearly not that of normal sharks. They were more akin to whales. In an instant, the images from movies like Jaws and Shark Night flooded Jiang Lu's mind. What if these sharks had mutated? The ocean was their territory. If it was as she feared, it would be troublesome. Given the increasing frequency and proximity of the impacts from these unidentified marine creatures, it seemed the command center had also made a decision. Just as Jiang Lu finished considering this, a harsh sound rang out, and she instantly covered her ears, trying to block out the noise. As the sound and a feeling of suffocation ended, everything around her fell silent. It was sonar. In the ocean, many animals rely on sound to communicate. and sonar as a detection tool could disrupt that communication. This time, the sonar's activation was more intense than before, so strong that those inside the submarine could hardly withstand it. Jiang Lu pondered for a moment, but refrained from using the device Shadow had given her to contact him, fearing he might be with Zhang, Yi, and the others. Contacting him rashly would only expose the true purpose of the device and put Shadow in jeopardy. In fact, people like Shadow would not be taken seriously by ordinary individuals because he had done many bad things. He was a bad person, and how could a bad person be trusted? But Jiang Lu was different. She had always believed in him, whether it was good or bad. How could one betray someone who is rare enough to believe in you? She had no doubt that Shadow would keep his promises. She got off the bed. After a while, the sonar turned off, and the outside of the submarine seemed to have calmed down. Jiang Lu opened the door and walked out, finding the place in disarray, with scattered items that had fallen due to the impacts. As she walked, she picked things up and returned them to their original places. Upon exiting the dormitory area, she coincidentally encountered a few panicked individuals leaving, who had come to the command center with them. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu followed them. It felt much safer to be with a group rather than alone. Their destination was Yang Rue's office, and when they arrived, Yang Rue was indeed there. Standing next to him was an unfamiliar tall man with slightly dark skin, around 40 years old, exuding authority and wearing frameless glasses, resembling a figure from a classical painting. "What are you all in such a rush for? A small matter has scared you like this," Zhang Yi said unhappily. Yes, Zhang Yi was also there. In fact, he was not the only one. Shadow was there too. He stood behind everyone at a control panel with a transparent glass displaying the outside situation. The submarine spotlight function was likely turned off, leaving the outside completely dark. Light would attract marine creatures, so the submarine's lights usually remained off. "Captain Zhang, what just happened?" someone asked. After the question, Qin Nong and the other three slowly walked over from a distance and stood next to Jiang Lu. Yao Yao whispered, "Why are you out here too? Are you okay?" Jiang Lu nodded. "I'm fine. I saw you weren't in the dormitory area. Where did you go just now?" Qin Nong replied softly, "We were hiding earlier and only came out to see what was going on when it felt quiet." Song Shu Yuan added, "That commotion earlier scared me to death. It's one thing on land, but in the ocean, just thinking about it gives me chills." Indeed, over time, they had become somewhat immune to zombies and wouldn't panic at the sight of one. But this was their first experience in the ocean. "You don't need to panic." Zhang Yi was answering the initial question. "Based on our analysis, it seems that the submarine attracted the attention of some marine creatures when it surfaced to pick you up. There have been minor impacts over the past few days, but there were only 1 or 2 each time, so you didn't notice." Jiang Lu looked toward Shadow, who glanced back at her and nodded slightly after seeing her. It seemed Zhang Yi was telling the truth. So, this time the shaking was due to those animals gathering together? Qin Nong asked. Zhang Yi, still relatively gentle, nodded exactly. "In the ocean, this isn't a big deal. We've used sonar to drive them away, and they won't approach for a while. We will also disguise the submarine again to change its previous appearance. When underwater, the submarine naturally had a form of camouflage to avoid attracting other marine creatures and to prevent unnecessary trouble. Because of this incident, they would likely have to change their disguise. Are there any other questions?" Zhang Yi's expression turned cold as he looked at others. Everyone remained silent, not asking further questions. He seemed satisfied and slightly raised his chin. "I hope you can remain calm in the future and not panic over small incidents. Since you are all here, let me introduce you." He stepped back slightly, revealing the tall, unfamiliar man behind him, speaking in a respectful tone. "This is the head of the command center, our commander-in-chief, Mr. Xia Yuan." Upon hearing this introduction, everyone curiously and nervously began to scrutinize the imposing Xia Yuan. Shadow stood behind Xia Yuan, showing no interest in the proceedings. He simply pressed a few buttons and then circled around to return to Jiang Lu's side. "I told you to stay in the room," he said lightly, his voice barely audible to just the two of them. Jiang Lu instinctively grabbed his arm and whispered, "I was worried about you. I didn't dare to use that device to contact you for fear of being discovered, so I came out to see what was going on." As if surprised by her thorough consideration, Shadow looked at her with evident astonishment and a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Lu felt a wave of disdain wash over her and couldn't help but silently give him the finger of her mind, though her face remained friendly. After all, she was in a position of seeking help. If he were to become slightly displeased one day and forget or retract his promises, it would be a significant loss. After all, keeping promises is one thing, but getting angry and acting impulsively is another. On the platform, Xia Yuan was speaking at length while they were whispering below. After a while, Xia Yuan stopped, silently observing them without speaking, akin to a teacher noticing students talking during a lecture. The two were suddenly put on display before everyone, subjected to varied observations from the crowd, all wearing expressionless faces as if they did not care at all. In fact, Shadow genuinely did not care, even disdainfully so. Jiang Lu had a naturally expressionless face, which often led to her being misunderstood as calm, leaving others unsure whether to feel sad or happy. This should be Miss Jiang. Xia Yuan spoke again, directly mentioning Jiang Lu's name. I've heard that you are Shadow's woman. The surroundings suddenly became noisy. Although they had been training together, everyone was unaware of each other's pasts, believing they were just ordinary people who had lost their families in the apocalypse. They were surprised to find out that there was a woman among them who had a deep connection with Shadow. Those who had lost their families because of ghosts began to stir, wanting to take action against Jiang Lu. When Jiang Lu glanced over, they took a step back. Their gaze was too deadly, and perhaps it was because they knew she had once been Shadow's woman that they felt inexplicably fearful. What does Commander Xia mean by this? The first to speak was not Jiang Lu, but Qin Nong. I believe Deputy Yi has already informed us of all the facts when he brought us here. We were trapped there after mistakenly entering Ghost and suffered greatly, and in the end, it was all thanks to Jiang Lu sacrificing herself that we could escape. The relationship between her and that person was never as simple as you described. Xia Yuan looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Oh, of course. My wording was inappropriate. She was forced. But as far as I know, her parents work for Ghost, serving Shadow. That's a fact, right?" Before Qin Nong could speak, Jiang Lu remained calm and said, "So what? Commander Xia, if you have something to say, just say it directly. What you mentioned is precisely the reason we are still alive and standing here today. If my parents hadn't been working for Shadow at Ghost, we might have been sent for live experiments on the first day we were captured." Shadow looked meaningfully at Jiang Lu. It seemed she had a clear understanding of their situation at that time. This statement was completely accurate. If it weren't for Dr. Yuan and Zhang's technology, they would have long since been gone from this world. "Miss Jiang, there's no need to be hostile towards me," Xia Yuan said calmly. "I brought this up just to verify something. If your parents are still working for Shadow, I can take the risk to contact them." What I mean is he paused slightly, adjusted his glasses. In their hearts, their daughter must be more important than those harmful endeavors. As long as they are willing to extend a helping hand, I can give them a chance for redemption after the operation is over. The implication was too clear. He wanted Jiang Lu to persuade her parents to cooperate with the survivor base, making their next actions more secure. Jiang Lu sensed the atmosphere around Shadow changing. She knew that if she didn't end this conversation quickly, she might ruin the results she had worked hard for. So she said very calmly, "Personally, I really want to help the commander and everyone, but you all know that I was rescued by Deputy Yi and the others. Before that, my situation with my parents there was already very dire. I estimate that my running out to join the survivor base has already implicated my parents. Given that person's character, their safety is very concerning. Rather than asking me to persuade my parents, Commander Xia, why not first check if they are okay?" Jiang Lu couldn't bring herself to curse her own parents, so she couldn't rashly claim they were gone. She could only hint that they were being controlled and could not be contacted, which had nothing to do with her. Xia Yuan smiled slightly at her words and nodded. "Good. Then let us do as Miss Jiang suggests. Besides that, does Miss Jiang have any other information about Ghost that you would like to share with us?" Jiang Lu coldly grasped Shadow's hand and said, "If there was anything, I would have already informed Deputy Yi at the original base. If there isn't, then there isn't. Commander Xia, if you don't believe me, you can have someone take me away anywhere you like." After saying this, she directly pulled Shadow away. Xia Yuan watched Zhou Mo following behind her. What had initially been just a back suddenly turned around, revealing a thoughtful expression on his face. Xia Yuan frowned, suddenly feeling that it was he who was in danger and being judged, not them. Chapter 87. The sonar drove away the unidentified marine creatures that were causing trouble. This seemed to be just a trivial matter in the mouths of the leaders, but it felt somewhat grim because of Ying's attitude. Leaving Yang Rui's office, Jiang Lu walked ahead with her head down, pulling Ying along, ignoring everything else. Ying remained very quiet, not refusing, and obediently left with her. They passed a large transparent glass window near the control room, which was likely used to observe the outside situation. The control panel in front was still open. Probably because of the earlier commotion, someone had forgotten to close it after looking outside. Ying stopped, and Jiang Lu couldn't pull him along anymore. So she simply stopped and looked back at him, only to find him standing still, gazing outside. Confused, Jiang Lu walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to close the control panel?" His height made it a bit cumbersome for someone like Jiang Lu to close it, but for him, it was effortless. She didn't take it seriously, fiddling with her fingers while waiting for him to close the panel so they could go back together. She had a lot to say to him. It was fine when Xia Yuan didn't mention his parents, but when he did, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although Ying was by her side, she was certain that her parents would be fine, but she feared that in the not-too-distant future, when both sides had to stand in opposition, they might not be able to ensure their own safety. In fact, she was overthinking it. With talents like Dr. Yuan and Jiang, how could they not be able to take care of themselves? It was just concern that was causing her anxiety. Jiang Lu reassured herself not to overthink, took a deep breath, and looked up at the person beside her. He was still maintaining the same posture, looking at something outside. She tugged at the corner of his shirt, wanting to say something, but his index finger pressed against her lips. "Shoo," he said in a low, husky, and seductive voice. "Look, what is that?" He pointed in a direction with his distinctly knuckled fingers. Jiang Lu squinted and tried to see through the murky seawater caused by the sonar, which was slowly settling and becoming clearer. This allowed Jiang Lu to finally spot what Ying had been looking at. About 7 or 8 meters away from the submarine, there was a large shadow lying still. At first glance, it seemed to be about the same size as the submarine, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be slightly smaller. Nonetheless, that was enough to send chills down her spine. "What is that?" Jiang Lu realized her voice trembled when she spoke, and her back felt cold. It's known that small things bumping into submarines are not a problem. Such submarines have undergone similar tests during their design. But if something of a similar size to the submarine were to collide with them, oh no, don't entertain such terrifying assumptions. Who knows? Ying, seemingly unconcerned, had seen enough and pulled her away. This time, he walked ahead while she followed closely behind, her face pale. Noticing her poor complexion, Ying, who usually didn't say much, stopped and leaned closer to her ear, softly saying, "Listen, no matter what that thing is, it's just an animal. Since this submarine can serve as the main base command, there must be many unexpected weapons. You really don't need to worry." After saying that, he straightened up, gave a disdainful smile, and coldly remarked, "After all, we're humans. The wicked humans. How could we not deal with such a small thing?" Jiang Lu suddenly recalled when she first arrived at Ghost. Ying had taken her to Laboratory No. 2, or at least she thought it was number 2. She couldn't remember clearly. In any case, it was also built underwater, but it should have been quite far from here. That day, she had witnessed Ying lightly pressing a few buttons, turning the sharks into a bloody mess. Not to mention the gruesome scenes that followed, which she would never forget. "All right, you're right." Jiang Lu scrunched her nose and sighed, returning to the dormitory area with Ying. As they reached the corridor entrance, they saw Su Boya not far away. She walked over and said, "Captain Zhang asked me to call you for training." Jiang Lu was taken aback. "It's evening. Are we still training?" Su Boya replied, "Yes, it was a last-minute decision." Jiang Lu said nothing, nodded, and walked with her. Knowing that Su Boya had certain thoughts about Ying's disguised identity, Jiang Lu deliberately kept her distance from Ying in front of Su Boya to avoid making her uncomfortable. This behavior did make Su Boya feel a bit more at ease. When they arrived at the location, Su Boya went in first and said, "This is a temporary gathering. I'm not sure what kind of training it is. I waited for you at the door since you weren't in the dormitory, so I have a rough idea." After saying that, she walked straight in. Jiang Lu was a bit confused as to why she needed to have a rough idea. "It's just training, right?" She followed Ying inside, and throughout the entire time, Ying had said nothing. The training room in the submarine was a large, empty space with some equipment, and it was uncertain what kind of training they would undergo. When they arrived, Zhang Yi said, "Get Gather around, everyone. It's late, and I've called you here for emergency training. Next time you hear the announcement, you must arrive within 3 minutes, no matter what time it is. If you're late, even by a second, I will process that person for dismissal. After he finished speaking, someone quickly asked, "Excuse me, Captain Jiang, what does dismissal mean? Will we be sent back to the original base?" Jiang Yi replied sternly, "Sent back to the original base? You can contact Vice Officer Yi if you like. If they're willing to come a long way to pick you up, I don't mind letting you leave." "What do you mean?" The people were a bit anxious. Could it be that, as Su Jiang said about the training ground, they would be discarded no matter what happened? What would be the difference from ghosts then? You can stay here and do some simple yet time-consuming work. Those without skills usually only have the option to sell their labor. After Jiang Yi said this, he stopped answering their questions and started arranging their training. This training was likely aimed at enhancing people's reaction abilities and speed, somewhat similar to firefighter training. About half of the submarine was marked with indicators to guide them on where to turn and what equipment to pass through. Jiang Lu was extremely grateful that she wore long pants and a long-sleeved top. Otherwise, she would surely scrape her thighs and arms. As they occasionally needed to slide down a pole from one level to the bottom of the submarine and then climb back up, sliding down was easy, but climbing back up was a bit challenging. Standing at the bottom of the pole, Jiang Lu found herself in a dilemma. She had never learned how to climb trees, let alone steel pipes. How was she supposed to get up? Watching others struggle to climb up in various awkward postures. Only a few men who had likely practiced before climbed up relatively gracefully and quickly. Jiang Lu touched her face, and when everyone had gone up, leaving only her and Ying, she felt she had to go up. "You go first." Jiang Lu stepped back to let him pass, thinking that if he went up first, he wouldn't see her awkward expression while climbing, making it more harmonious. Ying seemed to be lost in thought, but didn't refuse. He glanced at her with deep eyes before climbing up. It must be said that he was the fastest and most elegant climber. Even though he was climbing a steel pole, he moved as if walking on flat ground, reaching the top in the blink of an eye, leaving only her behind. "You can come up now." Ying did not leave after going up. He half squatted at the edge, looking down. Jiang Lu looked up to meet his gaze and shouted, "Don't look at me. I'll get up myself." Ying didn't respond, squinting at her for a few seconds before disappearing from the opening at the top. Jiang Lu observed for a moment and confirmed that he wasn't watching, then clapped her hands, took a deep breath, and used all her strength to wrap around the steel pipe, struggling like a koala trying to climb the slippery surface. However, the results were less than satisfactory. No, she couldn't embarrass herself. Everyone else had made it up, even Yao had gone up, so she had to go up too. In the past, she was a complete failure, and not being able to climb didn't weigh on her mind. But after all the training she had gone through, it would be a bit unreasonable if she couldn't do better than others. Not to mention that Ying was still up there, waiting for her. She had to get up there. Jiang Lu climbed the steel pipe slowly, her posture not graceful at all, but she was gradually making progress. As she climbed, she thought about why they had to practice this damn training. Did they really need to climb steel pipes or trees to attack a ghost? She had stayed with the ghost for so long and hadn't found any place that required such an entrance, and she had no idea what Jiang Yi was thinking. When Jiang Lu was 2/3 of the way up, victory was almost in sight, but she felt a bit exhausted and nearly fell off the pole. Jiang Lu struggled to calm her breath and moved up a bit more. This thing could slip down at any moment, and all her efforts would be in vain. Sweating profusely, she thought about how hard it was to reach this position, and she was even more unwilling to just fall down like this. Eventually, when she really had no strength left, she simply hugged the pole and stayed still, helplessly stuck there, not knowing what to do. Just then, a familiar voice came from above, tinged with a hint of subtle helplessness. "Grab this." The 4 words successfully caught Jiang Lu's attention. She looked up to see Ying half squatting at the top, throwing down something for her to grab. She used all her strength to reach out with one hand and caught the object, only to realize it was his belt. She didn't know what to say, but the person above directly pulled her up. Jiang Lu immediately took advantage of that force to climb up, which saved her some effort, and soon she reached the top, being pulled up by Ying. Lying on the floor, she could see that everyone around was watching them. Jiang Lu quickly got up from the ground, and Ying was already standing straight with his belt in hand. Jiang Lu awkwardly looked at him, unsure if she was blushing from the exhaustion or from embarrassment. In any case, she wasn't in a good state. Ying tugged at his belt, and Jiang Lu then realized she was still holding it tightly, so she immediately let go. Ying looked at her with a half-smile and then neatly tied his belt, ignoring everyone around him. His every move was filled with a unique masculine charm, exuding an overwhelming amount of hormones. Taking a breath, Jiang Lu deliberately turned her gaze away, trying to avoid looking, but that only made it more likely to meet others' stares. She suddenly felt that this was the most embarrassing moment of her life. Oh, how awkward. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chapter 88. When everyone was standing properly at the top, they saw Jiang Lu walking over, instructing his subordinates to start distributing guns to them. However, these guns were not real. When Jiang Lu received hers, she realized it might be specially made, and the projectiles fired from it should not harm anyone, making it perfect for training. Has everyone received their guns? Jiang Lu confirmed after the distribution was complete. The crowd nodded in affirmation. Jiang Lu then said, "All right, follow me." Jiang Lu glanced at Ying beside her. Qi Nong was speaking to him with his head lowered, seemingly asking about the gun they had just received. Ying's expression remained aloof, as if looking down on everyone. Qi Nong probably had gotten used to it. It looks a bit like a toy gun. Are we supposed to train by shooting at each other? Qi Nong seemed to be asking this. Ying turned to look at Jiang Lu, who was staring at him intently, and replied indifferently, "You could try to see if you can kill someone." Qi Nong awkwardly continued as they walked. "Don't say that. Just answer my question directly. We're companions, aren't we? You must understand how this works." Ying kept his gaze forward. Although his tone didn't reveal impatience, those listening could sense that continuing to ask would lead to humiliation. "You've already guessed it. Why do you need to get an answer from me? So it can't kill, right?" Qi Nong pondered in confusion. Just as Ying finished answering, Jiang Lu stood in front of a hatch and instructed his subordinates to open it. Inside was a spacious area divided into two formations, with some obstacles in the middle. If connected to Ying's earlier statement, then next, the top 5 performers and the bottom 5 performers from the training session would be grouped together, forming Group A and Group B. Jiang Lu wore a strange smile. Group A consisted of the 5 best performers, representing Ghost, while Group B consisted of the 5 worst performers, representing themselves. The training would end when Group B defeated Group A. The guns they held were experimental. The lasers would not cause harm, but would leave a mark. If a vital spot was hit, it would leave a red mark, and anyone with a red mark would have to exit the competition. The crowd instantly reacted with discontent. "No way. You're putting us, the worst, against the best? Shouldn't we have balanced teams?" Jiang Lu looked at them mockingly and said, "This is to test your teamwork ability. You should be grateful that in a real battle against ghosts, you won't only have weaklings by your side. Today's test is merely a simulation of that day. I hope you can save your breath, trying to change the unchangeable, and instead spend your time thinking about how to win." After speaking, he turned and left, and his subordinates pushed everyone into the training room, with Ying being the only one who walked in on his own. "It seems we're going to be split into 2 groups, Jiang Lu said, pulling at her lips to smile at Ying. Ying had already put on the armband for Group A and stretched his muscles, saying, "I want to hold back. Then we're definitely going to lose." Jiang Lu thought about quitting. Ying leaned down and kissed her cheek, softly saying, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I kill you." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the area marked with the A symbol, with the other 4 immediately following him. Clearly, everyone was drawn to strength. As soon as Ying stood there, they knew who to follow, likely relieved to be with him. But it was a bit perplexing why they had to lose to Group B before they could rest. Wasn't this essentially making them practice endlessly? In fact, it wasn't just them thinking this way. The members of Group B felt the same. Qi Nong, Song Shiyuan, and Su Boya had all been assigned to Group A, with only one member Jiang Lu didn't recognize. As for Group B, she didn't know anyone except for Yao Yao. "I'm telling you, we need to use tactics." A man frowned as he pointed at Jiang Lu. "She asked that woman from Zhou Mo is the leader of Group A. If we just push her out, hiding behind her, the chances of getting hit in a vital spot will be much lower." As soon as he said this, everyone except Yao Yao looked at Jiang Lu with approving expressions. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched violently, silently pleading, "Please, let me quietly fade away. If we do what you say, we'll definitely lose in seconds." You could try it if you don't believe me. Jiang Lu decided to go all out. After all, the gun wouldn't kill. And if she was out, she could rest on the side while they figured it out. If they couldn't win and ended up wiped out, she wondered what punishment Jiang Lu would impose. The speaker hesitated a bit, and Yao Yao quickly chimed in. Didn't you see? When Zhou Mo passed by, he told Jiang Lu he wouldn't hold back. If you put Jiang Lu in front, I estimate he will personally take action to eliminate her from the game. So why are they together? They don't even show each other any small favors. Are they really a couple? Everyone showed doubtful expressions, but some still wanted to test it out. Jiang Lu grinned menacingly, startling Yao Yao. All right, let us give it a try. Jiang Lu automatically stood at the front, turning her head to say, you all line up behind me, in a single file, holding your guns properly, shielding me. If they don't attack me, you shoot at them. That S settled then. The others finally seemed satisfied and eagerly lined up. Jiang Lu scoffed, thinking, you're lining up for what? I'll walk out in front and immediately get penalized. Don't even talk about shooting. You want to even have a chance to show your faces. Confidently, Jiang Lu led the group of little ants into battle, moving forward like an eagle catching its chicks. As soon as the starting signal sounded and the first shot was fired, Jiang Lu hadn't even taken half a step when she heard the announcement on the loudspeaker group B. Jiang Lu, red hit out. As expected, Jiang Lu looked incredulously at Ying, who had put down his gun not far away, squinting with a smile that was as bright as the sun. She rarely saw him smile like that, indicating he was quite pleased. No, we don't understand the rules. This doesn't count. The members of Group B began to cheat, arguing to restart, but no one paid them any mind. If they didn't come up with a strategy and prepare quickly, the second round would start immediately. As the first person to be penalized, Jiang Lu didn't have to engage in any more brain work or physical labor. She stepped aside, just wanted to find a place to sit and watch, when someone reached out from behind and pulled her away. Hey! Jiang Lu exclaimed as she was dragged into a dark room at the back. She noticed the wall was soft, and there was a room behind it, where Jiang Lu was supposed to be, along with Yang Rui. Welcome, Miss Jiang. Jiang Lu nodded and said, in fact, I had already guessed that you would be the first to be penalized. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. So I waited here to chat with you, along with Vice Officer Yang. Chat with me? Jiang Lu felt a wave of unease, forcing a smile and saying, trust me, we really have nothing to talk about. I've said everything I needed to. I don't have what you want to know. Yang Rui smiled gently and said, Miss Jiang, you need not be so nervous. We just want to have a casual chat with you. Is that so? Jiang Lu didn't believe it, sitting stiffly and looking at the cup of tea without drinking. She wondered if there was a truth serum in it or something. Perhaps she was just overly influenced by too many HP stories. Yes, it is indeed so. Yang Rui said kindly, I have watched a movie that I have always liked very much. I wonder if Miss Jiang has seen it. It's called Schindler's List. Jiang Lu was stunned, looking at him in confusion. The film tells the true historical event of German entrepreneur Oskar Schindler and his wife, Emily Schindler, who went bankrupt to protect over 200 Jews from being killed by fascists during World War II. Yang Rui pointedly said that they were very brave, daring to resist the Nazis. I still remember one of Schindler's lines. After a pause, he sensed Jiang Lu slowly focusing her attention and softly said, I could have got more. If I made more money. I threw away so much money. That was the line. Miss Jiang is a top student. She should understand its meaning, right? Jiang Lu forced a smile and said, yes. If my life weren't so extravagant, I could have saved more people. If I had earned a bit more money. I wasted too much. That's the meaning, isn't it? Yang Rui nodded happily. That's correct. I wonder if Miss Jiang also feels deeply about it. He lived in such an era, could have only looked out for himself, but spent his entire wealth to save those who were originally unrelated to him, even risking persecution by the fascists. His words were profound. Almost every word made Jiang Lu feel personally implicated. She awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, Deputy Yang, feeling touched is one thing, but how to act is another. I'm not as great as Schindler, nor do I have such ability. I'm just an unknown nobody, unable to do anything. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yang Rui slowly retracted his smile and didn't say anything. After a period of silence, an electronic voice suddenly reported from the room. Sir, the match has ended. What? Yang Rui was taken aback. It's over? Team B won. Yes, sir, the electronic voice replied. This is impossible. Jiang Lu skeptically opened the screen. He had turned off the large screen earlier to have a quieter conversation with Jiang Lu and hadn't seen what had happened outside. Upon opening it, he indeed found that the match was over, and Team A's logo had turned gray. What happened? Yang Rui asked the electronic voice. The electronic voice honestly answered, Sir, Team A has conceded. Everyone present, including Jiang Lu, was speechless at this response. Jiang Lu stared at the large screen. It seemed the figure had noticed the camera and was provocatively looking this way, standing straight with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, surrounded by others, exuding a charming aura of comfort that defied any rules. Even though no one was speaking now, just this image seemed to convey a concept. For instance, I won't serve you commoners. Chapter 89. Yang Rui was very dissatisfied with the team's concession, and he directly pressed the button to open the hidden door, stepping out of the office with a sharp gaze directed at the position where Ing stood. The latter led 4 people who had just won first place in the emergency training, their plain expressions carrying a natural hint of disdain and contempt, which made people both angry and speechless. He was very arrogant. Yang Rui had known this from the beginning, whether it was information conveyed by others or his own understanding of him, but he never expected him to act so recklessly. Zhou, M.O., you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, Yang Rui said coldly. He was usually a smiling person, often with a hint of laughter in his words. When someone like him suddenly stopped smiling, it was a serious matter, and the 4 people standing next to Ing slightly shrank back. They might retreat, but Ing would not. He stepped down from the high platform, walking step by step to Yang Rui's side. Jiang Lu stood near Yang Rui, still maintaining that surprised expression on her face, looking utterly foolish, which made Ing turn his eyes away in disdain, focusing on Yang Rui with a smile that seemed unattainable. Deputy Yang, I believe your arrangements are unreasonable, so I think there's no need to waste time. His direct expression of opinion made Yang Rui feel somewhat embarrassed. He said coldly, Oh, what's unreasonable? Do you also think that Team B absolutely can't defeat you, so my arrangements are a waste of time? Jiang Lu echoed. I think I explained clearly why such arrangements were made earlier. If you still remain so careless and underestimate the situation, I can't guarantee what arrogant things you might do once you're on the battlefield. Ing slowly shifted his gaze to Jiang Lu. To be honest, Jiang Lu was probably a few years older than Ing, but he couldn't gain any advantage in front of him, as if he were the one who understood nothing. Such training, unless Team A goes easy on them, Team B cannot possibly win. I can understand that you want to stimulate Team B's potential, but if that's the goal, it shouldn't be expressed in that way. Letting your own team engage in such vastly unequal mock battles won't end without victory. It will only intensify conflicts internally and might even lead to mutual harm on the battlefield. It was rare for Ing to speak at such length, making every word feel precious and everyone listen attentively. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, feeling that he made a lot of sense. Such training might indeed stimulate Team B's potential, but it would also create conflicts between Team A and Team B, even breeding hidden resentment. After all, according to Jiang Lu's requirements when he left, even if Team B could win, they would surely be exhausted, while Team A would become impatient with their incompetence. With mutual disdain, how could things end well? Jiang Lu remained silent, frowning, unsure if he had absorbed what was said. Meanwhile, Yang Rui's previously cold expression softened a bit, revealing a familiar light smile. What you said makes some sense, Yang Rui said meaningfully, but we've always trained this way before, and every batch that comes out consists of excellent soldiers. Why should it change with you? I might not have mentioned this to you, but recently there have been some movements from Ghost, and I suspect they might relocate to another base, abandoning the main base near Jiangchen. We don't have much time left. We might need to act within 10 days. If we keep dawdling like today, once you're on the battlefield, it will only lead to death. His words were not very pleasant, but they were indeed true. There was no time left. It was likely that Ing had also made arrangements. Since he had promised Jiang Lu's request, he would certainly follow through. To ensure their safety without being able to counterattack, they could only change places. That was the simplest and most direct way. Jiang Lu felt a bit ashamed. The main base of Ghost was constructed so well that relocating might not be as good as staying there. Not to mention that moving even a little bit of equipment and personnel was a huge project a decision that he would never have made before. With his personality, even if he ultimately failed, he would never run away without a fight. I suspect they've caught wind of something. Since we could previously arrange undercover agents within Ghost, they can naturally arrange undercover agents among us, perhaps even among the companions you interact with daily. This statement from Yang Rui immediately stirred up a commotion among the 10 people, who exchanged glances, very dissatisfied with his questioning. Yang Rui spoke softly. I'm not trying to stir up discord among you. It's just that this possibility truly exists. He clapped his hands and said, "Zhou Mo, I accept your opinion. Let's change our training method. Do you have any suggestions?" Ying's expression remained that of a nonchalant smirk when Yang Rui mentioned undercover agents. But upon hearing his question, he revealed a mischievous smile. "Of course I do." Yang Rui's eyes lit up. "What do you suggest?" Ying inexplicably asked, "Is there anyone here who can't swim?" Jiang Lu suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding. In fact, her intuition was correct. Once everyone indicated they could swim, he stepped outside without looking back, saying, "Then please follow me." Everyone was puzzled, and Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Rui, who hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. So everyone followed Ying out of the place. Ying indeed led them to the location where they had discovered the unidentified creatures, and at that moment, the control panel had already been shut down, revealing only a solid wall with no visible differences. The 10 people, along with Zhang Yi and Yang Rui, came to a halt. Yang Rui asked first, "Zhou Mo, what exactly do you want to do?" Ying silently pulled the control panel open and stood aside, saying, "Take a look." "What is that?" The crowd moved to the porthole to look outside, and the situation outside was even more dangerous than what Jiang Lu had seen before. Because previously she had only seen a large, unidentified creature, but this time, there were at least 4. The sediment in the sea had settled, making it slightly clearer, but since it was night and the submarine was deep underwater, the visibility at the seabed was low. In the naked eye could only vaguely see several huge shadows. Some people with deep-sea phobia couldn't help but gasp. In fact, everyone might have such a fear. In the depths of the ocean, where you couldn't see anything, what terrifying large marine creatures might be lurking? What kind of ugly faces and sharp fangs did they possess? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Jiang Lu instinctively grabbed Ying's wrist. She was scared, and the others were no different. Perhaps Yang Rui and Zhang Yi also felt some trepidation, but given their identities and ages, they couldn't display such emotions openly. Zhang Yi had already taken out his communicator and contacted the Defense Department, asking them to observe what these creatures were. After hanging up, he said sternly, "What's with this panic over such a minor issue? What else can you all do? Calm down." Once he said this, even though everyone remained fearful, they still managed to suppress their expressions. Zhang Yi pressed his lips together and quietly asked Yang Rui, "We need to inform the commander about this quickly. I suspect these creatures were attracted by the injured ones under the sonar, probably similar to how sharks are drawn by the scent of blood. We need to find a way to drive them away and change to another sea area as soon as possible." Yang Rui nodded. "You go ahead. I'll stay here and keep watch." Zhang Yi nodded and left quickly, his steps somewhat hurried. After watching him leave, Yang Rui took a deep breath and asked Ying, "Did you discover this earlier?" Ying had been focused on studying those massive creatures, and when Yang Rui asked him, he directly walked away to a corner, pressed a button, and the corridor was instantly plunged into darkness. "What is going on?" Someone started to panic and shout. Ying impatiently replied, "Can't you see those things have already sensed the presence of light and are coming this way? Of course, we need to turn off the lights first." In response to Deputy Yang's question, I initially saw only one, and I believe you all have the ability to deal with it, so I didn't take it to heart. Now it seems a bit dangerous. In the darkness, a grim expression appeared on Yang Rui's face, but his tone remained gentle. "You can still joke about it," which seems to indicate you're quite relaxed. "Can I take it that Mr. Zhou has had a method to deal with them all along?" This sounded like good news, and everyone couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. After all, the image that Shadow had always presented was one of being all-powerful and flawless. Unfortunately, I'm not a polymath and cannot satisfy Deputy Yang's fantasies. In the darkness, Shadow's voice was steady, tinged with a hint of shame. But Jiang Lu couldn't help but twitch her mouth, as this was clearly a jab at Yang Rui, not an expression of helpless guilt. Yang Rui caught on and fell silent, darkly watching the approaching black creatures outside. Just then, the communicator rang, easing the awkwardness in the room. After answering, he calmly asked, "Have you detected what it is?" The Defense Department must have reported something, but they stood aside and couldn't hear the communicator. So they had to wait for Jiang Lu to finish the call before inquiring. Facing everyone's anxious questions, Jiang Lu reassured them. No need to panic. It should be some deep-sea creatures. If we don't act, they may not attack us. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow mocked him. Not necessarily. He meaningfully said 5 words, and just as his voice fell, the submarine suddenly shook. Jiang Lu looked out the porthole, and a bizarre black scaled creature was ramming into the submarine. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental, and currently, only one was in motion. Jiang Lu immediately hugged Shadow's waist, and a girl's scream sounded, which Jiang Lu recognized as somewhat like Yao Yao's. "What should we do?" Jiang Lu whispered to Shadow. Just as she finished asking, Yang Rui also moved toward Shadow's side, sternly saying, "Zhou Mo, since you've seen it long ago, you must have a plan in mind. Speak up immediately. This is not the time to hide things." Shadow chuckled lightly. He was probably the calmest person present. He spoke gently, at such a close distance. Firing the shells loaded on the submarine could affect the submarine itself and cause a huge explosion in the sea, making it troublesome to leave later. If we don't fire, we can't deal with this deep-sea creature that's about the same size as the submarine. Let me think. How about sending a few people out to draw them away? As he said this, everyone understood why he asked who could swim, and they immediately stepped back in fear. Shadow's deep voice continued. "Any inanimate object can't distract them. As for living beings, I believe the only ones here are humans. As long as we lure them to a farther position and then work together to avoid their attention and return to the submarine, at that point, it won't matter what Deputy Yang wants to fire at those creatures. Indeed, after firing, the submarine could immediately surface or move to another area to hide, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, no one would be willing to become the bait to leave the submarine and draw those creatures away. No one would want that." Chapter 90, it is necessary to divert those creatures with living beings, and these living beings must know how to run back, shake them off, and perhaps even place a point positioning device on those creatures. Otherwise, targeting and shooting from such a distance with the submarine would be troublesome. Such living beings, aside from humans, seem to have no other options. With a bang, someone closed the control panel in front of the hatch, and soon after, the lights came on. Once they could see each other, everyone calmed down a little, but the thought of possibly needing to go out to divert those monsters made them tremble all over. "Why can't we just let the submarine leave here?" Yao Yao bit her lip and said, "Must someone go to divert them?" Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said, "The submarine is currently surrounded by them. It's fine if it doesn't move, but if it moves even a little, it might get attacked. We still don't know if the earlier collision was accidental or what. It's better not to act rashly." Her words were echoed by Yang Rui. Miss Jiang is right. The submarine cannot leave. It must wait until those creatures are diverted before it can leave. Zhoumo's plan is very feasible. I will report it to the commander immediately and let the commander make the decision. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. As soon as he left, a man rushed up to throw a punch at Ing, but Ing directly grabbed his fist, causing the man's face to contort in pain as he cried out, "Let go of me." Listening to the man's hand being squeezed by Ing and his face turning red, those who originally wanted to attack Ing all quieted down. When the man began to cry from the pain, Ing finally released his hand and meaningfully said, "Never think about doing anything to me at any moment, or you will only hurt yourselves. I promise someone that I won't do anything as long as safety is guaranteed, and I hope you won't force me to break my promise, okay?" He looked over each unfamiliar person present, and after getting their fearful affirmations, he withdrew his gaze and leisurely sat down on a nearby bench. Qin Nong saw that he had sufficiently scared the others and had to help remedy the situation by saying, "Actually, I think everyone doesn't need to worry. Zhou Mo just gave Deputy Yang a suggestion, and we still need to wait for Commander Xia to decide who will go. I believe he won't assign us. After all, we are not experienced enough, and there are so many excellent people in the base. Such an important task should definitely be entrusted to more capable individuals to ensure success." People liked hearing this, and after listening, they felt it made sense. their expressions relaxing considerably as they began to chat and discuss. Jiang Lu sat down next to Ying and whispered to him, "Who do you think Xia Yuan will let go?" Ying replied indifferently, "You five, and me." Jiang Lu's eyes widened. "Are you kidding?" Her voice was slightly loud, and Ying turned to look at her, saying slowly, "Baby, you know I never joke." It seems I really have never heard him joke before. That should be the case, right? Even if he had, with Jiang Lu's terrible memory, she probably would have forgotten. Then why did you suggest this? Jiang Lu's expression changed unpredictably. How dangerous, and I'm not good at swimming, let alone diving at such depths. Ying put his arm around her shoulder and started to impart some deep diving techniques. Qin Nong leaned in with interest to listen, and Su Boya and Yao naturally followed suit. Song Shiyuan chatted with someone for a while, saw them sitting together talking, and walked over to listen for a bit. They continued for about 5 minutes when Yang Rui and Zhang Yi returned together, and this time they were accompanied by Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan was in uniform, followed by 4 robust-looking subordinates. When everyone saw them, they instinctively thought they were the ones going on the mission, so they all relaxed, marveling at how Qin Nong was truly insightful. But soon they couldn't be happy anymore. "I've heard Deputy Yang speak about Zhou Mo's plan. It's very perfect," Xia Yuan said with a serious expression. "So I have decided to select a few people from your 10 to complete this mission. Have you ever experienced despair? A few people, the exact number is not known. It's possible all 10 might have to go together." And they were truly at a loss for words, already stunned. Not long after Xia Yuan finished speaking, the submarine was hit again. Turning on the sonar could drive them away, but that would only be temporary. It was uncertain how long it could last, and perhaps even more would come next time. Without installing point positioning devices on them, attacking them would be unnecessary, so the final conclusion was still to take the safest route. There isn't too much time left. We must act immediately. I've already had people prepare the positioning devices. There aren't too many, but they are more than those creatures. If you lose a few and don't complete it, it's fine. It's enough. Xia Yuan generously had someone bring out the items and began to select from the 10 people, pointing one by one, just as Ying had guessed. It was them 6. Just you 6, the best performing group in the training field. And since Zhou Mo came up with this idea, you will follow his command. After Xia Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the time and quickly added, "Your equipment is at the exit. Go there to change. Additionally, to help you find the submarine hatch on your way back, I will have sensors installed on each of you. When you return, just press it, and you'll see a laser line." After saying this, he nodded and said, "Then I'll leave first. This place will be temporarily managed by Deputy Yang and Team Leader Zhang." After finishing his words, he left. The scene fell silent. No one spoke, but many looked at them with gloating eyes, as if they shouldn't approach Ying, such a disaster star. If it weren't for him proposing this plan, they wouldn't have to execute it, and they could only blame him. However, they did not blame Ying as others thought. Instead, they seriously began to study tactics. Since it has been confirmed that we are going, how do we proceed with the surveillance? We should discuss it before going out. It will be inconvenient to communicate once we are out, Qin Nong said calmly. Yang Rui interjected, "Mr. Qin, don't worry. Your diving suits' hoods are equipped with wireless headsets, so you can communicate through them. Likewise, you can hear my voice inside, and I will help you determine your position on the way back." This made it sound less dangerous, and Qin Nong breathed a sigh of relief. Ying stood up directly from the chair, his expression unchanged. "I will take care of the positioning. I'll place it. After it's done, I will signal you, and then you will lead them far away." After a slight pause, he looked at Yang Rui, narrowing his eyes, and said, "I can complete this task, but I have one condition." Yang Rui seemed to have anticipated this and nodded. "Go ahead." Ying looked at Yang Rui but pointed at Jiang Lu. "Let her stay. The 5 of us are enough." Jiang Lu was taken aback. Although she didn't want to go out and knew it was dangerous, she was still reluctant to be left behind. "I will go with you," she said instinctively. Ying looked at her with an expression that brooked no argument. "Stay here honestly. I will be back soon." After saying this, regardless of whether Yang Rui agreed, he directly took the other 4 and left. Su Boya and Yao unwillingly glanced at Jiang Lu. They were also scared, but no one had the qualification or ability to ask Yang Rui to let them stay. The world is so unfair. There is no way to resent it. Jiang Lu wanted to chase after them, But this time she was stopped by Jiang Lu. "Miss Jiang, since this is Mr. Zhou's request, please understand me. After all, I need him to complete this plan with peace of mind," he said seriously and sincerely. Jiang Lu was extremely troubled. On one hand, she knew it was better not to follow, but on the other hand, she felt uneasy not knowing their movements and whether they were safe. Sensing her thoughts, Jiang Lu took a step back and said, "Miss Jiang, if you're really worried, you can come with me to the command center to observe their actions." This seemed to be the best outcome. After all, Jiang Lu would never let her go alone, so she might as well follow him. "Okay, I'll go with you." Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, and then she left with Jiang Lu. The images in the command center were not viewed through glass, but through cameras. The high-definition underwater cameras provided a much clearer view than what could be seen with the naked eye from the window. Outside, there were still only those deep-sea creatures. But in terms of quantity, there was one more than what she had seen earlier. Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat, and after Jiang Lu noticed that, he transmitted information through the microphone. The number of creatures has increased, located at the left front of the submarine. Quantity 1. After speaking, Jiang Lu turned off the microphone and said to Jiang Lu, "Miss Jiang, you can rest assured. Although I haven't sent anyone from the base down to carry out the mission, we will fully cooperate and provide foolproof backup services. There will be no issues." Jiang Lu bit her lip. She could only trust Jiang Lu now. After a few minutes of silence, figures in diving suits and special equipment began to appear on the screen. The one in front moved very swiftly and agilely, undoubtedly the shadow. Jiang Lu leaned over the control panel, watching the screen, and could only bitterly amuse herself by thinking that this person was indeed a jack of all trades, excelling even in swimming. If someone like him were a good person, he would surely achieve great things. If that were the case, she would never have the chance to know him. The apocalypse had introduced her to him, but perhaps it was also this apocalypse that would ultimately prevent them from being together. Chapter 91, the visibility in the sea was very low, and with the pressure of the water, those who went out experienced a moment of oppression and needed some time to adapt. Ying's physical fitness was already stronger than theirs, so he moved faster and acted more agilely. While they hesitated on the outskirts, he had already blended into the black sand and swam towards those monsters that were casually opening their mouths. In the communicator, he said without any hint of panic, "You all stay put and adapt to the water pressure. I'll set the locator, and then you can act. Just hide yourselves well." His words were also transmitted back to the submarine. Jiang Lu stood beside Jiang Lu, watching the screen, and could clearly hear his voice. In fact, he was very calm, as if he wasn't about to do something dangerous. Even his tone carried a hint of amusement, the only flaw being that he was slightly out of breath, likely due to physical exertion. After all, he was a person, not a fish. "I got it." Gradually, others in the communicator began to respond to him. Ying's figure quickly weaved through several massive marine creatures. One of them seemed to want to charge the submarine again, as if it was playing and found it amusing. Jiang Lu instinctively grabbed onto the handrail, and Jiang Lu glanced at her. Before he could pull his gaze away, the submarine shook slightly. Did that thing really come to ram? Jiang Lu struggled to stabilize herself and focused on the screen, noticing that he was tossing a flashing locator towards the submarine. A few of the creatures were already being drawn towards him, seemingly about to collide. Damn, they were supposed to be the bait. But now it seemed their roles had reversed, and the submarine was the bait. Jiang Lu thought to himself, frowning to steady his body. But Jiang Lu didn't have his composure. She was knocked off balance and instinctively grabbed his arm, causing Jiang Lu to tumble down to the ground with her, attracting the attention of others in the command room. Jiang Lu frowned and glared at Jiang Lu, who coughed and said, "The sound waves are too strong. If we don't move, we'll be knocked to the ground." Jiang Lu's mouth twitched fiercely as he helped Jiang Lu up and continued to look at the nearby screen. He opened the microphone to warn Ying, but closed it again the next second. He saw that Ying had already placed locators on 3 of the creatures, just as they had fallen. He was doing well and was safe. The small figure amidst the massive creatures resembled a mouse encountering a cat. But this cat looked rather foolish, like Tom from Tom and Jerry, being toyed with by the little mouse. However, the situation didn't seem optimistic either. The creature that had been swimming towards the submarine turned back and began to flank the provoking little mouse along with the other three. Ying slowly withdrew from them, but the effect was unsatisfactory. He blinked, feeling the pressure and buoyancy of the water, breathing heavily, and paused his body in the water, ceasing all movement. The onlookers noticed that after Ying stopped moving, the creature's actions also noticeably slowed down. They seemed to rely on the movements of living beings to judge their positions. And once a person stopped moving, it became difficult for them to determine their orientation, causing their movements to slow down. Ying certainly guessed this, so he started moving again, but without changing position, just moving his whole body, floating in the water, attracting those unidentified deep-sea creatures to swim towards him. They moved quickly, seemingly afraid that if they slowed down, he would suddenly stop moving and it would take them longer to identify his position. Jiang Lu watched helplessly as those massive creatures swam rapidly towards Ying's position, yet he remained still, making no preparations to defend himself. She wondered what he was thinking. Was something wrong with his body? Jiang Lu was very worried and couldn't help but push Yang Rui aside to open the microphone, urging, "You need to dodge. Those things are coming for you." Hearing Jiang Lu's voice, Ying even smiled for a moment, then calmly asked, "Are they all coming?" "Yes, they're coming fast. You need to dodge. If you don't move now, it will be too late." Jiang Lu said quickly. Ying simply replied, "Good," and stopped speaking. Jiang Lu called out to him several times, but there was no response. She stared in terror at the screen as time passed, and those creatures were now very close to him, almost about to tear him to shreds in the blink of an eye. However, in that instant, Ying suddenly seemed to press a button, propelling himself rapidly upwards, leaving a trail of bubbles and a few deep-sea creatures that collided and spewed out blood. He had such a plan. This was incredibly dangerous, and Jiang Lu found it hard to accept. She watched in horror as a pool of blood further reduced the visibility of the water. After a long time without seeing Ying's figure on the screen, she clenched her fists nervously, just about to turn around to persuade Yang Rui to send more people to help, or even let her go out, when she heard Ying's voice again. "It's your turn, Qin. They're angry now. They should be faster. Be careful. These things judge the position of their prey based on movement frequency. Once you're about to be caught, playing dead is a good choice." Ying's words were accompanied by heavy breathing, somewhat unsteady but still infused with his unique confidence. Clearly, the other 4 people who witnessed that scene were also stunned, and Qin took a while to respond after hearing his words. Yes, I understand." He agreed and then took a deep breath, becoming the first of the 4 to swim towards the creatures to lure them. Song Xian, being a man, also swam up stubbornly, seemingly unwilling to lose face in front of Suboya. Suboya was shocked by Ying's actions, and a sudden determination to conquer these deep-sea creatures arose in her heart. Fear seemed insignificant compared to this resolve. She took a deep breath and charged forward. Finally, only Yao Yao remained in place, hiding at a distance. Her voice came through the communicator, trembling and choked. I am scared. I can't." Jiang Lu heard her voice and thought to herself that it was fortunate she hadn't followed. If she had, she would probably have reacted just like Yao Yao. Of course, perhaps seeing Ying take such risks might have inspired her potential as well. One shouldn't underestimate oneself too much. In the deep sea, 3 figures blended into the deep-sea creatures after the first one disappeared. They were discovered and unable to distinguish their exact appearance. The creatures mistook them for the ones who had just played with them. Therefore, those deep-sea creatures began to attack Qin and the other 2 rapidly. The 3 of them fled together, swimming toward a direction far from the submarine. Before leaving the submarine, they had been equipped with a thruster for emergencies, which could be used to propel them a great distance instantly. Ying had just used that. However, it could only be used once, and the number of uses was limited. After a few deep-sea creatures moved away from the blood-stained area, Ying's figure slowly reappeared. Compared to the vast ocean, his figure was almost negligible. The danger was that sharks seemed to be slowly approaching from behind him, and not just one. Yes, blood can attract sharks. This was undeniable. It was a dangerous situation he had caused himself. Yang Rui thought to himself, and he had even prepared an explanation for Ying's potential sacrifice. But he saw that Ying quickly reacted and began swimming towards the submarine's entrance. "Open the hatch," She grabbed Yang Rue's arm, demanding, "Open it now and let him in." Yang Rue reassured her, "Don't worry, I will." After speaking, he issued the order to open the lower water hatch, allowing him to enter from there, where the smaller sharks couldn't get in. The subordinates immediately complied, and Yang Rue then opened the microphone to inform Ying of the hatch's location. Jiang Lu realized that it was still at a much lower position in the submarine, and didn't he know if he had the strength to swim there. After all, they were in the ocean, and the sharks were much faster than him. Deputy Yang is really smart. He said something vague into the communicator, and then the swimming speed increased, quickly disappearing from the screen's view, likely heading downwards. Switching the screen, I observed whether Qin Nong and the others were acting smoothly. Yang Rui directly requested to cut off the screen, no longer caring about the situation on Ying's side, which made Jiang Lu very dissatisfied. But indeed, the situation on Qin Nong's side was more urgent, so she couldn't say anything. Deputy Yang, the situation is very stable. They're already a considerable distance from the submarine. Should we activate the navigation return system? A subordinate asked. Yang Rui nodded and said, "Activate it." Then he opened the microphone and said, "Qin Nong, Song Xuan, and Su Boya, you're doing very well. You now have enough distance. Start your return journey. Follow the laser line. Do not let those things catch up. Find a way to hide yourselves. Look for coral or something else. In short, do not let them discover you." The race against time was very dangerous. And at this moment, Yao Yao was nowhere to be found. A shark had passed through the position she was in earlier. It was unclear whether she had escaped. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment, then ran out of the command room, heading to the layer below the submarine. If she heard correctly, that was the location of the hatch Yang Rue had opened for Ying. There was no communicator here, so she couldn't contact Ying and had to try to walk over. Since this was underwater, after the hatch opened, it was isolated from the inside of the submarine. After someone entered, the hatch would close, and then the water in the chamber would be drained little by little. Only then could the partition between the submarine and the water chamber be opened. Jiang Lu quickly found that location by following the flow of people, but encountered resistance. "Miss, you can't go in." Someone stopped her. It was a guard here. Very serious and not to be refused. "I'm not going in. I know what's happening outside, but can I ask you a question?" She said calmly. The person nodded and said, "Go ahead. I want to know, can you see when someone comes in from above?" This question was easy to answer. The person quickly responded, "Of course, miss, where are you from? What's the matter?" Jiang Lu rolled her eyes and explained, "I was sent here by Deputy Yang to supervise, and I need to observe when someone comes in and report to him immediately." The person seemed a bit suspicious, but since the submarine was a place where outsiders and bad people couldn't enter, everyone here should be trustworthy. So he opened the door to the monitoring room beside her and let her in. Once inside, Jiang Lu saw the footage from the water chamber, transmitted back by the camera. Below, she could only see some small fish and shrimp and murky mud, with no sign of anyone. Jiang Lu told herself to stay calm, casually found a chair, and sat down, concentrating on the footage from the water chamber. She watched for over 10 minutes, feeling like time was dragging on. She still didn't see Ying, Yao Yao, or anyone else appear. Until this moment, she had only been worried, but never thought something might really happen to them. Perhaps due to her deep-seated confidence in Ying. However, it was only at this moment that she realized Ying was a person, not a god. He could also encounter situations he couldn't handle and could get hurt. He was the venomous snake that could turn the world upside down. But he was also flesh and blood, not truly fearless. Unable to help herself, she clasped her hands together, took a deep breath, and stared at the screen without blinking, whispering, "Please don't let anything happen. Absolutely don't let anything happen." As she spoke, she realized she was somewhat choked up. Chapter 92. This could be the most anxious and worried moment of Jiang Lu's life. Her heart was racing in her chest as if it were about to fly out, and she felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. The people beside her couldn't help but feel curious about her appearance. They had heard about the plans of the leaders ahead and knew who they were waiting for to come in. It seemed that this beautiful girl had a close relationship with the person who had gone to carry out the mission, which explained her concern for him. In this apocalyptic world, it was truly enviable to have such feelings. Her heart softened unconsciously. One of them spoke up, "Miss, you don't need to worry too much. I believe everything will be fine." Jiang Lu was taken aback, a bit surprised that the other person would try to comfort her. She touched her nose and said, Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. The person smiled reassuringly and increased the clarity of the screen ahead, allowing Jiang Lu to see more clearly. She focused intently on the image, counting the small fish that had accidentally entered the water tank, yet she still couldn't see Ying or Yao Yao's figures. Nearly half an hour had passed since she arrived here. She suddenly regretted coming. Perhaps if she were still in the command room, she could at least hear their communications. Jiang Lu abruptly stood up, preparing to go back. Just then, the man who had been silent suddenly said, "Miss, wait." Jiang Lu immediately looked over. Following the direction he pointed, and heard him say, "Something's coming in. Something's coming in." This was a fairly accurate statement, as the surface of the water was stirred up by whatever had entered, making it temporarily unclear whether it was a person or some suspicious creature. However, the entrance to the water tank was quite small. Aside from some small creatures or people, anything larger simply couldn't get in. "I'm going to close the hatch," the man said, pressing a button. Gradually, the hatch closed, and the impurities in the water settled down. He pressed a button to turn on the lights inside the water tank, and now the visibility was much clearer. Jiang Lu was so excited she almost jumped up, disregarding who was next to her, and grabbed the man's arm, exclaiming, "It's them. They're back." The people in the water tank were indeed Ying and Yao Yao. Yao Yao was already unconscious, slumped in the water tank. Fortunately, their equipment was quite advanced. Otherwise, she would have definitely drowned. "I'm going to let the water out." The man was also a bit excited. After all, their safe return meant that half of the mission was successful, greatly increasing the chances of rescuing the people in the submarine. As the water was gradually released, Jiang Lu dashed out of the office door, saying to the man, "Help me open the door. I'm going down to get them." "Thank you." The man did not refuse and nodded in agreement. When the water had been released enough, he opened the hatch of the water tank. At that moment, Jiang Lu stood at the entrance where the submarine entered the water tank, watching the water slowly flow away. Without saying a word, she jumped in. Ying and Yao Yao were about 2 meters away from the entrance. Yao Yao lay there unconscious, while Ying was half leaning and gasping for breath. Clearly, he had exhausted himself trying to escape while carrying an unconscious burden to avoid the shark. Jiang Lu ran to his side as fast as she could and asked urgently, "How are you? Are you hurt? Let me help you take it off." She raised her hand, trying to help him remove his equipment, such as the oxygen tank, but she was too anxious and inexperienced to do it properly. Ying gasped for breath and turned his head to glance at her, smiling slightly. He raised his hand and gently pressed a button, and the helmet on his head was removed, revealing his true face. He looked a bit pale, but his hair was dry. The helmet had a good seal and kept out the water. Jiang Lu looked at him excitedly, initially having a lot to say, but suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she finally said, "Thank goodness I didn't go down. Otherwise, you have to drag back 2 burdens." After a slight pause, she lowered her head and imitated Ying's earlier action to help Yao Yao remove her helmet, whispering, "Thank you for saving her." In reality, Jiang Lu was very clear that, according to Ying's character, he would never save someone unrelated to him when he was in crisis. Yao Yao was a companion and a friend to her, but to Ying, she was actually nothing. He did this, which surprised her and made her feel a bit guilty. It seemed that since she appeared, she had been holding him back, even though he wasn't doing anything good. "You don't have to thank me. Since I promised not to make things worse, I must keep my word." After he spoke, he stood up and walked toward the hatch. Jiang Lu then noticed that the oxygen tank on him had already lit up a red light, indicating it was empty. No, to be precise, it was damaged. This was something the man who had been observing the situation with Jiang Lu in the office discovered after they left the water tank. "You really are?" the man said in astonishment. "I'm amazed. Is this tank damaged? How could you still escape with an unconscious person? I truly admire you." He unconsciously used a respectful tone, his voice filled with disbelief. Jiang Lu put down the broken oxygen tank and stood up to ask, "How long has it been broken?" She couldn't believe how long a person could hold on with a broken oxygen tank, while also carrying another person to escape. As she said this, she was almost trembling, a thought flashing through her mind that made her heart race. She actually felt that if, at such a critical moment, Ying had escaped alone, leaving Yao Yao behind, she wouldn't blame him. It turned out that no matter what kind of person they were, at a crucial moment, everyone could be so selfish. Truly great individuals were exceedingly rare. Perhaps if it were her, she would be willing to give the hope of survival to Yao Yao. But when it came to comparing Ing and Yao Yao, despite her unwillingness to admit it, she still hoped that Ing could survive. Jiang Lu found herself speechless, her face stiff as she watched Yao Yao being taken away for treatment. Then Ing stood up and started to leave, his long, fair hand naturally grabbing her wrist. He suddenly realized that her hand was even colder than his. Ing glanced back at Jiang Lu, who looked at him with a complex expression. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. "I'll try not to do anything so dangerous next time," he said, a bit irritably. "You don't need to look at me with such a worried expression, as if I'm going to come back in pieces. I saved all of you, didn't I?" After saying this, he turned directly and walked ahead, not giving her a chance to respond. "Now, come with me to see Yang Rue. I hope Qin Nong 1T let me down." Jiang Lu suddenly remembered that Qin Nong and the others hadn't returned yet, instantly losing her melancholic mood and quickening her pace to catch up with him. As they reached the door of the command room, someone immediately invited them in. The way was smooth and unobstructed. As soon as they entered, Yang Rue turned around and walked over excitedly, saying, "Well done, you did great," and casually changed the subject, feeling quite ashamed that he had actually saved someone. What's the situation? Jiang Lu ran to the screen to look. There were cameras on their diving helmets that allowed them to view the situation from their perspectives, and currently, the outlook was relatively optimistic. The three of them were hiding motionless behind a large rock, and those deep-sea creatures began to search around quickly. Qin Nong seized the gap when they turned away, leading Song Shiyuan and Su Boya back, activating the laser navigation, and started swimming back following the light. "Open the water tank." Yang Rue pressed the microphone, requesting the water tank to be opened for the second time. In fact, Qin Nong and the others were still some distance from the submarine, but opening it early wouldn't hurt. Jiang Lu nervously watched them struggle to swim back, but as they swam, a slightly slender figure suddenly twitched and twisted in the water. Jiang Lu's eyes widened. "That's Boya, right? What happened to her?" With narrowed eyes gazing at the screen, she said indifferently, "It should be a cramp." Clearly, Qin Nong and Song Shiyuan, who were with Su Boya, also noticed her issue and quickly swam back to pull her along. At that moment, the massive creatures behind them seemed to have detected their presence and were starting to head this way. There wasn't much time left. They needed to speed up. They were about to be discovered. Yang Rue pressed the communicator and spoke quickly. "You have 3 minutes. If you're not back in 3 minutes, to avoid wasting the efforts just made, I will order a strike." Hearing this made people feel uneasy, but those with a bit more rationality understood that this choice was unavoidable. In the face of the interests of the many, the lives of the few would always be sacrificed. Jiang Lu bit her lip as she looked at Yang Rue. She understood that his choice was one that all leaders would make, but she still found it hard to accept internally. "Speed up." Yang Rue's tone grew heavier. He was almost ready to give the order to fire at any moment. The location was something Ing had almost lost her life to secure, and it couldn't be wasted. They certainly had advanced automatic tracking underwater mines, but most of them were used to lock onto ports or ships and aircraft carriers with electronic signals. Moreover, under the current hardware conditions, using these mines on marine creatures was quite wasteful. With the entire world at a standstill, ammunition and food were precious. Everyone wanted to conserve resources. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to waste heavy machinery and missiles. It wasn't yet a situation where they had to use them. As long as human resources could solve the problem, they should save as much as possible. Fortunately, Su Boya's cramp seemed to have eased after a while, and she could exert some strength on her own, significantly speeding up their progress. Perhaps in critical moments, human potential is unleashed. They had never imagined they could swim so well, moving through the water like fish. In that urgent moment, they finally returned to the submarine's water chamber. Yang Rue seized the opportunity, pressed the microphone, and commanded loudly, "Close the water chamber. Fire." As soon as his order was given, the water chamber closed almost instantly, and the underwater mine was launched from the submarine, hitting the deep-sea creature that was charging toward them at high speed. In an instant, there was a tremendous tremor and noise at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Lu hugged Ing tightly, who stood firm, while Yang Rue calmly supported the control panel and said, "Now, start the submarine, rise to the surface and head south. After he finished speaking, his subordinate driving the submarine immediately complied with the order. The submarine began to rise to the surface at a visible speed. When Jiang Lu felt they were getting farther from the terrifying depths, she finally felt a bit of safety. Are we okay now?" Jiang Lu asked hazily, as the images on the screen became clearer. Unknowingly, it was already past midnight, and the sun had risen over the coast, shimmering on the sea surface, with small fish swimming around, fleeing when they encountered the submarine. Everything was vibrant and full of life. "We're fine," Yang Rui replied, turning his head with a smile. "Everyone has worked hard, especially Mr. Zhou." When he said Mr. Zhou, there was a hint of meaning in his tone, leaving an unsettling feeling, but it quickly vanished. "You all go back and rest. I'll have the doctor check on you." His words suggested it was time to leave, and Ying had no desire to stay, so she turned to leave, with Jiang Lu naturally following. "Did you feel that Yang's expression was strange just now? He seems to know something," Jiang Lu whispered, lowering her voice. Ying looked ahead, expression unchanged, and replied, "You just noticed?" Jiang Lu was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. "From the moment I arrived here, everything fell off, but that's all right." He smirked slightly, still wearing that look as if no one mattered to him, like a venomous snake that might bite you at any moment, making you lose your life. He was just toying with them. Listening to him speak about toying with them with that mocking tone, Jiang Lu suddenly relaxed and even smiled. It's truly thrilling. She found herself feeling secure and happy because of the strength of a great villain. Chapter 93. The submarine sailed southward without sinking into the deep sea, probably conducting reconnaissance to avoid a repeat of previous incidents. The vast ocean was so deep that no one could determine what lay beneath any given area. Perhaps there was a world fault hidden below some part of the sea. After all, science fiction and thrillers weren't completely baseless. Floating on the surface of the sea felt much more reassuring than being on the bottom. Jiang Lu thought they could finally proceed to the next phase of training with peace of mind, only to be informed that the training had officially ended. Their performance had been excellent, especially the 5 members of their group aside from her, who were even awarded outstanding medals. Jiang Lu looked at the medals hanging around the necks of the 4 people. Everyone was discussing it, and Ying directly tossed the one Yang Rui had given him at Jiang Lu. She was taken aback and looked over in confusion, only to receive a cold glance in return. "You look like you're about to drool over it. I don't need this worthless thing. Here you go." His demeanor suggested that he felt this item was not even worthless, but rather disgusting. He was completely disdainful. It was a constant reminder of his contributions to humanity, something he absolutely did not want. Jiang Lu took it and said seriously, "Look at how shiny it is. It might be gold, which would make it valuable." Ying curled the corner of his mouth, a hint of sarcasm in his elongated phoenix eyes. "So what if it is? Where would you spend the money?" Jiang Lu squinted her eyes and simply tossed the metal aside. This person just couldn't let anyone enjoy a moment of lightheartedness. Being around him often gave her a feeling of tranquility. "Hey, do you think that since the training is over, it means we're about to attack Ghost?" Suboya suddenly spoke to them, frowning and saying that the submarine had been going who knows where for the past couple of days. Jiang Lu thought for a moment and said, "It should be heading south. I heard Yang Rui telling the driver to go south." Qin Nong frowned at this. "If it's south, then that's the direction we came from." Yao Yao was taken aback. "What does this mean? Are we going to land?" "Probably. Something like that." Everyone suddenly fell silent. Although they had been training and knew they would face Ghost in direct conflict in the future, the reality of it approaching made them a bit timid. It wasn't due to cowardice, but because the psychological trauma left by Ghost was simply too great. Unlike them, Jiang Lu's silence stemmed from uncertainty about whether everyone on the Ghost side had evacuated and how Ying had arranged things. She glanced at the man beside her. He maintained a calm demeanor, with a straight back and broad chest and shoulders, as if he harbored immense strength within. Jiang Lu sighed inwardly, wanting to ask some questions but hesitating to speak, fearing his sarcasm. After all, she had requested that things not worsen while ensuring Ghost's safety, which had led to his hands being tied, and now to feign concern would surely annoy him. Jiang Lu exhaled and temporarily set this matter aside. After 3 days of calm sailing, the submarine ran aground in a stretch of ocean around 2 in the afternoon on the 3rd day, surrounded by endless blue waters. The scenery beautiful. The 10 of them were instructed to stand at the top hatch, and when it opened, they saw a helicopter. This was to take them away. Everyone understood. Jiang Lu obediently queued up to climb the rope ladder onto the helicopter, with Ying being the last aboard, holding his suitcase, which contained some items he hadn't used much lately. She wondered if he had made contact with the Ghost main base while on the submarine. In any case, it was too late to think too much about it now. After everyone boarded, the helicopter closed its doors and quickly flew in one direction. When someone asked the pilot where they were going, he answered without hesitation. "We're taking you to the ambush point near the Ghost main base to meet up with the others." Sure enough, the operation was about to commence. Jiang Lu looked ahead. Ying was seated in front of her, eyes half closed as if resting, but she knew he wasn't asleep. With someone beside her, another person next to his seat. It was inappropriate to discuss private matters, so Jiang Lu had to temporarily give up on communicating with him. The helicopter flew for about 3 hours, landing at the location the pilot had mentioned around 5 in the afternoon. As Jiang Lu's feet touched the ground again, the base before her looked very familiar. No, it couldn't just be described as familiar. She had spent some time here before. It was the second base that Ying had destroyed, located very close to the survivors' base and a distance away from the third base where they had eradicated those replicated monsters. Jiang Lu shot a confused glance at Ying, and not far away, Yi Shi, who was approaching, caught the scene, subtly averting his gaze and adopting a friendly demeanor as he said to them, "Welcome back, my warriors." Yao Yao, feeling a bit sour, covered his arm and muttered, "There were so many people when we left, and now only 10 are back, yet he's so happy. I really misjudged him before." In reality, no one was entirely without grievances. Perhaps those who had died or fled, leading to their own demise, were their friends. It was a kind of feeling of if the lips perish, the teeth are cold. In short, they weren't too happy. While they couldn't vent elsewhere, seeing Yi Shi brought it all to the surface. "I'm tired," Su Boya said coldly. "I'm going to rest first." After saying that, he walked away, not wanting to hear Yi Shi's lecture. After all, they were on land, a place they were somewhat familiar with, and even if they were expelled, they could survive with their current capabilities. Because of this, everyone began expressing their dissatisfaction. When you have the ability, you earn the right to be angry. Yi Shi smiled as he watched everyone leave one by one, kindly instructing someone to arrange rooms for them, before closing the base's main gate. Jiang Lu and Ying naturally left as well. No one wanted to waste time with Yi Shi. The crisis and fear they had experienced in the days nearly losing their lives were vented upon seeing Yi Shi, and everyone wore a grim expression. Jiang Lu didn't go to the room they had arranged for her, but directly entered a room with Ying. Once the door closed, she was about to say something when she saw Ying press something on the wall by the door. The wall was perfectly clean, but suddenly a recess popped out, with several buttons lighting up. He turned them all off. "You can speak now," he said after completing that action. Jiang Lu suddenly realized this must be the surveillance and listening system installed in every room of the Ghost base. If left on, whatever they said or did would be seen by others. Jiang Lu's expression turned strange, and after a while, she said, "Back in Ghost. My room also had these things, right?" Ying looked at her and said lightly, "Why?" Jiang Lu felt a bit embarrassed, but still mustered the courage to say, "Could you see me every time I took a shower or changed clothes?" After she asked, a slight crack appeared in Ying's calm and rational expression. His thin lips pressed together, and he smiled meaningfully, his black and white eyes sparkling with warm and charming light. "I was busy. I wouldn't be like a pervert watching your room's footage 24 hours a day or listening to your sleep talk." He said this, and Jiang Lu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more at ease. Looking at her like this, he continued, "It's getting late, and Yi Shi probably won't arrange any actions today. If you'll feel lonely alone, just stay here and don't leave." After saying this, he went to the bathroom. This was once Ghost's second base, and he was more familiar with it than anyone else, knowing exactly where to find what he wanted. Although many places here had been damaged by the explosion and were no longer as solid and tidy as before, it was still his territory. Jiang Lu turned her gaze to survey the room and ultimately decided to leave, returning to her own room, where she indeed saw a female changed uniform laid out on the bed. Jiang Lu took the uniform and went into the bathroom of her room. The two rooms were only separated by a wall, as if they were still together. Chapter 94, The First Day Back. Since they arrived at more than 5 in the afternoon, Yishi indeed didn't arrange anything for them to do that night. Although they were currently hiding in Ghost's former second base, it was still a considerable distance from the main base. This place was abandoned by Ghost and theoretically complied with the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Yishi didn't arrange anything for them the next day either, stating that everyone had been under high-intensity training for many days and it was indeed exhausting, hoping that everyone could take a good rest. Jiang Lu lay on the bed, watching Ying next to her using a small device to project a virtual computer image, something she had only seen in movies. It was surprising to see it in reality. If she were lucky enough to return to the past in the future, she would have a deeper understanding when she wrote science fiction novels, making them even more exciting. Unfortunately, that day was probably hard to come by, and if it did, she would likely never see the person beside her again. Jiang Lu sighed while looking at the ceiling. Ying, who was working next to her, frowned upon hearing the sound, squinting his eyes and tilting his head to look at her, saying, "If you're really bored, you can go out and find someone else to pass the time. This is the 173rd time you've sighed. I might sound a bit unsympathetic, but you're really noisy." Just being called noisy and not annoying made Jiang Lu feel quite flattered. She leaned over from the bed and said honestly, "I'm going out to find Yao Yao to play." Upon hearing this, Ying nodded slightly like a kind elder and said, "Good, go ahead, and remember to come back early." This was clearly a sarcastic remark, as he was obviously planning something meticulous. After all, the attack here could begin at any time, and it was necessary to speed things up since contacting Ghost Base was inconvenient during this time in the submarine. Jiang Lu tiptoed out of his room, and just as she closed the door, she saw Su Boya standing in the corridor smoking, which left her a bit stunned. Su Boya followed her gaze to the cigarette in her fingers and chuckled. "Is it your first time seeing me smoke?" Jiang Lu walked over and nodded. "I didn't know you smoked." Su Boya flicked the ash and said, "I didn't used to, but after things happened, the pressure was too much. I occasionally saw men smoking and tried it. Surprisingly, it relieves stress. Do you want one?" She took a cigarette pack from her pocket, seemingly genuinely wanting to offer her one. Jiang Lu shook her head and said, "No, I don't smoke." Su Boya didn't insist, smiled, and put away the cigarette pack, glancing at Ying's closed door and said, "You two seem to have a good relationship." Jiang Lu blinked and said, "It's okay. Xu Yuan likes you a lot. Aren't you considering him?" Su Boya chuckled lightly and said, "Why can you find a capable man like Zhou Mo, but I have to settle for someone like Xu Yuan?" Jiang Lu frowned and said, "Xu Yuan isn't that bad. He's not bad, but compared to Zhou Mo, he's still lacking a lot." Su Boya replied quickly and matter-of-factly. Jiang Lu knew very well that she had developed feelings for Ying, which would be hard to end any time soon, but it was okay. Once everything was over, she would leave with Ying and gradually feel relieved. "What about you guys?" Jiang Lu changed the subject to ask about others. Su Boya said lightly, "I went out for a walk. I've been at sea for too long and missed the land." Jiang Lu nodded and was about to say she would go out for a walk too when she heard Su Boya continue, "By the way, I've always wanted to ask you something." Jiang Lu stopped and looked at her. "What is it?" Su Boya hesitated for a moment and said, "This might be a bit offensive, but I'm really curious. How has that person been after you let us go?" After a slight pause, she more directly asked, "Is that person good to you? Do you have feelings for each other?" Jiang Lu's expression didn't change much from beginning to end. After she finished speaking, she simply said, "It's about the same as when you were here. As for feelings, does it matter?" Su Boya squinted. "Does it not matter? You two must have slept together, right? It's inevitable to feel a bit special after sleeping together. After all, we're all women. It's hard to escape this point. Are you really completely focused on Zhou Mo now, without leaving even a tiny bit for that person?" After a moment, she frowned and said, "Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that Zhou Mo and that person are quite similar, both in capability and personality. It's just that they look too different. That person is very handsome, but Zhou Mo is quite ordinary." Her words sent a chill down Jiang Lu's spine. She even laughed a little and hurriedly said, "I'm going out for a walk too. You go ahead and smoke." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Su Boya standing there, looking confused. Shortly after Jiang Lu left, Yishi's figure appeared in the corner. He stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a friendly smile, and softly said, "Miss Su, can you come over and talk to me for a moment?" Su Boya stared, hesitated for a few seconds, and followed him away from there. In the empty corridor, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but everyone in their hearts thought otherwise. Yishi took Tsuboya to his office, personally poured her some water, and pushed it in front of her, saying, "Have some water. You should be somewhat familiar with this place, right? Have you been here before?" Tsuboya shook her head and said, "Not really. I saw it once from the outside. Previously at Ghost. I was arranged to work in Group C and followed them to see it once." Her response was much more honest and calm compared to Jiang Lu's. Tsuboya's words were more trustworthy, especially when compared to Jiang Lu, who had countless ties to Ghost. "First, I want to apologize. I was nearby while you were talking to Miss Jiang, and I heard your conversation," he said with an apologetic expression. "I was just passing by. I didn't eavesdrop on purpose, and I hope you don't mind." Tsuboya breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No, Vice Officer Yi, it's nothing. You really don't need to take it to heart." Yishi said warmly, "Thank you for your understanding. Actually, I share the same confusion as you." "Really? What is it?" Tsuboya became a bit tense, seemingly because of that confusion. Yishi paused for a few seconds before saying, "It's like this. I used to be an undercover agent in Ghost, and you know this. I stayed there for a long time and had the fortune to see that person a few times. From my impression of him, he is almost the same as what you described. Except for appearance, Zhou Mo and he are very similar." Tsuboya suddenly stood up, stammering, No, Vice Officer Yi. I was just having a sudden thought. You know, women tend to overthink. You can't judge anything based on that one sentence." Yishi stood up and gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Miss Su, don't be nervous. I'm not making any decisions based on this. You don't have to be afraid. I just find it curious. Zhou Mo really does seem special, doesn't he? I said that to Jiang Lu because I like Zhou Mo." Tsuboya said a bit excitedly, "It's not doubting who Zhou Mo is or what identity he has. That's too serious of an accusation. Vice Officer Yi, please don't set me up." She spoke so directly that Yishi fell silent for a moment, quietly watching her, seemingly waiting for her to calm down. After a while, seeing her breathing had calmed down slightly, Yishi continued, "Miss Su, I've emphasized many times that I'm just curious and haven't made any accusations. I know you like Zhou Mo. Although I've never liked anyone, I understand the feeling of liking someone. You don't need to be nervous and should calm down." Tsuboya frowned at him. He remained quiet for a moment before continuing, "In fact, I'm also worried about Zhou Mo because not only am I suspicious, but many people are also suspicious, and they're all my superiors. You should know, I'm also quite helpless." He shrugged and said, "I came to you this time hoping you could help me, and also help Zhou Mo. How can I help?" Tsuboya quickly asked, clearly eager to assist Zhou Mo, almost losing her rationality. Yishi smiled gently and replied, "My identity makes it inconvenient for me. I hope Miss Su can be my eyes. You can spend day and night with Zhou Mo and Jiang Lu, and I hope you can tell me everything they do and say. If you find it difficult to do this yourself, you can use this." He handed Tsuboya something, and she glanced at it and asked, "What is this?" Yishi explained, "This is a mini recorder. You can place it on Jiang Lu when you see her, but I must warn you, it's very dangerous because Zhou Mo might discover it, and that would cause trouble and create a rift in your relationship." He advised her patiently, "So I suggest you convey this information in person. It's much safer than using a recorder. You are helping them clear their suspicions. Remember my words. They will thank you in the future." Tsuboya's expression was a bit strange. In fact, if she were to monitor Zhou Mo and Jiang Lu, once she truly heard something suspicious, she would certainly understand that the doubts might be correct. Would she then tell him the truth? Yishi did not doubt this. Compared to her affection for Zhou Mo, Tsuboya probably had even more hatred for Ghost. "So, Miss Su, are you willing to cooperate with me to help Zhou Mo and Jiang Lu?" Yishi looked at her gently and asked again. Jiang Lu walked to the base entrance and found that the door was not closed, but open. The chilly early spring wind blew in, and she shivered in her thin clothes. "Are you going out?" Someone walked out from the office by the door, dressed in a uniform, and kindly asked her. Jiang Lu nodded and said, "Excuse me." She was about to ask if he had seen Qin Nong and the others when she caught sight of them not far away. "It's fine, I'll go find them." Jiang Lu thanked the man and walked towards the snow-covered area in the northwest corner of the entrance. It seemed that it had snowed again during the time they were gone. Qin Nong spotted her from a distance and waved to welcome her, while Yao Yao jumped up, holding a snowball in his hand. This scene suddenly reminded Jiang Lu of her school days, filled with stability and comfort, and she couldn't help but smile. At the top of the tall base, Ing stood by a wall, tapping on the blank wall a few times, which revealed a groove with several buttons. He pressed one of them, and the originally smooth, white wall began to rise, exposing a glass window that could not be opened. From this angle, he could just see outside the base. He glanced down and spotted Jiang Lu and Qin Nong among the small snow piles near the entrance. Su Boya was not there. Ing narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, and a thoughtful light lingered in his clear, cold eyes. Chapter 95. The feeling of returning to familiar places is certainly full of sentiments. Jiang Lu, Qin Nong, and the others stood together, and at this moment, they all shared the same feelings. Yao Yao was a more emotional girl. The last time she had a narrow escape left her with lingering fears and hostility towards Yi Shi and the others. That was her first time deeply feeling that she could die at any moment. And the ones causing this outcome weren't the so-called bad people, but rather the good people she had always believed in. Looking at this place now, it wasn't so unpleasant after all. Yao Yao glanced at the cute Ghost Q version logo outside base 2 and mumbled, "That person really has a childlike heart. The logo design is so adorable." Speaking of which, while they were there, aside from the daily work being rather disgusting, it wasn't as life-threatening as it is now. That person at least let us go in the end. If it weren't for Yi Shi restoring our possibly damaged memories with the potion, we might be living a bit easier now. Qin Nong sighed and said, "Yeah, at least we don't have to rush to the front just because we know a bit about the internal structure of Ghost. You really scared me that day. I thought I would never see you again." He looked at Yao Yao with worry and deep emotion. Yao Yao blushed and lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. This pair of people, who had no feelings for each other before the apocalypse, had developed a romance amid the daily dangers. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is hard to say. Overall, it's a good thing, I suppose, at least aside from life and death. They could be together, and no one will oppose them. They are fundamentally good people. But what about her? Jiang Lu stood to the side, leaning against a big tree, looking up at the sky. The sky was still so blue, and air was fresh after the heavy snowfall. The earth continued to rotate every day. No matter what kind of destruction the humans and animals living on it were facing, it always remained well. They used to talk about protecting the earth, but in reality, the earth doesn't need protection. What needs saving is humanity itself. Jiang Lu withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes. Looking at the blue sky for too long could be a bit glaring. At this moment, she heard Song Xiao Yuan's voice. "Jiang Lu, I actually wanted to ask. That person didn't make things difficult for you after letting us go, did he?" He said softly, "If you were harmed because of US, don't mention it. That's something we owe you, and we will definitely find a chance to repay you in the future." Jiang Lu opened her eyes, and what was on the tip of her tongue suddenly became unspeakable. Qin Nong also looked at her, as did Yao Yao. They all thought the same as Song Xiao Yuan. Jiang Lu gazed back at them, pursed her lips. In fact, she might really need their help in the future, even if it's just to show mercy, because even though she was confident in Ing, no one can be 100% sure that he is truly omnipotent. Ever since the incident underwater, she realized that Ing was also an ordinary person. He couldn't possibly cover every aspect, and there would always be some oversights. But those oversights are usually unnoticed by ordinary people. However, now many people have emerged, and they're not ordinary. Actually, it's not a big deal. She cleared her throat and said, "However, I might really need your help in the future, and I hope you won't refuse when the time comes." Song Xiao Yuan immediately said, "Of course, you saved our lives. No matter what it is, we won't refuse." Qin Nong and Yao Yao nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu widened her eyes slightly and asked, "What if it means you have to go against Yi Shi's orders?" Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Jiang Lu fixed her gaze on them, and after a moment of silence, Qin Nong sighed and said, "Jiang Lu, from the beginning, we are 5 companions. And now I might add one more, Zhou Mo. Besides that, others are just others. We are us, and that's different. Do you understand what I mean?" Rarely. Upon hearing his words, a natural smile appeared on Jiang Lu's usually expressionless face. She looked incredibly beautiful when she smiled, with another year added to her age. Her features became more delicate and pretty, and there was a charm she didn't have before, resembling a mature woman, graceful and charming. Her large eyes sparkled, as if one could see right through them to the shimmering heart within. It's hard to imagine such a person would hide any major secrets regarding the world situation. Yishi sat in his office, looking at her photo, and that was his thought. Tsuboya had left for a while. Logically, they should have started taking action in the past few days, but he noticed something suspicious when Jiang Lu and the others entered the main base's submarine to begin training. The activities at the Ghost main base had noticeably decreased, with only occasional outings or actual behaviors. However, since they returned, the activities there had increased again, and many large operations had taken place. It seemed that not many people were left in the main base, and calling there now might lead to a wasted effort. It was possible they might have left some explosive devices in the main base that would detonate instantly if they approached, which would be disastrous. Yishi had been undercover in Ghost for a long time, and he understood deeply that Ing could definitely carry out such actions. He couldn't take that risk. Even if failure occurred, it was better than losing all personnel. Yishi picked up a water cup and took a sip, furrowing his brow in thought. He removed Jiang Lu's photo from the desk, revealing Zhou Mo's photo underneath, along with the personal information he had currently disclosed and what they were investigating. In fact, there was very little information. Apart from his age and name, most of the other content was what he had said himself, and they couldn't find much more. In the database, there were many people named Zhou Mo. Comparing each one would take a considerable amount of time, and right now, they didn't have the leisure to do that. Their time was extremely precious, and they had to treat every second seriously. Yishi pressed his hand against his forehead, his gaze moving back and forth between Zhou Mo's and Jiang Lu's photos. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a bold guess formed in his mind, just like the one Zhang he had revealed to him after they returned. Yishi pursed his lips, took a deep breath to calm himself. If this guess were true, then not only they, but the main base could also be in danger. Fortunately, the submarine could change its position freely, but there was no telling if any tracking devices had been installed on it. Yishi felt a severe headache, and a few seconds later, there was a knock on the door. It was a subordinate coming to report. "Deputy Commander Yi. Commander Yi requests your presence," the subordinate said. Yi nodded, swept the items on the desk into a drawer, and locked it before leaving with the subordinate. In the following days, Jiang Lu found that they had nothing to do. Yishi had not made any arrangements, seemingly wanting to help them ease their heightened tension and take a break. The more peaceful it was, the more uneasy Jiang Lu felt. Thankfully, after a few more days, Yishi sent someone to issue a command stating that due to insufficient food reserves, they hoped they could go out during their leisure time to find some food to bring back. This was the first and last thing they had done, and they were quite skilled at it, so there were no concerns. Everyone agreed readily and went out that very day. However, Ing did not go. Jiang Lu sat in the car, Tsuboya beside her, discreetly asking, "Jiang Lu, why didn't Zhou Mo come?" Jiang Lu replied honestly. He felt a bit unwell and wanted a rest. "Is he okay?" Qin Nong, driving, asked with concern. "He's our main force. He can't be in trouble." Tsuboya curiously added, "After we returned, Deputy Commander, you didn't have us do anything. How could he be unwell?" Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose, saying he caught a cold. The weather is so cold now, running back and forth like this, and having encountered danger at sea before, it's understandable if he gets sick. It truly was like that. Tsuboya felt a bit awkward and didn't say anything more. Sitting next to her, Yao Yao said seriously, "Boya, Zhou Mo is my lifesaver. If he is not feeling well, he doesn't have to come. You don't need to worry. I'll bring back his share." Tsuboya replied dryly, "That's not what I meant. Everyone held their breath, wanting to hear what she had to say, but after a long silence, Tsuboya ultimately didn't continue and closed her mouth. Jiang Lu glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. Their car stopped at a familiar place, the village where they had hidden during their first escape. As the car drove past the national highway, everyone's expressions were complex, mostly relieved, but only Jiang Lu felt nostalgic. When they went out to look for food, Yishi tried to access the surveillance in the room where Ing was. He had thoroughly understood the system and equipment here when he had someone ambush the place earlier that morning. He had also been in Ghost and knew that the one person Ing, who trusted no one, trusted the most was electronic devices. However, when he tried to check, he found the surveillance in that room completely dark. Was it damaged? Or was it turn off? The latter guess sent chills down his spine. If Zhou Mo could discover such a hidden shutdown, he wouldn't believe that it had nothing to do with Ghost. As for the former, that was certainly possible, especially since the place had experienced an explosion, with almost half the houses destroyed. It was a miracle that the surveillance system was still usable, and a bit of damage would be normal. But Yishi pressed his lips together and tried to open the surveillance for other rooms. The surveillance in the rooms adjacent to that one was intact. Only the one Ing wasn't had a problem. Yishi gasped, as if an answer was getting closer. In fact, even if Yishi saw the surveillance at that moment, it wouldn't help because Ing was not in the room. He had gone out. After Jiang Lu and the others went out to look for food, he left alone. Once the news came in, it was reported to Yishi immediately. Yi Terublet frowned and said, "Follow him, see what he does." His subordinate was taken aback and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Deputy Yi, you only said to inform you if he went out." "So didn't he arrange for surveillance?" Yishi sighed. "Is it still possible to catch up now?" The subordinate replied, "Probably not. He's very fast." And he disappeared shortly after going out. Yishi waved his hand, feeling a bit distressed, and let his subordinate leave. Compared to his current worries and heaviness, he was actually very calm. He walked to a frozen river near Base 2. As the weather warmed, signs of thawing appeared on the ice, which was thin enough to break underfoot. Ing squatted by the river, using a dagger to dig a pit and bury a small object inside. Then he marked a cross on the smooth surface of the soil and tossed some nearby weeds over it to cover it up before standing up and heading back. Time was tight. He couldn't afford to delay much longer. He had thought about leaving directly, but that would definitely raise Yishi's suspicions about Jiang Lu. They were already doubting him, and if he vanished without a trace, Jiang Lu would surely be kept under surveillance. In the end, when the two sides clashed, she might become a victim. The best course of action now was to take Jiang Lu with him before his freedom was completely restricted, creating a false impression that they were attacked and separated. This way, the subsequent work would become much easier. The premise for this was that Jiang Lu, who had finally escaped from Ghost, would agree to leave with him. Ing looked at Base 2, which was close at hand, and walked in without changing his expression. The guard at the entrance glanced at him, and he could still see the suspicion and disdain in the guard's eyes clearly. It seemed that everything was happening faster than he had anticipated, and he was almost impatient. Chapter 96, since there is a plan, it must be implemented. Before implementation, we should check if the other main character has any thoughts on cooperation. That day, Jiang Lu returned late after looking for food. She came back in a rather disheveled state, dirty, with blood splattered in her hair. Worried about infection, Jiang Lu had cut her hair with a knife, leaving her with uneven ends. Coupled with her pale complexion, she looked as if she was fleeing from a famine. "What happened?" Yishi was a bit surprised, staring at them in shock. Qi Nong, with a serious expression, said, "One good news, one bad news. Which one does Vice Officer you want to hear first?" Yishi paused before replying. "Let's hear the good news first." Qi Nong smiled and said, "The good news is that we returned safely." Yishi was momentarily speechless, but quickly echoed with a smile. "What about the bad news?" Qi Nong's expression suddenly turned cold, as abrupt as his previous smile. "The bad news is that I'm not sure if Vice Officer Yi has recently organized anyone to go out. But the zombies in this area are no longer the same." Yishi furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure if Vice Officer Yi has seen Resident Evil, but there's a type of zombie that mutates after a virus reaches a critical point, called a licker." Qi Nong spoke quickly, as if fearing he would be killed if he didn't say it right away. "We encountered them while searching for food, and there were many. They are invisible, but have extremely keen hearing. They can sense even our breathing. We nearly all died at their hands." Flashback to 3 hours ago. Qi Nong drove past the village where they had hidden and found several supermarkets in a nearby town. After stopping the car to gather food, within seconds of everyone getting out, a creature suddenly lunged at them from nearby, resembling the lickers from Resident Evil, with huge limbs, no skin, and its brain exposed, which was visibly pulsing. The creature moved swiftly, jumping onto their car and shaking it violently. Then it jumped down, ready to attack them. Having never seen such a thing, Yao Yao screamed in fright, while Su Boya trembled and pulled Yao Yao into a nearby supermarket to hide. Qi Nong shouted for everyone to run, and Jiang Lu ducked into the nearest alley, breathing heavily, when suddenly the creature appeared right in front of her. Jiang Lu was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Despite having no eyes, the creature accurately pinpointed her location. She held her breath as the creature tilted its head, seemingly confused. And in that instant, she understood what was happening. Jiang Lu dared not breathe. She turned and ran, darting down any path she found, desperately moving forward. However, she soon realized she was running in circles and found herself back at the car. Jiang Lu, be careful, Qin Nong's voice shouted. Jiang Lu turned to see the creature had caught up, its terrifying mouth open wide, almost ready to swallow her. She was too shocked to speak, and just then, a gunshot rang out. The creature in front of her was hit, and instinctively, she stepped back, some of its blood splattering onto her hair as it fell to the ground, trembling, seemingly not dead yet. Jiang Lu quickly drew her handgun and fired several shots at the creature's exposed brain, but the effect was less than satisfactory. At least it wouldn't be getting up right away. Quick, let's go. Qin Nong and Song Shuyuan rushed out of the supermarket, dragging Jiang Lu back to the car. Su Boya and Yao Yao also returned to the vehicle. Just as they settled in, and the car hadn't even started yet, several similar creatures sprang out from around them, and the one they had shot began to crawl back up from the ground, trembling as it took a few steps before collapsing again, this time likely dead for real. Faster, 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 Qin Nong yelled, breathing heavily as he shifted gears, trying to ignore the creatures. But they were too agile, jumping onto the car, with one even landing right in front of the vehicle, pressing against the window as if ready to smash it. In that critical moment, Jiang Lu shouted at Qin Nong, "Drive! Step on the gas! Go as fast as you can! Everyone buckle up!" Qin Nong had no time to think and did as she said. The car sped off, with the creatures in pursuit. The one pressing against the window hammered at the glass with its massive hands, over and over, and it was clear the glass was about to shatter. It blocked Qin Nong's view, making it impossible for him to see the road ahead. And, at such high speed, if he crashed, everyone in the car would meet a dire fate. "Hit the brakes!" Jiang Lu shouted again. Qin Nong immediately complied. The car was going too fast, and the sudden stop sent the creature flying off the front, crashing hard against a nearby building. If they had continued, they might have crashed along with it. Qin Nong calmed down and quickly restarted the car to leave. The creatures were still chasing them, and he couldn't tell which way was back. He could only drive wherever the road led without hesitation. After about 20 minutes, it seemed they finally shook them off. Even now, back at the base, they still felt the pain from the seatbelts biting into them from the sudden stop. And that's how it went, Qin Nong said, looking exceptionally pale. Having learned of their return, but not having seen them for a while, Ing suddenly appeared, standing straight beside Zhou Mo Yishi, still digesting the bad news he had just received, didn't notice him until Ing reminded him. "I might have come at a bad time, but I just saw smoke rising from somewhere," Ing said suddenly, startling Yishi. He smirked slightly, and Yishi felt an inexplicable fear, frowning as he asked, "What did you say?" Ing didn't repeat himself, as just then one of Yishi's trusted subordinates rushed over in a panic. "Vice Officer Yi, it's bad. The food storage area has caught fire." Upon hearing this, Yishi immediately looked at Ing, who returned his gaze meaningfully. They locked eyes for a moment, and Yishi found an excuse for his reaction. "That's what you were telling me earlier, right? Sorry, I was thinking about something else and didn't catch it. Thanks for the heads up, Zhou Mo. I'll go check it out." With that, he turned to leave, both out of urgency and an inexplicable feeling that staying there would only expose more flaws. He found it hard to cope with Zhou Mo, and Yishi increasingly felt his suspicions were becoming more real. "Food has been destroyed?" Qin Nong murmured unconsciously. "That's just adding insult to injury. We didn't find much food anyway." Ing glanced at him indifferently and said to Jiang Lu, "Come with me." With that, he turned and left. Jiang Lu followed, while Su Boya instinctively wanted to tag along. Yao Yao pulled her back, saying, "Boya, what are you going to do?" Su Boya remembered what Yishi had instructed her and wanted to catch up to see, but when Yao Yao asked, she realized she didn't have a position to do so and gave up. "No, nothing. I was just lost in thought." Su Boya stammered an explanation. Yao Yao sighed. "Why are we so unlucky? Trouble seems to follow us everywhere. Is it true that good people are always plagued by disasters? Those few peaceful days spent in Ghost were so rare." A hint of sarcasm and self-deprecation brought smiles to everyone's faces, and at this moment, Jiang Lu and Ying had reached the entrance of the base. The gate was half destroyed, and although it was closed, there were some gaps through which they could sneak out if they bent down. Someone was guarding the area, and upon seeing them approach, he raised his antennae warily, seemingly ready to send an SOS signal to the leaders at any moment. Ying casually glanced at the guard, and Jiang Lu followed suit, remarking with amusement, "Do you feel it? We're being suspected." Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. Ying looked at her, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I want to take you away from here. I've already made preparations." "You'll agree, right?" Jiang Lu said in disbelief. "I thought you were just here to inform me, not to seek my consent." Ying's gentle expression was involuntary. In the dim light, his features were not prominent, but his eyes were striking. When he stared at you intently, it made you feel like the happiest person in the world, and it was truly wonderful. "You're winning my heart more and more," he said, raising a hand to gently caress her face. "I really don't want to leave you." Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat at his words, and she tentatively asked, "Are you going to let me leave you?" Ying turned his head away, lightly pursing his lips. "If I'm alive, I won't. But who can predict tomorrow, right?" Hearing such a lack of confidence from him was rare, and Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. Not far away, the guard at the entrance noticed their suspicious behavior and recalled Deputy Ye's instructions, wanting to turn on the lights to see what was happening. However, he pressed the switch several times, and each time there was no response. "What's going on?" he exclaimed in surprise, looking at other equipment, and indeed, everything was out of power. He was alarmed. Why did the power go out? Electricity was extremely precious in this apocalyptic world, and they had ambushed here because they detected that the lines were still operational. It must be said that the things produced by Ghost were very durable. But now that the power was gone, it meant their communication devices would fail, and they would lose contact with the base. This was very, very dangerous. Ying smiled as he looked over, lowering his head to whisper in Jiang Lu's ear, "Follow me, and be careful not to get lost." After saying this, he stepped away, and Jiang Lu quickly followed, as he seemed to be searching for a small path to leave. There should be someone outside to assist them. However, an unfortunate event occurred. They had not taken a few steps when Su Boya's voice rang out. "Jiang Lu, Zhou Mo, Deputy, you want you to come help." She was standing at the entrance where there was some light. It wasn't completely dark yet, but it was only a little illuminated. Jiang Lu frowned and turned back, initially wanting to continue leaving with Ying. But Su Boya quickly caught up, looking at them and raising her voice. "Where are you two going?" Chapter 97, the current situation is a bit difficult. Because the power is out, the communicator and all devices are unusable. And the only way to find someone is to have them come looking for you. This is why Su Boya is here now. Yishi obviously suspected Ying right away. It seems that he really did do it. After going up, Yishi immediately sent someone down to notify Ying to come up. They didn't see Ying and Jiang Lu at Qin Nong's place, so they asked a few people to help look for them, and then Su Boya found them. "It looks like we really have to go." And glanced back at Su Boya. "If we don't go, Miss Su probably won't give up." Su Boya was taken aback, and after a moment said, "Why not go? Deputy Yi just asked you to help." "Yes, just helping." She thought the matter was that simple. But in reality, if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't know when the next plan could be implemented. They should have already arranged for someone to pick them up outside. They were taking risks to come here only to return empty-handed in the end. "Go quickly. It's getting late." With so many unexpected events happening now, it's better for everyone to be together, Su Boya said, taking a deep breath, her voice tinged with tension. "So you are here." Qin Nong also came over, letting out a sigh of relief. "I thought something happened to you. It's best not to run around at this time." "Deputy, Yi said that someone might have infiltrated here to cause destruction. We currently can't contact the outside world. Food has been burned, and the vehicles have also been tampered with and can't start. We only have one usable vehicle, the old car we drove back before, but there are too many of us. One car definitely can't fit everyone, so we can't evacuate for now." Qin Nong was really a considerate little angel, explaining the situation clearly as soon as she arrived. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If they just left like this, the people here wouldn't know how to survive. Clearly, it was unrealistic to take one old car back and forth to deliver people, especially with the increased danger outside due to many mutated zombies similar to lickers. "Let's go up first. Everyone has been gathering upstairs," Qin Nong said, Jiang Lu looked beside her. Ying slowly released the grip he had on her wrist, and she didn't even notice how he had held it. Of course, we should go up, he said with a half-smile, stepping back first. Jiang Lu hesitated for a few seconds before following. Suboya noticed this, sighed in relief, and turned to leave. At the back of the group, Jiang Lu took the opportunity when others weren't paying attention and leaned over to Ying's ear, whispering, "What should we do next?" Ying looked ahead, his expression unchanged, and replied, "Think of another way." Jiang Lu, so carefree. It's something that most people can't manage, so she didn't move. Qi Nong took a few steps, noticed she hadn't caught up, and couldn't help but turn back to say, "Jiang Lu, what are you dawdling for? Come on." Jiang Lu said seriously, "I'm not going. It feels like trafficking. I'm scared." Qi Nong, hurry up and catch up. Don't keep Deputy Yi waiting. After saying this, she directly got Yao Yao to pull her away. So, despite her reluctance, Jiang Lu still followed. Yishi was upstairs gathering everyone. He stood next to the ashes of the burned food, looking quite unhappy. However, when he saw Ying walk in, he still smiled. "I'm very glad you're all okay." He said this, but Jiang Lu felt that he actually meant he was glad they hadn't escaped. "Our food is gone, and the power is out. I can't contact the base for now, and I might need that one usable vehicle to take me back. Can you all wait here for me to send someone to rescue you?" Yishi said kindly, looking a bit ashamed. Seeing him like this, everyone thought for a moment that this seemed to be the best plan, and most of them nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu and Ying didn't react. So Yishi looked at them and said kindly, "What do you think?" Jiang Lu stared at him blankly. Even though he asked, she still didn't respond. Ying acted as her spokesperson. Whatever he said, she just nodded to indicate she agreed. Deputy Ye's arrangement could not be better. Ying stood with his hands behind his back, his expression flat without any emotion. "We have no objections." Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. Yishi's lips twitched. He chuckled and then stepped back to say something else, briefly explaining what tasks others should do while he was away, and then turned to leave. He left, but those who stayed behind felt a bit conflicted. Why leave Zhou Mo at the base to guard? He was the strongest. Wouldn't it be better to go out with us to find water and food? Some expressed their opposition, while others thought he made a lot of sense. But Yishi was the leader. Since he arranged it this way, everyone could only obey. Yishi was determined to separate Jiang Lu and Ying by all means. As he stated when he turned to leave, wanting to take Jiang Lu with him. He said, "By the way, I'm worried that everyone will feel uneasy if I leave alone with my trusted subordinate. So I plan to choose one person from among you to return to the base with me. This way, everyone should feel more at ease and believe I will come back to rescue you." He smiled and pointed at Jiang Lu. "I'll take Miss Jiang back. Most of you have connections with her, only a small number do not. This will be more convincing. How about it?" After saying this, he left. Although he asked for everyone's opinion, in fact, he didn't accept any objections. Jiang Lu stood there looking up at the sky, while the people around her had envious or jealous expressions, making her unsure whether she should kneel and say something like "Thank you for your grace." In the end, Ying directly pulled her away. He dragged her into his room. Once inside, Jiang Lu spoke first. "What should I do? Go or not go, you decide." Ying looked at her in surprise, then smirked and said, "Now it feels a bit deep in the situation. Do you think he cannot go?" "I can't. He will try everything to take me away because he knows if I don't leave, you won't leave." After rationally analyzing, Jiang Lu covered her face, feeling overwhelmed. Ying just smiled but didn't say anything, sitting calmly in a chair. Jiang Lu bit her lip and squatted beside him, saying, "Why don't we run away at night?" Ying looked at her with an obvious pitying expression and said, "You are thinking too simply." After making that request, he would definitely anticipate that you would try to escape. Do you think he wouldn't be prepared? Jiang Lu frowned and turned to leave. Upon opening the door, she saw two people in white uniforms standing not far away. They were Yishi's trusted subordinates. They perked up immediately upon seeing her. Jiang Lu expressionlessly closed the door and returned to Ying's side, sincerely saying, "Help me predict something." Half a mortal, making a joke at this time could indeed ease the atmosphere, and a genuine smile appeared on Ying's face. "Actually, we could have avoided being trapped here." Ying suddenly spoke, attracting Jiang Lu's hopeful gaze, but the meaning of his next words made her uncomfortable. "Boju has brought people to ambush nearby. This place currently has no electricity and no food, and everyone is feeling anxious. If they launch a surprise attack now, They can definitely capture everyone. Ying's elongated eyes sparkled with excitement. At that time, you can go wherever you want. What do you think? What do you think? Definitely not a good idea. If she thought this plan was feasible, she wouldn't have made him agree to that matter earlier. Just by looking at your expression, I can tell the result. Ying feigned disappointment. Since we can't do that, just go with them for a trip. He raised his hand and gently stroked her long hair, slightly leaning in to kiss her hair and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Jiang Lu was originally very anxious, but upon hearing him say that, she instantly calmed down. He was truly a man who could give anyone a sense of security as long as he wanted to. The next day, Jiang Lu was woken up early and taken to see Shi by someone in a white uniform. She got into the car first, and then she was shoved inside as well, only able to see Ying and Qi Nong standing not far away through the car window. "Well then, I will leave first. If all goes well, I will bring the convoy to take you back in 3 days at the latest. As for the attack, we need to plan carefully." Yishi's last words were cryptic. He seemed to have already determined something. Before leaving, he meaningfully glanced at Su Boya, who lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze in front of everyone, which was a sign of guilt. Thus, Jiang Lu was half forced to leave with Yishi. He could see her displeasure and resistance, but pretended not to notice, believing that once he successfully sought help and returned, it would not simply be about taking people away. Jiang Lu leaned out of the car window to look back, and was not the kind of person to chase after the car, to bid farewell. And all she could see were a few lifeless, withered trees at the entrance of the base. "Miss Jiang, don't worry, we'll be back soon. Everything will be all right," Yishi said with a smile, sounding no different from before, but Jiang Lu felt none of the occasional kindness she used to sense. "Really?" she questioned with a flat expression, seemingly casual, but hoping it would be so, and that they wouldn't be disappointed. After all, being hurt by someone trusted was far more painful than being harmed by a bad person. Yishi was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Lu to respond and say such things, and for a moment, he didn't know how to reply, ultimately falling silent. Jiang Lu forced a smile that looked very stiff and unappealing. Her face was pale, and a heavy sense of unease engulfed her heart. Her only wish right now was, no matter what, to hope that she and her people could forever see the sun rise the next day. Was that possible? Chapter 98 compared to the experience of Jiang Lu and the others going out for food for the first time after returning. The journey back from the abandoned ghost base to the survivor base could be considered uneventful, occasionally encountering a few zombies. They were the slow-moving kind that posed little threat to them now. Plus, they were in a vehicle, so it wasn't a concern. Yishi would occasionally glance back through the rearview mirror and see Jiang Lu with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He would deliberately lower his movements and speaking volume, as if worried about waking her. When the vehicle safely arrived at the survivor base and the gate opened, just as Yishi was about to turn and wake her, he noticed she naturally woke up, her eyes clear and showing no signs of sleepiness. So, she must have been pretending to sleep just to avoid him chatting with her in the car. Yishi understood this perfectly, showing no sign of it on his face. He had an ace up his sleeve that he planned to use well, believing that when the time came, Jiang Lu would definitely be completely on their side. From Jiang Lu's instructions to him before she left the base with Zhang Yi for training, it was clear her heart still leaned mostly towards the survivor base. She knew what was right and what was wrong. For a girl with a proper sense of right and wrong, Yishi firmly believed he could help her return to normal. She was just currently blinded by her emotions. "We're going up now." Yishi stopped Jiang Lu, who was about to leave the hall. Jiang Lu turned back, puzzled. "I was just about to go up, but we shouldn't be heading in the same direction, right? My dormitory isn't on the same floor as yours, Deputy Yi." Yishi replied kindly, "I need you to look at something." Jiang Lu glanced at his subordinates beside him and said seriously, "Isn't your most urgent task to send someone back to pick up the people lying in ambush there?" Yishi smiled. "That's not urgent. They won't run into any trouble in the short term. I said 3 days. By then, the promise will be fulfilled." Jiang Lu suddenly felt a strong aversion, but did not show it, standing there with a bad expression. Yishi continued, "Come on, you won't regret going with me." Feeling that his tone was reminiscent of someone saying, "Come here, darling. The Imperial Army doesn't kill. The Imperial Army doesn't rob." Jiang Lu felt uneasy and refused to move. "Someone, please take Miss Jiang upstairs with me." Yishi slowly concealed his smile and said expressionlessly, "Miss Jiang, Many times I hope to get along well with you. I hope you won't always make things difficult for me. I really don't like to force my fellow countrymen. Jiang Lu was held by Yi Shi's subordinate, struggling several times, but ultimately gave up decisively, saying with the same expressionless demeanor, "Then I should thank you. Deputy Yi, I sincerely want to share a bit of experience with you. If you truly want to get along well with someone from the bottom of your heart, you should ask for their opinions more often rather than making decisions without asking. It's very impolite and unethical to force someone to go when they don't want to. The one being inappropriate here is you. Everyone has human rights. The world didn't become what it is now just to strip people of their right to decide their own actions." It was rare for Jiang Lu to lecture Yi Shi at length, and he was a bit surprised at first, staring at her wide-eyed for a while, before smiling meaningfully and saying, "You're absolutely right. It seems I was overthinking. Miss Jiang is very reasonable and even knows that everyone has human rights. So, you must hate Ghost, who has deprived countless compatriots of their right to live. I really don't need to worry about you covering for those people out of any feelings, right?" Jiang Lu was caught off guard and was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Yi Shi, however, continued without hesitation, having Jiang Lu taken upstairs. He brought Jiang Lu to his office. In fact, Jiang Lu did not know what he wanted her to do. After he went in, it took 1 or 2 minutes for them to push Jiang Lu in, and then he sat down in a chair and said, "Sit down, Miss Jiang, and take a break." Jiang Lu remained silent, sitting still on a chair to the side, not looking at him. After a moment of silence, Yi Shi asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Jiang Lu continued to be silent. Yi Shi glanced at the communication software on his computer, where the screen displayed 2 people with serious, indifferent expressions, almost identical in their ruthlessness and selfishness to Shadow. "Miss Jiang, aren't you going to say a few words? Perhaps someone is eager to hear you speak," Yi Shi said meaningfully. Jiang Lu frowned and replied, "There are only the 2 of us in this room. Besides you, who else would want to hear me speak?" Yi Shi smiled, glancing at the computer screen and successfully seeing the expressions of the 2 people change, before directly turning off the screen and saying, "It's nothing. I just wanted to apologize to Miss Jiang. I indeed didn't handle things well before and shouldn't have forced you. I was genuinely being kind. Why don't you want to believe me?" Jiang Lu was taken aback for a moment and after a long time said, "I have always believed in you. I have no reason not to believe you. You are the deputy here, and everything you've done is for everyone. I have no reason not to believe you." Yi Shi sighed. "It's good that you can understand this, but I'm not that great. Saying it's just for everyone is also for myself, for my family, isn't it? We are all human beings. To survive, we must work together to resist those who don't want us to live, regardless of the time. I hope Miss Jiang always remembers this." Jiang Lu had already guessed most of it in her heart. She suspected Yi Shi had seen through Shadow's disguised identity, or that they had begun to suspect, but were still uncertain. His purpose in bringing her here was likely to control Shadow, and they might not allow them to meet in the future. Through the observations of her and Shadow's disguised identities over this time, they must have anticipated that as long as she was in their hands, Shadow would definitely not leave alone. Jiang Lu lowered her head, troubled. Yi Shi did not interrupt her thoughts and left the office directly. By the time Jiang Lu came back to her senses, he had already been gone for a long time. She stood up, opened the door, and the person guarding the entrance said Yi Shi had gone to attend to other matters, and she could directly return to her dormitory to rest. Jiang Lu wasn't worried that Yi Shi wouldn't send someone to bring back the people lying in ambush at the ghost base. It was just a matter of time. As long as Shadow was there, those people should be fine. When she returned to her dormitory, Jiang Lu was still a bit troubled, wondering when Shadow had become someone who could protect others in her heart. The world was always changing, and it seemed people were too. Over at the abandoned base, people's lives were not as good as those on Jiang Lu's side. Clearly, Yi Shi had given special instructions. His few trusted subordinates would follow Shadow wherever he went. As long as he wanted to go out, they would immediately step in to stop him with various excuses. Their intent to follow and the distance were too obvious, almost as if they wanted to stick back to back with him, making it very difficult to shake them off. After trying several times, Shadow decisively gave up, remaining in the hall on the first floor, watching the others who were starving, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Instead of following me all the time, you might as well go out and find them something to eat. Your equipment is not as good as theirs. and you won't be able to deal with those mutated zombies. Shadow spoke, his melodious voice rising and falling in the dark hall, stirring the emotions of those present. Among the group, Yao Yao's reaction was the most intense. She'd been squatting but now stood up, a bit angrily saying, "Exactly. Why do you guys keep following Zhou Mo? Why did Deputy Yi give such a strange order? Can't you do something practical for everyone? If this continues, we won't wait for Deputy Yi to send someone back, and we'll all starve to death." Those people remained unmoved, saying, "We are only following Deputy Ye's orders. Please do not make things difficult for us, Miss Yao." Qinong also said strangely, "Please don't mind. Yao Yao is just curious to say that. In fact, we all don't understand why you have to follow Zhou Mo so closely. I clearly remember that before Deputy Officer Yi left, he assigned Zhou Mo to be responsible for our safety. Isn't he our leader?" The person still wore a cold expression and maintained his previous attitude. "We are just following Deputy Officer Ye's orders, without questioning the reasons. If Mr. Qin is curious, you can ask Deputy Officer Yi when we return to the base." Qin Nong twitched his lips and looked at Ing, who wore a cynical smile on Zhou Mo's face, seemingly unconcerned about these matters. Since the parties involved didn't care, they, as outsiders, naturally couldn't interfere, and no one said anything further. The night grew deeper, and it seemed that the wind had picked up outside. The wind blew through the gaps left by the destroyed base, sounding like ghosts wailing, which was eerie. "How about we go upstairs? It doesn't seem safe here. If those things come, we won't be able to detect them right away," Yao Yao suggested, gently rubbing her arms. Just as Qin Nong was about to agree, he heard Ing speak. "This place has no electricity now. Once we leave the first floor, if those things come, no one will be able to find out. By the time we want to escape from upstairs, it seems that jumping out of the window is our only option. Unfortunately, the dormitory here has no windows." Ying's words were laced with his usual sarcasm, sending chills down people's spines. Song Shuyuan agreed, saying Zhou Mo is right. "At least here, we can detect if zombies are approaching early and respond accordingly, hiding or fighting back. If we're upstairs, we can only find out once they're up, and it would be troublesome to think about coming down then." Yao Yao nodded and said, "You have considered this thoroughly, but this place is too scary at night. I wish I had gone with Deputy Officer Yi." Hearing her lament, Ing unexpectedly agreed, his deep, masculine voice slowly saying, "Yes. It would have been better if he had taken you away. That way, he wouldn't have to waste time here with this group of useless people." Ing turned his head, the darkness concealing his expression, and suddenly, something in his pocket vibrated. Because someone was watching him nearby, he didn't take it out to check, but he was very clear about what it meant. He abruptly stood up from the ground, stretched his muscles, and said, "Let's be alert. We have guests." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately picked up their gear and stood up, gathering together. At such a time, guests were definitely not real guests. They all knew what it would be. While experiencing the baptism of zombies over here, Jiang Lu's situation was much more optimistic. She could eat, wash up, and even sleep, yet she had no interest in enjoying all of it. Lying in bed, Jiang Lu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yi Shi's behavior today was strange. Before going upstairs, he had clearly said something about not regretting going up, but once they were up, nothing happened, and he even let her leave after just a few words. So what did he do in that minute before she went in? Jiang Lu pondered for a long time without coming up with an answer, and she spent the entire night immersed in such unease, waking up the next day with huge dark circles under her eyes. Her sleep had been poor lately, but with Ing around, she could still manage to fall asleep. As soon as she was slightly away from him, she couldn't relax at all, which was a far cry from her previous ability to fall asleep instantly, no matter the circumstances. Could love really change her this much? It must have something to do with the environment. Jiang Lu got up feeling mixed emotions, quickly washed up, opened the door, and indeed saw someone guarding the entrance. "Miss Jiang is up," the person politely greeted her. Jiang Lu frowned and asked, "Where's Deputy Officer Yi? Did he send someone to pick them up?" The guard was someone who had returned from the ambush with Jiang Lu, so he naturally knew what she was referring to. He quickly provided the answer that Yi Shi had instructed. "Deputy Officer Yi said not to worry. He will send a car over tonight, and you will see them back here by tomorrow." Jiang Lu was puzzled. Why go at night? Isn't it more dangerous at night? The guard shook his head, saying, "Sorry. This is what Deputy Officer Yi instructed me. I don't know anything else." Jiang Lu opened her mouth, but she felt that saying anything more would be a waste of breath. This person would only repeat what he had said. Forget it. I want to see Deputy Officer Yi. Where is he? Jiang Lu changed the topic. The guard dutifully replied, Miss Jiang can do other things in the base. Deputy Officer Yi doesn't have time to see you right now. He is in a meeting with Commander Yi. A meeting? What are they discussing? Jiang Lu's unease from last night peaked at this moment, and she was extremely certain that Ying's identity had definitely been exposed. Ignoring everything, Jiang Lu pushed past the guard, wanted to see what Yi Shi and the others were discussing in the meeting room. This was the only thing she wanted to do right now, and she felt a bit irrational due to her anxiety, which was causing confusion. However, when she ran to the meeting room, Yi Shi and the others had already finished their meeting and were preparing to leave. Yi Ting spotted Jiang Lu from a distance, stared at her expressionlessly for a few seconds, then turned and left, leaving Yi Shi to deal with her. You. She opened her mouth, but before she could say much, Yi Shi interrupted her. I will send someone to rescue them soon. Miss Jiang, don't worry too much. You should go back and rest for now. That's it. After a brief statement, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and said, Oh, by the way, in a few days, I will give you a surprise, a real surprise. By then, you should be able to stay here with complete peace of mind. Jiang Lu was taken aback, wanting to ask what the surprise was, but Yi Shi had already left. Chapter 99. A healthy day and night, not eating for a day and night, will definitely make one hungry, but it won't lead to death. Yi Shi promised to return in 3 days when he left, and today is the 2nd day, so logically he should come back tomorrow. He also took Jiang Lu with him, and even if he was busy and hadn't arranged this matter well, Jiang Lu would definitely remind him. This was everyone's thought. As they were almost starving to the point of stomach pain, everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor, looking through the gaps in the walls at the traces left by the cold wind outside. The ground was littered with zombie brains and blood, remnants from the battle that ended last night. They hadn't encountered the legendary lickers. They were probably still a bit far from here. Ing sat on the steps, casually organizing his guns and ammunition. He had used quite a bit last night, and there was hardly anything left. If Yi Shi didn't return according to the original plan, by the time he got here, there would certainly be fewer people left. Glancing at the people guarding him, he noticed that they hadn't slept all night and were watching him with strained expressions. Their stubbornness was truly foolish and laughable. Ing curled his lips in a contemptuous smile, which seemed to anger them. But remembering how this person had single-handedly taken down so many zombies last night, they fell silent in fear. Something in his pocket vibrated again, this time twice. Ing didn't take it out to look, as he knew it was a signal from Boju. They were still there, he had backup, so he didn't have to worry about something really happening. In fact, if Jiang Lu hadn't been taken away, he would have left long ago. Watching these fools rely on him to survive was an uncomfortable feeling. Worried about their boss, Shenyang and Boju were lying in ambush nearby. They had brought many people, almost the entire C team was here, and their equipment was very advanced. If it came to a confrontation with Yi Shi, they would definitely not be a match, unless Yi Shi sought external help. Boju recalled the message the boss had sent earlier, saying that Yi Shi had sought external help from the main base. So what? It was still just a group of rabble. For some reason, the boss had previously given up on the plan to directly eliminate the survivors' main base. Otherwise, this organization would have already collapsed completely. Have you sent a signal to the boss? Shenyang asked when he returned after breakfast. Boju, standing behind a tree, replied lightly, of course. You don't need to remind me. I can handle such a simple matter. Shenyang glanced at him and said, You've been getting more irritable lately. Are you going crazy from not having any fights? Boju snorted pretty much. I don't know what the boss is thinking, constantly changing plans. I could have wiped those guys out in one fell swoop, but now I can only hide here and wait for an opportunity. Aren't you irritable? Shenyang looked complicatedly at the familiar buildings in the distance, which were the base he had once supervised the construction of. Almost half of it had already been blown up, and now was being ambushed by people sent by Yi Shi trying to take action against them. It was truly ridiculous, not realizing that they were actually the ones on the chopping block. The boss must have his reasons. In any case, we just need to execute according to his orders. Shenyang thought for a moment and said. Boju huffed and changed the subject. You came along with me. Isn't there no one watching the main base? Aren't you worried something will happen? Shenyang looked at him. Didn't you say the traitors have been cleaned out? Then there won't be any issues. Besides, there are hardly any people left over there. Indeed, 80% of the people at the main base have been relocated, and the remaining 20% could be called here at any time. Their loyalty was unquestionable, and their abilities were also beyond doubt. Forget it. Have you eaten enough? Cover for me for a while. I'm going to eat, Boju said, rolling his eyes, and turned to leave. Xinyang stood in place, took out binoculars, and carefully observed the distant buildings. He could vaguely see the pools of zombie brains and blood and scattered limbs at the entrance, imagining how fierce the battle had been there last night. But with the boss around, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Xinyang remembered the scene before he left the base when Dr. Yuan came to find him. They seemed very worried about Jiang Lu, expressing a strong desire to come along. Not just Dr. Yuan, but Jiang also felt the same way. Xinyang had refused without hesitation at the time, but he assured them that Jiang Lu would be fine. This wasn't confidence in his own rescue or in Jiang Lu's safety, but rather confidence in the boss. As long as he was still there, Jiang Lu would be fine. However, judging by Dr. Yuan's expression when he left, it seemed he didn't take it to heart. He needed to hurry and bring the boss and that girl back. If this continued, many troublesome things would happen. Xinyang put down the binoculars, pressed his lips together, and contemplated the next steps. On the other side, Qin Nong and the others were waiting from morning until night on empty stomachs, still not seeing any signs of anyone coming. The few who were initially full of confidence began to worry. Everyone whispered anxiously, fearing they had been abandoned. Yao Yao, feeling a bit irritated, said to them, "What are you all in such a hurry for? Since Deputy Yi has sent us to participate in so many trainings, we can still return alive. We are already the elite of the base. They will definitely not abandon us, since they still need us to fight ghosts." After speaking, she looked at Qin Nong as if seeking affirmation. "Qin Nong, am I right?" Qin Nong smiled and nodded. "You're right. Everything you said is right." After finishing, he pulled Yao Yao aside, took out a candy from his pocket, and stuffed it into her mouth, continuously giving her meaningful looks. Yao Yao understood and turned her back to the others to unwrap the candy and put it in her mouth, her face breaking into a sweet smile. That was the only thing that could sustain Qin Nong's physical strength, and he had given it to her instead of eating it himself. This feeling of being cared for and protected was truly wonderful. Su Boya noticed a bit of this and looked at them with envy. Song Shuyuan sat beside her, wishing he had a piece of candy too. As for Ying, he just sat in the distance watching them. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything either, but his condition looked much better than the others. Good physical fitness was indeed an advantage. No one knew what might come here tonight. Su Boya turned her gaze towards the door and sighed. "Our ammunition is running low. I don't think we can escape like we did with my boyfriend." The atmosphere, which had calmed slightly, was pushed to a climax by her words. Ying discreetly shot Su Boya a glance, and the few people guarding him looked pale and weak from hunger and lack of water. Suddenly, he stood up and walked to the side. The few people, slightly dazed, immediately followed him. After walking a distance, they found themselves in complete darkness, unable to see anything. "Mr. Zhou?" Someone called out, and the next second, there was a muffled grunt, and one of their group was suddenly gone. "What happened?" The others exclaimed in surprise. But they were already a bit far from the crowd and didn't attract much attention for the time being. Then came a few more muffled grunts, and the few who had been following Ying had all disappeared. Ying, who had already vanished, stepped out of the darkness, his eyes shining brightly as he scanned the surroundings before turning into an inconspicuous small corridor. At the survivor's main base, Yishi was preparing things in his office when suddenly the controller next to him rang. This controller could alert one side when the other was pressed. He had brought a set with him before, but it hadn't been set up to connect with the base. This time, he deliberately left one for his trusted aide when he left, while he took the main machine back to the base. This way, if something happened to them, he would receive the signal. Yishi immediately put down what he was doing, picked up the communicator, turned it off, and quickly walked out of the office, loudly instructing his subordinates, arrange for vehicles to depart immediately and go to the ambush site. Jiang Lu was still lying in her dormitory, unaware of what was happening outside. But she remembered that Yishi had mentioned they would set off to pick them up tonight, so she had been paying attention to this matter. The rooms in the survivor base all had windows, and her room happened to have a view of the base's entrance. She checked the time, got up, and stood by the window waiting. After a while, she saw the base's gate open, and a few armed people walked out to shoot at the zombies surrounding the area. Then, vehicles began to drive out one after another, and the people inside didn't seem to be going for a rescue, but rather to fight. Jiang Lu's heart felt like it was in her throat, sensing that something uncontrollable was about to happen. However, staying here meant she couldn't get first-hand information. After thinking for a while, she touched the gun in her pocket, took a deep breath, and opened the door to go out. There were still guards at the entrance, who asked her if she needed anything. Jiang Lu beckoned him with her finger, and the guard was taken aback, confused as he approached. The next moment, a cold gun barrel was pressed against his throat. "Take me down. Don't let anyone find out. Give me a car, and let us go to the ambush site with them. If you don't comply, my gun might accidentally go off." She smiled regretfully, My aim has always been poor. Chapter 100, The Abandoned Base Number 2, was plunged into chaos. Shadow and the people guarding him had mostly disappeared. As night fell, eerie sounds echoed outside, and it was unclear what creatures were out there, or if there were any terrifying lickers among them. A dozen people huddled together back to back, having endured 2 days and nights of hunger. They could neither rest nor let their guard down against the imminent dangers, and they were on the verge of collapse. Where did Zhou Mo go? Yao Yao asked with a hint of tears in her voice. In her mind, since the last time Shadow had rescued her from the shark's jaws, he had become their guardian. As long as he was around, they felt they had nothing to worry about. Qi Nong said nervously, "I'm not sure." "Yao Yao, don't be afraid. I'm here." Zhou Mo shouldn't have gone far. He'll probably be back soon. Yao Yao said in anger, "Why hasn't Tiishi brought people back yet? That liar. He said he would come back to save us, but it was all a lie. That bastard is worse than that other person." She was speaking out of fear, but everyone felt a bit unhappy, so they didn't refute her and focused intently on the direction they were responsible for. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, after threatening her guard, successfully found a vehicle. Just then, Yi Shi and the others had just left, and they could still catch up. So, Jiang Lu pressed the gun against the guard and ordered him to drive, while she sat in the back seat, threatening him through the gaps in the back seat with her gun, instructing him to explain to the guards why they needed to go out. As for her, she naturally hid in the back. Coincidentally, when they were about to leave, they encountered Chun Jing, who seemed quite happy as he said from outside the car, "Just in time. I was going to deliver something to Vice Officer Yi. He left documents behind in his haste, so I'll go with you." He opened the front passenger door and got in. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, drove the car out. After driving for a while, Jiang Lu sat up straight in the back seat, her expression unchanged as she said, "Brother Chun, long time no see." Chun Jing wasn't surprised at all. He turned back with a cheerful expression and replied, "Ah, long time no see. How have you been?" After speaking, he immediately turned to the driver and said, "Friend, your driving skills are terrible. Why are you following Vice Officer Yi so closely? If we get found out, won't we be sent back?" He smiled and said, "All right, stop. You go to the back and I'll drive." Jiang Lu thought for a moment and realized he made a good point. He should be on her side now. So she pressed the gun against the driver's neck and said, "Stop, get out and switch places." The man trembled all over and immediately slammed on the brakes, opening the car door to get out. Jiang Lu also opened the door and kept her gun on him to prevent him from escaping and getting himself killed in the dark. The man must have realized that running away would mean certain death. The wild outdoors at night was far more dangerous than being in a vehicle with living people. So he obediently sat in the back seat, and once he was settled, Jiang Lu pointed her gun at his neck again. "Brother Chun, you can drive now," Jiang Lu said coldly. Chun Jing smiled, looking relaxed and unbothered, as he maintained a distance that followed Yishi's convoy. He didn't turn on the headlights, but he was very familiar with this stretch of road and was a professional driver, so there wouldn't be any issues. However, the man sitting in the back was still shaking, which made Jiang Lu feel uneasy. Finally, she raised her hand and hit him on the back of the neck, causing him to roll his eyes and quickly pass out. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, retracting her gun hand, as she had been threatening him for too long, causing her arms and wrists to ache. "Brother Chun, are you following me out because their SA plan on that side?" Jiang Lu asked, raising her voice. Without turning his head, Chun Jing replied, "In fact, as long as you can escape, the boss will never fall into their hands." "So?" Jiang Lu asked nervously. Chun Jing spoke slowly, "So, I need to take you back to Team Leader Bo. Once you arrive, the boss can escape on his own. I've already sent a message to Team Leader Bo to inform him of your whereabouts. Hasn't he escaped yet? Jiang Lu was unaware of the situation on that side, so she had many questions. Chen Jing explained, if you don't leave the survivor base. How could the boss leave? That would clearly expose his identity and make you a weapon for Yi Shi and the others to use against him. Jiang Lu fell silent for a while, not speaking. Chen Jing probably didn't want her to feel overly burdened, so he changed his tone and said, but you don't have to worry too much now. Team Leader Bo and Secretary Shun have people ambushed near base number 2. The boss can rendezvous with them at any time. Once I take you to Team Leader Bo, the boss can before he could finish. The man who was supposed to be unconscious suddenly sat up, taking advantage of Jiang Lu's unpreparedness to seize her arm. Using his stronger physique, he snatched the gun from her hand. Jiang Lu immediately thought she shouldn't have just knocked him out, but should have killed him. You! Jiang Lu glared at him in fury. The man pointed the gun at the driving Chen Jing and said to Jiang Lu, Miss Jiang, be quiet. The wheel of fortune turns. I don't believe you have another gun. Even if you do you think you can draw faster than me? If you make any sudden moves or talk nonsense, I'll shoot your companion. Clearly, he had overheard their entire conversation and understood the situation completely. He snorted coldly. As expected, Vice Officer Yu was right. Zhou Mo is indeed that person in disguise. And I really didn't expect it. I thought you, Chen Jing, were a good person who would have a way to save me. I didn't expect you to be a ghost undercover. Chen Jing glanced at the rearview mirror, driving calmly, while Jiang Lu caught the man's gaze in the mirror, and it seemed they reached a tacit understanding without words. Suddenly, the car accelerated, and Jiang Lu held her breath. The man sensed something was off and shouted, slow down immediately. Otherwise, I'll shoot. Chen Jing did not slow down at all. The man fired a warning shot, hitting the dashboard directly, causing the car to jolt. After Chen Jing steadied himself, he had to slow down. This guy was very alert. Those assigned to guard Jiang Lu were certainly not fools. Initially, he was threatened by Jiang Lu because he hadn't expected her to do it, as she had always behaved relatively sociably. A moment of underestimation led to a subsequent crisis. Fortunately, it was resolved now. The man sighed in relief and pointed at Chen Jing, saying, maintain this speed and keep up with Vice Officer Yi's car, or the next bullet will be aimed at your head. After a slight pause, he looked at Jiang Lu. As for you, Miss Jiang, I advise you to behave. If Chen Jing dies, you, a woman, will have no chance of turning things around. Jiang Lu remained silent, coldly staring at him from the side. The man didn't care, using his free hand to take out a communicator and cautiously reporting in front of both of them. Vice Officer Yi, Jiang Lu has escaped. I was threatened by her to drive her out, and there's an insider in the car. I have now taken control of them. Please slow down for now. We'll catch up with you soon. Over. After he finished speaking, Yishi's voice quickly came through. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The man felt relieved and triumphantly put away the communicator. Just at that moment, Chen Jing, who was driving, suddenly let go of the steering wheel, causing the car to shake violently. Chen Jing sat up and fired a shot backward. The man, caught off guard, dodged, and the bullet merely grazed his arm. He quickly retaliated, shooting directly at Chen Jing's vital spots. Chen Jing tried to evade, but the space in the car was too small, and he was still hit. Jiang Lu did not expect him to act suddenly, but quickly reacted and stepped forward to control the man to prevent him from firing again. However, he was a man, and Jiang Lu was a woman without any weapons, so she could only try her best to remember the combat techniques she had learned and exert all her strength to control the man. The two struggled in the back seat of the car, and Jiang Lu attempted to snatch the gun away. Chen Jing had not moved for a while. It was clear that the gunshot wound was serious, likely due to excessive blood loss, or perhaps he was already in grave danger. Jiang Lu couldn't quite articulate her feelings. The car was slowly leaking and parked on the road. She had many bruises and abrasions from grappling with the man, and the gun kept firing, almost hitting Jiang Lu several times, but fortunately, she managed to dodge each time. At a critical moment, a bright light suddenly illuminated the outside of the car, blinding Jiang Lu and the man she was fighting. Their vision blurred as they continued to try to control each other. In the next second, the car door was opened by someone, and a person appeared behind each of them, stopping them. A gun was pressed against Jiang Lu's back, and Yishi's voice rang out. Miss Jiang, I told you. We are friends. I hope you won't keep forcing me to coerce you. He said meaningfully, because of you, someone died up front. Are you happy now? Jiang Lu looked frantically at the driver's seat. Chun Jing had slumped over the steering wheel, and someone had already opened the driver's door and pulled his body out. Chun Jing was dead. This was the second time someone had died because of her. The last time was when Yishi and his group tried to take her away, and the person Bo Ju sent to protect her. Jiang Lu stared in shock at the blood left on the seat and steering wheel after Chun Jing's body was removed, each drop signifying another life lost because of her. If she had just stayed quietly in her room today, Chun Jing wouldn't have had to die, even without her. Ying and Chun Jing's path would have been smooth. Of course, that would mean others wouldn't have it easy. Jiang Lu looked at Yishi, who noticed her confusion. Seeing her pale face, he felt a twinge of compassion. He tried to hold her hand, speaking in a soothing tone, "Don't take it too hard. His death has nothing to do with you, and he would have been exposed sooner or later. Someone who serves the bad guys will eventually die, whether you are here or not." Jiang Lu remained silent, not resisting the manipulation from the outside. She was led by Yi Shi to his car, which then continued to drive forward, uncertain of what he had planned. Jiang Lu looked ahead, slowly exhaling, revealing a cold smile, her mind replaying Yi Shi's words. Someone who serves the bad guys will eventually die. Didn't that describe her? To simplify, a bad person will eventually die. Didn't that describe him? It seemed that they would both meet their end together sooner or later, which didn't sound like such a bad thing. Chapter 101. The abandoned base in the night is eerie and terrifying, especially with the suspicious sounds coming from outside. Based on past experiences, Qin Nong suspects that this time, it's not just zombies they're dealing with. Nighttime is often a period of unexpected incidents, and the dozen or so people gathered in the hall are standing still, not moving. After hesitating for a few seconds, he steps towards the door, intending to investigate, but Yao Yao can't help but grab him. "What are you going to do?" she whispers, trembling. Qin Nong replies softly, "I'm going to check the situation." Yao Yao looks at him reluctantly. "What if something happens? Maybe you shouldn't go. If no one else goes, and I don't go either, we'll know nothing about what's outside and just wait here to be." Before he finishes, Yao Yao interrupts him. "Don't say that word." Qin Nong shuts his mouth and quietly watches her for a moment. He lowers his head and kisses her on the face, saying, "Don't worry, I won't be in danger." After saying this, he reassuringly pats the back of her hand, and Yao Yao finally lets go, looking at him with anxious eyes as he leaves. At that moment, Qin Nong's back appears exceptionally reliable and tall. He moves quietly to the gap at the door, first leaning against the wall to steady his breathing, then mentally preparing himself before slowly turning to look outside. Just as his head is about to peek out of the gap, a powerful force from outside crashes in, shattering the hard defense door beside him. Fortunately, Qin Nong reacts quickly and dodges to the other side. Otherwise, his head would likely have turned into fragments like that door panel. "Run!" Qin Nong shouts, brandishing his gun as he moves to the other side. A four-legged creature suddenly leaps in through the gap, which has already been significantly damaged, making it very easy for zombies and other monsters to enter. The room erupts into chaos, with everyone fleeing to what they consider safe spots. However, it's all in vain, as this four-legged monster seems to rely on its acute senses rather than sight to find prey. Even their breathing would alert it. Before long, blood has already been shed. Someone's dead. Someone shouts, and the creature rushes toward the person who spoke. Qin Nong doesn't think much and shouts to attract the creature's attention, which immediately abandons the person who has instinctively closed their mouth and turns to chase him instead. Qin Nong trembles as he grips his gun, trying to aim at the fast-moving monster in the dark, then closes his eyes and pulls the trigger with all his strength. With a bang, the gunshot is followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Qin Nong opens his eyes in a daze and sees the creature lying on the ground, convulsing. It seems to have been hit, but Qin Nong knows it won't die so easily. He steps forward, intending to reload his gun, but the monster quickly rises again, and he can even feel its anger. "Qin Nong, run!" Yao Yao rushes up and manages to shoot the monster. Qin Nong initially wanted to leave, but seeing the creature charge at her, he rushes forward to fight it. Song Shiyuan helps from the side, but he is too worried about accidentally hitting Qin Nong to fire his weapon. The abandoned base is filled with screams, and nearby zombies are drawn to the chaos, slowly making their way into the base. At this moment, Ing has returned to the ambush point of the ghost members and has removed the simulated mask from his face, completely recovering from Zhoumo's identity. He has changed into a white uniform, which he has long since grown accustomed to, but he prefers a darker attire. Standing by the grass, draped in a long black trench coat, underneath he wears a dark gray shirt and fitted trousers that cling to his powerful legs. Compared to the casual shoes he wore before, he is now in leather shoes, which is his usual style. Looking at his reflection in the car window, he feels quite good about regaining his original appearance. Boss, there's been an attack over there. Bo-Ju approaches to report the situation. Also, I received a message from Chun-Jing earlier. He ran out with that woman. They ambushed someone and originally planned to meet us, but Ing chambers a round in his gun and casually glances at him. But what? Bo-Ju purses his lips. I received news of his death. Senyang elaborates. The sensor chip implanted in Chun-Jing has confirmed his body is dead. Ing has maintained a stoic expression after returning. He put on sunglasses and neatly combed his black hair back, embodying the image of a flawless villain. Hearing such bad news from his subordinate, he doesn't show any negative emotions, nor does his expression change. But Shenyang feels that the boss can't possibly be completely indifferent. If he's dead, then he's dead. Ing adjusts the collar of his trench coat, his sharp eyes peering through the sunglasses at the dilapidated buildings in the distance. He smirks. What do you think will happen if they find out that it was us who saved them, not that bunch of fools led by Yishi? Shenyang and Bo-Ju are taken aback, with Shenyang being the first to react, awkwardly saying they might turn against us. Who knows? Ing replies flatly, stepping in that direction and arranging for people to follow, seemingly genuinely planning to rescue them. Bo-Ju goes to drive, while Shenyang quickly follows Ing, whispering, Boss, are you really going to save them? Ing glances at him sideways, playfully saying, Shenyang, my absence wasn't that long. Why have you suddenly become so foolish? Yishi has something that threatens me, so of course, I need to hold something over him. Those people are a good choice. Shenyang suddenly realizes that this isn't about saving lives. Ing simply wants to use these people. If they die now, it's a waste. It's better to create some value before they die. Understanding this, Shenyang finally feels a sense of relief. In fact, during this time, the orders coming back from Ing have always been about retreating, or strengthening defenses, never planning any proactive attack strategies. This has made Shenyang and Bo-Ju feel very frustrated. They have never experienced such a cowardly retreat before. Now that the boss has returned, they are finally going to counterattack. Shenyang feels as if the air in the world has become fresh. The next moment, Bo-Ju drives up, and he almost calls out wife. But Bo-Ju gives him a glance, and, seeing his frustrated expression, he lets out a chuckle, causing Shenyang to wilt instantly. Do you have to cooperate like this? When someone's in a good mood, everything goes well. Whatever you think comes true. Shenyang silently opens the car door for Ing, and after he gets in the back seat, he takes his place in the front passenger seat. The vehicle leads the way, followed by two tanks, showcasing just a small portion of their firepower. They have a crushing advantage over any resistance from monsters or humans at the abandoned base. Just when Qin Nong thought he was doomed, and Song Shiyuan was surrounded by zombies, the outside suddenly brightened like daylight. The zombies in the room momentarily retreated, their reactions becoming sluggish. The four-legged monster, which had no eyes, also turned its head to look outside. Qin Nong seizes the opportunity to escape its attack range, desperately searching for his gun on the ground. His gun had been knocked away during the struggle, and he has no idea where it ended up. Qin Nong, Yao Yao rushes over and grabs his hand, saying, It must be Vice Officer Yi bringing people to rescue us. Qin Nong instinctively thinks the same, but they have already suffered heavy casualties. Aside from the four of them, there are hardly any survivors left. With a loud boom, the already precarious door of the base is shattered by external artillery, and an armored vehicle drives straight in. Tanks block the entrance, and people dressed in black ghost uniforms descend, sweeping the area with machine guns, targeting the zombies and the agile monster. Shenyang got off the armored vehicle, pulling open the back door with a half-smile as the other people present looked on in disbelief. The person who got out had a pair of long, straight legs, wore a black trench coat, and sported sunglasses. With a handsome face and a dangerously charming smile, he looked extremely captivating. It was Shadow. It was a ghost person. It was definitely not She who had come to pick them up. Everyone felt like they had advanced into a tiger's den and entered a wolf's lair, gathering together to retreat, needing to guard against the zombies and monsters that might attack at any moment, as well as the ghost people. They were utterly exhausted. Some had already broken down, sitting on the ground and crying. Shadow casually glanced at them, took out a gun from his pocket, aimed slightly, and shot the monster that was struggling to fight back. The creature moved so swiftly, yet he managed to hit it in the head with a single shot, splattering brain matter everywhere. The bullets were clearly very powerful, much stronger than their own bullets that only scratched the surface. Qin Nong looked at Shadow from a distance, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. In truth, he had rarely seen him when he was imprisoned by the ghost organization. So why did he feel so familiar? It must be an illusion, Qin Nong thought to himself. As a woman, Su Boya's senses were more direct and acute than those of men. Leaning beside Yao Yao, she stared at Shadow in shock, feeling that the ordinary face of Zhou Mo from her memory was overlapping with his extraordinarily handsome face, making her feel as if she were dreaming. No, it can't be. How could this happen? How could it be him? Su Boya murmured, her voice filled with obvious shock and disbelief. In fact, everyone found it hard to believe, but they only thought she was scared and worried, not realizing she recognized Shadow as the one impersonating Zhou Mo. How could he save us? Song Xuan whispered behind Qin Nong, not expecting to receive an answer. Standing next to Shadow, looking neat and polished in a suit, Xinyang replied to him. Compared to them, who were exhausted from the battle and several days without food or water, he looked healthy and handsome. Could it be that in this day and age, only bad people could survive? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Ah, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Xinyang from the Ghost Organization. You can call me Secretary Shan, he said casually. Good night, friends. You were waiting for Yi Shi to save you. But when you were under attack and your lives were in danger, who was it that saved you? His words made everyone feel ashamed, and they fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Qin Nong frowned and looked at Xinyang, saying, What conspiracy do you have? Xinyang displayed an exaggerated expression of panic. Mr. Qin, you are overthinking it. What conspiracy could we have? We're just here to save you. If we had arrived a second later, you might have all been wiped out. Look at these limbs and brain matter on the ground. He stepped back in disgust, taking out a handkerchief to cover his nose, and looked at Shadow behind him, saying, Boss, how should we deal with him next? Shadow leisurely scanned the faces of the surviving people. It truly didn't disappoint him. None of Jiang Lu's 4 companions were missing. Take them out, he said, then got back into the vehicle. Faced with absolute power, these people had no capability or energy to resist. They had captured a total of 6 people. In addition to Jiang Lu's 4 companions, there were 2 others. As they were restrained in the vehicle, preparing to be taken away, a convoy slowly drove towards them. Bo Ju ordered the team to continue moving without paying attention to them, and the later convoy naturally followed behind them. How interesting, we have a little tail, Bo Ju said with a wicked sense of humor. Let's see if she really dares to chase us. After saying this, he used the communicator to instruct the team to speed up. In the pitch-black night, humanity was slaughtering each other, and zombies and monsters were gathering towards this direction, as if a feast belonging to them was about to begin. Chapter 102, that was Ghost Convoy. Yishi's subordinate reported nervously, Deputy Officer Yi, their firepower is extremely strong. Do we really want to pursue them? If we engage them directly, we definitely won't be a match and might end up getting captured. The subordinate's words were a bit long-winded, dampening morale. But Yishi wasn't angry. He glanced at Jiang Lu beside him. She was indeed intently watching the convoy not far away and even tried to get out of the car. Miss Jiang, I advise you to cooperate. Otherwise, you will regret it, Yishi said calmly. Jiang Lu squinted at him. Really? Why should I regret it? Don't worry, even if I die because of this, I won't regret it. Yishi smiled and said, Then what if it means your parents' efforts go to waste? Jiang Lu was stunned, her eyes widening as she looked at him. What did you do? What happened to my parents? Yi hit helplessly. Please don't always think of me as the bad guy. I'm a good person. What can I do? I'm just advising you. Your parents are far away at Ghost's main base. Even if I wanted to harm someone, I couldn't reach them, right? Because he was so frank. Jiang Lu had no choice but to believe him, but she still pressed on. What does this have to do with my parents? Deputy Officer Yi, since you say you're a good person, I hope you understand that I am me, and my parents are my parents. Don't attribute my wrongdoings to them. Yi simid. You know you did something wrong, which shows Miss Jiang still has hope. He then looked at his subordinate and said, keep up with them. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Since the leader said so, the subordinate naturally couldn't refuse. Although he was very scared, he still had to follow. Jiang Lu grabbed Yishi's arm and said, answer me. What did you do? Yishi patted her hand and said, don't worry. What I did is definitely good for you and your parents. As long as you cooperate with me tonight, everything will calm down after today, and you will have a good ending. I will take your previous opinions into account. Your parents are invaluable talents. As long as they cooperate in developing the zombie virus antidote and vaccine, they can redeem themselves. He paused, gazing at Jiang Lu, including you, Jiang Lu. I know deep down you're still a kind person. As long as you cooperate with what I need to do tonight, I will keep all your relationships hidden and allow you to reunite with your parents after the war. His words were incredibly tempting, and Jiang Lu almost agreed. But in the end, she bit her lip and did not respond. You don't need to answer me. It's fine. Just cooperate with me later. I know you need a process, Yishi said understandingly, then continued discussing the arrangements with his subordinates as if no one else was around. Jiang Lu listened for a while and realized there was nothing of value in what he said, just reminders to be cautious and alert. Jiang Lu felt uneasy, as if countless ants were biting at her heart. However, the journey would eventually come to an end. As Ghost Convoy slowed down, the distance between them and Yishi grew closer. Without a doubt, Ing must have returned to Ghost's ranks by now. Otherwise, their vehicle wouldn't have appeared at the entrance of the abandoned base number 2 earlier. They stopped. One subordinate said to Yishi, Deputy Officer Yi, look. He handed over binoculars and pointed in a direction, speaking hurriedly. They have many people lying in ambush here. Their weapons and equipment are too advanced. The people we brought today are no match for them. Following them like this will only lead us into a trap. He intended to persuade Yishi to retreat, but Yishi had a secret plan known only to him and his father. He was completely confident in what he was about to do. I told you, I have my arrangements. Don't worry. Keep moving and stop in front of them, Yishi said firmly. The subordinate had no choice but to comply. The vehicle drove forward and stopped opposite Ghost Base. We can get out now. After the vehicle came to a halt, Yishi opened the door and stepped out without fear. Perhaps it was because Jiang Lu was beside him that he felt fearless, but that was just one reason. Jiang Lu was handcuffed, following Yishi like a prisoner. He directly led her to the front of the convoy to face Ghost head-on. When Yishi and Jiang Lu stood still, the armored vehicle from Ghost opened, and sang air, Boju, Shenyang, and Ing stepped out. Ing, as always, stood in the center with his black figure, slightly raising his chin, appearing cold and powerful. Behind him were warriors with absolute strength and firepower. With just a wave of his hand, Yishi's side could be reduced to ashes. However, Yishi seemed completely unfazed. He even smiled as he spoke. Long time no see. No, perhaps I should say, we just parted 2 days ago, and here we are again, Zhou Mo. As soon as he said this, Qin Nong and the others, who were being held behind him, suddenly understood what was happening. It turned out that the Zhou Mo they had been with day and night, who had even saved them, was actually Ing. This was simply unbelievable. They forgot to react, staring incredulously at the tall figure standing in the center, feeling as if their worldview had been turned upside down. How could such a terrifying monster have a normal side? He had even saved them and helped them a lot along the way. It was too incredible for them to accept. Ing did not waste time on meaningless small talk with Yishi. He raised his hand, pointing at the position next to Yishi, and said slowly, "Give her back to me." Yishi glanced at Jiang Lu, who was staring at Ing, her eyes filled with too many emotions to ignore. "This is negotiable." Yishi surprisingly agreed, but then quickly changed his tone. "If you wait there for us to capture you, I will give her back to you. How about that?" This time, the one who responded was not Ing, but Boju, who coldly sneered, "Yishi, do you have a hole in your head? Dreaming of something that is completely impossible? Is this your group's special hobby?" Yishi was unconcerned. "Team leader Bo, in fact, I don't think this is a dream. In fact, I believe your boss might actually agree to my proposal." He looked at Ing and smiled, "Right? Jiang Lu knew that Yishi was forcing Ying to choose between her and Ghost. In fact, she had known the answer to this question for a long time and held no resentment. He had promised her that he would not let the situation worsen while ensuring Ghost's safety, which was almost like a commitment to not take the initiative to attack. But this balance had now been destroyed by Yishi's own hands. He can't choose me, Jiang Lu said expressionlessly. Yishi, wake up. He will pick up the gun and kill me rather than give up Ghost for me. Can't you figure that out yourself? Yishi paused for a moment before saying, all right, I guess I had an inkling, but I still wanted to give it a try. As soon as his words fell, Ying raised his gun, aiming it directly at Jiang Lu. He stared at Jiang Lu. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, she could still feel the complex emotions in his eyes. She even smiled at him, appearing unafraid of death. Yishi frowned and asked after a moment, really not reconsidering? This was directed at Ying. Ying quietly gazed at him for a while and made the greatest concession. Give her back to me, and you can leave safely today. As soon as these words were spoken, both Boju and Shenyang were surprised and dissatisfied. Boju directly said, Boss, how can we let them go with such a good opportunity? Shenyang furrowed his brows and glanced at Jiang Lu, who just happened to look over and nodded at him with a nostalgic gaze. Thus, Shenyang swallowed his subsequent objections and couldn't bring himself to say anything. But was that all? Yishi looked unsatisfied. Ying raised his hand, and even though Boju disagreed, he still had people bring Qin Nong and the others up. When Yishi saw them, he frowned slightly. They were missing many people. Where are the others? Did they get killed by them? Qin Nong had a strange expression and said, Deputy Yi, you came so late. Didn't you prepare yourself mentally? Yishi instinctively felt this confirmed his suspicions and immediately wanted to accuse Ying. But then Qin Nong continued, we were attacked by zombies and lickers, and many people died. If it weren't for their appearance, we might all be dead by now. After he finished speaking, someone loudly questioned, Deputy Yi, we participated in so much training for all of humanity, surviving several life and death situations. Yet in the end, we almost died because of your tardiness, only to be saved by the bad guys whom we've always looked down upon. Is this what you wanted? He said angrily, you have greatly disappointed us. I don't think it should take this long for a vehicle to come from a base. You had the time to return early to save us, but you didn't. You chose to make us bait. This was to lure Ying out, leading everything to unfold according to his and Yi Ting's plan, resulting in the current situation. A hint of shame and guilt appeared on Yishi's face. He slightly lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, but I had to do this for the future of more people. Yao Yao exclaimed indignantly, yes. You did this for the future of more people, but they should also have their future. Should they sacrifice for this? Such questions rose one after another, and Yishi gradually became expressionless. He clenched his fist and said, Ying, do you want to make a deal with me? Ying quietly looked at him, and after a while he said, I could have killed all of you without making any deal. The implication was that he should feel fortunate to still have the right to stand here and negotiate. Yishi furrowed his brows, looking at Qin Nong and the others, then at Jiang Lu, feeling a mix of emotions. Chapter 103. In the face of the greatest concession given by Shadow, Yishi did not respond quickly. Instead, when he finally spoke, it was in a low whisper to Jiang Lu. Shadow immediately noticed that after a few words from him, Jiang Lu's originally resolute expression turned pale and troubled. What exactly did he say? Actually, it was nothing much. Shadow would soon find out about this matter, because Yishi raised his head and said to him, I'm sorry. I cannot agree to your terms. I demand that you release Qin Nong and the others immediately. Shenyang scoffed, you demand? On what basis do you make demands? Just because of that hostage beside you? Vice Officer Yi, I hope you understand one thing. We're not the good guys. At certain times, no matter who it is, for greater interests, anyone can be sacrificed. After Shan Yang finished speaking, everyone gasped, especially Suboya. She stood beside Yao Yao, who looked at Shadow with a complex expression that was hard to fully hate, while she wore a cold and anxious look. Shadow did not refute Shenyang's words, but did not agree either. However, everyone knew that they could do such things, and if Yishi went too far, Shadow would certainly choose to abandon Jiang Lu, no longer caring about her life or death. After all, compared to the entire Ghost organization, she might not be that important. However, Yishi's preparations seem to involve more than just one person. Secretary Shun thinks too little of me. How could I only have one trump card? If that were the case, I would have definitely agreed to your boss's earlier condition, Yishi said with a half-smile. A few seconds later, Shenyang's communicator lit up, and Yishi watched him with an expression of amusement. Shenyang squinted and pressed the answer button on the communicator. He held it to his ear, listening to the message from the other side. Midway through, the communication was suddenly cut off, evidently because the person transmitting the message had been controlled. How about telling that news to your boss? After all, it's very important information, Yishi said with a smile. Shenyang's face darkened. Boss. He pressed his lips tightly together, seemingly struggling to speak. Shadow glanced back at him with a calm expression. Seeing him like this, Shenyang took a deep breath and said, "The main base has been taken over, and everyone left inside has been captured." Shadow's calm demeanor finally showed a crack. In fact, to deal with tonight's confrontation with Yishi, they had almost mobilized the entire C team, leaving only a small elite group and some top researchers at the base. They were well aware of Ghost's internal defenses and could use traps and firepower to deal with potential infiltrators, although it was not as tightly guarded as before. Controlling them was not that simple unless... "Is there a mole?" Shadow asked ambiguously in a low voice, causing Bo-Ju to break out in a cold sweat. "How could there be? I've already conducted strict checks. There absolutely can't be a mole at the base." Shenyang gave Bo-Ju a complex look and said, "In fact, this mole is something you absolutely won't be able to find because they are." He looked at Jiang Lu and slightly raised his voice under her gaze. "It's Jiang Chu and Dr. Yuan. I think they have contacted Yi Shi and are working together. Their common goal is to protect Jiang Lu and then eliminate you all and return to a normal life." This was indeed the goal of Dr. Yuan and Jiang Chu. If it were the two of them, they really had the capability to control the remaining people in the base, because not only were their IQs and skills exceptional, but their ability to command respect and trust from others was also top-notch. Within Ghost, they were undoubtedly considered elder figures. Jiang Lu instantly wilted, feeling that everything had circled back to her. Perhaps it was because of her that Shadow had not guarded against her parents, as they had assumed that since they were together, her parents would stay safely at the base doing research and would not get involved in those complicated matters. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Yishi exploited this relationship, contacting the opposition while Jiang Chu was responsible for the technical defenses within Ghost, and without Jiang Lu's knowledge. Just a few days ago, he asked to take her back and had her go to his office. The people she saw on the computer screen at that time were her parents. They heard her voice, and under Yishi's persuasion, they agreed to become insiders in the survivor base. In fact, Jiang Lu's parents had always felt they owed her something. Her childhood had been spent almost entirely under the care of her grandparents, as they were deeply engrossed in their research and rarely returned home, possibly spending no more than a month at home each year. Once Jiang Lu came of age and was capable of self-care, they became even more neglectful, eagerly continuing their research until Jiang Lu's grandparents passed away, at which point they realized how much they had missed out on because of their research. Before the virus outbreak, they had intended to bring Jiang Lu to the base, but they had not had the chance, as she had already been captured. After thinking it over as parents, they felt they had given too little to their daughter in this lifetime and owed her far too much. At this critical moment, their own safety was no longer important. As long as she could live well, they wouldn't even frown if Yishi asked them to become insiders, even if it meant going to their deaths. In fact, from a moment Jiang Lu first escaped, the couple had decided that Jiang Chu would take their daughter to the survivor base. As for Dr. Yuan, if he could survive, then good. If not, so be it. Originally, Jiang Chu wanted to take Dr. Yuan with them, but at that time, Shadow only assigned Jiang Chu to personally handle the pursuit and did not arrange for Dr. Yuan, leaving them with no choice. However, subsequent developments caused their plans to fall apart. Shadow personally went after them, but once that idea took root in their minds, it would soon sprout. The sky was already very late, and the two sides stood facing each other in the wilderness, with zombies and lickers constantly approaching. The C team responsible for the surrounding safety would promptly eliminate them all, while Yishi's side was having a bit of trouble dealing with these creatures. He deeply realized that he needed to speed up the process and end this farce as soon as possible. "I think you should all be very clear now," Yishi emphasized. "Your main base has been taken over by my people. If you surrender now, I will give you a chance to plead for a lighter sentence." Shenyang coldly snorted and directly aimed his gun at Yishi, seemingly ready to risk it all. Yishi's people also raised their guns at them, while Shadow, as the other side's main character, remained silent for a long time, not revealing what he was thinking. Perhaps it was relief. Fortunately, having been embedded in the enemy's ranks for so long, he had already evacuated everyone from the base early on. But if he had followed his original plan to evacuate everyone and replace them with explosives, then Yishi would not have had the chance to threaten him now. They would have dared to attack the main base, only to be blown to bits. Shadow spoke again, but this time it was directed at Jiang Lu. He spoke slowly and calmly. Now you understand, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards yourself. When you show mercy, you should consider that one day someone will pay the price for it. Jiang Lu knew he was speaking to her, and an infinite sense of guilt washed over her. With handcuffs on her hands and a gun pointed at her, she could do nothing but lower her head in shame and say, "I'm sorry." Shadow curled the corner of his mouth, but was not smiling. He raised his hand, took the rifle from his subordinate, and it seemed that he did not expect to be so ruthless. Yishi was momentarily stunned and quickly said, "Dr. Yuan and Jiang are also here, along with those researchers you have always been proud of. Are you really going to give them up?" Ing scoffed. "A traitor is a traitor, no matter who they are. They are already worthless." After saying this, he took something unknown from his pocket and pressed it without hesitation. Almost no one had time to stop him. After pressing it, he threw it to the ground and said with a half-smile, "Now they are all done for. What else do you have to say?" Yishi looked at him in disbelief and whispered, "Jiang Lu, do you see? This is the person you like. He killed your parents without a hint of hesitation." Jiang Lu looked at Ing in shock, clearly taken aback by how quickly and directly he acted. Although she had long anticipated the worst outcome, when it actually happened, she still couldn't accept it. They were her parents, the ones who raised her. Although they had little involvement in her childhood, they had always loved her in their hearts. She knew that. They betrayed Ing this time entirely because of her. As long as she was dead, they wouldn't have done so. Why did they have to die? Why couldn't it be her? Jiang Lu collapsed to the ground in confusion, the handcuffs digging into her delicate wrists, turning them a deep red. Yishi looked at her with red-rimmed eyes and said slowly, "He killed your parents, and you still want to be in denial? They're your parents. They only wanted to save you, hoping to reunite and live well together. Just because of that, they died without a complete body. Jiang Lu, think carefully about which side you want to stand on next." Jiang Lu covered her ears, unwilling to listen to Yishi. She stared at Ing, who still had no expression on his face and was even holding a gun, seemingly ready to shoot everyone standing there. He was always like that, never allowing anyone to become a threat to him. Having one person, she might already be his greatest limit. How could he take on two more? You should kill me, not them." Jiang Lu lowered her head, gripping the dirt beneath her, her fingers sinking into the soil with such force that they almost bled. "Actually, the worst is still me. Even at this point, it seems I still don't want you to die." She choked on her words and covered her face, falling silent. She made no further sound, and no one could tell whether she was crying or not. Suboya had once envied Jiang Lu for having a man who could help and love her anytime, anywhere, but now she realized how foolish she had been. If given another chance, she would definitely keep her distance, because knowing that the person she loved killed her parents, yet still being unwilling to let him die, was too painful. It was no longer just guilt and self-blame. Jiang Lu probably wished she were dead by now. Ing stared at Jiang Lu, chambering a round in the gun and aiming it at Yishi's position, as if he would ignite this war in the next second. Chapter 104 at this point. Seeing Ghost's reaction, it's clear that retreating is not their style. They're definitely going to engage in combat here. Yixining pondered for a moment, helped Jiang Lu to her feet, and gently brushed off the dust on her legs, which made Ing squint. "Jiang Lu, I've told you so much. Do you want me to keep going?" Yishi looked at her sincerely. "I can trust that you're on our side now, right?" In fact, until this moment, Jiang Lu hadn't shed a single tear, which was quite rare. When you watch someone press a button and see your parents blown to pieces, yet you can't shed a tear, lacking even that little psychological comfort, appearing so calm and collected. Doesn't that make one feel terrified? Jiang Lu remained silent, biting her lip as she stood there. Yishi took a gun from his subordinate and placed it in her hands, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "I don't need you to do anything for me. Just shoot the person who killed your parents at the critical moment, and that's all I ask." As for the rest, leave it to me. Jiang Lu looked at him. Yishi still wore a smile, as if the powerful enemy ahead didn't exist. In fact, he had only brought a portion of his people here today. His subordinates were insufficient to contend with Ghost's side. If they charged in, it would definitely be perilous. But Ghost would not retreat now. After all, he had killed Jiang Lu's parents along with her. Could one really expect him to agree to the previously somewhat harmonious terms after she had incited rebellion in his base? She had no way out. In fact, everyone was very clear. He held a gun. Ying pointed a gun at him, and he slowly raised his hand to point back. After he made this move, everyone standing beside Ying raised their guns, and many people descended from the tanks behind, ready to attack at any moment. Ying stared at Yi Shi from a distance. Just when everyone thought he would fire the first shot, they suddenly heard him speak again. I'll give you one last chance. Agree, and I'll send the people back. Refuse, and they'll all die here. Ying's tone was low and magnetic. It was his original voice, but today it didn't sound pleasant at all. After all, he was like the Grim Reaper, capable of taking the lives of everyone present at any moment. Yishi, you're a smart man. You should know what the most important choice is right now. Yishi certainly knew, but he also understood that if he missed this excellent opportunity today, capturing Ghost's leverage again would be impossible. There would never be another Jiang Lu. Yishi took a deep breath, turned to look at his warriors, and solemnly asked, "Are you afraid of dying?" The moment he asked, even though some might have felt a little nervous, everyone still responded in unison, "Not afraid." Yishi smiled with relief and turned back to look at Ying, his meaning clear. Qin Nong and the other three looked at Yishi's side, listening to their deafening determination, and suddenly felt that their previous thoughts were quite narrow-minded. Yishi was also risking his life for the future, and that future was not just for himself. Qin Nong instinctively glanced at his side. Su Boya and Song Shuyuan nodded at him, while Yao Yao bit her lip and slightly lowered her gaze. After a moment, she raised her head, her eyes resolute. Qin Nong smiled slightly. They were insignificant people, and at this moment, their expressions and gazes were not worth distracting anyone. Boju hadn't even considered that they would still think about escaping under such control. In fact, that couldn't even be considered an attempt to escape. For them, it was almost like sending themselves to death. But that's how things happened. God tells you that even if some people may seem weak and insignificant to you, they can still surprise you. That moment is now. When Ying fired the first shot, Yishi nimbly dodged and fired back at the opponent. Immediately, his subordinates began to defend themselves, and everyone quickly took cover behind the cars. The bullets fired from Ghost's side hit the cars, and the first wave didn't cause much damage. Humans were killing each other. This was the first time Jiang Lu saw such a real scene. It looked dirty and ridiculous, making it hard to accept. Jiang Lu leaned against the car. At the moment Ghost opened fire, she felt it. They would still try to avoid hitting her as they shot. Her steps were chaotic, moving around, which resulted in no one being killed in the first wave. Only a few people were grazed by bullets. Leaning against the car, Jiang Lu slightly tilted her head to look at the opponent. As soon as she detected a hint of movement, she felt the opponent fire again, and she immediately dodged. From this angle, they couldn't tell who was showing their head. It was natural to shoot. When they hit her, given these inherent conditions, Ying probably wouldn't blame them. Jiang Lu was panting, her mind in chaos, unable to think of anything. She didn't know what to do next. Beside her, Yishi's voice was calm despite the tension. Directing the others, she quietly paused for a few seconds, but found she couldn't hear a word, and then the sounds of gunfire filled the air again. Who were they firing at now that everyone had taken cover? Jiang Lu guessed something, disregarding the possibility of being hit, and ran out from behind the car. Sure enough, she saw Qin Nong and the others engaged in a firefight. Qin Nong had taken the gun from his guard, protecting Yao Yao as they engaged in combat. While Song Shuyuan and Su Boya also had guns, someone had already been injured by them. "Oh no, we need to help." Yishi's voice came from behind, clearly having noticed Qin Nong's actions. He couldn't care less about the danger anymore and rushed out from behind the car, heading towards the seemingly chaotic ghost operation. And Ying? Jiang Lu searched for his figure in the darkness and saw him still standing in his original position, not caring about the chaos around him, but directly staring at her. When she looked over and made eye contact, he raised his gun and shot without hesitation, not even aiming. Jiang Lu only heard a scream beside her. She hurriedly moved aside, turning to see someone fall. A subordinate of Yi she had seen in the base, shot in the forehead and dead on the spot. Ying was powerful. This was beyond doubt. If he was your ally, you would be very fortunate. But if he was your enemy, you would have to fend for yourself. Of course, in most cases, there wouldn't be any good outcomes. Jiang Lu didn't know what she was thinking. Her hand instinctively chambered a bullet. Ying stood at a distance. Wearing sunglasses, their special design maximized his already excellent vision, allowing him to see Jiang Lu's every move. As she warily chambered her gun, he smiled meaningfully, as if mocking her, but it didn't seem like he was mocking her specifically. Jiang Lu took a deep breath. People rushed past her one after another. And out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xi Nong had already been injured while protecting Yao Yao. Yao Yao was shocked. When a person reaches the peak of excitement, they're most likely to unleash their potential. She picked up a dead person's gun from the ground and shot at the person who had just injured Xi Nong. That person was engaged with someone else, not noticing that the timid girl would act like this, and was hit, looking incredulously at her as they slowly collapsed to the ground. This was real war. Although the scale was limited to these people, it vividly demonstrated the horrors of war. Clearly, one moment a person was alive, and the next, they lost their life completely. In this battle, no one could stand alone. If you killed someone, you would be killed by others. This is the only thought that lingered in Jiang Lu's mind as she narrowly dodged a bullet. Yi Shi was exchanging fire with Bo Ju, and his most capable subordinate had engaged Shen Yang. Just now, he fancied that Jiang Lu's shot had come from Bo Ju taking advantage of the moment. It seemed he had had enough of the ghost people suffering heavy casualties while trying to avoid attacking Jiang Lu. The survivors at their base weren't all fools. Sensing that following Jiang Lu would keep them safe from gunfire, they would hide behind or near her, deliberately confusing the enemy's line of sight. And even though Jiang Lu had done nothing but stand there from beginning to end, she had already brought disaster to the ghost side. Bo Jun, with a determination to die, shot at Jiang Lu. He couldn't watch his trained men die for such a ridiculous reason. Under the threat of being executed by Ying afterward, Bo Ju began to lose focus during his fight with Yi Shi, constantly shooting at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu dodged once, twice, 3 times. Before the 4th shot, Yi Shi turned back in exasperation and said, "Fight back. Are you just going to let them slaughter you? Look at what everyone else is doing." Jiang Lu's body trembled as she widened her eyes to look around. Xi Nong was already injured, blood streaming down his arm, yet he was still fighting hard, unwilling to give in to anyone who tried to attack him. Song Xiao Yuan and Qi Nong stood back to back, relying on each other. And despite Song Xiao Yuan being covered in blood, he held his gun tightly, not giving anyone the chance to sneak attack his brother. Su Boya was nearby. As a girl, even though she was a black belt in Taekwondo, they hadn't eaten or drunk anything in a long time and couldn't withstand such intense combat. Not to mention the enemy's tank was approaching, with artillery fire right at their feet. Su Boya's pants were burning, and her skin was slightly scorched. But she endured the pain and stood her ground, kicking away a dead person who was about to fall on her. That was someone Yao had killed, who had tried to attack her. Yes, it was that girl who always thought of retreating in tough situations, a bit cowardly and noisy. She had always been the weakest in the team, fainting from fear during a mission in the water when Shark appeared, almost dying underwater. Yet this delicate girl, now calmly fighting, her training had not been in vain. She could hold her own, and everything about her seemed to convey that message. Jiang Lu was the safest person. Except for Bo Ju, no one dared to shoot at her directly. She lowered her head, looking at the gun in her hand, the smell of blood filling her nostrils. Whether from enemies or comrades. Shen Yang noticed Bo Ju's actions and immediately stepped forward to intervene, but he was entangled and slow to extricate himself. He glanced at the position where the boss was standing and was surrounded by 4 or 5 people who didn't dare to approach but were firmly unwilling to leave. They held their guns, and Ying was just one person. They didn't dare shoot at him because the impression he gave was too terrifying. They even felt that 4 people with 4 guns wouldn't be able to kill him. Seeing this scene, Shen Yang could no longer care about Jiang Lu. He ruthlessly killed the person who was entangling him, squinting to aim. Bullets shot from his gun, specially designed to penetrate 2 bodies within range. The 4 people surrounding Ying became 2, and those 2 were shot by Ying before they could react, falling to the ground with wide-open, unwilling eyes. After doing this, Xinyang wanted to protect Ding, but the next second, a bullet-created crater appeared at his feet. He was startled and looked toward the source, where Jiang Lu stood. Gun in hand, that shot was fired by her. How ridiculous this was, wasn't it? The girl he had just wanted to protect was now shooting at him. Xinyang suddenly felt that no matter what kind of relationship it was, it needed to be nurtured. When you haven't seen that familiar person for a long time, even if you think the time you spent together was more than with those unimportant people, in the end, it still doesn't work. No matter what, it doesn't work. Chapter 105. The moment Jiang Lu fired shot in front of Xinyang, Ying had already noticed. He was wearing sunglasses, making it difficult to gauge his expression, but Jiang Lu could feel his gaze was cold and piercing. The courage she had mustered with great difficulty showed signs of collapsing in that moment. Jiang Lu slowly took a breath, turned her head away to avoid looking at him. She hadn't really intended to kill anyone. She just didn't want her friends to be killed by others. All she wanted to do was protect her 4 original companions. As for the others, she couldn't take advantage of the fact that they wouldn't shoot at her and end up harming them instead. After all, it was a place she had spent a long time in, and even if some people might not know her, she couldn't be completely heartless. To put it bluntly, she was still lacking resolve, indecisive, unable to execute her decisions with full commitment. But even this small gesture was enough to deeply move Yishi. His fight with Bo Ju was nearing its end. Both were injured, and Yishi was half collapsed on the ground but quickly got back up. Bo Ju's gun had been kicked aside, and neither of them had weapons for the moment, forcing them to rely on their bodies to fight. Jiang Lu quickly ran over Qin. As soon as she arrived, the ghost members who were about to attack them hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Bo Ju shouted loudly, controlling Yishi's arm, "Stop worrying about that. Shoot. Fire." Bo Ju was their superior, but he was under Ying, and the subordinates couldn't be sure what kind of punishment they would face if they actually fired. But this was a battlefield. They had to follow their superior's orders. In the next moment, Jiang Lu saw those people begin to shoot. The tank's cannon turned toward them, and Yishi looked around, shouting in Jiang Lu's direction, "Qin, find a way to control the tank." Qin was surprised that Jiang Lu had taken action, but upon hearing Yishi, he quickly reacted, exchanging a glance with Song Shuyuan before running toward the tank not far away. He certainly couldn't charge directly into the line of fire. He chose to sneak past through the nearby bushes. This behavior also made him realize that they might have to deal with more than just enemies. At least 4 or 5 hairless, 4-legged monsters were lurking in the forest. They seemed to sense that there were many people ahead, but the sounds of battle kept them from approaching, so they stayed back. Qin rolled his eyes as if he suddenly thought of something, picked up a stone from the ground, and provocatively threw it into the middle of those monsters. This action successfully angered them, and they turned to charge toward this less populated area. Qin smirked, sprinting with all his might toward the tank. The lid on top of the tank was open, and someone was inside shooting. When Qin arrived, he noticed and immediately redirected his gun to shoot at him, but it was a bit late. He was treating the situation as if it was human speed, but the agile creatures behind Qin were far quicker. After reaching the tank, he turned and ran behind it. The person inside hadn't had time to shoot before being tackled by the pursuing monsters. He screamed as he fell from the tank, and at that moment, Qin had already reached the back of the tank. He held his breath and looked ahead. Those eyeless monsters charged up the tank, with one even managing to get inside. The tank, which had been continuously firing, suddenly came to a halt. Yishi, who was engaged in a struggle with Bo Ju, glanced over in surprise, but immediately felt his joy turn to dread. Not good. Yigi iklimet involuntarily. Bo Ju followed his gaze and saw the 4-legged monsters, frowning immediately. "We must end this quickly, otherwise we might not have a good outcome." Bo Ju quickly made a decision in his mind. Try to shake off Yishi to deal with those monsters. However, Yishi kept clinging to him, and he couldn't break free. Just as he was struggling, he caught a glimpse of Ying's figure appearing near the tank. He leaped up and shot at the monster lying on the tank, causing the creatures to immediately turn toward him. While Bo Ju felt relieved, he was also worried. No matter how powerful his boss was, he was still only one person. How could he deal with 5 monsters alone? "You deputy, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Let's finish this quickly. Bo iyi fiersi atajket yeyi. Yishi felt many parts of his body had already fractured, but he knew he couldn't back down. It would be far too difficult for them to kill Ing. Now, that Ing was being attacked by those monsters, it actually worked in their favor. If Ing got injured or even killed, they could use the remaining firepower of the ghost members to eliminate those monsters. Yishi's thinking was quite good, and Bo Jun knew his thoughts as well. He angrily shouted at Shenyang. What the hell are you doing over there? Go help the boss. Shenyang suddenly snapped back to reality, kicking away the minions around him, squinting to search for his boss's figure. He happened to see Ing dealing with a four-legged monster in front of him, while two more were preparing to ambush from behind. Shenyang shouted and rushed over as fast as he could. Ing had two guns in his hands, but there were 5 monsters around him, 1 in front, 2 behind, and the other 2 were about to charge. He absolutely couldn't handle it alone. Jiang Lu also noticed Ying's situation and instinctively wanted to help, but Su Boya held her back, pleading, Jiang Lu, don't be so stubborn. You know, I once liked Zhou Mo too, but when I found out who he was, that feeling turned into guilt and distress. Jiang Lu, don't be foolish. It's impossible for you too. If he doesn't die, this world will never be good. Jiang Lu was stunned. She hesitated for just a moment, but Ying's situation became even more critical. Shenyang charged forward, disregarding his own safety, and shot at the monsters. One monster was shot down, and he fired a few more rounds. Just then, another monster pounced on him. Although it had already been hit by Ying, it was still desperately struggling, tightly choking Shenyang's neck. Shenyang struggled hard, but the monster bit down on his neck. Shenyang! This exclamation was almost simultaneous from both Ying and Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu looked in disbelief, as the man who always seemed to look down on her, yet had treated her decently, was bitten in the neck by the monster, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, instantly losing all consciousness. It felt as if someone had stabbed her heart with a knife, making it almost impossible to breathe. Boju also froze upon noticing Shenyang's situation. He had loudly called for Shenyang to help the boss and had sent him to a dead end. Although he might never have expressed much to Shenyang, he had always regarded him as a friend and brother deep down. Watching his brother being bitten in the neck by a monster, Boju was filled with rage. He kicked Yishi hard, picked up a machine gun from a corpse on the ground, and quickly ran over, shooting at the monsters. His furious demeanor infected Yishi, and even though they were both undeniable villains, villains also have feelings. They have family, loved ones, and brothers. And the anger and despair that arise after losing someone important are enough to touch anyone. Jiang Lu staggered to Shenyang's corpse. Ing stood a distance away from them, and the monsters were on the brink of collapse under Boju's gunfire, but the zombies continued to swarm into attack. This battle, which originally belonged to humans, had been completely distorted by the arrival of these creatures. Ing saw Jiang Lu kneeling beside Shenyang, his body covered in blood, his neck already broken. His expression remained that of a moment before death, determined yet terrified. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, when he taught her to disassemble and assemble firearms. How he hated her for tarnishing Ing, but was still helpless against her. The times he blushed and exploded in anger at her teasing and banter. And just moments ago, when he tried to intervene as Boju shot at her. Shenyang. Jiang Lu murmured his name, unsure where to place her hands. There was hardly a clean spot on him. He was drenched in blood. Emotionally, she wanted to touch him, but reason told her it was impossible. He might have been infected, and if she touched his blood, she could also be infected. The feeling in Jiang Lu's heart was beyond words. She felt a dull string called sadness snap inside her. She looked up at the sky and cried out loud. When Boju finally calmed down and Ing dealt with the remaining monsters nearby, he saw the scene not far away. Yishi stood silently for a moment, knowing that what he was about to do might be inhumane and dishonorable. But for the greater good, he rushed towards the tank previously controlled by Qin Nong. The monsters had all charged to attack Ing, leaving the tank unguarded. When Yishi entered, he found Qin Nong inside, struggling with how to operate it. "I've never driven a tank," he said nervously. Yishi took a deep breath and said, "You sit beside me. Let me handle it." Qin Nong immediately complied, and Yishi began to operate the tank. The view ahead became clear and sharp, and Yishi locked onto the soul of every enemy present, unhesitatingly steering the tank towards them. Then, kneeling beside Shenyang's body, Jiang Lu saw the tank's cannon fire aimed at the exhausted Bo Ju. Bo Ju was stunned, looking incredulously at the tank in the distance, forgetting to resist. When the cannon fire hit him, Jiang Lu almost saw a feeling called relief within him. Perhaps even if he didn't die here today, he would never forgive himself. He must have been thinking that if he hadn't called Xinyang to protect the boss earlier, if he had gone himself, he would have died instead. And that would have been fine. Brothers shouldn't die, at least not in such a miserable and tragic way. They had shared their lives together, facing death side by side. Jiang Lu stared in shock as the tank marked with the ghost logo prepared to fire again, this time targeting Ying. Chapter 106. There are not many people left alive. The remnants of cannon fire, corpses, and dead zombies were everywhere. Jiang Lu trembled as she got up from the ground, holding a gun in her hand. She took a deep breath and shouted towards Ying, "Why aren't you moving?" Then she turned and dashed towards the tank, not caring that it was still moving forward. She climbed up with all her might, getting injured in many places, but those pains were nothing compared to the deaths and injuries of others. She didn't look at Ying's expression. She didn't want to see it. She couldn't even understand what she was doing at that moment. Many people had already died, including her parents. Who was responsible for all this? It was Ying. If he hadn't turned the world into this state, today's battle wouldn't have happened. They would have continued their previous story peacefully, living a life that, while ordinary, was at least not dangerous. But now everything had changed. From the day Jiang Lu discovered the power was out at home and took her computer outside, everything was different. Everyone's life trajectories had changed. Such a person who had caused so many deaths and now had his loyal subordinates dying because of him, shouldn't he die? He should, absolutely. Just because he turned the world into this, he deserved to die 1,000 times. If he continued to live, the world would never know peace. But despite being such a person who deserved to die, she didn't want him to die. She wanted him to live. Even if he personally pressed the button that caused her parents to die, she still wanted him to live, even if it meant she would die. Jiang Lu almost cried as she jumped into the tank, startling Yishi and Qin Nong, causing the tank, which was supposed to move forward, to stop. "Jiang Lu, what's wrong?" Qin Nong asked nervously as he helped Jiang Lu up. Jiang Lu coughed, gripping the gun, feeling a burning pain in her throat, probably from jumping down too quickly and getting hurt. "Don't kill him," Jiang Lu pleaded, holding onto Qin Nong's arm. "Don't kill him. Let him go. So many people have already died. All our people are dead. Isn't that enough?" Qin Nong was taken aback, and after a long pause, he said helplessly, "You shouldn't be saying this to me. I'm not the one operating the tank." After he spoke, he looked at Yishi. Jiang Lu followed his gaze, her eyes looking weak, as if she would be irrevocably lost if Yishi refused her. However, Yishi was still Yishi. He always thought about the interests of more people and was incredibly calm at that moment. "Jiang Lu, think carefully. If we let the tiger return to the mountain today, all our sacrifices will be in vain. They will have died for nothing. Do you think he will let it go? His most capable men died here today. As long as he is alive, he will definitely seek revenge." Yishi's analysis made sense. This was indeed the kind of character Ying was, and it was something he would do. But Jiang Lu was unwilling to listen. "Stop saying so much." She tightened her grip on the gun, slowly raising it and pointing it at Yishi. "Kill me and let him go. One life for another, okay?" Yishi looked at her in surprise, his expression quite complicated. He didn't mind her pointing the gun at him. He subtly signaled to Qin Nong and continued speaking. "Jiang Lu, you know I can't agree to that." Yishi said calmly, "Put down the gun. We are companions. As long as we kill Ying, everything will end. We can return to the base right away, and then I can take you back to the ghost headquarters to help recover your parents' bodies." The words "recover the bodies" successfully triggered Jiang Lu. Her face turned red, and she didn't even feel the tears flowing down. She was about to pull the trigger, but in that moment, Qin Nong restrained her. Jiang Lu was stunned, looking at Qin Nong in shock, shouting, "What are you doing?" "Qin Nong, we are companions. You're helping him instead of me." Qin Nong's expression was complex as he said, "Jiang Lu, you should know what is right. If he were still Zhou Mo, I would help you, but you know he is not. He can never be again." Jiang Lu was momentarily dazed, and Yishi drove the tank to continue searching for Ying's figure. Outside, corpses were everywhere, and zombies were drawn by the smell. Ying's black figure blended into the night, and he couldn't be found for a moment. He watched the screen filled with corpses as the tank rolled over them, and Yishi felt very uncomfortable inside. In fact, he could understand Jiang Lu's feelings. She was distressed and in pain, but how could he feel any relief? Those were the people he had trained and fought with. They had survived together. He had promised their living families that he would bring them back alive, but now he had broken that promise. They had sacrificed too many people. If they still couldn't kill Ing, he wouldn't even know how to face the future. He had to do something. Ing had to die today. If he didn't die, he would have to die himself. He needed to give an explanation to those comrades who had died here. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to see a familiar figure in the bushes. Yishi's spirit surged, and he shouted to Qin Nong, "Control Jiang Lu." Qin Nong didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Jiang Lu tried to break free from his grip, but failed. She glared at Qin Nong in anger and frustration. But Qin Nong could only turn his head away and avoid her gaze. Jiang Lu looked towards Yishi's position. He had a screen in front of him and could see that he had already spotted Ing. The red circle locked onto the target. Then Yishi took out the microphone from the tank and spoke to the outside world. "Ing, you have nowhere to escape. Jiang Lu is in my hands now. I have found you, and you must die here today. Otherwise, I will." He paused, closed his eyes, and said, "I will kill Jiang Lu." Qin Nong was taken aback. Although he felt that Yishi was just trying to threaten Ing, he still found it hard to believe. After Yishi finished speaking, he turned back and said, "Take Jiang Lu to the top of the tank and point the gun at her. Do it for him to see." Qin Nong was stunned, hesitating for a long time without moving. "Yedi urgit impatiently. Vinong. What are you hesitating for? The person you like and your brother are still out there. Do you want to give him time to catch them and threaten us instead?" This successfully made Qin Nong act according to his request. He grabbed Jiang Lu and stood at the top of the tank. Ing stood in the bushes outside, seeing Jiang Lu being pointed at with a gun by Qin Nong. "You must think I wouldn't really kill Jiang Lu," Yishi said into the microphone. "Ing, don't be too confident in your judgment. I have already lost too many people here today. To ensure their sacrifices are not in vain, for the future of humanity, I am capable of anything. Even if it means I have to swallow my gun and commit suicide, I will not let you leave here alive." Yishi's words made it clear to Jiang Lu and Qin Nong that he was not joking. Jiang Lu looked at the figure in the forest. He looked back at her and took off his sunglasses. His company, which he had built single-handedly, was almost shattered today, destroyed by those whom he had previously looked down upon, and now he was being threatened with a woman. One could imagine how he felt inside. Jiang Lu remained expressionless and silent, while Qin Nong's heart raced almost out of his chest. Then he heard Jiang Lu suddenly say, "Let me go kill him." Qin Nong was stunned, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" Jiang Lu replied directly, "I will go kill him. He has no guard against me. It will definitely be better than your threat." Qin Nong looked at her in confusion, and Yishi in the tank also heard Jiang Lu's words. Jiang Lu continued, "Are you worried that I will play tricks? Then you can just blow us both up together. Actually, you can directly fire and kill him now. Are you worried he will escape? That's understandable. He is so powerful, he can easily evade 1 or 2 attacks. But what if you bring me this burden?" Her words were so persuasive that Yishi could hardly refuse. Jiang Lu slowly crouched down, glancing at Yishi in the driver's seat. Although she couldn't see his face, she could sense his wavering. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said, "Let me go. Even if I don't follow through, having me as a burden will significantly increase your chances of success. Since so many have already died, what does it matter if I die too?" "No, Jiang Lu, no." Qin Nong excitedly rejected her, but the outcome was not as he wished. Yishi agreed. He turned around and said, "Okay, I promise you. I believe in you one last time." "One last time? That's enough." Jiang Lu smiled, breaking free from Qin Nong's grip, snatching the gun from his hands, and jumped off the tank. Due to her uncoordinated movements, she fell, but no one present could laugh. Ing stood silently in the forest, not moving at all. Jiang Lu took a breath, suppressing the pain in her legs, and walked step by step toward him. "I'm here," she said hoarsely, staring at his handsome face illuminated by the night, recalling the moment they first met a long time ago, feeling a bit nostalgic. "What are you here for?" He spoke calmly, as if the deaths of his trusted subordinates, the destruction of the company, and the betrayal of those he trusted had no effect on him. But it wasn't like that. She could feel his gaze was different from before, silent like an emotionless ice sculpture. "I'm here to kill you." She stated her purpose, raising the gun against his chest. He did not flinch, as if he wouldn't care even if she really pulled the trigger. "Do you remember I once said something to you?" he asked softly. Jiang Lu scoffed. "You've said a lot to me. Am I supposed to remember every word?" Ying smiled indifferently, his smile filled with profound sadness. "I said I only had one request of you. Don't use what I taught you against me." He lowered his head, looking at the gun pressed against his left heart, and said playfully, "But you have ultimately disappointed me, Jiang Lu." This was the first time Ying had called her name in front of her, and Jiang Lu momentarily lost her focus. She bit her lip and said, "Are you trying to convince me not to kill you?" But you haven't even attempted to escape. Ying quietly looked at the gun against his heart, slowing his voice. "Go ahead and shoot." Jiang Lu froze, looking at him in disbelief. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't this what you should do to an enemy who killed your parents?" He smirked. "If I don't die today, I certainly won't give up. I will make them all pay for the deaths of those who have perished. So kill me. If you don't, all those so-called good people sacrificed today will have died in vain." Jiang Lu felt he was forcing her, pushing her to a dead end, but she could not refuse. Ying raised his hand to press against the gun in her hand, almost helping her pull the trigger. In that moment, Jiang Lu shifted the gun slightly, but the bullet still fired. The specially made bullet had a powerful impact, creating a gaping wound in his chest. Jiang Lu stared in shock as the tall, seemingly omnipotent man slowly knelt before her, his head resting against her abdomen, blood pouring from his chest, but he did not die immediately. He was enduring pain that was unbearable for ordinary people. Jiang Lu panicked and crouched down to hold his face, helplessly calling out, "Ying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She was at a loss, not knowing what to say. Ying looked at her, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he slightly opened his mouth, blood flowing even more profusely. She heard him slowly and laboriously say one last thing, "You are my lover." He leaned against her shoulder, blood streaming down her arm, "So you don't need to apologize to me." With his last bit of strength, he grasped her arm, hoarsely and desperately saying, "I will always love you." Jiang Lu stared wide-eyed at the man in her arms until he slowly closed his eyes. His blood flowed onto her, as if dressing her in a red garment, shining dangerously in the darkness. In the moment he closed his eyes, Jiang Lu heard his fading voice solemnly say, "Your parents are not dead." He showed a self-deprecating expression, and the scene ultimately froze on his shocking and unacceptable expression. Qin Nong and Yishi emerged from the tank, looking at this scene with different expressions, slowly walking toward her. They unknowingly stepped on something on the corpse, and an MP3-like device turned on, beeping a few times before starting to sing a song. It was an old song, and when the weathered male voice began to sing the lyrics, Jiang Lu finally broke down and cried, "Can you let me accompany you? Since you said I can't keep you. The way back is a bit dark. I worry about letting you walk alone. I think it's because I'm not gentle enough to share your sorrows. If I can't say this, then I'll keep the regret in my heart. Leave my sadness for myself. Take your beauty with you. From now on, I will never have a reason to be happy again." Chapter 107. Su Boya and Song Xuan, after killing the last nearby zombie with great difficulty and exhaustion, staggered to the side of Qin Nong and Yi Shi. Following them was Yao Yao, covered in blood, who looked in shock at Jiang Lu, holding the corpse of Ying. She opened her lips, but couldn't utter a word. Jiang Lu could hear nothing now. She couldn't confirm if she had said anything to her. All she saw was Qin Nong shaking her body as she held onto Ying's gradually cold corpse. The early spring weather was really not suitable for lingering. After the battle ended, the sudden relaxation of tension left people feeling cold and hungry. Jiang Lu was in tears, her tears almost freezing into ice. She tightly grasped Ying's hand, her mind constantly replaying his last 2 sentences before he died, almost wanting to swallow a gun and commit suicide immediately. Was it that she didn't love him enough? At that moment, did she not choose to believe that he wouldn't do such a thing? Or did she deep down never think he was the kind of person who would show mercy? Jiang Lu held Ying's cold body tightly, feeling guilty and hopeless, her eyes wide open staring ahead, unfocused and poorly aimed. Yishi said with some concern, "This can't go on. We need to leave quickly. It's almost dawn." "Qin Nong, go see which car is still drivable." Qin Nong looked at Jiang Lu with worry, hesitating a bit. Suboya softly said, "Let me and Yao Yao take care of her." Since she said so, Qin Nong didn't insist any longer and turned to find a car that could still be driven. Yishi slowly squatted down beside Jiang Lu and gently said, "Jiang Lu, don't be too sad. People like him are bound to die sooner or later. What you did today was very right. You eliminated future hidden dangers for everyone, allowing them to truly be free. I will report your contributions to the higher-ups. You will be fine, and I will have someone help you give your parents a proper burial." Before he could finish his words, a car light lit up not far away. He initially thought it was Qin Nong driving over and was about to tell them to turn off the high beams when he realized it wasn't Qin Nong at all. Not far from them, in a place filled with corpses and severed limbs, where the air was thick with the smell of blood, a convoy slowly approached, with the ghost logo printed on the vehicles. Yishi instantly became alert, standing up with his gun, blocking Jiang Lu and Ying's corpse. Jiang Lu's face was pressed against Ying's cold face as she turned to look at the approaching convoy, which did not attack them and seemed to be friendly. Why was it said to be friendly? Because they displayed a sign from the passenger window of the lead vehicle, indicating for them not to panic. Yishi was a bit confused, uncertain about what these people were here for, but since they were from Ghost, they were definitely hostile. So he didn't dare let his guard down. Among everyone present, perhaps only Jiang Lu understood what was going on. She curled her lips into a somewhat terrifying smile, watching as the vehicle stopped and saw her parents emerge from the car, unharmed, leaving everyone in shock. Like Jiang Lu, no one doubted that he spoke the truth. They absolutely believed he had the ability to remotely detonate the base because he had previously evacuated most of the people from the base. Wasn't that to blow up the enemies heading to the Ghost headquarters all at once later? Yishi looked in disbelief at Dr. Yuan and Jiang Jishu, who were the first to get out, followed by others in lab coats. The two of them quickly searched among the few remaining people for Jiang Lu's figure, and soon found her, heading toward her position. What was going on? Doctor. Yuan's footsteps were the fastest. She ran to her daughter, who was despairingly holding someone. When she got closer, her face was filled with panic and disbelief. What happened? What's wrong with the boss? Jiang Lu looked down at Ying's closed eyes. She would never see his sharp yet pleasing gaze again, nor hear any of his twisted concerns and teachings. She remembered his last words in her ear. He had never held out much hope being with her. His greatest expectation was merely that she wouldn't use what she learned from him against him, but she had disappointed him. "Mom, I killed him." Jiang Lu's voice was eerily calm. Her expression twisted to the point that it made one doubt whether she would become psychologically disturbed because of this. "I killed him. It was me who killed him." Dr. Yuan squatted beside her, wanting to take Ying's corpse from her arms, but Jiang Lu refused to let go, tightly holding him and murmuring, "Now no one can separate us. We will be together forever. Now we never have to part again, never have to part again." Dr. Yuan looked at her daughter with a worried expression, while Jiang Jishu had already been blocked by Yishi. Yishi, puzzled, looked at him and said, "Are you okay?" Jiang Jishu coldly looked over. "What? Do you want us to be in trouble?" Yishi was speechless after a long while. He said, "During our earlier exchange of fire, I told him about our cooperation with you. He took out something and pressed it, saying he activated the self-destruct program of the main base, and you all died there." Jiang Jishu froze, frowning. "What did you say?" Yishi repeated what he just said, along with a reluctant guess. "So, he was just lying to me, not wanting me to use you as leverage against him, and actually, nothing happened to you at all. You're all fine?" He couldn't help but recall how he had provoked Jiang Lu by mentioning her parents' deaths, instinctively looking back at her. She appeared calm, but the more calm she was, the more frightening it became, making Yishi feel she had really suffered a huge blow and might carry a significant psychological shadow because of it. After all, for Jiang Lu, that man not only didn't truly harm her, but she also misunderstood him. Yishi turned back with a complicated expression. It was evident that Jiang Jishu had already guessed what had happened upon seeing the situation in front of him. He walked over to his daughter and the boss's corpse, squatting beside his wife, and softly said, "Lulu, it's Dad and Mom. We should go now." You can't always hold onto a corpse." Jiang Lu seemed to be triggered by something in his words. She slowly placed Ying's body on the ground and then stood up, clenching her fists tightly. "He is not a corpse. Not a corpse." Her words were intense, her emotions agitated, her breathing rapid, her chest rising and falling, as if she might faint from the pressure at any moment, which greatly worried Dr. Yuan and Jiang Jishu. Yishi slowly approached, feeling a bit guilty, and after a long silence, he said, "Jiang Lu, no matter what, you can't stay here with his corpse. This place could be dangerous at any moment. The smell of blood will attract zombies or even those mutated crawlers. You have to leave." The moment Yishi began to speak, Jiang Lu squinted at him and said with a discomforting, sarcastic tone, "I have no value to you anymore, right?" "No, there still is. My parents still need to serve you, to research the antidote and vaccine for the zombie virus. You even need the remaining elites from Ghost to help you deal with those mutated crawlers." She mockingly curled her lips. "Look, how much benefit you've gotten from me. But I've received nothing in return. That a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" Yishi frowned. After a long time, he said, "You know I'm not that kind of person. If you need me to apologize, I will definitely." "Apologize? What good is an apology? You casually said a few words and then expect me to be grateful?" Jiang Lu sneered and said, "I don't want your apology, I want." She lowered her head, looking at Ying lying calmly on the ground, as if he were not dead, just asleep. "I want his body. I want to leave here. I don't want to go back to that base." Even Jiang Jishu and Dr. Yuan had some disagreement with this. "Lulu, it's too dangerous outside. You alone." "Who said I'm alone?" Jiang Lu looked at her parents in confusion. "Aren't you going with me? Are you really going to follow him?" The him in her words naturally referred to Yishi. Yishi turned his head away, seemingly contemplating whether he could agree, but Jiang Lu didn't give him the chance to refuse. "That's right. Even if you don't agree, I will definitely take him with me. As for the contributions you need from my parents, since you have already made a deal, I won't interfere. You can still cooperate. But at least for now, they have to come with me." After saying this, she squatted down to try to lift Ying's body, and everyone watched her. But no one came to help, as if even in death, he still instilled fear in them. Just when Jiang Lu was about to exhaust her strength, Yao Yao rushed over to help her lift Ying's body. Jiang Lu looked at her in surprise, and Yao Yao pursed her lips and said, "He saved me, after all. At this point, I should do something for him." Jiang Lu couldn't help but show a mocking expression, looking at Yishi and saying, "Even a little girl knows to be grateful. But what about you men? When we were on that submarine, if it weren't for him, everyone might have died at the bottom of the sea because of those huge deep-sea creatures. But now, not a single person who survived because of him is willing to lift a finger. Isn't it ridiculous?" After finishing her words, she indifferently supported Ying's cold body and left. His wounds were still bleeding, and she covered them with her hand, which soon became stained with blood. She helped Ying into the car that her parents drove, and after securing him in the back seat, Jiang Lu looked towards her parents not far away. She didn't speak, but her meaning was very clear. Jiang Jishu made a direct decision. "Deputy Officer Yi, we will definitely fulfill our promise to you. But as you can see, Lulu is the most important person to us, and we need to be with her now. Excuse us." After saying this, he lifted his foot and left, while Dr. Yuan immediately walked quickly towards the car. However, Jiang Chu paused for a moment when passing by the bodies of Shun Yang and Bo Ju, which were not far apart, and looked at the distant people, saying, "Bring their bodies along. Those who died in battle should find peace. They were just some corpses incapable of causing chaos." Taking those bodies away was merely a hope for them to rest in peace. Yishi had no reason to refuse. He stood there watching Jiang Chu lead the convoy slowly leave. The Ghost, having lost its leader, still maintained great organization and discipline throughout the process. No one spoke out of turn or acted recklessly. One can imagine how tragic the results would be for the survivor base if they failed today. In this kind of battle, it's either you die or I die. He shouldn't feel guilty. Yishi comforted himself this way, but for some reason, he still felt very uncomfortable inside. Perhaps he needed a little time. Chapter 108. The weather was very cold, and the car was also cold. The air conditioning wasn't on because there was a corpse in the back seat. The moment the car drove out of Yishi's sight, Jiang Lu immediately sat up from the back seat and said to her parents in the front, who were driving and sitting in the passenger seat, "Save him." "Doctor." Yuan turned around in shock and looked at her daughter. "What did you say?" Jiang Lu looked calm, but there was a slight tremor in her voice. I missed. I didn't hit the heart. You guys hurry and see if he can. She couldn't finish her sentence. She couldn't bring herself to accept the thought that he would die. If it weren't for that glimmer of hope, she would have already committed suicide before he showed any signs of losing his life. The driver did not stop. Dr. Yuan glanced at her husband, who restrained himself and said, "You should check on him. Don't stop the car. It will raise suspicions." "Doctor." Yuan nodded and climbed from the passenger seat to the back seat, looking at the pale, bloodless man. Was this really the person she admired so much? Who seemed to be able to handle anything? He actually had a day like this, and the cause was her own daughter. Dr. Yuan truly didn't know what to say. She never expected her daughter to have such capabilities. Love can lead one astray. She hadn't realized it before, but now it seemed absolutely true. "Doctor." Yuan told herself to stay calm and raised her hand to examine the cold, stiff figure. Jiang Lu stared at her tightly, her eyes filled with hope, as if the moment Dr. Yuan declared him dead, she would immediately turn around and jump out of the car to end her own life. "Doctor." Yuan reminded herself that she couldn't let that happen. She did her best to conduct the examination, and after 5 or 6 minutes, she took a breath and said to her husband in the driver's seat, "Turn on the air conditioning. It's too cold in here." Jiang Chu didn't say a word and obediently turned on the air conditioning. Dr. Yuan immediately took out the emergency medical kit from the hidden compartment in the back seat, which every car was equipped with. When she opened it, Jiang Lu saw that it contained most of the basic emergency medications and bandages. The bullet passed through his body. Dr. Yuan said softly, "Which saves us the trouble of removing the bullet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu realized what her mother meant and exclaimed in surprise, "He is not dead yet, right?" Dr. Yuan pressed her lips together and said, "But Lu, I'm not a professional doctor. You know I can only do some emergency treatment. We still need to wait for a doctor to check him." Jiang Lu said impatiently, "Then find a safe place for the doctor to check him. I don't believe there aren't any excellent doctors alive right now." While cutting away the clothing around the wound, Dr. Yuan said, Lu, you're thinking too simply. Right now, Yishi thinks the boss is dead. If we return to the base and immediately move him somewhere else for treatment, it will definitely raise his suspicions." Jiang Lu helplessly held her face. "Doctor." Yuan comforted her, "But don't be too anxious. Once we get to the base, we can still have a doctor check him there. However, most of the people accompanying us are researchers, and I think their skills might not be as good as your mother's." Jiang Chu coldly made a decision. "Doctor." Yuan sighed and said, "The boss's organs have been damaged and with excessive blood loss, even though there are still signs of life. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. So in the end, is it still not feasible?" Jiang Lu looked blankly at his unconscious form, as if she could see his body gradually decaying after some time. Jiang Lu shivered all over, and without saying a word, she took out her gun from her pocket. Dr. Yuan instantly realized what she intended to do and rushed forward to snatch the gun from her hand, angrily saying, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Lu calmly replied, "I want to go with him. This is what I owe him." "You don't understand." Dr. Yuan nearly shouted in despair. "I don't understand? How could I not understand? You're just a young girl pretending to be profound. I'm your mother. For a man, you're willing to let your parents send you off to die." Jiang Lu bit her lips, frozen in place. Dr. Yuan calmed down and said, "Enough. I will save him. I will do it without you saying anything. Don't make a scene and waste my time. Your father will arrange everything. We will set off for the supply base as soon as possible." Jiang Lu looked at her mother in confusion. "Supply base? Why do we have to go there?" This time, it was her father who answered, as her mother was nervously treating the wound on Ing. The wound had been left untreated for too long. If it weren't for his good physical condition, he might have been dead by now. Because the boss had ordered earlier, most people had evacuated to there. So that was it. The place Ing had ordered them to evacuate to was the supply base, the place she had always longed for, but had never been to. In the brief moment of conversation between Jiang Lu and her father, Dr. Yuan had already conducted emergency treatment and bandaged Ying's wound. She looked at her blood-covered hands and found it hard to imagine that this blood belonged to her all-powerful boss. She sighed with a bit of emotion, checked his breathing again, and with a sigh of relief said, "Although it's very weak, it should not. Cough, useless, drive faster." Jiang Chu glanced at the two of them through the rearview mirror and inevitably caught sight of Ing, who lay with his eyes closed, looking as if he were really dead. He shivered involuntarily, thinking about how he might hold them accountable after he recovered, and hesitated whether they should really save him. But if they didn't save him, Jiang Lu probably wouldn't survive either. They could only take the risk and do it. The car rushed back to the base overnight, and the moment the base gate closed, people from the other cars rushed out and surrounded the first car, clearly concerned about Ying's safety. When Jiang Chu opened the car door and got out, someone immediately came up to ask, "How is the boss?" This was a very conservative way of asking, considering they had just seen the boss seemingly dead on that bloody battlefield. Jiang Chu glanced at them and called a few people over, saying, "Prepare to treat the boss immediately, and then follow my orders. Tomorrow night, one group will go to attract the attention of the survivors' base who are monitoring us, and another group will accompany me to take the boss to the supply base." By saying this, he indicated that the boss was still alive. Everyone was excited and quickly followed Jiang Chu's instructions to do their respective tasks. Jiang Lu watched as Ying was carried on a stretcher and pushed away, unable to follow too closely. When there was light and she had the mood to observe, Jiang Lu realized that she was covered in blood. She was wearing the survivor's base uniform, which was all white. Now it was completely stained red with blood. She stood frozen, looking at her reflection in the glass not far away, and even she found it a bit frightening. "Go change your clothes and take a shower, doctor." Yuan walked out of the emergency room, hands in her pockets, saying that with so many people watching, nothing would happen. Jiang Lu shook her head. "I'll wait here until I see him out of danger." Dr. Yuan saw her determined expression and didn't push her, sitting down on a bench outside with her. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Have you thought about what will happen if the boss gets better?" Jiang Lu looked down at her hands and remained silent. "We are all traitors, you know. To him, we are all people who should die," Dr. Yuan emphasized. Jiang Lu hurriedly said, "But he didn't kill you, did he?" Dr. Yuan sighed and, after a moment, said, "But if he finds out he didn't die and comes back here, do you think Boju, Shenyang, the boss, will let them die in vain?" Jiang Lu fell silent, seemingly not hearing, as she fiddled with her fingers. Dr. Yuan looked at her daughter helplessly, touched her head, and smiled in concession. Perhaps they had never sacrificed anything for their daughter in their lives, but now the opportunity to sacrifice for her had truly come. Chapter 109. As April began, the temperature in the city started to gradually rise, especially in the south. Jiang Lu slowly walked out of her room. It felt like a greenhouse, with an open top and sturdy walls surrounding it. It seemed difficult for anything other than powerful missiles to break through the walls. She had been living here for a while, and compared to the outside world, this place felt like a paradise. Many people lived here in a large area, rising with the sun and resting at sunset, planting vegetables and fruits to supply their diet, as well as some plants to beautify the environment. It was like a utopia, with rows of buildings resembling apartment blocks. Jiang Lu found many familiar faces inside. Most of them were researchers from Ghost, all brought here along with their wives and children. Yes, the wives or husbands and children of those researchers lived in this utopia, enjoying a stable and pleasant life while their loved ones conducted research at the main base. Free from any worries, they could even think that despite the world getting worse, they still had a fallback plan, which made them work harder and more frantically. Jiang Lu arrived here by plane, which was the supply base for Ghost. They rushed here overnight, diverting the attention of the people monitoring the survivor base. And throughout the process, they remained undetected. "Miss Jiang, you're awake?" A middle-aged woman in a black uniform and rubber shoes passed by her, greeting her warmly. "Thank you for yesterday. Xiao, he said you played with him for a long time." Jiang Lu was taken aback, recalling yesterday when that adorable little boy, who was very well-behaved and warm, seemed to have healed her rather than the other way around. "No, not at all. You're too kind," Jiang Lu replied, lowering her head, feeling a bit at a loss. It seemed that ever since that night, she had been in a state of panic and confusion. Deep down, she was extremely anxious. Even though she was in this vibrant place, she still couldn't calm herself down. "Miss Jiang, don't worry too much. The boss will definitely be fine," the woman sighed softly, trying to comfort Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was surprised that her parents hadn't concealed the fact that Ying was in trouble, and even more surprised that these people didn't think of betrayal or escape despite Ying's situation. Perhaps it was because they were indeed living happily and securely here. Who would want to leave such a place and run out to be with those zombies? "Well, I have to get busy now. Miss Jiang, you should go at breakfast. If you're late, The kids will eat it all. The woman smiled and left. She had things to do, and everyone's main job here was to cultivate those plants and vegetables, helping them thrive, and even researching new types of plants. Jiang Lu watched her back and thought of the children she often saw in the dining hall, feeling none of the dislike she used to have. In fact, she wasn't fond of children, believing that many kids nowadays were spoiled by their parents, often displaying rude and impolite behavior that made her feel physically repulsed. But the children here were not annoying. Every time she saw them in the dining hall, she felt a glimmer of hope for the future. "Sister, you're here." A cute little boy with a delicate face ran up to Jiang Lu, looking up at her. "I saved some delicious food for you. You must eat more. Mom says if you eat too little, you'll become as skinny as a corn stalk, dry and ugly." Jiang Lu couldn't help but laugh. During these days, Ying had been in a deep coma, and all the doctors and scientists who had escaped from the supply base had tried various methods, but still saw no good results. Although Ying was alive, he was like a vegetative person, showing no reaction. Jiang Lu had heard her mother say that perhaps he would live like this for the rest of his life. She suddenly felt a pang of regret for not keeping that child at the survivor base. If she had, at least she would have had some hope and wouldn't feel as lonely and panicked as she did now. "Thank you, Xiao He," Jiang Lu said lightly, but was pulled away by the child to eat. Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology watched this scene from outside the window. Dr. Yuan said worriedly, "Now, she can only have some reaction when she asks with the kids." Jiang Technology stared ahead, pausing for a moment before saying, "Why not let her have a child?" Dr. Yuan looked at him in surprise. "What did you say? Have a child? With whom?" Jiang Technology rolled his eyes, of course with the boss. "Who else would it be? Would she be willing to have a child with someone else?" Dr. Yuan hesitated, but the boss's current condition. Jiang Technology said earnestly, "As long as she wants, there's nothing impossible for a living person. We could use IVF, or she could take the initiative. Although the boss can't wake up, his vital signs are normal. Maybe it could work?" Jiang Technology's words darkened Dr. Yuan's face. He stared at Jiang Technology for a while before saying, "You scoundrel," and turned to leave. Jiang Technology sneered, stroking his chin. "Women are really troublesome. They clearly like it in their hearts, but pretend to be indifferent." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Jiang Lu saw her father standing outside the window while eating and walked out, just in time to hear his last words. Jiang Technology felt a bit embarrassed, and after a long pause said, "It's nothing. You should eat more. Look at how thin you've become. It doesn't look good at all." Jiang Lu took a bite and said, "Isn't this good? Isn't being thin fashionable now? Sharp faces, devil waists, and all that." Jiang Technology glared at her. "If you become like that, don't say you're my daughter when you go out. It's ugly." Jiang Lu dryly replied, "Oh," and continued eating with her head down. Jiang Technology watched her for a while before hesitantly saying, "Actually, I was just discussing something with your mother." Jiang Lu raised her eyes to glare at him. "Discussing what?" "Where's Mom?" She left. She walked away after a disagreement. "I don't know who spoiled her bad habit," Jiang Technology said irritably. Jiang Lu thought to herself, "Isn't that because of you? Who else could it be?" However, watching her parents interact like this made her feel a bit sentimental. If she could still be with Ying like that, how wonderful would it be? Jiang Lu lowered her head, sighed in her heart, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Jiang Technology, who originally was reluctant to speak, now felt compelled to say it. "I want you to have a child." He spoke quickly, as if afraid Jiang Lu would interrupt him with a refusal. "You know, the boss may not be able to wake up, but his bodily functions are normal. We've been taking care of his body with the best medicines. As long as you want, we can try IVF or other methods." "Lulu, what I mean is if there is a child, the waiting days won't be so hard to bear." Jiang Lu's expression momentarily showed confusion at his words. It was a subtle feeling that coincided with her parents' thoughts. But to Jiang Technology, it looked like his daughter was hesitating. Jiang Technology didn't care that he was the father and not the mother anymore, hurriedly explaining, "Of course. This isn't forcing you. I just see that you like being around children. Just waiting like this can be a bit, you know. Your mood has been off lately, and your mother and I are very worried. You know I'm not a father who likes to talk much." "Jiang Lu, I hope you seriously consider this matter. If you really don't want to, you can just pretend you didn't hear it." Jiang Lu shook her head. "No, Dad. That's not what I mean. I think that idea is pretty good." Jiang Technology's eyes widened in surprise. "You really think it's good?" In the corner, Dr. Yuan poked his head out. No way, you really agreed? Jiang Lu and Jiang Jishu were startled by the sudden appearance of Dr. Yuan. It turned out she hadn't gone far. She was just hiding nearby, waiting for her husband to find her. Unexpectedly, that useless man didn't chase after her. Why be so scared? I'm a living person, not a ghost, Dr. Yuan frowned. Jiang Jishu cleared his throat and said to Jiang Lu, if you're really planning to do this, you need to come to Dad for help. Dad is an expert in this area. Jiang Lu glanced at her father, Dad. I didn't know you were an expert in reproduction. Jiang Chu's mouth twitched severely as he forced himself to explain. It's not like that. What I mean is, I'm an expert in vitro fertilization. Jiang Lu widened her eyes. I thought you were better at engineering and technical subjects. Jiang Chu shot his daughter a glare and turned to leave. Dr. Yuan stepped out and asked, Lulu, have you thought it through? Jiang Lu nodded. But I have my own methods. I'll try first, and if it doesn't work, then I'll trouble you. Doctor. Yuan immediately associated it with a method her daughter might use and inexplicably flushed, clearing her throat before saying, all right, I'll take my leave. You should eat something. I'll go find your dad. After finishing her sentence, she quickly walked away, her flushed face making Jiang Lu feel uncomfortable. She touched her nose. Feeling her own face was quite hot as well, but wasn't a good idea. That night, after dinner, Jiang Lu calculated her ovulation period. And since today fell within the range, she quietly entered the monitoring room where Ying was, since he had already escaped life-threatening danger. The wound on his chest had healed significantly over the past month with the help of good medicine. All the tubes had been removed. He lay there peacefully, though a tube was still inserted in his nose. Jiang Lu hesitated for a few seconds at the door before walking in and closing it behind her, carefully approaching his bedside. After more than a month, his complexion had improved a lot, but his treatment in other aspects had not seen any progress. He remained in a coma, likely due to the radiation from the bullet damaging his nerves. Experts had been consulting for so long, but still hadn't come up with a flawless treatment plan. Jiang Lu looked at the man on the bed, slowly taking off her clothes until she was left with just her underwear, feeling shy. What was there to be shy about? No matter whether she wore clothes or not. He couldn't see her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lu sat at the edge of the bed in her underwear, gently lifting the blanket covering him. He was dressed in a loose hospital gown, which she had changed him into after washing him earlier that day, smelling fresh and comfortable. Outside the supply base, the moon hung high in the sky, with clouds drifting by, hiding behind them as if it too felt flushed and racing hard due to the scene in a room inside the base. Jiang Jishu and Dr. Yuan also struggled to sleep that night. Dr. Yuan paced back and forth in the room, while Jiang Jishu coldly remarked, stop walking around. Just watch my eyes spin. Let be. She's an adult and can handle more than you think. Dr. Yuan glared at him in silence. Jiang Jishu directly changed the subject. Yishi sent a signal to the main base, asking us to cooperate with the survivor base to develop a vaccine. They said their technology is in the final testing phase, and it looks promising. Dr. Yuan scoffed. With their level, they'll just find countless loopholes and unpredictable side effects. Jiang Jishu turned to her and asked, so are you going or not? Dr. Yuan sneered. Do you think we can say no? Of course not. If they refused, it would mean they were unwilling to cooperate with the survivor base. Now, they were the dominant force, and the ghost group was leaderless, having basically given up on continuing their previous endeavors, merging into the survivor base. How could they not go? So they had to hurry back secretly. Jiang Jishu looked up at the ceiling, feeling a bit melancholic. Actually, this isn't too bad, right? Everything is developing in a good direction. I just hope when the boss wakes up, he won't be too angry. When Ying was mentioned, a flash of panic crossed Dr. Yuan's eyes. Their actions undoubtedly violated Ying's authority. He was in this dangerous situation because of their daughter, yet they had betrayed him. If he woke up, no one could guarantee what would happen. However, despite knowing it would be terrifying, they still had to strive to make him wake up. They had no other choice. Chapter 110 that night, Jiang Lu slept in Ying's hospital room. When the sunlight streamed through the window, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation. The hospital bed was relatively spacious. She lay beside him without a blanket. No wonder she felt a bit cold, and her nose was uncomfortable in the morning. Am I coming down with a cold? Jiang Lu thought to herself, rubbing her sore arms as she slowly got out of bed. She put on her shoes, stood by the bed, and looked at Ying, who was still sound asleep. In a few minutes, a doctor would come to change his dressing and perform some basic treatments. Since he couldn't eat anything, he could only rely on medication to maintain his health, which would inevitably have some impact on his body. After all, no matter how good the medication was, it couldn't compare to food. If a person couldn't intake food normally for an extended period, problems would eventually arise. Jiang Lu scratched her head, bent down, and kissed his face gently, whispering, "I'll come back tonight. You rest well. If someone sees me here so early, they'll start thinking too much." After saying that, she walked over to the window, gazing up at the transparent design at the top of the supply base, through which sunlight could pour in. It was much better than the design at the main base, which only had one window. At that height, there was nothing visible to go up to. They could choose to remain oblivious, and everything was fine. Jiang Lu slowly pulled the curtains closed, and every time she turned around, she couldn't help but hope that maybe this time he would have opened his eyes. But each time, it ended in disappointment. Looking at the man who slept soundly, she sometimes thought that it wouldn't be so bad if he kept sleeping like this. At least many people wouldn't have to worry about him waking up and facing punishment. Those who had been forced to betray him because of her parents had never considered that they could live well after he woke up. Yet, they continued to care for and treat this person who would bring them to a bad end, just like Jiang Lu, who felt filled with guilt over what happened to him. "All right, this time I'm really leaving." As Jiang Lu passed by the bed again, she couldn't help but lean in closer to him, hesitating for a moment before kissing him on the lips. Such a strong-willed person, yet his lips were surprisingly soft. Perhaps only when he was unconscious could she be so bold. If he were awake, she wouldn't dare do such things. Reluctantly, Jiang Lu finally left before the doctor arrived. The doctor taking care of Ing was male, apart from the daily routine of wiping his body, which Jiang Lu was responsible for. Almost everything else was carried out by the doctors in rotation. To avoid any issues, 2 doctors came together every time for mutual supervision. One doctor changed Ying's bag, while the other lifted the blanket to perform routine massages. However, he seemed to notice something unusual. "What is this?" The doctor observed some marks on Ying's hospital gown around the waist, which were already dry. He scratched at it and said, "How could this happen? Is it because the clothes weren't washed properly? That's impossible. These clothes weren't dirty, and the boss can't do anything about it." The doctor who changed the bag frowned and came over to check. After studying it for a long time, they couldn't determine what this odorless, dried substance was and finally had to give up, preparing new clothes for when Jiang Lu came to wipe the boss's body again. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Lu strolled around the vegetable garden, helping out a bit. At noon, she stopped for a simple wash-up before heading to see 2 old friends. Although they were called old friends, they probably wouldn't want to acknowledge that. Jiang Lu looked at the 2 gravestones next to each other, one bearing the name Shunyang and the other, naturally, the name Boju. Jiang Lu pressed her lips together, squatting in front of the gravestones, bowing her head to tidy up a bit before placing down 2 bouquets of flowers. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, quietly apologizing a few times. In truth, this was just her seeking psychological comfort. They were already gone, and even if she said sorry 100 times, they wouldn't hear it. The departed were gone, and even if you once made mistakes, there was no chance to make amends. Jiang Lu slowly opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at the black and white photo on the gravestone. Xinyang was smiling faintly in the picture, which was clearly his ID photo, dressed in a suit, looking handsome and appearing to be just in his early 20s. It was said that this was a photo taken when he had just joined Ghost, back when he was still ambitious and hadn't yet developed the arrogance and sharp tongue that came later. In contrast, Boju had always looked like he thought everyone owed him money since he joined Ghost. The photos were all taken from a condescending angle, and the photographer must have felt a lot of pressure. Jiang Lu chuckled at the thought, but after laughing, she felt even sadder, fiddling with her phone and unable to say anything, as if besides apologizing, she had nothing else to say to them. "Actually, you don't need to blame yourself too much." A voice that wasn't very familiar broke the silence. Jiang Lu turned to see someone she recognized from the base, said to be the one who took on that role after Boju's death. Most of the people in Team C had perished in that battle, with only a small portion who had escorted the researchers back to the supply base still alive, and he was one of them. He slowly walked over to Jiang Lu and squatted down beside her, looking at Bo Ju's gravestone. I may not know exactly what happened that day, but I think if Team Leader Bo knew that most of the people survived, including the boss being fine, he would feel that his death was worthwhile. He paused, glancing towards Shun Yang's gravestone. Not to mention Secretary Shun. As long as the boss is well, he would be willing to do anything. Indeed, they were so loyal, and the purpose of everything they did was to protect Ying. So, she didn't need to feel guilty? How could that be? Why did he end up in a position where Yi Shi could scheme against him and seize leverage? Why did he only fight back at that moment? If he had wanted to, he could have captured Yi Shi and the others long ago. Everything was because of her. Thank you for comforting me. Jiang Lu stood up, and the man followed suit. She casually said, "It's getting late. It's time to eat, so I won't delay you." Nodding slightly, she turned to leave, and the man shook his head as he watched her back. Jiang Lu didn't go to have lunch. Instead, she headed to Ying's room. She unlocked the door and walked in. The room filled with instruments was slightly warmer than outside, but still limited. Jiang Lu walked a few steps to the bedside, sitting in a chair and looking at the man who still had his eyes closed. His complexion was pale, looking a bit thin, and his chin was increasingly sharp, clearly affected by his inability to eat. "Why aren't you waking up yet?" Jiang Lu spoke softly. "If you don't wake up soon, I feel like I won't be able to hold on much longer." She leaned onto him, gripping the blanket covering him. "You've been sleeping for so long. If you don't get up, I might just go find someone else. I think Dr. Wang is pretty good, the old Wang next door. He is young and accomplished, knows a lot, and since the world isn't better yet, there's no tense doctor-patient relationship, so finding a doctor isn't bad, right?" She tilted her head, looking at Ying's chin, analyzing the names she could call out, and concluding that being with anyone seemed fine. But suddenly, her expression cooled, and after a while, she said, "But I still want to be with you the most. What should I do?" She sat up, gazing at the man who gave her no reaction. After holding on for so long and showing strength for such a long time, she finally felt on the verge of collapse at that moment. Was it wrong of me? Jiang Lu stood up with red eyes, shouting, "Why don't you wake up? I missed my shot. I didn't really want to kill you. At that moment, I just thought we could escape together. If we couldn't get away, I would aim a little off so that after I took you away, someone could still save you. Or even if we died together, that would be fine too. Just don't leave me all alone." By the end, she was choked up. She hadn't cried in these days and seemed really calm, but who knows how much pain she felt inside. The more she held it in, the more her emotions became strange and terrifying. Jiang Lu wiped away the tears on her cheeks and looked desperately at the man on the bed, saying, "I'm begging you. Wake up. As long as you can wake up, no matter if you want to create a virus or destroy the world, I will support you." This promise essentially completely overturned the values Jiang Lu had held in the past, but now they meant nothing to her. She turned and left in despair. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw an elderly researcher in a white lab coat standing not far away. His kind face resembled her grandfather's, and his smile slightly eased her agitated mood. "Child, if you don't mind, can we have a chat?" The kind old man made this request, and it seemed there was no reason to refuse. Jiang Lu was silent for a moment but still walked towards him. What she didn't notice after leaving the patient room was that the fingers he had kept under the blanket had moved slightly. Chapter 111, The Elderly Researcher, whose surname is Su, asked her to call him Grandpa Su. Jiang Lu obediently called him that, and he expressed his happiness, as no one had called him that in many years. "You probably haven't seen me before because I only recently decided to meet you. I've heard about you and the boss, and I had planned to meet you for a long time. Now I finally have the opportunity," Grandpa Su said, lowering his voice. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. The boss will be fine. All his bodily functions are normal. It's just a matter of time before he wakes up. What I want to ask is, are you really prepared? After he wakes up, have you thought about how to face everything that may happen in the future?" Jiang Lu looked at him, unsure of his exact intentions behind these questions, but he quickly provided her with an explanation. "Actually, I have been watching the boss all the way through," he said with a nostalgic expression. "Before he founded Ghost, I was his university professor. He was my most outstanding and proud student. After the virus outbreak, he sent someone to bring my family here as soon as possible." He smiled and invited Jiang Lu to sit on the bench by the corridor. After she sat down, he continued, "In the beginning, he was a very kind person. He had no parents and grew up in an orphanage, relying on meager state funding for his education. He suffered a lot during his studies and faced a lot of discrimination. Jiang Lu had thought that such a character and mindset as his could not be formed overnight. He must have had a troubled past. However, hearing someone talk about it still felt unbelievable. She could not imagine that such a strong person would also have moments of weakness. She could not picture that version of him in her mind. He used to be a dedicated student focused on scientific biological research. Initially, he never thought about changing the world like this. He only hoped to conquer all seemingly unsolvable viruses and develop a drug that could truly change human history. But the old man paused and then said, "But later, some things happened. His project was suspended, and the investors chose to support another project because the leader of that project had some private dealings with them." He did not elaborate further, but Jiang Lu could piece together the story. A young man full of ambition doing cutting-edge research. But because he did not know how to please investors, his research funds ended up with someone else's project. Despite his outstanding talent, he had no place to showcase it. His research was deemed worthless by those who did not understand it at all. And when he stepped outside, he was mocked and insulted by his rivals. The worst of human nature made him feel as if he had returned to the time when he was bullied in the orphanage due to malnutrition after being born. He even focused so much on his research that he did not undergo any physical training and was attacked by those who could not stand his pride, subjected to live tests with drugs that had not yet undergone clinical trials. When Grandpa Su recounted these events, Jiang Lu's face turned pale. That incident was the catalyst for everything to change. It made him finally start to conceal all his scientific research and take time to think about how to create better external conditions for himself, dealing with those terrible people. He was such a smart person that as long as he wanted, he could become ruthless, cunning, and even unscrupulous, just like later on. But even if he became someone you feared and looked down upon, filled with disdain, you could not help but be fascinated by his abilities and thoughts. I think he just wanted to prove himself at first, and he indeed did. But later, I don't know how things turn out this way. He started to establish his own research institute and even a pharmaceutical company. Once he had money, those who once looked down on him and dismissed his research clung to him again. He pointed at himself and smiled bitterly. "You haven't experienced it, so you wouldn't understand that feeling, little girl. In fact, I also really dislike humanity, which is why they gathered together. There are reasons for all of this." Jiang Lu lowered her head and hesitated for a long time before saying, "But there are good people too." Grandpa Su agreed. "There are indeed more good people in this world. I've realized this now. I think the boss has also realized it because he has taken a liking to you. I came to find Miss Jiang for this reason. I hope Miss Jiang can be a bit more patient and help him untangle his inner knots. He is not inhumane. He just doesn't know how to treat people." Jiang Lu slowly looked at him. He patted her shoulder, smiled, and bid her farewell. Jiang Lu stared at his back, remaining silent. She sat there all night, not sleeping at all. Jiang and Dr. Yuan had gone to the survivor base, leaving Jiang Lu without supervision. She could do whatever she wanted, enjoying a high degree of freedom, but also easily neglecting her own well-being. The next day, when the doctor came to conduct a routine checkup on Ying, he saw her with heavy dark circles under her eyes on the bench in the corridor. The doctor hesitated and greeted her, and she suddenly came to her senses and asked blankly, "What time is it?" The doctor's mouth twitched as he said, "It's 8 o'clock. Miss Jiang, you're here so early?" Jiang Lu did not explain, only stood up and said, "You're here to check on him." The doctor nodded, and Jiang Lu, still dazed, said, "I'll go in and take a look." After saying that, she stood there waiting, implying he should go in first. The doctor did not refuse. Although it felt a bit awkward, he walked in front. Jiang Lu followed him, just as she was about to step into the room after him, when suddenly the doctor, who had rushed out with a gasp, knocked her down to the ground. What happened? Jiang Lu lay on the floor, looking at him in confusion. The doctor turned around in surprise, continuously apologizing, and after the apologies, he awkwardly said, "No, it's nothing. I just got a bit too excited." Excited? Jiang Lu was taken aback, thinking of something but not daring to believe it. With the doctor's help, she stood up, originally intending to rush into the room immediately, but for some reason, she could not take that step. "Miss Jiang, aren't you going to take a look? You might not get another chance later," the doctor said softly, meaning that if she didn't go in soon, He would call other doctors to come for a consultation because there had been changes inside. However, Jiang Lu misunderstood. She had always held the worst expectations about things to avoid greater disappointment. And when the doctor said this, she immediately felt she had guessed wrong. His surprise was because Ying's condition had worsened. Jiang Lu could not think too much and hurriedly dashed into the room, only to freeze in shock as soon as she entered. Sitting by the bedside was a man with a very familiar face, handsome yet pale. He raised his hand to press his forehead and, hearing the sound, lazily looked over. Jiang Lu met those familiar yet deep eyes. Suddenly recalling that she had not slept all night, felt unwell, and hadn't washed her face or changed her clothes. Panicking, she wanted to turn and leave, at least to tidy herself up before seeing him. But the next second, she found herself unable to move, still a bit shocked because Ying spoke. He was sitting by the bed in a hospital gown, expressionless, seemingly not much different from before, but the first thing he said was, "Who are you?" Jiang Lu fell down for the second time. The doctor came in again to help her up, and they both looked at Ying, who was sitting by the bed in surprise. He slowly stood up and walked in front of them, his height giving him an imposing presence. "Who are you?" This time, both of them were stunned. Jiang Lu looked at him in disbelief and said, "You don't remember me?" Ying looked at her indifferently. "Yes, so what? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Jiang Lu frowned and looked at the doctor, asking, "He has amnesia?" The doctor pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, it's not impossible. The radiation from drugs and ammunition, among other things, makes it hard for me to explain, but it's certainly a possibility." Jiang Lu glanced at Ying, who was waiting for an answer with a blank expression. His indifferent and calm gaze made her heart tremble. Taking a deep breath, she said, "I am your wife." Ying immediately furrowed his brows and scrutinized her, seemingly filled with doubt. "Really?" He smirked slightly, displaying a bewildered expression. "Did I really have such poor taste before?" Jiang Lu's mouth twitched, and her previously agitated and conflicted feelings vanished. Pointing at herself, she asked, "Am I that bad?" Ying looked at her critically for a moment and said, "You have heavy dark circles under your eyes. There are two possibilities, poor sleep or overindulgence. Which one are you?" Jiang Lu looked at him in disbelief. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I just didn't sleep at all last night." After she finished speaking, Ying's expression paused strangely for a moment. Then he casually asked, "Oh, really? Was there something troubling you that kept you awake?" Jiang Lu wrinkled her nose and didn't answer. Meanwhile, the doctor had already quickly gone out to call for help. If the boss had amnesia, that would be quite a situation, but also seemed to be a good thing. Outside, they were clearing zombies, and many technicians from Ghost had been called to help at the survivor base. Everything was heading in a positive direction. If he really had amnesia, then no one would stop this from happening, which meant there wouldn't be any more troubles, and everyone's worries would be gone. Jiang Lu thought of this too. She looked at Ying with a complicated expression and remained silent. Ying stared at her for a while, frowning and saying, "Don't want to answer? You say you're my wife, so why are you unwilling to answer such a simple question?" Jiang Lu looked at him in confusion. "I'm not. I just spaced out for a moment." "Well, you're back to your senses now. Answer me." "It's nothing much. You were sick and unconscious for quite a while, so I was a bit worried and didn't sleep well at night." Jiang Lu explained half-truthfully, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. Feeling that their current interaction was both familiar and awkward. Had it been so long since they communicated while he was awake? "Boss." Before Ying could speak, the ward door was open again, and a group of people in white coats rushed in, looking excitedly at Ying. Ying looked at each of them without saying a word, while the doctor directly told Jiang Lu, "Miss Jiang, please wait outside for a moment. We need to give the boss a full checkup." Jiang Lu was more than happy to step away at that moment to sort out her chaotic thoughts, so she obediently went outside. Once the ward door closed again, Jiang Lu leaned against the door, peering through the window as they examined Ying, who was very cooperative and didn't say a word throughout. At that moment, Jiang Lu began to doubt whether he really had amnesia or was just pretending. But then she thought, amnesia only causes one to lose memories. It wouldn't affect one's personality, so he was still the same, which made sense. However, the fact that he was awake was a huge blessing for her and everyone else. Jiang Lu smiled, thinking, yes, no matter what happened to him, he was awake. And that was already a tremendous blessing. Chapter 112. The final chapter, the results of the examination, came out quickly. Jiang Technology and Dr. Yuan received the news and rushed back, citing that Jiang Lu had health issues. When they gathered in a room, Ying had already removed his patient gown and changed into a clean black shirt and black trousers. He sat upright on the sofa, making the hospital room look somewhat like a high-end conference room. His hair had faded a bit. It used to be thick and jet black, but now it had a caramel hue, possibly due to prolonged medication. Jiang Lu stood beside her parents, looking at the only man sitting there. He picked up a cup of water and took a sip, his hair not yet styled into his beloved villainous slick back. This casual, soft look made him appear like a harmless good guy. Have you finished your research? Ying slowly spoke, his voice deep and pleasant, steady and unhurried. Someone come out and tell me the results. The group exchanged glances, and finally, Jiang Lu's father stepped forward. He stood in front of Ying and briefly summarized their research results, which amounted to a few sentences. They had not yet found the cause of his amnesia, but it was possible that he might recover in the near future, or he might never remember again. In short, everything was uncertain. That's like saying nothing. Ying ruthlessly declared, his gaze coldly sweeping over Jiang Technology and Dr. Yuan, softening slightly when it landed on Jiang Lu. Then, let's set that aside. You stay. The others can leave. Originally, everyone wanted to celebrate, as their beloved boss had regained his health, but seeing his indifferent and unenthusiastic demeanor, they had to leave dejectedly as instructed. Jiang Technology and Dr. Yuan felt somewhat relieved about Ying's amnesia. If he hadn't lost his memory, Jiang Lu might have already become an orphan. In any case, was this a sign from heaven? A blank slate boss might be transformed into a good person under someone else's depiction. After everyone left the hospital room, Ying patted the spot beside him, signaling Jiang Lu to sit down. Jiang Lu wasn't too foolish and could naturally see his intentions. After hesitating for a few seconds, she walked over and sat down. Ying personally poured her a glass of water, which surprised Jiang Lu, who had always felt she was the cause of his troubles. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "If you have any questions, just ask me. I will definitely tell you everything." Ying contemplated her for a moment and then picked the simplest question. They all call me boss. Are they all my subordinates? This question posed no difficulty, and Jiang Lu happily nodded, saying, "Yes, they're all very loyal to you." Everyone was very happy when you woke up. Upon hearing this, Ying let out a faint scoff, murmuring, "Loyal, huh?" Jiang Lu was puzzled, and, just as she was about to ask another question, he moved on to the next one. "What kind of company do I run?" Jiang Lu was taken aback, and, after meeting his piercing gaze for a while, she finally said, "A pharmaceutical company, cold medicine, weight loss pills, health supplements, that sort of thing. Is it?" Ying expressed his doubt meaningfully, then after a moment added, "I want to go out for a walk to see the company. You take me." Jiang Lu paused, and after a while said awkwardly, "That might not be possible right now." "Why?" he asked cooperatively. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and explained the reasoning she had pondered for a long time. "It's like this. Something has happened outside. A virus has broken out, and many people have been infected and turned into zombies. The organization is currently dealing with it, and we need to stay here until it's over." Ying raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, while Jiang Lu continued, "And one more thing to note. There is someone in the organization who has a conflict with you. You better not meet him. If possible, let us stay here and avoid approaching their area." He sneered slightly, though Jiang Lu felt it was directed at the person she mentioned. His expressions and actions were entirely the same as before his amnesia. So had he really lost his memory? A bold guess suddenly arose in Jiang Lu's mind. She slowly turned to face him, raising her hands to cup his face, meeting his gaze intently, and said, "Did you really forget everything?" Ying squinted slightly, and in his deep eyes, there was no hint of panic or feeling exposed, just a hint of exasperation, as before. "This is not a good thing, at least for me." Ying looked at her, slowly saying this, and Jiang Lu's heart softened immediately. For Ying, amnesia was indeed not a good thing, but for them, it was a tremendous blessing. If he wasn't truly amnesiac, then his purpose for pretending was clear. If he truly had lost his memory, then her question was somewhat unnecessary. Regardless of the reason, it seemed she should no longer ask. Jiang Lu lowered her hands and suddenly leaped into his arms, holding him tightly. "I've always been looking forward to your waking up." She closed her eyes and said, "Now that you're awake but have amnesia, I really don't know whether to be happy or sad." His hand hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately he placed it on her back, as if confused, and said, "What are you sad about? Worry that I want to love you because I lost my memory?" Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat, and after a while, she asked, "Will you stop loving me?" She looked up at him. His chin was clean-shaven, not showing any signs of stubble from a long coma, as she had cleaned him every day. He seemed to have been peacefully sleeping until today, looking neat, clean, and unblemished. He would always be the flawless him. "What do you think?" He did not answer directly, but lowered his head to meet her gaze. It seemed there were emotions surging where their eyes met. Jiang Lu's palm grew warm, and her heartbeat quickened. She looked at him, wanting to say something, yet hesitating. Deep down, she suspected he might remember everything, but was pretending not to. His actions, in a sense, represented his wishes. If he hadn't forgotten everything from the past, he might never be able to truly let go, which would prevent Jiang Lu from having a beautiful future with him. During his coma, Jiang Lu had thought this through clearly. Excited, she kissed his lips, lifting her head and saying, "I believe that no matter what happens, you will love me." He seemed to smile slightly, or maybe he didn't. The wall clock chimed, revealing that it was already noon, and they should have lunch. "What do you want to eat? I'll go prepare it." She stepped out of his embrace, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, only to find him staring at her. Jiang Lu's face turned red as she stood up, turning her back to him, waiting for an answer. But there was no response for a long time. Just as she was about to turn around to investigate, someone hugged her from behind. She was startled and heard his gentle voice in her ear. "Maybe I'll never remember, but it doesn't seem that bad right now. At least you will be by my side for a lifetime. So even if I have to avoid that person I had a conflict with, it doesn't seem so terrible." Jiang Lu slightly closed her eyes, grasping his hand resting on her waist. After a long silence, she finally replied, a bit unsteadily, "You haven't eaten in a long time. Let me take you to eat something, okay?" Of course, he wouldn't refuse. The two walked out of the hospital room, and after they had gone far, Dr. Yuan and Jiang Technology appeared from the corner. "Do you think the boss really has amnesia, or is pretending?" "Doctor," Yuan asked in confusion. "What are men really thinking? If it's fake, what is his purpose?" Jiang Technology watched his daughter and the boss's figures disappear at the elevator entrance, grasping his wife's hand and saying, "I think, whether it's real or fake, things will be very calm from now on, and that's enough. As for your question about what men are really thinking, what he is thinking now is definitely to live a good life, safely, without disturbances, with the person he loves for a lifetime." "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." "What about his career? His ideals? His research?" Dr. Yuan threw out a bunch of questions that made Jiang Jishu laugh. "What are you laughing at?" she asked a bit unhappily. Jiang Jishu looked down at her and said, "Just like with you, if I had to choose between giving up scientific research and losing you, I would definitely choose you. If I had to choose between your happiness and you being forced to do something with me that makes you unhappy, I would definitely choose to make you happy. If I had to choose between living our lives peacefully and eventually being separated in a life or death situation, I would also definitely choose to spend my life with you." Dr. Yuan looked at her husband with a somewhat confused expression, showing a look very similar to Jiang Lu's. Perhaps for men like Ying, most women cannot be confident that he would make such a significant sacrifice for them. Jiang Lu is no exception, as she never knew she had such a capability. She took Ying to a restaurant, and on the way, they passed a secluded little room. Jiang Lu paused for a moment. The door to the room was open, and inside were two tombstones, looking as if the two were keeping each other company. Not lonely at all. She withdrew her gaze and hurriedly left, not noticing that the man behind her had not followed. Ying's eyes fell on the tombstones, reading the inscriptions one by one, finally landing on the photos of the two. Boju, Xinyang. Just 4 characters, the names of the two people, so familiar in the photo. Ying slowly turned to leave, and due to his long legs, by the time Jiang Lu thought to check behind her, he had already caught up with her. "This is the supply base you prepared earlier. Many of your subordinates live here, and they're all very happy and safe. There are many healthy vegetables and fruits here, as well as some beautiful plants, and it's quite big. You won't feel bored living here for a long time," Jiang Lu said, pointing not far away. "I really like it here. Let us stay here from now on, and not go anywhere else, okay?" Ying looked at her, and then followed her gaze. It was a beautiful flower bed, carefully tended by his subordinates, with a few cheerful children playing nearby. They were very well behaved, not noisy, quietly playing and smiling harmoniously. In such a large base, they might take many years to explore it all. And by the time they start to feel bored here, perhaps everything outside will have improved, and everyone can go out again to rebuild the world. This seems to be the best ending for both him and her. He did not answer her right away. He took her hand, intertwining their fingers. A person with amnesia, even if he accepted that he had such a wife, could not so quickly give off the feeling that they loved each other. Yet he could not help but do so. What does this represent? Many people could guess, but this layer of thin paper would never be broken. Perhaps loving someone is like this. You fall in love with her, and all your rationality goes out of control. You are hurt but endure everything without showing it, because you are afraid she will be sad. You are dying, yet you still worry whether she will be okay after you die. Everything you worked hard for over the years is lost, yet you pretend to have amnesia to make her, and those who betrayed you feel a bit more comfortable. Love really is a sense of destiny that makes people do things they would never have done before. Once you love someone, you can never escape these feelings. From the day he realized he loved her, he vaguely sensed he would have to completely forget the past sooner or later, and it seems that time is now. In the end, he still answered her. She heard him say a single word in a deep yet clear voice. Okay, perhaps one day in the future he would regret today's decision. After all, the flame of love cannot burn for a lifetime. But doesn't he matter? As long as at this moment they both give their all for this love, that is enough. End of text.